I'm just a beggar. Yet I have 8 stunningly beautiful elder sisters. However, I have absolutely no desire to meet them, and each of them is a top-tier powerhouse in their respective fields. The eldest sister is the queen of commerce, wielding immense power with an imposing presence. The second sister is a military heroine, commanding millions of troops and guarding the borders. I won't introduce the other sisters one by one, it's all too painful to talk about, because I've never even met them. Just because 5 years ago I was taken in by a poor family, but not long after, my parents died in a car accident, leaving only me and my grandfather who collected scrap to rely on each other. But it wasn't until my grandfather was on his deathbed that he told me my biological parents were from the Sure family in Kyoto, and he left me a jade pendant that had been kept close to his body. I was only 4 years old that year, too young to take it seriously. From then on, I became a homeless orphan, sleeping under bridges every day and surviving by begging. Until one day, I spotted someone on the street, a member of the Sure family of Kyoto, Sure Jinxiang, the CEO of the Sure Corporation. Is this the legendary Sure family? Long-buried memories suddenly flooded my mind. I vaguely remembered my grandfather telling me on his deathbed that I belonged to the Sure family of Kyoto. From what I later learned, there was only one family with the surname Sure, the Sure family of Kyoto. At this moment, it suddenly dawned on me that the Sure Corporation before me might be connected to my origins. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and the 50-yuan sister Zhu Huifei had given me fluttered toward the road. I rushed over in a hurry, not wanting the money given by the kind sister to be blown away. Suddenly, a speeding Audi A6 on the road was about to hit me. The driver panicked and slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the road. Fortunately, the car stopped just half a meter away from me. Clutching the bill that had fallen to the ground tightly, I stared in fear at the car that had nearly crashed into me. At this moment, a fat man got out of the car cursing. "Where did this little beggar come from? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you blind? This is a road, not your playground. Are you trying to kill me?" The fat man stepped forward and was about to kick me hard when Sister Zhu Huifei quickly used her body to shield me from the heavy blow. I, standing nearby, struggled to hold back my tears. The streets soon filled with a crowd of onlookers, completely blocking the road. Just then, a yellow-green luxury car honked its horn, drawing everyone's attention to the vehicle behind them. A few exclamations rose from the crowd. A limited edition luxury car with license plate number 11111, isn't that the Sure Group's car? Only 5 of these were released nationwide, worth tens of millions on the market. The fat man saw this scene and cursed his bad luck in his heart, quickly getting into the car to leave the place. At this moment, in the back seat of the car sat a lightly made-up beauty. Her figure, accentuated by a form-fitting office outfit, was curvaceous and striking. Her light yellow hair cascaded down, and her fair, delicate skin paired with a pair of long legs were particularly eye-catching. Unintentionally, she exuded an air of nobility. She was Sure Jinxiang, the CEO of the Sure Group and also the 7th daughter of the Sure family. In the business world, she was decisive and authoritative. At just 22 years old, she commanded both respect and fear from everyone in the company. President Sure, there was a disturbance earlier. Someone claimed a little beggar was staging a scam, so I had them disperse the crowd. The car started, and Sure Jinxiang rested her cheek on her hand, glancing at me with her exquisite face as calm as still water, showing no emotion. At that moment, I knew she was from the Sure family, but I didn't realize she was my sister. Neither of us recognized the other, and just like that, we missed each other. Later, I had no idea that my sister had found the jade pendant and launched a citywide search for me with overwhelming force, causing chaos everywhere. At this time, I returned to the streets with Sister Zhu Huifei. She told me to stay there and promised to pick me up after school to take me home. I watched her walk away, stuck out my tongue, and then left. I touched the jade pendant hanging around my neck, which was engraved with 2 characters, Xiao Ku. Grandpa had told me it was the only thing my parents had left for me. If my parents saw the pendant, they would be able to find me. I took out my treasured metal box, picked up the money with a grin, and excitedly wandered down the street. Among the passing crowd, some looked at me with disgust and quietly moved away. Some ignored me, while others gazed with kindness. I was used to it and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. I passed by a KFC and, through the glass, saw a family of 3 happily enjoying their meal. The little girl inside was eating a big chicken leg, her mouth glistening with grease, while her mother lovingly pinched her chubby cheeks. Unconsciously, drool began to trickle uncontrollably from the corner of my mouth. Ouch! With a startled cry, I was knocked to the ground by a heavy-set woman. Though she was unharmed, she couldn't help but curse. Where did this kid come from? What are you standing here for? Her loud shout drew a crowd, and people began pointing and murmuring about me. Xiaoke looked aggressively at the woman who was several times taller than himself, silently picked up the dinner and coke that fell on the floor, and quickly ran out of sight. What he didn't know was that the blue jade pendant around his neck happened to roll down to the fat woman's feet when he fell. I'm nobody's child. Everyone else has a mom and dad. My mom and dad don't want me. No one cares about me. They all bully Ko. Xiaoke ran to a shady corner of the park, tears still streaming out uncontrollably. The skinny guy shrunk into a ball, his body couldn't stop trembling. He didn't even dare to cry out loud for fear of being rebuked by the uncles and aunts in the park. No one knows how aggrieved and helpless Xiaoke is. No one knows how much he suffered in the past days. After a while, Xiaoke broke out of the pain. Just sitting on the park bench, he realized something was wrong. Where's the precious jade pendant? He felt around his chest and found it empty. Xiaoke's heart shook. His jade pendant had disappeared. It was still there when he went out at night. Could it be that he just dropped it when he fell? Xiaoke quickly ran to the KFC store, running to attract pedestrians to avoid. Hey, boss, just tell me the price. I've already asked for the reserve price. Give me a number. I'll sell it if it's right. Plain blue water jade only. See, the quality is okay, but has been engraved. Recycling price to be lower. 30,000. Sold. Outside the jewelry store, a fat woman excitedly walked out of the store. She really did not expect that the jade pendant on the little beggar would be so valuable. Looking at the $30,000 that arrived on her cell phone, a touch of evil smile appeared on her fat face. Inside the jewelry store, the store manager was just about to put away the blue jade when an old man pushed his way in at the back door. How did you do these days, Xiao Su? Did you have any special gains? Master, why are you old man here? Quickly sit, quickly sit. The store manager smiled and said, which can have any special harvest, occasionally sell some jewelry, collect some materials. Oh, let me take a look at the recently collected materials. The store manager respectfully took out a plate of loose jade from the safe, and took out a plate of gold jewelry, pearls and so on, one by one placed in front of the master. The gold jewelry doesn't have a collection of the last years. It's all pretty much the same, not much to look at. Pearls are all of average quality. Jade is very ordinary. This disc of jade is of good quality, and some green jade, good. Ha! The teacher master picked out a jade pendant from the pile of jade. The color was blue with purple, warm and delicate. The teacher master took a magnifying glass and a flashlight and pounded on the jade for a while, and his expression gradually changed from puzzled to shocked. Imperial blue light jade. How could this kind of precious jade appear here? This teacher was a director of the Pearl River Group, and an experienced connoisseur with a deep love for jade. This kind of jade is easily recognized as blue water jade, but blue water jade has a rough texture and is devoid of spirituality. On the contrary, imperial blue light jade is not only spiritual and warm, but also has the effect of nourishing the spirit. It is truly priceless. Turning over the jade pendant, the teacher saw the word Xiaoke. It strokes like a dragon soaring, sharp blade out of the sheath. Absolutely is the work of top masters. The teacher was dumbfounded. He could guess that the owner of this jade pendant must be incomparably luxurious and have a supreme status. Master, then what to do with this piece of material? It should fetch a good price. The teacher turned around and glared angrily at the shopkeeper with a look of hatred. Asshole, do you know how precious this jade is? A small piece can buy your life, and it's still a jade pendant with an owner. Do you dare to handle it? The shopkeeper's brain was buzzing from the admonishment. His heart was aggrieved. It was also the first time he had stumbled upon such a thing. The teacher master pondered for a while, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Elder brother Lee. I have a piece of imperial blue light jade here. What do you think I should do? Imperial blue light jade? Quickly show it to me. Hanging up the phone, the teacher master took a few photos and videos and sent them over. Tianyue Group, affiliated with Wang's group. An exclamation of surprise came from inside the vice president's office, and the staff outside each had a shocked look on their faces. Li Yishan almost exploded into foul language. This jade pendant is familiar to him. 6 years ago, a half-palm-sized piece of imperial blue light jade appeared at the Magic City auction. It was bid at $100 million in just 1 minute, shocking the entire jade world. The result was the Magic City Wong family auctioned off, and I heard that it was to be carved for the unborn young master. I had long heard that more than 5 years ago, the young master of the Wong family mysteriously disappeared, and the jade's whereabouts were unknown. He never thought that after several years, he would see this piece of precious jade again. Li Yishan looked nervous and made a call to the president's side. Phone call after phone call passed up. At the Gao group meeting, Wang Siki and Gao Zhejun faced each other from a distance. I can't possibly let the Xianan district go. Yu Gao family is very insincere. Cooperation is unnecessary. Wang Siki rhythmically bounced on the table. One hand propped up her chin, quietly waiting for Mr. Gao's reply. Mr. Wang, there's a phone call, Xiao Lian reported respectfully. Later, Xiao Lian attached her ear and whispered. Wang Siki got up violently, directly ignoring Mr. Gao to step out of the door. Wang Siki went out and received a call. The director hurriedly reported. A piece of imperial blue light jade engraved with the word Xiaoku appeared in the Yanbei district jewelry store tonight. Wang Siki's hand that answered the phone was trembling slightly, and her icy cold beautiful eyes slowly softened. A time of excitement, happiness, and anticipation surged through her heart. Opening the email, several photos and videos inside were looked at over and over again. Now go find someone to investigate the location of the jade pendant. Give the order. All of Wang's group affiliates go to Yanbei district to find someone in the range of about 6 years old who recognizes the jade pendant within the picture. Call up the surveillance of that store for me. Report any news in time. Go and negotiate with the public security of Yanbei district. Send someone to look for the young master, the whole district's surveillance to me to check. Yes, President. Xiao Lian hurriedly went to pass on the instructions. Wang Siki calmed down and sent the photo into the sister group. Instantly the group exploded. Message after message rang out. Wang Siki sat in the car and rubbed her eyebrows, her heart inexplicably anxious. The Magic City at night began to surge in the dark. At one time there were groups of people on the road, in the neighborhoods, in the alleys, and in the parks all looking for something. Inside were both employees, doctors, teachers, shopkeepers, police, and even the military patrolling. A police car sped down the driveway, and a missing person notice was posted all over the city. Those who didn't know thought something big was going on, and there was a lot of talk about what these people were up to, until someone found the paper. $20,000 in thanks for providing a clue. The first to find someone, rewarded with $200,000. Countless people couldn't help themselves and searched according to the clues on the paper. It was like a carpet search. This night, there were destined to be many people who couldn't sleep. Chapter 3: Finding the Young Master. Underneath the bridge hole, Xiaoku was lying flat on the broken quilt, staring blankly at the top of the bridge. His eyes were listless. He had lost his most precious jade pendant, the only thing his parents had left him, and pain filled his young mind. Inside the darkened bridge hole lay uneaten boxed lunches and cokes. Gradually, Xiaoku closed his eyes and fell asleep. Good disciple, good disciple. Xiaoku opened his eyes in a daze, surrounded by a golden world. A handsome and solemn man hovered cross-legged in mid-air. Master, you've come to play with Xiaoku. Xiaoku was very happy to see his master. Every time he was here to learn from his master, it made him very happy and fulfilled. Master, I lost my precious jade pendant. Mom and Dad can't find me anymore. He complained to his master about today's encounter, and the man listened patiently. After he finished speaking, the man smiled bashfully and beckoned Xiaoku to be drawn to him. Apprentice, do you want to change the status quo and never again live a life of begging? Xiaoku quickly replied, Of course I want to, but I don't know how to do it. Then master tell you, cultivate well. When you are strong you will be able to do this. Your talent for enlightenment is extremely high. You've learned everything I've taught you. You should use these skills well. All of them will be your skills in the future. Master will be separated from apprentice for a while during this period of time. Xiaoku froze for a moment and was about to ask why, but his forehead had already been nudged by a finger from his master. A steady stream of profound knowledge poured into his brain, and his body was uncontrollably crossed-legged and closed his eyes. Little fellow, the next time we meet, don't let master down. It was early morning of another day. The sound of a car beeping brought Xiaoku back to reality from dreamland. The fresh breeze slowly caressed Xiao Ke's body and then dispersed in the sky. Rubbing his eyes, Ko stretched and sat up. It's so comfortable. What a strange feeling. He felt that his body was now great and strong, and his mind was all much clearer. Yesterday, Master had imparted a lot of knowledge to him, and he had initially understood the benefits of cultivation. There were 9 realms for cultivators: qi refining, foundation building, yuan condensation, jindan, yuanying, transformation of God, harmonization, Mahayana, and transition. The current Xiao Ke had just stepped into the qi refining realm, and his entire body had been transformed by aura. Hey, what's that smell? It stinks. Xiao Ke looked around before finally realizing that there was a layer of blackened sludge on his body, which was already sour and smelly. He couldn't stand it and hurriedly walked to the river not far away, removed his clothes, and jumped into the river with a small tiger pounce. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ke swam back to shore, dressed. At this time he realized that he not only became a lot of white but also grew some meat. The original skinny body also gained some weight, at least it didn't look as skinny as before. So comfortable. I won't go to the stall today. I have to find the precious jade pendant first. After making up his mind, Xiao Ke took some change and left the bridge hole. Just before he left, 2 people came under the bridge hole with flyers. Brother Zhang, do we still post a missing person notice in this kind of place? Nonsense. The boss said to do a good job and leave no place untouched. This area is the area our company is responsible for. Is it necessary to be so serious? I haven't slept all night. Are you stupid, Kaidi? That's a task given by our boss's top boss. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to do our job. Get to work. On the street, Xiao Ke was walking and eating meat buns. That look gave everyone an appetite for a big meal. What's wrong today? There are so many police uncles. Yeah. Xiao Ke walked slowly down the street as a handsome police uncle patrolled the street. Woof, woof, woof. A faint barking dog came from the alley next to him, sounding forlorn. Curious, Ko walked over to see what was going on. The figure had just entered the alley when a police officer in a cruising police car looked over. Was there a kid over there just now? Why did he suddenly disappear? Ugh. Busy all night. Probably tired and bleary-eyed. The policeman laughed dryly and drove on looking for every suspicious boy. They had just been notified that whoever could find the Wang family's surviving son would be able to have their official rank raised 2 levels in a row. Wang's group, a huge building situated in the center of Magic City's Tianshui district. The construction capital alone was several $100 million. The decoration within it was minimalist, not luxurious but revealing elegance everywhere. Mr. Wang, the jade pendant has been retrieved. It was sold by a lady last night, and I've already downloaded the video of the store. There's also the fact that through the lineup, it was found that this lady got this jade pendant in front of McDonald's at number 136, Yanbei District. This is the video pulled from the surveillance outside the store. Xiao Lian placed a wooden box on the table while opening the laptop she was carrying. Wang Siki opened the box and a warm and translucent jade pendant was placed on the end of the box. Snap! Wang Siki closed the box and put it into the safe behind her. Play the video. Xiao Lian clicked play and the video screen was displayed. A little boy was seen lying on the window looking into the store as a fat woman approached. With a bang, the fat woman knocked the little boy over and a jade pendant fell off the boy. Stop! Wang Siki stared intently at the boy in the video. He was about 5 or 6 years old, all ragged and tattered, and his thin body seemed to collapse at the slightest touch. Wang Siki spoke flatly. Find her and bring her to me. An icy coldness filled the air, and a domineering aura came from Wang Siki. Dare to bully my own brother. This woman had better get out of Magic City. Xiao Lian knew that Mr. Wang was really angry. I'm afraid that this woman is going to be finished. The video continued to play. The fat woman insulted the boy in public. And in the end, the boy ran away. The video finished playing. Xiao Lian could hear the cackling sound of Mr. Wang's silver teeth. This was the first time she saw the unperturbed general manager Wang lose his temper. Arrange for a portraitist to draw the young master. Notify the searchers to find someone according to the portrait. Send extra manpower to the 136 McDonald's area in Yanbei. I want to go there in person. Yes, Mr. Wang. Inside the alley, Xiao Ke followed the sound and found the puppy dog next to the garbage pile. The puppy was just a centimeter tall, skinny and small. Its fur was pure white, just a little dirty. Its small paws dug in the garbage. obviously too hungry to find some food. There's aura on the puppy dog, yeah. Xiao Ku had already stepped into the chi refining stage and was familiar with auras. The puppy heard someone coming and raised its head to meet Xiao Ku's eyes. Then it circled around Xiao Ku and wagged its tail, its gaze never leaving the bun in Xiao Ku's hand. Woof woof woof. Do you want to eat the bun? Woof woof. Xiao Ku put the bun at his feet, and the little white dog immediately gobbled it up. Do you have no one too? You don't have a mom and dad anymore either, do you? The two of us seem like that. Xiao Ku stroked the little white dog and talked to himself. When the little dog finished eating, Xiao Ku was about to leave to find the jade pendant. Just 2 steps away, the dog's barking came from behind him again. Xiao Ku turned around and looked at the little dog. I'm leaving? Do you want to follow me? Woof. Hee hee. Well then, we're good friends now. Seeing as you look white, I'll call you Xiao Hei. Blackie. Come here. Woof. The little white dog revealed a humanized doubt, then jumped into Xiao Ku's arms. Along the way, Xiao Hei obediently lay in Xiao Ku's arms and soon arrived near McDonald's. Xiao Hei, why do you think we are so much alike? I am a person playing, you are a dog living. Xiao Ku looked down and petted Xiao Hei, when 2 people on his face stopped him in his path. Xiao Ku raised his head and realized that he was being stared at by 2 soldiers, feeling uncomfortable. Uncle Soldier, I haven't done anything bad. I'm going to McDonald's to look for something. The 2 camouflage uniformed soldiers took out their cell phones and kept comparing them. After making sure there was no mistake, he squatted down and touched Xiao Ku's head. One of the soldiers also had a pistol on his waist, but it scared Xiao Ku. Don't be afraid, kid. I'm asking you if you recognize this thing. After saying that, the soldier uncle let him look at the photo. A piece of blue and purple jade pendant photo into the eyes. This is not the small Ku lost jade pendant? Uncle Soldier, I lost this. Can you return it to me? This thing is very important to me, please. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, then inquired. So are you called Xiao Ku? Almost 6 years old this year? Xiao Ku nodded. He was also curious as to how the 2 uncles knew his name, and he hadn't seen the 2 before. One of the soldiers shouted on his walkie-talkie. Notify all levels of squads to quickly gather at Sunshine Avenue. Over. The 2 men smiled and pacified Xiao Ku, telling him not to be afraid and that he wasn't a bad guy. At the same time, a large number of soldiers came towards Sunshine Avenue. A police car approached, dispersing the crowd and traffic, and all the traffic lights in the area turned red. The police pulled up a cordon and quickly sealed off the intersection. There were also a few people on the phone reporting something. Xiao Ku was terrified. This suddenly appeared more than 100 military uncles and police uncles to surround themselves. And the number of people is still rising, surround themselves more and more people. In the Yenbei military region, the commander was connecting. General, we have found the young master. What do we need to do next? Collect the team. Let the Wang family handle the rest. The phone hung up. The commander was pondering. This Wang family, so mysterious. Mr. Wang, the young master has been found. The location is... Lead the team set off. Wang's group, a luxury car poured out from the underground garage. Chapter 4. I am your sister. In the crowd, Xiao Ku looked around restlessly and clutched Xiao Hei tightly with both hands. Uncle Soldier, can I go? I still have things to do. Little Ku weakly opened his mouth, innocently looking at the several military uncles nearby. Little young master, you can't leave now. Oh, your family is coming to pick you up. But Xiao Ku doesn't have any family. My grandfather has already passed away. Xiao Ku felt inexplicable. They seem to be the wrong person where I have family. Buzz. A burst of sports car roar came. Several Cullinan followed by a Maserati team broke in. 2 soldiers welcome up to open the door, respectfully shouted Miss Wang. Behind the Cullinan down a group of black-clothed bodyguards, intimidating. Xiao Ku looked curiously at the open car door, her little heart thumping. The woman got out of the car, and a pair of long legs came into view first. The black uniform filled her with mystery and charm. With a height of 1.7 meters, wearing customized high heels made her even slimmer, and her exquisite face could charm a group of men even without makeup. Wang Siki gazed at Xiao Ku, stepping on her high heels and walking towards him step by step. What a pretty sister. This was the best-looking sister Xiao Ku had ever seen, and it looked as if she was rich. A dozen steps away, Wang Siki had already walked up to Xiao Ku. Her gaze was full of tenderness and heartache. Skinny, pitiful, dirty. This was the first time Wang Siki had seen her brother, and she could imagine him not being able to eat a full meal or wear clothes. It was as if her chest had been pricked by a needle, and her nose was sore. The younger brother that the family had been searching for so hard for so many years was finally found today. Little Ku, good boy, come to sister. Wang Siki squatted down and squeezed out a smile. Her beautiful eyes already had some mist in them. I don't have a sister. I don't know you, you're recognizing the wrong person, sorry. Xiao Ke took a step back. He really didn't recognize the beautiful sister in front of him. And she was so rich, she would definitely dislike himself. All the other rich people hated themselves and looked at Xiao Ku with indifference. I'm your sister, your name is Wang Xiao Ku. 5 years ago you were switched away in the hospital. When we found out, it was already too late. This jade pendant is the gift that mom and dad crafted for you. Wang Siki took out the jade pendant she was carrying and reached out to put it on Xiao Ku's neck. Wang Xiao Ku. Wang Xiao Ku. I have a family and I have a beautiful sister? Xiao Ku had been too surprised to speak. He hadn't thought that this day had come so quickly. Looking at his beautiful sister who had a caring face, he had believed his sister's words. Then he got shy again, seeing his dirty self. Would his sister not like Xiao Ku? Everyone, you can retreat first. Xiao Lian, go to the nearby clothing store. The people nearby received the order and quickly dispersed in all directions, and in a short while only a few people were left. Wang Siki stood up and tried to pull her brother's hand. Only then did he realize that there was a dirty puppy in his brother's arms. Xiao Ku, is this the pet you have? Xiao Ku stroked Xiao Hei's head and shook his head. This is my friend. His name is Xiao Hei, he's so good. The corner of Wang Siki's mouth rose slightly. A small white dog's name was Xiao Hei. Her brother really had a talent for naming. Then go with sister. Sister will take you to a place. Okay? Little Ku obediently nodded. Only when he reached the car he squirmed and was too embarrassed to get in. Such a luxurious car, it must be very expensive. What if it gets dirty? Seems to be able to see Xiao Ku's thoughts. Wang Siki pulled Xiao Ku into the car. Don't be afraid, brother. Sister won't dislike you. You are my little baby. Wang Siki pinched Xiao Ku's cheeks and spoke gently. Xiao Lian, who was driving in the main driver's car, was shocked. Doesn't President Wang have a cleanliness fetish? Usually the president's room had some ash that could scold her. The car started and a convoy of cars ran through the streets of Yanbei. Wherever they passed, everyone's eyes were cast over. Wow, Cullinan, one would cost $7 million. Dream love car, the car is sitting on the car is which family celebrity? Boss Moo Moo. A group of dirt dogs. Did not see that the leading Maserati? It's limited to 500 units nationwide. A car will cost tens of millions. This seems to be the beautiful president of the Wang family, absolutely. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Inside the car, Xiao Ku was like sitting on pins and needles. He was at a loss for words when he met his sister for the first time. Although his heart was happy, he didn't know how to speak. Brother, can you tell me how you lived before? Xiao Ku began to tell about his life with his grandfather, and then later living a life of wandering. As if he had opened his box, he also let down his guard in his heart and smiled as he told a funny story. For example, one day met a kind uncle, gave him food and drink, also gave him a pistol toy. Sometimes he came across the city police managing law and order and drove Xiao Ku away. Wang Siki recalled, remembering that his younger brother was only 5 years and 9 months old now. At such a young age, others are enjoying their childhood without any worries. He was already so understanding and hardworking. When he slowed down, the car also pulled over to the side of the road. Mr. Wang, it's here. The group got out of the car and entered the clothing store in the envious eyes of many people. Hello, what can I do for you? The sharp-eyed sales at the side hurriedly greeted her and looked respectfully at Wang Siki. Having been engaged in the sales industry for more than 10 years, she could tell at a glance that Wang Siki was definitely not a poor buyer. This cold temperament, this dress, simply a gold-encrusted fat sheep. If she grasped this opportunity, this quarter's bonus would have to be raised quite a bit. Find some children's clothes for my brother. The salesman looked to the side at Xiao Ku. His face was strange. The little boy with dirty and tattered clothes, how do you look at it, does not look like the younger brother of this gold master. What are you looking at? Do you not want to do it? Wang Siki's tone was a bit icy. She was disgusted by this appearance-based sales. Give me someone else. The salesperson on the side froze, and by the time she reacted, she had already been left to dry. Another young female salesperson went to lead the way for Wang Siki. The group walked to the children's clothing section, and the girl was just about to explain which pieces of clothing were fashionable and popular when she was interrupted by Wang Siki. This one, that one, and these two sets. Wrap up that row for me. The girl froze and looked at Wang Siki incredulously. Sister, sister. Xiaoku tugged at the corner of Wang Siki's coat, fluttering her big eyes. I can't wear so many clothes. Xiaoku only needs one set and that's enough. Wang Siki dotingly rubbed Xiaoku's head, comforting him by saying that his sister had a lot of money and could buy 10,000 sets of clothes. Quickly swipe your card. Yes, miss. The girl was too happy. This order made her originally bottom performance climb to the first place. Thinking about it made her happy. The girl hurriedly took the bank card and packed a set of clothes carefully. Miss, 20 sets of clothes, a total of $32,730. Let me put it in the car for you. Wang Siki gently nodded and led Xiaoku out of the clothing store. Damn, $30,000 ah. The commission alone is $1,000. Piss me off. The sharp-eyed salesman looked at the girl jealously. His back teeth clenched. This was originally a list that belonged to him. Back in the car, the group took Xiaoku to the bathing city. Wang Siki instructed a few bodyguards to take her brother for a nice hot bath and straightened her messy hair. She held a company video conference in the VIP room. Shortly after, there was a knock on the door from the room. Xiao Lian rushed to open the door and made a silent gesture to the visitor. Outside the door was none other than Ko and 3 bodyguards. After taking a shower, getting a haircut, and changing clothes, Xiaoku looked like a different person. White and tender skin, smooth little face, exuding a creamy, milky flavor, with a set of cute clothes, flashing big eyes, simply adorable people off. Xiaoku knew that this was all the change after cultivation. The toxins and impurities of the body were flushed out by the aura. That's why the original face value was raised and the body was much healthier. What a big change, young master turned out to be so handsome. What's wrong with you 3? Why are you still sweating? Xiao Lian stared at the beads of sweat on the 3 people's faces in confusion. Can you still sweat from a bath? The 3 of them stared wide-eyed and said in unison that it was stuffy in the bathroom. In reality, it was the 3 of them who were exhausted from rubbing Xiaoku's bath. More than 40 pounds of small body, rashly rubbed out a pound of dirt. This can be the 3 tossed bad. Labor level is no less than running a marathon. Family members who understands a pound of mudballs who have seen 3 people sent after the small who walked downstairs, was seen by Mr. Wang's secretary of this dilemma. It is too humiliating. At this time it is already noon. Xiaoku jumped into the room. On the side of the serious meeting, Wang Siki noticed his brother. Show's face quietly hung a faint smile. The directors in the video conference, the executives were stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen the iceberg president smile, and some even suspected that President Wang was in love. That's enough for today's meeting. We'll discuss the planning of Xinan District tomorrow morning. Snap! The video conference closed. The executives in Wang Group's conference room looked at each other. The air was filled with awkwardness. Chapter 5. This manor is my home? Brother, quickly sit here with your sister. Wang Siki beckoned her jade hand, signaling Xiaoku to sit next to her. Sister, I took a good bath, Ohio. Looking at her milky brother sitting over, Wang Siki's heart was sweet. There was a faint floral scent on his sister, different from those heavily made-up sisters and aunts. He could feel his sister's care and attention. This was the feeling of having a loved one, right? Woof woof. At the doorway, Xiao Lian came holding a small furry white dog. Seeing Xiaoku, the dog struggled to rush into Xiaoku's arms. Mr. Wang, Xiao He has already been cleaned and has just sent someone over to get vaccinated. At the mention of the dog's name, Xiao Lian and Wang Siki felt a twinge. Obviously a small white dog, it had to be named Xiao He. This name is too rebellious. Xiao Lian put down Xiao He, and with a whoosh, the dog ran to Xiaoku's feet, licking Xiaoku and laughing. Wang Siki pinched Xiaoku's cheeks and tentatively asked, Little brother, should we give Xiao He a new name? Look how white she is after the bath. Can we call it Xiao Bai? Xiaoku picked up Xiao He and shook his head. He felt that the name Xiao He was a bit better and more domineering. Wang Siki stroked Xiaoku's hair and could do nothing for him. Xiaoku sat obediently next to him, and Wang Siki forced him to take a few group photos. In the photos, Xiaoku is naive, looking really cute, with a pair of big eyes clear and bright. After fiddling with her cell phone, she sent a few photos to her sister group. Siki, look at my little brother. Isn't he cute? Wang Xinru, my good sister, How can you say it's your brother? It's obviously my little baby. Okay? Inging, wow, my little brother's so cute, looks so thin, I'll go to take over it, to ensure that the raised white fat. When ya, third sister, you think it's raising piglets? I think it's better for me to take care of my brother. You are usually quite busy. I have more free time. Wang Zixin. I think Xiaoku may be a long-term intake of nutrients is low will have damage to the body. Wang Zixin, you can't take care of children. When I finish the World Medical Exchange Conference, I will go back to China to take care of Xiaoku. Lele. Looks like my world tour is going to end early. I really want to rub my little brother's cheeks soon. Wang Ying. Seeing what popped up in the group, Wang Siki couldn't help but laugh out loud. These sisters weren't joking. Maybe they would abduct their younger brother one day. Xiaoku curiously brought his head over and asked what his sister was looking at. Brother, there are 8 girls in our family. These are your sisters. Wow, so many sisters. KO's mouth dropped open into an O. So he had a lot of family and a lot of sisters. As for me, I'm the 7th in the family, so I'm your 7th sister. Wang Siki patiently explained, and repeated the names of the rest of the family a few more times, and Xiaoku quickly memorized them. It's noon. What does brother want to eat? 7th sister, I want to eat fried chicken wings, and fried chicken legs, Coke and burgers. Pia. Wang Siki's slender finger flicked Xiaoku's forehead. No, these are junk food. Eat less. It's not good for your body. Xiaoku was aggrieved. He really wanted to taste it. Yesterday he saw that young lady eating very well, and there was also a big chicken leg. Okay, you can only eat it once. Oh, you can't eat these things in the future, got it? Wang Siki helplessly rubbed her younger brother's head. How could she dispel the first wish he made? Yay, 7th sister is the best. Xiaoku happily hugged Xiao Hei tightly, immediately strangling Xiao Hei out of breath. Xiao Hei dog's eye soon to see the ancestors. Wang Siki gave Xiao Lian a wink, and the latter rushed out to arrange this matter. 15 minutes later, a luxury coupe stopped at the entrance of Wallace's store. The manager was already waiting at the door, and when he saw the owner arrive, he hurriedly fawned and jogged over to greet him. Sitting inside the store, plates of chicken thighs, burgers, fried chicken, and Coke were placed on the table. Xiaoku looked around and realized that the seats, which were usually overcrowded, were empty at this time. Sister 7. Why is no one coming to eat? Xiao Lian covered her mouth and snickered from the side. Mr. Wang has long ago chartered the store. Surely no one will come. Wang Siki explained. Everyone else knows that this is junk food, afraid of eating a bad stomach, so no one dares to come. The manager watching from afar, the corners of his mouth twitching. His heart 10,000 alpacas ran through. Usually it's obviously overcrowded, right? The manager really wanted to kick them out, but she was giving too much. Xiaoku grabbed a fried chicken leg and nibbled on it. One bite down, the outside was charred and crunchy. After eating 2 bites, Xiaoku let go of his ego, one hand chicken wings, one hand Coke, small mouth barfing and chewing chicken. The corners of his mouth, his hands were oily, that eating was just too flavorful. Brother, eat slowly. There's still more. Wang Siki smiled as she looked at her brother who was wolfing down the chicken, and picked up a paper to wipe his mouth. Then she casually took a picture and sent it to the group. Paying no more attention to the wildly bombarding group messages, Wang Siki turned off her cell phone screen. Sister 7, try it. It's delicious. Xiaoku blinked her big eyes and reached out her small hand to hand her sister a chicken leg. Xiao Lian just wanted to go and stop it. After all, Mr. Wang hates this kind of junk food. No one in the office ever dared to come into the office with a deep-fried smell, unless you didn't want to work anymore. A few seconds later, Xiao Lian was petrified. The usually high and mighty Mr. Wang actually ate it, although she was wearing disposable gloves and chewing slowly. But the point was that she really ate this junk food? A bold idea popped into Xiao Lian's mind. This Mr. Wang is someone in disguise, right? The real Mr. Wang might have been kidnapped to country or... Sister 7. Isn't it delicious? Can I eat it every day from now on? No, you can't eat it often. Okay, bah. Then I'll eat the fried chicken for the next few days together. Wang Siki was again amused by Xiaoku's naive words. Then you'll eat the next few days' meals together. In no time, Xiaoku was so full that the little black belly under the table was round. After he got tired of eating, Ko felt sick at the smell of fried chicken. But when he saw that there was still so much meat left to eat, his little face drooped. He looked at his sister with a face full of help. His own stomach just couldn't fit anymore. All right, just eat enough. Let's go home. Go home with your sister. Wang Siki got up and wanted to pull on her little brother to go out. Only then did she notice that her brother's gaze was still on the table. Thinking of Xiao Ke's previous miserable life, Wang Siki guessed that Xiao Di might not be able to waste the food, so she purposely told her younger brother to bring the leftover food back later. Only then were several people satisfied and walked out of the fast food restaurant. To go home with his sister in a while, Xiao Ke purposely told his sister that he had to go back to the place where he lived to get some things. Xiao Lian drove the car and followed the road that Xiao Ke pointed out in 7 turns, finally arriving at a stone bridge located in the suburbs. The stone bridge is not big, just less than 20 meters, and there are very few people and vehicles coming and going. The two were brought down from the car by Xiao Ke and scanned around without a place to live. Brother, where do you live? Wang Siki asked Xiao Ke suspiciously. This bridge is only next to the sidewalk driveway where there is something else. Quickly follow me, oh, 7th sister. Xiao Ke ran to the side of the bridge. There was a staircase on one side that could lead straight down. Looking down, one could also see the small river flowing under the bridge. Wang Siki stepped on her high heels and carefully descended inside the bridge hole, with Secretary Xiao Lian following closely behind. The steps were slippery, the long period of rainwater washing over them, coupled with the fact that no one had repaired them, resulted in smooth and rounded steps. If at night, a careless person might have to roll down, that scene is scary to think about. Once inside the bridge cave, Xiao Ke went ahead and walked over to the familiar tattered quilt and fumbled under it for a while. Wang Siki was in a trance. The place where her brother lived could be said to be poor beyond her imagination. A broken quilt and a few pieces of rotten clothes scattered next to it made up his tiny home. Wang Siki's nose ached, and her beautiful eyes floated with a layer of water mist. That black hand behind the scenes that caused Xiao Ke to stray. Sooner or later one day, he would have to be made to pay the price in blood. Sister, you can go. Xiao Ke smiled back. Holding in his arms was none other than the small rusty iron box. Wang Siki slowed down and curiously walked up, wanting to see what it was. Xiao Ke could see his sister's doubts, and he carefully opened the box. Inside the box, there was a variety of loose change scattered about and nothing more. Xiao Lian scanned through it. It was about $400. Xiao Ke looked like a general showing off his loot, looking at his sister with a happy face. Wang Siki hugged her brother heartily, her voice trembling as she spoke. My good brother is so powerful. From now on, my sister will definitely not let you suffer. Taking the little box with them, the 3 people and the dog left the bridge cave where Xiao Ke had lived for almost a year. Only the broken quilts inside the cave could prove that someone had lived here. The Maserati continued to drive, the scenery outside the window slowly changing. Xiao Ke lying on the window, big eyes through the window to observe the outside environment. The car slowly drove out of Yanbei district. The buildings outside the window slowly became taller and looked more prosperous. 20 minutes later, the car drove into a large manor. The periphery is full of some green plants and flowers. The center is a large fashion villa. The car drove straight to the entrance of the villa and stopped. Wang Siki brought her brother out of the car. Xiao Lian, on the other hand, went to busy herself with parking the car. Wow! Is this our home, sister? It's so big! Xiao Ke hugged Xiao He and excitedly surveyed the new surroundings. Wang Siki smiled lightly and pulled up Xiao Ke's hand, walking towards the villa. This is our home. The whole manor is ours. Oh, my home. It's such a big manor? Xiao Ke's mouth opened wide in shock. So, it turns out that the original sister is the legendary rich woman. Chapter 6. The master has left. Inside the villa, a woman in uniform walked towards Wang Siki. She was the housekeeper here, and in her 40s, she had served the Wang family for over 10 years. Wang Siki and the others were the ones she had watched grow up since childhood. Miss, you're back. Hurry up and go in. I'll go have someone make lunch now. No need, Auntie Lon. My little brother and I have already eaten. Let's pack up a room first and set it up properly. The heavens have opened their eyes. Little young master has finally returned safely. I will go and decorate the room now. Aunt Lon tenderly looked at Xiao Ke, turned around and opened the door, arranging for the maids to go pack up the room to go. Inside the hall, the space was very ample, and the light and elegant decorations were very much in line with the public's aesthetics. Various home appliances decorated everything, but it didn't affect the overall neatness and aesthetics. Wang Siki squatted down and cupped her little brother's face, gently telling him, Sister is going to be busy with her work. Brother will play at home first. Oh, I'll let someone accompany you. Let her tell sister if there are things. Wang Siki beckoned a young maid to take Xiaoku to play downstairs. She had to be busy dealing with Wang's group, the development plan in Xianan district. When the seventh sister went upstairs, Xiaoku and Xiaohei began to explore this slightly unfamiliar new home. The maid at the side followed alongside and began to introduce the layout of the home, such as where the entertainment area was, where the meeting place was generally located, and what the rooms were. The little black in his arms was very well behaved, obediently lying flat in Xiaoku's arms. When walking in front of a large TV, Xiaoku stopped in his tracks. This thing he had seen before through the glass cabinet. A meter-long smart TV would cost $6,000. This piece of TV at home was hanging in a wall alcove and was 4 or 5 times larger than the TV he had seen. Xiaoku's initial estimate was that this should cost $20,000, but in reality this new HS-branded TV was priced at 120,000 Chinese dollars. "Young master, do you want to watch TV?" the maid tentatively inquired. Xiaoku nodded his head and sat down on the sofa to the side. Little Black was placed on the floor by him, letting it casually skulk around. The maid turned on the TV and clicked on thousands of cartoons for Xiaoku to choose from. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoku chose Wolf and Grey Goat and watched it with great interest. The maid brought a platter of fruits and a variety of drinks and put them in front of Xiaoku. "I have to say, the big TV is really comfortable to watch," Xiaoku has watched mesmerized, from time to bite a strawberry down to the stomach. On the other hand, Xiaohei was wandering around the room, sniffing here and there. The door was not unlocked, but hidden, and Blackhead drilled his way out after 2 tugs. Woof woof. Xiaohei ran madly in the courtyard, rolling a few times on the grass, then ran towards the outskirts of the manor again. Soon an angry shout came from the outskirts of the manor. Where did this little wild dog come from? The man who was sweeping the floor looked in disgust at Blackie, who was grubbing the dirt in the corner. The little dog that had suddenly appeared had dug out a hole in the grass and was missing a piece of lawn that looked unsightly. The man was furious and ran to catch Xiaohei, but although Xiaohei's legs were short, he ran so that he couldn't even catch up with a big man. "Dead dog. I'll have to skin you if I catch you." After a chase, Xiaohei was cornered by the man and helplessly caught up. "Run your little legs quite able to stir why not run?" The man panted, grabbed both legs of Xiaohei and walked towards the entrance of the manor. He must throw this far away, the man thought. Back in the day, he'd have to find out if there was an opening missing somewhere that had allowed this puppy to slip into the manor. Approaching the gate, the man saw Aunt Arisher. At this moment, Aunt Arisher was directing people at the gate to move boxes of things, including Muppets, toys, and things for children. "Hello, Aunt Arisher." Auntie Lan looked back at the man carrying the dog and spoke back. "What's the matter, Xiao Lu? Looking so wretched? Did you plant it? Isn't this a stray dog drilled in from the manor? I'll send it out, so as not to disturb the lady's pleasure." Xiao Lu dryly laughed a few times. "Well, have a heart." Aunt Lan just turned her head back, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped Xiao Lu, who immediately walked out of the manor. "This dog. Isn't this dog little young master's? What are you doing with it?" Xiao Lu was instantly confused. He had also heard that the young master who had been missing for a long time had returned today, and that the young lady was very concerned about him. In order to celebrate this, she also gave each person in the manor a red packet of $500. But he hadn't heard that the young master had also brought back a puppy. Aunt Lan went forward and hugged little Blackback, gently patting the dog's head. "Look at you, you want to throw it out? I see you want to be thrown out too, right? If little young master gets angry and the top blames it, can you afford to take the blame?" Cold sweat seeped out from Xiao Lu's forehead. Almost this job could not be kept. You have to know, in the Wang family, even if you sweep the floor, the salary can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. I don't know how many people would fight for this job. Xiao Lu hurriedly bowed his head and apologized to Aunt Lan, explaining in a panic that he didn't know what was going on. In the end, Xiao Lu was tearfully deducted $1,000 from his salary. Families, who understands today was bullied by a dog. Xiao Lu returned to his post in depression and went to clean up that dirt hole. 2 hours later, Xiao Ke was tired of watching TV, just as Auntie Lan walked over with Xiao Hei in her arms. "Little young master, the room has been cleaned up. Come with me to take a look." Although the title Little Young Master made himself uncomfortable, Xiao Ke still chose to acquiesce. "Thank you, Auntie Lan." Little Ke spoke in a milky voice, but it made Aunt Lan's heart melt. "Can't be helped, when you're older you just love kids." On the second floor, Auntie Lan pointed to the room at the end of the corner. "That is Xiao Ke's room. Patiently explaining the other rooms, Aunt Lon pointed to the closed room. This room is Little Master's mom and dad's. Mrs. Room is on the 3rd floor. Mom and dad aren't home? Where did they go? Little Ku was eager to see his mom and dad. He hadn't seen his parents since he could remember, but he was afraid that mom and dad wouldn't like him. Family Master. Madam should be dealing with something in the north and won't be able to return home for a long time. Aunt Lon didn't tell Xiao Ke that his dad was in the north to quell the chaos. And recently the relationship in the northern war zone was very tense. Aunt Barb pushed open the door to the room, and an exquisite children's room came into view. All kinds of furniture were available, especially the rows of toy shelves, rows of dolls, is simply every boy's dream paradise. The bed in the room was big and soft and bouncy, and the quilt was embroidered with cartoon patterns. Wow, what a great room, yeah. Xiao Ke flew to the bed, QQ bouncy. This is much more comfortable than the original bed in the bridge hole. The room's intelligent air conditioning can be adjusted to the appropriate temperature according to the room temperature, and it is turned on 24 hours a day. Young master, are you still satisfied? Feel free to mention anything you need to Auntie Lon. Satisfied. Thank you, Auntie Lon. Can I get some sleep? I'm so sleepy. That's good. Young master, have a good rest. Remember to press the button at the bedside if you need anything. Auntie Lon will come over. Auntie Lon gently closed the door to the room and laughed softly. What a cute kid. Seeing that Aunt Arisher had left, Xiao Ke took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. He had been feeling something in his head since morning. Now that he was free, he just took this opportunity to study what it was. After stepping into the chi refining stage, Xiao Ke not only improved his physical quality a lot, he was also able to vanish his consciousness into the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is a person's spiritual space. Just ordinary people have no way to communicate their consciousness into the spiritual space. In the sea of consciousness, the space was only about 20 square meters, with 6 balls of light and a ring suspended in the very center. Good disciple. Master. Master's voice came from all around the space. Xiao Ke turned around several times without seeing where the master person was. Apprentice, when you enter the sea of consciousness, you will be able to see the gift left by the master. Cultivate well. Do not let the master disappointed. These 6 clusters of light you can only open by injecting spiritual energy. The space ring, I set 9 layers of seals. I hope you can walk out on your own path. Master cannot let you grow under the wings. Remember, your skills should be kept secret. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. Xiao Ke listened attentively to his master's teachings, and after there was no more sound in the space, Xiao Ke walked towards the light mass. The silver-colored ring seems to have spirituality. After Xiao Ke reached out and touched it. It actually took the initiative to change to the right size and put it on his right ring finger. He tried to channel his aura into the light mass, but the light mass did not respond. It seems to be his own cultivation is not enough. After withdrawing from the sea of consciousness, Xiao Ke opened his eyes. Looking at the mysterious silver ring he carried on his hand, he was sure that Master had really left. Moreover, Master had left himself many treasures before he left. Xiao Ke probed his aura into the ring and realized that the space inside was just too big, like the size of a basketball court. Master had said that there were 9 layers of seals on the ring, and this should only be the first layer. Inside the space, there were dozens of small mountain piles, large and small, with 3 light clusters floating in the very center. Sensing Xiao Ke's breath, the 3 light masses instantly disappeared into Xiao Ke's soul. A huge memory forcibly fused with Xiao Ke. 10 minutes later, as the turbid breath was exhaled, Xiao Ke had digested the 3 light masses. These were 3 kinds of secret books. One was the Pill King's Secret Codex, one was the Heavenly Craftsman's Divine Album, and one was a cultivation technique, the Chaotic Heaven Melting Skill. With the comprehension of the secret books, it could be said that the current Xiao Ke knew medicine, could forge, and was proficient in everything. The strongest boy in the world is now Xiao Ke. Looking at the sky outside, it was still quite early. Xiao Ke closed his eyes and sank his heart to cultivate. Spiritual chi gathered inside his body, washing over his small body. Finally, it converged into the dantian. Chapter 7. The rice cooker was fried by me. Time flew by, and the sky was already covered with a layer of golden sunset. Inside the room, Xiao Ke stopped his cultivation. A few hours of cultivation had restored his essence to its peak. Simply cleaning up, Xiao Ke jumped out of bed and walked to the study table and sat down. After contemplating for a while, he picked up a paper and pen and keeled over to write down a string of words. Although he hadn't been to school, Master had already taught him the entire script within the sea of consciousness space. Of course, Master had also used some secret techniques to instill this knowledge into his memory. After writing it, Shao Ke started to worry again. Only relying on this to cultivate was really too slow. It was estimated that it would take about 15 days to reach the middle stage of qi refining. In his memory, he could take pills to accelerate his cultivation, so Shao Ke wrote down the prescription for the nascent soul pill. The medicinal materials are in the storage ring, but the alchemy needs an alchemy furnace to raise the temperature and sublimate the medicinal properties. This alchemy furnace also never heard of such a thing as alchemy furnace. When Shao Ke was struggling, the door of the room was knocked. "Young master, it's time for dinner. Follow me down." Opening the door, Shao Ke obediently followed Aunt Lan downstairs for dinner. After cultivating for so long, Shao Ke was starving. In his memory, when one's cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, one cannot eat or drink, and will not be hungry just by absorbing Reiki. These are all things in the future. Shao Ke can just eat enough now. Coming downstairs, Wang Siki was already sitting at the dining table, dealing with the company's affairs. Her pretty face carried the slightest hint of fatigue. When she saw Shao Ke coming downstairs, Wang Siki picked up her spirit and pulled Shao Ke to sit beside her. The dining table was large. At the very least it could sit down 20 people to eat at the same time, and there were a dozen dishes on the table. Braised spare ribs, sweet and sour carp, spicy diced chicken, homemade tofu. This shocked Shao Ke to the core. Could it be that on the first day home, seventh sister wants to prop me up with delicious food? Seventh sister, I can't finish it. Shao Ke grabbed the corner of Wang Siki's coat, his big innocent eyes blinking. Wang Siki was overjoyed and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it in Shao Ke's bowl. "Silly brother. I didn't ask you to eat it all. Just eat your fill. What if I can't finish this food? Throw it away?" Wang Siki heard Shao Ke's answer and hurriedly explained that the leftovers would be cleaned up by someone and wouldn't go to waste. Hearing this, Shao Ke's hanging heart was released. His appetite was also much better. After tasting a few dishes, Shao Ke couldn't stop. Soon, he was full. In his mind, eating is a kind of enjoyment. During the process, Wang Siki didn't eat a few bites of the dishes, only looking at his brother with a doting face. "Little brother, there are still 3 months to go before your 6th birthday." Shao Ke rubbed his distended stomach and his head thought about when his birthday would be. "What do I need to do for my birthday? I've never had a birthday yet, and Grandpa doesn't know when my birthday is either." Wang Siki picked up a handkerchief and wiped the corner of Shao Ke's mouth and said softly, "Your birthday is October 9th. Counting the time, there are less than 2 months. Birthdays are about eating big cakes, wearing new clothes, and making wishes." Shao Ke pictured that image in his mind and asked his sister back what the cake tasted like. Wang Siki told him it was soft and sweet, like clouds. After dinner, Wang Siki secretly took another picture of her brother and sent it to the group. "Wang Wenya. Siki, I'll go back home in a few days. Right? It's time to tell Mom and Dad about my brother coming home." Lele. "Yes, Mom and Dad will shed tears every time they mention Shao Ke. And now that Shao Ke is back, I think it will make his 2 old men very happy." Shinru. "I also want to go home. It's been a long time since I've met with my 7th sister." Wang Wenya. "You are drunkenly on little brother, right?" Kyoto, backstage of the International Stadium. The beautiful girl in a white dress smiled non-stop at her cell phone. Her milk-like skin perfectly reflected on her body. Her beautiful features and perfect figure make her look like a fairy tale princess. She is the national wife, the highest number of vlog followers, the domestic entertainment industry grand slam of the popular actress Wang Shinru. Today is her fan meeting. As the host pushed the atmosphere to a climax, amidst the shouts of countless people, Wang Shinru gracefully entered. Wang Shinru, Wang Shinru. "Wow, I love you, Shinru's wife. Sister Shinru, you're the best. Goddess. Take a look at me, goddess." After walking to the center of the venue, Wang Shinru bowed a few times to the surroundings. "Dear fans, hello ah. Ow." More than 100,000 empty seats were filled to capacity, and the mountainous chants were deafening. Wang Shinru first expressed her gratitude, followed by her singing a few original songs. Soon, the meet and greet reached its end. "I believe many babes are looking forward to my collaboration with Hollywood next month. But unfortunately, I won't be able to participate in the production of the new movie." "Huh? Why ah?" Shinru wife, "Don't. I'm still waiting to see the new movie. Don't. If you win this award, Shinru will be the grand slam of International Movie and TV Awards. You can't miss this opportunity. I'm withdrawing this time because my long-lost brother is back. Wang Xinru explained towards the crowd. I have to stay with my brother. I hope it's understandable. I'll fight for the next opportunity to show everyone my new drama. Wang Xinru took a final bow and revealed a sweet smile. Wow. Xinru is too gentle, isn't she? I really envy brother Xinru. No problem. Go home and take care of my brother-in-law. I understand you, Xinru's wife. Bah. Who is your brother-in-law? Speak clearly. Sister Xinru, do I look like your long-lost son? Can you stay with me more?
Vom Tilde.
Wang Xinru retreated to the backstage, looking expectantly at Xiao Ku in the photo. When she was done with these chores, she would go home to her little brother. Country M, International Education Research Center. On the conference room, Wang Wenya sat at the first place, and the internationally renowned professors underneath waited for Wang Wenya's meeting arrangement. First of all, I'm going to return to Huaxia for the time being. Professor Bieka is temporarily acting as the department's affairs. Contact me in time if there are things you can't handle. I will go and serve as accredited professor of Kyoto University in Huaxia. In the conference room, a blonde-haired professor spoke. Ao, my dear Lord President, as far as I know, China's Kyoto University is ranked 17th in the world. Why did you condescend to go there as a titular professor? You are qualified for the position of president of our M-country university. Wang Wenya waved his hand. After the meeting ended, Wang Wenya bought a plane ticket for 7 days later, and when she was done with things, she would return to China. Inside the Wang family garden, Xiao Ke dragged his sister to go see Xiao He. In a corner of the villa's entrance, Xiao He was feasting on dog food, and there was a not-so-small kennel next to it. This was all prepared by Auntie Lan in advance. I have to say, this kennel is more comfortable than Xiao Ke's original broken quilt. Not only is it sheltered from the wind and rain, there is also a soft cushion and a small air conditioner inside. After teasing Xiao He for a while, Wang Siki brought her little brother back to the room. After a bout of instructions, Wang Siki went upstairs to take a bath first. Xiao Ku in the room remembered the matter of alchemy and took advantage of his sister's effort to take a bath and came downstairs with the Dan formula in his pocket. Aunt Lan, who was packing up her things, asked young master what he wanted to do to go. Xiao Ku pulled Aunt Lan's hand and said he wanted to look at the kitchen. He wanted to see if there was a substitute for the Dan furnace in the kitchen. There's nothing to see in the kitchen. If young master is hungry, Auntie Lan will make you a midnight snack. Xiao Ke pulled Aunt Lan's hand and begged Aunt Lan as if he was pampered. Truly unable to stand this little guy, Aunt Lan led Xiao Ku to the kitchen. The Wang family's kitchen was huge, like the back kitchen of a restaurant with all kinds of pots and pans. This is for frying veggies, this is for frying meat dishes, that one is for frying, and the one over there is for making soup. Auntie Lan, how do you use a rice cooker? Rice cooker is very simple. Add the ingredients, pour some water, then you can adjust the time below. Just turn it on when you're done. Xiao Ke memorized them one by one. When the two of them left the kitchen, he took advantage of Auntie Lan's one attention to sneak back. He had to make the nascent soul pill today, otherwise the speed of cultivation would be too slow. His plan was to use a rice cooker to replace the alchemy stove. His knowledge base was perfect, but getting started was a bit difficult. Due to his lack of height, Xiao Ke purposely brought over a bench. Standing on it, facing the rice cooker, he was going to start refining the Dan. The Dan formula was laid flat on the table by Xiao Ku, and with a thought, the required herbs were taken out from the storage ring. Ginseng, longshu Z, deadwood Z, Ganoderma lucidum, tiger's tail flower. Adding some rootless water, the 12 herbs were thrown in by Xiao Ku in turn. Adjusting the time, the rice cooker began to run. Xiao Ku released a weak aura through the rice cooker to feel the changes in the herbs. Time passed bit by bit, the herbs within it slowly melted into liquid, and the essence was stripped out. To become a Dan, one must fuse the essences of various medicinal herbs with each other, keep purifying them, condense them together, and finally compress them into a Dan with Reiki. It was still very difficult to achieve this step. After all, the medicinal properties and melting point of each herb were different. Xiao Ke's expression was serious as his aura pulled the herbs inside the rice cooker to slowly fuse. 15 minutes later, an explosion came from the kitchen. The sound was unusually loud and the glass shook. Soon, a group of people gathered at the entrance. Several maids surrounded Aunt Lan, curiously surveying the kitchen. On the stairs, Wang Siki came downstairs to check in a nightgown. She had just taken a shower and wanted to call out to her little brother to do the same. After searching around the second floor, she didn't see her little brother. and then downstairs came a bang sound. What's the situation? Auntie Lan? Did something explode? Wang Siki had just finished her bath. A loose pajama covering her perfect figure. Quite some lazy beauty. I don't know, I just wanted to go in. But the smell of smoke is too choking. A group of people cautiously walked into the kitchen, observing the messy shelves. Amidst the smoke, the group vaguely saw a small silhouette. As they approached, wasn't it Xiaoku? Only now he was gray. His hair was a little scorched, and his whole body was dark. Xiaoku grinned at the crowd, his teeth especially white. It was like a bright light in the dark night. He awkwardly explained. Seventh sister, Auntie Lan. The rice cooker is fried. Chapter 8. Munchkin wants to buy Fruit 14 Pro. The rice cooker blew up? Sure enough, the crowd saw that the rice cooker on the side was blown up and the lid of the pot flew above the shelves. Looking at the blackened rice cooker and little brother, Wang Siki's mouth twitched. The younger brother is quite talented in cooking. Why is my younger brother using a rice cooker? This thing is dangerous. Wang Siki's tone was a bit more fierce. She was also afraid that her brother would blow up the kitchen next time. After saying that, she rushed to check if her brother was hurt. It's not a big deal if something breaks, but it's a big deal if her brother gets hurt. Xiaoku lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. I wanted to learn how to cook and let my sister taste it. A warm current flowed through Wang Siki's heart. He still wanted to cook for himself. So good. This farce ended quickly. Aunt Lan led the people to clean up the messy kitchen. Xiaoku was taken by his sister to take a hot bath and change into his little pajamas. Back inside the room, Xiaoku hemmed and hawed, having just almost revealed himself. Master had said that he couldn't tell anyone that he could cultivate. Just now, he almost got caught by his sister when he was refining pills. Meanwhile, Aunt Lan, who was cleaning up the kitchen, picked up a piece of paper in confusion. On the paper was exactly the Dan formula that Xiaoku had written, only the handwriting was contaminated. He went back inside the room, drew the curtains and jumped into bed. Xiaoku acted like a thief and took out the elixir he had just refined from his storage ring. The impact was too great when he had just condensed the Dan and directly blew up the rice cooker. Fortunately, the elixir was successfully refined. He counted a total of 4 round pills, but his heart was not happy. Wasn't it said that 10 pills can be refined in one furnace? How come I only managed to refine 4? Xiaoku muttered. He was dissatisfied with this number of pills. If these words were to reach the ears of the various alchemists, they would definitely be angry and spit out blood. You're a doll who isn't even 6 years old and doesn't even have an alchemy furnace yet. You can refine 4 pills on your first try, and you're still not happy about it? After observing for a while, Xiaoku put away the remaining 3 pills and sat cross-legged on the bed. A chi nascent pill was put into his mouth, and immediately the pill turned into a hot stream that flowed into his abdomen. Xiaoku could feel the surging medicinal properties, the spiritual energy brutally rushing through his body. He hurriedly ran his energy and absorbed it. The night was spent in cultivation. The following morning, the sky dawned. Xiaoku ended his night's cultivation and stood up, his essence full of energy. In one night's time, the aura within the dantian of his body had accumulated 20%. By his own estimation, he would be able to break through to the middle stage of chi refining in a week at most. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, wake up. Come wash and rinse. Auntie Lan's voice came from outside the door. Xiaoku put on his little slippers and ran to open the door to his room. Auntie Erishur, morning ACA. Aunt Erishur smiled as she led Xiaoku to wash up and brush her teeth. Xiaoku was still thinking about where her sister was. Auntie Lan said, Miss has already washed up and is now waiting for young master to have breakfast. After washing up, Xiaoku was taken downstairs to have breakfast with Wang Siki. At the dinner table, Wang Siki changed into a black casual suit, looking high and domineering. Brother, don't stay home afterward. Go to the company with your sister. Xiaoku obediently nodded. After eating and saying goodbye to Xiaohei, he got in the car and set off. Magic City, Tianshui District, Wang's group. Masha parked in front of the company. A small group of 2 people got out of the car. Xiao Lian parked the car to the underground parking lot. Wang Siki held Xiaoku's small hand and walked into the building. Good day, Mr. Wang. Good day, Mr. Wang. The passing employees greeted Wang Siki one after another, and Wang Siki responded one by one. After getting on the special elevator, Xiaoku couldn't help but open his mouth. Sister 7, does this building belong to you? Wang Siki felt that this question was very interesting and she said jokingly, This building is yours. Oh, you are the boss here. When they reached the top floor, the two of them walked into the president's room, and Xiao Lian followed. Wang Siki tidied up the reports and programs that were piling up. Seeing Xiao Lian who enters, Wang Siki thinks for a while and arranges today's schedule. Xiao Lian, I'll let you do 3 things today. The first is to get my little brother an identification. The second is to buy a cell phone for young master. The third is to properly buy some clothes for the young master. Xiao Lian thought she had heard wrong. As the president's private secretary, how come it was like a nanny now? Wang Siki specially instructed Xiao Lian to remember to buy the young master a cake. He wanted to taste it yesterday. Okay, President Wang. Wang Siki pulled over her little brother for a while and then let Xiao Lian lead the way downstairs. Once inside the garage, Xiao Lian didn't drive the Masha, but drove out of the company in a Mercedes E300. She didn't like to look too high profile, that would be too noticeable. Xiao Ku in the car was sitting in the passenger side. Looking left and right, that look was really cute. Young master, do you want to drink milk tea? Xiao Ku nodded and said yes. Xiao Lian then parked the car and went to buy milk tea. When Xiao Lian came back with 2 big bags of snacks in her hands. Inside there is not only milk tea, there are a variety of fruit plate desserts, there is also a piece of exquisite cake. Xiao Lian milk tea unwrapped, along with the piggy pattern of the small cake handed to Xiao Ku. A mouthful of sweet milk tea down. Xiao Ku mood beautiful. Looking at the delicate cake, he could not bear to eat it. Xiao Lian explained, young master, there is still a lot of this cake. Don't worry about eating it. Xiao Ku picked up a spoon and dug a spoonful into his mouth. Wow! The sweet taste mixed with the sweetness of the cream stimulated Xiao Ku's taste buds. It felt like the whole person was lying on a cloud, so soft and sweet. The cake is so delicious. Ah! Sister Xiao Lian wants to eat it? Xiao Lian hurriedly refused, and patiently urged him to eat less sweets, easy to grow cavities. Xiao Ku didn't think so. When he cultivated to the foundation stage, he would be able to shed his mortal body and transform into a spirit. By then, all diseases will be invulnerable, not to mention such a small problem as tooth decay. Soon after, the car arrived at the household registration office. There was a long vertical line at the door, about 40 to 50 people at a glance. Xiao Lian and the two of them got out of the car and were directly welcomed by the administrator into the household registration room. Hey, why don't they have to line up and we have to stand here stupidly? Yeah, I've been queuing for half a day, and people get in straight away as soon as they arrive. It's not fair. I'm going to report you guys, the crowd said in dissatisfaction at the administrator. The administrator sent the two in, then switched to a look of indifference. What's all the noise? This is not your home. If you don't want to line up, get lost. These two are our director's honored guests. Got it. The crowd was silent. After all, they had all been in line for so long. If they really left now, it would be a wasted visit. 20 minutes later, Xiao Ku walked out with his ID card smiling. Xiao Lian slowly followed behind. He looked to the people lined up on the side. He saw that their gazes were sharp, and their faces were not good. Xiao Ku turned back to Xiao Lian and asked, Sister Xiao Lian, they seem to hate us. Hey, Xiao Lian explained. That's because they think they see that little young master is too cute and want to abduct you. So stay close to me. Oh. Xiao Ku hurriedly backed up and pulled Xiao Lian's hand tighter, causing Xiao Lian to stifle the urge to laugh out loud. When the two of them got in the car and left, the crowd in line taunted again. Still abducting him? Is he as cute as my baby boy? That's right. If it wasn't for the fear of getting into trouble, I'd have to scold them. The two of them spoke harsh words as if no one else was there, as if they were really going to go catch up with them and scold them. The administrator approached the duo with a gloomy face, and the two hadn't yet noticed the administrator's gloomy face. You guys, get lost you two. You're not welcome in the household registration office today. The two were confused. Why was the administrator still in a hurry? Do you know who they are? The young master of the Magic City Wang family. You really have guts. The administrator roared in exasperation, looking at the two with contempt. In the end, the two were kicked out and stood on the side of the road in tears. One of the men spoke. Old me, but I've been rowing all night until now. All my efforts have been wasted. He really had a hard time and regretted that his mouth was really cheap. Tianshui District. Fruit Cell Phone Flagship Store. Xiao Lian brought Xiao Ku into the store, and the female saleswoman on the side came forward to ask what to look at. Xiao Ku looked at the simple and bright store, with all kinds of cell phones placed under the rows of glass counters. Miss, may I ask what cell phone you need to see? Xiao Lian spoke faintly. It's not me who wants to buy, oh, it's him who wants to buy. The saleswoman looked at Xiao Ku, a 5 or 6-year-old munchkin fluttering his big eyes. That expression was innocent and cute. The saleswoman went to the counter and took out a cell phone and explained to Xiao Lian. This is our Fruit 5S. The screen has 4 inches, equipped with an A7 chip. It is very suitable for your brother to use. Oh. Xiao Lian shook her head. He's not my brother. Go and bring out the latest model of Fruit phone. The sales obviously froze for a moment and hurriedly went to take out 4 cell phones, respectively Fruit 14, Fruit 14 Pro, Fruit 14 Plus, Fruit 14 Pro Max. The saleswoman recounted in detail the configuration of the 4 phones and the differences. After a selection, Xiao Ku took the relatively small Fruit 14 Pro. Swipe the card, pay the bill. 100,000 cell phone was bought directly. The saleswoman excitedly gave Xiao Ku a small bear toy. She really did not think that 5 or 6-year-old baby to match a new Fruit cell phone. Sent away the duo, the female sales excitedly sent a message in the group. Xiaohu, families who understand I just received a munchkin, waved and bought a Fruit 14 Pro, ha ha ha, boss Zon. Chapter 9 My sister has something to say to you. On the streets of Tianshui district, a black Mercedes E300 smoothly traveled through the streets. It was already midday, and even though the season was about to enter the fall, it still made people feel the unbearable heat. Inside the car, Xiaolian was concentrating on driving the car, while on the side, Xiao Ku fiddled with her newly bought cell phone. Sister Xiaolian, what can a cell phone do? Xiao Ku curiously stroked the screen of his cell phone. He usually only saw so many people on the street with their heads down playing with their cell phones. Others were crackling and tapping the screen furiously, not knowing what's so interesting. The saleswoman just told Ku how to turn on the phone and how to take pictures. The other did not come to ask it. It was pulled away by Xiaolian's sister. Xiao Ku opened the camera. The screen is like a mirror. Xiao Ku opened his mouth on the cell phone, also followed the mouth. Click. Xiao Ku shot down a photo. Xiaolian distraction told Xiao Ku. The cell phone can watch TV, send messages, and call your sister, play video. So many features made him dizzy from listening. He only noticed the words being able to call his sister and play videos. The problem was, he didn't know how he could make a phone call either. Right now, Xiaolian's sister was driving and there was no way she could help him make a call. Thinking about this, Ko felt a pang of bitterness. The tiny head lay on the side of the car window, admiring the scenery outside. Xiaolian saw the young master's boredom, just as it was time for dinner, and recalled what restaurants were nearby. After crossing several streets, the Mercedes stopped at Heavenly Palace. After the two of them got out of the car, Xiao Ku looked up and saw that it was a big restaurant. At once, he felt a wave of hunger coming on. Young master, you should be hungry. Let's go in. Yes, yes. The two entered the hotel and were immediately greeted by waiters. One of the skinny male waiters opened his mouth to inquire. Miss, hello. Xiao Lian spoke directly. Open a 3rd floor box for me. The male waiter had a difficult look on his face. The slightly shorter waiter next to him said back. Sorry, miss. The 3rd floor is already reserved. Xiao Lian frowned slightly. Then open a 2nd floor box. The male waiter still replied. Sorry, miss, the 2nd floor. It's also been chartered. Xiao Lian was instantly annoyed. There were more than a dozen boxes on the 1st floor. How could they all be booked? She didn't want the young master to eat within the hall. Wouldn't this be a loss of face for the Wang family? Let your manager come over. My patience is limited. Xiao Lian's tone was somewhat cold. Seeing that this young lady was not to be messed with, one of the waiters rushed to find the manager. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly and oily face walked towards the crowd with the waiter. So it's Ms. Xiao Lian. It's really the Dragon King Temple. What happened just now? The manager was the first to speak. When he saw the person coming, his heart was tightened. This is the red person beside Mr. Wang. The entire Magic City, as long as the business, who does not recognize Mr. Wang. At only 22 years old, he was at the helm of Wang's group, and he was featured in the weekly financial newspaper every day. The waiter on the side told the manager what happened. After hearing this, the manager slammed the table, but the short waiter was startled. Asshole. Know who this is? Our honored guest, you dare to stop do not want to work? Why don't you open a private room for the lady? The short waiter's state of mind collapsed. Didn't you say that the 2nd and 3rd floors were wrapped up? Now the responsibility is all mine. The manager grinned and slipped away after a few polite words. He didn't want to face this big Buddha. Miss, follow me. The group took the elevator to the third floor, 301 box. Miss, what do you think you need to order? The menu was handed over to Xiao Lian, who in turn selected it for Xiao Ku. Young master, see which ones you want to eat. Just pick them. A tsunami rippled in the heart of the high waiter at the side. Just now the manager was cowering in the face of this young lady. Now that this young lady was calling out to the young master of the kid next to him, then the high waiter sucked in a breath of cool air. This world was too crazy and unfair. Xiao Ke grabbed the menu and carefully picked for a while, only picking a plate of cumin lamb. Xiao Lian took the menu and picked some more signature dishes and handed them to the waiter. Sister Xiao Lian, how do I use this cell phone? Quickly teach me. Xiao Ke took out her cell phone and tapped on it with a very distressed look on her face. The male waiter's hand froze. My little ancestor, that's a Fruit 14 Pro, don't drop it. The purpose of his own part-time job in the restaurant was to buy a Fruit cell phone to use. This Fruit 14 Pro can be equivalent to 2 months of his salary. After the waiter left, Xiao Lian moved her position. She smiled shannily and patiently taught Xiao Ke the usage of his cell phone. Just now, she had already used Xiao Ke's ID card to set up a cell phone card and inserted it into the Fruit phone. The food was served on a plate and Xiao Ke learned the basic usage of the cell phone. Sister Xiao Lian helped himself to register AV signal, and he first added Sister Xiao Lian's friend and then added Wang Siki's friend. Inside the president's room, Wang Siki's cell phone received a message. Tapping it, Xiao Ke sent a friend request. Wang Siki smiled faintly. It seems that Xiao Lian has done a good job. Wang Siki clicked agree and a message came from Xiao Ke here. Xiao Lian continued to teach the young master how to use WeChat. Nua, tap this to make a voice call with a friend, tap this to make a video call, and this to send a location. Xiao Ke quickly understood and found 7th sister's friend. Xiao Ke clicked on video call. Beep beep beep. The video call was connected. Xiao Ke smiled and looked at his sister in the cell phone as Wang Siki asked a bunch of questions. Do you like the phone? Did you have lunch at noon? The two of them were chatting feverishly. Xiao Lian sat on the sidelines and couldn't intervene. Boom! The door of the box was pushed open and a group of people stepped into the box. Huh? Why is there someone here? Yeah. Didn't Guichang pack the place? Hello. This place has been chartered by us. Please get out. Several middle-aged men and women chattered and talked. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Outside the door, a middle-aged man with a sturdy figure walked through the crowd and entered the box. The man wore a blue suit, and his entire face looked rather fierce. We came here and found this occupied. I don't know what's going on. Yeah. Didn't we pack the venue? Guoqiang. Hurry up and kick them out. The crowd was talking and Lu Guoqiang was able to understand the original reason. He looked at the two, the younger one was only 5 or 6 years old, and the woman on the side looked somewhat familiar. Hello? I've chartered the 3rd floor, you guys go eat down there. Lu Guoqiang was the first to open his mouth, his tone carrying an uncontrollable meaning. Xiao Lian directly chose to ignore him. After a few seconds, she faintly responded. There are so many boxes on the 3rd floor, it's not too much for us to occupy one. If you can't sit down, you guys can choose to go to the 1st floor hall to eat. Lu Guoqiang became irritated and threatened Xiao Lian. I'm the director of the Hailong group. Think about the consequences of angering me. Hurry down while I don't want to bother with you guys right now. Today was his daughter's promotion banquet, and he had purposely dragged his friends and family over for dinner to celebrate. The ones standing next to him were either relatives or family juniors. In front of so many people, his face could not be trampled by these 2 dolls. Xiao Lian raised her head and yawned at Lu Guoqiang. Sea Dragon Group? It seems quite powerful. It can cover the sky with one hand in Magic City, right? Xiao Ke hadn't hung up the phone yet, and Wang Siki clearly heard the whole process. A pretty face was cold and incomparable. The hand holding the cell phone was already clenched. Hailong Group. Unimpressive thing. How dare you bully my people? Little brother. Pass the cell phone to that uncle. Sister knows him. Have a chat with her. Little Ku believed it and ran to Lu Guoqiang in front of him in a well-behaved manner. Although this uncle was ugly, Xiao Ku disliked it. But his sister knew him. Xiao Ku still politely extended his phone to Lu Guoqiang. Uncle, my sister has something to say to you. Xiao Lian on the side didn't block it. It looked like there was a good show to watch. Lu Guoqiang subconsciously took the cell phone and looked at it. In a flash, the whole person was petrified on the spot. Wang Siki in the screen was gazing at Lu Guoqiang icily, and that cold aura seemed to pass through the cell phone to him. Wang. Mr. Wang. Hello Mr. Wang. How's your health these days? Lu Guoqiang collapsed. He really didn't know what to say in the face of the Wang family's eldest lady from the top family in Magic City. He was incoherent to Wang Siki and said as many strange words as he could. Are you from the Sea Dragon Group? Zhao Mo. Facing the person at the helm of Wang Group, Lu Guoqiang was really afraid. As long as the other party wanted to, he couldn't even mix in the Magic City. Yes, Mr. Wang is sorry. I was just too anxious. Don't bother with this kind of villain. Lu Guoqiang laughed awkwardly and nodded at the tiny cell phone. I'll take the people away now. Promise not to affect Mr. Wang's mood. I'll roll now. The phone hung up. Lu Guoqiang took a long breath. Without realizing it, his shirt was already wet with cold sweat. Lu Guoqiang hung a stiff smile and respectfully handed his cell phone to Xiao Ku. I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'll take the people away now. I'll settle the bill for this table. You eat well. Xiao Lian sneered. No need. Lu Guoqiang exited the box with a large group of people. Chapter 10. Can you move the Dao Hall's alchemy furnace? Outside the box, the crowd looked at Lu Guoqiang in confusion. Brother Guoqiang, who was on the phone just now, why did he just leave? Yeah, Uncle Chang. I think it's better to call the manager over to kick them out. Lu Guoqiang's face turned green and he slapped that junior's face. Do you TM know who they are? Have you heard of the Magic City Wang family? It's good that I can walk out properly. You kids still don't know what to do and clamor? Want to die or not? The crowd was dumbfounded. The Magic City Wang family. These words are too powerful. Seeing that this promotion banquet was messed up, Lu Guoqiang greeted the crowd with a gloomy face and went downstairs. He didn't dare to stay here for another minute. The crowd went downstairs with a gray face, and the manager who was fishing on the side just came to the hall. The fat manager saw Lu Guoqiang and hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Agu, Mr. Lu. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came? Lu Guoqiang was on fire and was even more furious after seeing the manager. Manager Du. Mr. Wang's man came to my box. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Almost my career was ruined because of this humph. Lu Guoqiang snorted coldly and led the crowd away, leaving behind an empty box. Manager Du was numb. Just now he was talking about family and country matters with the new waitress, Yu. He accidentally forgot about it. Now that this big order is gone, how can the boss explain it to him? Box 301. Xiao could two people eat full, especially that cumin mutton, full of a plate has been swept away. After eating and drinking, Xiao Lian brought the young master to the downstairs. After settling the bill, Xiao Ku noticed that the manager's face did not look good. After some careful observation, he said to the manager, This uncle. There is a change in your kidneys. Go to the hospital when you have time to check it out. Hearing Xiao Ku's milky voice, Manager Du smiled and said okay. Turn around and go check it out. Xiao Ku saw that his eyebrows were green, his qi was weak, and his essence was congested at his kidneys. If his own analysis is correct, then Du Manager kidney has a malignant tumor. When the two left, Manager Du held back his anger and went to find Yu. The anger in his heart desperately needed to be vented. Outside the store, Xiao Ku sat in the car and pondered where he could get an alchemy stove. After all, using a rice cooker to refine pills makes too much noise and is not easy to control. Once was fine. If my sister found out something was wrong later, it would not be easy to explain. Xiao Ku twisted his head to look at Sister Xiao Lian on the main driver, and an idea floated into his head. Sister Xiao Lian. Xiao Ku gently tugged on Xiao Lian's coat. I want to see the alchemy furnace. Where is there an alchemy furnace? Xiao Lian was confused by this question. Xiao Ku wanted to see the alchemy furnace? Where is there an alchemy furnace for sale on the market, and there is no market demand for it? The alchemy furnace is of no use. It's just a decoration. Why is young master looking at that? The alchemy stove can't make delicious rice. Xiao Ku blinks her big eyes as if she is pampered and looks at Xiao Lian pitifully. I just want to see it. Can you take me to see it, little lotus sister? Xiao Lian really can't bear to reject the little cutie. Then let's buy some clothes and go see it. Okay? Yes. Little lotus sister is the best. The car started. Xiao Lian put it in D gear and smoothly drove into the driveway. Xiao Ku opened the movie and TV software and played Pleasant Wolf and Gray Sheep. Tick-tock. Xiao Ku received a V-mail message. It was from Sister 7. Tap the message. Xiao Ku saw the transfer message. Counted 5 zeros, $100,000. 7 sister. Brother, this is your pocket money? Let Sister Xiaolian teach you how to spend it. 7 sister. What do you want to buy? What do you want to eat with sister? Understand? Xiaoku, thank you sister hee. 7 sisters. Brother can type? You're so young that you can type? Xiaoku secretly said something bad. He can't say that it was taught by his master. Now all the words there is nothing that he Wang Xiaoku doesn't know. Xiaoku. I asked Sister Xiaolian to send it. Xiaoku directly dumped the pot to Sister Xiaolian. I can't help it. I can't drop my little vest. I can only entrust Xiaolian sister. After closing the V-mail, Xiaoku continued to watch Wolfie and Gray Sheep. Whenever he saw Wolfie being slapped away by his wife, it made him laugh. Not long after, the two finally arrived at the last stop. Masahiro Shopping Center. Entering the interior, Xiaoku's eyes were sparkling with little stars. This mall has 8 floors high, each floor has more than 50 stores, but he can see his eyes dazzled. Xiaolian held Xiaoku's hand and went directly to the elevator to the 5th floor. The biggest store on the entire 5th floor was the FD brand chain store, which was Xiaolian's target. Entering the store, Xiaolian took out a cyan-colored card directly at the front desk. Diamond VIP, Honorable Lady, please wait. The front desk clerk made a call. In less than a minute, the FD's supervisor came to the front desk and respectfully brought the duo to pick out their outfits. Not long after, she pulled Xiaoku out of the store, followed by 2 sales clerks carrying several large bags of clothes. Coming to the car, the clerks put the clothes in the trunk and hurry back. Xiaoku looked blearily at Sister Xiaolian. Okay. I'll take you to see the alchemy furnace. Xiaolian rubbed Xiaoku's face and sighed helplessly. She had seen the alchemy furnace before. It was located in the Idle Cloud Dao Hall on the outskirts of the city. There wasn't much to see in that thing, and she didn't know why Xiaoku was interested in it. Xiaolian barked at Xiaoku. Young master can sleep for a while. This time the journey is quite far. The road will be boring. He nodded his head. He was about to see the alchemy furnace. How could he possibly sleep? As a result, just halfway through the journey, Xiaoku was already huffing and puffing in the car. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a little amused. Just now he was still being tough-talking. Now he was sleeping soundly. The city is more than half an hour away from the outskirts of the city. By the time they arrived at the Idle Cloud Dojo, they had already driven for almost an hour. Xiaolian pinched Xiaoku's ear. Young master, get up. The alchemy furnace is here. Xiaoku smacked his lips, sleepy eyes. After Xiaoku was completely awake, the two of them got out of the car and entered the dojo. Since it was a weekend, the people in the Dao Hall were not too few. The Idle Cloud Taoist Hall wasn't big, only 200 square meters. Legend has it that Taoist Master Idle Cloud sat down here, and his disciples and grandchildren built the dojo here. But the Taoist Hall is not famous, and the Taoist Hall has fallen from generation to generation, and now only the last Taoist master lives here. Xiaoku looked around and didn't see the alchemy furnace, but saw 2 acquaintances. Kind sister, brother. Xiaoku jogged for a while and came behind the 2. Hearing the voice, the 2 turned back. You are. Lin Xiao curiously sized up Xiaoku. She always felt that something looked familiar. Xiaoku smiled and said to Lin Xiao, I'm Xiaoku. Doesn't sister remember me? Lin Xiao slapped her head. Oh, Xiaoku. Why are you here? You've changed so much. Both of them no longer recognized Xiaoku. A few days ago, he was still yellow-faced and dirty. Now at a glance, not only was his skin a lot whiter, he had changed into trendy clothes, and his body had gained a lot of weight. Simply a new feeling. It was hard for her to associate the 2 together. Xiaoku. I've been looking for you for a long time. Where have you been? Lin Xiao knocked him on the head and inquired with great dissatisfaction. Xiaoku playfully spat out his tongue. I found my sister now, and I'm back home too. Lin Xiao saw Sister Xiaolian standing behind her and politely greeted her as well. Lin Xiao thought to herself. It seems that this sister in the back is Xiaoku's family. Then she is relieved. After chatting for a while, Lin Xiao was about to leave with Yixing. They had only come here to seek a bit of fortune. Lin Xiao's mother had stomach cancer and was now under treatment. Before leaving, Xiaoku took out his cell phone and said he wanted to add Sister Xiao's friend. The 2 men saw the brand new Fruit 14 Pro. Their hearts were shaken. It seems that Xiaoku's family is very rich and cares about him. After adding their friends, the 2 left the dojo. Xiaoku always felt that Xiao's sister had something on her mind. Shook his head. Business is important. Xiao Ku walked over to Sister Xiao Lian. He hadn't seen the alchemy furnace yet. Xiao Lian led him towards the main hall. Just as he entered the main hall, Xiao Ku saw the alchemy furnace in the corner. The alchemy furnace was yellow and black, more than a meter tall, and looked heavy. In the middle of the great hall, there was a thieving old Taoist sitting on a plate. He was the last Taoist master of the Idle Cloud Taoist Hall, and also the Taoist Hall's Guan master. The old Taoist did not open his eyes, as if he was asleep. Xiao Ku studied the alchemy furnace for a while and realized that the quality of the alchemy furnace had not yet reached the yellow level. But it was also completely enough for him right now. Little friend, coming to my Dao Hall wouldn't be to hit on the idea of my alchemy furnace. The old Taoist spoke obliquely to Xiao Ku. He indeed wanted to take away the alchemy furnace. Seeing that this old Taoist's hands and feet weren't good, or else he could just knock him out and snatch the alchemy furnace. An evil idea popped into Xiao Ku's head. Xiao Lian walked up to him and inquired, "See, this is the alchemy furnace, but it's not much use." Xiao Ku nodded and then voiced his desire to take away the alchemy furnace. "Sister Xiao Lian, can you move this alchemy furnace? I like it so much." Saying this, he hugged the alchemy furnace and didn't let go of it, with an air of, "If you don't take it away, I won't leave either." Xiao Lian held her forehead. Other children's parents don't buy toys, so they just tug on them. How come our young master is not taking away the alchemy furnace, so he is not leaving? After all, it is the private property of the Dao Hall. She is not good to ask. But I can't do anything about the young master. Xiao Lian walked towards the Taoist master and opened her mouth. "Hello, Taoist master. Do you think this alchemy furnace is for sale? Make an offer. Of course, we will never let your pavilion lose money. The price is negotiable." Chapter 11. 5-year-old Munchkin wants to alchemize pills. Inside the great hall, the old Taoist didn't say anything, he just stretched out a finger. Xiao Lian asked doubtfully, 100,000? What do you think? The old Taoist, who was sitting on a plate, suddenly had his eyes glowing. He had just thought of taking it for only $10,000. Since the Taoist hall had been slowly declining, a lot of things had been taken and sold off by him. Anyway, it is useless to keep this thing by yourself, it has already been dusty. The old Taoist pretended to be profound and said, "The poor Taoist sees that little friend has a destiny with the ancestors' Dan furnace. $100,000, just take it. It is considered to be for the Taoist hall to accumulate virtue and do good." Xiao Ku noticed the flash of a treacherous smile in the old Taoist's eyes, and in his heart, he immediately felt that he was being blackmailed. "Sister Xiaolian, this is too expensive, I don't want it." Xiao Ku pretended to be very sorry, and the hand holding the alchemy furnace loosened. Of course, Xiao Lian could see the duplicity of this old Taoist and had just been put on the spot herself. Seeing that the young master didn't want this alchemy furnace anymore, Xiao Lian didn't say any more and turned around to take the young master out. The old Taoist who was sitting here was anxious. How could the duck in his mouth fly away? The old Taoist priest hurriedly got up and said to the two who were about to go out, "Wait a minute, poor Taoist, see the little master and Dan furnace have a destiny. The price is not a problem, can be negotiated." The old Taoist was already thieving looking, and now this look of anxiety made the duo even more disgusted. Xiao Ku turned back and inquired, "Can I sell it for $3,000? The old Taoist priest didn't want to speak for a while. Just now this young lady had also bid $100,000, and then turned around and changed it to $3,000. The difference was also too big. 50,000. 50,000, little friend, just take it away and forget about it. 4,000, no more. 40,000, you can take it away now. 5,000, I'll leave if you don't sell. 35,000, one price, no more. 6,000. Xiao Lian looked dumbfounded at Xiao Ku, who was haggling with the old Taoist priest. It was like an amma haggling at a food market. 8,800, count me unlucky, you take it. The old Taoist blew his beard and glared. In his heart he had already cursed this little brat 1,000 times. Xiao Lian looked at the harmless Xiao Ku and felt a little unreal. After paying, Xiao Lian contacted the person to move this alchemy furnace back to the Wang family manor. Out of the Dao Hall, the two drove back to the Wang group. Taking the elevator all the way to the president's room on the top floor, Xiao Lian had finally completed her task successfully. Wang Siki was having a meeting downstairs at this time, and Xiao Ku didn't want to bother his sister. Xiao Lian's sister still has things to do, so after instructing Xiao Ku not to run around, she went downstairs alone. Looking at the empty president's room, Xiao Ku didn't know what to play. After watching a cell phone video for a while, he wandered around the room. On the cabinet, there were brushes and rice paper. Xiao Ke just happened to be idle and bored, so he wanted to play with the brushes and write calligraphy. The cabinet wasn't low, it was about 2 meters high, and Xiao Ke was only 1 meter tall today. Came to the cabinet under. Xiao Ke gently leaped, very easily got the brush and paper. It must be said that after stepping into the early stage of qi refining, Xiao Ke's physical quality has far exceeded that of an ordinary adult. There was ink on the table. Xiao Ke jumped onto the seat, spread the rice paper out flat, and dabbed the ink on the brush. What to write something? Xiao Ke thought back to the literary poems his master had taught him. There, let's write a verse. Xiao Ke muttered to himself, one small hand gripping the brush. Only Xiao Ke's aura steeply changed, his eyes gleaming. Entering the brush, running the brush, and closing the brush, he wrote down a string of words with a single hook. Xiao Ke's writing speed was fast, but in just 3 minutes, a verse was written down. This body has tasted all the sorrows and joys. I also want to snuggle up with each other in the middle of the night. Songshan Mountain is full of gas, and the white cloud is full of dust. White clouds cover the dust. After the poem was finished, the words on the paper were exceptionally beautiful, and the majestic poetic meaning radiated out through the words. Looking closely, each word carries a perfect brush stroke and momentum. The meaning of vicissitudes was revealed everywhere. Xiao Ke put his work aside, he wanted to write another one. Taking out a new piece of rice paper, Xiao Ke wrote down another line of the poem with a furious brush. Pouring out the green ants and flowers gradually blooming. Ask the sword immortal at the bottom of the pool where he is. The poem just now revealed a sense of sadness. Yet this poem was exceptionally bold. Between one stroke and the other, it was like a sword that had been sealed up. Even without the sword, it could still shock the heart. Xiao Ke put away his masterpiece with satisfaction. But on second thought, he still put the 2 copies of the work on both walls. I believe that my sister will definitely like my work. Master praised his own calligraphy is very good. Xiao Ke was very confident. After waiting for a while, Xiao Ke has fallen asleep on the sofa. After Wang Siki finished the meeting, it was already almost time to leave work. Pushing open the door of the president's office, Wang Siki noticed the sleeping Xiao Ke on the sofa. Wang Siki walked to the desk with soft footsteps and placed the meeting filing on the table. Only then did she notice the rice paper and brushes scattered on the table. Xiao Lian is really something, daring to give the brushes to a child to play with. Wang Siki's tone did not have any reproach in it, and a light smile always hung on her face. Packing up the sundries on the table, Wang Siki then noticed the rice paper pasted on the wall. Is this written by little brother? Wang Siki looked at the poem on the rice paper in shock. The white clouds cover the returning dust. Impossible, Wang Siki had already ruled out Xiao Ke in her mind. She loved calligraphy, which was why she kept brushes and rice paper in her office. But the more one knew about calligraphy, the more one could see the strokes contained between the words. At least the masterpieces she had seen were nothing like this. When Xiao Ke woke up, she would have to ask which master this was brought back from. Turning back, she saw another piece of rice paper taped to the wall. There's more. Wang Siki moved closer to check. What was on this paper was no longer a poem, it was just a line taken from the poem. Pouring out green ants and flowers gradually blooming. Ask the sword immortal at the bottom of the pool where he is. Wang Siki softly read the poem several times in a row. Divine work. This is a divine work. The poem itself is like a sword, and with the literary sword power, it is both introverted and sharp. Wang Siki was about to exclaim in astonishment. He was very sure that this must be a masterpiece. Fearfully, when it reached the auction house, it could fetch a heavenly price out. Wang Siki's head buzzed. How could this kind of miracle appear here? Gently shouting to wake up Xiao Ke, Wang Siki smiled and asked him who wrote the calligraphy on the wall. Xiao Ke rubbed his eyes and naturally said that he wrote it himself. Wang Siki scratched Xiao Ke's nose. She would not believe that this calligraphy came from Xiao Ke's handwriting. Wang Siki simply didn't ask any more questions, and would just ask Xiao Lian directly tomorrow. When it was time to get off work, Wang Siki took Xiao Ke and went home. Wang family manor. At this time, Aunt Lan was surveying an alchemy furnace, which was big and heavy. The key is, it doesn't look good either. There's no place to put it in the villa as a decoration. Buzz! A sound wave of a sports car came. The crowd knew that the young lady had arrived home and panicked to open the manor gate. When Wang Siki got out of the car, she saw that the eyes of the crowd were tinged with curiosity. What's wrong, Auntie Lan? Wang Siki opened her mouth to inquire. She thought something was stuck on her face. Aunt Lan asked the question that everyone was curious about. Miss, where do you think to put this big incense burner you bought back? I don't see any place to put it. Incense burner? Wang Siki felt a wave of puzzlement. She hadn't bought any incense burner. Looking through the crowd, Wang Siki took a deep breath. She finally realized why the faces of the crowd were so strange, and what that one object was. Wang Siki pulled Xiao Ku to the front of the alchemy furnace. A burst of surveying. This doesn't seem to be an incense burner. This is an alchemy furnace, right? Wang Siki recalled. Just after the meeting, Xiao Lian seemed to have told herself that Xiao Ku had bought down an alchemy furnace at the Idle Cloud Taoist Hall. Wang Siki looked down at his little brother, and sure enough, the culprit was his own little brother. Little brother, why did you remember to buy an alchemy furnace? Could it be that you're refining pills here like Lord Tai Shang Lao? Xiao Ke's heart tightened. Oh no? Or was it discovered by his sister? Xiao Ke laughed awkwardly. No. I think this thing is very pretty. I want to buy it to play with it. Seeing that the crowd was no longer curious, Xiao Ke put his heart down. Wang Siki commanded a few strong male servants to carry the alchemy furnace to the open space. She didn't know where to put it appropriately. It was big, bulky, and unattractive. Xiao Ke said to put it in his room and let him just look at it himself. Despite some incomprehension, Wang Siki directed the people to move the alchemy furnace to Xiao Ke's room. The matter was finally resolved, and the stone in Xiao Ke's heart finally fell to the ground. As long as the problem with the alchemy furnace was solved, he had his own way of being able to refine pills. He was also thinking that when he turned around and refined the resident face pill, he could distribute it to a few sisters. The face-residing pill didn't help with cultivation, but it could make one's youth last forever. After taking it, even after 50 years, one's appearance would still remain the same as when they took the elixir. This was a fatal attraction for women who wouldn't want to look young forever. Today's dinner Xiao Ku ate very quickly. Wang Siki can see that Xiao Ku seems to be a little anxious, but did not ask more. Eaten dinner, took a bath. After eating, bathing, and locking the door to his room, Xiao Ku was finally able to properly refine the required elixir. Looking at the alchemy furnace placed in the corner, Xiao Ku heatedly smiled. Chapter 12 Impacting the middle stage of Qi cultivation. The yellow and black alchemy furnace gave off a thick feeling. The 5 people who had just moved it were almost unable to do so. The weight of the alchemy furnace alone was about 300 pounds. Xiao Ke walked forward and stroked the alchemy furnace with her small hand. Big baby, let's get to work today, Xiao Ke said smilingly. The alchemy furnace was placed flat in the corner of the wall, but if you wanted to make alchemy, you definitely couldn't put it here. Xiao Ke's room wasn't small, about 40 square feet. Putting a 1-meter long and wide alchemy furnace was still more than enough. Just see Xiao Ke 2 small hands grabbed the legs of the alchemy furnace, fierce force to carry the whole alchemy furnace. A small person, lifting an object several times larger than himself. This scene was really too shocking, a perfect replica of the overlord carrying the tripod. The weight of over 300 pounds was still quite a strain on Xiao Ke. He carried the alchemy furnace to the center of the room and gently lowered it. Ooh! Xiao Ke let out a breath and sat on the bed to rest for a while before he was ready to make the alchemy. Xiao Ke sat down cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace and took out the herbs to be used in refining the nascent soul pill from his storage ring. Everything was ready. Xiao Ke began to use his Reiki to outline some patterns underneath the alchemy furnace. When he finished sketching, he tried to run his aura to induce the pattern. Unexpectedly, the pattern flickered somewhere and then broke and dissipated. What's going on? The formation outlining failed. Xiao Ke knocked his head in agony. He had to try again. Second attempt, failed. Third attempt, failure. False sweat oozed from Xiao Ke's face. This unimpressive fire control formation had yet to be successfully outlined. On the last attempt, Xiao Ke carefully outlined each stroke. After completing it, Xiao Ke went back to controlling the aura to invoke the formation. Boom! A blazing fire arose out of nowhere under the alchemy furnace, and it didn't spread out. It was as if it was only burning this alchemy furnace. Successful! Great! Xiao Ke was using a formation called the fire control formation. It only needed to be outlined with aura and then catalyzed to produce a constant stream of blazing fire within the formation. This was just an unorthodox auxiliary formation, and the memories that his teacher had instilled in him contained a portion of knowledge about formations. Xiao Ke was also trying it for the first time. Phew! Finally, I can go to the next step. Opening the alchemy furnace, Xiao Ku followed the order and poured the herbs into the alchemy furnace in turn. Xiao Ku patiently felt the changes of the herbs inside the alchemy furnace. The temperature inside the alchemy furnace rose extremely fast. One by one, the Chinese herbs were broken down by the high temperature, getting rid of the impurities in them and only retaining the essence of the herbs. Xiao Ku didn't dare to be distracted for half a second. The most important thing in alchemy was not to be hasty and to concentrate. A trace of spiritual energy wrapped around the essence of the herbs inside the alchemy furnace, while the impurities were expelled outside. The temperature inside the furnace was still rising. Finally, the essence was slowly solidified by the high temperature, and Xiao Ku knew that this was the final step condensing the Dan. Despite the fact that false sweat was already seeping out of his forehead and his aura was somewhat insufficient, Xiao Ku's eyes were still firm and unshakable. Finally, the high temperature reached the critical value, and Xiao Ku quickly compressed the essence of the elixir together. Boom! A dull firecracker sound came from the alchemy furnace. Xiao Ku immediately put away the fire control array and collapsed on the floor in exhaustion, panting heavily. This time, he almost fainted during the alchemy. It was because the aura was consumed too quickly and there was too little aura stored in the dantian. Xiao Ku couldn't help but imagine. If the realm was raised to the middle stage of qi refining, it would probably not be so hard. The last time he used the rice cooker to refine pills, it wasn't very strenuous because he didn't require quality. This time, he had taken himself so much more seriously, the quality should be able to be quite a bit better. Xiao Ku rested for a moment and walked up to open the Dan furnace. 1, 2, 3, 10. The entire 10-round pills lay quietly inside the alchemy furnace. Wow! I actually practiced 10 yay. Remembering that master once said, an alchemist who could refine more than 7 pills at a time within 100 furnaces was considered a genius alchemist. Then he himself should be considered a genius. Xiao Ku proudly praised himself. Unbeknownst to him, an alchemist who could produce 8 pills in a single furnace would already be considered a demon. A furnace of 10 pills like Xiao Ku's was even more worthy of being called a demon amongst demons. Not only were the 10 pills rounder than the last one, the color was also more vibrant. This meant that the quality of this elixir was a bit better than the last one. Xiao Ku tiredly put away the pills, hastily cleaned up the alchemy furnace and lay down on the bed. After resting for a while, Xiao Ku swallowed a qi nascent pill and fell into cultivation. Once he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Ow! Xiao Ku stretched his back. After a night's cultivation, Xiao Ku felt too relaxed. Probably because of yesterday's alchemy of pills, the body's resilience had been strengthened by 1 point after some cultivation. Get up, wash up. Before Auntie Lan yelled at him to get up, Xiao Ku had already cleaned up. Wang Siki, as always, was downstairs drinking tea and couldn't help but praise his little brother when he saw him go down early. Little brother so diligent, ah. Get up so early, so good. Wang Siki pinched Xiao Ku's cheeks. 7th sister, don't pinch Xiao Ku's face. Little Ku was pitiful, causing Wang Siki to giggle. Fine, fine, sister won't pinch. After some playfulness, the two ate breakfast. Today, Xiao Ku didn't go to the company with his sister. He wanted to quickly cultivate to the middle stage of qi refining. By then, with his aura reserves, he would be able to refine the face resident pill. The qi refining pill and the face residing pill both belonged to first-grade pills. The difference was that the face residing pill was more difficult to refine and belonged to the high grade of first-grade pills. Wang Siki instructed Aunt Lan and left the manor by car. All morning, Xiao Ku was running in the manor. At first, Aunt Lan also followed the young master, afraid that he would fall. Later, she realized that the young master was too capable of running, and he ran around the manor in one breath without taking a breath. The Wang family manor is about 2 kilometers long, so even an adult would be out of breath running around the manor. In the end, Auntie Lan saw that the sweeper Xiao Lu was free, so she let Xiao Lu accompany the young master to run. Half an hour later, Xiao Lu was completely exhausted on the road. Looking at the young master's running back, he was completely convinced. Family members who understands I'm a sweeper also have to accompany the child running. The key is still cannot run children. Little Lu has an inferiority complex. At noon, Xiao Ku ate a lot. Tired half a day must be more nutrition so that the physical strength to recover quickly. In the afternoon, Xiao Ku again in the back garden cross-legged cultivation. On the side, Xiao Lu looked at the young master who seemed to be asleep, feeling a burst of boredom. After a while to see that the young master still did not move, he took out his cell phone, opened the piece in warmth and began to touch the fish. Wang's group. Xiao Lian. Where did you get this calligraphy? Wang Siki curiously asked Xiao Lian, who was at the side. Mr. Wang, you've been asking me for a day. I really don't know. Xiao Lian wanted to cry. She also wanted to tell Mr. Wang, but she really didn't know. Wang Siki tapped her fingers on the desktop. Her eyes seemed to want to see through Xiao Lian. According to Mr. Wang, the calligraphy appeared yesterday afternoon. The paper wasn't there yesterday when she and Xiao Ku came back. Xiao Lian spoke tentatively. General Manager Wang, do you think, could it be written by the young master? Wang Siki was all laughed out of anger at this statement. A child of more than 5 years old, it's okay for you to let him draw. Is it realistic for you to let him write a calligraphy like this? Xiao Lian inwardly. I'm about to collapse. The afternoon passed by in a hurry. Wang Siki returned home and ate dinner with Xiao Ku and watched cartoons together. Xiao Ku. What's wrong, Sister 7? Xiao Ku stopped eating grapes with his mouth and blinked his eyes at Wang Siki. Nothing. Just wanted to tell you that fourth sister will be coming home in a few days. Fourth sister. Xiao Ku was slightly stunned. It seems that apart from the seventh sister, no one else in the family Xiao Ku has ever seen before. Yes, your fourth sister has a very bad temper. Oh, unlike me, I will only be heartbroken for my younger brother. After saying that, Wang Siki barfed on Xiao Ku's face. At once, Xiao Ku was numb from head to toe. Sister has been drinking? No, there's no smell of alcohol on his sister. Strange. Xiao Ku stayed on the sofa for a while, not daring to move. Okay. Come here, sister is teasing you. Xiao Ku's heart thumped. Just now it scared him. That said, the feeling of being kissed by his sister for the first time is not bad at all. After watching TV, Xiao Ku returned to his room. With a chi nascent pill in his stomach, Xiao Ku continued to cultivate. Next, for a few days Xiao Ku repeated these things. Eat, exercise, eat, cultivate. These days, Xiao Ku's aura had expanded to a critical point. Just one step away, he was about to step into the middle stage of chi refining. These days, Xiao Ku refined 4 more furnaces of nascent soul pills, clearing 10 in each furnace. A whole 40 pieces. On a special note, Xiao Ku always felt that seventh sister was acting strange these days, like she wanted to eat herself. Wang Siki had to kiss her cheeks every now and then, although she didn't resist. In the manor, in the past few days has been touched by him several times. At the very least, he knows the basic layout of the manor. After dinner today, before Wang Siki could tease Xiao Ku quickly returned to his room. Is my younger brother disliking me? Wang Siki took out her cell phone in dissatisfaction and just happened to see a message from her fourth sister. Wang Wenya. Seventh sister. Come pick me up at the Magic City airport tomorrow afternoon. Siki, no time. Putting away her cell phone, Wang Siki went upstairs to take a shower. Returning to her room, Xiao Ku unlocked the door and excitedly jumped onto the bed. With a wave of his small hand, he took out 2 chi nascent pills from his storage ring. Tonight, he was going to impact the middle stage of chi refining. Chapter 13 Changes after breakthrough. Wang Family Manor. Inside the villa, Xiao He was already drowsy. In a room on the 2nd floor, there was a little boy sitting cross-legged on the bed. A faint silver light flowed around it, a trace of which did not enter the boy's body. Xiao Ku opened his eyes. He had already adjusted his state. Next, it was time to impact the middle stage of chi refining. With a flip of his small hand, 2 chi nascent pills were swallowed into Xiao Ku's stomach. Closing his eyes, Xiao Ku immediately ran his gong method to absorb the powerful spiritual chi that erupted from the chi nascent pills. These 6 days of cultivation had already saturated the spiritual chi in his body. Now that he faintly felt it, he realized that the aura was no longer elevated. It was as if there was a thin film hindering the absorption of the aura. To break through to the middle stage of chi refining was to break through the limitations of this barrier. Xiao Ku mobilized the aura in his body and gathered it into a single stream towards the barrier. A rumbling sound that only Xiao Ku could hear came out. The barrier only shook slightly and did not disintegrate. Xiao Ku's heart did not ripple. Master had said that every breakthrough was not easy. Otherwise, everyone could become immortal. Not once. Xiao Ku continued to mobilize the aura in his body, crazily slamming into the barrier. Once, twice, 3 times, until cracks appeared in the barrier, and Xiao Ku's aura was slightly insufficient. Consciousness turning, Xiao Ku took out another chi nascent pill from his storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. Why isn't it shattering yet? Break it for me. Xiao Ke kept shouting inwardly as the surging aura slammed into the barrier again and again. Fine sweat dampened Xiao Ke's pajamas, and his face gradually paled. Boom! The sound of paper poking through came from the dantian. Finally, a breakthrough. A warm stream of qi flowed through Xiao Ke's body, and the dantian was enlarged by 3 times. At the same time, dark dirt permeated the surface of Xiao Ke's skin. His height rose by 2 centimeters, and his skin was much whiter. Xiao Ke continued to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation. Now he only felt as if he was floating in the air. It was too comfortable. The next day, Auntie Lan came to shout at Xiao Ke to wake up as usual. After calling out a few times outside the door and getting no response, Auntie Lan knocked on the door again and still no one answered. This kid, did he oversleep? Aunt Barb muttered in her heart and tried to open the door to enter. After a few attempts, she realized that the young master had unlocked the door. Aunt Lan was a bit panicked. The young master wouldn't have any accidents, right? In a hurry, she hurriedly took out her spare key and opened the door. Stepping into the room, Auntie Lan immediately smelled a faint fishy odor. Scanning the room, she found the young master sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, as if he was still sleeping. Xiao Ke slowly opened his eyes. He had already detected it just now when Aunt Lan entered the door. Stepping into the middle stage of qi refining not only caused the physical body and aura to improve. The wind and grass within 20 meters nearby could not escape his divine sense. Not only that, there was now a sense of permeability in his own soul, and his intelligence and judgment had also risen a level. This was the change brought about by the growth of spiritual power, right? Xiao Ke exhaled a cloud of turbid air and twisted his head to look at Aunt Lan. Auntie Lan, I'll get up now, you go back first, ba. Aunt Lan pursued. Young master, what did you do last night? Making your body so dirty and smelling like fish. Hearing this, Xiao Ke hurriedly looked at his body within his pajamas. A layer of dirt adhered to his body. The dirt transmitted a gust of fishy odor, causing Xiao Ke to involuntarily blush her small face. Ah, ha ha ha. I went catching fish with Xiao He yesterday. I'm gonna take a shower now. Xiao Ke jumped off the bed and grabbed a set of clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Auntie Lan muttered to herself. Little kids are just naughty. They even sneak off to catch fish. It looks like we'll have to lock the door at night from now on. Looking at Xiao Ke's bed, Aunt Lan ordered the two to change the bed with new sheets and bedding. Inside the bathroom, Xiao Ke rustily scrubbed the bath. A ball of mud and dirt was scrubbed off. He brushed his teeth, washed his face and changed into new clothes. Xiao Ke could finally go out handsomely, and when he came downstairs, Xiao Ke naturally sat on his butt next to Wang Siki. Sister, I want to eat that. Xiao Ke pointed to a plate of fruits on the opposite side. But his sister did not respond to him. Turning his head, Xiao Ke looked at his sister in confusion. Usually his sister would help herself with the fruit. Wang Siki had been shocked beyond words, and was now looking at her little brother with a stunned face. This is still the little brother she knows, how to look unlike Xiao Ke looked at Auntie Lan at the door, and Auntie Lan also opened her mouth slightly and froze in place. Sister, Aunt Erisher, what's wrong with you guys? Is there something dirty on Xiao Ke's face? Xiao Ke innocently blinked his big eyes and looked at his 7th sister dumbfounded.
Xiao Ke esquivico.
You! Wang Siki's tone was a bit shaky, making Xiao Ke very nervous. Little Ku Hao, why is it so cute? Wang Siki couldn't stand it anymore and hugged over Xiao Ke for a kiss. Kissy face. What the hell? Xiao Ke's brain buzzed, allowing the 7th sister's lips to print madly on his face. He didn't realize how much he had changed after stepping into the middle stage of qi refining. The whole person not only had an outstanding temperament, but his skin was white and tender, a boyish-looking man who was rather pink. His body had also gained a lot of weight on his originally thin body due to the richness of the food and the effects of cultivation these days. The current Xiao Ke's looks were just too cute, white and chubby. And there was also a scent of milk on his body that made people irresistible to want to hold in their arms. Until Aunt Barbara brought Xiao Ke a mirror, Xiao Ke realized why his sister's temperament changed greatly. Xiao Ke is very helpless. 7th sister has been holding herself in the arms, cannot move. Wang Siki rubbed Xiao Ke before putting him back in his seat. Originally, she liked her little brother, and now she was buddied up to be even more disciple-controlled. Today's breakfast, Xiao Ke ate very little. The sister on the side kept smiling and staring at herself, like a white rabbit locked by a tiger. Xiao Ke is so scared. After eating breakfast, Wang Siki did not go to the company. Anyway, There is something Xiao Lian can handle. Wang's group, Xiao Lian, who was sitting in the president's room reviewing the program, sneezed. The heart is so aggrieved. Dear Mr. Wang, you come back soon. My concubine really can't stand it. Is this the punishment for not telling Mr. Wang about the calligraphy writer? On the other side, Wang Siki changed into a casual set of clothes at home, beige velvet pants, light yellow sweater, and a white hat. It had to be said that Sister Seven looked better than most of the stars on TV. Today, Wang Siki is going to take her little brother to have a good time, afraid that when the other sisters come back they will fight to play with Xiao Ku. By that time, there wouldn't be that much time to play with little brother. Sister, where are we going to play? Wang Siki looked at Xiao Ku, who had changed his clothes and squatted down to say, just follow your sister, you only need to want to eat whatever you want. Xiao Ku was wearing a denim jacket with chubby overalls. This must not envy others to death on the street. Wang Siki fantasized inwardly. Having a younger brother, she felt that she had changed so much it was quite strange. No more thinking. Wang Siki drove a Porsche 718 convertible sports car, with her little brother whistling away from the manor. Xiao Lu, who was sweeping the floor at the entrance, was sneaking around the corner. Seeing Xiao Ke leaving, an evil smile appeared on his face. At the foot of the big tree beside him, there is a hemp rope tying Xiao He straight to the tree, revealing a bulging belly. Humph! If it wasn't for young master, I wouldn't go running every day. Xiao He, it's only because you followed a good master, hehehe. Xiao Lu smiled in an unusually treacherous manner. His hand dug in his pocket and took out a chicken leg. The chicken leg was still hot and fragrant, spraying the eyes of Xiao He, who was tied to the tree. Woof woof, woof woof. Xiao Lu opened his mouth to bite down a mouthful of chicken and held the chicken leg by Xiao He's nose. Shout, shout. No one will find out even if you shout your throat out. Jie jie jie. Auntie Lan, who was in the villa, was looking for something in her room. Huh? Where is Xiao He? Where did he run off to in the morning? Aunt Erisher asked in confusion. Earth King Mall. Not only are there clothing stores here, but the rest of the snack stores, milk tea stores, jewelry stores, and movie theaters are also available. Wang Siki was pulling Xiao Ku around on the second floor. On the first floor, Xiao Ku bought a lot of snacks, milk tea, chicken legs. Walking on the road with milk tea in one hand and a small chicken leg in the other. Walking in the crowd, the two are particularly conspicuous. A high cold temperament goddess. A milk white cute little baby. The rate of return was directly pulled off, directly killing men and women, young and old. Hey. Look at that beauty. Those long legs. TSK. If I can talk to her for a day, this life will be worth it. Toad wants to eat swan meat, yuck. Wow, what a cute little munchkin. I want to kiss and hug and lift high. Damn it. Cheating people to give birth to a child. Right, so want to have this kind of divine baby. I can't. My old lady's heart is budding. Quickly call for an ambulance. Xiao Ke felt countless gazes gazing at him. This group of uncles and aunts are also too scary. Sister, where are we going in a while? Xiao Ke tugged on the jade hand of the seventh sister. So many people gazing at him, making his heart hairy. Wang Siki smiled warmly, her jade hand stroking the top of Xiao Ke's head. Will you take you to the amusement park in a while? Chapter 14. Ground floor goods can still have treasures? Amusement park? In the past few days at the Wang family manor himself, he hadn't missed out on learning about various things, and had also read a few books. Amusement parks were places for children to play, usually with small entertainment facilities. He was not interested in this. Wang Siki could see that her little brother wasn't very interested and couldn't help but fall into doubt. Could it be that the guide one reads is false, and that small children don't like roller coasters and sliding grass? Yesterday she saw that other people were recommending taking children to the amusement park. It can definitely make the child happy for a day. Forget it, a moment to see if Xiao Ke likes it, if not, change the place. The two continued to walk in the mall. Wang Siki looked at the clothes and jewelry from time to time. Not long after, Xiao Ke's hand carried 2 gift bags, followed behind his sister as a follower. Coming to another store, Wang Siki surveyed the jewelry in the store and glanced at it casually. Although there were many types, they were all tacky. Hey, hello beautiful girl. A feminine voice rang out from behind the duo, but they paid no attention to the owner of the voice. This young lady, can we get acquainted? Wang Siki turned her head back, and even though the hat slightly covered her forehead, she could still tell that she had a delicate face. The man on the opposite side was about 24 years old and had dyed yellow hair. The looks could not be said to be handsome, but it was also very good, giving people a sense of fresh meat. But she wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this kind of mentally immature big boy. Not interested. Wang Siki opened her mouth indifferently, her icy tone as if she was rejecting people. The young fresh meat hung out a smile that he thought was sunny and didn't feel embarrassed by it. According to his measurements, this kind of iceberg beauty's family background must be either rich or noble. If he could take her heart, not only would he not worry about food and clothing, he was afraid that he would be able to earn face in front of his classmates. Miss, I see that you seem to be selecting jewelry. I happen to have some research on jade. Why don't I take you to take a look? Little Fresh Meat is Magic City University, Jade Appraisal and Processing Technology current students, named Ma Yulong. Usually in school everywhere womanizing is a famous playboy typical scum. Wang Siki did not want to waste time on him. This kind of person usually has no qualification to talk to her. She immediately opened her mouth and threatened. Looking at your dress, you should be a college student. I advise you not to have a crooked mind. Otherwise you will regret your presumptuous behavior. A remark that made Ma Yulong's heart jump. This beauty doesn't seem to be very good to be messed with. With such a fiery temper, it was his cup of tea. A burst of lewd thoughts surfaced in his mind. Anyway, with his skills and his own unique charm, he could definitely make its heart grow fonder. As for Wang Siki's threat, he even ignored it. Danger often comes with opportunity. Thinking of this, Ma Yulong saluted as a gentleman and said in a warm tone, Miss, I see that you're also quite bored, or else I'll take you to the jade store for a spin. Inside there are very wonderful gambling stones, touching colors, raw stones, and jade. Xiao Ku, who had been eating melon on the side for a long time, suddenly became interested. If there was a higher quality spirit jade, he could bring it back to make a few spirit weapons for his sister as well. Spiritual weapons were magic treasures with spirituality, just like storage rings, amulets, and even flying swords and so on. The creation of such spirit weapons was not like ordinary forging, so they were very precious and highly practical. Thinking of this, Xiao Ku couldn't wait to ask him, where is that jade store? Hearing a childish voice coming from him, Ma Yulong then noticed Xiao Ku beside the beautiful woman. What a delicate child. His milky white and milky appearance was truly adorable. Ma Yulong came back to his senses. He had an idea. Since it's not good to talk head-on, let's find a chance from this kid. Little brother take you there. Okay. It's on the 7th floor of the Di Wang shopping center. He was all ready to take the two there, who knew that little Ku suddenly came with a sentence. Brother doesn't need to. I'll just go with my sister. Go find the next pretty sister. You don't deserve my sister. His sunny smile froze. This kind of words straight out of the mouth made him die on the spot socially. The jewelry store was not crowded, but there were still people looking at themselves as if they were watching a clown. Wang Siki gave Xiao Ku a silent nod of approval. Not ashamed to be my good brother. Liang Long. Only Ma Yulong himself was left in the store, and the clerk on the side greeted him and asked what he wanted to purchase. It caused him to be ashamed and indignant. This woman doesn't give me any face at all, right? Since it's to the jade store, we'll see. With a gloomy face, he went out and made a phone call. The milk tea in Xiao Ku's hand was already finished, and he still looked unfulfilled. His afterglow glanced at the milk tea store not far away, and secretly observed the 7th sister. Wang Siki sensed Xiao Ku's thoughts and snorted a laugh. Xiao Ku wants to drink milk tea, right? Sister will go buy it for my little baby. Just as she was about to get up to buy milk tea, she was stopped by her little brother. Sister, I also have money. I can pay with my cell phone. Oh. Xiao Ku took out his own fruit cell phone and shook it, running towards the milk tea store with a smile. Wang Siki gave a smile and sat at the doorway outside the store to look at her little brother. Noticing that the things she bought were a bit too much and it was inconvenient to carry them, Wang Siki purposely called Auntie Lan. Auntie Lan, ask the family to come over with 2 maids to help me carry the things. The address is on the 7th floor of the Di Wang shopping center. Okay, miss. Hanging up the phone, Wang Siki watched how Xiao Ku lined up to buy milk tea. Lychee Boo Boo milk tea is ready next. The customers in line in front of the store got their milk tea and left, but no one walked up. Next, the clerk looked at the crowd in line in confusion. Why didn't they come up and order? Sister shopkeeper. The shopgirl searched for the source of the voice, and she seemed to hear the voice of a small child. Sister clerk, I want 2 cups of strawberry Boo Boo milk tea, room temperature. The shopgirl leaned down and sure enough she saw a little boy. Wow, what a cute boy. This powdered face, I want to suck on it. The table height was 1 meter 2, taller than Ko. That's why it wasn't noticed. Okay, little brother. I'll make it for you now. Are you here alone? The shop girl was already thinking of what color sack to take Xiao Ke home in. Lychee, you say? What kind of lychee are you asking me to take? No, I came with my sister. She's there. The fat little hand pointed outside to Wang Siki, who was currently looking at Xiao Ke with a smile on her face. The light only hit half of her face, adding to a noble and sacred air. The crowd exclaimed. Sister and brother are both so good-looking. This family's genes are also too good. Moo 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 moo. The female shopkeeper returned to her senses and gently reminded him. Buying milk tea, but you have to pay. You quickly go and call your sister over. Xiao Ke shook his head. He had already learned to pay himself. It was still quite simple. I have the money myself. I don't need my sister to come over. He took out his fruit cell phone and asked the clerk how much it was in total. The crowd in the queue behind him straightened up and called out to the nest. A 5 or 6-year-old child was using a Fruit 14 Pro, and he himself was still using a Fruit 11. Sister, test you a question. A cup of milk tea $16. 2 cups of how much you have to send me. The correct answer, sister, send you a cup. Xiao Ke sweated slightly. This kind of question is okay to test other children, but it is too retarded for himself. In the past few days at home, when he saw the math book, he had already learned addition and subtraction at a glance and could not forget it. 32. What a smart brother. Sister sends you a cup. Xiao Ke opened Vmail, clicked on the balance, and swept the code to pay. Then he jumped up and left the milk tea store. Next, the man in the back was a bit dizzy. He seemed to have just seen that the little doll had a balance of $100,000. Wang Siki kept praising Xiao Ke. She only remembered Aunt Lan saying that Xiao Ke liked to run to the study when he had nothing to do. She thought he was running to play, but was he reading a book? Learning addition by himself in a few days, could it be that his own brother was still a genius? Looking at his younger brother happily drinking milk tea, he no longer thinks too much. Genius or not, idiot or not, all are her good brother. The two of them took the elevator to the 7th floor, just as the maid of the house followed them up. Wang Siki smoothly handed the two of them their things and held her little brother's hand as she wandered around. The 7th floor was different from the other floors. Many of them were middle-aged and old people hanging around. Not only were there very few stores, but more stalls were set up on the side of the road. Hawking. Border ice jade. Current price is only 30,000. Take a look and see. Ancient Emperor's dragon robe. 1 piece for 9,999. Qing Dynasty masterpiece of blue and white porcelain. Take a look and see. The two of them walked on the road. Their divine sense spread out. Xiao Ke didn't find any superb jade. To say that he also had extreme jade, the jade pendant in his neck could also be refined into a spiritual weapon. But if he gave it to his sister, she shouldn't accept it. This was a gift that mom and dad had left for themselves. Ha! Xiao Ke's gaze fixed on a ground stall, and a faint fluctuation came from it. Finally, he found the treasure. Chapter 15. Brother wants to play gambling with stones. The 7th floor of the Earth King Shopping Center. At this moment, the crowd of stall owners were hawking and soliciting customers. Compared to the other floors, this was more like a food market. Xiao Ke pulled his sister and ran to a very small stall, surveying the objects placed here. The stall is not big, a piece of ordinary plastic bag on top of a dozen large and small things. Everything else looked ordinary to Xiao Ke. Only a large piece of ebony or in the corner caught his eye. As long as he felt a bit, the year of this thing, the internal structure can be seen at a glance. He discovered this piece of ebony ore after Fang approached. The ebony ore was a refining material with excellent hardness and flexibility, and it was very spiritual, belonging to a very good material among the first-order refining materials. Xiao Ke opened his mouth to the drowsy boss and inquired, "Boss, how can I sell this black stone?" The boss raised his spirits and said flatly to Xiao Ke, $50,000. Buy it if you like. Leave if you don't buy it. This broken stone wants $50,000? Wang Siki raised her eyebrows. It seems that doing this kind of business is also highly profitable. Turn around and try to develop it. Good. Xiao Ke decisively agreed. This piece of ebony ore was almost 50 pounds, which was still more than enough to create even a flying sword. The boss was also an old fox. Seeing Xiao Ke agree so easily, he felt that his price was a bit low. Ahem. The boss cleared his throat and cheaply pressed the stone. Wait. This stone is $50,000. But it's not for sale alone, you have to buy another piece. Seeing that this fat fish was about to take the bait, the boss's heart couldn't be more moist. This stone himself did not pay a penny. Originally he was blowing up the mountain mining, did not expect to blow up a black stone. After studying it for a few days, he found that it was made of a strange material and was hard as hell. Wang Siki's face was icy cold, and an air of superiority burst out. You black-hearted boss. Obviously a piece of broken stone, and you still dare to ask for a sky-high price? The stall owner couldn't help but shiver and looked in search of the voice in surprise. Looking closely at this beauty's face, it seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the one from the Wang group. Wait, this look and aura, could it be? Is it really Wang Siki? The boss fell off the bench with his butt, his legs softening into noodles. You take it, no money, free. Xiao Ke was quite puzzled. How could a word from her sister scare the boss like this? To say the reason can only be said that Wang Siki is too ruthless in this aspect of dealing with things, the means is too ruthless. Several of the top families in Magic City, the Wang family, the Gao family, the Li family, and the Ouyang family. Currently only Wang Siki, a junior, was in charge of the family group. With this alone, it was not difficult to see her strength and means. If you pissed her off, you really don't want to have a good life in Magic City. The owner of the stall ate a dumb loss. The servant went up and picked up the ebony ore with difficulty and sent it to the car at the bottom of the building. The harvest is not small. Xiao Ku is very happy. Next, see if he can find some good jade. After walking through the group of ground stalls, there is a huge jade store. This should be the jade store that the yellow hair said. At this time, a group of people were gathered around the entrance of the store, and there was a stone cutting machine in the center of the field. The two people gathered around and went forward. At this time it was just about to cut a huge stone. Aya, this is already the third one. If it doesn't come out green, that young man will lose his money. I did not come out last time. Spent 10,000 yuan to buy the original stone, and now have not told the wife. A knife poor, a knife rich, this is a bet on their own family. Xiao Ku carefully surveyed the boulder, slightly feel some, know that there is no jade inside. Stepping into the middle stage of qi refining, the appearance of divine sense allowed him to greatly enhance his sensibility. If it was still a day ago, he wouldn't be sure what was inside the stone. Out. Beside the stone cutting machine, a young man in his 20s was waiting anxiously, his face suffocating red. Clang. The stone was split in two, nothing. The young man directly collapsed, lying on the ground bawling. The 3 original stones had cost him a whole $400,000, which was simply killing him. Alas, there is no wealth in life. It's useless to count on these sideways. Some of the people next to him silently lamented, while others gloated. Looking backward, large and small raw stones were placed in the open space, clearly labeled with prices. It was common for the large raw stones to be relatively expensive and the small raw stones to be cheaper. Other people can only rely on the lines detection pen guess, but there is no guarantee that there is no green. This is also the most difficult point of gambling. Some people use this to get rich overnight and some people so that all the family money. But Xiao Ku is like a hanged man. Divine sense spread out. How big the jade within the original stone, what shape, what color, he knew exactly. Sister. Xiao Ku called out to Wang Siki. I want to pick a stone too. It looks like so much fun. Little brother wants to play gambling stones, although playing gambling stones is risky, but it's good that his brother is happy. Losing a few $1,000,000 is trivial. After his sister's approval, Xiao Ku ran over to pick up the stones with gusto. Is that kid going to play gambling stones too? This is here to cause trouble, right? Whose family's bare child? Quickly chase it out. The staff hurriedly dragged Xiao Ku and fiercely said that this can only be played by adults. Children are not allowed to come in. This aggravated him, twisting his head to look at his sister as if for help. Wang Siki coldly grunted. You let him pick, I'll pay for it. The crowd teasingly looked at the two, so young hands can have a few dollars. And let the kid pick, I guess $2,000 can't even be taken out. The staff was in a difficult position and came to Wang Siki's side to speak. This young lady, can you verify your funds? Mainly because I'm afraid that after cutting your principal is not enough. Don't make it difficult for the little man. Wang Siki calmly took out a random card from her bag and handed it to the staff. He turned around and went to check the balance of the card. Taking a random card and not even looking at it, I estimate that the card is not more than 200. I don't think there's more than 50 in the card. Don't even say it. I'll eat the original stone upside down if I have 100. I'll eat Ali upside down. Noisy. Wang Siki coldly swept the crowd, and people unanimously shut their mouths. Not a moment later, a hot Cheongsam beauty ran to her with her staff. "Honorable lady, this is your card. Please keep it. I apologize for the offense just now. I'm sorry." The Cheongsam beauty also spoke respectfully. "Miss, the balance of your card exceeds 100 million. Please follow me to the VIP seat to watch." 100 million, 100 million. There's no mistake. Such a young rich woman. Where's the brother who said he ate the original stone upside down just now? Yes, yes, yes. And where's the brother who said he'd eat Ali upside down? In the crowd, there were two people who grayly ran away with their heads down, fearing that they would be recognized. Xiaoke saw that his sister had already arranged everything, so he could go and pick the stones himself. Inside the gambling venue, Xiaoke slowly walked around, probably knowing its internal structure. The two staff behind him followed him closely, just waiting for him to pick out a good stone. Taking a marker, Xiaoke quickly had marked a dozen pieces of raw stone. Various kinds, the expensive ones were $200,000 apiece, and the cheap ones were $2,000 apiece. After selecting the stones, the two staff members laboriously moved the stones to the stone cutter. The Cheongsam woman handed Wang Siki a disclaimer. This was the paperwork that had to be filled out every time a stone was gambled, mainly for fear that troublesome customers would cause trouble. After filling out the paperwork, Wang Siki swiped her card to pay for the original stone. Total, 1,876,000. After swiping her card, the Cheongsam woman couldn't help but look at her in a higher light, casually spending $2 million with no emotional fluctuation at all, as if this money was for him, very little. The staff asked Xiaoku if he wanted to cut the stone on site, or choose to take it away directly. The spectators outside the field roared with excitement. Cut, cut, cut. Buying a dozen pieces of raw stone in one hand, this was definitely too much to watch, and almost everyone was urging Xiaoku to cut the stone on site. Anyway, he already had the result in his own mind. It was the same wherever he cut it. "Then let's cut it on site." The staff nodded, then yelled at the people nearby. "Cutting the stone on site. Please ask the uninvolved to take a few steps back." The crowd stepped back a few steps, their eyes staring straight at the raw stone. The good show was on. Xiaoke smiled and turned his head, giving his sister a reassuring gesture. Next, the stone decipher came on stage, and the intense and exciting stone cutting session began to kick off. The staff took out a medium-sized raw stone and put it into the stone cutting machine. The master carefully maneuvered the machine, poured water, and began to cut from the top. He has been engaged in stone cutting for more than 30 years, and has cut countless raw stones with rich experience. It was his extra care in every cut that made him so respected. Xiaoke stood on the side watching the giant machine cutting the raw stone. His small mouth couldn't help but mutter, "This machine cuts too slowly. It's not as fast as letting me just slap it open." This sentence was fortunately not very loud, otherwise it could make others break down laughing. The stone cutting machine, almost cut to half, has not yet come out of the green. Suddenly someone in the crowd roared, "Out, out! Out of green! Roar! Really out of the green! Look!" Chapter 16, a one-size-fits-all $1 billion. Cheers resounded throughout the mall. Unknown people have run to watch the show, surrounded by a large number of melon masses. When the entire raw stone was cut, the inner structure of the raw stone was truly revealed. Just see the smooth-cut surface with 1/3 of the greenish-green plane belongs to the medium quality of the green water species of jade. Although the price is not high, but thanks to the larger size, it can also be sold at a good price. The staff walked up and used a megaphone to call out. According to the rules of this store, the spectators can bid on the auction, and the seller decides whether to sell or not. Any bids on the first raw stone? There was an instant buzz at the bottom discussing the value of the jade. "I see that the jade can weigh 10 pounds. I'll bid 100,000 here. I'll bid 120,000. 140,000. The highest bid is 140,000. Does the seller sell?" The staff asked to Xiaoku. He nodded. Anyway, this piece was just the least of the raw stones he had selected. "The seller agrees to sell. Congratulations to both of you." The buyer came over and paid the money, and then happily lifted the two halves of the stone onto a cart to pull it home. The second raw stone cutting. The crowd continued to eat melons, and some even moved a small bench to knock on melons to watch the show. The second piece of raw stone is a small stone. Even the knife-cutting master feel hopeless. Soon, the stone was split in two, revealing the gorgeous cut surface inside. Wow, even It came out again? Xiaoko looked at the crowd of people with their mouths wide open, feeling a burst of speechlessness. Is it that hard to win this thing? Wang Siki on the stands also opened her cherry mouth, not expecting Xiaodi's luck to be so good. 2 pieces of jade came out in a row. After specialized appraisal, the jade surface is as black as ink, belonging to the top-grade ink jade. 1 piece of top-grade ink jade. Is there any bidding under the stage? I'll do it. I'll bid $150,000. 160,000. 170,000. You're picking a fight, aren't you? $200,000. The highest bid is 200,000. The seller decides to sell or not. Xiaoko still chose to sell. This kind of jade was not what he needed. The teacher couldn't help but show Xiaoko a thumbs up. This little guy was lucky. The 3rd raw stone. This time the cut was a large raw stone. After waiting a little while, the large raw stone was split in 2. The center was empty. The crowd sighed. Good use of the light, this thing is really hard to win, Xiaoko walked towards the master teacher. He was not wrong. Just this piece of jade all in the right half of the original stone. Just now when cutting just happened to bypass the jade surface. Grandpa, you cut from here to see. Xiaoko pointed to the right half of the original stone, signaling to start cutting from here. Okay. Don't be discouraged. There are winners and losers. Master teacher began to cut the right half. This time the cut was fast. The raw stone parted and a greenish-white light flickered and surfaced in front of the crowd. Exploded. Good stuff. This shape, top-grade green and white jade, seems to be glutinous ice seed. Such a large piece of ice-type green and white jade. My God. I'm numb. Before the staff could go up to the stage and shout, the stage had already begun to make offers one after another. I'll offer $500,000. $500,000 and you still dare to compete for the ice seed green and white jade? Go home and eat small onions with tofu. It's also greenish-white. I'll offer $800,000. $850,000. $900,000. $1 million. The staff saw that no one was bidding anymore and announced the maximum price of $1 million. Xiaoko still chose to sell. Wang Siki wanted to ask Xiaoko not to sell it. It would be good to take it home as a souvenir. The 4th raw stone. The others stopped arguing and quietly waited for the result of the stone cutting. What? The raw stone parted. This time the field was silent, including the stone-solving master. All of them were surprised and looked at the smooth-cut surface. The jade surface was pure color, pure white, just like the clouds in the sky were white and flawless. This? Ice-grade white jade. This time, more people gathered around. Even the staff and appraisers within the jade store came out to watch. This quality, this color, hiss. $1 million. $1,200,000. $2 million. I'll take it from the jade store. I hope everyone here will give face. I didn't expect that cutting a piece of jade could startle the owner of the jade store. It looks like he has his eye on this piece of jade. Maximum price $2 million. Does the seller sell? Sell. The 5th piece of raw stone exploded into an ice-grade suet jade, sold for $2,800,000. The 6th piece of raw stone exploded into purebred topaz and sold for $1,300,000. The 7th and the 8th sold for $900,000. Everyone is confused. This is not gambling. This is clearly a jade open box live. Each piece of raw stone exploded with a high price, watching the crowd sweating coldly. There are still the last 4 pieces of raw stone has not been solved. The teacher has been numb. The first time I ran into this kind of bizarre things. The 9th piece of raw stone again bursts out sheep's fat jade. Only this piece is slightly larger than the one just now. Jade store to $3 million price in the bag. Xiaoko did not bother to calculate the price. He hadn't come on this trip to make money, but to find the very best jade to build a spiritual weapon. Xiaoko looked at the remaining 3 raw stones with anticipation. The teacher ran the machine to cut a raw stone again. The crowd's high blood pressure was coming out. Holy, what kind of jade is this? How come I've never seen this kind of jade before? Is there any transparent jade? The appraiser's legs and stomach went limp. The best glass seed jade, or the size of a faceplate. It's over, I didn't screen out this kind of jade. The boss will definitely fire me. Numerous appraisers wailed in unison. Don't play like this. The staff came on stage. Excellent glass seed jade. Start bidding. 8 million. Jian Gong Group will take it. A very richly dressed bald boss opened his mouth. 9 million. Please give my Feng Jun Group face. 10 million. There's no such thing as face in auctions. It's always the highest bidder who wins. This kind of Big Brother level battle made the Jade store not dare to interrupt. $12 million, Qingyang Group will bring it to the Ouyang family head, please think twice. It's just a dog of the Ouyang family, we, the Li clan, are bidding $13 million. The hearts of the spectators trembled with every bid increase, and the entire 7th floor was surrounded. In the end, the raw stone was taken by the Li family at a high price of $15 million. There were still 2 last stones left. Everyone could feel the tense atmosphere at the scene. Even unknown passers-by felt a sense of oppression. Another piece of raw stone was unraveled, and the crowd only felt that the jade in front of them was strange. This is blue water jade, right? How did it open up a piece of trash? Blue water jade is garbage. This piece also has to be tens of thousands of dollars, nah. You are like a beautiful woman who has seen too much and thinks that people in general are unattractive. Wang Siki's hands gripped the armrests of the chair. This is not blue water jade. A few old connoisseurs seemed to see something and rushed over to check it out. Huh? What are these old men doing? What's there to see in a piece of blue water jade? Someone nearby opened their mouth, and their voice wasn't exactly small. A respected appraiser turned around and vomited and roared. Shut up, bumpkin. Where's this blue water jade? The crowd scrutinized the original stone again, while others took out pictures from the internet to compare. It seems like it's a little different. How do you see that this piece of jade is much warmer and softer than the blue water jade? Yeah, there's also the fact that this jade is not only delicate, but also reveals some purple light in the blue, so amazing. It is indeed very spiritual. After some discussion, the staff walked onto the stage. Ahem. Imperial blue light jade. Start bidding at the size of your fist. My God. Call for an ambulance. My heart hurts. My God. I can actually see the Emperor blue light jade. This life is worth it. It's said that the jade pendant that the Wang family bought for their only son was made of imperial blue light jade. 10 times smaller than this was auctioned for $100 million. Then in that case, $1 billion. Everyone was confused. Quickly. Inform the Li family head to prepare the funds. Urgently contact the Ouyang family head and say that a large piece of imperial blue light jade has appeared. Notify the family, as long as we can take it cheaply and auction it off, we can easily make a few $100 million. The stage was already in chaos. There were still people who wanted to rush onto the stage to coax it, with $1 billion in front of them who wouldn't go crazy. Xiao could coldly watch the crowd. As long as anyone dared to come close, he would definitely not show any mercy. Wang Siki stood up. As long as there was an unexpected situation, she would definitely guard her brother. Waiting for security to maintain order, the crowd began a new round of scrambling. 300 million. The bidder was the Li family head's own brother and the second in command of the Li family. $350 million. This time, the bidder was the Ouyang family's eldest son, Ouyang Xiu. Everyone, don't dilly-dally here. All this know the value of this piece of jade. I'm bidding 700 million here. The Gao family, Gao Zhejun, the president of the Gao group, opened his mouth blandly. This piece of precious jade, he was determined to get it. Chapter 17. My Wang Siki's brother. Who dares to move? 800 million. The Ouyang family raised the price by another 100 million, and the entire mall gasped. I didn't expect to see an auction site that exceeded $100 million in my lifetime. It was just too dreamy. The price of the imperial blue light jade continued to rise. The hearts of the crowd were already in their throats. How much higher could it go? $950 million. $980 million. $990 million. Boom. 1 billion. Gao Zhejun's voice was a bit shrill. A group of scumbags made him mention the price at this level. In a flash, the entire mall was still. The price of 1 billion was like a sledgehammer hitting everyone's mind. Now afraid of a silver needle landing sound can be heard. Give a person's shock is too strong. 1 billion? Is there any bid higher? Good. Next, please ask the seller to announce whether he wants to sell or not. Not for sale. The staff shouted excitedly. All right, let's congratulate the high. Wait. The staff thought they had heard wrong and confirmed with Ko again. I told you, I'm not selling. The milky voice was amplified and reached everyone's ears. Immediately, the stage erupted with sounds of disbelief. Why didn't the little guy choose to sell? Gao Zhejun was instantly on fire. This little guy dared to play tricks on himself, right? He deliberately ran to this place just to take down the precious jade and offer it to his grandfather. But he didn't expect to be stood up. Pulling the bodyguard aside, he said a few words in his ear, and then let his men begin to act. The staff announced the result again. Unfortunately, the seller of this precious jade has chosen not to sell. Boo! The crowd sighed. Not being able to see the final step of the deal was truly a bit unpleasant. Get out of the way! Flash aside. A dozen strong black-clad bodyguards walked through the crowd directly towards Xiaoku. Several security personnel were directly knocked over on the ground. If you dare to block again, beware, I'll smash your store. Get lost. The people from the Jade store hurriedly retreated a few steps back for fear of angering these bodyguards. At a distance of 10 meters away from Xiaoku, the bodyguards teasingly opened their mouths. Little brat, our boss wants to chat with you. Come with uncle. Xiaoku did not respond. His tiny fists were being filled with berserk spiritual energy fluctuations. How dare you? Wang Siki, who had been standing on the bleachers, coldly opened her mouth and took a step in front of Xiaoku. Humph. My Wang Siki's younger brother, who dares to touch him? A chirpy voice crushed the aura of the several bodyguards directly. Wang Siki, the president of Wang Group. Yes, the 7th Miss of the Magic City Wang family, the goddess of the workplace. This kid is Miss Wang's brother? Nonsense. People have said it themselves. They need you to repeat it? The onlookers were not calm anymore and took pictures and sent them to their friends. Back off, back off. A large number of professional bodyguards rushed into the scene and surrounded Wang Siki. The Gao family, heh. I see that the Gao family is living more and more in the past, trying to rob my Wang family in plain sight. Daring to touch my Wang family's only son. Are you trying to completely antagonize my Wang family? Is it a disgrace to Elder Gao to make such a maneuver? A series of several questions made Gao Jejun in the onlooker's seat blush. Wow. Goddess Wang is too handsome. Love, love, love. Iceberg sister spoiling her cute brother. The circle of friends is sure to explode. The bodyguards on the opposite side looked at so many people and were beating the drum of retreat in their hearts. Seeing that this time, with Wang Siki present, it was too late to make a move, Gao Jejun took the first step to leave here with his men. Wang Siki looked around coldly. Then the bodyguards moved 2 chairs for Xiaoku and his sister to sit aside. The stone deciphering is not yet finished. There is still a small piece of raw stone placed on the ground. Wang Siki signaled to continue. Wang Siki signaled to continue, and the master immediately began to decode the last piece of raw stone. Bear. After a burst of cutting, the last piece of raw stone was also finally unveiled, and the entire shopping mall was blinded by a flash of green. This is. Wang Siki stood up incredulously, and everyone was attracted by the pure green light. The cutting master almost exploded into foul language. The appraiser's voice trembled. This is the king of jades, the grandmother's imperial green. The cutting master had tears in his eyes, having lived his entire life and dealt with jade for most of his life. Today, finally seeing the king of jades, he had no regrets even if he died. Looking at the tearful old grandpa, Xiaoku wanted to give this piece of jade to him. Anyway, this kind of jade he could still go and pick it. Imperial green. Wang Siki naturally knew the value of the grandmother's emperor green, and immediately ended the auction calling session. Flanked by a large group of bodyguards, Wang Siki and Xiaoku left the store with the 2 pieces of jade. The seated eating crowd was reluctant to leave for a long time. There was also a large group of people who rushed into the store to pick out the raw stones and even fought. Seeing that the kid's dozen or so raw stones all produced jade, what if he too produced green? A crazy rush, the original stone was swept away. The master is busy again. These people are destined to regret. These people are destined to regret it, because there is not a single piece of jade in these stones. All the jade has been picked clean by Xiaoku. There were still a few pieces of raw stones that he directly gave up picking because the jade inside was too poor. After leaving the gate, Xiaoku's spiritual power suddenly felt a familiar aura. Seeing Xiaoku standing still, Wang Siki curiously asked what he was doing. Sister, can we go there and take a look? Xiaoku came up with a good idea. Since that brother wanted to mess with sister, he had to be taught a lesson. More than 50 bodyguards followed Xiaoku towards a corner in great numbers. In the hudong, a group of mental boys were squatting and smoking. Ma Yulong was clearly among them. Behind it was a dilapidated van, the license plate number now obscured. Yulong, what if that chick you're talking about is not to be messed with? Don't hitch your brothers up. Ma Yulong exhaled a smoke ring, patted his chest and said confidently, as long as I can drag her away, I will be able to train her to be obedient. At that time, Not to mention the brothers drinking money. I'm afraid that this van will be able to be replaced with a sports car. The crowd fantasized about this scene. As long as they make that rich woman obedient, they would still have a lot of money to spend. The crowd didn't know that someone beside them was already staring at them. Who do you want to kidnap? Ma Yulong subconsciously replied. Isn't this nonsense? It must be. Who is it? Wang Siki's icy voice entered his mind, and the crowd followed the voice. Holy, more than 50 black-clothed bodyguards. Wang Siki coldly spoke. Properly loosen the bones of these scum. A large number of bodyguards swarmed up, and a burst of wailing came out from the dark alleyway. The gangsters were beaten half dead. Ma Yulong has been lying on the ground without movement. It is estimated that they have to stay in the hospital for half a year. Just wanting to leave, Wang Siki turned back to the bodyguard at the head of the command. Check his school, contact their principal. It's better not to keep this kind of student, so as not to discredit their university. Yes, I'm going to make arrangements. Make sure he won't be able to go to school. Xiao Ke gestured a ghostly face at the group of punks. Self-inflicted sins. Can't live. After handing over the jade to the bodyguards, Wang Siki instructed Well to hand it over to Aunt Lon. Back in the car, Wang Siki put down her icy side and happily wrapped her arms around Xiao Ku and gave him a rub. Awesome, my brother. This time to earn a lot of money. This a moment of work. How much money? Xiao Ku beeped his mouth. V letter inside the 27339-974. My little baby so powerful, ah. The sister are scared. Reward you a kiss. Xiao Ke struggled to get out from under his sister's small belly, although his sister's body smelled good, but felt so awkward. Sister inside the car gently raised her eyebrows. Little brother was actually unwilling to make out with himself. This can't go on. Otherwise, go home and let your little brother sleep with you for a few nights to cultivate feelings? Xiao Ku, who was sitting on the side watching cartoons, suddenly shivered, feeling that he was being stared at by something. Wang Siki opened her cell phone, and the message at the top was from her fourth sister. Wang Wenya, I'll go to Kyoto first and change the titular professor to Mordor. There's no need to pick me up today. I'll go back myself when I'm free. Wang Siki, I didn't say to pick you up. You don't have to come back. Closing her cell phone, Wang Siki led her brother to get in the car and go to lunch. Soon it was afternoon. Originally, she wanted to take her brother to the amusement park, but that jade she had to go home and personally dispose off. So the two of them went straight back to the manor. Entering the villa, Xiao Ke finally escaped his sister's clutches. Wang Siki was busy dealing with the jade material she brought back. The grandmother's imperial green material was first put to the safe. This piece of imperial blue light jade, she was thinking of creating 8 jade pendants or creating 8 bracelets. I believe that the sisters will be very happy to receive the gifts from Xiao Di. Anyway, they will be very happy themselves. On the other hand, Xiao Ke secretly hugged the ebony ore and hid in his room. This piece of treasure was even more important than those jades. Such a big piece, I guess I can still leave some of it behind when I build a flying sword. When he steps into the late stage of chi refining, he will directly fly with a flying sword. Just thinking about it is exciting. Xiao Ke giggled at the ore. He didn't know yet what he would suffer tonight. On the other hand, the Gao family had already set their eyes on Wang Xiaoku, who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 18. Hegemony Hot Search. Kyoto Wang Family? Gao Family. One of the 4 great mansions of Magic City. Inside the study, Gao Jejun was leaning on the taisha chair, crossing his legs. This sudden appearance of Wang Xiaoku spoiled his good thing, Wang family's child. Also, as one of the 4 great gentry, he understood the theft of the Wang family's orphan 5 years ago better than the average person. The person behind that, the power is far beyond what this Magic City's 4 great families can compare. Come on, people. Gao Jejun opened his mouth in a clear and cold voice. A graceful female secretary immediately walked outside the study, only to see him waving his pen and writing a letter, wrapping it up and placing it into a sealed bag. Send this letter to the one in Kyoto. The female secretary picked up the letter and was about to leave, when Gao Jejun tugged the secretary's small waist and pulled her into his arms. There's no hurry. I'll send it later. Today, young master, I'm so fired up. Feeling young Master Gao's breath and fiery exhalations, the female secretary blushed in shame. Wang Family Manor. Xiao Ku was about to stuff the ebony ore into the alchemy furnace when the door of the room was pushed open by someone. Turning his head to look at the visitor, it turned out to be his 7th sister. Wang Siki propped herself up against the door frame and surveyed her brother without blinking. Brother, what are you doing? Ah. Why are you so nervous? He stammered and replied to his sister. I want to see more of this alchemy furnace well. It's very pretty. Listening to her brother's stammering explanation, Wang Siki did not buy it in her heart. It didn't matter to her anyway. She had other purposes for this visit. Good brother. What's wrong, seventh sister? In order to promote our sibling bond and create a good family atmosphere, so I've decided. From today onwards, just sleep with me. Xiao Ku was still listening in the clouds at first, until he heard the last sentence he came to his senses. Seventh sister was trying to sleep with herself? Could it be that being handsome is so lethal to sisters and aunts? No, I'm already 5 years old. I can sleep by myself. He directly balked. If he were to share a room with his sister, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to cultivate properly. Behave just one day. Okay? Really? Tomorrow you don't have to sleep with your sister. Yes, sister is true to her word. Good drop. After some coaxing, Xiao Ku obediently followed his sister to the 3rd floor. Entering the room, he realized that the 7th sister's room was even bigger than his own, and the arrangement was quite cozy. The furry carpet was spread under the bed was soft, and the objects placed on the side were in the same style as the decoration. The entire room was a warm yellow color and felt very comfortable. Both of them were wearing pajamas. Wang Siki's a set of loose milky white pajamas, and Xiao Ku's was a set of cute dinosaur pajamas. Brother, do you know why someone would steal you? Wang Siki tenderly ran her hand across her brother's moist face. Xiao Ku shook his head. He didn't know anything else since his sister had told him about being stolen as a child. This goes back to the beginning. It has to do with our grandfather. Our father's name is Wang Yuehao, and our mother's name is Chun Hui. Neither of them are from Magic City. Our father is from Kyoto, the 2nd youngest master of the Kyoto Wang family. He has been gifted since he was young, but he fell in love with our mother. The Kyoto family is very particular about noble marriages. Xiao Ku was listening attentively when he suddenly realized that his sister had fallen asleep. The heart is too stifled. Listening to the story to hear half did not hear the end. It's like eating only half of the meal. Drinking water can't quench your thirst. So annoying. Seeing his sister sleeping soundly, Xiao Ku gently drew himself up and wanted to leave. Today has not yet cultivated it. Suddenly, immediately to draw out, he was a pair of jade hands grabbed back, tightly embraced in the arms. If it is not their own cultivation in the body, I am afraid that they cannot breathe. The strong fragrance of a young girl came from him. It smelled very good and refreshed his heart. At this time he was so close to his 7th sister for the first time. Xiao Ku scrutinized his sister's sleeping appearance. Born with moist skin, snow-white arms, face like a silver basin, eyes with water apricot, lips do not point and contain dan, eyebrows do not draw and cross chui, more than usual a point of charm. Yawning, he also began to snuggle in his sister's arms to sleep. Xiao Ku is very good when sleeping. A pair of small hands gently placed on his sister's waist to sleep, and no unnecessary movements. Early morning. Dots of dewdrops dangle down from the tips of the leaves, and the sun pours through the windowsill onto Xiao Ku's face. So blinding. Xiao Ku rubbed his eyes with his 2 small hands and sat up to stretch. He had slept well. The night's ample sleep had left him refreshed, and he had to say that his sister's bed was quite comfortable. After looking around, there was no longer a sister's figure, presumably downstairs. After washing up, Xiao Ku jumped and came downstairs. 7th sister is really sitting at the table, beautiful eyes deep into the cell phone. He curiously walked to the side. His sister was brushing a vlog. There were several posts hanging on it, with the word explosive attached to them. #shocked. A 5-year-old boy opened $1 billion of precious jade by betting on a stone. #iceberg President Wang Siki's younger brother?
Křížek Wang Siki's Bosikev protection? Mumumu.
#who is President Wang's brother? 10 hot searches have 4 with the sister and brother duo. This time the sister and brother are completely on fire. The following have commented and replied. What a cute little boy. Just like a porcelain doll. Wow, is he the younger brother of Mr. Iceberg Wang? What is the genetic composition of the two? Little handsome boy. I can wait for him for 13 years. Is it that posthumous son of the Wang family more than 5 years ago? Tens of thousands of additional comments soon appeared under the hot post. Wang Siki looked serious and immediately called Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian, contact the publicist and suppress the hot search of the younger brother. Yes, Mr. Wang. Xiao Ku blinked his big innocent eyes. He didn't understand why his sister was so nervous. Was it necessary? Only when his sister turned off her cell phone did Xiao Ke curiously ask his sister why she was so nervous. Wang Siki just smiled bitterly and stroked her brother's head without saying much. This time, the hot search went up quickly and came down quickly. After eating breakfast, Xiao Ke slipped into the study again. Coming here every day to read for an hour has become his habit. There is a golden house in books. Opening his cell phone, Xiao Ke purposely went to the vlog to search for the hot search he had just seen. Found that the hot search about himself has disappeared. It seems that the sister's power of action is very fast. Kyoto Wang family? Xiao Ke's eyes stared into the void. Remembering that his master said that if someone messes with him, he has to beat him back and make him feel scared. Retracting his gaze, he patiently looked at his 4th grade language and math book, one eye on the other. The sound of flipping books continued to flow. Kyoto, called the capital of China. The residence of the state lord was also established in Kyoto, controlling the nation's finances. It was the centralized area of power and the gathering place of rich merchants. Kyoto Wang family, a prosperous city within a city. All the people living here are members of the Wang family. Those who live at the edge of the city are collateral relatives. And the deeper you go inside, the higher the status and identity of the residents in the Wang family. Inside the Wang family's council chamber, on the tabletop were pictures of Xiao Ke and Wang Siki. There were 5 people sitting around the table, and their faces were all a bit grim. Xiao Ke finished reading and walked out of the study. Next he had to exercise. After greeting Aunt Lan, Xiao Ke walked out of his room and Xiao He quickly followed. Seeing Xiao He running with himself, Xiao Ke laughed and increased his speed. Not long after, Xiao He was exhausted. This little master can run more than a dog. At this time, Xiao Ke stood at the artificial lake behind the villa, enjoying the last breeze of summer. It will soon be autumn. Xiao He woofed and barked, as if to say take a break, don't run, exhausted woof. Xiao Ke hemmed and hawed and said to Xiao He, do you want to see brother show you a hand? Xiao He tilted his dog's head in confusion. What was the little master talking about? He revolved his aura and symbolically pinched a set of hand gestures, so fast that only residual shadows could be seen. Red flame 9 fists. With a milky sound, he threw a punch at the lake, and countless star flames in the air condensed into a giant fire fist. First fist, fire fist. Berserk aura entwined around the huge fire fist, and a fire fist with a diameter of 2 meters crashed into the lake surface like a meteor at great speed. Boom! Water splashed everywhere, and in an instant, the surface of the water dropped by a few centimeters, and the entire surface of the lake bubbled with a wisp of hot air. Woof! Little Black was so scared that his fur was about to explode. His small eyes staring at the lake surface in terror, scared the dog to death. Even if this punch didn't hit a person, just being close to it could make a person melt right away, right? Xiao Ke shook off his hand. A fire fist made the aura in his body consume 20%. It seems that before entering the foundation establishment stage, he still can't use martial arts at will. Turning around, Xiao He was still staring intently at the surface of the lake, and a small piece of dead fish had already floated on the surface of the water. Xiao Ke slapped his head. He was in trouble. Lifting Xiao he disappeared into the distance in a puff of smoke. After a while, the security guards on daily patrol looked at the artificial lake with hot air and dead fish floating in disbelief. By the time one person and one dog returned to the room, it just so happened that his sister had also returned to the company to take care of her work. Placing Xiao He on the floor, he looked at Xiao He with a serious face. Xiao He, would you like to cultivate with me? Woof! Good. This young master really didn't misjudge you. With a slight movement of his consciousness, Xiao Ke took out a chi nascent pill from his storage ring and broke it into 2 halves. Half of it was swallowed by himself, and the other half was directly stuffed into Xiao He's mouth. He directly cultivated with his legs crossed, while Xiao He coiled in a ball, seemingly having fallen asleep, emitting dots of starlight around his body. During the period, Xiao Ke's cell phone suddenly flashed. It was a message from Lin Xiao. Chapter 19 Kidnapping Xiao Ke? I don't want to hit anyone. When Xiao Ke stopped his cultivation, it was suddenly noon. Looking at Xiao He, who was still sleeping on the side, he was bored and took out his cell phone wanting to watch some cartoons. Opening his cell phone, a V-mail message stood out. It was from Sister Xiao. He shot up and clicked on Lin Xiao's message. Sister Xiao. Xiao Ke? Sorry to bother you. Can you ask your family if they know any doctors? Sister Xiao. I know you have a good family. My mom has advanced stomach cancer. No hospital is willing to accept her now. I really have no way. After reading it, he didn't reply immediately. Many hospitals will only prescribe painkillers for terminal stomach cancer. Chemotherapy is just a costly ordeal, so hospitals usually don't accept this kind of patients. They might die in the hospital one day, and their families would not be able to explain. For others it may be a terminal illness, but for himself, as long as he is not killed by a single blow, there is a chance to snatch him back from the hands of Hades. Xiao Ku is not confident, but believes in the medical skills taught by his master. Thinking back to when he was in the dream, practicing acupuncture on countless people and prescribing medicine tens of thousands of times, his spirit was numb. The difficulties encountered in the treatment of difficult cases were more difficult than this stomach cancer, but they were all gradually overcome by himself. Contemplating for a while, he sent a message asking Lin Xiaoxiao to send a location, and he would go over now. Lin Xiaoxiao sent a location. Flying downstairs himself, Aunt Lan was polishing the furniture. Noticing Xiao Ku walking up, Aunt Lan asked what he was up to. Aunt Lan, I need a set of silver needles, a full set. Aunt Lan directly waved her hand and refused. Children are not allowed to play with sharp things. Seeing that Auntie Lan was unwilling to buy it for herself, she could only think of another way. Out of the villa, Xiao Ku ran to the door to find Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, who was in a state of cluelessness, was thus pulled away by him to act as a driver. When he came to the garage, Xiao Ku pointed to the luxury cars and asked Xiao Lu which one he would drive. Xiao Lu's body trembled slightly. The young master was going to let himself choose the car, so many luxury cars to drive at will, too happy, right? Xiao Lu quickly browsed around the garage and finally chose a Rolls-Royce Shadow. Before Xiao Lu could get excited, the young master hurriedly urged him to get into the car. Boom! The sound waves of the sports car spread around. With a kick of the gas, the Rolls-Royce directly catapulted into a start, and the strong feeling of pushing back caused the two men's bodies to lean back. Can you drive or not? Xiao Ku milked his rebuke. If it wasn't for the fear of exposure, he would have really wanted to punch him out. Xiao Lu stabilized the car, familiarizing himself with the power of the sports car, and roared out of the manor. The security at the entrance saw the Rolls-Royce directly open the door and let it go. The duo also managed to leave the manor. In the corner diagonally opposite the manor, a thieving man opened his walkie-talkie. The target has left the manor. Repeat, the target has left the manor. After saying that, the man disappeared into the dimly lit corner, as if he had never come over. Inside the Rolls-Royce car, Xiao Lu was only concerned about being pulled out of the door by the young master. He didn't know what he was going to do. Was he going to Wang's group? Xiao Ku said faintly in the back row. I want to buy a pair of silver needles. Lead the way. Hearing that the young master wanted to buy silver needles, he hesitated to refuse. After all, this kind of thing was quite dangerous for small children. If you don't lead me, I'll tell my sister bad things about you. Be careful that you won't be able to stay in the Wang family. Oh. The milky boy opened his mouth threateningly at Xiao Lu. Mainly because he had to listen, he was really scared. Heaven, why did you send a demon to torment me? Xiao Lu's heart was bitter. The Rolls-Royce whistled through the streets, attracting many beautiful women. This is the charm of luxury cars. If you have a Rolls-Royce, you are still afraid of not having a beautiful woman to accompany you. Not long after, the car stopped at the medical equipment store. Xiao Ku got off the car and bought a pair of small and exquisite silver needles, which is very convenient to carry around. After paying, he went out to get on the car. Seeing Xiao Lu, who was still indulging in selfies in front of the luxury car, there was a pang of bitterness in his heart. Shouting this unreliable guy on, I don't know if it's right or wrong. Sitting in the car, Xiao Ku gave Xiao Lu the location Lin Xiaoxiao had sent him to navigate, and now he was going to set off to Lin Xiaoxiao's house. The car began to drive in the direction of Yanbei district. Behind it, a van followed closely, and a group of people smiled sorrowfully. The car turned left and right and soon entered the Yanbei district. Xiao Ku viewed the familiar surroundings, the life he once lived vividly. Brother Xiao Lu, stop the car. The Rolls-Royce leaned against the curb. Xiao Ku opened the door and rushed into the milk tea store. Xiao Lu gets out of the car and gazes at the young master. As expected, he is still a child. He likes delicious food. A luxury car that suddenly appeared on the street attracted the attention of a group of girls. Hey, look at that little brother. Driving a Rolls-Royce? He's a rich man, right? Go, go, go. Maybe it's a rich second generation from some family. A group of young girls dressed in revealing clothes, stockings, and ultra-short skirts Heavy makeup stepped on high heels to welcome Xiao Lu. Hey handsome, are you interested in a drink? The sweet kind oh. Several of the girls' voices were long and whiny, teasing towards Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was not a fan of this kind of girl and just wanted to silently wait for the young master to go out. But the girl was even more reckless. Her hand placed on Xiao Lu's chest and groped him. Her body immediately pressed up against him. There is no way Xiao Lu can only deal with these girls first. The van followed. The driver saw Xiao Ku, who was buying milk tea alone, and secretly said good chance. Driving the vehicle to stop at the door, the people inside the car also fist-pumping ready to implement the plan. By the time Xiao Ku finished buying the milk tea and tasting it with a smile on his face, there were no defenses. Stepping out of the store, a marijuana bag came crashing down on him. Gotcha, move! The four men carried the sack and quickly jumped into the van. Xiao Lu also noticed that the young master was being taken away and let out a cry of alarm, immediately rushing towards the van. Boom! With a kick of the gas, the van rushed straight into the driveway. Xiao Lu in the back ate a large mouthful of exhaust, cursing in his heart. He turned around and rushed towards the car. Io brother, go with sister. Sister must make brother happy and comfortable. The girl stopped Xiao Lu again. I'm comfortable, you too, grandpa. Xiao Lu kicked the woman out far away. Damn it. Because of this kind of broken woman lost the young master, the lady can kill him. Returning to the car, he quickly fires it up and chases after the van in front of him, leaving only the girl who was kicked to the ground, looking around in great embarrassment, attracting the contempt of the crowd. What are you looking at, a bunch of beggars? The girl cursed at the crowd as if she was spilling her guts. This behavior made the onlookers bring a shrew label to him. A chase was being staged on the driveway of Yenbei district. A van and a Rolls-Royce frantically broke through dozens of traffic lights in a row. In the end, Xiao Lu lost the van. Damn it! Damn pussy! Xiao Lu broke down. What should he do now? Calming down, he immediately called the police. Then he called Auntie Lon. Inside the van, Xiao Ko was drinking milk tea inside the sack. He knew everything that happened outside. This group of people must have a plan to arrest themselves. Simply let him do it. Anyway, what is he afraid of as an immortal cultivator? The van continued traveling for some time and entered an abandoned factory. The people inside the van chatted with each other, not taking Xiao Ke seriously at all. The young master of the Wang family, TSK. I wonder how much the boss will pay. Don't worry. Definitely not less. This operation is too easy. Ha 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 ha. That bastard kid in the back still wants to chase after our boss. Don't you know that my boss is a racer by trade? The car had already stopped, so there was no need for Xiao Ku to continue his disguise. His aura around his body slightly shook, and the sack instantly shattered. The crowd inside the car was startled. What is this? A magic trick? My goodness, are you a human or a ghost? The little boy stood up, drinking milk tea with an innocent face, looking harmless. The boss in charge didn't care how he did it. Anyway, when he reached the place, his mission was accomplished. Opening the car door, the 5 kidnappers stepped out of the car. Xiao could jump down from the car on his own. At this time, the factory had already gathered a dozen bodyguards, and there was also a woman with a hot body sitting in the middle. The kidnapper boss spoke respectfully. Boss, the person has been brought. The woman was directly convincing to dump a suitcase on him. Xiao could dispersed her divine sense and found that the suitcase was filled with cash. She lightly stepped on her high heels and walked towards the little boy step by step, the sound of her high heels echoing in the factory. Coming to the side, her fingers rubbed KO's face. What an exquisite little person. It's a pity your name is Wang Xiaoke. The woman smiled evilly. The president would be very happy to have captured the youngest member of the Wang family so smoothly. What's wrong with you guys? I can't believe none of you tied it up. She turned around and sat back in her chair, instructing the bodyguard next to her. Go. Tie him up and bring him to the car. Several bodyguards approached Xiaoku with twine. Wait, sister. Why are you kidnapping me? Xiaoku inquired with an innocent face. The woman was also amused, not expecting a small child to be able to ask such a childish question. Of course it's because someone is trying to find you, little cutie. Who is it that wants to find me? Giggle. I can't tell you that, you'll find out when you get there. Coco sighed. No, you have to tell me or I'll beat you up. I don't like to hit people. Don't like to hit people? Ha 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 ha. The people present all laughed happily, not taking his threat seriously in the slightest. Alas, I'm telling the truth. But no one believes me. In a flash, Shao Ka's clothes were windless. A strong pressure swept towards the crowd. Chapter 20. There is strength, but not much. The crowd only felt their bodies as if they were being pressed by Tarzan. The woman's face changed and immediately ordered the crowd to grab Wang Xiaoku. The bodyguards received the order and rushed towards Xiaoku, only to see the boy's small hands slightly raised, and the stones scattered on the ground were suspended in mid-air. When the bodyguards were still a few steps away from him, he pointed out his fingers, and instantly a dozen of stones shot towards the bodyguards at extreme speed. Snap! The stones struck the bodyguards, and for a moment the crowd stood still. The woman screamed in horror. What's going on? A bunch of people. Get on it. Shao Ka took a step towards the woman. He had just used the stone to point the acupoints of the bodyguards. If he didn't retract the force, I'm afraid they would have become a bunch of corpses. Of course, he didn't want to do that. The woman saw that this scene was too weird now, and panicked and took out her cell phone to send out a message. At this time, Shao Ku was already standing in front of the woman, smiling sweetly at her. Can you tell me now? I don't want to beat up my sister yet. The woman clenched her teeth. She was an adult who could still be intimidated by a bean-sized child. Taking a breath, the woman reached out her palm to grab the little boy in front of her. Slap! A crisp slap spread through the factory. Her ears were buzzing and the left side of her face quickly swelled with a small handprint. Master had said that one should strike when it's time to strike, or else one could only suffer in silence when bullied by bad people. He recalled Master's words in his mind. Little brat, dare to hit my mother. The woman kicked at the boy, but was dodged by the boy with a dodge. Splat! There was another crisp sound, and this time the right side of his face was similarly swollen with a small handprint. You-he! Snap! Me! Slap! After a few slaps, the woman's face had swollen into a pig's head, and she no longer dared to say anything. Hiss! A sound of emergency brakes sounded. Another group of bodyguards suddenly appeared outside, led by a bald middle-aged man. The bald man had an impatient face, dark complexion, and was nearly 2 meters tall. It was like a giant humanoid bear, staring at him intently. Shao Ka stopped his hand, and a touch of shock surfaced in his turquoise-blue pupils. He wasn't shocked by the bald man's stature. Rather, it was because there was a faint aura in this man's body, weak and turbid. Could there be other immortal cultivators here? Impossible. Master had said that aura was thin on Earth. There was even no second immortal cultivator in the entire world now. He was very confused in his little head. Forget it, this kind of thing can be thought about later. The bald man taunted at the woman, his voice as loud as a gong. Chun Chu Chu, you woman can still be beaten up by a little doll. Did young Master Gao play you weak, and still had to let this master take a shot? Chun Chu Chu stroked the swollen cheek that was slapped and whimpered. Black Bear, Liu fast, take down this good rough monk small. The black bear waved his hand, gibbering a bunch of words that he couldn't understand. Eyes shifted to the boy. The two looked at each other. One fury aura, one dull and very sweet. The black bear waved his hand, and a dozen bodyguards swarmed behind him. Ko also began to move so fast that no one could react. Boom! A soft punch directly sent the 1-meter-8 man flying 2 meters away. Everyone briefly froze. Was this something a ing child could do? Wandering through the crowd, every time Shao Ku threw a punch or a leg, a bodyguard would fly out a long way. In his eyes, these people were too slow and too weak. Punching, kicking, and elbowing each other, he was able to punch these people away relying only on his physical prowess. 1 minute, not too long and not too short. All the bodyguards were already lying on the ground, wailing, bowing their backs like little shrimps. This was already Shao Ku collecting his force. Otherwise, that soft punch would have killed someone. At the early stage of chi refining, he was able to carry 300 pounds of alchemy furnace and walk. Now that he had stepped into the middle stage of chi refining, his physical quality was not simply 1 + 1, but tens of times more. I've said it all, I don't want to fight. Shao Ka huffed. He only wanted to ask out who wanted to kidnap him. Facing this chaotic scene, the black bear was stunned. How was this possible? After slowing down, he clasped his arms with both hands and spoke coldly. Humph, little doll. Although I don't know how you did it. But stop now and follow me back to the Wang clan. Black Bear spoke confidently, taking a step towards Shao Ku. This group of bodyguards he could also crush at will. Although this doll was odd, he didn't think it could be stronger than himself. Facing Black Bear, Shao Ku also raised his spirits. This guy in front of him was quite a bit stronger than the group of bodyguards, and was most likely an immortal cultivator. Whoosh! The black bear accelerated his pace and rushed towards the boy as if he was a bulldozer. An unstoppable aura burst out. Shao Kahn bit his lips and stood in place with his beak. In an instant, the two extremes of one big and one small were only a step away from each other. The black bear's sandbag-sized fist swung towards the boy with a wind-breaking sound. Ordinary people were afraid that if they ate this punch, they would be reunited with their ancestors. Just as the fist was about to land on the boy, a small white hand turned palm into fist and quickly met his fist. Boom! The fists collided, and Shao Kahn shook the black bear back and forth with a devastating force. At this moment, he had a look of contempt on his face, without the nervousness he had earlier. He had only used 10% of his own strength to make this big man unable to resist. It's really too lame. On the other side, Black Bear's right hand was trembling slightly, as if it had already broken a bone. Shao Kahn slowly opened his mouth. "Why did you grab me? Who told you to grab me? You can't beat me," quickly explain. The black bear was so angry that he wanted to curse. This was too insulting. The words ended with a flash. Shao Kahn appeared in front of the black bear. With a stomp of his calf, the huge impact directly sent him flying backwards. It wasn't until he hit a pillar that he rolled to the ground, unconscious. Ugh! The strength was exposed a bit then, but luckily it wasn't completely exposed. He muttered to himself. There was still Chun Chu Chu and the kidnappers standing in place on the field. The kidnappers didn't know whether to leave or stay now. This battle, the movie wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Okay. Shao Kahn walked towards Chun Chu Chu, and after some cordial discussion finally learned part of the information. Gao family and the big man in Kyoto. Who is the big shot in Kyoto? Is it the Kyoto Wang family? After knowing that the people who wanted to arrest him were the Gao family, he nodded with satisfaction. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shao Kahn resumed his seat in the van. "Hey, you guys get in the car and send me back." Shao Kahn frowned. This group of kidnappers were cuties? The kidnappers quickly took the money and got in the car, serving him with a fawning face. After determining the location, the van left this dilapidated abandoned factory in a puff of smoke. Chun Chu Chu looked at the sight of a mess and did not know what to do. On the van, the group of kidnappers didn't dare to breathe, fearing that this little monster with explosive combat strength would slap them away. "Young Master Wang, do you think you want a Coke? I still have 2 bottles here." Shao Kahn arrogantly stretched out his fat little hand. The fat kidnapper hurriedly placed it in Shao Kahn's hand. "You're much better than those bad guys. I think it's better for you to change your ways. Abducting and selling children is illegal." Listening to the little boy's nagging, the fat kidnapper nodded his head repeatedly and said yes, making the group of kidnappers unable to stop sweating. Just like that, amidst the kidnappers' panic and worry, the destination arrived smoothly. Getting out of the car, before Shao Kahn could turn around, the van immediately stepped on the gas and disappeared in the same place. He muttered in a small voice, "Am I that scary, running so fast?" Now he had to find Sister Xiao Xiao quickly. I guess she was waiting impatiently. Following the navigation in his phone, Shao Kahn walked into an ordinary neighborhood. At a distance of 50 meters from the finish line, Lin Xiao Xiao waved and shouted towards him. After Shao Kahn approached, Lin Xiao Xiao looked behind him and did not see Shao Kahn's family. Seeing the disappointment in Lin Xiao Xiao's eyes, Shao Kahn hurriedly explained that his sister would come later. Upon hearing this, the light blossomed anew in her eyes and she hurriedly led him home first. Lin Xiao Xiao's home was on the 12th floor, and when riding the elevator it was obvious to observe her haggardness. Obviously still a student, she was about to experience a parting of life and death. Putting it on anyone would be a very crushing and helpless thing. Entering the home, an odor of traditional Chinese medicine mixed with Western medicine entered her nose. It was obvious that the Lin family had used both Chinese and Western medicine. On the sofa, there was a group of people sitting around at this time. There was Lin Xiao Xiao's father, brother, uncle, and aunt. Seeing Lin Xiao Xiao bring back such a cute little boy, all of them showed dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao Xiao's brother was the first to speak. "Sister, it's at this juncture. Why are you still bringing outsiders here, let alone a child?" The rest remained silent, but their inner thoughts were all the same. Lin Xiao Xiao retorted with red eyes. "Mom is like this, you guys can't do anything. Shao Kahn's sister might be able to help us. Why can't I try?" Lin Xiao Xiao's brother wanted to say something else, but was stopped by her father raising his hand. "All right, I understand Xiao Xiao's feelings, but none of us can do anything. What can he do as a little kid? You'd better send him back quickly. Ugh. Why would he not want his wife to suffer less? But the hospital side had said that even handling the treatment would be futile. The illness was already too severe and there was no chance of recovery. Lin Xiaoxiao's tears flowed down her face, and her lips were trembling slightly. She was unwilling to accept such a fact. Lin Xiaoxiao's father's nose was also sour. It was his own fault for not noticing it earlier. Otherwise he would have had a chance. Auntie is still saved. Don't worry. A milky voice reached the ears of the crowd. Chapter 21. Acupuncture for Cancer. The voice wasn't too loud, but it was like a giant hammer that shook the hearts and minds of everyone present. Lin Xiaoxiao cried with pearly blossoms and grabbed Xiao Ke's shoulder to inquire. What else can be done to save my mom? I'll do anything. The crowd shifted their gazes to the little boy, with expectations and more skepticism in their eyes. Ko was also thinking about what he could do to heal his aunt without revealing his strength. While he was considering this, a knock sounded outside the door. Brother Lin Xiaoxiao quickly ran to open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin's father immediately squeezed out a far-fetched smile. A white-robed old man entered the living room with a medicine chest, and it was easy to smell the odor of Chinese medicine on him. Lin Xiaoxiao's father hurriedly went forward to greet this honored guest. Dr. Li, sit down quickly. Dr. Li sat by the coffee table, stroking his goatee. The figure looked weak, but the essence was good. How has your wife been doing lately? Dr. Li spoke slowly. Lin's father's eyes were bleak, and a strong sadness hung on his face. The last time Elder Li came she could still stand. Recently my wife has been crying out in pain, nausea and vomiting. Now she can't get out of bed anymore. Thinking of his wife's condition, such a good woman has suffered half her life with herself, and has suffered so much. Now that she was about to reach the age of happiness, she got this kind of disease. In front of the crowd, Lin father finally could not help but cry. Men don't cry lightly. It's just that he has not yet reached the place of sadness. Dr. Li couldn't bear it either. He had seen too many partings. After a long sigh, he entered Lin's mother's room. Xiao Ke followed, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoxiao's brother. Dr. Li is practicing medicine, so kids shouldn't go in and make trouble. Lin Xiaoxiao's brother said impatiently, directly blocking his way. Xiao Ke turned his head and said to him, Brother, my sister is the vice president of the first affiliated hospital of Magic City. She can make Auntie receive treatment. I'll go and check the situation, turn around and talk to my sister. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's brother pondered for a while, also letting him in. Before entering, he seriously urged Xiao Ke not to affect Dr. Li's treatment, or don't blame him for being ruthless. This threat was directly ignored by Xiao Ke, following Dr. Li's footsteps into Lin mother's room. The others looked at the ward with worried faces. Dr. Li looked at the little dot that followed him and liked it. The child was not in a hurry and was very well behaved. This kind of character was better than anyone of his age and could achieve great things. Inside the room, a messy atmosphere mixed together, making people very uncomfortable. Lin mother lying on the bed was pale and depressed, without a trace of blood on her face, including her lips were lavender. Seeing Dr. Li come in, Lin's mother forced herself to sit up and squeeze out a smile. Dr. Li hurriedly made her lie down again. Dr. Li, it's really troublesome for you. I'm already very contented with living this long. The one at home still can't bear to have you come here for 3 days. After a few words, Lin mother coughed violently a few more times. Upon entering the room, Xiao Ke released his divine sense to check and found that Lin mother's illness was not considered serious. Dr. Li opened the medicine box and took out a row of silver needles and Chinese herbs. This made him frown. The herbs were used in the wrong way, and it looked like Dr. Li wanted acupuncture treatment as well. While the two were chatting, he had already figured out how to go about treating Auntie. Then I'll start Mother Lin. Well, please trouble Dr. Li. Dr. Li took out his silver needle, found the right points, and was about to start applying the needle. No! Mother Lin and Dr. Li looked at the little boy in unison. Grandpa, you can't stab the Bai Hui point with your first needle. Dr. Li was annoyed. How could a half-grown little doll dare to question his medical skills? After practicing medicine for decades, he had saved more than thousands of people. Could he not understand how to treat a patient? Ignorant little child. If you dare to believe anything again, get out. Dr. Li whisked his sleeve and angrily rebuked, and then he no longer paid any attention to the boy and continued to apply needles to treat him. At some point Xiao Ku had already grabbed Dr. Li's hand that was applying the needles, frowning as he looked at Auntie Lin's body. Dr. Li wanted to break free, but found that his arm was as if it was clamped. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't break free. If you don't know how to heal, don't try to practice medicine with a frame. This is the basic quality of a healer. He spoke rather seriously, his boyish face somewhat earnest. With a flick of his small hand, Dr. Li was shaken back a few steps. Being brushed off, he was just about to scold the boy for not knowing the rules and being disrespectful. Instead, he realized that the boy pulled out a box of silver needles and started to apply the needles. "You!" Dr. Li abruptly froze in place, only to see the little boy pinching the silver needle in his hand. Slightly snapping his fingers, the silver needle pierced into the spirit bone point. "What? Flying needles? How can you fly needles at such a young age?" Flying needles were considered a technique of acupuncture, and he had only been practicing acupuncture for more than 10 years before he was able to learn it. But such a precise and decisive stabbing into the acupoints, is it normal to put it on a doll? "Auntie, don't be nervous, oh. I'll be gentle, oh." Although Lin's mother wanted to stop it, but seeing such a cute doll, her heart's vigilance also dropped quite a bit. Xiao Ku continuously applied needles. A trace of spiritual qi converged on the silver needle and stabbed into the acupuncture point. This was drawing the needle to cross the qi shenyang 18 needles, the simplest one that the master had taught. Now that he was casting it, he was quite skillful. Spirit bone, Dabai, Gong Sun, Xingma, outer bone. A full 18 stitches, all accurately stabbing at various acupoints. It was said that laymen look at the scene, but insiders look at the doorway. Dr. Li looked at each acupuncture point stabbed by the silver needle with a surprised face. This technique, skillful. Cancer in Chinese medicine belongs to the human body blood flow blockage, the formation of tumors to block the airflow operation. So the general application of needles is to eliminate the blockage location and restore the body's airflow operation. But what is the function of this kind of needle technique? He unexpectedly could not understand for a moment. "Auntie, how do you feel now?" Xiao Ku blinked his eyes and looked at Auntie Lin. Mother Lin smiled faintly. In her heart she liked this little guy more and more. Auntie feels warm in her stomach. Her tummy is hot and comfortable. Xiao Ku smiled and nodded. It looked like the effect was good. Combined with the traditional Chinese medicine, it was estimated that most of the recovery could be done in 2 weeks. The 18 needles of Shenyang not only emphasized on the techniques but also controlling the input of aura, so that it could do the job of repairing the body. It was normal that Dr. Li wouldn't be able to do it, after all he was an ordinary person. After doing this, Xiao Ku took a pen and paper, quickly wrote down the prescription and handed it to Dr. Li. Looking at the beautiful words on the paper, Dr. Li jumped like an electric shock. Snake. Snake's relic and gentian herb can still be paired like this. Looking at the harmless little boy beside him, Dr. Li wanted to kneel down and worship. After practicing medicine for decades, today he was convinced by this small child. "Ahem. May I ask your master's name and where he lives?" Dr. Li spoke with a red face, only blaming himself for being too impulsive just now. As soon as Xiao Ku heard that he wanted to pry into his master, he hurriedly replied that he didn't have a master. He didn't want to expose his master, besides, he didn't know where his master was. Seeing that he couldn't ask anything more, Dr. Li sat on the edge of the bed and examined Lin's mother's body. It's amazing. The blockage is slowly recovering. What a divine doctor. After the conversation, the two returned to the living room. As soon as they came up, Lin's father held Dr. Li's hand and asked about the situation. The crowd also looked worried, waiting for his pronouncement. Dr. Li laughed brightly and patted Lin's father on the shoulder. "Don't worry, your wife's body is improving. It won't be long before she's back to normal." "What?" A group of people cried out in shock. This news was too good to be true. "Elder brother Lin, you have to thank this little miracle doctor." Dr. Li explained the matter in a graceful manner, his gaze shifting to Xiao Ku on the side every now and then. Hearing the end, Lin's father bowed deeply to the little boy with tears in his eyes. Lin Xiao and her brother did the same. This outburst made Xiao Ku whole won't be able to do it. "Uncle Lin, Sister Xiao, get up." His soft, fluffy voice pierced into everyone's ears, and Lin's father immediately responded. "No matter what, little divine doctor saved my wife's life. You are a great benefactor to my family. Thank you." Xiao Ku beamed her mouth, always feeling a bit awkward about this in her heart. After a bit of conversation, He warned the Lin family to take the medicine on time according to his prescription and pay attention to various taboos. The Lin family wanted to let him stay for dinner and thank him properly. But he still wanted to go home quickly, otherwise his sister would definitely be anxious. After refusing the Lin family's request, Lin Xiao takes Xiao Ku and Dr. Li out of the house. On the way, Dr. Li still tried to get words out of him, but he wouldn't eat it. It wasn't until the entrance to the neighborhood that Xiao Ku reluctantly added Dr. Li's V-mail. Lin Xiao saw that Xiao Ku didn't take the car and inquired in confusion. Xiao Ku, how did you get here? No one picked you up. How did you get here? Of course, the kidnapper's brother sent him over. One can't ask him to come over again to pick himself up now. Xiao Ku shook his head, aggrieved, and explained. Sister sent me over, hospital something. She rushed back. Afraid of Xiao Ku going home alone is dangerous, so Lin Xiao called a taxi to go home with Xiao Ku. Arriving at the Wang family manor, Lin Xiao stared blankly at the luxurious manor. What is this situation? He hurriedly lied and said that his house was in the neighborhood and he could walk back on his own. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Ku purposely left around the manor. Chapter 22. Sister, I want to sleep alone. Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Xiao Lu tremblingly knelt down the hall. Wang Siki couldn't hide the anger on her face. Stealing a sports car, taking away the young master, watching the young master being kidnapped. What do you do for a living? Is my Wang family raising idlers? At this moment, Xiao Lu was scared to death. The young lady had never been so angry since she was a child. You can get lost. Leave Magic City. The farther away the better. Oh no. Just send you to my second sister's place for a good makeover. Wang Siki was going crazy with anger. When did her family raise this kind of waste? And she found a lot of trouble for herself. Xiao Lu lying on the ground and crying bitterly. He is willing to get lost. But to the kind of frontier war-torn area of the second miss, he may have to take his little life. Ever since little Lu returned to the Wang family in a state of disorientation, Aunt Lan sent someone to take him down. Learning that the young master had been robbed, everyone was nonplussed and immediately told the seventh young miss. Aunt Lan is also scolded, and all of them are responsible for Xiao Ku's matter. Wang Siki's veins were visible on her wrists, and she forced herself to kill and ordered. The whole city searches for the little young master, especially in Yanbei district. The surveillance is all lined up. Big data to analyze the kidnapper's characteristics. Carefully compare each person. The subordinates received the order and quickly set off to search for the young master. Ding! Wang Siki's cell phone rang. It was fourth sister calling. After a slight hesitation, she still picks up the phone. Fourth sister was very happy. She had just gotten off the airport and was now almost home by car. The fact that she would be able to see her dear brother soon could be considered to have excited her badly. Seeing that Wang Siki didn't say anything, the fourth sister had a bad premonition in her heart. After Wang Siki's explanation, learning that her little brother had been kidnapped, the sound of breaking things came from the other end of the phone. Wang Siki, letting you take care of little brother? Is this how you take care of him? Humph! The phone hung up with a beep. It seems that he himself had to be scolded by the fourth sister. Suppressing her inner irritation, Wang Siki also quickly joined the team searching for Xiao Ku. On the other side, Xiao Ku circled back to the manor. In a flash, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the manor. Xiao Ku also looked back, thinking that it was the seventh sister who just happened to come home. Clang! The car door opened, and a sister wearing glasses and a black one-piece dress, who was very elegant, got out of the car with her long legs. Her face was like white jade under the sunlight, and her figure was quite hot, fat where it should be and thin where it should be. Her features are very delicate, beautiful eyes in the flow of autumn waves, lips red and teeth white. He is a look of a great lady. The strange thing is obviously very beautiful, very elegant. Big sister face is full of indifference, but also some anger. Followed by a group of well-mannered middle-aged uncles who got off the bus, constantly saying something in front of the beautiful sister. I said I won't choose another college. No need to discuss with me. I'm titled Magic City University, that's just a name. What's going on? Go to the Global Education Committee and say it. After ignoring the surrounding clamor, the beautiful sister strides towards the Wang family manor. A group of uncles could only return without any success and sit back in the car. Ha! The beautiful sister saw Xiao Ku standing at the side and muttered in her heart. Whose kid is this, watery looking, even cuter than my little brother, Milky? The beautiful sister walked towards Xiao Ku, squatted down and asked, What's your name, ah? Why are you standing here alone? Not afraid of being abducted? Xiao Ke shook his head. He was not afraid. My name is Wang Xiao Ke. This is my home, ah. Saying that, Xiao Ke pointed to the Wang family manor next to him. A pair of big eyes fluttering, small brush like eyelashes long. Very nice. The beautiful sister hugged Wang Xiao Ke and rubbed him vigorously towards her chest. So it's my younger brother, ah. Quickly let sister hug. Xiao Ke was already buried by two peaks, whimpering something. Realizing that her behavior was a bit off, the beautiful woman reluctantly put him down. Little Ke, I'm your fourth sister Wang Wenya. You can also call me Sister Xiaoya or Sister Yaya. Wang Wenya introduced herself to her little brother. Before Xiao Ke could speak, Wang Wenya picked up Xiao Ke again and walked towards the manor. It should be said not to say, the fourth sister's strength is really not small. If she lets the seventh sister carry herself up, it is estimated that she will be exhausted before walking a few steps. Entering the gate, the security personnel hurriedly used the intercom to inform. Attention all units. The fourth miss is home. The young master is home. At this time, the cars in the Wang family garage drove out one by one, and the leader was none other than Wang Siki. She had to find her little brother quickly, just afraid that he had suffered. Boom! The sound waves of sports cars emanated out, one after another rushing towards the main gate. Steeply, Wang Siki saw fourth sister, and in fourth sister's arms was none other than Xiao Ke. Stop the car! Hiss! A group of luxury cars hurriedly braked again. Fourth miss is back. Isn't that little young master in her arms? Yeah. Then there's no need to run out and look for someone. Close up the team, drive the car back. Wang Siki got out of the car and the bodyguards drove the car back again. Fourth sister, why is little brother here with you? Agu. Not that I'm talking about you, seventh sister. It's too unreliable to put baby brother here with you. All right, I know it's wrong, you're the boss here now, what you say goes. Giggle, stinky sister. The three of them talked and laughed as they returned to the villa. Little Ke in her arms weakly opened her mouth. Sister, I'm more than 5 years old and can walk. There's no need to carry me around. Wang Wenya directly retorted. What's wrong with 5 years old, 10 years old? 18 years old, you're still your sister's younger brother. Besides, your seventh sister was 5 years old at the time and still clamored with dad for a hug. Fourth sister, don't you force me. Okay. My Sichi still wants to save face, ha ha ha. Fourth sister gently put Xiao Ke down, and the house's Xiao He ran over in a flash to pounce on Xiao Ke. Wang Wenya was startled by this sudden little guy. There's a dog. She directly jumped ahead of Xiao Ke and kicked the puppy 2 meters away. Little Black drew a beautiful parabola in the sky before falling to the ground. Xiao Ke immediately ran over and hugged Xiao He. Xiao He, are you all right? Wang Wenya was puzzled for a moment. This dog was raised by little brother? She kicked Xiao Di's pet away? Xiao He was dazed on the ground and stood up after a while. Xiao He, the dog I duck, really suffered from old age. Since eating Xiao Ke's nascent soul pill, Xiao He is now not only smarter, but has improved a lot in all aspects. This kick is nothing to it. Wang Wenya smiled awkwardly and walked over to ask how Xiao Ke was doing. Xiao Ke wasn't angry. He could sense that Xiao He's body was fine and wasn't in any serious trouble. The family quickly mingled, the two sisters chatting happily on the sofa. He himself was watching pleasant wolf and gray sheep with Xiao He, very harmonious. Wang Siki was chatting in a low voice on the side, obviously not wanting his younger brother to hear. However, within the range of his 20 meters of spiritual perception, he still heard the conversation between the two clearly. Wang Siki, Kyoto has been making a lot of moves lately, especially on the side of the main family. Wang Wenya, humph, my Magic City Wang family was not a sheep to be slaughtered back then. Wang Wenya, if the main family targets his brother again, we don't have to choose to tolerate because of his father. Wang Siki, are there any major events in Kyoto lately? Wang Wenya, the other families are normal, but only the royal family has some situation. An hour passes and all three have had dinner to go upstairs to bed. Xiao Ke flies into his room. Now that fourth sister has returned, I believe that seventh sister won't catch herself sleeping again. He had just cultivated on the bed for a while when he realized that he thought wrong. The knock on the door was unusually loud. Stiffly, Xiao Ke opened the door to his room, only to see the fourth sister walking into the room holding a computer. Xiao Ke rubbed his face, unsure. Brother, I heard that you are scared to sleep alone. Let's both sleep together. Wang Wenya sweetly smiled at Xiaoku. The notebook in her hand was placed on the bed, and then she naturally laid down into the quilt. Xiaoku suddenly realized that seventh sister was actually very polite. It seems that today again, he won't be able to cultivate, so he has to think of a way to prevent his sisters from coming in. Seeing the fourth sister tapping away on the computer, he also climbed into bed and looked at the computer. Inside was playing an information video from Mordor University. Seeing his younger brother welcoming him, Wang Wenya took him into his arms. The milky little brother was really cute. Wang Wenya backhandedly took out his cell phone and snapped a picture and sent it into the group. Lele, what? Ing. Who is this, your son? Wang Wenya, off, this is our brother. Lele, how did it change so much? He's so cute. Wang Wenya, you're envious, aren't you? Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Before the two could speak, the visitor directly pushed the door in. Wang Siki frowned slightly, and the two spoke almost simultaneously. Why are you here? Why are you here? Seeing that the fourth sister was relying on this situation, Wang Siki didn't care about the situation and laid down on the other side of her little brother. Feeling the sharp gazes of the two sisters, Xiaoku's head got big. So miss sleeping alone, At night, on the left is the hot-bodied fourth sister, and on the right is the temperamental seventh sister. How can not sleep? Chapter 23 Scary Sister. Early in the morning. The sky is not yet completely bright. In the dream, Xiaoku was being surrounded by slime monsters. A bunch of green slimes were crawling around frantically on their faces, slimy and sticky. Ah! Phew! So it was a dream. Xiaoku opened his eyes and felt the familiar surroundings, inexplicably feeling sticky on his face. Turning her head, the seventh sister was hugging herself intimately, her cherry mouth slightly open on her face. Turning her face towards the other side, the fourth sister's sexy red lips were also pressed against her own face, with the slightest bit of drool coming out. Ah! He couldn't take it anymore and stood up, casually picking up a small dinosaur doll. Huffing and puffing, he came to the sofa on the first floor and lay down. Auntie Lan was surprised that the young master woke up so early, but when she saw him sleeping on the sofa upside down, she wondered what had happened. After another hour, Wang Siki on the second floor, Wang Wenya woke up almost simultaneously. Having just woken up and being in a daze, the two of them felt towards the center of the bed. How come it's empty? Where is the younger brother? The two sat up, awkwardly looked at each other and scanned around the room again. Where's the younger brother? Where's little brother? Both of them who spoke at the same time were confused and rushed to look for Ko. It was only when they reached the first floor that they realized their brother was lying on the couch asleep. Strangely enough, there were 2 lines of drool marks on his brother's milky white face. Faint, as shallow as tear stains. Wang Wenya was the first to speak. Seventh sister, what did you do to your brother? How can he still sleep on the sofa? This sentence should be me asking you. Why is there a spit mark on the side of Xiaoku facing you? The duo fell silent and it was a bit awkward. Maybe little brother sleepwalked. Yeah, it's possible. The 2 sisters smiled at each other and ran off together to wash and dress up. Not long after, it was breakfast time. Aunt Erisher gently woke up Xiaoku and told him to go wash up for breakfast. In a daze, Xiaoku washed up and sat down at the dining table. Fourth sister had changed into a practice outfit and tied a high ponytail, looking full of vigor. Seventh sister was still in a black workplace outfit. The difference was that she looked like she was in a good mood, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth all the time. After dinner, the fourth sister went out for a run, and the seventh sister went back to the company to deal with official business. Xiaoku finally had some free time to herself. In order not to waste a minute, the 2 sisters just left the house. Xiaoku dragged the sleeping Xiaohei and ran to the back garden. Arriving under the pavilion, Xiaoku took out the qi nascent pill and both Xiaohei and Xiaohei began to cultivate. The spiritual qi near the back garden was pulled into Xiaoku's body and finally incorporated into the dantian. Every time he cultivated, Xiaoku's skin appearance would improve a bit. The body that was previously affected by environmental reasons slowly recovered its original appearance. Xiaohei's cultivation method was still sleeping, only that he slept more soundly after eating the qi nascent pill. Feeling carefully, one could also notice that Xiaohei's white fur was getting brighter and brighter, and an inconspicuous lump of flesh was bulging on the dog's head. The entire morning, Xiaoku spent in cultivation, and the entire garden came alive under the sunlight. The air was filled with the aroma of earth and flowers. The little boy who was sitting in the gazebo to cultivate slowly opened his eyes, His turquoise blue eyes had a slight glow flowing through them. Alas, at this rate, how long will it take to cultivate to the late stage of qi refining? Little Ku already had troubles at such a young age. He had learned about formations, and one of them was able to gather the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth in the vicinity, but he simply couldn't set it up with his current cultivation level. Spirit gathering formation, a very special first-order formation. It didn't have attack or defense functions, but it was able to continuously absorb the nearby spiritual qi into the formation. When he advanced to the late stage of qi refining, he had to set up a formation in the manor to speed up his cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiao Ku was again firm in his goal. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong dong. The fruit cell phone in his pocket rang. Xiao Ku took it out and answered the call, and Seven Sisters' voice came from the opposite side. Brother, after lunch let your fourth sister take you to get organized. Today go to the banquet with your sister. Banquet? Hanging up the phone, Xiao Ku brought Xiao He back to the villa. Inside the hall, fourth sister was ordering a group of servants to move a bunch of boxes. Seeing that it would soon be piled up into a small mountain, it had even become a bit shaky. Noticing that her brother had returned home, Wang Wenya held Xiao Ke's hand and came under the mountain of boxes. Brother, this is a gift that sister specially flew over from M country. M country? A gift? Little Ku opened his little mouth and looked at the mountain of gifts in shock. Fourth sister was also too formidable. Wang Wenya took the lead in unwrapping a box, which was filled with small robots that could also walk remotely. Then she let Xiao Ku open it himself. Hee. Thank you, sister. Xiao Ke happily unwrapped a box. Inside was a delicate toy small racing car. Wow, even so cool. This is the happiness of having a sister Na, preparing so many gifts for his brother to open. Wang Wenya just stood by and smiled gently, watching her brother open the boxes one by one. These things were all statistically the most popular gifts for boys. Another box was unwrapped. It was a small sword. The scabbard was decorated with gold, quite kingly. The body of the sword was made of a very light soft iron and was not open-edged enough to do any harm. Wow, what a handsome sword. Love sister to death. Wang Wenya was flattered. Her own little brother's mouth was so sweet. The boxes were unpacked one by one. There were small arms, gems, phone watches, clothes, and shoes. After half an hour, Xiao Ke's hands were tired from unpacking, and there was still half a mountain left. Aunt Lan came at the right time, telling the two that they could have lunch. The two of them were indeed a bit hungry, so Wang Wenya instructed the servants to send the gifts to the storage room, and then held her brother's hand to eat lunch. Xiao Ku asked fourth sister suspiciously how much these gifts cost, and if they were very expensive. Wang Wenya made a rough estimate. The gift fee, transportation fee, labor fee, and tax together is almost 8 million. 8 million! Looking at the fourth sister's flat tone of voice, she said the figure of 8 million, and for a moment wondered if the several sisters were all rich women? He had only made $20 million after getting rich by relying on jade with great difficulty. How do you feel the sisters on the million are disdainful of it? In fact, this 8 million is really not much for the two. Wang Wenya, as the president of the International Education Committee, has hundreds of millions of dollars every month. There were also sponsorships from colleges and universities, which alone amounted to hundreds of billions a year. After all, every college and university could be rich as hell. Wang Siki, on the other hand, didn't even need to be mentioned, as Wang's group had tens of billions of dollars in revenue a year. Mainly, Wang's group was the assets of the Wang family, and all the money earned belonged to the Wang family except for the salaries of the employees. At the dinner table, Wang Wenya molested her younger brother to play. Little Ku, is sister's gift good? Are you happy? Happy. Fourth sister is the best. Then reward sister with a mwahahaha. Little Ku obediently pecked Wang Wenya on the cheek. It caused her to giggle, like she had eaten honey. Her heart was sweet. After a pleasant lunch, Wang Wenya also talked about business. Today was the Gu family's old man's 80th birthday, and various families in Magic City were invited to the banquet. The strength of the Gu family was second only to the four families, so it was reasonable for the Wang family to send someone to deliver a gift. The old man Gu has two sons. The second son Gu Biao and his father's relationship is very good. The main Gu Biao is the father was born into death comrade in arms, or sisters of the elders. This banquet Wang family must go. Xiao Ke heard that he realized that his father was a soldier before. What he didn't know is that now his dad is already a powerful general. Xiao Ke still wanted to ask his sister when his dad would come back to see Xiao Ke, when he was interrupted by his sister. For this banquet, I have to dress up my brother properly, so that they snobs can see my baby brother. Humph, from now on, with your sister protecting you, let's see who dares to touch my baby. Xiaoko could hear what his sister's words meant, the Gao family, the Kyoto Wang family. Before Xiaoko could react, the fourth sister picked him up and walked up the stairs. The feeling of his feet hanging in the air was very uncomfortable. Xiaoko secretly swore that he would grow tall in the future, and then see how his sister would still hold him. All right, Xiaoko, let's start dressing up and take a bath first. Xiaoko smiled and nodded his head. Only after a few seconds did he realize that something was wrong. Why was his sister carrying him to the bathroom? Xiaoko looked at the smiling fourth sister in horror. Fourth sister, you can go out now. I'm going to start bathing. Wang Wenya revealed a puzzled expression. Washa, what am I going out for? I have to give you a good bath. Huh. Xiaoko directly broke away from his sister's embrace and jumped on the ground, but also intentionally kept a 1 meter safe distance from his sister. Why, younger brother still knows shyness, it's fine. Xiaoko's cheeks were red with shame, as if water could come out with a gentle pinch. No, sister, quickly go out. I won't take a bath if you don't go out. In the end, Wang Wenya helplessly walked out of the bathroom. Throughout the process of bathing, Xiaoko put his spiritual perception to the maximum, fearfully noting every move around him. Hey, why is sister so scary? Chapter 24, Gu Family Banquet. After taking a bath and putting on his clothes, Xiaoko cautiously poked his head out. Phew, looks like fourth sister should be gone. Xiaoko walked towards his room, secretly saying in his heart that he would avoid his sister in the future. Returning to the familiar small room, Xiaoko directly pounced on the soft bed. Hee, why does it feel like the bed has become soft and sticky? It's also quite warm. Xiaoko lifted his head, not knowing when he was lying in his fourth sister's arms. Fourth sister, why are you in my bed? Wang Wenya barfed on Xiaoko's cheeks, kissy face. Her voice was very melodious. I'm going to supervise you to dress up. No, this is what you're going to wear this time. He twisted his head. A very chic set of robes was quietly placed on the bed. Wang Wenya urged at her brother to hurry up and change into the clothes she had carefully selected. Under his sister's attentive care, Xiaoko changed into the set of clothes. A small goose yellow golden bordered robe with a snow-white shirt underneath, a pair of straight black pants underneath, and dots of glaze as decoration on the clothes, glittering in the light. Standing there, it was like a flawless piece of beautiful jade cast as a jade person, with a strange and beautiful appearance, giving people a sense of nobility and purity. Wang Wenya's beautiful eyes had little stars swirling in them. So handsome. Xiaoko turned around and waved his robe, paired with his exquisite and cute face. He was simply a proper girl killer. Very good. Younger brother is so handsome. Fourth sister gave him a thumbs up. This look is inheriting the excellent genes of my Wang family. Wang Wenya clapped his hands at the door and made a few crisp sounds. Outside the door came in a row of maids, each carrying a tray of jewelry in their hands. There were rings, necklaces, bracelets. After a while of comparing and selecting, she only chose a diamond necklace and a silver bracelet, as well as a few rings. These were for her brother to wear to raise his temperament up another notch. It's perfect. Brother, don't move. Oh, sister, take a picture. After the maid went downstairs, Wang Wenya took a picture of her brother and sent it to the sister group. The current Xiaoko really looks like the little prince. After helping Xiaoko clean up everything, she also hurriedly dressed up and went to put on her makeup. The room was finally quiet and Xiaoko sighed helplessly. Wang Wenya said that he would come downstairs in 10 minutes. But after the past 2 hours there is still no movement. He has been watching cartoons for a long time. Thinking about it, Xiaoko released his spiritual perception and everything in the room was in his eyes. He was curious about what his sister was doing upstairs, so his spiritual power probed towards her room, only to see that his sister's bed had a large pile of clothes, as if they had already been tried on, and were now preparing to change into the next one. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual perception. After all, his master had told him that men and women were different, and that he should not look at them. After waiting for another hour, Wang Siki also returned home to clean up and dress up, and she couldn't help but rub it in when she saw the refreshed Xiaoko. Then she also confidently told her brother that 10 minutes was enough for her to tidy up. This statement Xiaoko no longer believed. A woman's mouth could not be trusted. After practicing until the afternoon, the two sisters finally came downstairs. The fourth sister wore a very formal black princess dress and a blue diamond necklace of great value. It looked very enchanting, like a fiery red rose, radiating a strong charm. The seventh sister wore a more formal, a green dress. The whiteness of her skin didn't need to be embellished. Her constant work gave her a high and cold goddess temperament in itself. The three quickly walked out of the villa. This time it was the birthday banquet of Elder Gu, so the gifts prepared were also carefully selected and arranged by Sister Seven. Bringing along a few bodyguards and maids, the few people got in the car and set off for the Gu family. At the same time, all the families in Magic City had made their moves. Although the Gu family was not as good as the four great families, it still belonged to the first-class level, and this birthday banquet was not simple. The most prestigious figures in Magic City went to the banquet, and those small bosses and small families also wanted to use it to climb up the ranks of the powerful and the rich. Gu family. At this time, the villa is plastered with festive objects. A large open space was vacated, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. On the open space, there are glazed tables displaying all kinds of desserts, drinks, and beverages. Gu Biao inspected the scene and put his heart at ease when he saw that everything was going well, just waiting for the guests to enter. At this time, the periphery of the Gu family, neatly placed rows of luxury cars. Usually quite difficult to meet the Maybach, Rolls-Royce, Bentley can be seen everywhere here. All sorts of leopard license plate numbers gathered outside the Gu family's door. There was no way around it. The front yard had already been filled up. $60,000 to $70,000 luxury cars had no qualifications to stop at the door. They could only park in the distance and walk over. Gu Pingon, the boss of the Gu family, was arranging preparations in the hall. Thud! A dull elephant drum sound resounded throughout the Gu family. The Li family of Mordor arrives. The Mordor Chen family arrives. The Magic City Wei family arrives. The doors opened and a dozen people stepped onto the red carpet and entered the hall, with thick smiles on their faces. Gu Pingon only noticed the Li family's eldest son, Li Yenluo. After nodding his head at the Chen and Wei families, Gu Pingon smiled lightly and chatted with Li Yenluo for a few moments. When several people entered the hall, another dull drumbeat sounded. The Ouyang family of Mordor arrives. Lin Jiang Xie family arrives. Lin Jiang Hu family arrives. The magic capital Gao family arrives. There were a lot of people coming this time, and Gu Pingon was busy going to greet them with his many servants. The junior member of the Chen family in the hall opened his mouth to ask what level the family in Linjiang was. The elders of the family hurriedly signaled for silence. Linjiang had developed very well in recent years. The Hu family that came this time, the Xie family, is even able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great giants of the Magic City. After the entrance of several big families, the hall began to bustle. Many people began to gossip and exchange ideas. Gradually, the people outside began to pour into the hall in clusters. These people were some small bosses, small powerful people. There were already more than 500 people standing in the large venue, and there were still people outside the door squeezing in. Gu Biao was waiting for something on the second floor and kept his eyes on the people coming in through the gate. At this time, 5 kilometers away from the Gu family, Xiao Ku and his group were still traveling on the road, and it was already too late to arrive at the place. Wang Wenya kept nagging at Wang Siki. "I've told you to pack quickly, but you're still so slow, and now you're one step behind everyone else." Xiao Ku, who was sitting in the middle of the back row, was argued all the way by her 2 sisters. "All right, fourth sister, obviously you're packing slowly too." He beamed his little mouth, trying to get the 2 to stop fighting for a while. Wang Wenya was even more unhappy, a pair of beautiful eyes falling from Wang Siki to his younger brother. "Yo yo yo, my good brother is actually facing her?" Wang Siki was also immediately pleased. "What's wrong, fourth sister? Being spat on by my little brother makes me anxious, ha ha ha." It wasn't too lonely on the way, and soon arrived at the Gu family. At this time, the road leading to the Gu family had already been blocked by security. The small security guard on the side saw the incoming car and wanted to go forward to block it. Suddenly, the back of his head was slapped. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be the captain. "Asshole, open the door quickly. You dare to block the Wang family's convoy?" The small security guard immediately opened the door and let go, while in his heart he was a bit thankful. If this kind of big shot was in a bad mood, snapping his fingers would be the end of himself. The convoy followed the road to the entrance of the Gu family. Xiao Ke saw an empty space and hurriedly pointed to it, saying that there was a place to park. As soon as the words fell, there was a Lexus parked on top of that empty lot. "Humph! Xiao Ke frowned. What about the lack of parking spots here? Wang Siki laughed and stroked her brother's cheeks. All right, don't beep, we can drive the car in. At the words he brightened up. Righto, why didn't he think of it? The Maserati came to the gate. There were already people who recognized it as the Wang family's special car. So it was hurriedly released, and just like that, it drove unimpeded into the courtyard of the Gu family. Parking the car, the three of them walked towards the hall. At the entrance, there were two bodyguards standing on both sides of the door. Hello, miss. Please show your invitation. Wang Siki took out a golden invitation from her bag and handed it to the two. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and then let the three enter the hall. Thud. The familiar sound of the elephant drum resounded once again. The Magic City Wang family has arrived. The people in the hall looked at the trio walking from the red carpet. Wow, what two beautiful ladies. If my father found me a woman like this as a wife, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You're crazy? Iceberg President Wang Siki giving you a wife. See if your dad dares to dream about this. That little kid is so cute. I want to hug him. I heard that it's the lost young master of the Wang family, only recently found back. The conversations in the hall clearly reached Xiao Ke's ears. Not only that, he also saw a few familiar figures here. The Gao family's eldest son, Gao Jiajun, Chun Chu Chu. There were also several big families bidding for their own raw stones. The gazes of so many people fell on the trio, but it didn't make them feel uncomfortable. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya's aura that emanated inadvertently was not something those small bosses could possess. When Gu Biao on the second floor saw the three, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Chapter 25. Gu family's backyard. Xiao Ke's assassination. The hall was divided into an inner and outer hall, mainly to separate people with too much of a difference in rank to avoid being nosy. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya pulled up Xiao Ke's hand and walked towards the inner court together. But seeing the various small desserts placed on the table, he really didn't want to leave. After passing through a thick layer of people, they also arrived at a wider venue. The people standing here were all of prominent status, either rich or noble. At this moment, a man with a scar on his neck came to the side of the two sisters. The man exuded a fierce aura, and his calm and deep eyes were mysterious. Xiao Ke could conclude that he had killed people, and there were quite a few of them. Hello, Uncle Biao. The two sisters opened their mouths to the man, and Xiao Ke, who had been nervous, lowered her heart. This man should be Gu Biao, Dad's comrade in arms. Gu Biao smiled towards the two. You two kids. You're really getting more and more knowledgeable, ha ha ha. Old Wang really gave birth to a few good daughters, ah, Uncle, I'm envious. Wang Siki covered her mouth and snickered. Wang Wenya on the side hurriedly waved her hand. Uncle, don't praise us. I heard that my younger brother at the beginning of the month has been admitted to Kyoto University. His future is unlimited. The three of them talked and laughed. Only then did Gu Biao notice the small, pink boy at the side. He should be the little doll that the Wang family has recently retrieved. Right? Uncle hasn't seen it yet. Quickly let Uncle hug it. Little Ku looked at Uncle Gu's formidable looks and instinctively resisted. Gu Biao touched his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Looks like I've scared little Kahir. That said, when we named the little guy at the time, your dad even discussed it with us. Oh, right, you? Gu Piao called out towards the back. A little girl in a white dress slowly walked up to the group of people. The little girl was about 1 meter 2 in height, very clean looking, and definitely a beauty. Wang Wenya tenderly touched her head. Yo. Little you has already grown so big. Last time sister saw you, you were only this tall. Xiao Ke looked at her fourth sister, comparing a gesture in a very abstract way, inexplicably feeling hilarious. Let's go. There are seats in front. Let's go over there and chat. You take your brother next to you to play. Daddy has something to discuss. The little girl nodded her head obediently. After the sisters and Uncle Biao left, the two children were left behind to look at each other. Hey, what's your name? The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, her voice dainty. My name is Wang Xiao Ke. I'm 5.5 years old. My name is Gu Shanyue. I'm 7 years old this year. Oh. The simple conversation ended. Xiao Ke wanted to go around. Just now outside there were so many desserts and drinks, but he was craving for them. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Gu Shanyue, Xiao Ke eagerly walked towards the outer field. Hey, it's not allowed to go out. Gu Shanyue caught up with Xiao Ke, forbidding him to just wander off. I don't know what's going on, but ever since he cultivated to the middle stage of qi refinement, He always felt that his peers were childish, including Gu Shangyue next to him. Turning around, Xiao Ku told Gu Shangyue in a serious tone, "I want to go outside to get some air. You can go if you want." After saying that, he entered the outfield area without looking back. Gu Shangyue stomped her little feet and puffed up to follow Wang Xiaoku. The outer arena was bigger than the inner arena, and there were a lot more people than the inner arena. Most of them were small business owners who wanted to get acquainted with the big shots. When you come to the outer field, you will realize that the circle here is too chaotic, each working on their own, mixed with fish and dragons. Of course, none of these things mattered. Xiao Ku's current main concern was the dessert on the table. Coming to the glazed table, Xiao Ku directly sat on his butt. On the other side, Gu Shangyue also sat next to Xiao Ku, lying on the table and observing the little brother in front of her. Xiao Ku didn't pay any attention to her, picking up the drink and cake and tasting them on his own. The chubby face was propped up to become rounder. Xiao Ku squinted her eyes in happiness. This was the most happy thing at the banquet, right? Looking at Wang Xiaoku, who was happily eating with a happy face, Gu Shangyue asked suspiciously, "Is this stuff so delicious?" This sentence made him almost choke, and after swallowing the cream in his mouth, he immediately said to Gu Shangyue, "That's for sure. Cake cola is the best." Gu Shangyue tentatively picked up a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. "Aya, where is it delicious? It's too mushy." The little girl hurriedly took a sip of mineral water. This sweet and greasy feeling was not comfortable at all. The two little ones sat obediently in the corner. For 10 whole minutes, he didn't stop chewing his mouth. Gu Shangyue wondered if his stomach was bottomless. After the last cup of cola went down, Xiao Ku patted his belly with satisfaction. Little belly, are you full?" "Little belly is full," Xiao Ku replied to himself, causing Gu Shangyue to stifle her laughter. When little Ku jumped down from his seat, Gu Shangyue grabbed his small hand and said next to his ear, "Do you want to go to the backyard to play? There's a swing there, a little push cart. Much more fun than this boring place." After thinking for a while, Xiao Ku nodded his head. He didn't want to stay in this boring party either. Anyway, he was already full and there was nothing more to do. Gu Shangyue pulled Xiao Ku and ran whistling towards the backyard, and the adults on the road hastily dodged to avoid it. One of them, a middle-aged woman, couldn't help but chide, whose child, and not watching properly, almost bumped into someone. This sentence immediately drew strange gazes from the crowd, like looking at a little cutie. The woman's husband was a Chinese boss in Magic City, which qualified him to enter the venue. Her husband realized that his wife had said the wrong thing and hurriedly covered her mouth. The woman became even angrier, biting hard at the man's hand, pointing at the man in public and cursing to the point of being a psychopath. The man finally couldn't stand it and slapped her in the face. Those two, one is the Gu family's little princess, and the other is the Wang family's young master. It's fine if they usually splash around at home, but they still don't restrain themselves in a place like this. As a result of this mess, the onlookers pointed at them, and in the end, the two of them directly left the Gu family banquet. Gu family backyard. Today is the full moon. The moonlight is not too bright and not too dark. With the help of the backyard's decorative light strips and lighting, the two of them can still see very clearly. Xiao Ku gleefully sat on the swing, and Gu Shangyue ran behind him to push the swing. Woohoo! The swing flew very high. One up and one down was fun. The breeze blew. The two people's faces were cool and whooshing. After a while, it was Gu Shanyue's turn to sit on the swing again. With a gentle push from Xiao Ku, the swing could swing very high. "Ah! Xiao Ku, slow down. I'm afraid." Xiao Ku reduced his strength again, which allowed the swing to swing a little lower. The backyard echoed with the sound of children's laughter. Tired of playing, the two subsided in no time. Sitting on the steps, the two looked at the moon in the sky together. Gu Shanyue cupped her small face and asked Xiao Ku. "Xiao Ku, I'm about to start school. What about you?" "Starting school?" Xiao Ku shook his head. He had only just returned home and hadn't signed up for school yet. "You're not even in school?" "I went to kindergarten when I was 4, and now I'm going to 2nd grade." Gu Shanyue looked at him with a surprised face and said in a proud tone. Thinking about it, it seems like her sister said that school would start in September, and it's only the beginning of August. There's still a month to go. It seems like I need to go home and discuss the matter of going to school with my sister. Otherwise, I'll be too far behind others. Xiao Ku, who was thinking like this, suddenly noticed a trace of abnormality, like he was locked by a poisonous snake. Not good. Xiao Ku immediately pulled Gu Shanyue up and upward. Whoosh! Several silver needles were inserted where Xiao Ku was sitting, and the needles were still tainted with poison. Too late to explain, Xiaoke pushed Gu Shangyue away, and several more poisoned needles brushed his shoulders. Quickly go back! Find my sister. Gu Shangyue was terrified and scrambled in the direction of the back door. Whoosh! A few more poison needles burst out, only the target changed to Gu Shangyue. Xiaoke hurriedly took out the small sword her sister had given her from her storage ring and used the scabbard to block these silver needles. They were originally close to the back door, and in this amount of time Gu Shangyue had already run into the villa. Using silver needles as a weapon, then others must be nearby. Xiaoke thought in his heart, his divine sense spreading rapidly, and the small sword in his hand was pulled out of its scabbard. He walked forward step by step, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Finally, the divine sense sensed that a dark shadow was hiding in a tree. Trying to kill me? Who are you? A childish voice traveled to the black-clothed killer, directly causing him to freeze. Did this little guy discover himself?
Impossible.
Before he could react, Xiaoke quickly rushed towards him. Tapping his toes, his body flew up in the air. With a backflip, he stepped on a tree branch with his feet and stood in front of the killer's feet. Who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Xiaoke pointed his small sword at the killer, his fat face with a hint of ice. Master had said that those who wanted to kill themselves did not have to be merciful. The killer did not say anything, and backhandedly pulled out a steel dagger to stab the little boy in front of him. Plop! The small blunt sword was inserted into the heart, and the killer's vitality was slowly draining away. How can? The killer did not expect to die at the hands of a child until he died. Drawing out the small sword, Xiaoke's body was trembling a bit and his face was pale. This was the first time he had killed someone, and his subconscious counterattack had taken the killer's life. The small sword slightly picked. The killer's face was revealed. It was a middle-aged man who was a complete stranger, and it looked like there were no clues, strongly holding back the feeling of discomfort inside. He performed a martial art and threw out a spirit fire that directly engulfed the killer. In the end, only a handful of ashes remained, and with a slight tremor in his aura, he was directly blown away in the sky. For some reason, Xiaoke, who was killing for the first time, quickly recovered. He waved his small hand and brushed away the blood on his sword. A killer completely disappeared into this world. At the same time, the footsteps of a group of people came from the back door in a hurry. Chapter 26. I'm not marrying her. I'm not going to kindergarten. No need to guess, it must be my sister and the girls coming. Xiaoke tapped her toes a few times and floated directly to the position of the steps. The back door of the villa was kicked open and a large group of bodyguards rushed into the backyard with weapons. The ones following behind were none other than Wang Wenya, Wang Siki, and Gu Biao. In order not to cause panic, a few people directly rushed to the backyard with their bodyguards and did not inform the others. The two Wang Siki sisters were gasping for air, their gazes sweeping through the backyard, their mouths constantly calling out Xiaoke's name. Sister! Behind the green tree, Xiaoke trembled as he revealed his body and rushed towards his sister. Wang Wenya hugged her brother tightly and hurriedly checked if there were any injuries. Seeing that the body was not seriously injured, her hanging heart finally fell. Wang Siki looked serious and asked her brother, "What happened just now? Did someone try to make a move on you?" Xiaoke weakly opened his mouth with a fearful expression. "Just now I saw a man in black throwing flying needles towards us. We dodged them. Then I had Sister Shallow Moon go and call out to you guys. That man in black saw Sister Shallow Moon go in, and he ran towards the wall." Gu Biao's face was blue. If something happened to his big brother's son in his own house, then he would really have no face to face the Wang family. Gu Biao called out for 2 teams of bodyguards and personally led them, carefully lining up in the backyard. Wang Siki walked to the steps, picked up a silver needle and carefully examined it, and found that apart from the tip of the needle being stained with an unknown liquid, there were no more features. Damn! An assassin who can use a silver needle as a weapon is really hard to watch out for. Wang Wenya walked to her side and inquired softly. Otherwise, should we ask the second sister to send some martial artists over, so that we can also protect our brother? Xiaoku clearly heard the fourth sister utter the word martial artist, but what did martial artist mean? Someone who practiced martial arts. Gu Biao probed around and found that there were no traces for the time being. So he let the bodyguards continue to patrol the backyard and he went back first. Coming in front of Xiaoku's family, Gu Biao said to the 3, "It's safe for the time being. I'll send more people to patrol. Father's birthday banquet is about to start. Let's go in first." Wang Siki and the two of them nodded and took the frightened Xiao Ku back to the villa. At this time, the atmosphere of the scene was about to reach its climax. Everyone had already taken their seats, waiting for Elder Gu to step forward. Xiao Ku and his party returned to their seats, and just as he sat down, he sensed someone staring at him. Looking towards that gaze, he just happened to meet Gao Zhejun's eyes, and his sight quickly retracted. Could it be that the Gao family had sent someone to attack him? Resisting the thoughts in his mind, Xiao Ku turned his head back and paid no more attention. On the stage, Gu Pingon picked up the microphone and began to speak. Guests, thank you very much for taking the time to attend my father's birthday banquet. Everyone who has come today is a friend of my Gu family. After a speech, the crowd applauded. Next, my father would like to say a few words to everyone. Off the stage, an old man clad in a tang suit walked onto the stage. The years had carved deep traces on his face and his pale hair was still so erect. Already a senior old man, his figure did not show old age, but rather his face was rosy and he had a strong aura. Xiao Ku can feel that he is very healthy, at least 10 years of longevity. The old man picked up the microphone, smilingly scanning the crowd. Hello everyone. Thank you to those who came to congratulate Gu on his birthday. In order to fulfill the landlord's friendship, each person here will receive a gift from my Gu family. It's not precious, but it's still our intention. The old man walked to the back and sat down on the eunuch chair, pouring a cup of tea. The Li family of Mordor, presenting a famous painting, wishing the old man good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Mordorchin family, sending a deep blue diamond, wishing Elder Gu. Lin Jianghu family, send a pair of ancient porcelain, a tiger king fur. The crowd under the stage exclaimed, it's not bad to be a big family, casually making a large sum of money. The Ouyang family of Mordor sends 10 sports cars and 100-year-old ginseng. Hearing 100 years of ginseng, the crowd's heart trembled. That was a rare good thing. The Magic City Wang family sends 1 imperial blue light jade pendant, 1 original Tang poem, 1 helicopter. Xiao Ku himself was surprised and tugged on the 7th sister next to him. Sister, does our family still have a helicopter? Wang Siki looked at Xiao Ku with dismay, as if the question was strange. Of course, little brother. There are many of them in our house. They are usually kept on the tarmac, so you can't see them. Ko realized how many secrets were there in the house that hadn't been revealed. The next readings were all first-rate and second-rate families, so Xiao Ku wasn't interested in continuing to listen. Elder Gu was on the stage smiling and facing the crowd, looking like he was in a good mood. Finally, after a sumptuous birthday feast, the banquet officially ended. Gu Biao was obviously still feeling guilty about what had just happened, and his face was a bit gloomy. Elder Gu deliberately drank a cup of tea with his sisters, a faint smile on his face. How's Xiao Hao? Didn't he say anything about coming back? Elder Gu took a sip of tea and spoke faintly. Father's border is in turmoil, so I guess it'll be a while before he can come back, and the second sister sighed as well. Wang Siki raised a smile and explained to the Gu family head. Elder Gu took a sip of tea and spoke faintly. Didn't you tell him about your brother getting back? No. If I did tell him, who else would be left to guard the border? Ha ha ha. After some conversation, the Wang family finally left the Gu family. Gu Biao, Gu Pingyan came over to see them off, and Gu Shanyue also pulled her father's hand to follow. Xiao Ku and her sisters were already in the car. Gu Biao looked at his daughter's disappointed eyes, looking towards the car endlessly. He couldn't help but snicker. Ha ha ha, your Wang family's boy has hooked my daughter's soul and can't let you guys go. The car windows weren't closed, and the people inside the car could hear everything. Wang Siki responded to Uncle Gu Biao. Turn around and discuss the doll's marriage. This time Uncle Biao is our in-laws, ha ha ha. Of course, everyone knew it was just a joke, but Xiao Ku believed it. Could it be that his sister wanted him to marry Gu Shanyue? No way, beating himself to death would not agree. The car drove out of the Gu family and sped in the direction of the manor. Xiao Ku tugged on Wang Siki's clothes and looked at 7th sister pitifully. 7th sister, I don't want to get engaged to Gu Shanyue. Wang Siki's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon and flicked her brother's forehead. Then don't get engaged, ah. Sisters want you to be happy and live a carefree life. No matter what you want to do, the sisters will support you. Wang Wenya nodded in agreement, agreeing with what the 7th sister said. Wang family manor. The car quickly arrived in front of the villa. The 3 of them stepped out of the car and entered the villa. Aunt Lan and the servants had already cleaned up the room. After washing up, Xiaoku returned to his room and lay down, but his mood was tense again. He silently counted 10 in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. After counting, the door of his room was also opened with a bam. The fourth sister came to his room to rub sleep again. The original beautiful mood was instantly gone. Fourth sister laid down on the bed and hugged over Xiaoku for a kiss. He had already expected it. Next should be the seventh sister debut. Sure enough, not more than a few seconds later, the room intruded another good shadow. Wang Siki also entered the room holding a pillow. There were 3 people lying on one bed, and Xiaoku, who was lying in the center, had difficulty trying to move around for fear that if he turned over, he would be embraced by the duo in their arms. Xiaoku inquired in a milky voice in the darkness. "Sister, am I going to sign up for school?" Wang Siki's jade hand pinched and played on Xiaoku's face. "Well, I've already enrolled you in kindergarten." "Huh? I don't want to go to kindergarten. Can I go to elementary school?" Wang Wenya interjected out of place. "If you don't lay a good foundation when you're small, the path of learning will become more and more difficult." Xiaoku thought back carefully. Now that he had memorized all the knowledge from elementary school, it didn't matter even if he went straight to middle school. The learning ability of the Qi refining stage was very strong. With a single glance, coupled with unforgettable memories, the content of elementary school was too simple for him. In the end, Xiaoku pampered himself in the arms of his 2 sisters and finally made the 2 of them loosen up, promising to give Xiaoku a chance. If he can make first-grade questions tomorrow, he won't have to go to kindergarten. In fact, Wang Siki also had plans, before he saw that Xiaoku could calculate how much 2 cups of $16 of milk tea cost. This was already a first-grade addition problem, and his younger brother was still smarter than the average child. The 3 of them quieted down. The moonlight hung high in the sky and the servants went to bed to rest at the end of a busy day. Xiaoku looked at his 2 sisters. Although the flavor was sweet and his sister's skin was warm and bouncy, it was interfering with his cultivation process. Eventually, the 2 sisters' cold lips were pressed on both sides of his face again. Xiaoku slowly withdrew himself and walked to the bedside, then tiptoed to the 3rd floor. Arriving at Wang Siki's room, Xiaoku felt a surge of excitement in his heart, finally breaking through his sister's encirclement. He sat on the big bed, swallowed 2 Qi nascent pills in one gulp, and fell into cultivation with his legs crossed. While cultivating, Xiaoku had silver light flowing around him, but suddenly interspersed with a flash of black light. It was as if everything was normal. Chapter 27. Brother, you can go to elementary school now. Early in the morning, Wang Siki and Wang Wenya opened their sleepy eyes, and their gazes locked onto each other. A wave of awkwardness spread out, only to see that the 2 were hugging intimately and their pajamas were a bit messy. "Ahem, I'll go wash up first." Wang Wenya coughed dryly and immediately came to his senses, putting on his shoes and walking out of the room. Wang Siki sat up and scanned around the room. It seemed that her younger brother had run out early in the morning. Xiaoku on the 3rd floor had just stopped cultivating, a pair of eyes shining brightly. "The one that suits me best right now and consumes the least amount of aura is the sword technique. Weapons added a great deal to one's battle power, and if one were to use aura alone, the consumption was horrifying. However, by attaching Reiki to a weapon and using weapon moves, the consumption of Reiki would be much smaller." Making up his mind, Xiaoku decided to cultivate a simple sword technique. After getting out of bed and washing up, Xiaoku took out the small sword from his storage ring and ran downstairs with gusto. The 2 sisters were already sitting at the dining table downstairs, and Auntie Lan was about to go call Xiaoku for breakfast when he happened to come downstairs. Looking at the small sword held in Xiaoku's hand, Wang Siki frowned. "Brother, come over and eat." Wang Wenya beckoned and shouted. The 3 of them ate breakfast together, and Wang Siki spoke out the doubts in her heart. "Little brother, is this a toy sword?" Xiaoku scratched his head, then stretched out his fat little hand as he drew out the small sword. The sword was not long, only about 2 feet, and because it was a special material, the sword body was white silver in color, and the flexibility was very good. Wang Siki was slightly surprised and questioned why he was playing with this kind of sharp weapon. It was too unsafe. Xiaoku cast a look of help at the 4th sister. Wang Wenyashan laughed. "7th sister, this is a toy that I specifically bought for my younger brother. The sword is real. It's also real that it can't cut without hurting anyone. The sword body is not open." Although the 4th sister was there to explain, Wang Siki didn't eat this. She had to make her brother hand it over. This thing was too dangerous. Xiao Ku was dead set on not giving it. He still had to practice his swordsmanship. Just like this, the two chased after each other and ran around the room several times. The crowd giggled. At the back, Xiao Ku lifted the sleeping Xiao Hei as he rushed out of the villa and ran to the backyard. Blackie, I really thank you. Oh, polite. You Xiao Hei? Wang Siki panted and sat back at the table, while Wang Wenya smiled shallowly. By the way, looking at the group, it says that fifth sister is coming back recently. Wang Siki was slightly surprised. She hadn't seen fifth sister for a year. Recently, she saw that she was doing well in the entertainment industry and had gotten so many awards. She was also selected as the top of the most popular actress list. But wasn't a public figure like her busy? Wang Siki opened the sister group, and because she hadn't looked at it for a long time, the messages were already 99 plus. After reading the group's messages, she sighed. Alas, it seems that fifth sister has paid a big price to free up her time. Well, there's also the fact that I've already contacted the second sister, and there will be martial artists coming over soon. Back garden. Xiao Hei swallowed a chi nascent pill and proceeded to lie down on the side and sleep to death. I don't know if it was because the Wang family's food was too good, but the current little black's fur was like snow, and his exposed little tummy was round, looking like a snowball at first glance. Between Xiao Hei's breaths, there were threads of spiritual chi entering its body. On the other side, little Ku was practicing basic sword moves with his small sword. At the very beginning of practicing the sword, one must learn the basic sword strokes of the sword so that one can get twice the result with half the effort when practicing swordsmanship. Stabbing, chopping, picking, pointing, sweeping. Practicing these was to lay the foundation for the 10,000 fathoms. Mechanical movements that Xiao Ku repeated hundreds of times, practicing purely with his physical body. As the morning passed, he wielded thousands of swords. His tender face was covered in sweat, and his wrists were sore, but that determined gaze never changed. Who? He exhaled and slowly put away the small perpendicular sword, sitting in the gazebo, urging his aura to recover his body's fatigue. Resting for a while, checking the time on his cell phone, it was almost time for lunch. Xiao Ku picked up Xiao Hei, who was still practicing, and slowly walked back to the villa. Right. I haven't seen little brother Lu for a long time. Running off to touch fish again? He said to himself. Ever since the day fourth sister came home, little Lu seemed to have disappeared from the Wang family. Thousands of miles away inside the barracks, little Lu held a steamed bun and chewed on it. With tears glistening in his eyes, he looked out in the direction of Magic City. Xiao Lu, family members, who understands this Thai place, I do not want to stay for a second. Xiao Ku entered the villa. The two sisters were playing chess in the hall. The seventh sister did not return to the company. He put Xiao Hei back in the corner and went upstairs to take a shower alone. When he came downstairs, he was going to fulfill his promise to his sister. Xiao Ku confidently walked over to the chessboard and slapped his fat hands on the table. Sister, I'll initiate the challenge. Looking at his two sisters in a trance, he reminded again. Didn't you promise yesterday that I could read elementary school if I could do first grade problems? The two nodded. They did promise their brother. So they asked the maid to print 2 first grade test papers. Soon, the language and math test papers were printed out. The maid respectfully placed the test papers and pens on the table and then retreated out the door. Wang Siki put away the board and made her brother sit between the two. The two of them were going to watch to see if their brother could write it out, and even if he couldn't, it would be fine. Back to find a private tutor to make up for the younger brother, directly to elementary school can also be. Make up your mind, this exam officially began. The first paper is math. With a quick glance, the corner of Xiao Ku's mouth twitched slightly. 5 plus 3, 18 plus 8 equals 24 plus 6 equals. There were also questions that asked you to count how many fruits there were on the chart. Ko wanted to tear the paper up as soon as he could. It was an insult to his intelligence. The two sisters, seeing their brother's delay in putting pen to paper, also felt in their hearts that his brother was not going to be able to do it. Before the two could comfort him, Xiao Ku began to answer the questions quickly. There weren't many questions in the paper, and he filled them up in 2 minutes. Before he could start checking the paper, his brother looked down and scribbled on the language paper again. Ha! The two sisters froze in amazement at the words Ko had written. The writing was just too neat. It was a very standard song font. Impossible. How could the younger brother's writing be so neat? This thought appeared in the sister's mind at the same time. It was quite out of character. This was still Xiao Ke's intentional scribbling. Otherwise, Wang Siki would have realized that her brother's handwriting was similar to the calligraphic flavor of the president's office. After the 2 test papers were written, they checked them one by one. Wang Siki was surprised to say that she got a perfect score in math, and Wang Wenya also said that she got a perfect score in language. They looked at their younger brother critically. Xiao Ke's heart tightened. Had they discovered something? The 2 sisters simultaneously uttered the word awesome and gave their brother a thumbs up. Wang Wenya had a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth as she told her brother. Then we won't go to kindergarten, and we'll go to elementary school when school starts. Yeah, hee. Xiao Ke jumped up happily. In a few days he would be an elementary school student himself. After lunch, the 3 of them went shopping together to buy clothes. On the busy street, the 3 people are exceptionally conspicuous. 2 white beautiful temperament goddess, with 5-year-old soft and cute boy, wildly brushed the turnover rate. Xiao Ke was happy before she came out, but after walking around, she regretted coming out with her sister. No, they are not tired of shopping in the mall? In the afternoon, he looked at no less than 200 sets of clothes. The 2 sisters are quite happy. Xiao Ke bitterly drinking milk tea, expression puffed up, eyebrows wrinkled into a small twist. When his sister announced the end of shopping, he was almost moved to tears. Immediately after 7th sister said she was going to the amusement park, his mood sank again. What's so fun about an amusement park? It's all just stuff for kids to play with. The driver drove the trio and soon arrived at a nearby amusement park. The scene after getting out of the car stunned Ku. Didn't he say that the amusement park is the kind of trampoline, bubble ball? How is it these? At a glance, a huge roller coaster speeding up and down, came a burst of shouts of surprise. Pirate ship there are also a lot of people, there is a flying chair, the universe ship. Wang Siki dragged Xiao Ke, who was in a daze, into the park, and Wang Wenya paid the entrance fee on the side. Wang Wenya inquired to the 2. Which one are we going to play first? Wang Siki pointed to the pirate ship, while worrying a little in her heart. Will my brother be scared to sit on this one? Why don't we go play the carousel? Xiao Ke knew he was being underestimated and immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, I'm not afraid at all. Not going to play the carousel. The 2 women looked at each other and smiled, taking Xiao Ke to sit on the pirate ship. The staff put on the safety belt for the 3, and his eyes lingered for a moment on Wang Siki's big white legs. Wang Siki noticed his sight and coldly warned him. If you want to die, you can keep looking. The staff member lowered his head and hurriedly slipped away. He didn't have much strength to cause trouble. Wang Wenya smiled and teased. Aya, my sister's charm is just high, unlike me. Wang Siki laughed and scolded. You roll too. The pirate ship started and began to bob up and down. Xiao Ke could already feel the sense of weightlessness and pushback. It was too suffocating. Ah! The tender cry made the 2 sisters snort. Just now he was a man, now he can't. The pirate ship undulated more and more as the crowd cheered excitedly. Woo-hoo! I can't take it anymore. Ouch! Why can't I catch my breath? After getting off the pirate ship, Xiao Ke was about to faint. This feeling of having his feet on the ground, it's so good. Chapter 28 1 month, impacting the late stage of chi refining. Wang Siki and her duo were not greatly hindered. Instead, they felt that it was not exciting enough. Then they pulled their brother towards the roller coaster. Manly man, shouldn't be afraid of roller coasters, right? Wang Wenya joked at her brother, her beautiful eyes carrying a smile. Xiao Ke compared an okay gesture. How can a man say he can't? The roller coaster could only sit 12 people at a time, and the 3 of them got on the car and were ready to go with an excited look on their faces. Of course, most of the people in the car were very apprehensive. The roller coaster started, the car speed is very slow. It is estimated that the grandmother walks faster than it runs. The car slowly climbed up the track, and the crowd began to shift from disdain to nervousness. When it reached the highest point, the car stopped in place. The crowd looked down and were dizzy. The roller coaster was now at least 50 meters from the ground, and the 2 sisters looked a little flustered. Xiao Ke's chubby hand was tightly grasped by the 2 sisters. Brother, don't be afraid, it's okay. These words seemed to be said to his younger brother as well as to himself. Boom! A dull sound came, and the roller coaster descended directly and vertically. I can't. I regret it. The crowd cried out in a ghostly manner, and Xiao Ke felt his sister's grip on his hand tighten. He secretly transferred a wisp of aura into his 2 sisters. Just now, when he was playing with the roller coaster, he realized that as long as the aura flowed in his body, he couldn't feel the sense of weightlessness. It was only when he played that he intentionally dispersed his aura, so that it would be fun. The two sisters only felt a sudden reduction in pressure, and their breathing was also unobstructed. The others were in a much worse state. Not only could they not breathe, the powerful stimulation caused a few people to almost pass out. Phew! Out of the car, in addition to Xiaoku, 3 people, the other people are weak legs and stomach, fell to the ground. A chubby teenager even vomited directly. I guess I have to rest for a long time. Next, the 3 of them ran to the haunted house to explore. A group of NPCs dressed up as monsters to scare them, and the nervous Xiaoku wanted to draw his sword and beat them up. After playing the haunted house, the group ran to ride the jumping machine, each person a seat, directly in the 88 meters high vertical drop. Engaged Wang Wenya are regurgitated up, rest for a while. The whole afternoon, all the projects of the amusement park were all clocked, all played once. 3 people happily out of the amusement park. It just so happened that there was an event at the entrance, where all the visitors who came to the amusement park today could draw prizes. Wang Siki took Xiaoku and walked over to check it out. Lottery at a lot of people, there is a big machine standing there. Read the rules, as long as you twist the raffle machine will fall out of the prize egg, the egg inside the prize written. Not to draw for nothing, Wang Wenya twisted the machine 1 step ahead of the 2. Only heard a click. The machine spit out a green translucent prize egg. The 3 of them surrounded the prize egg, and a note could be seen through the eggshell. Looks like a consolation prize. Wang Wenya sighed. It seems like she didn't have much luck. After handing the egg over to the staff issued him a cartoon balloon, which made Wang Wenya cry and laugh. It was Wang Siki's turn to draw the prize, and she gently turned the machine. Click, the machine spit out a blue translucent eggshell. She picked it up and took a closer look at it, and immediately exclaimed, "Wow! First prize, ha ha ha! 4th sister's luck is really bad." Wang Siki arrogantly blankly glanced at Wang Wenya and handed the eggshell to the staff. The staff directly lifted out a rice cooker, which was the first prize. Xiaoku thought to himself it just so happened that he had fried the rice cooker earlier by refining pills. Now another one is sent back. Thai pants spicy. The watching audience revealed envious gazes, and some called out that the beauty was too lucky. Wang Siki ruffled down the hair at her temples and received the rice cooker. Next, it's the little brother's turn. Xiaoku was too tall to reach the machine, so Wang Wenya purposely picked up his younger brother to let him turn. Click! A golden-colored translucent eggshell rolled on the ground. Wang Wenya gently eeped. This color of eggshells is quite nice. Xiaoku picked up the eggshell and glanced inside. Wang Siki also curiously walked away to check. The words inside the eggshell were a bit different. Most! The final prize! Wang Siki exclaimed in shock. No way, no way, her brother's luck is even better than her own? Although he didn't know what the final prize was, it was definitely better than a rice cooker. Xiaoku happily ran to the staff and said in a milky voice that he wanted to redeem the prize. The staff saw such a cute little kid. His heart was going to be adorable. After receiving the eggshell, he realized it was not ordinary. This is the final prize? After carefully confirming, the staff member picked up the microphone and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, the final prize of this period has finally appeared, and the winner is this cute little kid." People in the neighborhood slowly gathered and ran to check out the final prize. For a while, little Ku was being watched by countless people, making him shy. The little kid is so cute. I didn't expect the winner to be a little kid. Look at the collagen on that face. I really want to kiss and rub it. Little friend, do you like the red sack or this blue sack? There were 2 staff members running to the back to get the prizes, and the crowd was waiting with great interest. Not a moment later, the 2 men drove a mini motorcycle. The motorcycle was about half a meter tall and a meter long. With a brand new appearance, it was very suitable for small children to play with. Although small, but it 5 organs all complete should have the configuration of a no less. The host passionately shouted. The grand prize for this period is a Kawasaki motorcycle, because the children are young, so they are giving away a mini version instead. Xiaoku exclaimed and ran to check out the mini motorcycle. What a handsome car. He got on the car and felt the joy of riding a motorcycle. Onlookers have taken photos to send friends circle. There is no way. Xiaoku is both adorable and have face. Absolutely can break the circle of friends. The 2 sisters were smiling lightly, looking at their excited brother. Today there are also unexpected gains. This trip has not been in vain. With the help of the staff, the motorcycle and rice cooker were sent together to the Wang family. Wang Wenya rubbed her brother's little head and couldn't help but praise. I see that the final prize written above is a 1 in 10,000 chance. My brother's luck is really enviable. The three of them walked out of the amusement park. Xiaoku purposely tied the balloon that the fourth sister got to the roof of the car. The Maserati had a cartoon balloon hanging from it, making people only feel funny when they saw it. Then the three of them went back to Wang's house. On the way, Wang Siki said that the fifth sister will soon come home. Xiaoku was looking forward to hearing about it and wondered if the fifth sister would like him. He asked towards the seventh sister. What is fifth sister doing outside? Is she busy? Wang Siki explained. Fifth sister is a big star. She has made many movies. Oh! Back home after having dinner with the two sisters. Xiaoku then ran upstairs and unlocked the door to his room. Today he couldn't let his sisters interfere with his cultivation anymore. After swallowing the chi nascent pill, he slowly closed his eyes. Wang Wenya walked to the door of his brother's room as usual today and twisted the door handle. Surprisingly, she found that her brother had unlocked the room. Having no choice, she could only return to her room to rest. After a while, Wang Siki also came to her brother's door. Like Wang Wenya, she found that she couldn't open the door, so she also left helplessly. The next month's time, Xiaoku went out every morning to practice his sword technique, and in the afternoon, he cultivated with Xiao Hei in the back garden. In the evening, he practiced gongfu in his room and occasionally refined pills. During this month, Xiaoku refined over a dozen types of first-grade pills, and his techniques became more and more skillful. Later on, he even refined a first-grade advanced elixir like the face-residing elixir. Originally, he thought that he needed a late stage of qi refining to be able to refine it, but he had made such rapid progress during this period of time that he had succeeded. Not only that, his aura had already accumulated a full amount and he could try to break through the late stage of qi refining at any time. Wang Siki had 3 points and 1 line every day, going to the company in the morning to keep busy, and coming back in the evening to accompany his family. In contrast, Wang Wenya was much freer. After dealing with Magic City University, she stayed home with her brother, occasionally working out and studying, and paying attention to the movements of the International Education Center. Xiao Hei didn't know what was going on, but since taking the Qi nascent pill, his body size expanded extremely rapidly. Originally a tiny one, his size has now caught up with a small Tibetan Mastiff, and a dotted line appears on his forehead. Aunt Lon is skeptical that Xiao Hei is not a dog. Normal will not grow so fast. Now Xiao Hei is all snow white. His eyes are full of hostility, making people feel horrible at a glance. But in front of the Wang family, it was a big, smart, and domineering dog. Everything appeared calm and cozy. After eating as usual this day, Xiaoku excitedly returned to his room and locked the door. Today he was going to impact the late stage of qi refining. Returning to his bed, he took out a black and dark elixir. This was the Nayuan Dan that he had just learned to refine. The Nayuan Dan was slightly larger than the nascent soul Dan, but the spiritual qi in it was 5 times higher than ordinary nascent soul Dan. Xiaoku swallowed the Nayuan Dan and began to operate the chaotic heaven melting skill. The strong aura rioted within his body. He gritted his teeth and endured as he meditated in his heart. If he persevered through today, he would be able to advance to the late stage of qi refining. Chapter 29. Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt. Dark night. The Wang family manor was quiet, and the servants had all fallen into a deep sleep. Everyone had already entered dreamland, and Little Black was huffing and puffing in his dog kennel, which was still spacious even though it was quite a bit larger. Inside the room on the second floor, Xiaoku's aura flowed around him, emitting a bright light. This time, the breakthrough was even more difficult than when he was in the middle stage of qi refining. Inside his body, the clouds that the aura had transformed into were trying to break through that barrier. However, the barrier at the late stage of qi refining was exceptionally strong, and for half a day in a row he was unable to shake the barrier. It was already the latter part of the night. Xiaoku didn't know how many times he had tried, and he was already feeling somewhat numb. Damn it! Another Nayuan Dan was swallowed into his abdomen. As the gong method operated, the aura in his body was replenished in time. He controlled the huge amount of aura to continue impacting the barrier at the late stage of qi refining. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoku had already swallowed 4 Nayuan Dan. When he was about to exhaust himself, a dark aura suddenly appeared in his body and flowed into his dantian along his meridians. In Xiaoku's astonishment, the black aura uncontrollably spun and accelerated in his dantian. What is this thing? How did it appear in my dantian? Xiaoku observed the black aura in shock, not knowing what to do. The black aura was strangely fast and eventually shot towards the barrier as if it was a sharp arrow. Poof! A gaping hole was broken through the fortress at the late stage of chi refining. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Ku controlled the entirety of his aura and slammed into the barrier like a sea churning. Boom! Late stage chi refining. In this instant, Xiao Ku officially stepped into the late stage of chi refining. A warm feeling filled his entire body, and his bones tingled as if he was undergoing a metamorphosis. At the same time, his divine sense expanded to a whole 100 meters in range, and his dantian expanded by about 10 times. This was truly powerful. Xiao Ku could feel as if his tiny body had infinite energy. Afterwards, he began to continue cultivating to consolidate his cultivation. Early the next morning, Xiao Ku opened his eyes, and an aura shot out like substance. Just like before, a shallow layer of mud and dirt surfaced on his body. Every time he made a breakthrough, the impurities in his body would be flushed out. Xiao Ku jumped off the bed and cast the body purification mantra. Body purification mantra, a very common spiritual mantra that mainly cleansed the body. Xiao Ku walked to the mirror and surveyed himself in the mirror. After this breakthrough, the whole person had a unique aura, and at first glance, he looked like a little fairy child. The skin was also more tender and white and lubricated, and no flaws could be picked out on his body. Phew! A month's time to finally break through to the late stage of chi refining. Xiao Ku clenched his palms and carefully felt the changes now. Before, he was empty of spiritual chi and was not good at performing martial arts. Now some spirit incantations, Dao techniques, and martial skills could be utilized. Only he knew clearly how much he had improved this time. Quietly, Xiao Ku had a few more moments of distress. Now that he was better looking, so was his sister gonna hug and ask for kisses again? It was a pity that he couldn't perform the transfiguration technique. Otherwise, he would have become a bit uglier, and his sister wouldn't be so crazy. After sighing, Xiao Ku carefully walked down the stairs, afraid of being seen. Finding no one in the hall, he eased his steps towards Xiao Hei's place. Seeing that Xiao Hei was still huffing and puffing, he was directly hit with a bludgeon on the head. 10,000 blows. Xiao Hei whimpered and wailed. Xiao Hei, dog. Sleep can still be punched awake. Too bitter life. Xiao Ku covered the dog's mouth and made a shushing gesture. Blackie nodded his head. This month, Xiao Hei's intelligence has improved a lot, probably because of following Xiao Ku's cultivation. One person and one dog quietly slipped out of the villa. Xiao Ku gently closed the villa door. Brother, what are you going to do? A clear female voice came, scaring Xiao Ku for a while. He really regretted that he didn't use his divine sense to probe the surroundings in advance just now. Xiao Ku awkwardly turned his head and met the fourth sister's line of sight. Wang Wenya let out a gasp of surprise. How is it that his younger brother is getting cuter every day? Just as he wanted to pull his little brother to play, Little Ku quickly diverted his attention. Fourth sister, when will seventh sister come home? Wang Wenya stroked her earlobe and answered. Seventh sister should have to arrive home in the afternoon. She has a meeting at noon, so she won't be back for lunch. Xiao Ku nodded gently and took Xiao Hei and ran towards the outskirts of the manor in a puff of smoke. Wang Wenya wanted to stop him, but it was too late as his brother slipped away too quickly. Looking at Xiao Ku's running back, Wang Wenya smiled lightly. I really hope that my younger brother can grow up slower, so that I can spend more time with him. Arriving at the back garden, Xiao Ku danced happily, finally getting rid of his sister. Xiao Hei reveals a look at the little cutie. Hei gave a look of a cutie pie. Xiao Ku took out his small sword and began to train. This was already something he had to do every day, practicing his sword. Closing his eyes, he pointed the tip of his sword at the ground. His body was windless and swept up a large area of fallen leaves. Listen to the wind, seven swords, first sword. Xiao Ku milked his voice. Falling star. The sword moved with his heart, and the wind moved at will. The small sword chopped out a sword at extreme speed, and its crisp breaking sound could be heard. As the sword fell, a sword light shot out sharply towards the sky, eventually slowly disappearing into the sky. Xiao Ku took a deep breath. The power shocked him to his core. He could barely make the second sword of the hearing wind sword technique now. It was estimated that the other sword moves would have to be promoted to foundation establishment before he could execute them. Now that his mastery of aura was becoming more and more skillful, he also knew how powerful an immortal cultivator was. Xiao Ku squatted down, picked up a very ordinary fallen leaf, and looked towards the stone pillar of the gazebo. Clenching his fingers, He gently flung it out towards the stone pillar. Whoosh! The fallen leaf set on the stone pillar with a cracking sound, and half of the green leaf had already penetrated deep into the stone pillar. Ancient saying, flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people, this saying is not false. Xiaoku pointed out another finger. Spiritual chi condensed in his finger. A white light shot out, directly piercing the stone pillar. Oops! Got into trouble. He scratched his head and stared at the pierced stone pillar in embarrassment. Xiao Hei was lying on his back inside the gazebo shivering. It really scared the dog. Xiaoku was satisfied with his current strength. He wouldn't be afraid of 10,000 more killers. Twisting his head, he stared at Xiao Hei, a sinister smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Hei, I'm going to test the results of your cultivation this month. Xiao Hei realized that he was being stared at and hurriedly shook his doggy head. Xiaoku ignored whether it was willing or not. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he came back again he was carrying a boulder. The boulder probably weighed 1,000 pounds, and the entire gazebo shook when it landed. Xiaoku grinned and pointed at the boulder. Little Black, you come and break it even if you pass. The little black dog's mouth opened wide. Then it pretended to be stupid, looking like it didn't care. Xiaoku's smile froze and he raised his meaty fist. If you don't break it, I'll break you. These words directly caused Xiao Hei to explode and hurriedly ran to the stone. After getting ready, Little Black began to attack the boulder. Only to see his hind legs violently stomping, he directly headbutted the boulder. With a loud bang, a dent appeared in the stone, but that was all. Xiaoku shook his head in dissatisfaction and glanced at Xiao Hei with contempt. After regaining his footing, Xiao Hei slapped a claw at the boulder, directly shattering a stone corner. Then Xiao Hei exerted all his strength, biting, scratching, and crashing. It was so hard to break the stone completely that its head was numb. In the old days there were monks pulling out willows. Now there is Blackie hitting the stone. Xiaoku shook his head in dissatisfaction. It seems that the intensity of Xiao Hei's training needs to be strengthened. Every time he cultivates, Xiao Hei likes to be lazy and sleep. Ending the morning's cultivation, one person and one dog returned to the villa from the back garden. At this time, Wang Wenya was holding a cartoon school bag and kept stuffing things inside. Xiaoku suspiciously walked up and asked fourth sister what she was doing. Wang Wenya pretended to be mysterious and asked back, "Do you know what day tomorrow is?" He shook his head. He hadn't paid attention to the calendar recently, so naturally he wasn't sure what day tomorrow was. Wang Wenya smiled lightly. "Tomorrow you're going to school. I'm helping you pack your book bag." School has started? He didn't realize that time had passed so quickly, and he had already been at home for a month. It was as if Little Black understood his sister's words. The dog's mouth revealed a humanized, sinister smile. Thinking that school would start tomorrow, Xiaoku began to get nervous in his heart. Wang Wenya continued, "Brother, don't worry. You'll be in the elementary school attached to Magic City University, close to home." Wang Wenya didn't tell him that she was actually now a titular professor at Magic City University. Xiaoku nodded, his nervousness slowly easing down. In the evening, Wang Siki returned home. What was special was that she also brought back two strange men. Wang Siki told her brother that these were personal bodyguards sent by her second sister to specifically protect him. Xiaoku's hand that was touching the small sword slowly loosened. Using his divine sense to feel it slightly, he was able to realize that the two men had the same aura flowing in their bodies. The aura was disorganized and turbid, barely belonging to cultivators at the early stage of chi refining. However, their physical bodies were not bad and looked quite sturdy. Xiaoku estimated that any one of these two people could completely abuse the bald black bear from before. Although it was good to be a bodyguard, he didn't need one. Moreover, if the two of them followed him, how could he still cultivate? Xiaoku hurriedly protested to his sister. Eventually, the protest was dismissed. Chapter 30 Start of School. First grade class? Night. Xiaoku lay in bed and tossed and turned, unable to keep still. 1. It's nervous about starting school tomorrow. 2. The sudden appearance of the bodyguard was affecting his cultivation. He lay on his bed in agony, thinking of any way to get rid of the bodyguards. How about secretly taking care of the two? An evil idea flashed through Xiaoku's mind. No, these are the bodyguards sent by the second sister, we can't do anything to them. The two bodyguards didn't know that they had just almost been sentenced to death themselves. Xiaoku thought of one scenario after another, all of which eventually broke down. Don't think about it, cultivate, Xiaoku muttered. He put away these thoughts and began to quietly run his gongfu. The nearby aura was pulled into his body. It was like this for a night. The next morning, Xiao Ku was the first to go downstairs for breakfast in a rare moment. Aunt Lan smilingly prepared hot milk and bread. Not long after, the two sisters also dressed up and came downstairs. After breakfast, a group of people will go out. Xiao Ku looked at the large group of people following behind and was directly speechless. He turned back to the seventh sister and said, "Seventh sister, I'm going to school. I'll be fine alone. You let this group of bodyguards, why are so many people following?" Wang Siki pinched her brother's cheeks and said dotingly, "My kid is going to school for the first time. What's wrong with us sending him off?" Being stubborn, he could only let them follow him. So many people crammed into 5 cars. Xiao Ku helplessly picked up his small school bag and set off to school surrounded by his sisters. Buzz, a Maserati Phantom Dream started off, followed by a row of Cullinan. The convoy drove towards the Magic City attached elementary school, earning a lot of eyeballs along the way. Magic City University attached elementary school. Today was the official opening day of the school. Due to the school's reputation and educational facilities, it led to countless people clamoring to enroll. The parents sending their children to school at the entrance today even crowded the road. The school entrance was surrounded by the crowd in a semicircle. Everywhere there is a buzzing clamor, quite a bit of zombie siege. Traffic police have long blocked the intersection. Vehicles are not allowed to approach the elementary school, only allowed people to walk through. This is to prevent vehicle congestion and accidents. Soon, Xiao Ku and his group came to the intersection. Seeing the blocked road, Wang Siki frowned slightly. The male traffic policeman saw a row of luxury cars coming, and after hesitating, he still stopped the queue. Opening the window, the male traffic police officer told the crowd in a tough manner that the vehicles were prohibited from entering. Wang Siki faintly opened her mouth to inquire, "Which area of the traffic control department do you belong to?" The male traffic policeman's figure trembled and told her it was the Changjiang Street Traffic Control Department. Wang Siki immediately made a call. The tone of the person on the other side of the phone was respectful, and she described the general situation. The phone hangs up. Wang Siki touched his brother's head and said immediately. A minute later, the male traffic cop's intercom rang. "Number 1246. The captain ordered to release the vehicle in front of you. Repeat. Number 1246. Captain." As soon as the male traffic cop heard that it was the captain's order, he immediately released the few people into traffic. After the vehicles left, he muttered to himself, "Those who drive luxury cars are really not to be messed with." Soon, the convoy approached the entrance of the elementary school. There was no vehicular traffic near the school, and this incoming car could draw the crowd's eyes over. The crowd murmured, their eyes locking onto Xiao Ku's convoy. Cullinan's fleet, what kind of person has such a large amount of money? My God. The world of the rich and powerful I really don't understand. Why can they drive in and we can't? When you can afford the Cullinan fleet, you can also drive in. Ko watched the crowd through the car window. Whoa, so many people nah. He looked around and just felt that the current scene was spectacular. The gate of the Magic City attached elementary school was magnificent, with the school's name written in gilt letters on the door plate. It was worthy of being the best elementary school in Magic City. Due to the number of people at the entrance, the car stopped near the crowd. A group of people got out of the car, headed by the two sisters and Xiao Ku's personal bodyguard. Following behind were 20 burly suited bodyguards. Noisy. Wang Siki snorted coldly, as if she was dissatisfied with the crowded environment. If she had known it would be like this, she would have simply taken a helicopter and flown directly into the school. Wang Wenya didn't resent it as she faintly commanded, "Go over and open the road." The 20 bodyguards received the order and formed a neat line toward the entrance. Xiao Ku's personal bodyguard walked at the front to open the way, while the rest widened the path. The 3 of them followed closely behind, but it was quite easy. Soon, several people arrived at the school entrance. It was just the time to open the door to welcome the new students, and the school gates slowly opened. Entering the school, Wang Wenya separated from the crowd, saying that he wanted to talk to the principal. Xiao Ku's class was in the first grade class. The location of the class was also good, on the first floor of the school building, so at least there was no need to go up and down the stairs. Soon, under the leadership of Wang Siki, the group came to the class. Probably came earlier. There were only 2 students and parents in the class at this time. Xiao Ku picked the 3rd row of seats, not only a good view, the position is also in the center. The other two students just happened to be his table mates. Apparently the parents of the idea is the same. The parents of the two students saw that Xiao Ke's family had such a big battle, followed by a dozen bodyguards, and greeted Wang Siki with some awe. Wang Siki responded with a light smile. After everything was arranged, it was time for Wang Siki to leave the school. Before leaving, she purposely instructed her younger brother. If you are aggrieved, you should tell your sister, and she will pick you up at the school entrance when you leave school. Xiao Ke nodded seriously and made an okay gesture towards his seventh sister. That look of the parents next to the cute bad. Really want to abduct home. Sister reluctantly rubbed down her brother's head, and then left the school with a group of bodyguards. Walking out the door, she was thinking about whether or not to buy the Magic City Annex Primary School. On the other side, Wang Wenya was drinking tea in the principal's room. The tea wasn't really good, but she was still smiling. The middle-aged man wearing glasses on the opposite side was the principal of this school. After tasting the tea, Wang Wenya opened the door and said, "My younger brother goes to your school." The principal nodded as he listened carefully to Wang Wenya's every word. "He's in the first grade class. I'm here for this purpose only, to take good care of my brother." She spoke lightly, putting away that amiable smile. "The reason I came to Magic City University as a titular professor is because of my brother, so you should be clear on what to do." The principal replied seriously. "Don't worry, Professor Wang. I will absolutely do what you command." After receiving the principal's reply, she left the principal's office directly. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the head of the International Education Research Center, he was really under pressure. A big official was a big pressure, not to mention being so many levels older than him. Even if it was the president of Magic City University in person, in front of her, there was only the part of obedience. Contemplating for a while, he took out the new student file and checked the list of first-year students. It seems that he has to remind Teacher Lu that the young master of the Wang family can be properly provided for. In the class, more and more students arrived, all boys and girls the same age as Xiao Ke. Children have just started school. Many are reluctant to come, crying and wanting to go home. This clamor can make Xiao Ke a distraction. A boy off to the side took the initiative to greet him. "Hello. My name is Du Zimo. I'm 6 years old." The other tablemate was a girl, looking innocent and cute. She also greeted the duo. "Hello. My name is Ding Still. I'm also 6 years old." The three of them were not familiar with each other, but they soon chatted hotly. Du Zimo was chubby, and when he smiled he could see one of his incisors missing. Ding remained cute, just talking very little, mostly listening to the two chatting. Soon after, the classroom filled with students and began to whisper. At the door, a middle-aged female classroom walks up to the podium and greets everyone. The classroom fell silent as the students stared blankly at the female teacher. "Hello, classmates. I'm your new homeroom teacher. You can call me Teacher Lu." Teacher Lu rattled off the rules and regulations within the school from the stage. Then she added, "Everyone has just come to school and are somewhat unfamiliar with each other. So everyone go up on stage and introduce yourself." The order of going on stage was according to the seats. Those who went on stage in front were the students in the second row of the first row. When it was Du Zimo's turn to go on stage, he shyly clasped his small hands and his eyes only dared to look at the ground. "Hello, everyone. My name is Du Zimo," a naughty student in the last row said quietly. "Why is this fat guy so shy? I think he's a pussy." The voice was not loud, but Xiao Ke could hear it. He swept his head back at the boy who had said bad words, and was a little angry in his heart. Du Zimo walked off the stage with a red face. Then it was his turn. Xiao Ke walked slowly up to the podium, his big eyes scanning his classmates. He was unassuming and calm. Chapter 31, Fighting on the First Day of School. "Hello, classmates. My name is Wang Xiao Ke. I'll be 6 soon, and I hope to be friends with you all." After introducing himself, he returned to his seat. On the first day of school, there was no class for the entire morning. The main thing during that time was for everyone to get to know each other, as well as handing out textbooks. It was worth mentioning that Ms. Lu directly named Xiao Ke as the class president. Just now she realized that Xiao Ke had a calm personality and was very talented at being a manager. Most importantly, he's too cute. The Magic City attached elementary school eats in the cafeteria at noon, so there is no need to go home. Xiao Ke and Du Zimo went to eat lunch together. He thought he didn't have a small appetite, but he didn't expect Du Zimo next to him to eat 3 plates of rice in one sitting. No wonder the body is chubby, so it has something to do with the amount of food. After eating, the two strolled around the school playing. Suddenly his divine sense felt the breath of the bodyguard, and suddenly his face stiffened. Looking back, he saw that the bodyguard sent by his second sister was wearing a security uniform and was staring at himself not far away. Is this the intimate protection that goes deep inside the school? Forget it, pretend you didn't see it, Ka thought to himself. The two of them went to the supermarket and directly bought a big bag of snacks. When he took out his cell phone to pay, not only do Zimo, but also the supermarket owner was stunned. It was a school rule that cell phones were not allowed in the school. Under the supermarket owner's stunned effort, Xiao Ku had already paid and left. Walking out of the supermarket, he showered his mouth with snacks. At home, his sister doesn't allow him to eat junk food, as long as the snacks are not allowed. School, who else can stop him? Du Zimo said with some worry. Xiao Ku, the school doesn't allow cell phones. If the teacher finds out, they will be called parents. Call the parents? Xiao Ku swallowed his potato chips, puzzled. My sister let me take the cell phone. She said good, contact me at any time. Whatever, just listen to your sister. The two of them put the leftover snacks back in the classroom, causing the other kids to look envious. Du Zimo suddenly had some urgency to pee, and he hurriedly asked Xiao Ku if he was going to the restroom. Nodding his head, the two ran back towards the school's public restroom. Inside the public restroom, there was a group of 6th graders squatting on the steps smoking, looking at their classmates who came in from time to time. They thought it was cool to smoke, and it was dignified to be seen by others. After all, how many kids can smoke? The two of them, Ko, walked into the restroom and smelled a strong odor of tobacco that made people uncomfortable. He frowned and looked at the upperclassmen squatting there with a look of disgust. Du Zimo didn't care so much and was in a hurry to use the restroom first. The smoking yellow-haired teenager and Xiao Ku locked eyes on. Noticing his eyes, the yellow-haired teenager growled in dissatisfaction. Hey, that little kid over there. What are you looking at? Very displeased, the yellow-haired teenager shouted, feeling too dignified in front of the crowd. Xiao Ku ignored this kind of stupidity and took it as him barking at a dog. Yellow Hair threw away the cigarette in his hand. Realizing that the boy didn't even pay attention to him, he became angry. Hey, did I let you go? The yellow-haired boy blocked Xiao Ku's way, and the squatting teenagers behind him surrounded the two. This scene almost made Du Zimo cry. Xiao Ku coldly opened his mouth. 3 count, disappear from my eyes. 3. The yellow-haired teenager laughed out loud, not expecting to be intimidated by a little kid. 2. The yellow-haired teenager said mockingly. 1. Come on, come on. I'll see how you make me disappear. 1. Xiao Ku quickly stretched out his small white hand and grabbed him by the collar. The yellow-haired teenager suddenly froze, and his feet slowly left the ground. With another fling, he flew straight into the Niao pool, sticky and smelling fishy. Agu! The yellow-haired teenager roared angrily as he suffered pain. Catch this little brat and beat him to death. 5 or 6 teenagers reached out to punch him in unison. A minute later, the two Xiao Kus walked out of the restroom and headed towards the class. Inside the restroom, several teenagers were in a sorry state, wailing on the ground. Especially the yellow-haired teenager, covered in a fishy stench, didn't even know how to get out of the restroom. He angrily roared low. Little brat, just wait. I'll make you look good after school. For a while, a shocking news spread like wildfire in the upper grades of the school. 6th grade punk Zhang Hao was beaten up by a 1st grade freshman. Countless students whispered, "Did you hear? Zhang Hao was beaten up by a first-year kid and stuck all over the Niao in the restroom." No way. I heard he was beaten up all over, sure. Humph. Deserved it. Arrogant and bossy every day, pretending to be a big brother. At this time, the culprit Xiao Ku had already sat in the class and started teaching. It's just that the content taught was too simple, and he couldn't raise his interest at all. Although the teacher did his best, he taught simple addition and subtraction, and he spoke too slowly. In language class, he simply fell asleep. The language teacher was furious. His chest was rising and falling, a look of hatred to look at Xiao Ku. All afternoon, Xiao Ku spent in sleep. Finally waited for the end of school. Ding still put on his backpack and gently shook Xiao Ku awake, telling him that school was over. Xiao Ku's eyes were hazy from sleep, and he wiped his drool with his cuff. School's already over? It's so fast. He yawned and picked up his small school bag and walked towards the school entrance. The two bodyguards behind him also shed their security uniforms and changed into black suits to follow the young master from afar. Wang Siki had said to protect the young master without affecting his schooling. So the duo didn't approach the young master for the whole day. Walking out of the school gate, Xiao Ku was stopped by a group of Ghostfire teenagers. At the head was a chubby teenager, and standing next to him was none other than the yellow-haired teenager who had been given special care by him today. The chubby boy pointed at Xiao Ku, who was carrying a school bag, and incredulously asked Yellow Hair, "It was this kid who beat you up? You amuse me?" Zhang Hao replied affirmatively. "Brother, I'm not kidding. This little kid is too capable of beating up." Fatty was a junior high school student and the big brother that Zhang Hao had taken the trouble to please. Every time Zhang Hao got into a fight, he could not help enough. But this time, when he had to beat up a milky cute little kid, he really couldn't lay his hands on him. "Zhang Hao, you're really getting wasted." Zhang Hao clenched his fists as if he had made a major decision. "Brother Kuan, help Hao Di this time. I'll give you all my pocket money this week." Fatty thought about it. Although this Zhang Hao was a waste, his family was not bad. Every week, his parents would give him $500 of pocket money, which wasn't a small amount. After thinking about it, Fatty and 7 or 8 junior high school students surrounded Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku sighed. "Is it necessary to be so serious?" Fatty opened his mouth in a righteous manner. "Although we have rules, we don't beat up old people or bully children. But you made my old brother lose face, so don't blame me." The fat man waved his hand, and the 2 junior high school teenagers waved their fists about to punch Xiao Ku. In a flash, 2 tall people appeared behind Xiao Ku. Boom! Boom! The 2 junior high school teens were directly kicked out. The 2 rolled several times in a row on the ground and ended up wailing like a shrimp with their backs bowed. Fatty's face changed drastically as he looked towards the 2 tall figures, only to see that the 2 bodyguards were about 1.9 meters tall, their bulging muscles holding up their suits to the point of bursting open. A group of junior high school students were like chickens in front of the 2. Especially their gazes were ferocious, like demons who wanted to kill. The fat man directly bowed 90 degrees and apologized, hastily saying that Zhang Hao had found him. After saying that, he hurriedly got on the tram and escaped, and in no time he couldn't even see his shadow. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. In his heart he cursed, "Why didn't you bring me along?" The 2 bodyguards put their hands on his shoulders, their bloodthirsty gazes staring at him. Bang! Zhang Hao directly knelt on the ground and apologized to Xiao Ku nonstop. On his lips, he said that he would never dare to do it again and begged him to forgive him. Xiao Ku walked forward and softly told him, "Be a good boy in the future. Don't smoke and fight every day." Then he left with the 2 bodyguards. This scene left the students who were on their way out dumbfounded. This little boy was too good. Walking on the road, Xiao Ku finally took a good look at the 2 bodyguards. He had heard 7th sister say that 2nd sister was a soldier, so these 2 bodyguard uncles should be soldiers as well. Embarrassingly, he had never seen the 2 speak. Xiao Ku twisted his head to inquire, "Uncle, what kind of person are you to my 2nd sister?" The 2 bodyguards who were walking spoke respectfully. "Young master's sister is our general. We are subordinates." "General?" Xiao Ku was once again shocked. Why was every sister so powerful? Then wouldn't he himself be able to just lie flat? Shaking off his head, Xiao Ku pursued, "What are the surnames of those 2 uncles?" One of the bodyguards explained, "My surname is Fu, and this is my own brother." Xiao Ku nodded. "So Uncle Fu, what's your brother's last name?" "Uncle Fu." Xiao Ku glanced to the side of the road just in time to see the 7th sister's car. Chapter 32. Sister, the alchemy furnace also blew up. With a gentle smile, Wang Wenya picks up his younger brother with a hug. Concerned, she asks how his first day of school was. Little Ku smiled and said it was not bad. Then he asked his 4th sister if he could go to the 6th grade. Wang Wenya was straight away confused. Why did his younger brother want to study in the 6th grade? Xiao Ku said that the 1st grade is too simple, can't learn anything. Wang Wenya heard not think. Just started school teachers do not teach too difficult content. She thought that her brother was feeling a bit bored at first, and after a couple of days he would probably be fine. "That's fine. I'll allow you to skip a grade when you get a perfect score on the midterm." Wang Wenya smiled and promised. "Good, yeah. 4th sister is the best." Wang Wenya rubbed his head and inquired, "Is it better than your 7th sister?" Xiao Ku, ahem. "Both of you are better." Riding in the car, the siblings headed straight back towards the manor. Upon arriving home, he felt a sense of relief. Putting down his small school bag, he sat directly in front of the TV and turned it on. Auntie Lan packed Xiao Ke's luggage and regulated it with a smile. The TV was turned on, and a special breaking news was playing inside. He was not interested in the news and directly chose to switch channels. Unexpectedly, he switched several channels in a row, and all of them were inserting the special news in a loop. Not only Xiao Ke here, the entire Magic City's TV sets, cell phones, and computers were all broadcasting the same news. Xiao Ke helplessly watched the TV. Magic City Local, October 9th will hold a grand birthday party. The mysterious tycoon invested $1 billion to create a grand banquet. The banquet contains a whole-night fireworks show. The mysterious tycoon released 1,000 children with birthdays on that day places to participate in the birthday banquet celebration. Participation method: scanning the two-dimensional code to extract the quota. The winners each have a beautiful gift. Can bring family members not more than 3 people to participate in the celebration together. After reading the news, Xiao Ke himself was shocked that this day happened to be his birthday as well. He also have the opportunity to participate in the celebration. Xiao Ke quickly took out his cell phone and opened Vmail, scanning the QR code. After filling in his information, the web page displayed the "Waiting for the Lottery" pop-up. At this time, Wang Siki also finished her work and returned to the manor, entering the villa just in time to see her brother sitting on the sofa. "Brother, what's going on?" She sat down next to Xiao Ke and secretly glanced up into her cell phone. October 9th birthday celebration? Wang Siki read it out softly and realized that it was such a coincidence. Was the birthday celebration held on her brother's birthday? Wang Siki rubbed Xiao Ke's face and smiled mysteriously. She then went to find her fourth sister to go discuss the main event. On the sofa, Xiao Ke patiently stared at the cell phone screen. Ding! A message suddenly popped up on the phone. Congratulations to little kid Wang Xiao for successfully obtaining the qualification for the October 9th birthday celebration. The entrance invitation will be sent to the receiving address within 3 working days. Yay! Little kid jumped up from the sofa, happy. After confirming several times in a row, he finally believed that he got the entrance ticket. After the excitement, he opened the vblog. The number 1 vblog hot search was precisely the Magic City celebration event. He curiously clicked on the comment section. Some people were asking who this mysterious behind-the-scenes big shot was. There were also people who regretted not being born on this day, and had they known, they would have had a cesarean section earlier. Closing his phone, he began to look forward to the day of October 9th. I believe that day is absolutely wonderful. After a while, the 3 siblings began to eat dinner. At the dinner table, Xiao Ke happily told his sister that he had won the lottery and was able to bring her to the banquet. But the sisters didn't seem to be surprised at all and just smiled gently at their brother. After dinner, all 3 of them went upstairs to rest. Inside the room on the 2nd floor, Xiao Ke did not continue cultivating. Having stepped into the late stage of qi refining yesterday, he believed that he already had the ability to refine spirit weapons. Previously, he had purchased a piece of ebony ore and hadn't used it until now. Xiao Ke walked over to the alchemy furnace and grabbed it with one small hand, directly picking up the 300-kilogram furnace. There was quite a bit of a feeling of forcefulness. This scene was even more shocking than last time. This time Xiao Ke easily picked it up with one hand. It was like just picking up a stone with his hands. He walked to the center of the room with the alchemy furnace raised in one hand and gently placed it on the floor. The ebony ore was not a small block, and it was barely able to fit inside the alchemy furnace. There were some similarities between refining weapons and alchemy, so Xiao Ke wasn't that rusty. According to the process, the ebony ore should be refined into ebony spirit iron, followed by repeated pounding and molding with aura. When he was ready, Xiao Ke once again carved out a fire control formation, and a flame continued to burn underneath the Dan furnace. Xiao Ke unfolded his divine sense and sat in front of the alchemy furnace silently waiting. After waiting for an hour, the ebony ore finally could not withstand the high temperature and began to melt. Next, his aura pulled the impurities out, leaving only a cloud of pure ebony iron. The middle step was relatively simple. He needed to keep injecting his spiritual qi into the iron water. After half an hour, seeing that the iron water would no longer absorb a trace of spiritual qi, Xiao Ke stopped releasing his spiritual qi. Maneuvering the fire control array to reduce its flame temperature by half, Xiao Ke began to wait for the iron to solidify. During the solidification process, he also needed to keep squeezing and molding it with his spiritual qi, otherwise it would become a shapeless piece of iron. What Shao Ku needed was a flying sword, so he needed to create a slender sword. Thinking of this, Shao Ku controlled his aura to squeeze the iron into the shape of a sword. When the shape was almost right, he had to continue pounding it with his aura until it became a real sword. This step was very long. Early morning the following day, Shao Ku was still sitting beside the alchemy furnace, and there was already a slender flying sword suspended within the furnace. On top of that, there was a small piece of ebony spirit iron that had not been used. Shao Ku thought to himself that he could turn around and make it into a low-grade storage ring to give to his sister. After a night of pounding, the flying sword had already been forged and was still missing the final step. Shao Ku raised his palm and directly used his aura to cut a slit in his palm. Crimson blood quickly emerged. He quickly transferred the blood to the flying sword, and then the wound quickly healed up. The flying sword suddenly trembled lightly after touching Shao Ku's blood, and a melodious sword sound was transmitted outwards. Immediately afterward, the sword's body looked like it had been sublimated and directly erupted with a strong fluctuation. Boom! A loud bang spread out in the Wang family manor, as if a grenade had exploded. Downstairs, Aunt Lan's body trembled in fear, and after reacting, she immediately brought her servants upstairs to check. Upstairs, Wang Siki was also disturbed and rushed to the door of her brother's room before she finished washing up. Wang Wenya was originally sleeping soundly, and after a sudden loud noise, the bed was shaken. Soon, Shao Ku's doorway was surrounded. The maid at the side said softly, "Why does it feel like this scene is so familiar?" Cough, cough. Wang Siki blackened her face and asked Aunt Lan what was going on and how her brother's room exploded. Aunt Lan twisted the door handle, but realized that the door was unlocked, and panicked and ran downstairs to get a spare key. At this time Wang Wenya also came downstairs in a daze and asked the crowd what happened. Wang Siki covered her face and told her fourth sister with a soft sigh that there was an explosion in her brother's room. Wang Wenya woke up straight away and asked in shock, "What? Brother exploded?" Wang Siki slapped her arched buttocks and repeated with a sullen face, "There was an explosion in my brother's room. I don't know what happened." At this time, Aunt Lan had already gotten the key and opened the door of the unlocked room. A thick smoke came straight to the face, choking the crowd and coughing. After the smoke faded a little, the crowd cautiously walked into the room. Only to see the smoke there is a small silhouette which is not exactly Shao Kuit. At this time he was covered in black dust. His hair stood up. Seeing so many people come to his room, Shao Ku scratched his head and smiled awkwardly at the crowd. The crowd could only make out a row of snow-white teeth, a miserable picture. "Sister." The alchemy furnace blew up. Ah! The crowd only felt so familiar with the scene. The last time was in the kitchen, blowing up the rice cooker. This time it was in their room, blowing up the alchemy furnace they bought earlier. Wang Siki couldn't help but chortle. "Brother, why are you blowing things up again? You are not long remembered. Not afraid of danger, are you?" Wang Wenya was confused. What was meant by messing up and blowing up again? Had his brother ever blown up anything else? Under Aunt Lan's explanation, Wang Wenya snorted and couldn't help but say to Shao Ku, "I didn't realize that my younger brother had a talent for making bombs. Ha ha ha." Little Ku awkwardly picked at his little hands and ran off to take a shower in a puff of smoke. It was too humiliating. Chapter 33 Building Spiritual Weapons. Daily Life in Elementary School. Inside the bathroom, Shao Ku took a seriously hot shower. Although the alchemy furnace exploded, on the surface he wasn't sad. In reality his heart was dripping blood. He only had one alchemy furnace, and the treasure that was so hard to come by was now letting himself blow up and disappear. Shao Ku sadly buried his head into the bathtub, gurgling and spitting out bubbles. After taking a bath, he didn't rush out. Just after the flying sword was refined, in order to prevent his sister from discovering it, he hurriedly tried to hide it. Unexpectedly, before he could put it into his storage ring, the flying sword directly drilled into his sea of consciousness space and hovered in midair. With a thought, the flying sword appeared directly in front of Shao Ku out of thin air. Only saw that the sword was about 3 feet long. The sword body was black and gold, encrusted with golden patterns, and the hilt was made of brass alloy. The entire flying sword gave off a spiritual, mysterious feeling, as if it was an immortal with a sword that had strayed into the mortal world. Shao Ku nodded. Such a domineering sword looked pretty good. At least he was satisfied. He said to the flying sword, "You're made of ebony spirit iron, and your color is black and gold, so you'll be called Shao Bai." The flying sword flexed its blade in dissatisfaction. as if protesting against taking the name, Little White. Was such a childish name worthy of the handsome and mysterious it? The flying sword was not under Shao Ka's control as it carved two words in the air: Golden Crow. Shao Ka suddenly realized that the flying sword wanted to take the name, Golden Crow, although he was very reluctant. But under the flying sword's strong request, he could only give up the name Shao Bai. He silently sarcasm in his heart. Little broken sword really doesn't know how to appreciate. Before Shao Ku could continue to get to know the flying sword, Aunt Lan urged to eat and go to school. Putting away the golden crow, Shao Ku went downstairs to eat breakfast. After a bit of tossing and turning, Shao Ku rushed to school in Wang Wenya's car. The second day of school. There were still quite a few parents coming to send their children to school. Shao Ku got down from his fourth sister's car and said goodbye to his sister with his small school bag on his back. Then he ran towards the school. Uncle Fu also put on his security uniform and entered the school to start a new day of protection. When Wang Wenya took the car to go home, he received a message from the seventh sister on the way. "It's my turn to pick up my brother at night, so don't make a trip for nothing." She smiled lightly with her lips, ignoring the message from the seventh sister. Anyway, whoever receives it counts. It's not like there are any rules to speak of. Back to the class. Shao Ku was considered to be one of the earlier group of students. He put his small book bag into the drawer and started to get down to sleep. Next to the classmates are seriously holding the textbook reading, only he looks out of place. Ding bell bell. It was time for class to begin, and the language teacher walked up to the podium, textbook in hand. He is a rather young male teacher. Looks courteous, elegant and easygoing. The language teacher noticed the sleeping Wang Xiaoku, and his heart churned with anger and blood. "Wang Xiaoku, get up for me." The language teacher's volume was not low, but it still didn't affect him. Du Zimo hurriedly patted Shao Ka's thigh and whispered to him, "Hey, wake up. The language teacher is calling you." Shao Ka stood up in a daze, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he asked the language teacher what happened. The language teacher wrinkled his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. He hated students who had no motivation and came to school to muddle through. In his opinion, Wang Xiaoku was such a child, a typical example. He spoke coldly. "I learned an ancient poem yesterday. You come and memorize it once. If you can't memorize it, go and copy it 10 times. The language teacher revealed a bad smile. He had plenty of ways to clean up this kind of student. Shao Ka yawned and skillfully and quickly memorized the poem Silent Night Thoughts. After memorizing it, he also purposely translated the verses and recounted the writing background. The classmates were stunned. Wasn't the class president sleeping all yesterday? Could it be pretending to be asleep? The language teacher was also shocked in his heart and waved his hand for him to sit down and listen to the lesson. After class, Shao Ka just wanted to go out to buy snacks, when a large group of classmates gathered at the door. His divine sense spread out, and he unexpectedly found a familiar person, Gu Shangyue. Gu Shangyue at the doorway smiled warmly as she scanned the class for someone. "Hey!" Shao Ka yelled after her, scaring her into screaming along. Shao Ka laughed out loud. He knew Gu Shangyue was in the 2nd grade. He just didn't know that she also attended Mordor Annex Primary School. "Wang Xiaoku, you're so annoying." Gu Shangyue opened her mouth warmly and angrily. She just came to say hello to Shao Ku. Yesterday, her father had told her that Shao Ka's younger brother also went to school here. At that time, she was still a little surprised. Didn't Shao Ku originally say he was going to kindergarten? The two chatted for a while and then Gu Shangyue left, followed by a large group of children. Shao Ku then realized that the original Gu sister has so many small followers, why he did not have one. After going to the supermarket to buy snacks, he returned to the class to continue the lesson. During class, his thoughts drifted far away. He was thinking, in the future, you can go to the library to borrow some books to relieve boredom, this 1st grade knowledge of their own long finished learning. After lunch, Shao Ku dragged Du Zimo to the school library. The library is huge, occupying a whole building alone. On the 1st floor are illustration books, storybooks continue to go up, the type and quality of books improve. On the counter was sitting an old grandfather, who was also the librarian. Seeing such a cute child, the administrator spoke up and asked, "Little one, what kind of books do you want to read? Grandpa can help you find them." Little Ka shook his head and replied that he would look for it himself. The two then ran off to the 4th floor, and the administrator laughed at how naughty little kids were. He felt that the two were just casually skulking around, and those books on the 4th floor were placed in front of them, so they probably couldn't understand them. After a while of picking and choosing, Shao Ku was already holding 6 books. Each book was thick and as tall as 8 centimeters. Du Zimo looked at the Siku Quan Shu in his hands with a complicated face and couldn't help but mutter. Obviously, I know all these words. Why can't I read them? The two of them walked downstairs and Xiaoku placed 6 thick books on the front desktop. The administrator grandfather stared at Xiaoku with a flushed face and inquired in puzzlement. 5 years of simulation and 3 years of college entrance exams? The Sherlock Holmes mystery book? A book of life's maxims? Stop it, kid, you can't read these. Go get the storybook next to it. After saying that, the administrator thoughtfully pointed to the storybook shelf on the first floor. The administrator silently spat in his heart. A first-grade child who wants to read this kind of book can't even read it, right? Xiaoku stubbornly shook his head and insisted on taking these books. In the end, the two returned to the class holding the books. All afternoon, Xiaoku was studying the books he borrowed back, and the knowledge in his head was accumulating more and more. But in Du Zimo's opinion, Wang Xiaoku's speed of turning a page in 2 seconds could tell a thing. The last class was a study hall because there was no teacher to come to the stage. The class was noisy. Especially at the back of the group of boys has been laughing and joking. Xiaoku was upset by the noise, directly slammed down the table. If you make any more noise, get out. A milky cry echoed through the first-grade class. He stood up and coldly scanned the class of boys and girls, an intimidating force bursting out from him. In a flash, the class was silent, and not a single person dared to speak again. When the homeroom teacher arrived, she found the class quiet. The students were very quiet study. With a smile on her face, she praised her classmates and then made an announcement. Since there was a major event in Magic City on October 9th, there was a collective day off. This could make the students happy. This inexplicable extra day of vacation can play at home again. Then the homeroom teacher called Xiaoku out alone. In the crowd's confusion, Xiaoku stepped out of the class. When he came to the office, the homeroom teacher asked him to sit down with a kind face. Xiaoku, in the future, if you have any problems, any requests, you can talk to me, haha. If you're bullied, Teacher Lu will help you out. And if you don't feel well one day, remember to call the teacher for leave. Listening to Teacher Lu's incessant words, Xiaoku's first thought was of fourth sister. Did the fourth sister threaten Mr. Lu? He thought to himself. No matter what, Teacher Lu cares about himself, so he will cooperate more with the teacher. By the time he came out of the office, it was already time for school to end. Xiaoku was so excited that he ran back to his class, put on his small school bag and walked towards the outside of the school. Uncle Fu and the two of them are still not slow to follow the young master, only they deliberately hide from the sight of others, so that it is difficult for people to notice. At the entrance of the school at this time, many students gathered in a group, only to see a high cold beauty leaning on the front of the Maserati scanning the crowd, as if looking for something. Next to her was a beauty with a hot body and elegant temperament wearing glasses. She leaned lazily on the door of the Rolls-Royce, similarly gazing at the crowd going out. Many boys were filled with little stars, wanting to touch such a handsome sports car. Suddenly, the two beauties shot up and shouted at the door at the same time. Little brother, come to sister. Little brother, come to sister. Chapter 34 Flying Sword. Golden Crow. Xiaoku at the doorway's face was on fire, too shy. How did fourth sister and seventh sister block the car to the school entrance? In fact, at the beginning, Wang Siki drove her car and was waiting for her younger brother to leave school. I didn't expect Wang Wenya to drive over to pick up her little brother from school as well. And what's even more annoying is that she deliberately leaned towards the door. Of course, Wang Siki was reluctant to do so, and then she pushed her foot on the gas to overtake Wang Wenya's car. The two overtook each other, and the distance to the school entrance is getting closer and closer. The security guard at the entrance ran to stop them, but the other party directly told themselves to get lost. Look at his car is obviously not ordinary people. He can only obediently concede. Finally, the two cars are almost open into the school. The two only stopped overtaking. Xiaoku dryly coughed twice, hesitating in front of the fourth and seventh sisters. After choosing one of the sisters, then the other sister will definitely be very upset. What should be done? Wang Wenya watched his brother hesitate and called out to him 2 more times. Brother, didn't you say that the fourth sister is the best? Quickly come to the fourth sister. Xiaoku hesitated for a moment and walked towards fourth sister. Wang Siki angrily stomped her foot and opened her mouth to her brother. Brother, remember who picked you up and took you home? It was your seventh sister. Fourth sister has sent you several times, and you won't let seventh sister pick you up even once. Speaking here, Wang Siki revealed a pitiful look. Her eyes had a bit of tears in them. The boys beside him couldn't stand to watch. They really wanted to beat this desperate brother to death. Forget it, my brother doesn't like seventh sister, you go find her. I'll just go home alone. Xiao Ke's heart sank and he eventually turned a corner and walked to Wang Siki's side. The chubby little hand pulled the hem of seventh sister's coat and said as if he was pampered, I like seventh sister. Seventh sister, don't be sad. I'll go with you. Then he turned around and told the fourth sister that he was sorry that he had to take the seventh sister's car home today. When Xiao Ke gets in the car, Wang Siki makes a mocking face towards Wang Wenya. When the two of them get in the car, a foot on the gas is pressed and the sports car leaves the school with a roar. Wang Wenya waved his hand angrily. Seventh sister is too hateful to trick her brother's sympathy. In the future, I will learn more and use it myself. Buzz. The Rolls-Royce started up and rolled away from the school in a cloud of dust. The onlooker students were sour by this scene. Why am I not that boy? Why don't I have two beautiful sisters? Why don't I have a sister who drives a luxury car? Unfortunately, there are not that many whys. Opposite the school, two mysterious people were in the car looking at the scene in front of the school. Then the vehicle slowly left this place and drove all the way to the west. Maserati is traveling on the street, in the Magic City, although luxury cars everywhere, but the value of 10 million Maserati Phantom Dream is still firmly attracted the eyes of the passers-by. Inside the car, Xiao Ke is sitting in the passenger side, usually the bodyguard is driving. I did not expect this time the seventh sister personally to pick up their own. Along the way the siblings were very cordial, talking and laughing. He also made a special effort to barf on his sister's face. This can be Wang Siki happy flowers, sweetheart. Think of the fourth sister home alone. The heart even more freely. Back to the manor. Xiao Ke wanted to watch some TV, but the news was still cycling within the TV. He couldn't help but spit out, is this TV controlled by someone and can only play this one news? Meanwhile, the Magic City television station. This place controlled the entire city's channel programs, but recently there was a big incident. A mysterious rich man spent $50 million to buy out the entire city's TV channel just to insert this news in a loop. The TV station's complaint phone number was almost busted, but the old boss still insisted on inserting the news regardless of the storm outside. At the same time, all the media companies in Magic City received a big order. That was to top the hot search of Magic City's October 9th birthday party. Hundreds of media companies, large and small, worked overtime all night long. This was the first time ever that the Magic City's media community had cooperated. Not only that, cake store pastry chefs throughout the city received high-priced invitations at the same time, hoping to participate in the cake making for the banquet on October 9th. There are also costumers, makeup artists, sound engineers, $10,000 a day each. The various industries were shocked to the core. Who exactly was this godly tycoon who bought out several industry personnel? This layout alone will consume $500 million, and that's just a conservative estimate. Inside the villa, Xiao Ke was moping a bit because he couldn't watch TV. Seeing Xiao He, who was still asleep, he pulled it on again and ran to the backyard. The golden crow, that was refined this morning, has not been tested for its power yet, so he just took this time to try it out. Xiao He reluctantly used the footbrake 4-foot brake, but there was no way to help the power difference. Arriving at the back garden, Xiao Ke immediately released his divine sense to cover 100 meters. Although it was somewhat consuming, it was also for insurance against being seen. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden crow appeared in front of a man and a dog, the sword still flickering with golden light. Xiao Ke excitedly gripped the flying sword. An aura of defiance of heaven and earth appeared in an instant and immediately disappeared. Xiao He lay on the ground whimpering. He could feel the destructive aura attached to the sword. It's so awesome. Golden Crow is so handsome. Xiao Ke sweetly praised the flying sword, stroking the sword body with satisfaction. The sword somehow came with a devouring power, yet it made him feel very kind. Holding the golden crow tightly, Xiao Ke tried to invoke the sword technique. In a flash, the entire garden was filled with wild winds, and Xiao Ke's chi was climbing. In a few seconds of effort, Xiao Ke's chi reached its peak, and the golden crow was flowing with dark golden light. Hearing wind sword technique first sword, falling star, Xiao Ke milked his voice. Then the sword body chopped out a sword towards the sky, which was as fast as lightning. The sword mark continued to fly towards the sky, and then it exploded. Auntie Lan put down the celadone in her hand and looked out the window. Who lets off fireworks in broad daylight? How strange. After saying that, she continued to wipe the celadone. Xiao Ke hugged the golden crow in surprise. It was too different from the power of the sword move he performed yesterday. Moreover, he realized that the golden crow was practically sharpening iron like mud, chopping rocks like cutting tofu. Finally, it was time to try the most useful skill of the flying sword. Flight. Xiao Ke's mind controlled the flying sword and realized that it felt too wonderful. The flying sword could follow his own mind and move up, down, left and right smoothly. He retrieved the golden crow and gently let it hover at the height of his feet. Then he carefully stood on the flying sword. The whole person was in an excited mood. Once he stood firmly, he controlled the flying sword to fly slowly, while he himself was familiarizing himself with the feeling of imperial sword flight. Wow! Xiao He, look! I can fly too! Xiao Ku was no longer too scared at this point, and the speed and height of his controlled flight grew. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Xiao Ke stood on the golden crow and soared freely in the sky. Feeling the pleasure of flying, simply don't be too happy. Woohoo! Xiao Ke laughed loudly in the sky. Every now and then he did a spin, a dive, a fancy flight. Auntie Lan put down her tea set in confusion. She seemed to have heard the young master's laughter. Above the sky, Xiao Ke stepped on the golden crow and flew up into the clouds, looking down on half of the magic city. This was what it felt like to have a panoramic view of the mountains, browsing through half of the city's prosperity. He leaned down and stepped on the golden crow to charge straight to the very center of Magic City. Magic City Commercial Street. At this time, it was already evening, and the sky was covered with layers of flaming clouds. Since they had just gotten off work, countless people were walking on the street, discussing what to eat in a while and where to go to play later. At this time, a tender female voice rang out. Ma, look at the airplane in the sky. The little girl excitedly pointed at the sky. At the side of the mom, light smile and look along. There was a small black dot flying at great speed in the sky, but it didn't look like an airplane. The people who were reminded by the little girl also looked towards the sky, but the little black dot did not look like an airplane. One man guessed that it was a kind of flying bird, but immediately an old man who was quite knowledgeable about birds objected. Birds can't fly so fast, and this altitude is at least 1,000 meters high. It's never a bird. Some people picked up their cell phones and zoomed in to take pictures, and even some people with cameras took pictures of the high altitude. However, the photos taken after zooming in dozens of times were still blurry. This silhouette doesn't look like a bird, but rather like a human being. Quickly, record the video. Tomorrow's explosive information is available again. A reporter urged his colleague to capture the small black dot in the sky, shouting with excitement. Of course, this person was Xiao Ke, who returned to the manor after circling over Magic City. When he reached the ground, Xiao Ke smiled and retrieved the golden crow. He could be sure that the flying sword was much faster than a car. Moreover, this golden crow was only a first-rank intermediate spirit weapon, and its power was already this strong. In the memories passed down by his master, there were even legendary immortal weapons. I wonder what an immortal weapon looks like and if it's powerful. Xiao He waited until his master returned and happily circled around him. Seeing that it was getting late, one person and one dog walked slowly back to the villa. After a simple dinner, Xiao Ke returned to his room. Wang Wenya reminded him to remember to take a bath. Xiao Ke perfunctorily replied, "Okay," and then jumped on the bed. He didn't need to take a bath now. There was aura running around his body, and the mortal dust couldn't get close to him. Simply tidying up, Xiao Ke began to sink his heart into cultivation. Early the next morning, the Wang family manor received a special package. Chapter 35. Don't you dare try to touch my boss. Early morning. Xiao Ke went downstairs to eat after washing up. Today looked the same as usual, but a square package appeared on the dining table. This is the courier that Auntie Lan got at the door in the morning, and the consignee is written as Little Young Master. So she moved the delivery inside the villa and it was still on the dining table. The two sisters were elegantly eating their breakfast and did not open the package, apparently waiting for their brother to open it. Xiao Ke guessed that it should be an invitation to a birthday party after listening to Auntie Lan's explanation of the courier's origin. He didn't bother to eat and hurriedly unwrapped the package on the table. As the package was unwrapped, the contents surfaced in front of everyone. Wang Siki was also curious to check what his little brother had bought back here, only to see a gorgeous golden wooden box lying quietly within the parcel. Open the wooden box. The most conspicuous thing is a golden envelope. This is the banquet invitation. Next to it was a broken diamond bracelet, as well as the address of the banquet event and notes. Wang Siki picked up the broken diamond bracelet and said with emotion on her lips that it was really pretty. The bracelet was silver white, inlaid with 52 blue diamonds, and looked very pretty. Xiaoku carefully put the invitation in his room, and then handed the bracelet to Aunt Lan for safekeeping. After dinner, Xiaoku had to go to school again. Auntie Lan was about to pack his school bag, and just as she picked it up, she felt something was wrong. It seemed that today's school bag was very heavy, even several times heavier than yesterday. Puzzled, she unzipped the book bag and pulled out several thick books. Auntie Lan was stunned as she looked at the few books she pulled out and fell into deep thought. 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulation. Why language 6th grade vocabulary? Life. Aunt Lan was both puzzled and confused. How did young master bring these books home? She ran to tell Wang Wenya, who was also stunned by the news. In her opinion, it was impossible for her brother to be able to read these books. Did he have other secrets? Today is Friday. Tomorrow there will be 2 days of vacation, so every student is quite happy. School entrance. Wang Siki sent Xiaoku to the door, said hello, and then rushed to the company. Back in the class, at this time the students were chatting about the TV news. The discussion about the birthday party was in full swing, as if they were looking forward to it. Xiaoku also came close to listen, but who knows, the back row of several small boys have disgusted look at him. Only the little girl was willing to talk to Ko about these things, presumably because he was too mean to the crowd. Xiaoku wasn't embarrassed anyway, as long as the others didn't take it personally. Then it didn't matter. At a young age, he had seen through a lot of things. That's right. I heard that my cousin applied but wasn't selected. Did any of our elementary schools receive an invitation? I know of one. I think it's Su Junlin from the 3rd grade. He even showed it to my sister. Anyway, we can go over to watch the fireworks display, and I heard that we can even eat cake for free. After listening for a while, Xiaoku came to a realization. It turned out that they were talking about the birthday party invitations. Was there a person in the 3rd grade who was also invited? He sat back in his seat. At this time, Du Zimo was also discussing the news of the birthday banquet with Ding still in a low voice. Xiaoku sat directly in the middle of the two, pulling out the thick Y language 6th grade vocabulary book from his small school bag. Du Zimo saw him coming and pulled him up to chat as well. Xiaoku, who do you think threw the birthday party for whom? He is not sure about this question anyway. On the day of the banquet, he can go over to participate in the event to eat a big cake for free, and there are also special rewards. Maybe it's a birthday banquet for a certain rich man to his daughter. Go over to play, and you can also eat cake for free, you and still go too. Du Zimo smiled and said yes, he likes to eat the most, especially the sweet ones. Xiaoku pulled on the two again and secretly said, in fact, I got the invitation to the birthday party. Oh, I can still collect gifts then. Ah! The two exclaimed in shock. I heard that this invitation is hard to obtain. I didn't expect Wang Xiaoku to have one. The TV said that the invitation was only 1,000 in the entire Magic City. The number of people who could get the invitation when spread out was too few. Ding was still very skeptical and looked at Xiaoku with a skeptical face. Can you prove that you have an invitation? Without proof you are lying. Xiaoku didn't hide anything, taking out his cell phone from his pocket and directly opening the winning message. Woohoo! The two's exclamations echoed in the classroom, causing students to gather around. Seeing Xiaoku holding a cell phone, everyone was surprised. After all, the school was not allowed to carry cell phones. A few naughty boys sitting in the back row looked like they had caught him in the act. At one side, they whispered about telling the teacher. These words were heard clearly by Xiaoku. Under the enhancement of his cultivation, even without using his divine sense, he could clearly hear certain sounds. This was the enhancement of the 6 senses. The crowd surrounded Xiaoku and looked at his winning message with envious faces. Xiaoku, can you bring me along? I also want to go. Yeah, we all want to go, but we don't have an invitation. Xiaoku arrogantly said no. He also wanted to bring his sister and the two of them, so there was only one spot left. He looked towards Du Zimo, who was enviously at the side. His heart had already made up his mind that he could bring his best friend along. The class president is too stingy. That's right. It's a pity that I don't have the means to draw the lottery. Let me draw it, maybe I can win too. Accompanied by the students' discontented spitting, Teacher Lu also slowly walked into the classroom. Seeing the teacher coming, the students immediately returned to their seats. Teacher Lu stood on the podium and was just about to speak when she noticed the students in the back row raising their hands to make a report. She held up her thick eye frames and said softly, Is there something wrong with little tiger? A tiger-headed boy in the back row stood up and shouted in a sharp voice. Teacher, we saw Wang Xiao could take the cell phone. The whole class can testify for me. These words made Xiaoke feel helpless for a while. It seemed like he was being snitched on. The students in the class sized each other up and eventually responded that they had seen it as well. Seeing that the class was starting to get restless, Ms. Lu softly scolded, which quieted everyone down. The students looked to her. Teacher Lu was also in a difficult position. Xiaoke was someone that the principal had specifically said she wanted special care for. But the school does have a rule that does not allow cell phones to be brought into the school. After thinking for a moment, Teacher Lu told Xiaoke with a gentle face that he was not allowed to play with his cell phone in class, or he would be punished for copying ancient poems. The students were shocked. Didn't the school rules say that parents would be invited? Didn't they have to educate their minds? And then the teacher just brushed it off? If Mr. Lu could hear the heart of the classmates, surely he would dislike it. The school rules are also the rules set by the principal and the school board. Can the principal still punish him? This is all about human feelings. Xiaoke nodded and sweetly told the teacher he knew. Soon, the morning's lessons ended and it was lunchtime. Before Xiaoke could go out, a group of third graders surrounded the entrance to the first grade. There were about a dozen third graders, and each one looked at Xiaoke inside the classroom with contempt. The visitor is not good, he muttered in a low voice. When he and Du Zimo walked out of the classroom door, they were indeed stopped by the third grade boys. As if he knew him well, a tall and thin boy directly swept him up and said that he wanted to discuss something. Xiaoke frowned slightly and slapped away the hand on his shoulder. In a cold tone, he told him he didn't want to discuss it. The first years hadn't finished walking and rushed to inform each other when they saw Ko being stopped by the upperclassmen. The third-year boy was the boss of the class, named Wang Tianhao, and was equally gangly. Seeing that Xiaoke didn't listen to his words, he opened his mouth and threatened. Come to the restroom if you're capable. You'll see if I beat you up or not and be done with it. Putting down a harsh word, he was just about to leave, but he didn't expect Xiaoke to take the initiative and say, Yes, I'll go now. The crowd breathed a little sharply and couldn't help but wonder if he was a little cutie. It was really the first time to see one who took the initiative to beg for a beating. Just like that, a large group of people wended their way towards the restroom. Uncle Fu sighed from afar, not expecting the young master to have a large group of followers so soon. I thought that I only had a dozen or so juniors when I was in junior high school, but that platoon was in the eyes of others. It's absolutely impossible. Du Zimo had seen Xiaoke strike, so he wasn't too worried in his heart and followed the crowd towards the restroom. Xiaohu also pulled on a few friends to follow. Originally, the kids loved to watch the show, and the group gradually expanded from the original dozen to 80 or 90 people. A group of people flooded into the toilet, directly occupying the toilet. Only about 10 square feet of empty space was left, on which stood Xiaoke's duo and a dozen third graders. The person who beat you up is called Wang Tianhao. Remember that? Wang Tianhao was just about to kick up when he was angrily scolded. What the hell, Tianhao? You dare to touch my boss? Try. Chapter 36. Martial artist. He's not the only one. In the corner of the restroom, an angry shout came from the corner of the restroom. The crowd's eyes were drawn over. The one who opened his mouth to speak was none other than 6th grade punk Zhang Hao. Noise rose in the restroom. Isn't that Zhang Hao from the 6th grade? Yeah. I heard that he's quite capable of shaking people, and last time, he beat up another 6th grade boy with a nosebleed. He's doing pretty well in our elementary school. He has dozens of little brothers. Zhang Hao was also confused just now. A group of people were squatting in the corner swallowing clouds and fog, and suddenly a large wave of people poured in. Only after a while did he realize that there were third years who wanted to beat up that scary kid. He thought to himself that he could just take this opportunity to get close to him. This was an opportunity that was delivered to his door. Zhang Hao stuck one hand in his pocket and flicked his cigarette directly away, walking arrogantly and confidently. Wang Tianhao had naturally heard of Zhang Hao's great name, but he just wasn't sure what was going on now. Zhang Hao brought 7 or 8 teenagers and stood directly in front of Wang Tianhao to stare at him. The heights of the 6th graders were all on average a head taller than the 3rd graders. Wang Tianhao, who was stared at by Zhang Hao, only felt hairy in his heart. He was usually used to bullying people, but in front of Zhang Hao, he could only be bullied. Zhang Hao rubbed his stomach and asked in an arrogant tone, "What are you doing? And you want to beat up my big brother?" Small question marks popped up on the heads of the crowd. Zhang Hao said that this kid was his big brother? Wang Tianhao shivered and smiled as he replied. Brother, how you've got it wrong. The one I want to beat up is this kid, not anyone else. Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped on the face. Bah, he's my Zhanghao's big brother, you still want to beat him up? I think you have itchy skin. After saying that, he slapped over a few more times. Waves rolled in the hearts of the onlookers. What kind of strange situation was this? Wang Tianhao's eyes were red with aggression. It was too humiliating to hit him in the face in front of so many people. After Zhang Hao educated him a bit, he asked him why he was looking for trouble with his big brother. He cried and said that he wanted to ask Xiaoke for an invitation to a birthday party. After learning the situation, Zhang Hao rewarded him with a few more kicks and scolded. You're still called Wang Tianhao. My name is Zhang Hao, remember? If you have something, just look for me. Get lost. Wang Tianhao covered his swollen cheeks and led a group of people to slink away. Zhang Hao turned back and greeted Xiaoke with a smile, saying that if there was anything, he would call out to him. Xiaoke nodded in satisfaction and led Du Zimo out the door. When he was almost out of the door, he turned back and reminded. Don't smoke in the future, it smells really bad. Zhang Hao hastily echoed yes. Only after the duo left did the audience in the restroom slowly exhale. This was too unusual. How could Zhang Hao be afraid of a first-grade kid? We'll have to ask around later. There must be a major inside story. The crowd dispersed in all directions and walked out of the restrooms. Soon, 3 pieces of heavy news spread through the school. The first was that first-grade student Wang Xiaoke had beaten up Wang Tianhao and Zhang Hao. The second news is that Wang Xiaoku has 2 rich and beautiful sisters who drove a sports car to pick him up from school yesterday. The third news is that Wang Xiaoke has an invitation to his birthday party on October 9th. Since then, Wang Xiaoku has become a celebrity in Magic City Elementary School, and there are even many senior girls who come over to peek at him. Because of Xiaoke's cute appearance, let those girls completely into crazy, keep coming to find him to play. This can make Xiaoke worry bad, really regret to cause these things. In the afternoon, Xiaoke kept hiding in the classroom to study. As soon as she went out, there were senior sisters looking for her to chat and play. There was even a second-grade sister who handed him a small love letter. When it was time for school to end, Xiaoke quickly ran towards the school entrance. He wanted to quickly get away from the clutches of the older sisters. The entrance to the elementary school. Xiaoke scanned for a long time but did not see the 2 sisters. Could it be that his sisters had forgotten him? He stood alone on the roadside with his small school bag on his back, not knowing what to do for a while. Should he force himself to summon the golden crow to fly home? Drip! There was the sound of a car honking. Only a black Maybach was seen driving towards him. When the car pulled over, a man wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car. Ko scowled at him, realizing that he didn't recognize the man and wondered what he was doing coming at him. With a warm smile on his face, the man walked up to him and squatted down. Your name is Wang Xiaoke, right? Xiaoke nodded and looked at the man in front of him suspiciously. Your sister won't be coming to pick you up today. She asked me to take you to dinner. Xiaoke looked skeptical. Today in class, the teacher was still talking about how there are more human traffickers lately and to take precautions. So he took a step back and called his sister. Then when the phone hung up, he finally was trusting the man in front of him. After the 2 got into the car, he realized that there was another woman wearing sunglasses in the car. Although she deliberately covered up her face, under Xiaoke's divine sense, she still had an unobstructed view of her delicate features. It had to be said that just by her looks, she was even more beautiful than her own 2 sisters. Sitting on the car, Xiaoke began to talk to the man. Why didn't sister come to pick me up today? The man answered with a sideways glance as he drove. Your sisters both have things to do today, so they asked me to take you to dinner and drop you off at home in a little while. Oh, because she was sitting in a stranger's car? Xiaoke only felt a little unnatural and kept looking towards the window. Arriving at the restaurant, the group got off the car and walked in. This is a pretty famous barbecue restaurant, especially from Friday to Sunday, almost always in a state of full capacity. Coming to the front desk, the man directly opened a box, and then let the woman take Xiaoke to go in first and pick out the food himself. Entering the box, he obediently sat on the bench, his legs swinging in the air. The woman, on the other hand, silently surveyed him. Xiaoke couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Pretty sister, why are you covering your face when you're so good-looking? The words made her heart flutter and she embarrassedly explained that she was used to it. Her voice was like the call of an oriole, very sweet and crisp, sounding reminiscent of a sweet young girl. The woman took the initiative to chat with Xiaoke. She asked Xiaoke, Sister, how to receive you, how did you live before living happy? Xiao Ke did not show sadness, but lightly told the previous experience. From being abandoned by his parents, then letting his grandfather take him in, and then his grandfather's death. He himself has been alone since then, begging to fill his stomach, living under a dirty bridge hole, sleeping on the worn-out quilts that other people do not want. After a speech, the woman's tears also slipped out from under the sunglasses. She was really so heartbroken. Xiao Ke looked like he was telling a story and reminiscing. He said to the woman in a milky voice, "Pretty sister, why are you crying? Did the story I told make you sad? No need to be upset. My two sisters now love me and care about me. So happy." The woman rubbed Xiao Ke's hair and whispered to him that she was going to the restroom. Coming to the restroom, Wang Xinru took off her sunglasses, a beautiful face already wet with tears. She was China's top stream actress Wang Xinru, also Xiao Ke's elder sister, ranking 5th in the family. She herself missed her brother, and learning of his previous tragic ordeal made her heart ache even more. Collecting her mood, she recovered her face and returned to the box. At this time, the table was full of kebabs, drinks, as well as potted fish soup, pork chop soup. The three ate happily. Wang Xinru kept putting food on her brother's plate. Xiao Ke complained that he was about to be fed into a piglet. The two men were amused. After dinner, the men drove him back to the Wang family manor. Xiao Ke happily waved goodbye to the two men and then ran home. When he left, the two slowly removed their sunglasses. The man respectfully opened his mouth to inquire, "Miss, are you sure you don't want to go home and reunite with him?" Wang Xinru shook her head. "It's not the right time yet. When my little brother celebrates his birthday, I will recognize him myself. My younger brother has been suffering outside for 5 years, and on his first birthday at home this year, I want the world to know. Wang Xiaoku is my Wang Xianru's younger brother. Even if it's the Kyoto Wang family, they have to consider my wrath." Wang Xinru opened her mouth coldly. Her sweet appearance made the crowd overlook her true character. Others were afraid of his Kyoto Wang family, but they were all floating clouds in her case. The man sighed and reminded, "I heard that the Kyoto side recently sent martial artists to Magic City. Should we?" Wang Xinru lightly bit her lips. "Martial artists are not the only ones they have. If you dare to touch my brother, just wait." The car slowly started and gradually disappeared into the sunset. Chapter 37 Dad's News, The Real Alchemy Furnace. Wang Family Manor. When Xiao Ke returned home, he found that the atmosphere of the entire home was somewhat subtle. Just as he walked into the villa's hall, there was a group of people looking towards him. It also contained the figures of the two elder sisters, as well as a few imposing uncles. Uncle Gu Biao was also among them, only the faces of the people were not good. Sitting in the high seat was a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was currently wearing a black face. When Wang Wenya saw her brother coming home, her cold face eased down. At this time, the crowd was deliberating, so she instructed Aunt Lan to send the young master back to his room. When Xiao Ku returned to the second floor, he immediately exerted his divine sense and spread out to the crowd downstairs. The middle-aged man sitting in the high seat had an iron face and angrily slapped his seat, saying, "This old Wang, at his age he had to go to the front line to fight. His old bones are loose and he still dares to personally charge the battlefield to kill the enemy." Wang Siki worriedly inquired, "Uncle Zheng Lei, how is our father's situation now?" The veins on Zheng Lei's palm rippled as he lowered his voice and returned. "The northern border has been rioting in recent days, and the M country has been harassing the border by instigating the smaller nearby countries. Yesterday's big battle, your father bore the brunt of it. 200,000 Jinbei army directly killed the border and defeated the other side. I didn't expect to be assassinated by martial artists at night. The old king suffered several stab wounds, and the northern medical facilities can only serve to stop the bleeding. So today he will have to go to Kyoto overnight to receive treatment." Wang Wenya reddened his eyes and angrily chided M country for being wolves and daring to send out martial artists to strike. One should know that martial artists, as well as nuclear weapons, were expressly forbidden between countries to appear on the battlefield. Wang Siki asked after her mother. Zheng Lei sighed with a heavy face. "Mother Wang was heartbroken when she heard the news of your father's serious injury and wanted to accompany old Wang to Kyoto." Gu Biao's teeth clenched as several of them were brothers who had a lifelong friendship with Wang Yuehao. Learning this news would have made them angry, and at the same time, they regretted that they did not accompany their big brother in the battle. Zheng Lei added that he had not only come this time to inform about this matter, but also to bring his brothers to defend the northern border for Wang Yuehao. The lord of the country had been slow to give the order, but the army could not be without a commander for a day. So he had decided to go and meet the state lord and request to send himself to sit in the north. Everyone was well aware that the state lord was unwell, and that his highnesses were building up their strength in preparation for a fight for the position of state lord. The matters in the north had distracted the royal family. Xiao Ku in the room on the second floor withdrew her divine sense. A layer of blood color surfaced on his white face. Damnable martial artists, daring to hurt his dad. He really wanted to run to the border to avenge his dad, but unfortunately even flying with a royal sword would take several days. After all, one's own aura reserves were not much, and it was too fast to consume. The whole night, Xiao Ku didn't cultivate and didn't sleep. He was really worried about his father. Early in the morning, Aunt Lan came to shout at young master to wake up for breakfast as usual. It had been shouting for a long time, and there was no movement in the room. When she pushed open the door of the room, looking around, she didn't find the young master's shadow either. On the desk, there was a letter. Aunt Lan apprehensively picked up the letter and read it out. "Sister, I'm going to go play with my friends. Don't worry about me. I should be back by evening. Ko." Aunt Lan hurriedly told Wang Siki about the letter, and Wang Wenya rushed to Kyoto by helicopter early in the morning to accompany her father. On the other side, Xiao Ku had already arrived at the ordinary neighborhood in the middle of Yanbei district with Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu didn't want to bring the young master here, but when he saw the young master huffing and puffing as he walked towards Yanbei district, he couldn't care less. Anyway, with the two of his brothers guarding the young master, there would not be any major problems. The three of them walked all the way to the door of a family's house under Xiao Ku's leadership. After knocking on the door, Lin Xiaoxiao saw the three people standing at the door and hurriedly welcomed them into the house. The two Uncle Fu brothers sat expressionlessly on the sofa, their eyes surveying the room. They couldn't figure out when the young master knew such a girl. Not long after, Lin's father and mother also walked out the door to greet the three of them warmly. Lin mother joyfully had Lin Xiaoxiao set out fruits and bring hot tea. Xiao Ku probed Lin's mother and found that the tumor had decreased quite a bit, and her body had recovered well. Not only has her blood and qi recovered, she can also get out of bed and do a moderate amount of activities. Lin father was even more excited to run to the kitchen to make a few hot dishes, fearing that Xiao Ku was hungry. In his heart, he had already taken Xiao Ku as his savior. His heart was full of gratitude. This time, Xiao Ku came here to ask Lin Xiaoxiao if there were any more alchemy furnaces in the neighborhood, and in the meantime he would treat Lin mother with acupuncture again. After Xiao Ku had finished treating Lin's mother with acupuncture, he also talked to Lin Xiaoxiao about business. When Lin Xiaoxiao heard that Xiao Ku was looking for an alchemy furnace, she was first taken aback. Then she recalled where she had seen an alchemy furnace. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaoxiao told him that there was an honored alchemy furnace at the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. Xiao Ku said with a sad face that that furnace had been bought and used up. After thinking for a while, she remembered the story Yixing had told himself. She then recounted the story to Xiao Ku as well. It was said that Taoist master Idol Cloud had an alchemy furnace before he sat down, but it was lost when he fought a demon. The subsequent Taoist priests then built a replica and placed it in the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. Upon hearing this, a flash of brilliance erupted in Xiao Ku's eyes. In that case, was Taoist master Idol Cloud's real alchemy furnace still in the Idol Cloud Taoist temple? She shook her head. Further back she wasn't sure. No one knew where the real alchemy furnace was. After getting this information, Xiao Ku took Uncle Fu and hurriedly left Lin Xiaoxiao's house. Sitting back in the car, Xiao Ku told Uncle Fu that he was going to the Idol Cloud Taoist temple. Inside the car, Xiao Ku had an excited look on his face. He thought that the alchemy furnace wouldn't be available anymore, but he didn't realize that there were still a few chances. If he lost the increase of the elixir, it might take about a year for him to break through the foundation establishment stage. The vehicle moved forward smoothly. Idol Cloud Dao Hall. Xiao Ku stepped out of the vehicle and entered the Dao Hall, and Uncle Fu and the two of them followed closely behind. Arriving at the main hall, Xiao Ku saw the thieving old Taoist priest again. Cough! Xiao Ku dryly coughed twice and walked towards the old Taoist priest. Old Grandpa, may I ask where Taoist Idol Cloud's alchemy furnace is? The old Taoist priest was still drowsy when he heard his words, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. The old Taoist shook his duster with his back to him, folded his hands and said, "Little fellow, the ancestors' alchemy furnace has already been bought by you, are you forgetting? Little Ku immediately shook his head. That one is just a replica. The real alchemy furnace is here with you, right? He then retold the story Lin Xiaoxiao had told. The old Taoist's expression stagnated, and he hastily vetoed it. The poor Taoist doesn't have it here. What little friend heard is just a folk rumor. Xiao Ke's divine sense had been observing his every move, and the hint of panic in that demeanor was immediately captured by him. I'm afraid that this Taoist priest was cajoling himself. He really had no choice, so he opened his mouth to negotiate. Tell me where the alchemy furnace is. I'll pay 5,000. The old Taoist priest directly waved his hand and refused. 10,000. The old Taoist priest was still indifferent. It was as if he now had no interest in money again. How did the attitude change so quickly? The last time he came, the old Taoist was very money-minded. Seeing that the soft does not work, then he will come to some hard. Xiao Ku pulled over Uncle Fu to explain some words. Uncle Fu looked a little unnatural when he heard it, but he still walked toward the front. The old Taoist sighed. Little friend, don't dwell on it. There is no fate in life. How can we meet each other? Alas, don't move. While the old Taoist priest was speaking, Uncle Fu walked under the stone statue of the first Heavenly Father and directly lifted the statue with one hand. Just waiting for the young master to give the word, this stone statue would be smashed to pieces. The old Taoist priest was blowing his beard and eyes, and was about to break his defense and scream. He flicked his duster and a soft force gently lifted the stone statue. Xiao Ke's face was shocked. He had not felt it before. But the old Taoist priest was able to release his aura, and after feeling it carefully, the aura in his body was disorganized. But the capacity was not small. Now he was really curious about what secrets the old Taoist had, and what a martial artist was. Uncle Fu's younger brother also rushed forward to lift up a stone statue. That one was Taoist Heavenly Father. The old Taoist was about to explode with anger and cursed the duo for being assholes and daring to insult the supreme immortal. Xiao Ku threatened from the side. Old Grandpa, tell us about the alchemy furnace and I won't let them smash this Taoist temple of yours. He revealed a harmless expression and stared at the old Taoist priest expectantly. After half a day of tug-of-war, the old Taoist priest finally gave in to him. The three stood beside the old Taoist priest and listened carefully. The old Taoist sighed long and slowly recounted the deeds of his ancestor. Hundreds of years ago, demons were out in the world, slaughtering and bullying humans everywhere. There was once a great demon in this place, which was originally a snake, but had a brutal and murderous character. He devoured the people and ate human flesh and blood to enhance his cultivation, and later on, he was even about to turn from a snake into a jiao. Master Idle Cloud traveled here and naturally could not bear to see the people being slaughtered. Therefore, Master Idle Cloud fought with the great demon for 3 days and 2 nights, and both of them were seriously injured. Chapter 38. The martial artist appears, assassination of the Wang family. And then, Master Ancestor Idle Cloud dispersed his cultivation and used his own magic artifact alchemy furnace as a prisoner to seal the great demon. However, with his cultivation dispersed and heavily injured, the ancestor did not take long before he sat down at this place. The great demon was also sealed in the back of the mountain, and at the same time prohibited anyone from going up the mountain. In order to worship the ancestor, the villagers funded the construction of the Idle Cloud Taoist temple, and the back of the mountain was named Idle Cloud Mountain. The old Taoist monk sighed long, willing to die for the sake of the living and immortal. The ancestor is a saint also. Xiao Ke listened to the deeply touched, as if he had witnessed the scene of a leisurely Taoist master fighting a snake demon. He opened his mouth to inquire. So Taoist Master Idle Cloud's alchemy furnace is on Idle Cloud Mountain, is it? The old Taoist master gently shook his head. This was all a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Taoist temple, and no one could confirm the specifics. As the group walked out of the Taoist temple, Xiao Ku looked at the large mountain behind them. Idle Cloud Mountain is densely wooded, in the form of a trapped dragon, and the mountain is high and steep. Few people dare to climb at will. Uncle Fu reminded Xiao Ku, "Young master, it's time to go home. Idle Cloud Mountain can't be visited. It's too dangerous." Xiao Ku's eyes burned. This alchemy furnace. She was determined to get it, returning to the manor. Today's seventh sister was in a very low mood. After having dinner, she returned inside her room. There was no need to think. Her sister was definitely worried about her father's injuries. Xiao Ku also returned to his room to prepare for the plan in a while. The sky was gradually engulfed in darkness. The Wang family manor was silent today. Shao Kahn summoned the golden crow and was just about to fly from the window to the idle cloud mountain when he suddenly sensed several special auras. He unfolded his divine sense and swept through the Wang family manor. On the outskirts of the manor, several masked men easily rolled over the fence and slowly approached towards the interior. In the darkness of the night, several people were like ghosts, not making a single sound. There were 5 men in black, and by now, they had already touched the vicinity of the villa, and Shao could clearly sense the enemy. Who? Uncle Fu, who was guarding the villa, saw a black shadow and asked in a stern voice. Whoosh! A flash of cold light shot towards Uncle Fu's face, emitting a faint white aura under the faint illumination of the moonlight. Under the crisis of life and death, Uncle Fu subconsciously inclined his head, just brushing against it. It was a flying knife sticking straight into the wall. Brother, come quickly. A martial artist has struck, Uncle Fu bellowed, while taking a step towards the direction of the silhouette. There are martial artists? The silhouette in the darkness let out a soft eep, and then also revealed its true form. 5 black-clothed men appeared in unison, and the 2 brothers of Uncle Fu and the other party confronted each other from a distance. Both sides did not exchange a single word, and took out their weapons and rushed towards each other. Right off the bat, it was a rough physical fight. The black-clothed men's weapons were threaded daggers, while the Fu brothers had military bayonets. Surprisingly, they are advanced martial artists? The man in black set out in shock. The other 2 were fighting their 5 brothers back and forth. Uncle Fu fought 1 against 2 and was comfortable under the dagger attack. One of the men in black wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, and the morose dagger stabbed towards Uncle Fu's neck. As if he had expected it, Uncle Fu kicked 1 away with his foot and quickly stabbed back with his head. The black-clothed man who was trying to sneak attack was directly stabbed with a bloody hole in his abdomen. Old 4. The black-clothed man who was fighting with Uncle Fu's younger brother was in a rage as he called out to the back. Black robe, don't do anything yet. As the black-robed man called out, a masked black-robed man slowly came from the rear. The warring Uncle Fu duo pulled away from him and stared at the black-robed man with a serious expression. This aura, it's someone from the Black Robe organization. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This black-robed man was very strong. Not bad. The Wang family still has 2 senior martial artists. TSK. The black-robed man opened his mouth playfully. 5 wastes. Don't go and kill that little one yet. The 5 black-robed men directly bypassed the 2 brothers of the Fu family to enter the villa. Uncle Fu directly went forward to stop them, but the black-robed men blocked their way. Your 2 opponents are me, Jie. Uncle Fu's face was gloomy as the 2 brothers directly rushed towards the black-robed man. The military bayonet was about to touch the black-robed man but was deftly dodged. The second brother of the Fu family directly blasted out a fist. To his surprise, his full-strength fist was held by the black-robed man with 1 hand, unable to move. Inner strength expert. Boom! The black-robed man lightly kicked him directly out. Upstairs, Shao Kahn coldly monitored the battlefield, and when he saw the 5 black-robed men slipping into the villa, his eyes turned icy cold. The blue pupils emitted a faint chill. Shao Kahn stroked the golden crow. It might have to be stained with blood today. Entering the hall, the people in black were preparing to search the room. Only Lao Si stayed where he was because he was injured. There was a burst of footsteps on the stairs. The sound was soft, but it was exceptionally loud in the silent black night. Who? The black-clothed old four watched the stairs closely, his heart growing more and more nervous. He had an intuition that he would die if he didn't escape. Whoosh! A cracking sound came from the air, and Lao Si's eyes were wide open, but there was an additional bloody hole in his eyebrow. The black-clothed man, Old 4, died. After the other 4 had explored the first floor, they did not find their target. Returning to the hall, the 4 people looked at Old 4, who was lying on the ground, dead in his eyes in horror. Who killed Old 4? Whoosh! A cold light appeared, and the 3 people were just like Old 4, slowly lying on the ground, their eyes wide open. In the end, who is it? Don't play God. Come out. The last black-clothed man trembled in fear as they were killed in seconds without even seeing their enemy. With another lilting sword sound, the last man in black also lay on the floor. In the darkness of the night, the golden crow trembled gently, as if it was excited. Coming outside the villa, the black-robed man had already knocked the duo out and was about to strike. Shao Kahn directly shouted at him. The black-robed man followed the voice to look, and was immediately shocked. Why didn't the target die? What about those 5 losers do thing? Xiaoku opened his mouth to inquire. What is this martial artist you speak of? And who are you? The black-robed man laughed under his mask. There's no need to know so much when you're about to die. Saying that, he stormed towards Xiaoku, like a ferocious wild wolf. Xiaoku raised his finger and pointed forward in vain. A white light directly penetrated the black-robed man's shoulder. As the black-robed man's miserable screams came, Xiaoku pointed out a few more fingers. He directly wasted the black-robed man's limbs. Tell me. Xiaoku menacingly threatened the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man could only kneel on the ground, his limbs no longer under his control. A huge wave rolled up inside him, and his face turned pale. You? How could you? He roared maniacally. How can you, a small child, have the means of a martial arts master? Fake. It must be fake. Ha ha. Slowly, the black-clothed man's voice got smaller and smaller, and his head lowered. After probing, Xiaoku said in surprise, Poison? Surprisingly, he took poison and killed himself. Seeing that he didn't get the information he wanted, Xiaoku was a bit discouraged. After checking the injuries of the 2 Uncle Fu brothers, Xiaoku sighed in relief. After his acupuncture, he estimated that the 2 of them would wake up in less than half an hour. After doing all this, Xiaoku cleaned up the mess. After dealing with the 6 people, he was going to go to the Idle Cloud Mountain and had to find the alchemy furnace as soon as possible. As soon as he thought of this, Xiaoku stepped onto the Golden Crow and flew to the distant Idle Cloud Mountain. Although the darkness of the night affected one's vision in front of Xiaoku, who was in the late stage of qi refining, it didn't have the slightest effect. High in the air, he was like a shooting star, cutting through the night sky of the magic capital. Soon, Xiaoku arrived at the Idle Cloud Mountain. He spread his divine sense in the air with his feet on the flying sword and just slowly searched for the location of the alchemy furnace. There were all kinds of animal cries in the mountain at night which sounded really a bit oozing. Xiaoku was a little scared at first, but with his spiritual qi running around him, the hint of fear dissipated. Just like this, he searched in the mountains for the whole night. Wang family manor. The 2 brothers of the Fu family woke up one after another and were surprised to find that they hadn't been killed by the black-robed people. It was important to know that the Black Robe organization was the most mysterious group of assassin organizations, and its insiders were all martial artists. Not only that, they killed without blinking an eye and would cut the grass to get rid of the roots. Why was this time different? After slowing down, Uncle Fu dragged his injured body and rushed to the young master's room. After pushing open the door, his body went limp and he couldn't help but fall to the ground again. Young Master missing. Chapter 39. Taoist Master Idle Cloud. The snake demon who wants to transform into a jiao. Early in the morning, the mountainside of Idle Cloud. It was sunrise, and the sunlight was gently caressing all parts of Mordor. Xiaoku had already searched for a night in the mountains, and at this time, his divine sense and aura were all a bit deficient. I did not expect the alchemy furnace is so difficult to find. He is skeptical that the old Taoist priest is not coaxing himself. With his small feet on the Golden Crow, he continued to grope upwards, carefully sweeping through the mountain. At noon, Xiaoku was already quite tired. Suddenly, his divine sense probed a hollow stone wall. The location was at a cliff near the top of the mountain, and if it wasn't for his divine sense searching, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to notice this. With a slight movement of his mind, the Golden Crow carried him towards the cliff stone wall. Don't let me down, little milkily muttered, silently praying in his heart. Thunder palm. He stretched out his soft white little hand, and a thunder arc condensed in the center of his palm, the violent fluctuations gradually increasing. A palm was launched, and the stone wall was shaken to the point that smoke rolled and debris collapsed. Not long after, a narrow passageway emerged from the smoke and dust. Is this the cave where Taoist Idle Cloud suppressed the great demon? Xiaoku exclaimed, walking towards the cave. At the same time, at the Taoist hall at the foot of the mountain, the old Taoist priest also heard the commotion. His expression froze. The sound is coming from the mountain. Did that bastard kid have someone blow up the mountain? Not being able to think too much, the old Taoist priest hurriedly walked into Idle Cloud Mountain. He was truly regretting telling his master ancestor about what happened yesterday, and hoped that his old man would not be blamed. Entering the cave, the light became dim. Just in case, Xiaoku first swallowed a Nayuandan to restore his body's aura. After some adjustments, He put away his golden crow and walked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, and there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual chi coming from the depths. He was more and more certain that the alchemy furnace was here, and his mood became excited. The deeper he walked, the cave became wider and wider, and the space to move expanded more and more. Finally, after a corner, he walked to a secret room which was the end of the cave. Alchemy furnace! He exclaimed excitedly, his figure entering this secret room space. There were very few things in the secret room, other than the bare stone walls. There were only a few items placed on the center stone table. Approaching to check it out, he suddenly sensed a silhouette sitting behind the alchemy furnace. Xiao Ke tiptoed forward, his breathing becoming rapid. This is a yuan condensation stage cultivator. He only saw that the silhouette's eyes were tightly closed, and his body exuded a deathly aura, as if he had been dormant for a long time. The condensation of yuan stage was the cultivation stage after foundation establishment, and only by stepping into the condensation of yuan could one live 1,000 years. Even if the body is dead, the long time by the aura of scrubbing the flesh can also be 1,000 years of non-corrosion. Xiao Ke's heart could not be calmed for a long time, did not think that there were still yuan condensation realm cultivators in the world. In the middle of his thoughts, he raised his eyes and glanced at the stone wall to the side. There were words on it. In the year Gengzi of the Great Song Dynasty, this Taoist traveled here. After observing the demonic snake slaughtering the people, I fought with the great demon at the top of the mountain. The snake demon was defeated. I was also seriously injured, so I sealed the great demon with my own Taoist weapon, the Three Suns Alchemy Furnace. Thousands of years later, the great demon died by itself, and future generations should remember this. Cultivators of the Tao should stand up for the people's livelihood, and rise up for the people's pawns. Xiao Ke slowly walked forward, a touch of gravity added to his fat face. Having learned a lot recently, he could understand the meaning of the sentence. In order to protect the people, Taoist Master Idlecloud was seriously injured by the snake demon and died. He was indeed a saint. Since the Taoist Master had said that the great demon would die out after 1,000 years, then he should be able to take away the alchemy furnace now, right? He walked towards the stone table, on which lay an adult tall alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace was reddish-yellow in color, and its overall shape was extremely similar to the alchemy furnace in the previous dojo. Xiao Ke then looked at a few items on the side, which were 2 books, a token, and a small jade pot. The 2 books he flipped through casually. They were Taoist mind techniques and were not useful to him. The token had the word Wu written on it, and he didn't know what purpose it served. Rather, it was the small jade pot that made him interested, and there was a letter under it. He picked it up and read, "I am trying to impact the God realm, but I can't help that my life is in danger from a serious injury. The divine liquid is gifted to the person who has the right destiny, so I hope to send the token back to Wudong." God realm? Divine liquid. Xiao Ke opened the jade pot, and a rich life breath surged out. Surprisingly, it's an innate spiritual liquid. He had heard from his master that there were cavernous blessed places that could produce innate spiritual liquid. After taking it, not only could it improve one's physique and transform one's bones, it was also greatly beneficial to cultivation. It can be said that this is a real treasure. This time, when he came to Idlecloud Mountain, Xiao Ke could be said to have really earned a lot. Holding down his excitement, he sat down cross-legged in place. The jade pot didn't have much innate spiritual liquid, so Xiao Ke only took 1/6 of it and poured it into his mouth. "How come I don't feel it?" He beamed and poured another 1/6 into his mouth. Buzz! A huge aura directly shattered Xiao Ke's meridians. Ah! Intense pain erupted within him. Had I known I wouldn't have drunk so much. I didn't expect the aura to be so huge. Boom! Boom! 2 more tendons were burst. If this continued, he would have lost all his tendons and cultivation. Ah! It hurts! Xiao Ke's milky white face turned paler and paler as the immense pain made him about to faint. Suddenly, another black aura appeared in his body, and it even traveled directly to the damaged tendons and veins, repairing them automatically. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his face, and his tiny body trembled slightly under the impact of the aura. The tendons broke and were repaired again, and it went on like this for half a day. On the mountainside, the old Taoist cursed as he climbed the mountain. If the place where the ancestor was located was broken into, he would be a sinner of the Taoist family. Thinking of this, the old Taoist's speed accelerated by a few points, but there was still a long way to go to the top of the mountain. Inside the secret room, Xiao Ke lay on the floor in a state of weakness, The pain had finally disappeared. He had persevered. Just what exactly was that mysterious black aura? Feeling the aura that immediately condensed into liquid within his dantian, he felt that everything was worth it. Adjusting his state, he felt that he was much stronger again and could even feel the barrier of the foundation establishment stage. Xiao Ke got up and wanted to lift the alchemy furnace and put it into his storage ring. However, he realized that there seemed to be an inexplicable suction force making the alchemy furnace stick to the stone table. What's going on? Xiao Ke was unsure, only feeling that there was a force fighting against him. He took a deep breath and grabbed the alchemy furnace with both hands. With a milky drink, the alchemy furnace was forcibly separated from the stone table. A muffled thunder roared in the outside world. Xiao Ke felt bad. It seemed that there was a Tao fluctuation within the Dan furnace. Placing the alchemy furnace on the ground, the furnace began to tremble violently and even jumped on the ground a few times. Boom! The furnace was toppled open, and a small black snake flew from the top of the furnace to the mid-air of the chamber. The body of the small black snake then began to grow in size, eventually growing into a 20-meter-long giant black snake. How could this be? Didn't Taoist idol Cloud say that the snake demon would be extinguished in 1,000 years? Xiao Ke stared with a grave expression at the giant snake that was hundreds of times larger than himself. Jie. Idol Cloud, idol Cloud. I didn't think that this king would still be able to reappear in the world, right? Your plan still failed. Xiao Ke released his divine sense, and was shocked to find that the strength of the black snake was impervious to himself, only that the aura pressure was not too strong. Kid, you're the one who let this king out. I have to thank you then. The black snake opened its mouth and spat out human words. The scene was really frightening. Xiao Ke suppressed the trace of panic in his heart and asked the big snake. Hey, you're the snake demon. How come you're still alive? The snake demon opened its bloody mouth and laughed evilly. That old boy Idol Cloud's formation can continuously weaken this king. In another 10 years this king will really be annihilated, Jie. The snake demon rotated its huge head close to Xiao Ke. Also, this king is a dragon. In order to punish you, you will be the first meal of this king's return to the world. On top of the snake demon's head, there were 2 tiny horns, clearly showing signs of turning into a dragon. Xiao Ke ignored the big snake and analyzed it silently in his heart. Since the snake demon had been sealed for so long, his strength must be at its weakest right now. As the snake demon opened his mouth to swallow, Xiao Ke dodged his abyssal maw with a deft stance. You are also a cultivator? Humph. The flesh and blood of a cultivator is delicious. The great snake rotated its snake body and attacked Xiao Ke once again. Unable to hide his strength any longer, Xiao Ke directly summoned the golden crow to shoot at the great snake. Prickla! A metallic friction sound rang out. The flying sword made a small cut on the snake demon's body, but it wasn't deep. Xiao Ke couldn't help but marvel at how strong the snake demon's defense was. With the golden crow flying sword, his own strike was able to split through an armored tank, but only left a scratch on the snake demon. The snake demon was also surprised. This little guy was able to break through his own defense. Demon. Chapter 40, Hearing Wind Sword Technique Chopping Snake Demon. 2 words came out of the snake demon's mind demon. Obviously this human looked weak, but his strength had already reached the foundation establishment realm. 1,000 years ago, a human who could step into foundation establishment before the age of 20 was already a demonic talent. Could it be that the cultivators after 1,000 years had cultivated even faster? The demonic snake spat out its snake letters, its icy eyes staring at the young boy. Sword come. Xiao Ke stretched out his palm and induced the golden crow to fly back into his hand. The demon snake couldn't care less about so many doubts. He needed to quickly recuperate to regain his strength. So the boy in front of him had to die. The snake demon opened his mouth and spat out a ball of green slime that flew straight at the boy. The slime bubbled with green gas, and the flowers and grass withered on its flight. Poisonous! Xiao Ke gently leapt up and stepped on the stone wall to avoid the slime. The slime dabbed on the stone wall and was instantly corroded out of a cavity, the sound as strong as magma into water. Surprisingly, it's still corrosive? Xiao Ke secretly said that it was not good. The opponent this time was too difficult to handle. He gripped the golden crow flying sword in his right hand and leapt up into the air, chopping towards the snake's body. The snake demon naturally saw his movement and raised its tail to fling it at him. His speed was so fast that Xiao Ke in the air couldn't dodge in time and was directly jerked away. The brutal force caused him to hit the stone wall before he stopped flying. The corners of Xiao Ku's mouth overflowed with blood, feeling that his internal organs were damaged by the shock. Although the strength of the snake demon was greatly discounted, it still had the strength of the foundation establishment stage. A desperate move must be made. He forced himself to stand up through the pain, and the sword he was holding tightly moved. For a moment, a fierce wind swirled within the chamber, and the broken pieces of stone on the ground were swept up and spun in the air. Xiao Ku slowly raised his golden crow, and the light of the sword gradually grew stronger. Hearing wind sword technique first sword. Falling star. The golden crow's light flourished, and the 3-foot black sword transformed into a 3-foot huge sword in vain, slashing towards the front. The snake demon's icy pupils instantly dilated. This sword actually made him feel a hint of threat. The snake demon hastily converged his demonic energy on top of his head and directly collided with the giant sword. Boom! Terrifying aura fluctuations spread out in all directions, and the sound of blasting directly traveled out of the cave. On the mountainside, the old Taoist priest was struggling to climb the mountain, and once again he heard a huge bang. How many explosives did this kid get? Is he trying to collapse the mountain? The old Taoist accelerated his steps in anger. He really wanted to beat up that little doll. Inside the secret room, the giant snake coiled up and coldly attacked the little boy. That sword just now caused him to feel pain himself. He wanted a quick battle and then recover to his peak strength. Xiao Ku dodged the attack while thinking about how to defeat this behemoth. Master had told him that the greatest weakness of snakes was at the 7 inches, where the defense was also the weakest. The secret room was not big, only about 100 square meters, so the snake demon could not move easily, nor could it easily dodge attacks. With this thought, Xiao Ku already had a response in his mind. With a turn of his mind, the golden crow directly attacked the giant snake offhand. He, on the other hand, confronted the snake demon head on while the golden crow harassed and attacked the giant snake from the side. Thundering palm. Xiao Ku lightly pushed his palm and a thunderous handprint flew towards the giant snake. The snake demon directly flung its tail to disperse the palm print, but it was also electrified at its tail. In the corner, the golden crow flying sword charged straight at the snake demon's 7 inches. Deceitful. The snake demon sensed the flying sword's attack and quickly dodged backwards. Unable to do so, the stone wall directly sealed the action, and the golden crow directly cut a blood scar at the 7 inches. Hiss! You kid, you've angered this king. The snake demon growled, followed by his eyes igniting a green aura as he frantically attacked Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku made a face and laughed. Stinking snake! Come and hit me. He raised his speed to the extreme and dodged the snake demon's attacks without any danger every time. Red flame 9 fists. Xiao Ku clenched his hand into a fist and directly blasted at the attacking giant snake. Golden crow. The flaming giant fist collided with the snake's head, and the golden crow took the opportunity to stab at the giant snake. Roar! The giant snake was enraged and directly used its brute force to break through the shadow of the fist and slam into Xiao Ku. The flying sword was also blocked by him with the snake's tail. Damnable brat! What other tricks do you have? Xiao Ku climbed up and recalled his golden crow. His gaze was firm as he locked eyes with the snake demon's icy eyes. Stinking snake! You have plagued the people and randomly hurt people's lives. I will not let you go today. Hearing wind sword technique second sword. Xiao Ku's aura grew stronger and stronger. His clothes and hair were windless. Chop the moon! This sword was quick, and the sword mark was like the waning moon. The snake demon could sense that this sword was powerful. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark green bead, forming a barrier around him. Boom! The golden crow chopped on the barrier, directly causing it to crack a small opening, but it couldn't go any further. Pulling away, Xiao Ku breathed heavily. The snake demon also withdrew his beads, his ink-colored snake face somewhat surprised. He spat out his snake letters and opened his mouth. Little doll, I admit that you are the most outstanding human I've ever seen. It's that old thing Idle Cloud that's not as good as you. Now I'll give you a chance. Let me plant the snake venom, and listen to my orders in the future. I won't kill you. Xiao Ku wore a cold smile on his face and rose with both hands on his sword. Rascal snake, you've killed so many people. Don't you understand the principle of eliminating the roots? If I agree, you'll instantly take my life with snake venom, right? For the sake of the innocent dead people, I will kill you today. The snake demon threw back his head and laughed. Jia. You little doll can still perform a few attacks. What can you kill me with? If it was me in my heyday, You would have been blown to death by my breath. Shao Ku slowly raised his white face and said word by word. To kill you, only one sword is needed. Steeply, his aura was fully energized. As if sensing his master's thoughts, the body of the golden crow sword also trembled violently. This time, Shao Ku's sword slowly vaporized into a giant sword of black flames, and the high temperature made the chamber a bit more dry. Hearing wind sword technique, the snake demon's face changed drastically. The sense of crisis this time was too strong. He was not sure he could carry it off hard. What kind of demon was this little doll? How could he have such a strong sword move? The snake demon said in his heart, then once again spat out dark green beads, forming a barrier around him. Third sword, broken flame blade. The giant sword chopped out with Shao Ku's furious shout. The barrier came into contact with the sword and was instantly chopped to pieces. Impossible! The snake demon opened his mouth to roar, and then he was chopped by the giant sword on his body. Boom! The entire idol cloud mountain shook for a moment. Thick smoke and dust rolled up inside the chamber, and the entrance of the cave was shaken and collapsed. The entrance of the cave was completely buried by debris. Outside, the old Taoist priest climbed to the edge of the cliff at noon, and his old face twitched. Has Master Ancestor's seal been broken? Am I going to become the sinner of the world? He directly knelt down at the cliff, old tears streaming down his face. Inside the secret room, it took a while for calm to return. Shao Ku had drained his entire body of aura with this sword, and at this point, he no longer had the ability to do anything. The snake demon was lying flat on his back on one side, a huge sword mark along his neck up to 7 inches. He was also seriously injured, but still had a breath left. Seeing that the giant snake had fainted, Shao Ku sat down cross-legged and swallowed a Noan Dan to restore the aura in his body. 1 hour later, Shao Ku had recovered most of his injuries, and he dragged the golden crow sword and slowly walked to the giant snake. A sword went down. The snake demon that had become a killjoy and was about to turn into a jiao died. Phew! Shao Ku exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, finally killing the stinky snake. In that case, Taoist Master Idolcloud can finally rest assured as well, right? He sighed as he stared at the dust-covered Taoist Master Idolcloud, then threw out a spirit flame to devour the corporeal body. Looking at the huge snake demon corpse, Shao Ku was about to throw out a spirit flame when the golden crow in his hand suddenly stabbed uncontrollably at the huge snake. Under his shocked gaze, the snake body quickly dried and flattened down, and in the end, only a snake skin and a dark green bead remained. When the golden crow returned to his hand again, Shao Ku could clearly feel that the quality of the golden crow had increased by 1 grade. It was promoted from a grade 1 intermediate spiritual artifact to a grade 1 advanced spiritual artifact. Shao Ku secretly said, could it be that the golden crow's devouring ability, devouring the snake demon's flesh and blood, had promoted its quality? Then he studied the dark green bead. Master said that when a demonic beast has accomplished its cultivation, it will condense the demonic Dan in its body, and the cultivator can absorb the spiritual energy in it to enhance its cultivation. This kind of good thing fell on his head again. Shao Ku was so happy. Now he not only touched the threshold of the foundation establishment stage, but also had the innate spiritual liquid and demonic pills around him. Then one could try to impact the foundation establishment stage here. Originally thought that it would take at least a year, but did not expect to have the opportunity to impact the foundation establishment after a trip to the Idol Cloud Mountain. He disposed of the snake skin and put it into his storage ring. It was a good thing. It was hard for himself to break through the snake demon's defense. This layer of skin alone was estimated to be able to carry bullets hard. Shao Ku picked up the demonic pills and sat directly on the stone table. Next, impact the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 41. Rejoining the Wang family, Shao Ku's parents. One day, the Idol Cloud Mountain cliff was suddenly pierced through a hole. Gradually, a little boy with tattered clothes but a delicate face came out of the hole. He blinked his azure-colored eyes and surveyed Zhou Wei's environment. Although his clothes were tattered, his white face and immortal aura was extremely lethal to others. Looking closely, his skin was smooth and delicate. His eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and his hair was already slightly long, rippling against the breeze. What an exquisite little fairy child. Shao Ku looked towards the abyss below his feet and lifted his leg to step in midair. As if there was an invisible staircase, he stepped on the void and ascended to the top of the mountain step by step. All of a sudden, the 9 heavens were covered in dark clouds, and black thunderclouds slowly piled up at the top of the mountain. Master clearly said that only at the Jindan stage will you cross a thunder tribulation. Why is there one at the foundation establishment stage as well? Shao Ke grunted in dissatisfaction. Ever since his breakthrough inside the cave, he had felt locked by the thunder tribulation. Now that he had just come out, the thunder tribulation was about to strike him. Thunder tribulation was the sharpening of a cultivator's breakthrough. Cultivation was originally about reversing karma and turning yin and yang, and the stronger the natural talent, the stronger the thunder tribulation tended to be. This time, after his breakthrough in the cave, he spent some time opening the second layer of the storage ring seal. Now he not only had a large amount of weapon refining materials, but also numerous gongfu memories left behind by his master. After he fused the gongfu memories, he refined numerous pills. Among them were not only pills to enhance cultivation, but also pills with various effects. This time he had reaped a full harvest. Buzzing, thunder rolled in the sky, a precursor to the descent of the thunder tribulation. Suddenly, a thunder tribulation as thin as a finger struck Shao Ke's body. In just an instant, Shao Ke felt his entire body numb and his chi and blood churned. Boom! Before he could react, another thunder tribulation struck down, but he could still barely withstand it. The power of the last thunderbolt directly doubled several times. The arm-thick white lightning directly struck his entire body scorched black. Shao Ke clenched his teeth and swallowed an elixir to repair his injuries. As the 3 thunderbolts struck down, the thunderclouds also slowly dissipated. At this moment, Shao Ke officially became a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A 6-year-old foundation establishment stage cultivator was a heavenly talent even in the distant cultivation world. Half a day later, magic capital Wang family manor. Wang Siki and Wang Wenya were sitting in the hall. Both of them looked haggard and their eyes were lifeless. It was as if they had lost their souls. Wang Siki's eyes were green and swollen. She had cried many times these days and often saw her brother's figure in her dreams. Wang Wenya sighed softly and looked up at the clock in the hall. Today was the 27th day of her brother's disappearance. During this period of time, the city of Mordovia had been turned upside down by the two of them, but there was still no news about her brother. Wang Siki had spent a lot of money to contact the Black Robe Assassin organization, but the news that came out was that the mission to assassinate Wang Xiaoku had failed. Since his brother hadn't been assassinated, where was he? Crunch. The door of the villa was pushed open, and a clear and gentle-looking woman pushed a wheelchair into the hall. Sitting on the wheelchair was a middle-aged man with a cold and angular face, a gaze like an eagle and thick eyebrows like a sword. The kingly aura that he gave off simply gave people a feeling of being a king in the world, holding power in his hands. Wang Siki walked up to the two of them and asked with concern, "Dad, how is your body these days?" The two who entered the door were none other than the owner of the Wang family manor, Shao Ke's biological parents Wang Yuehao, Chen Hui. Wang Yuehao smiled lightly. Basically unhindered, it's just that it's bitter for your uncles and uncles. They also have to temporarily guard the border for Mi Rong. Chen Hui, the mother of the two women. She slapped Wang Yuehao on the head and said with great dissatisfaction, You, can't you go home earlier to enjoy your happiness? Now it's good. You can't go to the northern border even if you want to." The man hemmed and hawed. Then, with a tone of voice, he asked the duo, Shao Ke, is there any more news?" The eyes of the crowd darkened, and for a while the atmosphere of the hall froze. Wang Siki shook her head and couldn't help but shed tears again. She really missed her brother. She was willing to do anything as long as he came back. Chan Hui painfully embraced her daughter in her arms. How could she not be sad? Her son has been missing for 5 years, and she herself has been in a state of confusion for 5 years. A while ago, they had just learned that their son had returned, but they didn't expect that he would go missing again. The couple had even bought their children's clothes on the battlefield, just waiting to go home to see their precious son. Wang Wenya took off his glasses, his voice a little shaky. "I've already learned that the person who hired the assassin is the Kyoto Wang family. Second sister said that when they come back, they will definitely double the grudge of so many years." Upon hearing this, Chun Hui looked at Wang Yuehao with a complicated expression. Magic City Immortal Court 5-star Hotel. Wang Xinru was lying on the bed, staring blankly at Shao Ke's picture on her cell phone. Her hair was scattered, and she wore clothes that were casually put on 2 pieces. In Weibo, the Magic City birthday party in 3 days had already gotten national attention. Countless tourists had flocked to Magic City in advance just to witness what this unprecedented event was like. Wang Xinru walked out of bed to wash up, looking at her disheveled self in the mirror. She was stunned for a long time. Then she made up her mind, no matter where her brother was, she would keep the birthday party belonging to him going. At the same time, she would also announce to the world that her brother's name was Wang Xiaoku, Kyoto Wang family. Inside a certain villa, a middle-aged man in a suit angrily hung up the phone as he slammed it to pieces. Damn it! To hire the Black Robe organization at a high price to capture my son. How do I know where Wang Xiaoku is? He did issue a bounty to assassinate Wang Xiaoku before, but in the end, the people from the Black Robe organization announced that the assassination failed. So where that little bastard was now, he didn't know. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door and a white-haired old man pushed his way in. The man respectfully shouted, "Elderly." The old man waved his hand and pushed a boy directly in front of him and said, "Just now at the door, I saw a black-robed man, so I took care of it by hand." The man excitedly picked up the little boy and bowed to Elder Li in gratitude. "My Wang family is fortunate to have Patriarch Li in our midst. Thank you, Elder Li." Above the magic capital, Xiaoku stood on the golden crow sword with his hands behind his back. "I don't know how many days I spent on this cultivation. How are my sisters doing?" Xiaoku said silently, pulling out his fruit cell phone from his pocket. The phone had been shattered during the battle with the snake demon, and it had been split a few times during the transitions. Today's fruit cell phone was in a miserable state and was still smoking black. Boom! The fruit cell phone in Xiaoku's hand directly exploded, scaring him so much that he almost fell off his flying sword. It's better to go home first. His sister must be worried sick. At the thought of this, a sweet smile appeared on his small face. The flying sword once again picked up speed and cut a cloud of smoke over Magic City. Returning to the vicinity of the manor, Xiaoku put away the golden crow and walked in the direction of the gate. The security guard at the gate looked at the little boy from afar and only felt that he looked somewhat familiar. It wasn't until he got closer that he was able to see the boy's appearance. Little young master. The security guard immediately opened the gate and respectfully welcomed the young master into the manor. Xiaoku frowned and inquired to him, "What month is today?" The security guard was first stunned, then told him that today was October 6th. Xiaoku was filled with disbelief. He had actually stayed in Idle Cloud Mountain for almost 30 days? He hurriedly ran towards the villa. The Wang family servants were all looking at the flying young master with shocked faces. "Young master is back?" Entering the villa, the only people in the entire hall were Aunt Lan and a few servants cleaning the rooms. "Aunt Lan, where is my sister?" Xiaoku shouted towards Aunt Lan. Aunt Lan's figure stalled and she looked blankly at the boy at the door. "Woof woof." Xiao He pounced directly on him from afar and licked his small hand frantically. "Oops, little Blackie, wait for a moment. Take it easy." He milked little Black and shooed him away. At this moment, Xiaoku released his divine sense and directly enveloped the Wang family manor, realizing that there was no figure of his sister. A sound of a glass breaking came from the living room. Xiaoku searched for the sound and noticed that there was another woman on the sofa and a man sitting in a wheelchair next to her. He locked eyes with the two, and for some reason, felt a warmth from them. Auntie Lan was about to open her mouth when she was stopped by Wang Yuehao's eyes. Chen Hui pushed the wheelchair and came to Xiaoku, her eyes gazing tenderly at the little boy. Little Ku blinked his eyes in confusion and ran his hands over his face. "Auntie, is my face dirty?" Chen Hui held back the sour feeling in her nose and told him, "No, little Ku is the cutest child under the sky. How did Auntie know my name?" Xiaoku looked at Auntie Lan in disbelief, but Auntie Lan didn't say anything. She just did her chores with a smile on her face. "Xiaoku, quickly go and change your clothes. Look at the clothes are rotten," the woman gently reminded. Xiaoku spat out his tongue and ran upstairs with Aunt Lan bouncing around. Chapter 42 Reunion, Mom and Dad's Concern. On the second floor, Xiaoku washed up and returned to his room to change into new clothes. When he went downstairs again, he noticed that the middle-aged couple had been gazing softly at him. Xiaoku couldn't help but ask the two, "Uncle, Auntie, are you Xiaoku's relatives?" Wang Yuehao couldn't help but laugh, not realizing that his son was quite witty and looked so cute. Chen Hui hid her mouth and snickered, complaining to the man in the wheelchair. "Why don't you quickly tell our baby what you are to him?" Wang Yuehao said as he opened his arms to Xiaoku. "Little Ku, come here. I'll tell you who I am." Xiaoku walked forward half-heartedly and was hugged by Wang Yuehao on his lap. Chen Hui frowned her eyebrows and reminded, "You can be careful. The wound on your chest is not yet healed. Don't get your wounds pulled." Wang Yuehao had no qualms about looking at the jade sculpture villain sitting on his lap, revealing a kind smile. Xiao Ku in his embrace instantly remembered what his sister had said before, that his father had been attacked by a martial artist and was stabbed. Could it be? Wang Yuehao pinched Xiao Ku's face and spoiled him. My name is Wang Yuehao. Guess who I am? Dad! Xiao Ku exclaimed out. The sweet name-calling made Wang Yuehao rejoice. He pointed his finger to Chun Hui and asked Xiao Ku. Guessed correctly. So who do you think she is? Mom! Chun Hui snatched Xiao Ku from his arms and carried him directly into her own arms. Good son, hungry, mommy will take you to eat. After saying that, she even barred a kiss on his cheeks. Okay. I want to eat lobster, chicken, milk tea. Ko rattled off his favorite foods while leaning back in his mom's arms. He didn't expect to see his mom and dad in this way. At first he was worried that they wouldn't like him. It seemed like all those worries were redundant. Chen Hui gently led Xiao Ku out of the villa, leaving Wang Yuehao alone in his wheelchair. Hey wife, take me with you. How can you forget me when you have a son? He pushed the wheelchair himself to keep up with Chun Hui's pace, looking comical. Finally, with the help of the servants, the group got into the car. Chun Hui gave him a disgruntled blank look. Just go out and sleep today. I'm going to sleep with my son. Wang Yuehao was dumbfounded. How come his wife changed her mind once his son came back? No. Definitely have to sleep as a family of 3. Besides I have injuries. I can't take care of myself. Xiao Ku in Chun Hui's arms looked helplessly at his mom and dad fighting. Why did it always feel different from what he had imagined? He really wanted to interrupt the duo and weakly say, I want to sleep alone. Obviously, this was impossible, and it was useless even if he opened his mouth. The black Audi A6 left the Wang family manor, and a closer look would reveal that the car's license plate number was Army 0003. In the car, Xiao Ku unfolded his divine sense to probe his father's body, and the result surprisingly surprised him a little. Father's stab wound was fake, his body was fine, and there was a weak aura flowing in his body. In that case, father was pretending to come home injured, and father was still a martial artist? For a while, Xiao Ku couldn't figure out what his dad was thinking. Anyway, his body was fine. Chun Hui shushed him from the side, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. Wang Yuehao didn't talk much, only occasionally following and chatting a couple of words. Soon, the family came to the underground mall. As soon as they got out of the car, the crowd was gazed at by many passers-by. The license plate of the military district? License plate number 0003. Such a forward plate number is at least a major general rank. Xiao Ku looked around, checking out the surrounding stalls and stores. Chun Hui ignored the gazes of the crowd and led her group into the mall. The shopping couples looked at the little boy in his arms, long and fleshy, extremely cute, and with an immortal aura. Little Ku couldn't stand the strange gazes and raised his head to look at Chen Hui. Mom, I want to go down and walk. He beamed, saying that he wasn't a child anymore. Chun Hui directly scraped in an irresistible look and said gently, no matter how old my baby is, he's still a little kid in our eyes. The actual hammer, Mom wanted him to be a mommy's boy. Before he could continue pampering himself, Wang Yuehao in the wheelchair also spoke. Wife, let me hold my son. Don't get tired. Chen Hui ignored him. She only had her baby son in her eyes right now. Xiao Ku, who was lying flat in Chen Hui's arms, wanted to inquire, were his sisters treated like this when they were young? Chun Hui looked at some clothes at the clothing store, but realized that none of them looked good. In this way, the crowd ran through several clothing stores in a row. During the process, Chun Hui's arm was sore from holding him, so she reluctantly put Xiao Ku down and held his little hand to continue shopping. Wang Yuehao in the back was helpless. In the military, he is the iron-blooded general of 10,000 people. In front of Chun Hui, he is a little sheep. If you dare to talk back to her, you have to be ready to be kicked out of bed at night. In a children's clothing store, Chen Hui's eyes lit up. She walked up and asked the clerk to take down a set of clothes. This set of clothing is cowboy style. Xiao Ku put on simply cute and handsome. She was about to pay for the clothes. The clerk explained that this was a parent-child set and could not be sold separately. Hearing that it was a parent-child suit, Chun Hui did not say anything more, and directly took the mom's suit and went to the dressing room to change. After she came out, the clerk was shocked. She wore a denim jacket on top and a skirt on the bottom, which made her look both energetic and mature. Chun Hui raised an arched eyebrow at Wang Yuehao. I changed too? I still have injuries. Without waiting for him to say anything, Chan Hui grabbed the wheelchair from the maid and directly pushed him into the dressing room. After throwing the clothes in, she said through the doorway, "Parent-child clothes definitely have to be worn as a family, nah? You let me wear them with your son. Can you not wear them?" Xiaoku only thought it was funny. Anyway, his dad wasn't hurt, so he didn't have anything to worry about. Instead, this scene let him see the family status mom-dad. Waiting for a moment, Wang Yuehao pushed his wheelchair and left the dressing room. Wang Yuehao, who is used to wearing simple clothes, changed his outfit and became very handsome. He has a handsome face and a sharp eye, giving people a very reliable sense of security. This family has such a high value. The female shopkeeper was stunned. Chan Huishan smiled, paid the money and left the clothing store with her family. On the pedestrian street, the trio's face value was very outstanding, and many people were talking on the side. It had to be said that although Xiaoku's parents were already in their 40s, they still looked young. Arriving at the small restaurant in the shopping center, the family sat neatly at the table. The waiter brought the menu, and Chun Hui let Xiaoku pick. Steamed hairy crab, braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp. Xiaoku stretched out his fingers and ordered 7 or 8 dishes in a row, handing them to the waiter under his mom and dad's shocked gazes. "What's wrong, Mom?" Xiaoku inquired uncertainly. Wang Yuehao coughed dryly twice before opening his mouth and asking, "Ordering so many dishes. Son, can you finish them?" Xiaoku patted his chest and confidently said he could. Half an hour later, the 7 or 8 dishes on the table were swept away. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao were stunned. Their son has such a good appetite? In fact, Xiaoku was really a bit hungry. He hadn't eaten for more than 20 days in a row in Idle Cloud Mountain. Although the foundation establishment stage cannot eat or drink, but he also just broke through not long ago, no food will still feel hungry. At the dinner table, Wang Yuehao carefully asked his son how he spent these years. Xiaoku was full of unconcern and told his life to his mom and dad. In the end, Chan Hui tearfully hugged him tightly, almost suffocating him. "Good boy, in the future, with mom and dad here, I'm sure I won't let you suffer again." Xiaoku's heart warmed and he nodded his head and said yes. Wang Yuehao stroked his son's hair, and in his heart, it was like he had made some kind of decision. After dinner, the family got in the car and returned to the manor. Stopping the car in front of the villa, Xiaoku ran down joyfully, while Chun Hui shouted after him, "Little Ku, run slower, don't fall down." Pushing open the door of the villa, he raised his eyes to see the haggard 7th sister and 4th sister. "Sister!" Wang Siki's beautiful eyes finally regained their vigor and ran forward to hug her brother tightly. Wang Wenya also happily stood aside, looking at the two. "Stinky brother, why did you disappear for so long? How worried sister was, you know." Xiaoku dully hugged his 7th sister, somewhat embarrassed to open his mouth to explain. No matter what, the family was finally reunited. Chapter 43 Spell Father? My family is very powerful. Oh. Evening. Xiaoku, lying on the bed, suddenly remembered that he was about to celebrate his birthday, and it seems that the Magic City birthday banquet is about to start. He found the invitation and carefully put it away in his storage ring. "Wait until the day of my birthday and eat a big meal at home at noon first. Then we'll go to the birthday banquet to play and watch the giant fireworks display. It's fun just thinking about it." Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was knocked on, and Xiaoku wrinkled his nose in confusion. Divine sense probed out, and at that moment, 7th sister was standing at the door. He opened the unlocked room door. Wang Siki came in and directly lay on his bed and stayed there. "Sister, what are you doing? I still have to sleep." Xiaoku still wanted to dissuade his sister again, but he didn't expect Wang Siki to make the first move. As soon as she swept Xiaoku into her arms, she pursed her red lips expressionlessly. "My good brother, what did you do these days? Why didn't you call me earlier? Honestly explain." The cool words entered his ears. Xiaoku couldn't help but shiver. He poked and prodded his little hand, and said in an aggrieved manner, "I woke up from my sleep and saw a Taoist grandpa. He said that I was too intelligent and wanted to take me as a disciple." Xiaoku made up a bunch of nonsense, his fat face slightly red. Wang Siki gazed at him and nodded slightly. The refreshing fragrance of a young girl lingered in his nostrils, smelling sweet. Wang Siki hugged Xiaoku and recounted what she had done in the few days after her disappearance. How much she missed her brother. Unconsciously, Xiaoku was already lying quietly asleep in her arms. Wang Siki poked his soft face and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her brother sleeping deeply, She gently pecked on Xiao Ku's forehead. The following morning, Xiao Ku was illuminated by the dazzling sunlight outside the window. He slowly opened his eyes and sat up. The seventh sister on the bed had already disappeared, apparently having left the house a long time ago. With a sleepy face, he put on his clothes and ran downstairs. At the dining table, the family had already eaten breakfast and were now gathered to discuss something. Xiao Ku listened carefully and realized that the seventh sister was telling everyone the reason for her disappearance. Chun Hui was still quite shocked when she opened her mouth to inquire. Could it be that our Xiao Ku is a seedling to become a Taoist priest? By the way, how could a Taoist priest break into the Wang family in the middle of the night and then save his younger brother? Eavesdropping from the side, he felt a headache. This kind of lie was too unskilled and was about to reveal itself. He tiptoed up to the dining table and held up his sandwich to chew away under everyone's scrutinizing gazes. Wang Wenya put down the hot tea and pressed on Xiao Ku's face to interrogate. Brother you said the old Taoist priest took you away, so where is he? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Xiao Ku's forehead, and his embarrassed smile froze on his face. The crowd looked odd, as if they weren't buying his story. So, which? Xiao Ku's brain raced. My master won't let me reveal it casually, but he gave me one thing. After saying that, he fumbled pretentiously in his clothes before pulling out a book and placing it on the table. The crowd immediately greeted him to check it out, and even Wang Yuehao temporarily forgot that he was seriously injured. Wudong free mind method? Waves of shock rolled through the hearts of the four. Large families like them had some knowledge of the sect. The Wudong sect appeared to be a place of praying for blessings and cultivating karma to the outside world, but its interior was one of the holy places of Taoist cultivation, and the cultivators were even more ghostly and unpredictable. If that Taoist master wanted to take Xiao Ku as a disciple and then save him, it would all make sense. When Xiao Ku put away that book, Wang Yuehao instantly reacted and sat back in his wheelchair. Wang Yuehao almost revealed himself. Wang Siki then took out a brand new fruit cell phone and instructed his brother. I had someone re-buy a cell phone. In the future, whatever happens, you have to tell us in time, and remember to answer when your family calls. He picked up the phone and realized that his V-mail was already logged in, just like his previous phone. After Xiao Ku had eaten, he had to pick up his school bag again and go to school. This time, the family squeezed into the same car driving to the Magic City Annex Primary School. Xiao Ku, who was squeezed and could only lean in Chen Hui's arms, drooped his face. I'm only going to school, as for so many people to follow? If the other sisters were just as clingy as seventh sister and fourth sister, then one would have to ride in a convoy to school every day. Arriving at the school entrance, Xiao Ku jumped out of the car and waved goodbye to her family, then turned around and ran into the campus. First grade class 1. Walking into this familiar yet slightly unfamiliar class again, he felt some emotions in his heart. Time flies. It's been a month since he came to school. Just returning to his seat, Xiao Ku had just put down his book bag when he was yelled at by a boy. Hey, this is my seat. Turning his head, he only saw a short boy staring angrily at him, baffling him. You're Wang Xiao Ku who hasn't come back since school just started, right? Now your seat is over there. Saying that, the short boy frowned and pointed to the seat in the corner of the classroom. It just so happened that that seat was near the trash can, so no one wanted to sit over there. This made Xiao Ku speechless for a while. Where did this little kid in front of him who was half a head shorter than himself come from, and how come he hadn't seen it before? It just so happened that Du Zimo also walked into the classroom with his backpack. Noticing the two, he excitedly ran over and said playfully, Wang Xiao Ku, why haven't you come to class for so long? When he realized that the situation was a bit off, he hurriedly pulled Xiao Ku aside and muttered quietly, This is Dong Wanwan, the freshman who transferred in just after you left. I heard that his father is on the school board, so let's not mess with him. School council. Xiao Ku opened his mouth in confusion, and Du Zimo continued. The school council is something more powerful than the principal. Anyway, the school teachers don't dare to mess with him. Listening to Du Zimo's explanation, Xiao Ku probably understood the meaning. Who cares what kind of council he is? No one can steal my position. Xiao Ku ignored Dong Wunwen's words and directly sat down in his original position. Dong Wunwen raked at him angrily, trying to get him to roll off his seat. There was no doubt that this amount of strength had no effect at all. After a while, Dong Wunwen, tired and panting, did not move Ku from his seat. Seeing that he refused to give up his seat, Dong Wonwon stretched out her small hand towards him and hit him. Splat. A clear slap sound echoed in the class, and a slap mark quickly surfaced on Dong Wonwon's face. Xiao Ku didn't even look at him squarely. If he wanted to make a move on him, he didn't even look at how much he weighed. It was estimated that Dong Wonwon wasn't even enough for that snake demon to stuff his teeth. Wow! Dong Wonwon, who had been slapped, directly cried out in pain, tears falling down his face. Under the astonished gazes of many of his classmates, he trotted away from the class. Du Zimo stood in the doorway watching from afar and saw him run to the telephone, seemingly to make a call. Wang Xiaoku, it's not good. Du Zimo returned to him and anxiously reported to him. Dong Wonwon might want to call his dad. You should change your seat quickly. Otherwise, once his dad comes, Teacher Lu won't be able to help you. Xiaoku raised his eyebrows down, half a day before he could utter a sentence. Is this the proverb? Beating up the little one to come to the old one? He skimmed his mouth and took out the 5 years of simulation and 3 years of college entrance exams from his book bag and looked at it with great interest. The class chattered as if they had already imagined the scene of the passing session. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the class door. Du Zimo muttered in alarm, "They are coming." In a moment, 2 middle-aged men suddenly burst into the class. One of the middle-aged men wore black framed glasses and was holding Dong Wonwon in his hands. The other middle-aged man was covered in horizontal flesh and had a few tattoos on his arms, looking menacing. The man coldly looked around the class, then angrily shouted out, "Who is it that slapped my precious son?" The class was silent, and all eyes shifted to Xiao Ku, but he continued to bury his head in his thick books as if he hadn't heard. Dong Mingjie said towards his son, "Who hit you? You find him out. Dad will take it out on you." Dong Wonwon arrogantly walked off the podium, pointing his finger at Xiao Ku, who was reading a book. "That's him. Dad, he slapped my face. It's all swollen." Dong Mingjie and the tattooed man walked up to him and said angrily, "You're the one who hit my son?" Xiao Ku closed his book and nodded lightly. Dong Mingjie directly kicked over, and Xiao Ku's pupils steeply flashed with a hint of essence. He picked up his books and easily lowered Dong Mingjie's kick. "Why did you hit me?" he innocently asked the man, while silently pulling out his cell phone to open the recording. "Humph, you dared to touch my precious son. Of course I had to educate you for your parents. Then you don't even inquire why I hit him and what happened? Can the school board bully others just because of their power?" Dong Mingjie snorted and deliberately lowered his voice. "My son is right in everything he does. It's only because you dolls messed with the wrong people. I guess your parents aren't any good either, to be able to educate a bastard like you." Killing intent grew in Xiao Ku's heart, but he calmed down. "Then I'll show you what kind of parents that can educate me are like." He finished these words in a milky voice and took out his cell phone from his pocket to dial the number. "Hello? What's wrong, brother? Sister? Someone else's parent is bullying me." Duh. The phone hung up. Inside the Wang Group's conference room, Wang Siki angrily slapped on the tabletop. "Arrange for a special car, bring the bodyguards, and set out for the Magic City attached primary school." On the other side, Wang Wenya, who had gotten the news, had her beautiful eyes clenched with cold air. She sent a direct group message notification in the Mordor University Council. All members rushed to the Magic City attached elementary school immediately. The eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao, who had nothing to do at home, were cold, and then they made a phone call. "Elder brother Huang, send someone to make a trip to the Magic City attached elementary school now. Someone is bullying my son." The officer on the other end of the phone responded seriously. "I'll send someone right away." Chapter 44, Sacrificing him as a father. Xiao Ku put away his fruit cell phone and looked out the window with a small beak. Dong Mingjie coldly grunted. "Violating school rules to carry a cell phone, and you dare to call your sister. Wait for your sister to come and see how I educate you siblings." The tattooed man next to him was full of impatience and glared at Xiao Ku with his hands on his chest. The other students all sat honestly in their seats, not daring to breathe. Not a moment later, Teacher Lu walked into the class with her textbook. When she saw the scene in front of her, she spoke with slight nervousness. "What's going on here? Why is the school manager getting so angry?" Dong Mingjie's eyes were filled with disdain. "None of your business. Today I'd like to see if this little brat can turn against the sky." Noticing the surrounded Xiao Ku, she was in trouble. The principal had explained himself to treat him with care. But the visitor was from the school board, and she didn't dare to intervene to plead for mercy. If she upset him, she might have her teaching career ruined. Teacher Lu sighed languidly and announced to the children that it was time for study hall. On the other side, dozens of luxury cars rushed towards Mordor Elementary School, followed by several military jeeps. There were also several special cars from Magic City University. Only the faces of the people in the cars were not good. The people in the board of trustees of Magic City University looked at each other, not knowing why Professor Wong called himself to the attached elementary school. They usually didn't pay attention to the Magic City affiliated primary school. After all, it was just an elementary school. Not long after, dozens of cars drove up to the entrance of the school. The security guards watching the door were scared silly. These were luxury cars and military vehicles. What were they going to do now that they had surrounded the school? Could it be that some violent people had infiltrated the school? Xiao Lian anxiously got out of the Maserati Mirage. Walking to the door, she informed the doorman to open the door in a commanding tone. The doorman shivered and responded, "We can't let a car into the school without the school leader's permission." Snap! The doorman directly ate Xiao Lian with a big BB. "Who the hell are they? If they dare to take my young master on, none of them will have a good time." He trembled as he opened the gate and aggressively burrowed into the janitor's hall. Vehicles fishtailed in, and the whistling of sports cars drew the entire school to run out of their classes to watch. In the 6th grade, Zhang Hao was sleeping on his desk when he was suddenly shaken awake by his little brother. "MD, can't you see I'm sleeping?" The little brother told him in surprise. "Brother Hao, something big has happened. Dozens of sports cars have come outside, and there are many military vehicles." "What? I'm not still awake, am I?" When he ran out the door and looked downstairs, he realized it was all true. "Go, take a look." A group of students quickly went downstairs, and the rest of the students followed suit, following to see what the big deal was. School square, vehicles lined up. Wang Siki Wang Wenya stepped out of the car. The two of them had a morose gaze as they stepped towards their brother's class. "Humph! Dare to touch my baby brother. I'd like to see who's so bold." The trustees of Magic City University also quickly followed the two, their gazes constantly scanning the surroundings. Behind them, Wang Yuehao's eyes signaled the troops to follow. 30 soldiers quickly jumped down from the military vehicle to guard the neighborhood, prohibiting anyone from approaching. And then 20 soldiers quickly followed the two women. Because it was the Northern General himself who gave the word, the Magic City military region valued this incident. In the eyes of the other elementary school students, this scene was also too domineering and spectacular, too cool. Inside the classroom, Xiao Ku revealed a sweet smile, which he had probed with his divine sense when the family members first came to school. Dong Wunwun was still arrogantly shouting from the sidelines. "Humph! Is your sister coming or not? You can't be picked up, your family doesn't care about you." Boom! The door of the classroom was kicked open. In the crowd's shocked gazes, the two Wang family sisters walked into the classroom. The two of them had a grim gaze and exuded a strong hostile aura. "Who dares to bully my brother?" Dong Mingjie slowed down and said impatiently. "You two girls are his sisters?" The tattooed man gave the duo a lustful look. This kind of beauty was not common. At the same time, another sound of footsteps came from outside the door. The 6 old men from the Magic City University Council walked into the class one after another. Just as they entered the classroom, one of the old masters had a look of astonishment on his face. "Are you Xiao Dong?" Dong Mingjie. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dong Mingjie cast a startled gaze towards the old man. Seeing the visitor clearly, he immediately changed his fawning expression and walked forward to offer a few words of courtesy. Wang Wenya's expression was ice cold as he looked at the old man and said, "It seems like you're familiar with him." The old master instantly understood and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Not familiar. I've only met him a few times." Dong Mingjie's expression stiffened, as if the old master was afraid of this woman. Boom! The back door of the classroom was kicked open, and several soldiers from the military region poured in at the front and back respectively. The leader of the soldiers, the captain, shouted, "The Magic City military is on business. Unrelated personnel evacuate immediately." Teacher Lu on the podium had long been terrified and quickly organized the students to leave the classroom. Not long after, the entire class all left. Wang Siki ran forward and hugged her brother, softly asking what happened. Xiao Ku, aggrieved Baba, told the story, but also took out the cell phone recording and played it again. Listening to her brother's insulting words in the recording, Wang Siki clenched her silver teeth. Xiao Ke tugged on her coat corner and complained that Dong Wenwen's father kicked him. Snap! Wang Wenya couldn't control it and slapped him on the face. Dare to touch the Wang family, insult my brother, and bully others by force? I'll show you what it means to bully people by force today. The soldiers received Wang Wenya's instructions and directly beat him and the tattooed man fat in the classroom. Dong Wenwen was directly scared and cried. In the end, Dong Mingjia's glasses shattered before the crowd stopped. The tattooed man wailed softly beside him, without the slightest trace of the ferocious aura he had just displayed. After the whispered deliberation of several of the Magic City University's trustees, they faintly announced towards him, Dong Mingjia, it has been decided by the Council of Mordor University's deliberation to revoke your Mordor Annexed Primary School's council status. At this moment Dong Mingjia's face was like ashes. He was no longer a member of the school council. Nothing was left. Under the escort of the soldiers, the two were put on a military vehicle, while Dong Wenwen was sent home. Xiao Ke walked to the square and sighed. Who is not good to provoke but have to provoke me do not know that my family is not good to provoke. Surrounded by his family, the principal came running over on his butt. He had just learned the news and rushed from home, and it looked like he was already late. The middle-aged principal bowed respectfully to Wang Wenya. Professor Wang, I'm really sorry, Stop it. Wang Wenya spoke coldly. If we had come later, my brother might have been beaten up by your school manager. The school principal looked flustered, cold sweat breaking out behind him. Professor Wang, please give me another chance. I promise this won't happen again. In the future, I will tilt the resources towards Xiao Ke and ensure that he won't suffer a bit of aggravation. Wang Siki waved her hand in rejection. Forget it. Let's change our little brother's school. There's no need for this to stay anymore. The principal was directly choked and stopped speaking. On the side, Xiao Ke pulled Wang Wenya's hand and spoke. Sister, I don't want to change schools. Hearing his younger brother say this, the two sisters no longer continued to make things difficult for the principal. Wang Wenya snorted coldly. Then listen to my brother, but I'm warning you, if he gets aggravated again, you won't be able to do your job as the principal. The principal was so moved that he was about to kneel down to Xiao Ke. If Auntie really took him away, he would definitely be abolished by the Council of Magic City University. The farce was over, and the military took away Dong Mingjia for abuse of power and maliciously attacking a child. Dong Wenwen was also expelled from the university to deal with the situation. The students who watched the drama from afar looked on in amazement as the principal bowed his head and apologized to Xiao Ke, and the Mordor Annexed Primary School counselor was escorted onto a military vehicle. This is also too horrible. Wang Xiao Ke's family was so powerful. After the family members drove away, the principal personally sent Xiao Ke back to his class. Teacher Lu's legs were going weak. There was still a great Buddha in her class? When she walked into the class, the principal angrily pulled her out and criticized her. Dong Mingjia came to school to cause trouble. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If it wasn't for Xiao Ke's words at the end, his own title as principal would have been removed long ago. Teacher Lu cried and mourned. That one was from the school board. How could she dare to mess with it? Who knew that Wang Xiao Ke was even worse? If she had known, she would have rushed to block it. The principal put down a few harsh words. In the future, Xiao Ke will take good care of, cannot let him suffer a little bit of aggression. School resources can be used freely, free meals, free tuition, free materials, free of charge, free of everything. Treat him like a king of heaven and offer him up. After saying that, the principal left the place with a gloomy face, leaving only Mr. Lu in the wind. Teacher Lu. The principal is offering Xiao Ke as his godfather. Chapter 45, Exposing Strength Under the Guise of Magic. The students returned to the class one after another. This time all of them looked at Wang Xiao Ke in awe. In their eyes, the scene just now was too shocking. Especially little Tiger. He secretly vowed never to go against Xiao Ke again. In case Uncle Soldier came back again, his little heart couldn't take it. Teacher Lu straightened the hair on his temples and made a harumph as he walked into the class. Class, notice once again. Normal classes this morning, and there will be a National Day cultural performance activity in the afternoon. Every class is required to have a talent show. Whichever child in our class has talent can actively sign up. A question mark popped up on Xiao Ke's head and asked Du Zimo next door what kind of performance he had. Du Zimo scratched his head and thought for a while before answering. It's that the school has a talent show competition. Then each class puts out a program and finds students to perform their talents on stage. Xiaoku suddenly realized after hearing this, and then asked after him. Then who has signed up in our class? Du Zimo shook his head and helplessly spread his small hands. It's been several days. No one has signed up. Ahem. Teacher Lu is also very anxious. Other classes have already prepared their programs, and no one has signed up to participate in his own class yet. Looking at the dull-witted students in his class, Teacher Lu really wanted to vomit blood. Let's do it this way, class. Let's vote for a child, and then the teacher will teach him how to perform the program. Good, the students said in unison. Seeing this scene, Teacher Lu was finally relieved. Then, each student will write down the name of a classmate, and then the teacher will count the votes. With that, the class began to exchange whispers. Xiaoku also took out his book, but didn't know whose name would be good to write. He looked at Du Zimo on the side, and although he was half hiding his small hand, he could still make out the 3 words Wang Xiaoku. Good you Du Zimo. I treat you as a friend, you even sneak up on me. With that, he secretly wrote Du Zimo's name on the paper. Once all the slips of paper were turned in, Ms. Lu started counting the votes. As the votes were recorded, her face became more and more ugly. Ahem, class. I'm going to announce the votes. Xiaohu has 2 votes. Ding remains 1 vote. Chunziang has 2 votes. Du Zimo has 1 vote. Wang Xiaoku. 24 votes. Wow. The class erupted into a clamor, not realizing that most of the people unanimously voted for Wang Xiaoku. Xiaoku, sitting in the 3rd row's little face, was stunned. How come he was voted out to perform a program just after he came back? Teacher Lu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke gently. Xiaoku, can you do it if you don't want to change to someone else? Xiaoku looked around and met the expectant gazes of his classmates, making him quite embarrassed. How can a man say he can't? He patted his chest and said confidently that he could. In this way, Teacher Lu finally lost her scruples. She was worried just now that this big Buddha wouldn't be happy about it. That's good. Does Xiaoku have any talents? If not, teacher will come and teach you. Xiaoku hurriedly replied that he did. He didn't want to learn to sing children's songs and dance those girls' dances from his teacher. Well then, the whole class will cheer you on then. After discussing the matter, the class was calm again. The entire morning, Xiaoku didn't run out of the class door, and the outside of the window was filled with his little fanboys and girls. Only his little fanboys and fangirls were all older than him. At noon, Xiaoku and Du Zimo went to eat as usual. When they came to the restaurant, not only did the auntie who was serving the meal not ask for the 2 of them to pay for their meal, she also served a lot more meat. Du Zimo excitedly said to him, I didn't expect to eat with you and not have to pay for the meal. Then my daily meal money can buy snacks. Xiaoku hurriedly interrupted him. If you recognize me as your big brother, I promise to let you eat chicken legs and drink Coke every day. Really? Then I'll call you Brother Ku. After eating, the 2 ran to the supermarket again and bought a whole bunch of snacks and colas. When Xiaoku walked out holding the bag, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Uncle Fu and Uncle Fu's brother for a long time. He put down the snacks and sent a message to his sister to inquire about it. Soon after, his sister replied that Uncle Fu and his 2 brothers had returned to his second sister, who said that she was going to send someone over again. Needless to think, it must be that his sister thought that Uncle Fu's 2 men couldn't protect him. Holding up the snacks, Xiaoku 2 people tiptoed back to the class. As soon as he entered the class, several students and he took the initiative to greet. This made Xiaoku a little uncomfortable, and then generously gave them each a bottle of Coke. Subsequently, some more classmates greeted him. Seeing that the Coke in his hand was already glowing, he went straight back to the supermarket and bought a case of Coke, lifted the case with one hand and left the supermarket. The supermarket owner looked at the distant little figure with a surprised face. Is a child this strong? Adults carry single-handedly, also difficult to do it. Back in the class, Xiaoku directly gave several of them a bottle of Coke each. Soon, more people gathered around him to say hello. In less than 2 minutes, the class already had a bottle of Coke in each hand. Xiaohu squirmed and ran to say hello to him. Xiaoku was just about to hand him the Coke when the girl on the side immediately spoke up. Class president, don't give it to him, he just asked for it once. Xiaohu scratched his head with a red face and said he didn't drink enough. Xiaoku directly had 2 black eyes. Come on, this is treating himself as a self-service water fountain. Soon came the first afternoon class. The students lined up to enter the performance hall under the organization of Teacher Lu. Inside, the space became spacious and simple. Not only that, The whole performance hall accommodated dozens of classes, thousands of people. Ms. Liu brought the students to the first grade class to sit down and rest. They waited for half an hour before the sound of a broadcast came. Xiaoke looked around curiously. This was his first time attending a school event and there were quite a lot of people. Looking towards the front, he saw that there were several directors sitting at the end of the judges' table, and in the center was the principal's seat, which was currently empty. Teacher Liu inquired towards Xiaoke. Xiaoke, what do you need to prepare for your performance? Can you go on stage straight away? Xiaoke thought about it and replied, I'll just need a black hat. If there are sunglasses too, even better. Teacher Liu immediately ran to the backstage and returned with a top hat and sunglasses in no time. She patiently instructed, Don't be nervous when you go on stage in a while. Just relax. Xiaoke took the items and nodded. Once the stage was ready, an announcement came over the airwaves. In honor of, next, please enjoy the talent show brought by each class. For each performance, there will be a school leader judge to score. The class with the highest score has a mysterious reward. The students under the stage clapped and cheered, waiting for the performance to begin. Okay, please welcome He Huan Huan, the 6th grade class, for a street dance show performance. Amidst the cheers, a white and skinny boy walked onto the stage wearing hip-hop pants. Music up. Dynamic music then played, and He Huan Huan began to dance to the rhythm of the street dance. Just a single street dance starting move made a large swath of people scream wildly. And then he quickly performed Thomas pirouettes, windmills, and scorpion swings on the stage. Even the teachers couldn't help but applaud. Finally, he ended the performance with a handstand. The crowd on the judging stage consulted and scored 90 points. Next, please welcome Zhang Hao from the 2nd class of the 6th grade, presenting the program Qinghai Shake. Small question marks appeared on the heads of thousands of students at the same time. Zhang Hao walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. Today, he purposely wore tight pants and beanies just to show off the wave of talent properly. Not long after, the DJ sounded. Zhang Hao on the stage shook his hands and bobbed his head, and although they were all stuck on the beat, the scene, everyone's toes inexplicably clenched, gouging at the ground for 3 rooms. It was too embarrassing. In the end, the judges scored 59 points. Zhang Hao frowned with a defiant face, as if to say, Do you guys know how to appreciate? The students who came out next were all singing or doing somersaults and splits. The highest score given by the judges didn't exceed 90. Next, please welcome the 2nd grade class, Gu Shanyue's piano solo performance. Xiaoke also got interested and looked curiously at the girl on the stage. Gu Shanyue wore a small white dress today and had 2 pill heads tied on her head. Very cute. She walked to the piano with small broken steps, took a deep breath and started playing. For a while, the entire performance hall echoed with ethereal piano music. Although she wasn't very old, her skill in playing the piano had already surpassed many people. The sound of the piano carried a bit of languor and coolness. The crowd closed their eyes as if they could see the fairy dancing under the full moon. There was nothing but turbid wine beside her, and she sang to the wine, poignant and fast. The piano stopped. The scene was very calm. After a few seconds, warm applause came from the stage. The judges looked at each other and smiled, finally scoring a high 95. Gu Shanyue reddened her little face and bowed in thanks before walking off the stage. Teacher Liu then hurriedly reminded Xiaoke to get ready to go on stage. Xiaoke stood up and went behind the stage curtain. The host asked him what talent he was going to perform and he whispered to the host. Upon hearing this, the host gave a surprised look, then picked up the microphone and said, Next, please welcome the 1st grade class, Wang Xiaoke, to bring to you Magic Show. Boom! Loud applause erupted from the stage. After all, no one could refuse a wonderful magic show. Chapter 46, Magic Performance. Stunned, Xiaoke took a deep breath. He wore a black hat and placed his sunglasses smoothly on the bridge of his nose. Just like that, he walked towards the stage alone. The stage whimpered and kept discussing Wang Xiaoke's gossipy deeds. Have you heard? Today came so many luxury cars are his family. Not only I heard that our city's military are listening to his father. Wow! Such a small, cute little brother. I want to hold and play with him. His sister I heard is very pretty, prettier than a star. You haven't heard about his fat beating of Zhang Hao before. Let me tell you, the toilet. The discussion under the stage gradually became noisy, and the host hurriedly reminded his classmates to be quiet. In a flash, everyone stopped talking and looked at Wang Xiaoku in the center of the stage. Xiaoku took a deep breath and calmed his nervousness. He walked to the edge of the stage and took off his hat, giving a gentlemanly salute. At the same time, he showed his classmates that there was nothing in the hat, and in order to verify this, he purposely turned it down a few times. Then he pulled out his hat with his little hand. The classmates on stage stared at his movements without blinking, trying to dismantle his poor acting skills. Xiaoku's consciousness moved slightly and summoned a piece of wood directly from his storage ring. Snap! The wood fell straight out of his hat, causing the students under the bleachers to gasp. However, someone in the crowd still retorted. It must have been placed in the hat ahead of time, and then there was a compartment inside, and when you open the compartment the wood will fall down. Right. Barf. As if to punch him in the face, another, bigger piece of wood fell to the floor. The class was shocked. What kind of maneuver was this? It must be a bit too big for the compartment. If there's more, I'll just eat Ali raw for it. Right. If I can still take something out, I'll just wash my hair upside down. +1. I'll just run up and eat whatever he drops. The corners of Xiaoku's mouth twitched. Are all the older brothers so strange nowadays? Boom! This time a boulder directly fell out of the hat. That size was several times bigger than the hat. The moment it landed, it directly smashed a small pit out of the stage. The students were confused. What kind of magic is this? It's too exaggerated. Where is the brother who just said he ate Ali raw to give and washed his hair? I know, those two are from the second class of the 6th grade. And that one who said drop anything and eat it, get up there and perform a raw boulder swallowing. In the second class of the 6th grade, Zhang Hao and his best friend coincidentally lowered their heads, afraid that others would recognize them. Just now, the two of them had screamed the loudest. On the stage, Xiaoku was in deep thought. How about performing what looked like magic? Boom. The hat is still dropping things. There are herbs, stones, swords, guns, sticks, books and elixirs. Thud! A giant alchemy furnace suddenly appeared out of nowhere, directly flashing the eyes of the students. The ground was shaken, and the stage floor was directly smashed into several pieces. Grip groove! What the hell is this giant furnace? The judges also almost burst out in foul language. This is too exaggerated. Xiaoku secretly said that it wasn't good, and accidentally messed up the Three Sons alchemy furnace. Sure enough, the crowd under the stands had frozen in their expression. Ahem. Under the eyes of the crowd, Xiaoku picked up the things on the ground and put them back into his hat. The moment he put it into the hat, he secretly put it into his storage ring again, and in the end only a huge stone and the alchemy furnace remained. Xiaoku didn't know how to round it up for a while. Steeply, he remembered the cartoon he had watched earlier. In the confused eyes of his classmates, he slowly raised his hat and aimed it at the stone. Stone, do you dare to say yes when I call you? Classmates. The crowd was unsure, momentarily confused as to what Ko was trying to do. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and the boulder on the ground suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Gu Shangyue under the stage opened her small mouth and looked at Wang Xiaoku incredulously. Seeing that the stone was successfully retrieved, Xiaoku turned to aim at the alchemy furnace again. Alchemy furnace, do you dare to say yes when I call out to you? As soon as the words fell, the alchemy furnace also disappeared into thin air in front of everyone. The students under the stage no longer knew what to say. This was beyond their knowledge. They were discussing and thinking about how it was done. Classmate A. My head is itching to grow a brain. Classmate B. How the hell did it happen? Brain overload. Ko looks at his classmates on stage and realizes that they haven't applauded yet. Haven't they seen enough? He muttered in exasperation. I should have known better than to come up here. What a pain in the ass. He then picked up his hat and threw it into the air, before releasing his spiritual energy and controlling the hat to hover in midair. Zhang Hao under the stage spoke eloquently again. It must be the wire hanging from the hat. That's how it can float in mid-air. Then the hat flew towards the stage, spinning around above the heads of the students. Some tried to jump up and catch it, but each time it came up just short. Finally, the hat returned to the stage and landed on Ko's head. The crowd thought this was the end, but I didn't expect Xiaoku to stretch out his little hand and gesture again on the stage. Not a moment later, he hit a ring finger, the void directly out of a flame. Under his control, The flames turned into a tiger roaring ferociously, an elephant waving its trunk. The flame changed randomly, and had already changed into many kinds of common animals. Collect! With Shao Ka's milky cry, the fire control formation he had just carved out was closed by him. He then gestured towards the void. When he snapped his fingers, pink smoke suddenly rose from the entire stage. Several sexy girls twisted and danced in the smoke, hidden in the mist. This was an illusion formation that he had casually set up, and had not exerted the true strength of the formation. A few of the judges and teachers watched as their blood boiled and almost sprang up with nosebleeds. Unable to top it, really unable to top it. Collect! The formation was removed, and the illusion instantly disappeared into thin air. It should be almost over. If you push me any further, I'll really be exposed. Shao Ku made a gentlemanly salute towards the stage. At once, the entire performance hall erupted into a mountain of applause. The teacher of the judging panel directly hit the highest score of 100. Seeing the score that the judge-teacher scored, he quickly ran off the stage. When he returned to his seat, Du Zimo stared at him with a face of adoration. "Ku, this is too cool for you. Teach me." Ku waved his hand and smiled proudly at him. "I have something even more powerful. I just haven't used it." If he summoned the golden crow on stage and stood up and flew around his head twice, it would definitely stun Du Zimo. The performances continued on the stage. Only after everyone had seen Shao Ku's performance, they found these tasteless. Soon, all the class talent shows came to a close. The host held the microphone in his hand and let the performers come on stage while announcing the results. First place, first grade class Wang Xiaoku. Hearing his name, Xiaoku ran up to the stage with a bump. Second place, second year class Gu Shangyue. At this moment, Gu Shangyue on the stage covered her small mouth and slowly walked over to Xiaoku, glancing at him shyly. I don't know what's going on, but the little girl's face was as red as an apple, and Xiaoku wondered if she had a fever. Third place, sixth grade class He Huan Huan. In the distance, He Huan Huan walked up to the two with a vice-confident smile. He politely greeted the duo. "Little brother, your magic show was amazing. Oh, and little sister's piano piece was great as well." Hearing being praised outright, the two smiled and said that their brother's dance was also very good. Fourth place. Fifth place. Performers from all classes poured onto the stage one after another, and soon there were dozens of people neatly lined up. 33rd place, 6th grade class 2, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao lowered his hat and slowly walked onto the stage. This time, he lost a lot of face and took the bottom place. The class teachers in the first row under the stage were talking and laughing, especially Ms. Liu, who was constantly praised by the other class teachers. She smiled broadly, and this time she ruthlessly rose to the wave of face. In the past talent competitions, the lower grades had run to the bottom. This term, because of Shao Ka's arrival, even got first place. She really didn't expect it and didn't dare to think about it. In the corner, there was a male teacher with a green face. He was Zhang Hao's homeroom teacher, who had now become a laughingstock in the eyes of the other teachers. He secretly vowed that he would go back and take care of Zhang Hao, so that he would be happy and cheerful. Magic City Immortal Court Hotel's Heavenly Character Suite. Wang Xinru was joyfully on the phone with Wang Wenya. "Well, this time, I purposely dragged the 8th sister over. No matter what, it's good that my brother is back. Just wait to meet us the day after tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, she bounced playfully twice. Walking over to the floor-to-ceiling windows, she could observe the event venue set up in full swing. Over the Linjiang River, Boeing 747 airliner first class. A girl in a light, elegant Chinese dress was resting her eyes, and the bodyguard following beside her was always scanning the surroundings. The direction that the airplane was flying to was precisely Magic City. Chapter 47 Vlog Hot Search. Really good at bullying dogs. After school in the afternoon, Xiaoku happily walked out of the school holding the trophy. At the door, Wang Yuehao and Chun Hui watched him with smiles. The difference was that Dad wasn't in a wheelchair anymore. It seems that Mom and Dad didn't let the two sisters come over to pick themselves up. Xiaoku's heart flooded with mutterings. Why didn't Dad pretend to be sick today? When he walked over with his small school bag, Wang Yuehao picked him up in a hug. "My precious son, did you even get an award today?" Xiaoku had been holding the trophy, and when he heard his dad notice, he arrogantly picked up the trophy and shook it. "Today's talent competition, I won the championship." Wang Yuehao was a bit surprised. Did his son have any other talents? He held Xiao Ku on his shoulder and gently scraped at the tip of his nose. Good baby. What reward do you want? Just mention it to daddy. Then I want a chef who specializes in making fried chicken, and then every day I eat fried chicken and drink milk tea and eat. Chun Hui hurriedly interrupted the duo. Eating fried food every day, that's not good enough? Xiao Ku tooted his mouth, full of aggression, and said that his father let him casually mention it. Chun Hui directly twisted hard on Wang Yuehao's body, and he grimaced in pain. Is dad's injury ready? So he doesn't have to use a wheelchair in the future? Xiao Ku knew the counselor well. Chun Hui said with a faint smile. Your father, skin thick as a city wall. This injury is almost healed. Ah wow. The three of them got on the return trip car. Xiao Ku handed the trophy to his mom to check. It clearly read, Magic City Attached Elementary School Talent Show Champion. Chun Hui dotingly touched his little head and praised him to the skies. Xiao Ku opened his cell phone and slid the vlog, suddenly noticing a few more explosive hot searches. He clicked in with his small hand to check. National Treasure Pianist parachuted into Magic City Birthday Banquet. Magic City Birthday Banquet construction successful. Fireworks show ready. Mysterious tycoon prediction. Probably a certain female star. Magic City Feast. Attracted hundreds of thousands of people to visit Magic City. More than the total number of tourists in a year. The number of comments on the Magic City Birthday Banquet and the fireworks show had already exceeded 100 million. Little Ku was dumbfounded. Would a lot of people come to see it then? His small hand pressed the screen, looking at the video of the decorated venue and several truckloads of fireworks. Chen Hui, who was sitting on the side and was looking at her cell phone, exclaimed in shock, her face full of incredulity. Wang Yuehao's expression tightened and opened his mouth to ask what happened. Chun Hui excitedly took her cell phone and let him look at the video in the screen, only to see the video of Xiao Ku pulling out all sorts of things from his little hat. In the end, a large stone fell out, and he thought it would end there, but he didn't expect that a giant Dan furnace would suddenly fall again. The couple fell into deep thought. Son, how did you do that? Wang Yuehao asked him to look at the video, playing none other than himself who was performing the program. This, just like this, and then that. Xiao Ku stammered his words, but drew even more skepticism from the duo. Wang Yuehao had a scrutinizing gaze, watching his little face tighten up, so tense that he couldn't catch his breath. Dad, what does this mean? Xiao Ku pointed to the thumb pattern that kept pouring out under the video. Chun Hui snatched the phone and opened her mouth to explain after taking a closer look. This is the likes of the video. Others are giving my baby likes. Xiao Ku also asked his mom where she saw it. Chun Hui picked up Xiao Ku's cell phone and gestured a few times before finding his video on vlog. The number of likes was now 13,000, but it was still skyrocketing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Within a few seconds, it had risen to 14,000 likes. Looking at this trend, it would soon reach 50,000 or even 100,000. Gulp. Xiao Ku gulped and nervously opened the comments. The overwhelming comments were unfolded, and all the netizens asked incredulously how it was done. Even a professional magician couldn't figure out the maneuver in the video. Closing his cell phone, Xiao Ku closed his eyes and recalled his master's teachings before he left. Never expose your strength, and do not let others know your identity as a cultivator. Right now, it has already aroused the suspicion of the family. What should be done? The car passed by the immortal court square. At this time, the huge square had already been blocked off and its interior was being decorated for a banquet. Xiao Ku curiously poked his head out to check. Obviously, it is not yet the day of the banquet, but the neighborhood is full of tourists who come here. Soon, the car whistled back to the Wang family manor. Chun Hui held his little hand and entered the villa. In the lobby, Wang Siki and Wang Wenyao were drinking hot tea, each fiddling with their cell phones. Sister. Xiao Ku ran to the duo with gusto, pretending to be mysterious as he took out the trophy from behind his back. Look, this is the trophy I just won. Wang Wenyao smiled faintly and picked up Xiao Ku, placing him on her own beautiful lap to sit firmly. The two sisters were not overly surprised, and Xiao Ku was puzzled. Then, the two put their cell phones on the table at the same time. The video playing in the screen was exactly the same as the one mom had just shown herself. Only the number of likes had already come to 200,000 and seemed to be soaring. Good brother, come tell your sisters how it was done. We are very curious. Wang Siki smiled and stared at Xiao Ku. Again, he wanted to play dead to escape. After thinking for a while, He had a flash of insight and explained sweetly and crisply. This is a prop from school. That rock and stove are inflatable. The two women pressed on each side of his face and exhaled and spoke. Really? Good brother. Really? Really? Little Ku frantically nodded his head, his little heart pounding nonstop. Chun Hui warmly reminded from the side. You two sisters calm down. See how nervous little Ku is. Wang Siki and the two of them smiled shannily before taking back their cell phones. It didn't take long to have dinner. Xiaoke hadn't brought Xiaohei to play for a long time, and today he purposely pulled Xiaohei to run to the backyard. Xiaohei, who was lying down, was forcibly dragged away by the boy who was a circle smaller than himself. Resistance was written all over his doggy face. One person and one dog came to the backyard. Xiaoke smiled badly and sized up Xiaohei. Last month, with the help of the elixir, Xiaohei had gotten as big as a small Tibetan Mastiff. Now, after such a long time, Xiaohei was also even more massive, with snow-white fur, and his eyes were animated, no different from a human being. What is even more peculiar is that there is a demonic chi constantly flowing in its body, which is equivalent to his aura, just called differently. Xiaoke stepped into the foundation establishment stage, and the aura in his dantian compressed and condensed into a liquid. His aura was transformed into spiritual power, and his overall strength was dozens of times stronger than it was originally. With the increase in spiritual power, Xiaoke was not only much smarter, but the knowledge that he originally had to memorize a few times from reading a book was now imprinted into his mind by casually flipping through it. Xiaoke stared at Xiaohei in a daze, pondering whether he should teach his family to cultivate immortality. But Master had said not to tell others or reveal his secrets. Thinking about this, he was in agony. But Xiaohei had followed his own cultivation. Does it count as breaking the precepts? And there is a difference between immortals and mortals, hastily tens of years. When his family members grow old one after another, he will still be young. After all, foundation stage cultivators have a lifespan of about 200 years. Xiaoke shook his head. He could not bear to see his sisters turn into grannies. Xiaohei squatted aside and stared at Xiaoku, who shook his head. Xiaohei, this guy has a brain fart. Having just spat inside, it felt an inexplicable pressure coming from it. Xiaoku, who was originally frothing, came back to his senses and smiled brilliantly at it. Xiaohei? I haven't been home for so long. Now let's see how well you've cultivated. Xiaoku directly levitated in mid-air and spoke. I'll be gentle. Let's see how much strength you can withstand from me. Wang. In mid-air, a thin layer of white mist enveloped Xiaoku's body as he flexed his fingers. A small thunder snake opened its mouth and quickly rushed towards Xiaohei. Woof! Xiaohei escaped, and before it could run a few steps, the thunder snake hit it on the buttocks. It only felt a tightening of the chrysanthemums, and a burning pain came from its ass there. Luckily, it didn't take a while for the pain to completely disappear. Ha ha ha! Again! Xiaoku flicked out another fire snake, which was obviously much stronger than the thunder snake. Seeing that there was nowhere to avoid, Xiaohei directly jumped up and swallowed the fire snake with its mouth open. Falling back to the ground, it coughed a few times and opened its mouth to spit out 2 smoke rings. Huh! Actually comprehended devouring? Xiaoku slightly marveled. Every demonic beast could possibly comprehend an innate skill when it first cultivated. There are strong and weak innate skills. Devouring allows demonic beasts to absorb heavenly treasures faster and accelerate their cultivation. Very good. Let me see how much strength you still have left again. Xiaohei, what a bully of a dog. Oh. Miserable wailing sounds kept coming from the Wang family's backyard. Chapter 48. Do you know martial artists? At night, Xiaohei dragged his bruised body back to the kennel. There was still a visible burn on his buttocks, and there were several large swollen bags on the dog's head. Isn't it just stronger than it is now? Xiaohei's nostrils exhaled 2 streams of white gas. It is not too late for a dog to take revenge for 10 years. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the dog, brother poor. After the fantasy session, Xiaohei dove headfirst onto the mat and huffed and puffed. While it was sleeping, a light red air current rushed over its wound. The wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the swelling of the large bag on its head was rapidly subsiding. Xiaoku returned to his room and pulled out a jade bottle filled with round pills. We have to find a way to get the family members to eat the face-residing pills before we start cultivating. He was distressed. It was fine for him to fight with the rascal snake, but it was really not easy for him to figure out how to bring his family to cultivate. Whatever, let's refine the marrow cleansing pill first. In the future, sisters must first cleanse their muscles and marrow to cultivate. After all, the family members cultivated too late and didn't lay a foundation as children. With this thought, Shao Ku no longer hesitated and directly summoned the three sons' alchemy furnace. The marrow cleansing pill was very special. Its main function was to cleanse the muscles and marrow, expelling impurities from the body. When practicing cultivation, the toxin impurities in the body would very much affect the speed of cultivation, especially the older the age, the more impurities would accumulate in the body. On the ground, a bunch of spiritual herbs and medicines appeared out of thin air, which are the medicinal materials for refining marrow cleansing pills. As for the marrow cleansing pill, it belonged to the second-grade top-grade pills. Shao Ku wasn't sure if he could succeed at once. After getting ready, he floated a crimson spirit fire from his palm and threw it directly under the alchemy furnace. The spirit fire was quite a bit hotter than the fire control array, and this was the spirit fire he derived after stepping into the foundation establishment stage. Soon, the temperature of the alchemy furnace rose to a certain level, and Shao Ku put the herbs into the alchemy furnace in order. This process lasted the entire time until midnight. Under Shao Ku's careful control, the Dan furnace let out a muffled sound. The elixir, it was done. After a while, he took out 3 pills with warmth from the Dan furnace. Only 3. Shao Ku sighed in dissatisfaction, but it was good that he didn't fail in his first attempt to refine a second-grade elixir. When he put away the alchemy furnace, he immediately sat down on the bed and fell into cultivation. The next morning, Shao Ku opened his azure-colored eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Coming downstairs, Shao Ku accompanied his family for a simple breakfast. Auntie Lan packed his small school bag for him and rushed to school under Wang Wenya's leadership. At home, Wang Siki put down her teacup and looked out the window thoughtfully. Chun Hui was still discussing with Wang Yuehao what gift to give her son tomorrow. Wang Siki interjected lightly. "Dad, your previous illness was faked, right?" The ripple-free words came, and Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk slightly. "Haha. It's still Siki who is smart. Your fourth sister didn't even see it, but you realized it first." Wang Yuehao slowed down his speech and looked at his daughter helplessly. "I've long investigated Dad's hospitalization records and diagnosis. It's obviously a forgery. This time when you go home, is it because you are afraid that your brother will be targeted by the main family again?" Wang Yuehao's brows were more than a little sad, and Chen Hui also sank down with a despondent look. "Shao Ku is the only boy in our family. What they want is for me to have no one to follow in my footsteps and break the flame of our family. If I'm here, they won't dare to act rashly, unless the main family's patriarch comes in person." Wang Yuehao stepped towards the window and looked out. "Girl, you know about martial artists, right? I'll tell you about it today. A martial artist is commonly known as a person who practices martial arts, and there are also grades. Usually, martial artists are divided into 4 major orders and 12 minor orders. The 4 major orders are external strength martial artist, internal strength martial artist, grandmaster, and martial arts grandmaster. External strength martial artist has a strong physical body and quick reflexes. One person is enough to tease dozens of bodyguards. Internal strength martial artist in not only the physical body is strong, its body nourishes dark energy. Attack can shock people's lungs. Patriarch is more like a celestial being. Firearms are useless to it. All parts of the body are like weapons, have a hand blade steel, fist-crushing boulder power. I've never seen a martial arts patriarch. I've only heard that they can do flying flowers and picking leaves to hurt people invisibly, picking up objects in the air, treading water. So, do you get it?" Wang Siki had long been listening with a shocked face. She knew that martial artists were special, and even the Uncle Fu brothers sent by her second sister were martial artists. But she didn't realize that there were so many kinds of martial artists, and that flying flowers and picking leaves to hurt people was something she thought only existed in costume dramas. Wang Yuehao turned around and said seriously, "Therefore, the military does not allow the existence of zongshi. After all, do not fear cold weapons in the battlefield as a killing machine. Throughout China, martial artists are also not allowed to strike at will, especially for zongshi powerhouses. The Martial Artist Association specifically sends people to keep an eye on them, and they are not allowed to mess around." So much information made Wang Siki unable to accept it for a moment. No wonder Uncle Fu and his duo could easily injure dozens of strong bodyguards. Then in that case, Dad was emboldened because, as if she had read her daughter's mind, Chun Hui smiled lightly. "Don't underestimate your father. In fact, He is also a dark force martial artist. Huh? Wang Siki felt her worldview collapse. On second thought, without a strong strength, how could she be a northern general, and how could she stand out in the military? She desperately needed to be alone right now. Today, she could only let Xiao Lian keep an eye on the company. Xiao Lian, listen to me say thank you, because there you are warming the Magic City attached elementary school. After waving goodbye to his 4 sisters, Xiao Ku runs into the campus. Today he changed into a green dinosaur suit, and his bouncing appearance was really milky and cute. Wang Wenyawanshu looked at the door, then put on his sunglasses and drove away. First grade class. Xiao Ku saw from afar that a group of adults with microphone cameras were standing at the window scanning the class. What is this situation? He walked slowly to the door and the crowd erupted in a gasp. Here it comes. Here it comes. That's the kid. In a flash, a crowd surrounded him, and cameras kept flashing to take pictures. There were also more than a dozen microphones handed to his mouth, and even an ant's microphone almost poked into his mouth. This scene made Xiao Ku confused. The female reporter next to him put on a smiling face and asked, "This cute little kid, what's your name?" "My name is Wang Xiaoku. Your magic show has attracted a lot of attention. Everyone is curious about how you did it. Can you tell me about it?" Xiaoku finally realized why a reporter was looking for him. Yesterday's magic trick seemed to have exploded on the internet. He revealed a soft smile and milked his answer to the crowd. "Those are props from the school. They just look realistic." After saying that, he inquired, "Uncle and Auntie, can you let me pass? I still have to attend class." Looking at the white and cute little boy dressed in dinosaur clothes, the crowd quickly moved out of the way to pass. Only when he returned to his seat did this large group of reporters scatter and leave. Du Zimo poked his arm and reminded him in a low voice, "You have to be careful lately. This group of people sneaking in to take pictures of you are definitely not good people." Xiao Ku nodded seriously. Then he put down his book bag and pulled out his higher mathematics book and flipped through it. For Xiao Ku's strange behavior, Du Zimo had already seen it before. He couldn't understand it anyway and didn't know what Ku was studying. The bell rang for class. Teacher Lu walked into the classroom smilingly, while a teenager followed behind him, looking only 17 or 18 years old. The teenager wore a top hat with a lollipop in his mouth. His figure was thin, his skin was pale white, and he looked soft. However, his look was arrogant, his eyes revealing contempt for everyone. Teacher Lu stood on the podium and announced to the class, "This is the new student in our class. His name is Zhang Nan." Speaking here, Teacher Lu himself felt embarrassed. One didn't know what the principal was thinking, shoving such a big teenager into her hands. Anyway, it was arranged by the principal, she just had to accept the arrangement. "All right, Mr. Zhang will take that seat at the very back first." Zhang Nan swept through the class and found Xiao Ku who was reading a book in the 3rd row, so she walked straight towards him. Xiao Ku sensed someone approaching and raised his head to notice Zhang Nan in front of him. At once, he realized that this big brother seemed to be a martial artist as well, and was even stronger than Uncle Fu. Zhang Nan walked up to him and stiffly squeezed out a smile. Then he continued to take 2 steps backward and pointed at Du Zimo beside Xiao Ku. "You go sit at the back." "Huh?" Du Zimo looked at him in shock, and at the same time looked at the teacher as if seeking help. Teacher Lu was in conflict again. Zhang's indifferent attitude gave her a headache. The key was that she still couldn't afford to mess with him. Seeing the teacher acquiesce, Du Zimo sadly packs up his school bag and his eyes gradually turn red. He had just gotten up when Xiao Ku grabbed him. "You, go sit at the back." Chapter 49. See you tomorrow. Good brother. Xiao Ku frowned and confronted Zhang Nan without the slightest fear. The whole class was taken aback. "I'm afraid this big brother will get angry." "Good." Zhang Nan responded in a nonchalant manner, then walked towards the back. The class was in an uproar. Zhang Nan actually did listen to Xiao Ku and sat in the last row. Seeing that things didn't get out of hand, Teacher Lu breathed a long sigh of relief. "Now every day in class, I have to be afraid. When will this hard life end? Mr. Lu, no one is to be messed with. Broken. I really broke down." The first class finished in a hurry. Zhang Nan has been silently watching Xiao Ku's back at the end. Near the end of class, the language teacher purposely reminded the students that the midterm exam was coming up in a few days, so remember to review more. Xiao Ku put down the Mandarin dictionary and raised his head to float around. Fourth sister had promised before that he would be able to skip a grade and read a higher grade if he scored a perfect score on the midterm exam. He was already looking forward to having the midterm exam soon, and he was sure of getting a perfect score anyway. Classes ended at noon. Xiaoku and Du Zimo went to the cafeteria to eat as usual, but there was someone following them closely behind. When they were eating, they followed, and when they went to the toilet, they followed, always keeping a distance of 3 meters from him. Out of the toilet, Xiaoku's face is suffocating red. He really can't stand it. Back to milk drink. Hey! Can you not follow me? Going to the toilet is still next to me. Jiang Nan stuck his hands in his pockets, glanced at him indifferently, and didn't say anything. This made Xiaoku bulge with anger, and after trying to find a way to get Du Zimo out of the way, he then pulled on Jiang Nan and walked to the gazebo in an unoccupied part of the school. A large and small group of 2 people stared at each other, wide-eyed. The scene was very anxious. Hey! Little Ku was the first to speak, stretching out his chubby little finger to point at him. Are you sent by my second sister? Jiang Nan pulled out his ears and gently nodded his head in acknowledgement. Then can you do the same as Uncle Fu and stay away from me? Don't affect my work. Jiang Nan spoke faintly. This is an order from the general, we are just following it. And I am the only one following you. Us? Aren't you the only one? Xiaoku was momentarily confused about Jiang Nan's meaning. The teenager looked into the distance and pointed in that direction. Xiaoku looked back, only to see 2 men in their 20s watching him not far away. Exploring with his divine sense, he was surprised to find that the strength of these 2 men was similar to that of the black-robed man. Second sister had sent 3 more martial artists to protect herself. His little face drooped, and he would be even less free to do things in the future. Xiaoku was just about to leave when he suddenly turned around and sized up Jiang Nan. That, you tell me what a martial artist is. Jiang Nan's still-as-water expression finally changed. He lightly bit his lips and inquired with a complex expression. Where did you hear about martial artists? Why should I explain it to you? Xiaoku's brain raced, thinking of a suitable excuse. My father said it. He told me several times. I didn't memorize it. Explain it to me. Xiaoku's face didn't turn red, and he directly brought out his father as a shield. Wang Yuehao inside the Wang family villa, suddenly his right eyelid jumped. His heart was not good. It is said that the left eye jumps to wealth, the right eye jumps to disaster. Just now, is it a sign that he should not go out recently? Jiang Nan looked at Xiaoku with a gloomy expression and some skepticism. What greeted him was his innocent and dull smiling face. Ahem. Jiang Nan observed the surroundings, and after realizing that no one was around, he began to explain for him. A martial artist is someone who practices martial arts and cultivation. When he finished speaking, Xiaoku looked at him dumbfounded with his little mouth open. So you are an external strength martial artist. Jiang Nan undeniably nodded his head, while coughing to remind that it was a peak external force martial artist. He was the youngest peak external force martial artist in the frontier barracks, and would soon be able to attempt to impact internal force martial artists. Everyone else said that he was a 1 in a million genius, so it gradually developed his condescending personality. Xiaoku probed out his divine sense to faintly feel it. An external strength martial artist was simply sharpening his physical body, and there was a faint aura in his body, but he couldn't manipulate it either. Looking towards the 2 men in the distance, the aura in their bodies was incredibly thin, but it traveled through their meridians in a regular manner. This should belong to an inner strength martial artist, so was Dad also an inner strength martial artist? The Uncle Fu from before was about a late-stage external force martial artist, and the black-robed man was an internal force martial artist. No wonder. For a moment, Jiang Nan's words seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. What he once did not understand was now finally answered. Thinking of this, Xiaoku turned around with a smile and walked back to his class. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. Why wasn't he shocked at all looking at him like this? He's a 17-year-old genius martial artist. It's fine for you to be surprised. He followed Xiaoku with a black face, comforting himself in his heart. Little kid doesn't understand anything, normal. The 2 returned to the classroom. The class was making a lot of noise. Xiaoku sat back in his seat and took out his cell phone to check the vlog. The top of today's hot search list was still the Magic City birthday banquet, and down the line were some gossip exposés. National treasure pianist Wang Lele terminated the ball tour performance, suspected to return to China. Xiaoku was surprised to find that this name was the same as Sister 8's name. Looking further down, the end of the hot search list aroused his curiosity. Magic City first-grade kids magic show, shocking countless professional magicians. Xiaoku dryly gulped and apprehensively clicked on the hot search video. Sure enough, his video was pushed to the hot search. He nervously looked at the number of likes. 30 million. The number of comments was even higher than 1 million. Could he still keep his vest now? Clicking on the first comment, it was clearly a comment from the national-level magician Tooth. This is not like a magic trick, and the boulder and Dan furnace in the video don't look like props. They are just too realistic. And the little boy didn't have any extra movements when he was performing. The items appeared completely out of thin air. There was also a group of program apes at the bottom who cooperated and said, "The video doesn't have traces of a batch of pictures. This is an actual video, not editing. I have to say, he really makes people have to say, Nyo." Staring at the fruit phone in his hand, Xiaoke's head went numb. Finished, about to be discovered by everyone. Will the scientists arrest me for research.xx? Turning off his cell phone, Xiaoke laid down on the table and closed his eyes. Taking advantage of this effort, he recalled Jiang Nan's words in his mind. Legend has it that martial arts masters can fly flowers and pick leaves to hurt people, pull grass as a sword, and take things from the air. But these things he himself could also do at the late stage of qi refining. Therefore, he was now already more powerful than the legendary martial way patriarch. But Tao Master Idlecloud was clearly a Yuan condensation realm cultivator, so why was the gap so wide? These things were not relevant or important to him. It was better to think about how to bring his family to cultivate. When class was almost over, Teacher Lu joyfully entered to announce things. Tomorrow, due to a large event being held in Magic City, all primary and secondary schools will have a day off, except for high school. At the same time, tomorrow afternoon the teacher will lead all the classes to see the fireworks show. Yeah! The students danced with joy. Not only will they get to eat free cake tomorrow, but they will also get to see a hilarious fireworks show. I'm going to wear the prettiest dress tomorrow. My dad bought me a white princess dress. I'll show you tomorrow. The fireworks display is going to be great. I'll get my brother to go with me then. Amidst the cheers, Ko raised his hand to the teacher. Puzzled, the teacher inquired what he was up to. Teacher, I have an invitation to go backstage tomorrow. Who? The classmates looked envious. I've heard that the person who gets drawn has a generous gift and a chance to appear on stage. Looking to Do Zimo next to him, Xiaoke smiles knowingly and continues. Also, I'm giving Do Zimo a share of my 3 spots, so he can go backstage with me as well. As a large chorus of shocked voices rang out, Do Zimo shook his head incredulously. He froze directly in place, not expecting Ku to give himself a share of the spots. Do Zimo excitedly beamed and kissed Xiaoku, but was mercilessly smacked away by a slap. Sorry, didn't hold back. Xiaoke smiles and retracts his slap, gently patting Do Zimo's shoulder. This afternoon went by very long. Probably because of tomorrow's vacation, the students' minds have already drifted in the direction of home. Ding bell. The school bell rang, and the students in the class hurriedly packed up their school bags and ran out the door. Jiang Nan, who was sitting in the back row, stretched and stood up, lamenting how boring school can be. In the 3rd row of the classroom, Xiaoku and Du Zimo were writing and drawing on paper. Jiang Nan curiously walked up and found an address written crookedly on the paper. This is my house. Ku, are you really coming to pick me up? Du Zimo scratched his head and looked at Wang Xiaoku expectantly. Of course. A gentleman's word is a team of horses. Just wait. For horses to chase what? Ahem. Nothing. Xiaoku folded the address into his book bag and walked out of the school with Jiang Nan. In front of the school, when Xiaoke got on the car, a Maybach in the distance slowly left. Wang Xinru smiled lightly and told the man driving the car. Now, you can announce some hot spots. The more people, the more lively. After hearing this, the man took out his cell phone and dialed. Wang Xinru took off her sunglasses and looked out the car window. See you tomorrow, good brother. Chapter 50 Eve of the Grand Event. After returning to the manor, Xiaoke stepped out of the car with a resigned face. This can make the 2 sisters look at their hearts ache. Their younger brother is aggrieved? Wang Siki adjusted her tone and gently opened her mouth to inquire. What's wrong with your younger brother? Who made you unhappy? Xiaoke intentionally lowered his head downward, and aggrievedly said that the person sent by his second sister had been following him. After saying that, he also purposely emphasized that Jiang Nan had to follow him when he went to the bathroom. The person sent by second sister? The 2 sisters looked at each other, rather embarrassed. If one were to say who was the worst to be messed with in the family, it would definitely be second sister. After all, when she initiated her temper, Even the eldest sister would have to look her in the eye. Seeing that the two sisters didn't speak anymore, Xiao could deliberately squeezed out 2 tears. Chen Hui and Wang Yuehao, who had arrived late, hurriedly picked up their baby son. Noticing their son's aggrieved expression, Wang Yuehao asked the two of them with a stern face what had happened. When Wang Wenya repeated Xiao Ke's words, Wang Yuehao roared in anger. Then let him roll aside. Does my son need such close protection? Next to him, Wang Siki just wanted to step forward to persuade her father, but she was directly interrupted by Wang Yuehao. I declare that they can't affect Xiao Ke's normal life on campus. They are only allowed to follow from afar. I still don't believe that her second girl can rebel against the sky. Look at how aggrieved my precious son is. Wang Yuehao heartbreakingly wiped his son's tears and coaxed him to be happy in a low voice. Wang Siki 2 girls nodded their heads and said yes, immediately called her second sister. The phone was connected, and Wang Siki recapitulated her father's back to her. The woman on the other side of the phone rhythmically tapped the countertop. Without saying a word, she was able to make Wang Siki sweat through the phone. All right, it's up to his old man. A heroic and bright female voice came out from the cell phone, and she hung up after saying that. Wang Siki breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the two didn't argue, otherwise it would have been another battle of the century. Little Ku in his arms blinked his big eyes as he heard his second sister seem to agree. Seeing his plot succeed, he gloated and snickered. Jiang Nan, that heel is finally gone. The family returned to the villa, a rare sitting together on the sofa to watch TV. Xiao Ke told his sister that he wanted to see how the Magic City birthday party was prepared, and did the venue look good. Tomorrow he will go there to play Heart, so looking forward to duck. Wang Siki used the okay gesture to squeeze a meatball on his cheeks and barfed, kissy face, a bite. Afterwards, he opened his cell phone to cast the screen and connected the TV to play the promotional video of the Magic City event. It was the preview of the fireworks show in the big screen, and Xiao Ke watched the TV attentively, only to see a dozen or so cannons quite similar to tanks being pulled out by the workmen. The crew behind them carried out several boxes of rounded shells. Ko frowned. Were the fireworks this big? He looked at the TV and then at his fourth sister's chest. He muttered darkly, it's still not even close. The few staff members in the video were wearing military uniforms and looked valiant. Taking fireworks, loading bombs, lighting them. A set of actions flowed smoothly, and Xiao Ke was mesmerized by it. Suddenly, Wang Yuehao's cell phone rang, and a majestic male voice came from his cell phone. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your ING Italian artillery? Pull it up for me and blast the out of it. When Wang Yuehao hurriedly hung up the phone, the cannons on the TV also happened to fire. The Wang family's crowd sweated. Damn, there was no sense of incongruity. Chen Hui pinched him on the waist and chided. I told you to watch less Sword Bright, but you're so good, you even set up a ringtone? Xiao Ke sat in the center and nuzzled his mouth, watching carefully as the fireworks flew high into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and the fireworks exploded in mid-air. Gorgeous flowers shone brightly in the darkness of the night, and several chrysanthemum-shaped fireworks illuminated heaven and earth as if it were daytime. In a flash, the chrysanthemums exploded again into countless small chrysanthemums, beautiful purple and red, all kinds of flowers. The light decorated the night sky beautifully and gracefully, petals like rain, falling seemingly within reach. Xiao Ke stared blankly at the TV, as if he had already imagined the spectacular scene of 10,000 flowers blooming together. It's so beautiful. It's so nice to see na. Xiao Ke said to himself, his turquoise blue pupils dotted with several colors. Wang Siki smiled lightly and slid down in her cell phone, wanting to watch other videos. Unexpectedly, she slid directly to the next hot search. The video of Xiao Ke being interviewed suddenly appeared on the TV, and the cute dinosaur suit was particularly eye-catching. In the reporter's line of sight, Xiao Ke is short, cute a small group, and there is a fairy atmosphere that other children do not have. Wang Siki was shocked. How is there a video of his younger brother being interviewed, but also topped the hot search? Wang Siki opened the comment section and seriously looked at other people's comments. Father Wang, Mother Wang, and Wang Wenya also stared at the TV curiously. What a cute baby. What color sack do you like? Andy has blue, red, pink, purple. Wow. I declare the little baby to be my goose from now on. I want to have such a cute baby. My son looks like Li Kue. Cheating to have a goose child, right? The faces of the Wang family members became increasingly somber as they looked at Xiao Ku. Xiao He, who had just played outside, returned to the villa. Coming to the dog kennel next to the sofa, it looked at the crowd curiously. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Ku weakly opened his mouth, a bit at a loss for words. The crowd withdrew their gazes and looked up at each other, nodding heavily as if they had made some major decision. Next to the kennel, lying flat, Xiao He looked at the crowd on the field in confusion. Xiao He, no, you guys can still make eye contact? Closing her cell phone cast, Wang Siki resumed her sweet smile. Brother, there's a lot of fun and delicious food waiting for you tomorrow. Xiao Ku blinked his eyes excitedly and hugged his sister tightly happily. Seventh sister is so nice, Little Ku said in a milky voice, his mouth closing in a smile. By the way, there are 3 places in my invitation. I'll give 1 to my best friend, and 2 to seventh sister and fourth sister. Saying that, he purposely reminded his sister to pick up her good friend to go together tomorrow. Wang Wenya, Wang Siki directly sandwiched Xiao Ku in the middle and said with a smile, Yo yo yo, younger brother will love his sister now. After saying that, the 2 women kissed Xiao Ku on both cheeks. This could make Xiao Ku blush with shyness. Her pink face seemed to be able to squeeze out water. But seeing her mom and dad next to her, Xiao Ku felt hurt again. Chun Hui smiled sweetly and said softly, Son, don't worry about mom and dad. The 2 of us also have invitations. Ah! Xiao Ku was at a loss. Why do mom and dad also have it? Did they grab the other kids' invitations? Seeing his brother's strange eyes, Wang Siki coughed lightly and explained for him. Our Wang family is one of the organizers for this event, so we have extra invitations. Wang Siki did not explicitly say that this celebration was actually considered to be organized by the Wang family. Oh so. Xiao Ku wasn't overly skeptical and jumped off the couch on his own. After greeting his family, he was about to go upstairs to cultivate. After all, he was a self-disciplined boy. Before going upstairs, he purposely came to Xiao He. Xiao Ku approached Xiao He's ear and mysteriously told him that he would take you to play tomorrow as well. Oh. Xiao He. No, I can refuse. That fire sound is quite scary, dog. He went to his room and hurriedly locked the door. Downstairs, after Xiao Ku left, the Wang family gathered around to discuss. Are the costumes and everything ready? There can't be any mistakes tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll definitely give my brother a surprise. That said, what is the daughter preparing to give to her brother? Sorry, no comment. You girl. At the same time, the entire Magic City was completely abuzz. Just got the news. Tomorrow, the Queen of Piano, Wang Lele would parachute into the Magic City birthday banquet scene. Several big stars from the entertainment industry would show up in unison to celebrate the mysterious person's birthday. The city's pastry chefs, dressers, makeup artists will collectively serve the banquet tomorrow. The Magic City Military District, the police send a large number of troops to maintain order, fully guaranteeing the personal safety of visitors. Some media have revealed that the mystery person celebrating his birthday is a child. The Magic City fireworks show is expected to burn overhead for 12 hours. Queen of Huaxia Film and Television, Wang Xinru posted late at night that she would be attending the event. Hundreds of media companies rushed to the event overnight, ready to create exclusive hot news. Tonight in Magic City, the dark currents are surging. Chapter 51. Where's my birthday present? The next morning, Xiao Ku had long been excitedly waiting downstairs for his family to come downstairs. Listening to Auntie Lan, who had returned from grocery shopping, she said that there was a lot of activity outside right now. As usual, the people had eaten downstairs. Xiao Ku looked at his family expectantly, his eyes twinkling with little stars, his heart shouting urgently. Why don't you give me a gift duck yet? So looking forward to it. Yesterday he heard Du Zimo say that his family would give birthday presents and wear new clothes on his birthday. There were also toys, snacks, and cakes. Xiao Ku anxiously walked around the hall, wanting to open his mouth to ask and then dismissing the idea. He secretly thought that his family should have sent him a gift by noon blah blah blah. Wang Yuehao eyed his son who was pacing back and forth in the hall suspiciously. He said quietly towards Chun Hui, "What's the son doing? He seems to be in quite a hurry." Chun Hui surveyed for a while and spoke faintly. Maybe he wants to go to the 5th girl's place to play soon. His son was quite excited yesterday. Xiao Ku really couldn't stand it. He walked over to Wang Siki, who was drinking tea, and Wang Wenya, and tried to remind him. Sister, today is Xiao Ku's birthday, right? Wang Siki put down her teacup and spoke with a bland expression. Well, it's today. And then? His heart trembled as he nervously waited for his sister to answer. Wang Wenya suddenly let out an "oh." Xiao Ke thought that his sister understood what he meant and looked at his fourth sister excitedly. Wang Wenya took out a delicate little box from behind her back and handed it to him. Xiao Ke's heart thumped and he smiled in front of the two as he unwrapped the box. As he unwrapped it, he said in a milky voice that his sister was so nice. The box was unwrapped and his smile froze on his face. Collar, collar. Xiao Ke spat out 2 words in a raw voice. Inside the box was quietly placed a collar and a leash. Wang Siki smiled faintly and spoke. This is the dog collar that your fourth sister carefully selected, and I brought Xiao He with me today for fear of him running around. Boom! A bolt from the blue rang through Xiao Ke's heart. His nose soured and he had the urge to shed tears. Was the dog collar the birthday gift his sister gave him? Why couldn't it be something else, even if it was a pleasant wolf doll? Aggrieved, he picked up the collar and leash and took a step towards Blackie. Looking at her brother's disoriented appearance, Wang Siki frowned. Fourth sister, are we doing this right? Wang Wenya withdrew her gaze in an intolerant manner. After all, the surprises are all in the future. And at night, my brother will definitely cheer up. Today, let's make him the happiest and most joyful child in Magic City. Next to the kennel, Xiao He grinned with a mocking expression, not realizing that he was so important in his sister's hearts. Xiao Ke noticed Xiao He's look and became furious. Hey! What's in your eyes, little black? Come with me to the back of the mountain to train. Woof! Xiao He quickly put on a sunny smile and fawningly licked his small hand. Humph! Don't think I didn't see it. Xiao He brother, I was wrong. Finally, 1 person and 1 dog walked out of the villa and went straight to the back garden. Wang Siki worriedly watched her brother leave. Wang Wenya said with a light smile on the side. It seems like brother wasn't unhappy and is still in the mood to walk the dog. Makes sense. In the back garden, Xiao He nervously looked at the fist-pumping Xiao Ku. His legs were shivering and the fear of being dominated yesterday instantly struck. Hehehehe. Xiao He. Don't blame me. I'm doing it for your own good. I'll try to be gentle, oh. Woof. Oh. The mournful wailing sound once again resounded from the backyard. Only this time it was even louder. At noon, Xiao He limped into the villa. Under the 2 women's astonished gazes, Xiao He dove headfirst into the dog kennel, his body shivering. What's wrong with little Blackie? It looks like he's fine too? Wang Wenya was puzzled. I guess only the brother who took Xiao He out knew. Not a moment later, Xiao Ku returned to the villa wearing a bright smile. In the dog kennel, Xiao He noticed him coming back and immediately buried his head in the kennel, facing the crowd with his butt. Xiao He, I'm a dog, but he's really not human. After educating him a bit, Xiao Ke's anger washed away quite a bit. He bounced over to his sister and inquired. Sister, when is the birthday party leaving? I can't wait. Can we leave now? Wang Siki covered her mouth and laughed. If you can't wait, let your fourth sister take you to pick up your best friend first.
Xiao keskiviikko noddet happili.
Arriving at the underground garage, the siblings got into the Rolls-Royce and drove out of the garage first. Behind them, several bodyguards and Jiang Nan's trio drove close behind. A touch of helplessness surfaced on Jiang Nan's arrogant expression. Yesterday, the general personally sent word that he was not allowed to follow Xiao Ke closely in the future. At the same time, he also scolded him and asked him why he had to follow young master even when he went to the toilet. Was he afraid that he would fall into a pit? He really wanted to retort. It was clearly the general himself who ordered him to guard the young master closely, but in the end he blamed himself. On the street of Magic City, the Rolls-Royce Phantom turned left and right and eventually came to an ordinary residential neighborhood. The security guard watching the door was startled and hurriedly opened the garage door. Rolls-Royce he often drove it in his dreams. When he had just calmed down, 2 more Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove up. He didn't sit firmly on his butt and directly fell to the ground. Without thinking about himself, he immediately opened the garage door and let the car inside. Only after the car went in did he realize that he seemed to have fallen on his waist. This is really evil, usually this neighborhood where there is this kind of luxury car. Inside the neighborhood, Wang Wenya looked at the crooked words on the note and was somewhat speechless. He pointed to the numbers on the note and asked, "Brother, is this 4 or 9? Xiao Ku replied affirmatively that it was 4, only Du Zimo's writing was so ugly that it looked like 9. The The bodyguards behind neatly followed the two. The group followed the address to the door of a residence house. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Wenya knocked on the door, and it was Du Zimo's mom who opened the door. She looked confused and asked tentatively, "Who are you looking for?" Xiaoke walked up and spoke. "Pretty auntie, I'm Du Zimo's friend. My name is Wang Xiaoke. I'm here to find him to play." Hearing that they were here to look for her son, Du mother warmly welcomed the crowd inside. She had met Xiaoke before when she sent her son off to school, and she also liked this cute little boy. He was well-behaved and understanding, and his little mouth was also sweet, very pleasing to the eye. Moreover, her son had said yesterday that his classmates were going to pick him up tomorrow to play at the banquet. She had thought it was a joke. As the guests entered, she was slowly dumbfounded. The bodyguards that entered the door were one after another, and in just a few tens of seconds the living room stood a dozen people. The bodyguards were all dressed in suits and were imposing. Du father heard the commotion and walked out of the bedroom in a set of pajamas. He shivered just as he reached the living room. A dozen or so heavily armed bodyguards looked at him in unison, and the point was that the aura was too intimidating. He weakly inquired to his wife, "Wifey, you wouldn't have borrowed from a loan shark recently? Is this to collect a debt?" Wang Wenya noticed the discomfort of the two men and ordered the bodyguards to go downstairs and wait. A large group of bodyguards went out one after another, and the entire living room was empty again. The two exchanged a few words, and Du's father was instantly beaming with joy, so it was his son's friend. It looks like his son's luck is good. The friends he made are quite extraordinary. He went back to his room and called his son, who was watching TV, over, and ran to prepare the fruit plate and tea himself. When Du Zimo heard that Xiaoke was here, he immediately turned off the pig out and hurriedly jogged to the living room. Just after meeting, Du Zimo happily shouted, "Brother Ko, you really came to pick me up?" Wang Wenya glanced at her brother strangely. It's only been such a long time, and Xiaoke has taken in a little brother? Sitting on the sofa, Wang Wenya elegantly sipped his tea. On the contrary, it was the Du family couple who always felt uncomfortable sitting next to her. It couldn't be helped that Wang Wenya was not only delicate and beautiful, her aura was also strong, making the two of them not dare to do as they pleased. Du Zimo and Xiaoke were chatting so much that their mouths couldn't stop discussing what good-looking animated movies there were recently. He also specifically recommended to Xiaoke recently quite hot a pig out. Inside the pig team to protect the forest, and the bad guy Bald Lu Battle of Wits. This attracted the small Ko quite curious. He secretly write down the name, go home to let his sister to find to see for themselves. Without realizing it, it was already lunchtime. Wang Wenya took the lead and spoke. "Let's go out to eat together. Both kids should be hungry." The Du family couple nodded in agreement. The group left the house and arrived at the neighborhood garage. At this moment, Du's father, who had studied cars quite a bit, exclaimed in shock, "Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Cullinan." Noticing his outburst, he laughed awkwardly and dryly. He loved famous cars, so he didn't hold it for a moment. Xiaoke asked his sister suspiciously, "Is this car expensive?" Wang Wenya shook her head and touched his head and said, "It's only less than $10 million. Xiaoke gave a light "Oh, that really wasn't expensive either. The balance in his V-mail could buy two of them." Du father almost vomited blood. "What do you mean, less than 10 million? Just by relying on his salary, saving up for 10 years wouldn't be able to afford this luxury car." Sitting in the car, Wang Siki looked at her brother. "Xiaoke, what do you want to eat for lunch?" "McDonald's." "No way. It's better if I choose it myself." Little Ko beamed. Wang Wenya helplessly fastened her seatbelt, and with a foot of gas, the car drove straight out of the garage. Chapter 52. Immortal Court Plaza. Preparation. New Jianan restaurant. Wang Wenya and his party ordered a private room. The Du family couple was a bit flattered. Just outside they noticed that this restaurant was very upscale. The price list hanging on the signboard clearly stated the minimum spending for the private room, $88.88. This price is worth a few months of their own family's food expenses. Say not heartache, that is false. The waiter entered the door and respectfully handed the menu to Du's father. Du father, who received the menu, looked at the menu and immediately pinched the menu hand are trembling. Steamed emperor lobster, $48.88. Signature Buddha jumps over the wall, $38.88. 8 Immortals Haunted Lohan, $36.66. Mackerel in soup, $28.88. He laughed dryly and handed the menu to Wang Siki, saying that he didn't know what to choose. Wang Siki picked up the menu and looked at it, then said to the waiter, "Bring me all the store's signature dishes." She then asked her brother what he wanted to drink. Xiao Ke didn't even think about it and directly grabbed the answer. Qo Lu. Wang Siki closed both eyes. She couldn't understand why her brother liked Wallace and Coke so much. The waiter took the menu and bowed respectfully and left. The food was brought to the table on a plate, looking luxurious and colorful. Mother Du secretly snapped a photo and sent it to her girlfriend's group, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. After eating and drinking, Xiao Ke saw that there was still a prawn on the table, and he was a little reluctant to waste it. He lifted his shirt and patted his round little belly. Small belly, call small belly, can you still eat prawns? This behavior caused the Du family to laugh, and the two of them looked at Xiao Ku with loving eyes. It had to be said that little Ku was really quite likable. Du Zimo poked his stomach and said in surprise, "As expected of Ku, can you still talk to your stomach?" Xiao Ku nodded confidently and told Du Zimo. His own little belly said he couldn't eat anymore. Wang Wenya guffawed and purposely asked the waiter to pack the lobster. Otherwise her brother might miss it for a day. Walked out of the box and came to the cashier. Du father was quite embarrassed. He was tempted to go and grab the money. After all, others are guests. He was petrified on the spot when the cashier blithely stated the consumption of $37,000. How much? Wang Siki was just about to pay when Xiao Ke tugged on his sleeve from the side. Sister, ZMO is my friend. I have money. I'll pay blah. She gently nodded her head. Her younger brother was getting more and more understanding. Xiao Ke pulled out the Fruit 14 Pro and opened the V-mail balance. A large series of numbers flashed the Du family's head. Du mother swallowed and told her husband. Xiao Ke's balance seems, there are $20 million. How much? In just 20 seconds, it directly shocked him twice. For some reason, his heart suddenly hurt so much that he was dizzy. After paying the money, the group rejoined the car. Looking at the time, Wang Wenya raised his eyebrows and smiled. It was almost time to go to the event site to arrange the follow-up. The sound of engines rang out. The 3 Rolls-Royces headed straight to the Immortal Court Plaza. Immortal Court Hotel Suite. Wang Xinru was excitedly picking out clothes. The clothes she tried on were already scattered in a pile on the bed. On the sofa, a girl dressed in a plain green dress sat on it. Her eyes were clear and bright like stars, and her silver hair hung behind her like a waterfall. She looked at Wang Xinru with a smile on her face. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and even if she didn't move a muscle, one could still feel her dignity and elegance, especially the pair of jade hands, white and slender, as if they were a stunning work of art. Wang Xinru threw down the white dress in her hands in distress and said to the girl behind her, "Eighth sister, don't look at me. Quickly help me pick out the clothes." The tone of the girl sitting on the sofa was very gentle. "Sister Xinru, you look good in anything nah. There's no need to pursue better." Wang Xinru dropped another set of peach-colored princess dress, frowning and spitting. "It's too hard to choose, but we're going to meet with our brother in a while. Lele, aren't you going to change your clothes?" The girl on the sofa was none other than the national treasure pianist Wang Lele. At the same time, she was also Xiao Ke's older sister, ranking 8th in the family, and the youngest of the 8 sisters. "I'm fine with this set, but it's you, sister, who obviously looks good in anything. How come you're not satisfied with any of it?" Indeed, Wang Xinru's appearance was definitely the top of the pyramid in the entertainment industry. The clothes she had just tried on were also all new products of the season's brands, none of which had been put on sale for the time being. But for some reason, none of these outfits had the effect she wanted. Knock, knock. The door to the suite was knocked on, and Wang Xinru's assistant's voice came from outside the door. "Miss, your clothes have arrived." Wang Xinru was overjoyed and hurriedly opened the door of the room to receive the box in her assistant's hands. Wang Lele inquired curiously, "Sister Xinru, where are these clothes from?" Wang Xinru smiled sweetly and told her mysteriously, "This is the clothing that third sister personally designed for me. It said that this is one of his most satisfying designs, and it can definitely amaze other people's eyeballs." Hearing this, Wang Lele was relieved. Third sister was the world's top clothing designer, single-handedly founding the FD Tide brand, and was even known as the leader of the trend. Clothes that she personally designed would definitely not be bad. Wang Xinru opened the box. Inside lay a small and large exquisite gift box. On the gift boxes, 2 names were written on them.
Wang Xinru. Vanxiao keskiviikko.
Wang Xinru smiled and trembled. I didn't think that the third sister had even prepared her brother's costume. Wang Lele turned her head to look out the window. Immediately, the Magic City Fest is about to begin yet. On the other side, Xiao Ku and his group arrived at the Immortal Court Square by car. Before this, the Immortal Court Square was just a large open space, where many ants came to square dance every day. There were also a lot of vendors setting up stalls, teenagers playing roller skates. A month ago, the government suddenly announced that it would temporarily occupy and build a venue. The Xianting Plaza is now a brand new place. A giant stage was built in the center of the open space, which came with a giant screen as well as sound and other facilities. Various ambient lights were also neatly installed in various parts of the square, ensuring that there were absolutely no dead corners. Behind the stage is a sizable office building, while the top floor is equipped with transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. It is just enough to get a glimpse of the whole square and the stage. In order to ensure that more people can see the stage, so the construction team purposely built a circle-shaped bleachers around the square, layer by layer upward. Even though it was still daytime, there were already thousands of people sparsely sitting on the bleachers waiting. The crowds had come early to take up the best viewing spots in order to witness the grand fireworks show. The Rolls-Royce parked at the guardrail, and immediately a guard came to remind them. "Hello, miss. Parking is prohibited within the event area. Please understand." Wang Wenya nodded her head silently, and the group of people got out of the car obediently. Looking at the wide and majestic plaza stage, Xiao Ku and Du Zimo bounced around excitedly. If it wasn't for his sister being here, Xiao Ku would definitely want to spread his legs and run wildly around the plaza for a while. Wang Siki handed the car keys to the bodyguard and led her younger brother slowly into the plaza, with the three members of the Du family following closely behind. Xiao Ku was looking around the square, smiling and lively as he walked and jumped. When he came to the office building behind the stage, there were actually hundreds of people surrounding the entrance. Xiao Ku saw at a glance the family members standing at the door, and Xiao He who was being held. He ran over to be picked up by Wang Yuehao and leaned on his shoulder. The seventh sister and mother smiled gently, their eyes full of doting. Wang Wenya approached the crowd and softly inquired, "Can we go in now? I'm still waiting to dress up." Wang Yuehao nodded his head, while looking at the three members of the Du family on the side, somewhat puzzled. The heart of Du's father, who was stared at by Wang Yuehao, trembled. He could feel that the man in front of him was unfathomable, and his eyes were as sharp as eagles. What kind of family is this? After Wang Wenya's explanation, the Wang family greeted them amiably. Du Zimo hid behind his dad and looked at Xiao He with fear. "Brother Ku, is this your family's dog? Will it bite?" Du Zimo said bitterly towards Xiao Ku. The big white dog in front of him was about the same height as him and looked ferocious. Especially that mouth, it could immediately stuff down his head. Xiao Ku waved his hand confidently. "Don't worry. My Xiao He is well-behaved and obedient." The corners of the Du family's mouth twitched. Why would a good white dog be called Xiao He? Xiao He, naming is a gift. Jinwu, +1, I was almost named Xiao Bai. Let's go in first." The Du family's parents spoke with difficulty. "We don't have an invitation. My family Zimo can just go in with you guys. Let's go sit in the stands." Wang Siki softly explained to the two. "We have extra invitations. You guys are the parents of Xiao Ku's friends, so you are your own people." The Du family thanked the crowd gratefully. The group approached the entrance and lined up to enter the office building. At the front, security scrutinized each invitation. "Sister, why are their invitations different from Xiao Ku's?" Xiao Ku curiously gazed at the invitations in the hands of the people in line in front of him. The invitations they were holding were all silver white, while the one in his own hand was gold-colored. Wang Wenya bent his eyes and said close to his ear, "That's because brother's invitation is awesome-o." Ha! Soon, Xiao Ku and his party arrived at the door. He stood in the first place and nervously handed the golden invitation to the security. The security guard who received the invitation's pupils shrunk slightly and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie to report. "Reporting director, the people have arrived." Chapter 53, cluelessly walking onto the stage. The security had just put down the walkie-talkie when a large group of tall female attendants quickly gathered at the entrance. A well-mannered middle-aged man walked quickly to the door and warmly welcomed the Wang family crowd. Xiao Ku entered the building with such a dumbfounded look on his face. The crowd outside the door with invitations in hand murmured, not understanding why the security was welcoming them with such pomp and circumstance. A woman with a child sneered. "Oh hey, how do you security do it? Such a big dog put in there not afraid of biting someone? Xiao Hei, who did I bite?" Xiao Hei innocently lying shot. The middle-aged man always wore a one-su smile, looking very kind. "This lady, please rest assured. If anything happens, we are fully responsible to the end." All right, cut the crap." The woman still wanted to open her mouth, but was stopped by her husband at the side. The middle-aged man squatted down and inquired towards Xiaoku. "You are young master Xiaoku, right?" Xiaoku looked back at his family and nodded yes. The middle-aged man beckoned for two waitresses and softly ordered a few words. The female waitress walked towards Xiaoku and spoke crisply. "Young master, come with us to the changing room first." Wang Siki also went up to her brother and told him. "Every kid has to change into new clothes, but they're going to be on stage in a while." Little Ku asked suspiciously. "Didn't we come here to eat cake and watch fireworks? Why do we have to go on stage?" Wang Wenya also came up to explain. "Wear nice clothes to go on stage and walk around. Then you can receive the mystery gift of the banquet." He thought back for a moment, as if the invitation had mentioned that the child who was drawn had a mystery prize. Seeing that both sisters said so, Xiaoku also became curious about the mystery prize. In the end, Xiaoku obediently followed the two attendants into the elevator. Wang Siki and Wang Wenya looked at each other and smiled. The plan was successful and it was up to Shinru next. Chun Hui turned back to remind the Du family trio. On the top floor there is a dining place and viewing area with an excellent view. If there is anything you can always find us. After saying that, the four members of the Wang family took Xiao Hei with them and left in the elevator as well. The Du family couple breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling the pressure plummet. Then, the two brought Du Zimo in the elevator straight to the top floor. Third floor. The waitress brought Xiao Ku into a spacious room. There were a dozen people standing neatly in the room, and when they saw the three of them push open the door to the room, they immediately saluted respectfully. "Good day, young master." Hello you guys." Seeing this scene, Xiao Ku was nervous and didn't know what to continue saying. The waitress nodded towards the crowd, then closed the room door and left. Immediately, a fashionable young girl in the crowd walked up to Xiao Ku and reminded him. "Young master, let's put on our makeup first." "Ah? I don't want to." Xiao Ku immediately shook his head and refused. He thought that putting on makeup was something only girls did. He was obviously a boy. That young girl explained with difficulty that this was the young master's sister's request, and she didn't dare to disobey. "All right, W." Xiao Ku was reluctantly brought to the makeup table. At this moment he suddenly regretted coming here a little. The makeup artist stared at his face in heartfelt admiration. "Young master's skin is too good. Even without makeup it's perfect, especially these big eyes. The nose, too cute." Xiao Ku twisted his head around to look at her pitifully. "Then can I not wear makeup?" At this moment, the makeup artist's heart was turned over with adorableness. The closer one got to little Ku, the more one felt that his appearance was adorable and delicate, like a little fairy child. "No, let's just draw a light makeup shallowly." After a lot of tossing and turning, Xiao Ku was sleepy under the makeup artist's skillful techniques. Young master?" Xiao Ku blinked sleepily and looked towards herself in the mirror. It seems there wasn't much of a change. The makeup artist only wanted to say that the young master's face was absolutely perfect, and the makeup only served to embellish it. "Is it over, sis? Can I go eat cake now?" The makeup artist was first stunned, then told him smilingly. "It's not over yet, young master. Next there are still hair styling, changing clothes, and choosing jewelry." Hearing that there were so many more items, Xiao Ku wanted to cry. He really regretted coming here. The makeup artist made a look and immediately two people walked out the door. Not long after, the two men entered the room pushing a cart full of various cakes. "Don't worry, young master. There are plenty of cakes here, enough to fill you up." Looking at the cart of exquisite cupcakes, tears of happiness drool flowed from the corners of Xiao Ku's mouth. With the cupcakes with him, he could still hold on. On the top floor, Du Zimo had long been immersed in the happy pile of desserts, quickly stuffing creamy cakes into his mouth. He silently thought of Xiao Ku in his heart. "Ku, come on. It's just too delicious. I can't eat it alone." The Du family couple lost their voices and laughed. "Zmo, eat slowly. There's still more." Time passed by in a hurry, and in a flash, it came to evening. and the magic city was slowly engulfed in darkness. At this time, the stage had already put on the warm-up song. The dynamic beats, paired with the gorgeous ambient lights, made people excited. On the bleachers, the black crowd sat close to each other, waiting excitedly. Today's birthday banquet was too special and grand, and there were still a lot of unknowns. It was because of the unknowns that made this banquet all the more interesting. The police and military personnel, temporarily disguised as security personnel, were as busy as little bees. The row closest to the stage had long been occupied by the major media earlier. They all smelled the scent of the heavy hitters, and getting the breaking news was getting a large amount of money. Du Zimo's father looked outward and only felt his scalp tingle. He said in his heart, "There must be more than 100,000 people here." The crowd at the bottom surrounded the stage, and I'm afraid that if you fall in, it will be hard to squeeze out again. Gorgeous ambient lights gently swept through the crowd, mapping out a smiling face. Rumble. In the sky above the square, several helicopters flew in from all directions at the same time, each with banners hanging from them. The attention of the sea of people was all drawn over. Was this the opening ceremony of the rich man's birthday banquet? Wow, hubby, those two are powder airplanes. Che, what's so surprising? I have 2 airplanes for Peace Nwan too. Look at the words. A 6-year-old child looks like a fresh flower. Laughter adds to the years. So, it's a birthday party for 6-year-olds? Hiss. The crowd under the stage was abuzz with people taking out their cell phones to take pictures and record them. Suddenly, all the lights went out, and the entire square became pitch black. Hello everyone. I am Lu Qinglan. A deep male voice rang out from the stereo, extremely magnetic. A beam of light suddenly hit the center of the stage, and the ambient lights were turned on. Today, as the opener, I'm specially celebrating my friend's brother's birthday, and at the same time, I wish the children who are celebrating their birthdays today. Lu Qing.
Lang. Lu King Lang.
Wow, hubby. My husband is here. The stage instantly erupted in exclamations of surprise as countless girls shouted out his name. He was a popular male artist in the entertainment industry and had over 20 million fans. Lu Qinglan's figure was zoomed into the big screen, his handsome face perfectly displayed on the screen. Next, I'll deliver my song for everyone. Soft music emanated from the stereo, and with his unique low magnetic voice instantly made countless girls scream like crazy. Behind the stage, Xiaoke stood dumbfounded behind the group of children, somewhat at a loss for words. The children standing next to him were all dressed in uniform, with black robes on top and plain white pants on the bottom. Only he looked out of place. After he was well dressed, he was sent here. What to do next? Xiaoke, what did you put me here for? Why don't you remind Duck? On the stage, Lu Qinglan finished her song, and the stage instantly resounded with warm applause. The cheers echoed in the square for a long time, enough to see the enthusiasm of the crowd. He smiled faintly and said, 1,000 lucky children have been randomly selected for this event. Let's have the children come on stage. Crunch. Xiaoke saw from afar that the door leading to the stage opened, and all the children walked onto the stage in good order. He froze for a moment and also tiptoed to follow the large group. On the stage, several spotlights swept back and forth over the children. Ko walked onto the stage in last place. Wow! Arriving at the stage, he looked down in surprise. The entire stage was surrounded by countless people in a black mass. He had never seen so many people, nor had he ever been watched by so many people. A slight feeling of dizziness and leg weakness struck him, and his spiritual energy slightly revolved, immediately dissolving the discomfort. Watching the other children circling around the stage, he also tigerishly followed the formation. Ha! The crowd realized that there was a little boy in the group of children who looked out of place with the other children. While everyone else was in black and white, he was wearing a green and white costume. From a long distance away, the crowd couldn't see his face, but the figure gave off a feeling of aura. Lu Qinglan saw the right moment and shouted into the microphone. Stop! Chapter 54. Wang Xinru, Wang Lele. All the children immediately stopped in their tracks, and Xiaoku almost didn't react to bumping into the person in front of him. The crowd in the stands giggled at his adorable figure. The screen image returned to Lu Qinglan. He explained to the crowd, "These children are the lucky children we drew, and we've specially rewarded each child with $100,000, as well as exquisite gifts." The audience under the stage burst out in shock. This behind-the-scenes boss handiwork was too big, right? This added up to 100 million. Some people were filled with envy, but it was a pity that the children on the stage were not themselves. Why wasn't I born 10 years later? That's $100,000. It's not your turn to be born 20 years late. Can you guarantee you'll be born on October 9th? Die laughing. Wouldn't the laborer let my mom have an early C-section? Coaxing the hall to great filial piety now. Family members, this is a filial son. There was a lot of talk in the sea of people. Lu Qinglan looked at the stage and picked up the microphone to quickly speak. Southeast, northwest, and north. In a flash, thousands of children scattered in all directions and quickly rushed back to the back of the stage. The formation was well organized, and every child ran very fast, as if they had been trained. While Xiao Ku was flabbergasted, he was the only one left of the 1,000 children walking on the stage. The audience below the stage also stared blankly at the stage. What's going on here? When he realized that tens of thousands of people were watching him, he lifted up his robe and tiptoed to the back of the stage. Ko was running like a goose, only the robe was too long. As he was about to run to the back door of the stage, with a creak, the door closed. Xiao Ku looked accusingly at the closed door. He had just wanted to use his spiritual energy to fly in, but he was afraid of being exposed in front of so many people. What now? Where are the sisters? On the stands, the crowd looked at the little boy with interest, and there were people covering their mouths and snickering. Lu Qinglan took the microphone and said, "What's the matter, little cutie? Fallen alone?" Little Ku turned around and nodded. He scanned around, trying to find his sister in the crowd. Boom! Several spotlights all hit the tiny figure on the stage while the big screen projected him. Wow! Seeing the boy in the big screen, everyone was severely stunned. A long white shirt hung down softly, while a strip of greenish-white robe was draped behind him, and the black boots under his feet were decorated with gold silk. The boy's hair was coiled into a ball and fixed with a blood-red jade hairpin. Looking closely at his robe, a black belt was tied around his waist, embellished with star points made of pure gold. The boy's face was shown magnified on a large screen. A pair of large turquoise blue eyes, in which endless stars seemed to flow, and his skin was so white and soft and bouncy that it seemed to be blowable. A small cherry-like mouth hung under a tall, small nose, and the ears on both sides were like cotton balls. Paired with various decorations and a spiritual temperament, he seemed to be a fairy child from the 9 heavens. Thump, 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 thump. The square of over 100,000 people temporarily fell into silence, and people could only hear the beating of their own hearts. Xiao Ku's eyebrows arched in a frown, not knowing why so many people were staring at him. Under the stage, with one person exclaiming in shock, the entire square also boiled over with loud conversations. Wow! Little fairy boy. Whose fairy boy is this? I want the same type of baby. Sister's heart is struck. Hubby, why don't we find a way to abduct him later? I want to keep him. Is he the little kid who did magic last time? I seem to have seen him several times in the hot search. No way. I declare that he will be my precious goose child from now on. I am his mommy fan. Then I'm his daddy fan. Huh. Why is it a bit weird? On the stage, Lu Qinglan signaled everyone to be quiet, while asking the staff to bring a pair of earphones to put on Xiao Ku's ears. After that, Lu Qinglan gently opened her mouth. Little brother, who are you? Little Ku picked at his little hands and said in a milky voice to everyone, My name is Wang Xiao Ku. I just turned 6 today. Lu Qinglan said with a smile, facing the stands. Wang Xiao Ku. Does everyone say he's cute? The sea of people in the stands quickly chanted cute, and that voice was even louder than just now. It had to be said that Lu Qinglan's ability to control the scene was still quite strong, and only then did Wang Xinru feel relieved to let him take the lead. Lu Qinglan turned back and smiled at Xiao Ku. It seems like everyone loves Xiao Ku. Are you going to be 6 years old today? Little Ku nodded, his head thinking about how to get out of the situation and go to his family. Lu Qinglan saw that the time was almost right, so he walked over and took the initiative to hold Little Ku's chubby little hand. Then you stay on the stage with your brother first, and I'll let the others wish you a happy birthday. Okay? Little Ku looked up at Lu Qinglan and nodded his head to say yes. He couldn't just fly down anyway, so he just stood on the stage as a mascot. Lu Qinglan said mysteriously towards the crowd. Actually, I'm not the only one who came to congratulate you today. Oh, everyone guess who's there? The sea of people boiled up again. Could those hot searches be true? There are other big celebrities arriving. A dynamic melody played, and the back door of the stage opened again. A rather delicate girl walked onto the stage as the smoke rose. Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Inger. The sweet voice rang out, causing the sea of people to gasp once again. 27 million fans on Weibo. One of the 4 little flower girls. Huang Inger. Inger is really here. Quick, quick, quick. Lighted signs up. At the same time, the media immediately started taking pictures and writing articles to send back to the headquarters. Creak. The stage door opened again. This time, 3 girls with tall figures and delicate faces walked out in a row. Hello, everyone. I'm Du Shu Qi. Hello, everyone. I'm Xia Qianga. Hello, everyone. I'm in Nanyu. The 3 girls took the initiative to stand beside Huang Inger as soon as they stepped onto the stage and greeted the crowd. The chants in the sea of people intensified. Cell phones turned on their flashes and kept waving them, and some even held up lighted signs.
哇哇哇！我的妈呀！4小花旦齐聚舞台。
My God. Who on earth can invite so many big stars to stand on the stage? At the side of the stage, hundreds of media were busy and sweating. All get faster. Give me a good shot. The scripts and hot searches are edited in a hurry. We must scramble for time now. Get the earliest hot searches and we'll be the first to explode. Dozens of media executives anxiously urged their own teams. The crowd was so anxious that they were drenched in sweat. At this point, they were like donkeys in a production team. Lu Qinglan's voice once again came from the stereo. Don't be anxious, everyone. There are still a few friends who haven't met with you yet. Boom! The stage sprayed brilliant sparks, and the stage door was opened once again. 2 male figures gradually emerged into the crowd's line of sight. Hello, everyone. I'm your good friend Ji Luochuan. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Yangyang. The surprised spectators sitting at the end of the stands gradually went numb. These star big shots were usually hard to see, and today they seemed to have fallen out of the star's nest. Ji Luochuan, Wang Yangyang? The media was also surprised. Not only did these two have a huge amount of fans, but they were hard to invite. In private, they rarely hear about them, and they are all real screen gods. Quickly give me a close-up. Camera does not smoke. You will be photographed to death. 7 stars, gathered together. Xiao Ku was a bit lost in thought, always feeling that something was strange. Boom, boom. 2 fireworks flew into the air from both sides of the stage, blossoming into colorful shooting stars. The entire stage trembled steeply for a moment, and then a light female voice came from the sound. Xiao Ku scanned the 7 people and realized that no one had opened their mouths to sing.
Jade.
In the center of the stage, a large circular hole slowly opened in the empty space. Under everyone's gaze, a circular platform slowly rose, and a thick fog enveloped it. Xiao Ku stared at the circular platform suspiciously. In the smoke, 2 figures with their backs to him loomed. Steeply, the sound of a gentle piano spread out in the square. The gentle notes brushed through the sea of people, and the ethereal song hummed along. In a flash, everyone was immersed in this beautiful music. Closing their eyes, it was as if the crowd could see an exalted woman dancing under the snow. A cold moon in the sky reflected on her graceful figure, but the moonlight could only spill onto the thin veil in front of her. Wang Leilei's hands struck one of the keys, and the piano tone gradually became lighter and faster. On the bleachers, the crowd with closed eyes raised the corners of their mouths in time with the sound. The graceful woman in her mind came under the dead tree, drank a small sip of spirits, and drew a soft sword from her waist. Under the moonlight, the woman elegantly danced with the long sword. The change of various moves was wonderful. The piano stops, the song falls. The sea of people erupted into a mountain of cheers and applause. As the smoke cleared, 2 beautiful figures slowly emerged, and their appearance appeared on the screen. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Xinru. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Leilei. Xiao Ku tilted her head. These 2 names she had heard from her 7th sister. It seemed like the names of her other 2 sisters. Chapter 55. This banquet is for me, Wang Xinru, the queen of Chinese film and television, and her fanbase is even as high as 60 million. Our Leilei is the world's national treasure pianist. I didn't expect her to come to Magic City. Wang Xinru really came. My wife, love tiger oil. Xinru baby, please accept my kiss, Muamua. Wang Leilei, I'm your fan. I got into vocational college from high school by listening to your songs. Get lost. Don't discredit our piano goddess. Leilei is the best. The sea of people cheered wildly, and some were even so excited that they became dizzy and were directly carried on a stretcher and sent out of the square. Wang Xinru was dressed in a white dress, while Wang Lele was dressed in a green Chinese dress. Both appearance are sweet and beautiful, but the temperament is very different. Wang Xianru was sweet and elegant, and in this white dress, she looked like a fairy. Coupled with her skin is already white and tender, there is more of an unassuming temperament. Wang Lele was elegant and dignified at all times, looking gentle and quiet. It gave people a feeling of a small family. Wang Lele stood up and walked beside Wang Xinru. The cheers of the crowd did not tend to diminish at all, and more people were urgently carried out of the square. Wang Xinru looked at Xiaoku, who was not far away and could not stop smiling. In this grand occasion, she was finally going to recognize her brother. Lu Qinglan had already opened his mouth several times to the crowd. Don't get excited, quiet down first. Nay, no one listened to the advice. The crowd only focused on the queen of film and television, and the national treasure pianist. This made him quite embarrassed, but his own curiosity was really too much inferior to the two. After a while, Wang Xinru waved and bowed in all directions. She then took a deep breath and lightly opened her red lips and said, "Friends, thank you all for coming to our Wang family's birthday banquet event." Wang Lele also politely thanked the crowd. These words confused the crowd. Why did they say it was the Wang family's birthday banquet event? As if to confirm everyone's suspicions, Wang Xinru said with a smile on her face, "Today is my family brother's 6th birthday." Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted. When did Xinru's wife get a younger brother? You fake fan. 2 months ago, my Xinru's wife announced that she was giving up her new Hollywood movie shoot for my brother-in-law. Yo. When did it become your brother-in-law? Xiaoku, standing in the corner, was a bit puzzled. Are these two his sister? Wang Xinru scanned the sea of people and then looked towards Xiaoku in the corner. With 4 eyes, Xiaoku was surprised to find that this sister's eyes seemed very gentle. Brother. Wang Xinru and Wang Lele simultaneously looked towards Xiaoku in the corner. Huh. Xiaoku touched his forehead and said in a milky voice, "You are my sister." Wang Xinru slowly spoke. "Of course, little Ku. Both Lele and I are your sister. Quickly come to your sister." Wow, the whole room was in an uproar. What? Wang Xinru and Wang Lele are real sisters. Why haven't I heard about it? What? That little boy is the younger brother of the two. What? The little boy didn't know they were his sisters. What? He's my brother-in-law. For a while, the crowd's brains were all on overload. Audience A. Scalp is a little itchy, like I'm gonna grow a brain. Audience B. ABA. The media beside the stage were frantically tapping words and taking pictures. Their hands were almost exhausted, and they wrote one hot search after another. Learning that the two were his sisters, Xiaoku happily ran to the side of the two. Looking at the cute and adorable younger brother, the two women tenderly held his small hands left and right. At this moment, Wang Xinru felt that time just stood still here as well. Holding her brother's small hand, the warm touch constantly reminded her that this was not a dream. Lu Qinglan finally had a chance to interject. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone may be a little confused as to why little brother doesn't recognize Sister Xinru. Next, I will answer for you all." After his words, the picture on the big screen on the stage suddenly disappeared, and after flickering a bit more, a video was played. Our younger brother, Wang Xiaoku, was accidentally lost 5 years ago. Wang Wenya's voice came out from the video, with a somewhat soft tone. The younger brother was taken in by a kind grandfather, and although that grandfather's life was already hard, he still chose to raise this baby. In the blink of an eye, the younger brother was 4 years old, and that grandfather also suffered from liver cancer. In life, my brother and my grandfather depended on each other. Whenever there was something delicious and fun to eat, my grandfather would give it to Ko first. Grandpa is very old and relies on collecting junk to support the two of them. He works hard every day, just to let his brother have a better life and grow up. Bad luck picks on bitter people. When my brother was 4.5 years old, my grandfather died of terminal cancer, leaving my brother behind. After his grandfather left, his brother should have been sent to an orphanage. But he had heard his grandfather say during his lifetime that Ko had a family. He just hadn't found him yet. Unnoticed by the police, he sneaks out onto the streets to live a life of wandering and begging. While wandering, he expects to find his family. The place where his brother lives has also been moved to under a dilapidated bridge. The quilt spread on the ground was his bed, and the quilt was a green coat that others did not want. Long-term malnutrition caused the younger brother to be thin and weak at that time. During this year of wandering, the younger brother suffered a lot of cynicism and aggression. If it wasn't for a woman who bullied Xiaoku and just happened to sell his brother's personal jade pendant, we wouldn't have found him so quickly. When the family found his brother, he was still too inferior to get into the car, and he didn't want to waste food. The big screen kept scrolling and a dozen photos cycled through. Among them were the tattered quilt under the bridge hole, Xiaoku's precious money box, and a photo of him begging on the street. Wang Xinru, the storyteller, choked up a few times, holding back tears to finish the story. When the video was finished, the crowd in the stands were already sobbing uncontrollably. Men and women, young and old, all looked at the boy on the stage with heartache. At an age when he should be happy and carefree, he could only live in the dimly lit sewers of Magic City. The emotional men and women burst into tears, and their hearts felt like they had been pierced by sharp blades. Wang Xinru couldn't help but shed tears whenever she saw the video. Two streams were now hanging from her delicate face. Seeing his sister in tears, Xiaoku was a bit at a loss for words. His little hand raised and lowered and then raised again. He pulled on his sister's sleeve. Wang Xinru leaned down and inquired in a slightly trembling tone. "What's wrong, brother?" Xiaoku extended his sleeve and wiped the tears from his sister's face. "Sister, don't be sad. Xiaoku is very happy now, and sister also loves Xiaoku. I'm very happy, ah." Saying that, he revealed a warm and cute smile that was very healing. Since the two of them were hooked up to earphones, the voice of the words once again spread through the stereo in the plaza.
呜呜，小柯好惨，小柯好乖啊。
Can't really strain myself, family, heart ba pain. Bullying Xiaoku's people, oh no. Bullying Xiaoku's is simply. In the future, I want to properly protect Xiaoku. I want to be Xiaoku's mom fan. Xiaoku is our baby. We'll guard him in the future. Wang Xinru snorted and rubbed her brother's head. Standing up, she wiped away her tears and shouted to the crowd on the stage. "Little Ku, it's my Wang Xinru's brother. He is the treasure of our Wang family. We will do our best to guard him." These words were rich in deep meaning, like a self-assurance and a warning. Wang Lele said intimately to her brother. "Today, my brother is celebrating his birthday. Guess what my sister has prepared for you." "Ah, is this birthday party prepared for me?" Xiaoku's dumbfounded words made people go from crying to laughing. The crowd cried out in their hearts. "Little cutie, who else could this be prepared for if not for you?" After seeing his sister's affirmative nod, Xiaoku exclaimed in shock. "So this is the birthday party that belongs to him? Is this the legendary surprise?" Wang Xinru gathered her mood and spoke faintly. "Come up." At the back door of the stage, several ceremonial ladies walked up to the stage with gift boxes and came in front of Xiaoku. Wang Xinru let him open it himself. With an excited mood, Xiaoku opened all the gift boxes in one breath. The big screen gave a close-up of the gifts, once again causing amazement. The first box held a white gold necklace with a pigeon egg-sized blue diamond. The second box held an exquisite ring, made of white gold and studded with many broken diamonds that sparkled in the light. Inside the third box, a white gold bracelet similar to it was placed. The eyes of the crowd were glittering. "Damn, this putrid smell of money." Xiaoku's eyes were wide open. "This thing is so shiny, nah. Buring. Wang Lele narrowed her eyes and coughed gently into the microphone. "Brother, come and take a look at Sister Lele's gift. It's definitely better than your sister Xinru's." Xiaoku looked back at his eighth sister expectantly.
Xiao Keskivico.
Chapter 56. The four daughters of the Wang family pouring out their talents. Wang Lele softly spoke into the earpiece. "Release it." At the back of the stage, the staff heard the voice and quickly lit a firework. Whoosh! The firework shot straight up into the sky, and the exploding sparks formed the likeness of a helicopter. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crowd looked to the sky in confusion, and then to the few people on the stage. Xiaoku was originally looking forward to it as well, but after a while, it seemed like nothing had happened. "Sister, is the gift you gave Xiaoku fireworks?" Wang Lele hung a gentle smile as she shook her head. Then, she pointed to the sky with her scallion finger. Xiaoku looked along, and the people in the stands also looked at the sky curiously. Rumble. 2 black helicopters flew in from the distance. The helicopters were engraved with Wang Xiaoku's name, and they kept circling over the square. These are the 2 helicopters that sister sent you. Wow. This time, except for Wang Xinru, Wang Lele and the 2 of them, the rest of them all opened their mouths wide. Birthday giving an airplane. This gift was really luxurious. The crowd on the stands already didn't want to open their mouths. The word envy had been said long ago. Xiaoke cheered excitedly, making the 2 girls giggle. Sister, is this a small airplane for me? Yeah, from now on they'll be your private helicopters. I'll have someone send them to the Wang family tarmac later. Then, can I name him then? Wang Lele smiled and nodded, letting him do as he pleased. He smiled and pointed to one of the helicopters. This one will be called Little Ku Number 1. That one will be called Little Ku Number 2. In an instant, Wang Lele was petrified on the spot. A picture suddenly surfaced in her mind. On the tarmac, the helicopter pilot shouted, Little Ku Number 2, prepare to land. Wang Lele shook her head and discouraged Xiaoke. Brother, the name, start it later. On the stands, the crowd laughed. Xiaoke Number 2 is ready to take off. Ha ha ha. Holy. This name rings a bell. Don't do it next time. I admit I goosey. Really don't have a talent for naming things. Xiaoke nodded his head to his 8 sisters and said yes. He had already decided on the name anyway. Brother. Another clear female voice rang out. Smoke erupted from the back door of the stage, and 2 slender figures slowly walked out from it. The sea of people searched for the sound, and Xiaoke also looked back happily as he heard the voice of the 7th sister. 2 women with delicate faces and outstanding temperament walked into everyone's view. Wang Wenya's outfit was very energetic, and coupled with the fact that she was already very capitalized, she looked extremely hot. In comparison, Wang Siki's outfit was very low-key. She only wore a black dress and matched it with a variety of accessories as her outfit. However, the ice-cold aura emanating from its body seemed as if it could reject people from 1,000 miles away. Sister, Xiaoke called out to the 2 with a smile. Sister? The crowd on the stands tingled all over. This little guy had 4 sisters. The 4 sisters smiled at each other and surrounded Xiaoke in the center. The crowd murmured. Hiss, that woman seems to be Wang Siki, who is often on the list of Financial Weekly. Wang Xiaoke Wang. Siki Wang. The crowd looked at each other as if they had discovered something extraordinary. That beauty is Wang Wenya, president of the International Education Center. I'll go. Wang Xinru has so many other sisters. Why was there no news before? Bolt Q. I haven't heard that Wang Lele has so many family members either. When did Iceberg President Wang Siki have sisters? In fact, before this, the Wang sisters were all developing on their own and didn't often return home for reunions. The most chatting they did was to use their cell phones to send messages in the group to exchange information. The outside world knew very little about the relationship between the sisters. The 4 daughters of the Wang family, the country, the aura is full. In comparison, the 4 little flower girls of the entertainment industry could only be reduced to a companion. From the identity, face value, body, and temperament, the 4 women were all downgraded blows to them. Wang Wenya opened her mouth in a mysterious manner. Brother, do you want a gift from your sister? Xiaoke nodded repeatedly, and Wang Wenya leaned down to poke his cheek. He obediently went up and barfed, teasing the 4 women. At the back door of the stage, a cart was brought onto the stage. The cart was covered by a red cloth, making it look rather mysterious. After getting a signal from her sister, Xiaoke slowly pulled off the red cloth. At once, a humanoid figurine appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The statue was carved according to Xiaoke's appearance, and its material was made of pure gold, making it look extremely luxurious. Xiaoke joyfully touched at the statue. His heart had long been happy. Wang Siki coldly mocked. Just a gold statue. I thought how golden your gift was. The crowd on the stands gritted their teeth and a nameless flame rose in their hearts. What do you mean it's just a golden statue? It's still not precious. Wang Siki seemed to have prepared for this, directly taking out a contract from her pocket, as well as a bank card. I don't have anything to give away. Just give 10% of my company's shares to my little brother. There's $1 billion in this card, and the money from the future share will automatically be credited into younger brother's card. Sister has nothing else but money. Gulp. A sound of gulping resounded in the square. How much? 1 billion. 10% of Wang Group's shares. A year's share would be hundreds of millions, right? Hundreds of millions? Who are you looking down on? That's the Wang Group, the top enterprise in Magic City. I'm not looking for anything, as long as I can be Xiao Ke's brother-in-law. All I can say is, toads want to eat swan farts. At this moment, Xiao Ke felt like a dream. So happy. Wang Xinru bent her eyes and softly spat out words. Fireworks. Release. The dozens of staff behind the stage were already ready and immediately loaded and fired. Boom! 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 The brilliant fireworks lit up the entire night sky, and the sparks that exploded were like stars falling. The entire Magic City could see this grand fireworks show, and the stars were reduced to supporting roles at this moment. The crowd immediately stirred up, picking up their cell phones to take pictures. Wang Xinru methodically conducted the command. A large number of staff distributed cakes, desserts, snacks, and drinks in the sea of people. The 7 supporting stars took turns performing to the delight of the crowd. Finally, driven by Lu Qinglan, Xiao Ku heard the loudest blessing. Xiao Ku, happy birthday to you. The cries of over 100,000 people resounded through the immortal court square. He politely thanked and curtsied in a well-behaved manner. With that, the Wang family crowd greeted the sea of people before returning to the office building. The Du family couple stood on the top floor gazing at the stage, looking dumbfounded. 4 sisters, one is a movie and television queen, one is a national treasure pianist, one is an iceberg president, and one is, this life can just lie flat. The 2 retracted their gazes. They really couldn't figure out how he could be friends with their own son. On the 4th floor, Wang Yuehao smiled and stroked the dog's head. He maintained this action for half an hour. Xiao He, can you stop smiling at me? It's weirdly oozing dog. Chan Hui smiled as she looked out the window at the fireworks and couldn't help but take a picture with her cell phone. Hubby, I can't zoom in on my fruit cell phone to take pictures. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuehao pulled out the Huawei Mate 60 from his pocket and handed it to her. Chan Hui took a few shots continuously, and the fleeting splendor was fixed on the photo. Crunch. The door of the room was opened and 4 beautiful figures walked into the room. Chan Hui had just put away her cell phone when her 2 daughters ran to hug her. Haha. Good daughter finally willing to come home to see mom? Wang Xinru playfully spat out her fragrant tongue. She turned her head to look at Wang Yuehao, who she hadn't seen for a long time, and her heart was a little sour. The last time she was reunited with her mom and dad was 2 years ago. Ever since her brother was lost, the daughters of the Wang family had gone their separate ways, and her mom had gone to the north with her dad. Dad. Wang Xinru slowly walked towards her father, but on the way, it felt like she stepped on a blanket. Ow! A loud bark scared her out of her wits. Even Wang Lele followed with a shiver. Xiao He drew out the tail on the bottom of Wang Xinru's shoe and showed his teeth at her. Ah! Big dog! Wang Xinru jumped back to her sisters in 2 steps, looking at the big white dog in horror. It tried to bite me. Xiao He, are you polite? Xiao Ke tugged on her sleeve and said. Xiao He doesn't bite. She's very well behaved. Wang Siki, Wang Wenya, and the 2 of them followed suit. After some explanation, she realized that this big white dog was brought back by her brother. Wang Xinru was somewhat speechless. Why is the big white dog called Xiao He? Directly named Big White can also be Na. This is inherited whose talent for naming. All hungry. I let people prepare a room. Let's eat first. Wang Xinru is very thoughtful. The family reunited at the dinner table after a long time. Little Ku ate with his mouth full of oil, his little mouth bearing. The rest of the few people talked to each other, telling of their experiences during this period of time. The night sky of Magic City was illuminated by fireworks, and the show would last all night. The media team next to the stage had already put up a hot post on the V-blog, Chapter 57, Tricking Sisters into Taking Pills. In the middle of the night, the entire Magic City was still flickering with bright lights, and countless young boys and girls were kissing under the romantic fireworks. Wang family manor. Xiao Ke's family returned to the villa, while the banquet activities were left to the underlings to take care of. Returning to the familiar living room, Wang Xinru and Wang Lele also slowly adapted to the feeling of home. Xiao Ke's hands were fiddling with the bank card given to him by 7th sister, happily tapping away. The family sat in the living room and surveyed today's birthday boy. Wang Siki guffawed and asked his brother for his cell phone to bind the bank card. In order to facilitate his brother's payment, he purposely transferred a portion of the money to the balance. 7th sister, give me your brother's cell phone. Wang Xinru took the cell phone from Wang Siki's hands. Then there was some tinkering. 5th sister, what are you doing? Wang Lele inquired suspiciously. After Wang Xinru was done, She re-handed the phone to Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku, who received the phone, looked towards the screen to carefully check what was different. Wang Xinru covered her mouth and laughed. I helped my brother open the vlog access. Now Xiao Ku is a little star O. Sure enough, he realized that he had one more fan. Clicking in and opening to view, it was clearly the fifth sister. Little Ku pouted his little mouth and muttered with some complaints. Fifth sister lied. Stars have many fans. I only have one. That grudging little eyes amused a few people and laughed. Wang Xinru pinched his cheeks and said softly, Then my sister will show you a magic trick. Can you also kiss my sister? After a few choices, Xiao Ku booped her on the cheek. At once, her heart was warm and her cheeks felt tingly. Wang Xinru took out her own cell phone, took a picture with her brother, and then began to swipe the screen. At the same time, countless cell phones in the world simultaneously made a sound. Ah! Xinru's wife updated her vlog. Baby brother? Happy 6th birthday? Is this my brother-in-law? What a cute boy. Is it Sister Xinru's younger brother? Quickly, quickly. People from the fan support club, cover fire and top the post. Get on the bayonet. Family members, forward it. My goddess's younger brother is really like an immortal child. Wang Xinru noticed the number of likes skyrocketing, so she slowly put away her cell phone and opened her mouth to say, Brother, look at your fan count again. Hearing his sister's reminder, Xiao Ku once again opened the vlog. At this time, the message was already 99 plus, and the number of fans had broken through 4 digits, and it was still rising rapidly. He curiously clicked on the message and a screen full of birthday wishes kept popping up. Receiving blessings from others, his mood was also beautiful. Wang Yuehao coughed lightly and pulled out a pistol from his pocket. This startled the ladies. Xiao Hei in the distance sniffed out an unusual odor. Wang Yuehao smiled awkwardly. Dad really didn't know what to send, so I customized a toy gun. The ladies breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing that it was a toy gun. Chun Hui also asked the maid to take out a gift box, and inside were backpack pants that she had designed and made with her own hands. She had recently heard that children were great for wearing backpack pants. It was getting late, so the family members went back to their rooms to prepare for rest. After returning to his room, Xiao Ku laid down on his bed and rolled around. Today was his first birthday since he was a little boy, and it was also his happiest birthday. Thinking about the gifts from his family, he grinned nervously. After slowing down, he pulled out a bottle of resident potion. Tomorrow, he would have to act on it himself and get everyone to eat it. Retrieving the elixir, he crossed his legs and fell into cultivation. The following day, Xiao Ku came downstairs early to wait for his family, the resident elixir in his hand warmed by his warmth. The sisters came downstairs on, after another to greet him. The women also noticed that there was something odd about their younger brother today. Xiao Ku's smile was stiff, sitting on the dining table, as if he had been waiting for them for a long time. Brother got up quite early today. Is he waiting for his sister? He swallowed and shook his head. Suddenly he realized something was wrong and quickly nodded again. Father and Mother Wang also came down from upstairs and sat at the dining table with their daughters. Chun Hui raised her eyebrows and touched her son's forehead. What's wrong, good son? Doesn't look too good. Is he not feeling well? He immediately shook his head, then swept his gaze over his family. His brother's series of strange behavior caused the Wang family to look puzzled. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Xiao Ku slowly pulled out 6 pills from his pocket. Ha! Seeing the black pills in her brother's hands, the women were uncertain. Brother, this is a mud ball? Looks pretty much like a pill to me. What's this for? Where did you get this from? Don't eat anything you don't know. Several sisters chattered on to educate him, especially Wang Siki, trying to get her brother to throw the thing away. Xiao Ku pondered for a while, then explained. Sister, this is an elixir that is good for the body. If you eat it, you can become beautiful. The family looked at each other in disbelief, and Wang Wenya even covered her face and snickered. Brother, you've been tricked, right? Where in the world is there a pill that can become pretty if you eat it? Right. If there was such a medicine, wouldn't everyone be shi sure? Cluck, 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 cluck. Just this little ball of clay can have any effect. Xiao Ku huffed and puffed, secretly saying that his sister didn't know what she was talking about. While his sister was laughing, a sudden flash of light appeared in his head. Sister, this elixir was given to me by my master. His old man said that it can make people beautiful. Wang Xinru and Wang Lele both were a bit puzzled. Did their younger brother have a master? Wang Siki did have some impression. Before her brother went out for a month, it was rumored that he was taken away by the Taoist master to take in a disciple. Could it be? Is this true? When Wang Xinru and the two of them listened to Wang Siki's explanation, they felt that their brother's experience was so dreamy. Although it was given by her brother's master, the composition of the elixir was unknown, and no one could guarantee what would happen if they ate it, or else take it to be tested, or else let little black try. Wang Lele opened her mouth tentatively, and the women nodded their heads. Xiaohei, is this a good thing? This scene could make Xiaoku anxious, and he hurriedly took back the elixir in his hand. Sister must trust Xiaoku. My master is a good person. Wang Siki was still about to open her mouth when she was sternly interrupted by her mom. All right, I believe my son. What is there to be afraid to eat? Can this little pill still be poisonous? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded silently. Xiaoku blinked his eyes and pulled out the resident pill again to distribute to his family. Wang Siki picked up the elixir and observed it for a while, gently placing it on her nose and smelling it. Wang Wenya, on the contrary, directly opened her mouth and swallowed it. Wow, it's still sweet, Wang Wenya said with a smile, her beautiful eyes looking around the crowd. In the end, the crowd ate the resident pill one after another, their hearts quite nervous. Chun Hui hugged her son and doted on him. How did your master take you away and how did he let you back? Where is he? Our Wang family will have to come to the door to thank him. Xiaoku spilled out what he had long thought of saying at this point. My master took me to cultivate and taught me the skills and then went on a cloud journey, so I was sent home by my master. He's just a long-bearded Taoist priest. After a vague story was told, the Wang family was still in a state of confusion. Breakfast was brought to the table, and Xiaoku immediately gagged himself with food. After eating, he scrambled to grab his small book bag. Before anyone could say anything, Xiaoku was urging to go to school. Wang Xinru got up from the table, but was directly stopped by Chun Hui. Wang Yuehao smiled and opened his mouth. I'll send Xiaoku with your mom today. It's not easy for you sisters to reunite. Talk more. Just like this, the opportunity to send his younger brother to school was intercepted by his mom and dad. Wang Xinru had a black line on her face. Just like this, the four women watched the trio leave in the car. Back in the hall, Wang Xinru couldn't help but spit out. I haven't sent my younger brother to school yet. Mom and dad are too inwardly curled. Wang Lele softly comforted sister Xinru. Steeply, Wang Wenya exclaimed. Eighth sister. What kind of makeup have you applied recently? Why is your face so white? Yeah, Siki your face. The two women were puzzled and took out mirrors to take a look. Soon, the four sisters were surprised to find that it seemed like their skin had become smoother and whiter. Not only that, the whole person's aura was also more ethereal and divine. Wang Siki stroked her face and said in surprise, could it be? It's because of eating Xiaoku's elixir? Magic City Attachment Elementary School. An Audi A6 was parked on the side of the road. Xiaoku said goodbye to his parents with his school bag on his back, and Chun Hui inside the car responded with a smile. He then trotted to the school entrance. Hey, so many parents. Today's Mordor Annex Elementary School was surrounded by a full circle of people, all holding cameras and carrying briefcases. The security guards at the entrance had chased them away several times, but they were like hyenas only hanging around, and just after they were chased away, they surrounded them again. This baffled the security guards. Xiaoku went around the crowd, and a sharp-eyed woman immediately called out, coming, coming, coming. Quickly, quickly, quickly. A large group of people looked towards Xiaoku, and the scattered crowd quickly converged into a mass rushing towards him. The scene scared Xiaoku and he ran. The crowd also rushed into the school after him, looking vast. The security guard had just taken a sip of his hot tea and spit out a mouthful of water. He put down his water cup and chided at the crowd. Don't go in, come back. Stop. Chapter 58. Little Coo Daddy Fan Exchange Group. A magical scene played out in the school. A cute little boy flew with his school bag on his back. Behind him were dozens of people frantically chasing after him with camera backpacks. Further behind are several security guards panting and scolding the crowd not to run. What's more, dozens of people couldn't catch up with that tiny figure no matter what. Some of them couldn't help but spit out. Is this little guy a rabbit? Running faster than me. Such a chase soon attracted students to gather around. After Xiaoku approached his class, he made a sharp turn and ran to the playground. If he ran to the class, he would definitely be surrounded and intercepted by the crowd. He was not stupid. Just like this, under the dumbfounded 13 gaze of his classmates, the 3 waves of people ran around the playground 4 times. Sitting on the bench, Zhang Hao's 4 men ate breakfast while watching the show. He took a sip of Coke and said silently in his heart, "I didn't expect the boss to be chased by so many people. Is this a violation of heaven's law?" The security guards had long since been powerless to catch up, so they could only stand in place with a loudspeaker and shout, warning the crowd to stop. After a while, one by one, dozens of people fell to the ground in exhaustion. Sweat had long since dampened their clothes. It wasn't until the last man staggered to the ground in exhaustion that Ko slowed down. He muttered softly, "Still want to run and catch me? You guys just can't catch me even if you take an airplane, humph." Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Ku returned to his class with a bounce. This matter soon alarmed the entire school, and the vice principal rushed to deal with the trouble. After the group of people were kicked out of the school, the security personnel at the school entrance was doubled. In the first grade class, Xiao Ku finally returned to the familiar classroom. In the class, Du Zimo was being surrounded by a group of people chatting, and he could be heard talking about yesterday's banquet. Xiao Ku coughed lightly. The classmates instantly turned their gazes around, looking at him with eyes that changed to both envy and admiration. "Wang Xiao Ku, do you have 4 beautiful sisters? Xiao Ku, is your birthday present 2 airplanes? Does Xiao Ku have many star sisters? Is your family rich? Did you throw the birthday party?" A series of questions were placed in front of him while Du Zimo was staring blankly at him from his seat. No need to think, it must be Du Zimo's slip of the tongue. Xiao Ku helplessly slapped his forehead. "My family seems to be quite rich. I have 4 sisters, and my birthday present had 2 airplanes." After answering all of his classmates' questions, he sat back in his seat and put down his book bag. All the kids looked at him enviously, and little Tiger even clamored to be his little brother. Ding bell. The bell rang and Mr. Liu came to the podium with his books. "Today's class is very strange." Mr. Liu often looks at Xiao Ku. The eyes contain tenderness and sympathy. Xiao Ku's heart always felt that today is very strange. Why are there so many people grabbing themselves early in the morning? And the teacher has also become very strange. In the morning, the teachers of all subjects on the podium looked at him differently than usual. Jiang Nan's seat was still vacant, and it looked like he was no longer planning to come to class. The sun slowly hung directly overhead. Just like this, the morning study time slowly passed. Xiao Ku pulled Du Zimo and ran to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Magic City attached elementary school was luxurious and the food was abundant. The 2 ate a big bowl full of chicken legs and rice and didn't spend a penny. Xiao Ku smiled and stroked his round belly. Satisfied, and Du Zimo walked out of the cafeteria. Just after walking out the door, Xiao Ku suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. His expression stalled, and he immediately released his divine sense to probe outward. On the roof of the teaching building, a white-robed old man stood with his arms folded, staring at the little boy from afar. At this moment, Xiao Ku also discovered the old man and looked towards his position. The 2 of them stared at each other from a distance, which caused the white-robed old man's face to change abruptly. Could it be that this little doll had discovered himself? Impossible. It is impossible to discover the old man from such a distance apart. It must be a coincidence. The white-robed old man withdrew his sight and walked straight towards the back of the tall building, jumping down directly from the roof. 20 meters high, the average person has long been dropped, blood splattered on the spot, not to mention the old man. But the white-robed old man's feet lightly point to the ground. Back in the back of the hands are not action, so stable landing. Xiao Ku retracted his gaze. Just now that old grandfather was spying on himself. More importantly, that person exudes the aura fluctuation of the middle stage of qi refining, but his aura is messy and turbid. For cultivators of the same realm, the purer the aura in their body, the more strength they could exert and the more powerful their moves would be. That's why that old man is considered to be at the bottom level of the middle stage of qi refining, and it's hard to make a breakthrough. Du Zimo inquired towards Xiao Ku. "Ku, what are you thinking about?" He came back to his senses and said nothing with a smile. The 2 of them ran to the supermarket to spend money again, spicy strips, ice cream, kuolu, a big bag full of them. When paying, the store owner, who had never spoken to the 2, spoke up in surprise. Wang Xiaoku, HM? Uncle knows me?" Xiaoku looked innocent, with great doubts in his large eyes. The store owner gave him a compliment and then said, "Who doesn't know you now? You've already dominated the hot searches. Ah! The store owner didn't charge Xiaoku's money and directly and generously said that he would treat him for free. The two staggered out the door holding the snacks and sat on the bench at the door to rest. Xiaoku took out his cell phone and opened the vlog, his face looking serious and earnest. Coincidentally, the director of instruction and a few teachers walked this way in casual conversation. The director of instruction noticed the little boy playing with his cell phone, and his face immediately turned somber. He walked forward with his hands behind his back, snatched the cell phone with one hand, and glared solemnly at Xiaoku. Which class are you from? Don't you know that cell phones are prohibited in school? Who is your homeroom teacher? Invite your parents over. I'll see how he educates you. Xiaoku was a little confused by the heckling. In the distance, Jiang Nan was holding a lollipop in his mouth, keeping an eye on the young master's movements. He patted the two men beside him, a smirk emerging on his face. Let's go. Something happened at the young master's place. The two men snorted coldly. After waiting for so long, it's finally come to life. Go! The three men quickly rushed towards the young master's side, as fast as cheetahs. The director of instruction's mouth was still moving. Suddenly, his shoulder felt pressed by two people. The director of instruction turned his head back, and this time it was his turn to be confused. The female teacher next to him jogged forward to remind the director. Director, that little kid is Wang Xiaoku. What Wang Xiaoku? No one is allowed to carry Wang Xiaoku. The director of instruction felt thunderstruck. Wang Xiaoku is familiar with him. He was present when the school manager was taken away last time, but he was just a bit far away at that time, so he didn't see his appearance clearly. Jiang Nan threw down the lollipop in his mouth and opened his mouth with a smile. Director of instruction, right? Come with us. In the eyes of the director of teaching, Jiang Nan was smiling, not having a good heart. He immediately switched to an amiable look and turned back to hand his cell phone to Xiaoku with both hands. His mouth was still chanting that he had said the wrong thing and that it was fine to bring a cell phone into school. In the end, he was taken away by Jiang Nan's trio with a bitter face, his heart filled with regret. He could only blame himself for looking away. Du Zimo's mouth was slightly open. Ku was really great. Ku ignored this little episode as he scrutinized through the Weibo hot search list. Wang Xinru's younger brother, Wang Xiaoku, the protagonist of Magic City's birthday party. Wang Xiaoku. Wang Xiaoku's tragic encounter. Wang Leilei's brother is actually him? The four sisters of the Wang family are all his sisters. How luxurious is the lineup introduced at the Magic City birthday banquet. Sky-high birthday gifts. Explode. A long list of hot searches already had billions of hits and tens of billions of plays. All 10 of the hot searches were about his birthday party, and he himself was publicized. He didn't realize that yesterday. Because of the excessive traffic, the back end of Vblog's system crashed a dozen times. Xiaoku clicked on his homepage, and the number of fans had broken through 2 million, which was more than 2.5 million. 1 million fans overnight. This data was unbelievable. By the looks of it, the number of fans was still growing, and Xiaoku's fan support club was also established. It was just that the name of the fan support club was a bit strange. It was called Cuckoo Eat Chubby. Not only that, his various fans claimed to be Xiaoku's mom fans, sister fans, brother fans, and dad fans. His small face twitched. These uncles were too exaggerated. Xiaoku put away his cell phone and slowly calmed down. No wonder people are looking at themselves so strangely today, and there are so many people chasing after him. Then, so to speak, Mr. Liu might also be his own mom's fan? Wait. Xiaoku's heart tightened at the hint of wrongness he detected. The store owner was so nice to himself just now. Could it be that, inside the store, the boss smilingly opened the vlog and smoothly entered the Xiaoku's dad fan exchange group and sent a photo of Xiaoku's back? Someone in the group immediately replied, "Heart like water. Xiaoku is too cute." The group of friends quickly look black. Where did you take the picture of Xiaoku, baby? The first thing you need to do is to take a picture of your baby in the back of your head, and you'll be able to see it. The boss put away his cell phone, hemmed and hawed, and continued business. Chapter 59. No one is allowed to wear backpack pants to play basketball. Xiaoku too returned to the class. Holding the snacks attracted the students' mouth-watering. Xiaohu and a few other students clustered around him, casting longing eyes. This hot eyes really let him cannot stand, so he generously took out a few packets of spicy noodles to give a few people. Xiaohu happily received the spicy noodles. naively bared his big white teeth. It was just that he was missing an incisor, which made him look quite funny. Thank you, Brother Ko. Brother Ko is so nice. From now on, you are our big brother. I would go to heaven and hell for big brother. Xiao Ke hurriedly interrupted them. He didn't like the feeling of being patted on the back. Soon, the afternoon class bell rang again. The door of the classroom was pushed open, and a well-built, dark-skinned man pushed his way in. Which teacher is this, and why haven't I seen him before? Xiao Ke questioned Du Zimo in confusion. He's our physical education teacher. Ah. There's a physical education class every week, but it seems like you haven't had a physical education class yet. Hearing that, he also knew the reason for that. In this month or so by himself, he had only had a total of 6 days of classes. Most of the time was delayed, and it just so happened that they all avoided gym class. The physical education teacher walked onto the stage and spoke in a loud and clear voice. Hello, students. I'm your physical education teacher, Kai Guangkuan. This class teacher is going to take you to the basketball gym. All students line up. The whole class walked out the door and quickly lined up in 2 vertical rows in front of the classroom. Led by the physical education teacher, Xiao Ku walked into the basketball gym, which he had never been to before. The basketball hall was spacious and had all kinds of facilities, especially the basketball court and rubber floor, which was extremely neat. The gym teacher told the students to stand still and began to tell them to be safe. This was followed by a gushing speech. Class. In this class we'll practice shooting the ball with both hands, and talk to the teacher if you have any problems. Also, from now on, in gym class, girls shouldn't wear skirts, and boys shouldn't wear backpack pants. Saying that, he deliberately pointed at Xiao Ku. In the future, when there are physical education classes, remember not to wear backpack pants. Can you play basketball in back pants? Little Ku looked at his clothes in confusion. Today he purposely wore the back pants made by his mom. There were big question marks in his tiny head. Strappy pants are pretty. Why are they not allowed? The gym teacher spoke and went to the equipment room to bring up dozens of basketballs. Du Zimo whispered in his ear. Ku, these basketballs are bigger than your head. Ku lived directly speechless. The basketballs were distributed to the students, and both he and Du Zimo were also carrying a basketball in their arms. Next, classmates learned from Mio. The physical education teacher picked up the basketball and proceeded to use both hands to shoot the basketball on the floor. Under his patient explanation, soon the students scattered in all directions and went to practice shooting the ball. Seeing this scene, Kai Guangkuan nodded in relief and then sat down to rest. This job is very easy for him. Every day just watch the children play. Pay attention to their safety on the line. Every day sitting in the gymnasium, a month's salary of $8,000 on the 5 rest too, but also can take 5 insurance and gold. This is how many people dream of work. Kai Guangkuan smilingly took out his cell phone and brushed up the vlog. On the other hand, Xiao Ku and Du Zimo were shooting basketballs in the corner. He finally understood why the physical education teacher was not allowed to wear strappy pants. Every time he shoots the ball a few times, the shoulder straps want to slide down. Xiao Ku operated his spiritual energy to attach the shoulder straps tightly to his body. After casually practicing 2 times, he became skilled at playing basketball, and now he can shoot the ball with one hand very steadily. Kai Guangkuan, who was sitting and swiping the vlog, frowned as he surveyed the information on the hot list. Ku, how did you know how to shoot the ball with one hand? Our teacher let practice shooting the ball with both hands. Ku stopped moving and sighed, feeling that slapping the ball wasn't fun at all. Then he noticed the basket beside him. He remembered that his teacher told him that in a basketball game you have to put the ball into the basket. So Ku picked up the basketball and made an aiming motion. He threw it gently and it went straight into the net. The students who were still shooting the ball next to him looked puzzled and focused their attention on Xiao Ku. Du Zimo exclaimed that it was awesome and jogged over to pick up the ball and hand it back to Xiao Ku. Receiving the ball, Xiao Ku stepped back a few steps to aim again and threw. The basketball drew a beautiful parabola and went into the net. Wow! The onlookers applauded. Kai Guangkuan sat on the bench and swiped hot searches about Wang Xiao Ku, completely unaware of the unusual behavior on the basketball court. The ball was picked up again and Xiao Ku enjoyed the joy of throwing the ball. He shot several times in a row, and the distance between him and the basket was slowly expanding. Hollow into the net. Woohoo! Another shot in the center of the net. Wow! Center. Hollow. Hollow. The students looked at Wang Xiaoku in amazement and applauded louder and louder. When Xiaoku didn't have the ball, his classmates handed it to him. Outside the 3-point line, Xiaoke gently leaped, and the basketball fell into the basket accurately. Kai Guanquin looked at the picture of the little boy in deep thought, always feeling as if he had seen it somewhere. As he was thinking, a basketball bounced and flew towards him. Boom! Burst head. Kai Guanquin was stunned by the basketball and raised his head to look at the basketball court. This look almost made his jaw drop to the ground in shock. Only to see a milky little boy standing at half court, picking up the basketball and aiming for the basket. He scrambled to his feet and tried to block it, but the boy had already thrown the ball. As everyone watched, the basketball spun and made a parabola in mid-air. It was a beautiful arc, and everyone watched in awe. Hollow into the net. Kai Guanquin was dumbfounded. What strength, what luck was this? Xiaoke then a yeah gesture, then took the basketball in the hands of his classmates, trotted to the end of the court. A full 28 meters away, Xiaoke confidently took aim with the ball. The physical education teacher darted towards him, his heart tensed to the extreme. If this little ancestor hit other students, he could not be blamed. However, no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up with Xiaoke's speed of throwing the ball. The little boy's body squatted down, and his body was like a spring, directly jumping up a meter high, and the basketball was thrown out in the same direction. Don't! Kai Guanquin exclaimed out in shock, gesturing towards Xiaoke. Accompanied by the crowd's exclamations, the basketball drew a curve in the air, like a shooting star in the dark night. Du Zimo's mouth opened wide in excitement. Boom! The physical education teacher stared at the basketball dead on. The ball went in. The gymnasium resounded with the cheers of the children, and Xiaohu several people even jumped and laughed. The basketball bounced a few times on the floor and came to rest on the ground. Kai Guanquin's brain went blank, looking at the basketball and then at Xiaoke. How is it possible? This was simply overturning his cognition. A first-grade kid, throwing in an air ball on the full court side. What kind of monster is this? Plus, he was wearing backpacking pants. Trying to calm down, he walked towards the boy and stood in front of him frowning and said, "Kids, the teacher didn't ask you to throw the ball. What if it hits another student?" Xiaoke rubbed his head in embarrassment and looked at the teacher with a small grin. Kai Guanquin was suddenly amazed by the boy's face. It was too cute. Milky. Huh? It's not right. Kai Guanquin took out his cell phone and the screen was displaying Xiaoke's photo. He looked at the photo and then at the boy. Hiss. The looks were practically identical, and the boy in front of him was a bit cuter than the photo. He tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. "Little friend, is your name Wang Xiaoke?" Xiaoke nodded and replied yes. Kai Guanquin's feet went soft. He had just read that Wang Xiaoke had 4 million fans. He had seen a living star today, and it was also his own student. He excitedly squatted down and held Xiaoke's hand. "Xiaoke, can we take a picture with teacher?" "Not much, just one." Although a little reluctant, he was his teacher after all, and Xiaoke agreed after a moment's consideration. Ka, click. After taking a dozen or so shots in a row, Kai Guanquin only put down his cell phone with a smile. His whole face smiled and bloomed like a chrysanthemum. After taking pictures, he ran to the bench and tinkered with his cell phone. Xiaoke felt puzzled. Could it be that the gym teacher is also his own fan? Kai Guanquin clicked on Wang Xiaoke's vlog homepage and directly applied to join the Xiaoke's Father Powder Exchange group. After the application passed, he directly checked a dozen photos sent to the group. "I'm happy to be contented. Where is Xiaoke's baby?" "Black. You're blind. Can't you see this is a basketball court?" "Black. At Kuin. Where is this basketball court?" "Quinn, Mordor Annex Elementary School. The school basketball court." In just one day, Xiaoke's fans exceeded 4 million. At this time, he didn't know that his photos were madly forwarded in various fan groups. Chapter 60. He is Wang Xiaoke. Chase after him. It was the end of the school day at the Magic City Elementary School. Next to the school's gate, a milky white boy carrying a small school bag was posted at the gate's fence. He sneakily poked his head out to look out, his eyes scanning back and forth through the crowd at the entrance. At this time, the entrance to the Magic City Annex Primary School was a mixed bag. Not only were there many microphone-wielding, camera-carrying people cruising around, there were also some men and women holding fan signs blocking the entrance. On the fan card was clearly Wang Xiaoke's name and photo. Xiaoke sighed helplessly. At a young age, he had to go through so much trouble. He silently spat his 5 sisters out once again. If he had known, he shouldn't have become a star. At the entrance, Xiaoke covered his face with both hands and lowered his head as he mingled in the crowd and walked out of the school. The media reporters patrolling the area stared intently at every elementary school student walking out the door. Does that kid look like Wang Xiaoku? Seems quite similar. Several reporters noticed Xiaoku, who covered his face and went out the door, and couldn't help but be skeptical. The four of them then stopped him on his way, asking in a rather gentle tone, "Little brother? What's your name?" Xiaoke lowered his head, and the little fat hand covering his face still didn't let go. In the circle of four people, Little Ku directly drilled out through the cracks. He ran as fast as his little feet were smeared with oil. "That's him, Wang Xiaoku. Where is it? Brothers, give chase. I don't believe it. I can't catch up with a brat today. Brothers, give it all you've got. What? Where's my baby boy? Mom's fans are here. Hurry, hurry." Little Ku's daddies are chasing after him. "Cover fire." The chase began again, only this time the number of people rose to hundreds. Jiang Nan's trio followed the young master closely, directly transforming into human shields as the crowd approached. Then, hundreds of people were like brute beasts migrating, directly knocking the three of them to the ground. If they didn't have the strength of a martial artist, I'm afraid the three of them would have been trampled by the crowd. Jiang Nan lay on the ground silently weeping. His handsome face was imprinted with several shoe prints at this time. The entire entrance of the Magic City Elementary School was in chaos, with shouting and screaming going on and on. This scene caused the parents who picked up their children to be confused. On the opposite side of the road, Wang Xinru in the car wore a mask and sunglasses, carefully watching the school entrance. She looked far away from the students out of the door, slow to notice the figure of his brother. She was so anxious that she couldn't wait for Xiaoku to leave the school. But a movie superstar like her didn't dare to show her face freely. Once she was recognized, it would be troublesome. Ha! She suddenly noticed a large wave of people rushing towards her place. She took off her sunglasses and frowned. That crowd was vast and black, looking like there were at least 200 to 300 people. Most importantly, the little boy in the front who was running as fast as he could seemed to be his own brother. Running Xiaoku cannot help but spit. There is a need to chase so desperately. He quickly rushed towards his sister's place. Just now his divine sense sensed the location of his fifth sister. Xiaoku once again accelerated his speed, and his running legs had already turned into stumps. But the army behind him is also in hot pursuit. Looks like not to catch him will not stop. When he ran to the side of the car, he pulled the door handle of the Maybach with force. Tragically, Wang Xinru had long ago unlocked the car door. Xiaoku bit her face, anxiously patting the car window. That expression is clearly aggrieved. Family members who understand, so dangerous time, sister does not give me open the door. Wang Xinru was just a little stunned, seeing her brother's anxious expression. She opened the unlocked car door in a hurry. Although the car door was eventually unlocked, it was already too late. The crowd rushed in front of the Maybach with great vigor, and that crazy scene shocked Wang Xinru. Xiaoku cried out in aggravation. "Sister, pit me." Putting down a sentence, Xiaoku continued to run forward. Wang Xinru's face was embarrassed, as if she had gotten her brother into trouble. The younger brother shouldn't blame his sister. She silently consoled in her heart, then started the car to chase after the crowd. "Good goose son, don't be afraid. Mom will help you. Don't run. It's not like we're going to eat you. Why are you so capable of running? Good son. I'm your dad fan, not a paparazzo." Xiaoku huffed and puffed and turned back to milk and drink. "Not running is little cute. I still have to go home." Wang Xinru could only tail carefully, and also avoid bumping into people. It was too suffocating. She prayed silently for her brother over and over again while calling her sisters. Wang Wenya, who was playing chess with her seventh sister at home, received the call and directly slapped the chess game into chaos. "What? Brother is being chased by over 200 people." The tea Wang Siki just drank directly spewed out, her beautiful eyes wide. "Huh? There are 200 people chasing Xiaoku." Wang Wenya quickly hung up the phone, her brows furrowed. "Let's go. Bring the bodyguards and go pick up your brother." Wang Siki nodded in agreement, then looked at the chess game. "This game counts as my win. On what grounds? We haven't finished playing yet. Just now you were on the verge of being extinguished by me. The game is falling apart. This game doesn't count. Fourth sister, you can't afford to play." At the Wang family manor, a car whistled and rushed out of the gate. Xiao He in the kennel raised his head to look outside the villa, then continued to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, it was slowly undergoing some sort of change. The huge body began to get a little bit smaller, and the black lines and small bags on its forehead became more and more obvious. On a certain street in Magic City, the lively pedestrian street was abuzz with people at this time, and the barbecue stalls and snack stalls on the street were set up early and ready to receive customers. Uncles and aunts make way. A rather loud milky voice came from the crowd, causing the crowd to be puzzled. Xiao Ke took a nimble step, weaving frantically through the crowd. Before the crowd on the pedestrian street could react, the sound of dull footsteps came from the distance. Hurry, hurry, it's right in front. I've been chasing after you for 2 blocks. Can't the little ancestor stop? It's right here on the street. Hurry up and charge. The crowd on the pedestrian street was at a loss, only to see more than 300 people rushing towards them. The crowd avoided, fearing that they would be knocked away by so many people. The sound of rumbling footsteps resounded throughout the pedestrian street. After the crowd rushed past, the crowd had just breathed a sigh of relief when another burst of rumbling footsteps came. Still coming? Looking along, one could only see a clear line of black-clad bodyguards running towards them in a neat column. Young master there right in front. Chase after them. The ones at the back follow. If anything happens to the young master, you'll be held responsible. The crowd hurriedly avoided the bodyguards again, and couldn't help but secretly spit in their hearts. Today is really a hell of a day. Is this playing cat and mouse? The sun slowly set, and a fiery red curtain gradually hung in the sky. In the dark alley, a pair of rats were eating the rotting fruits scattered outside the trash can. The ground trembled slightly as a black crowd ran straight towards them. By the time the crowd had left, only one of the rats clinging to the wall had survived. The other had been trampled alive into a rat cake. It slowly crawled over to the rat cake and let out a squeaky, miserable cry, as if it were crying. Suddenly, another footstep came. Before long, there was another rat cake on the ground. Mouse. Mouse me. I get to see my ancestors today. The box next to the garbage can shifted slightly, and a little boy lifted it up. Noticing that no one was around anymore, he exhaled slowly. Where's my sister? Where am I? Xiao Ke's eyebrows twisted into twists as he felt around the neighborhood. Divine sense was released, directly enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Someone. Xiao Ke's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked towards the roof of the building. Sure enough, a white-bearded old man was standing on the roof of the building at this moment. He was dressed in a white practice suit, his hands naturally behind his back, and at this moment, he was staring at him with a deadly stare. The old man looked about 80 years old, but his actual age was already over 100. He smiled coldly and landed directly in front of Xiao Ke. The two of them sized each other up, and neither of them opened their mouths. You are quite extraordinary, little one. The white-clothed old man was the first to say, a stiff smile on his face. Xiao Ke was not intimidated by the old man jumping down from the heights. The one in front of him was the old man in white who had spied on him at noon. Xiao Ke inquired suspiciously, What do you want? The old man laughed out loud and then couldn't help but cough a few times, looking like a late old man. However, the aura fluctuations coming from his body revealed his strength. According to Xiao Ke's estimation, this old grandfather should belong to what Jiang Nan called a Zhongshi expert. Little doll, you shouldn't have the blood of the Wang family flowing in your body. Why did you come back again? Did you have to seek death? Ha ha ha. Saying that, the white-clothed old man instantly dodged to Xiao Ke's side, closing his hand and transforming it into a palm to slap at his heart. This palm was quick. His withered palm carried thousands of kilograms of force, enough to slap a robust bull to death. The corners of the old man's mouth floated up into a smile, and his palm was already fast on the little boy's body. Boom! His palm struck the little boy, and the scattered airflow shook the surrounding cardboard boxes and slid them backward. How? How is it possible? Chapter 61. Fourth sister leaves. Something happened to Little Black. The white-clothed old man stared at the boy in front of him in shock. The scene he had fantasized about did not happen. His own palm was capable of slapping a cow to death, but when it slapped on this boy, he was completely unresponsive. The scene stayed static like this. The white-clothed old man pressed a withered palm on Xiao Ke's heart. Xiao Ke stood frozen in place. His body was like a sea pin in the ocean, and he didn't take half a step back even after taking this blow. He revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and spoke with a smile towards the old man. Old grandpa, why did you hit me? The white-clothed old man quickly stormed back as he sensed a hint of something wrong. This boy was simply too eccentric. Shattering stone fist. He turned his palm into a fist this time, and with a roar, his fist carried a cracking sound as it attacked Shao Ka's heart. Boom! A dull sound spread out. No! Impossible! Shao Ka stood intact, that innocent smile still hanging on his face. The old man threw out 5 punches in a row, his fists carrying huge power, and his moves were deadly. My lightning 5 consecutive punches, actually. Surprisingly, I couldn't injure him. The old man lost his voice and exclaimed in shock, his eyes on the verge of falling to the ground. He nimbly retreated and turned around to transport his energy, concentrating his entire body's internal chi into his right fist, only to see his legs crouch down and gently leap up. His fist carrying endless killing chi blasted towards the boy's face. This was the most vulnerable position of the human body. He did not believe that this little doll could still survive. With this punch, he vowed to kill. Seeing that the fist was only a centimeter away from his nose, the boy was still unresponsive. The old man couldn't help but let out a jeh laugh. Snap! A chubby little hand suddenly raised, directly blocking this imposing fist. Old grandpa, you're the one who wanted to hit Shao Ku, so don't blame me. Milky words entered the old man's ears, and he immediately felt a coolness come over him, wanting to draw his hand, but how could that fist not detach from that milky white palm? Slap! A slap directly sent him flying against the wall, and the entire wall was directly dented. The white-clothed old man staggered and struggled out of the wall. Several teeth fell out of his mouth, and blood kept flowing out, tiny red handprints floating on his cheeks. Monster! Slap! With another slap, the old man was slapped into another wall, and the entire wall heralded the appearance of another silhouette dent. The old man was directly dumbfounded. His own generation of masters was brutally beaten by a small doll. It was too humiliating. He tremblingly climbed out from the wall. His mouth full of teeth had already lost half of them. Shao Ku still had that cloudy, harmless expression. A dark golden flying sword hovered above Shao Ka's head, and at that moment, the tip of the sword was pointing directly at the white-clothed old man. The old man shivered and directly collapsed to the ground. No, no, how can you be a martial Dao master? A 6-year-old martial Dao sovereign, ha 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 ha. This world has gone mad. From this sword he felt the threat of death. He had traveled across China for decades and had never seen such a strange thing. The golden crow flying sword vibrated slightly, and it only took an instant to decapitate the old man. Suddenly, Shao Ku put away his golden crow and directly left through the wall at the end of the alley. The old man stared blankly at that back. Why didn't he kill himself? What's that sound? At the entrance of the alley, several men and women frowned as they approached the old man. A loud noise had just come from downstairs, and the entire building was shaking, so they quickly went downstairs to check. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, and looking at the human-shaped dents on both sides of the wall, the crowd fell silent. Wang family manor. At this time, the Wang family crowd had long been in chaos. The Wang family bodyguards and servants swarmed out, along with Wang Siki as they set off in search of the young master. Inside the villa, Chun Hui was holding her cell phone, her soft face somewhat warm with anger at this time. Xian Ru, look, you had to make such a scene. Now the media outside is eyeing Shao Ku. If you don't get your brother back, you won't enter the house. The phone hung up, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. Wang Yuehao wrapped his arms around her and comforted her. It's okay, wife. My daughter can definitely bring Shao Ku back. Hearing this, Chun Hui's beautiful eyes flashed with a fierce light. Only hearing a pop sound, Wang Yuehao received a slap on his arm. Tell me about you. Your son is being chased all over the streets, and you still have the patience to stay at home? Don't get out and look for him yet. Taking a pain, Wang Yuehao still hung a gentle smile as he slowly got up and walked towards the gate of the villa. Just as he was about to push the door open, it opened by itself. A small figure appeared at his feet. Dad! Son! Wang Yuehao exclaimed in shock and squatted down to directly hold little Ku in his arms. Papa! Your beard is too sticky. Put me down. Shao Ku pushed away the head that was stuck on his face, with a disgusted look. Wang Yuehao smiled and carried him to his wife. Seeing that Shao Ku arrived home safely, The two people's taut heartstrings finally relaxed. After the two of them made a phone call, several sisters also quickly returned to the villa. As soon as they entered the door, the four sisters directly ran over to hug Xiaoku and Stick. I have to say, being hugged by my sister is indeed more comfortable than being hugged by my father. The touch is soft and bouncy. Soon, the villa is filled with laughter again. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoku noisily wanted to watch Pig Out. The last time he was at Du Zimo's house, he purposely memorized the name of this cartoon. Listening to his classmates, they were all saying that this animation was very good. Under Wang Siki's control, the TV played Pig Out. Xiaoku watched the cartoon carefully and happily watched Piggy, and Bald Lu fight with each other. The crowd began to talk about family matters. Wang Wenya's face was a bit ugly, accompanied by a sigh, and said, "Recently, the International Cultural and Educational Conference had some troubles, so I have to leave home for a while." Wang Siki was a bit surprised, but when she thought about her fourth sister being the president of the International Education Research Center, it wasn't hard to understand. Wang Lele stuffed a strawberry into her mouth. When is fourth sister planning to leave? The 7 o'clock flight tomorrow morning. So urgent. The crowd fell into silence, but soon returned to normal. Wang Xinru spoke faintly. This New Year's Eve, our family should be able to reunite completely. Well, I heard that big sister and third sister will be going home for the new year, and sixth sister will also be going home during this period of time, but it's second sister. Wang Yuehao frowned tightly to say that of his several daughters, only the second girl worried him the most. Recently, the friction between the border of China and the nearby countries has been constant. The second girl's place can be said to be the most dangerous. Xiaoku was eavesdropping from the side with his ears perked up, and when he heard that fourth sister was leaving, his heart immediately trembled. Sister is leaving? He reluctantly jumped into Wang Wenya's arms, batting his bushy eyelashes. Wang Wenya rubbed his little head, a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Good little brother. Sister went over to take care of some things and will be back soon. Receiving his sister's reply, little Ko lay on his belly in resignation. Suddenly he raised his head and looked at Wang Wenya in a daze. Sister, didn't you promise me before that if I got a perfect score on the midterm exam, I could skip a grade? Wang Wenya tilted her head to think back a bit, as if she did promise. Well, does brother think first grade is bad? No, first grade is too easy. I want sixth grade. We're having our midterm tomorrow. Sis, wait and see. The family only felt the sky spinning when they heard that Xiaoku wanted to go to sixth grade. Is this the rebellious stage at the age of 6? Wang Wenya coughed lightly and opened her mouth to say yes. Then she said to the crowd that she had to go to the bathroom and got up to leave. Arriving at the bathroom, she quickly unlocked the door and pulled out her cell phone to dial the number. Hello? Does Professor Wang have something to order? The principal of the Magic City attached primary school tentatively inquired. Tomorrow, all of the first grade midterm exam papers will be replaced with third grade exam papers. Professor Wang, this isn't appropriate. Just do as I say. Good. Hanging up the phone, she gave a wry smile. In case her brother really got a perfect score on the test and jumped to the 6th grade, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to learn anything and lose his motivation to study. In her opinion, learning was a gradual process. The TV was playing the image of Inuyasha, violently beating up Bald Lu, making Xiaoku laugh. Suddenly Auntie Lan came over in a hurry and said something while walking. As she approached the crowd, she was still unable to stop breathing. Young master, something happened to Little Black. Saying that, she placed the object she was holding in her arms on the table, only to see a small mass of snow-white dog lying quietly on the tabletop, looking like it had fainted to death. Wang Siki covered her mouth and exclaimed in shock. This is Little Black? How did it suddenly become small? Before, Little Black had a huge body and looked handsome and fierce. Now the body had directly changed from over a meter tall to a dozen centimeters. Chun Hui queried Aunt Lan doubtfully. Did you hold the wrong dog? Little Black is bigger than it is. Aunt Lan didn't know how to explain. Originally when she went out, Xiao Hei was sleeping on his back. When she came back, she noticed that Xiao Hei was still sleeping, but his body was quite a bit smaller. Xiaoku carefully observed Xiao Hei and realized that it was undergoing a metamorphosis and had already broken through to a first-rank demonic beast. This was equivalent to an ordinary person breaking through to the qi refining stage and officially stepping into the immortal path. Wang Yuehao grabbed Xiao Hei with one hand and shook it, realizing that the dog did not react. Snap! Snap! Under the gaze of the crowd's confused 13, Wang Yuehao slapped it several times in a row. Chapter 62. Tiny is also cute. Is it dead? Puzzled, Wang Yuehao put Little Black down, just in time to meet the shocked gazes of the crowd. Why are you looking at me like that? The corner of Wang Siki's mouth twitched, resisting the urge to spit. After all, this was her father. Woof! A faint little bark came from the table. Little Black lifted his furry head and struggled to stand up. Only the small snow-white mass of fur shimmered with a glistening white light. Wow, so cute! Wang Siki picked up Xiao He and carefully examined it before placing it back on the ground. Xiao Ke shouted towards Xiao He. The dog that received the command whooshed into Xiao Ke's arms. Is this really Xiao He? How come I've never seen a dog that develops backwards? Hiss, it's really a big forest with all kinds of dogs. The Wang family was talking. Even Auntie Lan was stunned speechless. Xiao He, hi harm hi, didn't expect it. Xiao He in his arms reveals a humanized smile. Nowadays he is not an ordinary dog. Wang Wenya came back from the bathroom and instantly also discovered the puppy in his brother's arms. Brother, this is Xiao He's child. So cute, yo. She picked up Xiao He and rubbed it hard on her chest, almost burying it. This made Xiao He so happy that a pair of round eyes swept over the crowd of women. Noticing Xiao He's treacherous expression, Xiao Ku instantly snatched Xiao He from the fourth sister's arms. With one kick, the puppy drew a graceful parabola in the sky. Xiao He woohoo! The corners of Wang Siki's mouth twitched. Was her own brother too cruel? When the crowd realized that the dog was Xiao He, they all cast a look of surprise at their brother. Brother, where did you pick up this dog? Yes, what breed of dog is it? And how come it's still growing upside down? These questions, Xiao Ke didn't want to hide anymore. Anyway, he was preparing to find his sister to confess about the cultivation. Sister, actually. Xiao He is my little disciple. He can cultivate. Xiao Ke told his sisters with a serious face. But what he got in return was giggling laughter from his sisters and disbelieving looks. Well, younger brother is awesome. Sister, what I said is true. Oh. Aha! Sister believes you. Several women said they believed him on their lips, but it was obvious that they were cajoling him. Xiao Ke huffed and puffed and ran upstairs, directly returning to his room and closing the door with a bang. He secretly vowed never to talk to his sisters again, never to play with them again. A few women couldn't help but laugh out loud again when they saw their brother huffing and puffing up the stairs. If a dog could cultivate, wouldn't all the dogs in the world have to become essence? Besides, how should a dog cultivate? Xiao He would just plop down on the ground and sleep all day. Upstairs, the more Xiao Ke thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't even quiet his mind to cultivate. That night, the moon was dark and windy night. Once again, the mournful sound of a dog barking came from the backyard. Early in the morning, under the unwilling gaze of the family, Wang Wenya sat in the car. Just as the car started, Xiao Ku rushed out of the villa in a hurry and came to the crowd. Sister, this is for you. His small hand fumbled through his pocket and took out a jade pendant. Wang Wenya received the jade pendant in surprise and happily probed out to plant a kiss on his cheek. Little Ku's cheeks were imprinted with faint red lip marks. Sister, you must always hang on to the jade pendant. Oh, don't ever take it off. Wang Wenya smiled faintly and directly pulled off the diamond necklace on her neck and put the jade pendant back on carefully. She stretched her slender fingers and assured her brother. Good. The gift from my brother's sister will definitely wear it well and promise not to take it off. Hearing his sister's words of assurance, Xiao Ke nodded happily. This was the protective jade pendant that he had refined overnight. Earlier, the seventh sister had processed the imperial blue light jade material she had opened into 8 jade pendants. After he found them at night, he purposely took out one of them and engraved formations on the jade pendant. The jade pendant now had a trace of his spiritual energy stored in it, which would be able to save his life at critical moments. After greeting his family, Wang Wenya left the Wang family in a car. At this moment, Xiao Ke's heart felt a little empty and uncomfortable. After having breakfast with his family, he took a car and left for school. In order to prevent further harassment by fans and reporters, the Wang family sent dozens of bodyguards to escort him. Arriving at the entrance of the school, looking at the dark crowd, Wang Siki's scalp was a little numb. There were both reporters and fans of her brother in the crowd. The Magic City Annexed Primary School had already reported the situation to the public security, but they couldn't get to the scene for a while. Under the escort of the Wang family bodyguards, Xiaoku managed to squeeze into the school. The bodyguards and school security desperately blocked the group, finally blocking them outside the school. Wang Siki was puzzled by this behavior as she pulled out her phone and opened the vlog. After clicking on her brother's homepage, she sucked in a breath of cool air. Today, her brother's fan base had already exceeded 8 million, and was even slowly rising. 2 days up to 8 million followers. Coming to the class, Xiaoku sat listlessly in his seat. Seeing that he was unhappy, Du Zimo purposely handed him his most precious piggy big toy. Ku, why so unhappy? Nua, do you want to play? Xiaoku raised his eyelids and looked at the toy in Du Zimo's hands without any emotional fluctuations on his face. Du Zimo put away the toy again, not knowing how to coax him to be happy. Just like this, until the bell rang, Xiaoku was still lying on his desk in a daze. His mind was filled with the figure of his fourth sister leaving all the time. The classroom door opened, and the language teacher stood on the podium with a thermos cup and exam papers. Sipping a mouthful of wolfberry tea, he cleared his throat and said, "Today is our school's midterm assessment. The paper is a bit difficult. Everyone, cheer up. Even if you score 20 points on the exam, it's still impressive." The teacher on the podium looked embarrassed and lowered his head in some embarrassment. The test papers were handed down one by one to each student. Du Zimo confidently took out his pencil and was about to write, when he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the paper. The class's hanging pencils were fixed in mid-air, hesitant to fall. Xiaohu, there is a problem. Only to see that the test paper is densely packed with words, and there are many words that are not recognized. Ding still raised his hand to report. Teacher, we haven't learned any of these vocabulary words. How can we do it? The language teacher's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. It was time to come. He also only learned this morning that the test papers had been replaced. What was even more exaggerated was that the difficulty of all the first grade papers was raised to that of the third grade. This was a downward spiral for the first graders, going to find someone to ask. He eventually learned that it was the principal himself who had issued the request. He even wondered if the principal had Alzheimer's. What kind of bizarre operation was this? But no matter what it is, and I heard that the test papers of the math group next door were also replaced. The language teacher spoke gently. Class, this paper is difficult. Even if you don't know how to do it, it's fine, just try to write on it. The exam went on as usual. Not long after, the entire class was sweating with anxiety, and the sound of children crying even came from the second class of first grade next door. This scared the language teacher and kept calming the students in the class. Xiaoku unhurriedly took out a pencil and quickly wrote the answers on the test paper. Du Zimo had a constipated look on his face, looking at the paper not knowing how to start. A box of chrysanthemums. Clothing. The first question alone was difficult for a group of students. Every now and then there were crisp bird calls from outside, and the screams of children breaking down. When the time was up, the language teacher put away the language paper and left the classroom as if he was fleeing. He didn't dare to stay even for a second for fear that the children would burst into tears. Just as he returned to the office and put down the test papers, the language team leader came to find him. Mr. Su, bring your class Wang Xiaoku's paper. I'll correct it. After handing the test paper to the team leader, he corrected it as well. A box of cigarettes? This guy Xiaohu wants to get beaten up, right? A hand? Seems like it's also. Nice-looking chrysanthemums? Good-looking costume. The language teacher could only sigh quietly, estimating that no one in the class could pass 20 points. Soon after, the language teacher was a bit overwhelmed as she held the full marks test paper sent by the team leader for Wang Xiaoku. First in the class, full marks Wang Xiaoku. Second in the class, only 19 points. Inside the classroom, the students scratched their ears and looked at the math test paper in front of them, the pens in their hands trembling slightly. Xiaohu. This question, simply, tie pants hot. The classroom only echoed with the sound of Xiaoku's vigorous writing. There's even multiplication in a first grade paper? May I ask which is heavier, a kilogram of cotton or a kilogram of iron? Du Zimo broke down. 5 minutes into the test, Xiaoku had made it to the last question. Question: Xiaoming left home at 8.45 and walked 900 meters to school just before 9.00. How many meters per minute? Casually write down the answer. Xiaoku just lie down on the table to sleep. Chapter 63 Exaggerated Exam. Tie pants spicy. Exam over. The math teacher waved his big hand, and the field burst into tears. Strongly enduring the ear-piercing cries, the math teacher quickly collected the exam papers and left the classroom dustily. Not long after, Mr. Liu anxiously rushed to calm the child. The 2 exams directly traumatized the child's fragile mind. Straight to the heart, 10,000 blows. Little Ku, who was lying on his back, was woken up by the sound of crying. He slowly raised his head and changed his position again to continue to sleep. Inside the office, the math teacher put down the test papers and reluctantly corrected them. The head of the math team Shan came and asked for Wang Xiaoku's test paper. Once he had extracted the test papers, he dove headfirst into the task of correcting them. A single test paper was corrected with a score of 0, causing his mind to explode. Why did the principal want to make the test more difficult with first graders doing third-grade papers? Isn't this purely to make the children go home and get 7 wolves? In the end, the test papers were all corrected out, and the highest score was only 5 points. I can only say that it is not easy to get this 5 points. Just when he was helpless, the math team leader returned Wang Xiaoku's test paper to him. 100 points. Surprised, he picked up the test paper and flipped through it carefully. After checking it several times in a row, he was finally convinced. The entire first grade cried continuously, and all the homeroom teachers immediately ran to their classes to calm the children. This spectacular scene caused the other grades to transform into melon eaters. Zhang Hao stood on the roof of the building and shook his head, spitting in a small voice. Little kids are just little kids. They can still cry in fear when they take a test. Unlike me, I'm as dashing as ever when I take a 10-point test. Thinking of this, he elegantly shook the yellow bangs on his forehead, completely forgetting the pain of his parents' mixed doubles. It was hard for Mr. Liu to coax the kids to get well, and the English teacher stepped into the class with a stack of exam papers. Inside Ms. Liu's mind, this test is not a test. The English teacher smiled at her awkwardly, somewhat helpless. After all, it was arranged from above. She could only do as she was told. Just like this, the English test also unfolded completely. Teacher Liu stood outside the door worriedly, her eyes always observing the students in the class. The English test papers were being handed out one by one, and the children's faces were getting redder and redder. Xiao Ku was gently woken up by the English teacher and handed him a test paper. Receiving the paper, Xiao Ku directly took out his pen and began to do the questions. The first question was the translation of words that would only appear in the 3rd grade, directly pulling the difficulty full. Pencil ruler. Hot dog thank. Woohoo. Xiaohu. 10,000 blows. With a loud and clear cry, the class cried as if there was a chain reaction. The sound of crying was shocking. Seeing this scene, Ms. Liu and the English teacher immediately ran to the front line to coax the children. The exam slowly came to an end amidst the children's cries. During the process, only Xiao Ku hung a breezy look. At this time, the culprit who triggered this matter was sitting on the passenger airplane flying to M country. Wang Wenya kept stroking the jade pendant given by her brother, the corner of her mouth unconsciously hanging a happy smile. She didn't know why, but after wearing the jade pendant, she felt refreshed and her mind became flexible. She picked up the International Finance and Economics, which recorded none other than the queen of the Chinese business world, Wang Zhiqiu. She had squeezed into the top 3 of the Forbes rich list in a strong way as the queen of the Chinese business world. Wang Wenya couldn't stop smiling. It seemed that it was still her own big sister and second sister who were the most capable. I also don't know when the 2 of her will be able to see her brother. I guess it's almost time. Thinking of this, Wang Wenya put on an eye mask and began to rest. The clouds outside the window were cut out by the airplane with a white trace, leaving a faint wake where it passed. Borderland. Xiao Lu was carrying combat supplies under the scorching sun. Over a month's time, he had completely adapted to military life. Only when you have truly been a soldier do you know how difficult it is to be a soldier. Nowadays, Xiao Lu's body is getting stronger and stronger, and the biceps at his arms are hard as hell. All he wanted to say was that he was no longer a small plonker. If he were to return to the Wang family, he was confident that he would definitely be able to outrun the little young master. Inside the general's mansion, a woman dressed in black with a black robe sat on a high platform gazing into the distance. She had short shoulder-length hair, a sharp gaze, and her skin was yellowed from being in the desolate northwest military camp for a long time. Under the stern sword eyebrow, the color of the eyes is slightly pale, cold like a glazed bead, revealing a murderous aura. as if it can penetrate everything. Although there is no Jiangnan woman as gentle as the beauty of a lotus flower in the water, but quite a few valiant, ancient Mulan posture. She slowly tapped the desktop, one hand holding her forehead as if she was thinking about something. General, a middle-aged man in military uniform knocked on the door and entered, respectfully giving a military salute. Wang Ying scanned him and looked away. She lightly opened her red lips and coldly responded. Speak. General, recently E-Country has often sent out S-class alien to harass the front line, and the casualties have broken 100. Now that our army has no patriarchs sitting on the front line, the casualties will only increase if we don't counterattack. Wang Ying's sword brows were slightly furrowed, and a solemn and murderous aura gushed out. Ha ha ha! What an E-Country! Is this eating us up? Violating the international agreement and using S-class alien without authorization, it seems that we can no longer choose to hold back. The middle-aged man froze and asked tentatively, General, what should be done? Wang Ying stopped tapping his fingers on the desktop and tapped heavily on it. Contact the Martial Artist Association and request to send a Zhongshe expert to support the front line. This time, they will only feel pain if they see blood. The middle-aged man led the order and retreated, leaving Wang Ying alone in the empty room. Magic Metropolis Annexed Elementary School. Xiaoku was currently eating fried chicken with a big mouthful, and there was a bottle of Thousand Things Kuolu next to him. This was something he begged the store owner to go out and buy. After all, the school didn't sell it. Jiang and several people also do not help themselves to buy. Now he slowly realized that there were benefits to being a star. He smiled and used his other small hand to slide his cell phone, flipping through the wishes and greetings sent by his fans. Xiaoku want to eat fat and grow tall. Oh. Little Baby, can you take more pictures? The mom fans want to see you so much. Kuka Baby, you look so cute, it's too bad not to make a movie. Variety show can also. Can you share your daily life? Too curious. Seeing so many fan messages, Xiaoku heatedly smiled. He quickly tapped out a line on his cell phone and lifted his phone to snap a few photos. After clicking the confirmation button, a dynamic was sent out. In an instant, Xiaoku's fans noticed the dynamic update. Xiaoku. Crab everyone's concern and blessings. Crab my fans. Today eat KFC. Matching picture. Matching picture. For a while, his fruit cell phone ding 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 rang non-stop. Luckily, Xiaoku and Du Zimo were sitting in the corner of the restaurant, or else they would have definitely attracted attention. He opened the comment section of the dynamics, and just after reading a few comments, he felt a bit of a headache. Cuckoo! Your daddy fans are here to support baby. Cuckoo! Sister will always support you. Be happy and grow up. The mom fans are here. Get out of the way. Why do you eat Wallace today? It's not good for your health. You should eat less in the future. Xiaoku covered his eyes. A group of fans who claimed to be dad fans in their own comment section were frantically sending mwahahaha emoticons. The thought of those uncles who were about the same age as his dad trying to kiss him made him feel a little irritated. Wang Family Villa. Wang Yuehao was smilingly lying on the rocking chair. His cell phone was displaying the dynamic that his son had just sent. Opening the comment section, he casually sent a mwahahaha emoticon. After returning to the homepage, he directly clicked into the Little Ku Daddy Fan Exchange group. Shockingly, Wang Yuehao was actually the group leader of the fan group. In fact, not long ago he wasn't the group owner. At that time, he directly sent a big red packet to the group owner, and the position of group owner was instantly inherited by him. As the real father, he had to be the group leader. It was a matter of face. Beside him, Chun Hui was smilingly checking the information in the Xiaoku Mom Fan Exchange group. Like Wang Yuehao, she was also the group master. Xiao Hei approached the duo with small broken steps and slowly lay down on the floor to sleep. Xiaoku ate KFC and looked at the sullen Du Zimo. You're not happy? Du Zimo put down the spoon in his hand and looked at him with a crying face. Today's test was too hard. My dad will definitely beat me up. I guess I'll never be allowed to watch Pig Out again. Hearing his crying, Xiaoku expressed his incomprehension. Was today's test hard? Walking out of the cafeteria, the two returned directly to their class. Seeing the other students crying red eyes, Xiaoku only felt the difficulty of the exam paper as an afterthought. This depressing atmosphere spread throughout the class. As the bell rang, the language teacher entered the class holding the corrected test papers. With a warm smile on his face, he informed everyone somewhat nervously. Classmates, this time, It's normal to have fewer exams because the paper is super difficult. Now hand out the papers to everyone. Don't be sad. It's the papers that are too difficult. Language teacher. Little ancestors, don't cry. Chapter 64 outgrades. What's the synthesis of? Xiaohu, 0 points. Fidgeting in the last row. Xiaohu cried and slumped on his desk. Going home today, maybe dad's belt will get a new one. Chun Ziang, 0 points. Li Yino, 0 points. 8 children in a row received 0-point scores. Seeing this scene, Xiaohu was miraculously happy. Ding Still, for points. Du Zimo, 6 points. Zhang Wenwen, 19 points. Wang Xiaoku, full marks. Wow. The entire class looked at Wang Xiaoku in surprise, revealing expressions of disbelief. After the exam papers were distributed, there was no one crying in the class. The reason for this could be that the children's attention was drawn away by Wang Xiaoku. He silently praised Xiaoku in his heart. The language teacher symbolically encouraged his classmates and then hurriedly left the classroom. Soon after, the math teacher also walked into the classroom holding the test papers. To say that the biggest blow to the children was definitely math. Language at least can write some words, English all cannot understand, cannot do it is not difficult. But in math, they knew every word and every number, and it didn't seem too hard, but they couldn't do it. First grade hasn't practiced memorizing multiplication facts yet. To directly ask them to do multiplication now was like hitting a lantern inside the toilet looking for sure. Accompanied by a long sigh, the math teacher began to announce the scores. Little Tiger, 0 points. Fu Shui, 0 points. Ding Still, 0 points. 12 students in a row got 0 points, while the rest of the students all scored 5 points or less. Xiaohu. I'm going to black out. Wang Xiaoku. Full marks. The math teacher herself couldn't believe that any of her students could get a perfect score. A perfect score for the first place and 5 points for the second place, the gap is really not that big. Xiaoku's chubby white face added a smile. This time the children who were about to burst into tears were once again attracted by Xiaoku's achievement. Du Zimo stared blankly at the 2 perfect test papers on the next table. He suddenly doubted whether Xiaoku was human or not, and it was possible that he was an alien in disguise. The seeds of this doubt took root in his little head. The math teacher walked out the door just in time to have a run-in with the English teacher. He tentatively inquired how the English test went. The English teacher smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had just almost collapsed as well. It can't be helped. The exam paper was too difficult this time. But one child got a perfect score, which surprised me quite a bit. The math teacher raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to inquire. Isn't it Wang Xiaoku? The English teacher nodded and said yes. The math teacher spoke in surprise. This kid also got a perfect score in math. What a genius. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, the English teacher entered the class holding the test papers. Not a moment later, more than 20 students stared at the 0 English test papers in their hands and fell into deep thought. Oh, waute julite. The class instantly resounded with crumbling cries, which were even more heartbreaking than the cries in the morning. Xiaohu held the 3-0 test papers in his hands, and his hands were shaking nonstop. He could already imagine the picture of his mom and dad's mixed-gender doubles. It hurt. It just hurt too much. Little Tiger. Completely mad. The cries came in like waves, one after another. The English teacher on the stage trembled as she called out the last student's grade. Wang Xiaoku, 100 points. Upon hearing this, the children stopped crying. Full marks in all 3 subjects, this is too impressive. Seeing her classmates stop crying, she slowly let out a sigh of relief. The classmates turned to think that Xiaoku could get a perfect score, and their own 3 subjects combined were still 0, and they were even more devastated inside. Before the English teacher could react, even louder cries came her way. This time, no matter how much she coaxed, it didn't help. In the afternoon after school, all the students picked up their backpacks and walked out of the campus with their test papers. The school gate of the Magic City Annex Primary School. Dozens of police officers stood at the entrance patrolling back and forth. Parents who saw this scene for the first time were a bit shocked. In the past, there were only a few school security personnel to maintain order after school. How come so many guards are sent out nowadays? Is it necessary? A fat police officer stood at the door, constantly inspecting the passing crowd. He looked tired, holding the wall with one hand and pinching his waist with the other, and couldn't help but crumble. This group of reporters are so troublesome. They've taken away more than 30 of them in this moment. This is to tire us out. Having just spat, a youth wearing glasses and a slung camera sneakily approached the school. The two were tens of meters apart, looking at each other across the air. At this moment, the air spread with embarrassment. Grandma, another one. The fat officer cursed angrily and dragged his tired body after the youth. The youth also reacted quickly, running faster than the officer with his camera in hand. Such interludes had been staged dozens of times here, and the number of reporters brought back to the police station had reached up to more than 30. With the sound of clattering footsteps, a large group of students walked out of the school gate. What drew attention was that every child was holding a test paper in their hands. Some of the students were full of excitement and looked like they had gotten a good grade. The first graders were slow to follow the flow of people out of the school, each one crying. Look at the sockets under their eyes, they have obviously cried several times. All of them had red and swollen eyes and looked scared, as if they were afraid of something. Du Zimo's parents came to the school gate early to wait for their son. Seeing their son come out with his exam papers, they were full of smiles as they asked him about his grades. Du Zimo put the paper behind him and shook his head, not daring to speak. Noticing that something was wrong with their son, the two men frowned. Du Zimo's father grabbed the test paper with one hand. 6 points, 0 points, 0 points? Bright red crosses spread all over the test paper. The two men's smiles gradually disappeared as a nameless karmic fire surged to their hearts. Good big son, your total score in these 3 subjects combined is not as old as you are. Not bad. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Sensing his mom and dad's anger, Du Zimo responded with a trembling voice. I came 8th in the class this time, and the teacher said it was because the paper was too difficult, hence the low score. The two directly ignored their son's words. They were already consumed by anger. The 3 of them then got in the car and embarked on the journey home. Sitting in the car, Du's father had already begun to think about what brand of belt was hard-wearing, durable and cost-effective. 7 pearly wolves. Pick me, pick me. The campus entrance heckled repeatedly. The children lowered their heads in aggravation and were silent. On the other side, little tiger is quickly escaping. Behind him, a man with a tiger's back and waist drew out his belt and was chasing after him. This scene appeared when he handed the 0-mark test paper to his dad. It was too ferocious, too violent. Across the intersection, Wang Xinru inside the car anxiously waited for her brother. It wasn't long before Xiaoku walked out of the school with a small school bag on his back. After scouting for a while, he made sure that there were no annoying reporters nearby. Coming to his 5th sister's car, Xiaoku let out a sigh of relief and then excitedly told Wang Xinru, Sister, my grades are number 1 in the class. He took out 3 test papers from his school bag, and on the papers were written large 100 points. Wow, worthy of being my younger brother, really great. After praising her brother, Wang Xinru obediently took the test papers to check them out. Just after scanning through the language paper, she froze there, dumbfounded. She only saw that the font on the paper was beautiful and neat, completely like it came from the hand of a calligraphy expert. How could her younger brother write such beautiful words at such a young age? Absolutely impossible. Wang Xinru coughed softly and returned the test paper to her brother. Little Ko, tell your sister the truth. Did you do the test paper yourself? Upon hearing this, Xiaoku slightly froze. Seeing this scene, Wang Xinru was even more convinced of her judgment as she spoke faintly. The words on this test paper are so neat. I know you didn't write it, but why did you cheat? Huh. Xiaoku reacted, so it was because of the font. But he had already intentionally written in a very scribbly manner, and he didn't expect that it would still arouse his sister's suspicion. Sister, I really wrote this myself. Saying that, he rummaged through his small school bag to find a pen and paper. Under his sister's disbelieving gaze, he slowly wrote a poem on the paper. The apes on both sides of the river can't stop crying. The light boat has already crossed 10,000 mountains. This sentence alone directly made Wang Xinru cover her mouth in surprise. Not only was the stroke neat and elegant, there was also a cool and bold flavor that echoed the poem. She looked at Xiaoku with complicated eyes, suddenly feeling that her brother was somewhat unusual. Calm down, Wang Xinru ordered the bodyguard to return to the manor. As the vehicle started, she browsed the scenery outside, feeling that it had been a long time since she had been this relaxed. Since embarking on her journey to stardom, she had spent every day figuring out how to shoot a movie, acting out emotions and character detail portrayal. Now that she had her brother and family with her, she just felt relaxed every day. Wang Xinru guffawed and tenderly glanced at Xiao Ku, who was leaning against her side. The little guy was pink and looked really eye-pleasing. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone rang. Wang Xinru raised her hand and answered the phone. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Miss, recently there are many movie and variety directors who want to find you to talk about cooperation. Put it off. I'm not available lately. Recently, Mrs. Brother has been in a lot of hot water, and a few first-rate directors have already sent us invitations. The call was not loud, but it was still clearly heard by Xiao Ku. When the variety show was mentioned, he instantly remembered the message from a fan at noon. That fan had also mentioned wanting to see himself in a movie and variety show. Xiao Ku beamed and asked his sister, Sister, what's a variety show? Chapter 65. What are you barking at? Get on it. Variety. It's recording your life and then broadcasting it on TV for everyone to see. Wang Xinru looked at her brother beside her and said casually, Why is brother asking this question? Little Ku picked at his little hand and responded with a smile. Today, I heard my fans say that they want to see me do a variety show. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinru immediately became interested, and she asked her brother after him. So, do you want to do a variety show, brother? Xiao Ku revealed a contemplative look before nodding to his sister. Shooting a variety show should be fun, right? Wang Xinru took a deep breath and hesitated a little inside. She didn't know if bringing her brother into the entertainment industry was good or bad. The water here was too deep for Xiao Ku to grasp. Before the phone hung up, she faintly instructed the man. Help me keep an eye out for a few variety shows that siblings are in, and push off the rest. Hanging up the phone, she dotingly pinched Xiao Ku's cheeks. Wang family manor. Xiao Ku got off the car and went straight to the villa. At this time, Wang Siki and Wang Lele were sitting in the hall, the two of them drinking tea and chatting. Noticing her brother who pushed the door in, they gently gestured for him to come over. Xiao Ku scanned around the empty hall, his eyes slightly dimmed. In the past, the fourth sister would also welcome him home in the hall, but now the fourth sister had already gone out. He walked over to the two women and sat down, lowering his head without saying a word, looking slightly sad. Wang Lele held her brother's white and tender little hand, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Brother, is it because you miss fourth sister? Xiao Ku nodded his head, somewhat listless. Fourth sister will be back soon, don't be sad. By the way, do you want to go see your two helicopters? These words immediately cheered Xiao Ku up. After coming home for so long, he hadn't seen the Wang family tarmac. The two helicopters that eighth sister had given himself were still parked there. Seeing her brother cheer up, Wang Lele smiled sweetly. Immediately, a few people set out for the Wang family tarmac. The location of the tarmac was not inside the manor, but was located in the empty field behind the manor. There were special guards here, and non-Wang family people were not allowed to enter. The three women took their younger brother all the way into the center of the field without any obstruction. Little Ku curiously surveyed the surroundings. From the moment he entered, his open little mouth couldn't close in surprise, only to see that in the center of the empty field, there was a giant airliner parked. This was the Boeing 747 airliner that the Wang family had purchased before, and it was usually not used much. Next to it were some ordinary helicopters. Xiao Ku counted the 13 helicopters he saw. He softly inquired to his sister, How much money does it take to buy this big airplane duck? Wang Siki stretched out a finger and didn't explicitly say so. $10 million? Wang Siki smiled and pinched his soft bouncy cheeks and said, Guess further up. Oh, 100 million? Xiao Ku blinked his azure eyes, somewhat shocked. Wang Siki still shook her head. No, guess further up. A billion. This time she nodded and rubbed her brother's little head. Xiao Ku sucked in a breath of cool air, not realizing that this big toy was so expensive. How many cups of milk tea and how much fried chicken can you buy with this math? He excitedly ran forward to stroke the shell of the airliner. At this moment he suddenly realized that it was good to be rich. Is it possible that all of his sisters are rich? The staff at the airport gathered their salutes and welcomed the crowd. Wang Siki spoke faintly. Take young master to see the two helicopters. The staff received the order and led the way in front of the four. Xiao Ku looked left and right along the way, viewing the various kinds of helicopters. Not long after, the crowd stopped in front of two helicopters. The helicopters were black in color, with the word Wang Xiao Ku engraved on the fuselage, exuding a mysterious aura. Xiao Ke happily hugged the helicopters, her face pressed tightly against the nose, and her small hands kept stroking the helicopters. Wang Lele snorted a smile and reminded her excited brother. Do you want to try sitting in it, brother? I'll let the pilot take you to fly 2 laps. Little Ku, who was hugging the fuselage, immediately spread his hands and jumped up and down and said yes. Wang Lele scanned the staff on the side and spoke gently. Come up 2 pilots. Go carry the young master for a test flight. 2 middle-aged men immediately stepped out of the crowd. The 2 looked at each other and walked towards the helicopter. When Xiao Ke's 3 people were ready in the helicopter, the pilots methodically started the engine. During the process, the propellers turned faster and faster, and gusts of strong wind were fanned around them. Under the watchful eyes of the rest of the people, the fuselage slowly left the ground and rose towards high altitude. Wang Lele protected her hair, which was about to be messed up by the strong wind, and looked at the helicopter high in the sky. Xiao Ku, who was seated within it, excitedly looked down from the window. Although it wasn't as exciting as when flying with a royal sword, it was also a different and fresh feeling. The pilot carried the young master in 2 rotations around the neighborhood, then slowly landed on the ground. Opening the door, little Ku was carried off the helicopter by Wang Xinru. Re-entering the ground, he looked at the fuselage and launched himself into a daze. With a rather serious face, he said to his 8th sister, Sister, I want to carve my name on the helicopter yet. The women were unsure and asked their brother what he meant. Little Ku explained with his hands and feet in a colorful manner. The look was really funny. I've named him. Can I carve the name on the airplane? Wang Lele inquired in astonishment. Could it be that my brother named the helicopter during his birthday banquet? Xiao Ku nodded seriously. Yes. This one is called Xiao Ku number 1. That one will be called Little Ku number 2. This time, even the staff froze in place. What kind of strange name was this? Wang Lele let out a bitter smile and instructed the staff. Change the name of the fuselage, just as young master said. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, silently picking up their tools and starting to remodel the helicopter. It didn't take long for the refreshed helicopter to emerge in front of the crowd. Xiao Ku looked at the helicopter with satisfaction, secretly saying that he was really a naming genius. As the sky gradually darkened, the 4 of them no longer lingered and returned to the Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Wang Yuehao looked serious. He was currently talking to his 2nd daughter's cell phone. Chen Hui sat on the side and clenched her hands, looking at Wang Yuehao with worry. Bastard! Disregarding the treaty and sending out an S-class alien, this is equivalent to letting a Zhong Shi step into the battlefield. Wang Yuehao slapped the porcelain cup, veins rippling on his neck. What's the situation at your place? What did the people from the Martial Artist Association say? An English female voice came out from the cell phone. My side is fine for the time being. The Martial Artist Association has already sent people to the border, and the E-country's Alterans have already caused considerable damage to the border. I've decided to launch an onslaught once the people from the Martial Artist Association arrive. Faint words entered his ears, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Wang Yuehao's pupils shrunk slightly, and a fine cold sweat oozed from his face. No, this is too risky. Before he could continue to dissuade him, the female voice on the phone directly interrupted him. Dad, didn't you say that to me? Even the most ferocious beasts will feel fear when they are heavily injured. Don't worry, I'm fine and nothing will happen to me. The phone was hung up. The villa door opened, and the 4 siblings walked into the hall with a smile on their faces. Father Wang and Mother Wang then switched to a normal expression, smilingly letting people bring in the food. Wang Siki glanced meaningfully at her father. After eating, Xiao Ku directly returned to his room. He sat on the edge of the bed and directly operated the chaotic heaven melting skill. The thin aura in the air was pulled into his body. In the dantian, the liquid condensed by the aura had already gathered into a small stream. The moon hung directly overhead, and all the people in the Wang family slept. Xiao Ku stopped his cultivation and raised his eyes to look out. He rolled over and got out of bed, tiptoed open the door and came downstairs. In the darkness, Xiao He was curled up in a comfortable ball, sleeping lazily. Xiao Ku gently walked forward and grabbed Xiao He's tail and carried it in his hand. The sleeping Blackie suddenly dreamed that he was soaring at a height of 10,000 meters, rolling on the clouds. The door of the villa was gently pushed open. Xiao Ku sneakily carried Xiao He and slipped to the backyard. After arriving at the place, He gently let go and the dog's head directly disliked the ground. Xiao He violently opened his round eyes, just in time to see Xiao Ke's smiling expression. Woof! Xiao He having a nightmare? It struggled to stand up and looked around before realizing that it had been brought to the back garden. Xiao Ke gently stroked the dog's head, causing Xiao He to shiver in fear. Dear Xiao He, today I want you to try out my newly learned martial arts skills for me. Bark if you agree, and if you don't, you agree by default. Oh. Xiao He, isn't it all the same? It raised its doggy head to look at the bright moon with a rather bleak feeling. A poem was created in its little head. The dog's head looks at the bright moon, lowers its head to think of home. Xiao Ke put away his chubby little hands and said to it, I'll let you strike today. I won't beat you up. Come on. Xiao He stared at him doubtfully, somewhat hesitant to listen to his bull. Under Xiao Ke's urging, Xiao He unfolded its attack posture. It shouted twice and silently roared in its heart. Today, new grudges and old scores will be settled together. Brother dog, I want revenge. Xiao Ke impatiently urged again. What are you barking at? Get on. Chapter 66. Border Warfare Rises. Xiao He forked his two small short legs. His body flashed with a demonic purple light. Suddenly, its body began to expand extremely fast. In 2 breaths, it changed from a small milk dog to a giant white dog the size of a tiger. Its long white hair flowed with the wind, and its gaze was gleaming, reflecting a gust of cold light under the moonlight. Looking at Xiao He's claws and teeth nowadays, they were about 10 centimeters long, and a tail was like a poisonous snake stooping down, looking formidable. The most special thing was that there was a black line residing in the center of that forehead, looking very demonic. Xiao Ke was slightly surprised. This scene he really didn't expect. It seems that Xiao He has changed a lot since he broke through to a first-stage demonic beast. So many nascent Soldan and nascent Soldan hadn't been eaten in vain after all. Xiao He roared and raised his giant claws to pounce towards him. Even if they were a few meters apart, they could still feel the sharpness of the claws and teeth. Xiao Ke's mind moved slightly, and his body was immediately covered with a layer of golden armor. This was the yellow rank technique he had obtained in his storage ring golden armor body protection. At that time, when he broke through the foundation establishment stage, he had deliberately practiced some martial arts in the idle cloud cave. The golden armor wrapped his body firmly, resembling a young general. The golden armor flashed with a blinding light in the dark night. Xiao He's sharp claws were already about to grab onto Xiao Ke's body as a ferocious aura swept over him. Prickla! There was a loud sound, and the sharp claws cut out gorgeous sparks on the golden armor. Such power was feared to be able to easily tear through a 10-centimeter steel plate, but it didn't injure the little boy. Xiao He quickly retreated, while Xiao Ke stood still, grinning a mouthful of white teeth. Not bad, Xiao He. This attack is already comparable to a mid-stage chi refining cultivator. Xiao Ke smiled and gave a thumbs up, praising the ferocious beast in front of him. One strike failed. Xiao He cautiously circled around him. Despite its huge size, its speed was several times faster than even a cheetah, and its figure even appeared as a stump. Steeply, Little Black launched an attack towards the boy in the center. Clank! Xiao Ke's back was slashed with large sparks, but the golden armor was unharmed. Not even a trace of it. Xiao He once again built up his momentum and launched attack after attack towards him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and each collision would cut out gorgeous sparks on the golden armor. Xiao Ke was like a pine and cypress in the snow, remaining calm and collected under the powerful attacks. Stopping his body, Xiao He stared at the little golden man in shock. It shook its head and slowly opened its mouth as a strong suction force swept in. The soil and leaves within the garden, and even the potted dead wood were all sucked into its mouth. This scene made Xiao Ke quite curious. Could it devour anything? He stretched out his white finger and aimed it at Xiao He's dog mouth. Yellow rank martial skill. Lightning attracting finger. The white tender finger was steeply covered in purple thunder light, followed by a thunderball bursting out. In only a split second, the attack arrived in front of it. After the thunderball was swallowed, Little Black immediately convulsed all over, and even rolled up its white eyes. Its limbs stiffened and it stood in place for a while before coming to its senses. Xiao Ke smiled and told Little Black, "Let you fight for so long. Now it's my turn." Oh. Xiao He's sweaty hairs stood on end as he looked at him in shock. Didn't he originally say that he wouldn't fight back? But now he's broken his promise? Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao He immediately turned into a white shadow and flashed away. Putting away his golden armor, Xiao Ke sacrificed his golden crow without delay. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped on his flying sword to block the white shadow's path. Xiao He reversed its direction to run away again, but a circle of flames suddenly emerged from the ground, trapping it in it. Xiao Ke heatedly smiled and slowly approached the panicked little black underworld ghost eyes. His azure-colored pupils slowly floated up a layer of demonic green light. As one person and one dog stared at each other, Xiao He's pupils also slowly floated a layer of green light. This was a martial skill that Xiao Ku had recently found within his master's storage ring. It was an Xian rank martial skill that had the effect of controlling and charming the mind, as well as being able to attack a person's spiritual soul. Cultivate to the great completion will be able to unknowingly annihilate the human spirit and soul, killing in the invisible. He had only cultivated to the introductory level now, but he was already able to control Xiao He's behavior. Withdrawing the encircling flames, he only saw Xiao He bouncing and rolling in place under his control. Then, Xiao He lowered his head and rammed it straight towards the pillar. This amused him to no end. Sure enough, one's pleasure is built on the pain of others. Xiao He, I thank you. Oh. That night, Xiao Ku practiced several martial arts through and through. The next day, when the family ate breakfast, Xiao Ku excitedly took out the exam papers. Sister promised me that she would allow me to skip a grade if I get perfect scores on all of them. I can go to 6th grade now, right? He looked at his family expectantly, his eyes twinkling with little stars. The Wang family received the exam papers in shock and gathered in a group to confer. Wang Siki left the dining table and went out to make a call to her 4th sister. Soon, the call was picked up. 7th sister, is something wrong? 4th sister, my younger brother scored perfect scores in 3 subjects and is making a fuss about skipping a grade to 6th grade. What? The younger brother got perfect scores on his exams. Well, what should we do? Wang Wenya, who was sitting in an office in M country at this time, was shocked. She had already had the test papers switched, and she hadn't expected her brother to get a perfect score. If she didn't allow her brother to skip a grade, he would definitely have a tantrum with herself. But with his brother being so young, could he adapt to the intensity of studying in the 6th grade? Wang Wenya came back to her senses and said to the 7th sister, "You tell your brother to skip a grade until next semester. We'll discuss it when I get home." Wang Siki nodded secretly and hung up the phone. Just now, she also noticed that the difficulty of those test papers had long exceeded the range of 1st grade. Her own brother, there is something unusual. She rejoined the table and gently told her brother that 4th sister allowed him to skip a grade. Oh yeah! Xiao Ku excitedly jumped up from his chair and joyfully hugged 7th sister's thigh. Wang Siki turned the tables and told her brother. But, it has to be discussed after your 4th sister returns. Xiao Ku blinked his eyes and nodded his head to say yes. The rest of them did not mean to stop it. It didn't matter to them if they skipped a grade or not, if they could learn or not anyway. The Wang family had the means and the strength. Even if Xiao Ku wanted to lie flat, that wouldn't be a problem at all. The sisters had that strength to make him lie flat. After dinner, Xiao Ku happily ran to his room to bring a gift box. Wang Siki was slightly surprised, and the rest of the people also looked at each other, not knowing what Xiao Ku wanted to do. He placed the gift box on the tabletop and explained as he unwrapped the box. This is the jade pendant that 7th sister and I prepared. 4th sister's share I already gave to him yesterday. The box was unwrapped, and the 7 jade pendants were lying quietly inside the box. Wang Yuehao couldn't help but pick them up and scrutinize them, his face gradually becoming grave. Isn't this the imperial blue light jade? Why are there so many jade pendants? Wang Siki patiently explained to her family. When it came to Xiao Ke's gambling on the stone to open the very best jade, everyone's faces were shocked. Xiao Ke's luck was so good? Chun Hui lovingly picked up her son and poked his smooth little face. Is this a gift from little Ku? The munchkin in her arms proudly nodded her head and said, yes. The 2 girls, Wang Lele and Wang Xinru, picked up the jade pendant and couldn't get enough of it. The jade pendant was smooth and translucent, moisturized beyond compare, emitting a faint cool aura, and a spirituality could be vaguely felt. The 2 of them rubbed their brother's little head affectionately and praised it without stinting. Each jade pendant had a piece of Xiao Ke's spiritual energy sealed inside, just that none of the people knew about it. He looked at the gift box thoughtfully. There were still 2 jade pendants left. How should I distribute them to the other 4 sisters? Or else go to the gambling store to get some more? He dismissed the thoughts in his head and stopped thinking about it. These things would be figured out later. Anyway, the other sisters hadn't gone home yet. Wang Siki had a big project to talk about today, so she went ahead and rushed to the company. Grabbing her small school bag, under the leadership of Wang Lele and Wang Xinru, Xiao Ku also sat on the bus heading to school. On the frontier front, the two armies were facing each other from a distance of several kilometers. With the military friction before this, the two armies had already reached the level of saber rattling. The configuration of the soldiers on the Chinese side was clear 95 type rifles and camouflage combat uniforms. The 96 tanks at the back of the army were lined up in horizontal rows, exuding a murderous aura along with the proximity missiles next to them. The E army on the opposite side was no less impressive, with equipment conditions not far behind. The generals of both armies knew very well that the enemy's strength must be far more than that. It was impossible for the real killing weapons to be placed in plain sight. Wang Ying sat on a high platform looking out from afar with a rather serious expression. She wasn't worried about being weaker than the other side in terms of armament strength, but rather the threat posed by an S-class alien was too great. That was a killing machine equivalent to a Zhongshi powerhouse. If they were allowed to step into the battlefield, they would soon be able to exterminate hundreds of elites. Reporting to General, the people from the Martial Artist Association are seeking an audience. The middle-aged officer led 4 old men to her. The 4 old men had rosy cheeks and sharp eyes, yet they looked unfathomable. Wang Ying's eyes flickered as she said in a conciliatory tone, "Thank you all patriarchs for traveling thousands of miles to come here. I don't know how to address them." The 4 of them slightly saluted and walked forward in turn, saying, "Wan Guei Patriarch Wan. Song Rulong Patriarch Song. Su Jianghai Patriarch Su. Chun Songhai Patriarch Chun." Listening to the introductions of the 4, Wang Ying laughed up to the sky, his eyes turning cold. "It's fortunate that I have 4 great patriarchs sitting on my Chinese border. Pass on my military order to attack the E army at night today and start a complete war." "Yes." The middle-aged officer retreated with great strides, and the 4 patriarchs were sent to rest. Beacon fire on Christmas Eve. Returning to her dream to the home mountain, she rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a photo, and on the picture was clearly Xiao Ku when he was laughing. Her gaze instantly became soft and she gently stroked the boy in the photo. "Little brother, when my sister's side stabilizes, I'll be able to go home and meet you." Chapter 67. Something happened to second sister, the entrance of the Magic City attached elementary school. Because it was inconvenient for his sister to show her face, Xiao Ku could only walk into the school alone. There were still police officers constantly patrolling in front of the school, which sort of eliminated a lot of trouble for him. Xiao Ku jumped out of the car, his arms bent into a heart shape, his body squatted downward, comparing hearts towards his sisters inside the car. This adorable action coupled with a sweet smile, adorning the hearts of the two. They suddenly had the urge to grab their brother and get in the car for a wild kiss. "Sister Bio." Xiao Ku waved goodbye and bounced into the campus. Wang Xinru smiled bashfully, then dialed the phone. Not long after, the phone was picked up and a male voice rang out. "Miss, what are your orders? The variety shows that I recently asked you to keep an eye out for? Are there any suitable ones? There are 3 for now and there's a pop-up. The director is already looking for a suitable candidate. Send it to my email, I'll take a look." Hanging up the phone, Wang Lele inquired with some surprise. "Fifth sister, are you trying to get your brother to shoot a variety show? You're tying up your brother's future by doing this. After becoming a public figure, you'll no longer be free." Wang Xinru raised her hand to interrupt her. "I'm also hesitating, but my brother is interested in this. And I think our brother is so cute, he's very suitable to be a star." Upon hearing this, Wang Lele was a bit unhappy. After all, she thought that her brother should most definitely learn piano from her. At that time, the 2 siblings would tour and perform together. How happy and joyful. At this time, far away in Kyoto, the Wang family. A white-robed old man was quietly lying on the bed. His face was still wrapped with a few circles of bandages, looking very wretched. In the room next to him, several middle-aged men were gathered around discussing things. They were the oldest 2, oldest 3, oldest 5, and oldest 6 of the Wang family's middle-aged generation. The faces of the several men were blue and their brows were furrowed. "Elderly couldn't even help that bastard. How is this possible?" The Wang family's oldest 3 said in a deep voice. "Humph. I just don't believe he's so evil that a 6-year-old doll could injure elderly so badly. The Wang family's oldest 5 chimed in. That's right, or else we'll try to test it again. Anyway, this little doll can't be kept. The Wang family's second oldest, who hadn't spoken all along, spoke indifferently. Quiet. At once there was no more sound on the field. It was obvious that he had a lot of authority in front of these people. Let's see. The assassination is even. Patriarchally was seriously injured and returned. Is it hard to invite those few people? I just didn't expect that his Wang Yuehao's 4 daughters are actually branch phoenixes, hiding quite deeply. The old 4th family, too capable of hiding. The Wang family's oldest 3 roared angrily in a low voice. Back then, he was expelled from the Wang family and swore that he would not give birth to a male child. He even dared to give birth to a son with that, polluting my Wang family's bloodline. This is provoking the majesty of the Wang family. Wang Xiaoku must disappear. The Wang family's oldest 6th, who had been slow to speak, smiled wickedly and opened his mouth. Brothers, I think we can find another way to get rid of Wang Xiaoku. The crowd turned their gazes to him. Oh, tell me. When Xiaoku returned to his class, he suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with his classmates. Only 7 or 8 students in the class were standing and reading, hesitant to take their seats. Xiaohu's face was red and swollen, as if he had been stung by a bee. There were also some boys with visible stripes on their bodies, presumably from being beaten with sticks. He slowly sat back in his seat and suddenly realized that Du Zimo was also standing stupidly. He slapped Du Zimo at his buttocks and was just about to ask why he didn't sit down. Steeply, Du Zimo bounced up and broke out into a pig-killing howl. The small hand kept stroking the spot he slapped. Du Zimo, what's going on? Why are you standing? Du Zimo sadly squeezed out a line of tears. Thinking about last night's encounter, he felt a stabbing pain in his butt. He aggrievedly explained to Xiaoku. I did too poorly on the exam and was beaten up by my dad. My belt was broken. The others should be similar. Xiaohu is even worse than me. The words just fell. Xiaoku put out his divine sense to probe a bit, and sure enough, he found that Xiaohu's buttocks were pumped black and purple and swollen. Looking at Du Zimo, who was standing, Xiaoku couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your ass is harder than a belt, ah. Ha ha ha. Schadenfreude, he was quite good at it. After mocking, he released a stream of spiritual energy to wrap around Du Zimo's injured part. The soft spiritual energy slowly penetrated into his body and actively repaired the injured part. In 10 seconds or so, the swollen but that was swollen by the belt was restored as before. When Xiaoku slapped him again, he wailed as if he was electrocuted. He was then pleasantly surprised to find that his ass didn't feel any pain at all. Huh? I don't hurt anymore. After a few joyful attempts, he realized that it had returned to normal. He excitedly sat back in his seat and plopped down comfortably on the table. Standing for so long had kind of worn him out. As usual, Xiaoku took out a thick book from his small school bag and looked at himself. Under Du Zimo's surprised gaze, he quickly flipped through the pages. That, Ku. Can you read ancient poems? Of course. I can even memorize it. Ku replied flatly, his white and round face written with seriousness. Du Zimo said decisively, You're bragging. The words in there are hard. Not to mention you're flipping so fast. Can you memorize it? Xiaoku overbearingly put the book in front of him and spoke confidently. Take your pick. If I can't memorize it, I'll give you Xiaoku number 1. Although Du Zimo didn't understand what Xiaoku number 1 was, he still picked up the book and picked it out. Then you memorize. We'll enter the wind. Xiaoku smiled confidently, cleared his throat and began to recite. Don't you see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. That loud recitation echoed in the classroom, instantly attracting the attention of a large number of students. The children stared wide-eyed, one more shocked than the other. A common thought surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Could it be that Wang Xiaoku was a genius and could do everything? Born to be a genius. 1,000 pieces of gold will come back to you. The language teacher pushed the door in and at the same time noticed Wang Xiaoku, who was reciting an ancient poem. All the sages of old are lonely, but only the drinkers leave their names. At this moment, the language teacher was dumbfounded. A 6-year-old child was memorizing "Will enter the wine"? Was he still dreaming? Calling for a son to change his wine and to share the sorrows of the ages with him. After reciting a poem, everyone was stunned. And in the eyes of his classmates, Wang Xiaoku was already a god-like existence. Splat! The language teacher's thermos cup fell to the ground, and the wolfberry water spilled all over the place. Families who understand today was scared by small children. The sun slowly moved to the west, and the day slipped away. As the school bell rang, all the students swarmed out. Xiaoku also got on the car and returned to the Wang family manor. As soon as he entered the villa, he happily jumped into Wang Siki's arms. A faint body fragrance hit his nose, and the air was filled with a sweet scent. At this moment, the three sisters surrounded him, all revealing a bad smile. Wang Siki squatted down and gave him a peck on the cheek. "Brother, do you want to be the president and make a lot of money?" Wang Xinru pushed her aside. "Brother, do you want to make movies and variety shows and be a big star like your sister?" Wang Lele took her brother into her arms again and said sweetly, "Brother, do you want to be a pianist? Learn piano from your sister and let's go to perform around the world." President, star, pianist? Facing the strange questions from the three sisters, Xiaoku picked at his small hands and answered with a puckered mouth. I don't want to do anything. I want to cultivate immortality." "Huh? What immortal cultivation?" The three women looked at each other, then spoke in unison. "You can only choose between these three." This made it difficult for Xiaoku to the extreme, but in comparison he still preferred being a star. Wang Xinru, who got the answer, happily picked him up and spun him 720 degrees. The other two sisters stared at the duo with loss and some sourness in their hearts. After eating, Xiaoku returned to his room. He took out his cell phone and clicked on the vlog. At this time his fans were already stuck at 8 million, no longer rising. After some maneuvering, he posted out a dynamic. "Do you all want to see Xiaoku shoot a variety show?" As soon as it was released, someone immediately liked it. After a while, the word "want to see" appeared clear in the comments section. He muttered to himself, "It seems like everyone wants to see me do a variety show too, and I don't know if it's fun." Putting away his phone, he sat down on his bed and fell into cultivation. At midnight, Xiaoku once again went downstairs and dragged Xiaohei to the backyard to practice martial arts. For the next 3 days, he spent his time eating, studying, cultivating, and practicing martial arts. In the middle of the night on this day, he prepared to go downstairs to look for Xiaohei as usual. Just as he stepped out of his room, he heard some noise in his parents' room. Out of curiosity, he unfolded his divine sense and probed inward. Inside the room, Wang Yuehao was talking to someone. "What did you say? What happened?" The voice on the other end of the phone trembled slightly. "General Wang and the 4 patriarchs are besieged by 10S-class exalts at the front line. The 4 patriarchs were heavily injured, and General Wang, whereabouts unknown." Snap! The cell phone was crushed by Wang Yuehao. His eyes were red and his veins bulged. "Asshole!" Qian Hui covered her face and cried bitterly on the side. Her mouth kept murmuring impossibility. Wang Yuehao quickly put on his clothes and said to his wife, "I'm going to the border now. You call Feng Tianxiao and tell him to bring people to the front line of the border. Also, notify the Martial Artist Association to immediately send additional manpower to support the frontier. Don't tell the daughters about this matter. I'm going to pick up the second girl and bring her home." Sensing the sound of footsteps approaching, Xiaoku panicked and ducked back into his room, closing the door. He looked out the window in surprise, his heart shaking. Second sister. Something happened. Chapter 68. It's over. This is coming at me. Noticing that his father had left the villa, Little Ku probed out of the room. His delicate little round face was covered in worry. Second sister is in danger. Can Dad save her sister? Thinking of the dangerous situation his sister might face, his heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. "No, I want to save my sister back." He clenched his small fists, revealing a touch of determination and stubbornness between his brows. Xiaoku lightly walked downstairs, passing by the dog kennel. Little Black, who was curled up inside the kennel, glanced at him and couldn't help but shiver. Every day at this time, the little master would come and pull him to the backyard to practice. But to its surprise, today Xiaoku walked straight out of the villa and did not grab him to go to the backyard. He stared incredulously. Today did not even come to find their own trouble? Could it be that the heavens have opened their eyes? Walking out of the villa, Xiaoku directly called out the golden crow. His figure leaped and stepped on the flying sword, secretly trailing on the father. Wang family tarmac. Although it is already the middle of the night, but there are still staff on duty patrol. Wang Yuehao walked towards the staff on duty with an iron color. Go call the pilot over and go with me to the border. The staff on duty replied yes, and immediately went to wake up the sleeping drivers. The two pilots were still stupefied when they woke up, but as soon as they heard that it was an order from the family head, they immediately became 100 times more energized. Not long after, the three of them boarded the helicopter and flew in a northwestern direction. High in the air, Shao Ke watched from afar with his flying sword on his feet, his ice-blue pupils flickering with a faint light. He murmured softly, "Second sister, don't let anything happen." In the morning, the family sat together at the dining table as usual. The only difference was that the main seat was empty today. Wang Siki seemed to have sensed something and asked her mother, "Dad, where did he go?" Chun Hui replied in a cloudy voice, Early in the morning he ran off to Linjiang City to find your Uncle Feng for a drink, and I don't know how long he's going to stay there." Although it sounded reasonable, Wang Siki still frowned. Going to look for Uncle Feng needs to go early in the morning. Can't he stay and have breakfast before going? Moreover, as far as he knew, Uncle Feng was also a martial artist, even stronger than Dad. I'm afraid something big is going on. She couldn't help but think of her second sister, who was far away at the border, and had a bad feeling in her heart. After breakfast, Shao Ku was sent to the school entrance by Wang Xinru. Shao Ke hadn't spoken much since the morning, and his round head was always hanging low. Wang Xinru was close to her brother and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, brother? Not happy?" He immediately raised his milky little round face and told his sister with a smile, "No, I'm going to school, bye sister." Saying that, he jumped out of the car and waved his chubby little hand towards his sister. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded. The corners of her eyes and eyebrows were filled with laughter. It seems that she was overly worried. Her brother was so small. What could he have on his mind? The car started and slowly drove away from the Magic City Annexed Primary School. Entering the campus, Shao Ke didn't go back to the classroom, but directly went to find Jiang Nan's trio. A few people were sitting in the gazebo at this time, brushing the vlog short video. Inside the screen, a hot beauty wearing an opera costume danced to the music, smiling back with 100 winks. The dynamic opera voice coming from the cell phone deeply attracted the three people's sight. Falling ink and a partridge cry. Who knows the meaning of the song? I'll wait for you to tie the broken string. Agu, don't worry, little lover. I'll only hold my sleeve for you. After 3 rounds of wine, the moon is on the branch. My heart is in the right place. Agu, little lady, don't worry. Ahem. Shao Ke stayed close to the trio and coughed lightly twice. Jiang Nan was so shocked that her cell phone almost fell on the ground. Looking back, the young master had stood behind him at some point. He put away his cell phone with an embarrassed expression, and his originally high and arrogant face was plated with a reddish hue. "Young master, do you have something to look for us? Did someone upset you?" Shao Ke shook his head, gazing at him with a pair of bright eyes. "I want to ask you, do you know where my second sister's barracks are?" The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Does it even need to be said? "Young master, of course we know. But why are you asking this question? Is it hard to believe that you still want to go to the general?" Shao Ke lifted his round face and revealed a harmless smile to the three. "Sick dog. Right answer. Spectral ghost eyes." He let out a milky cry, confusing several people. Suddenly, a flash of green light surfaced at the pupils of the three people, and the several people's expressions became stupefied. Jiang Nan only felt his eyes darken, and his consciousness was gradually engulfed by some mysterious force. Seeing the great success, Shao Ke was so excited that he rubbed his little hands together. This was the first time he had used this martial art on someone else. The result was just as he expected. Not only Xiao He, but Jiang Nan and the three of them were also able to be controlled by himself. Shao Ke grinned. It seemed that he was quite clever after all. It was just that he couldn't manipulate too many people at the same time, and the other person's strength had to be far lower than his own in order to control his mind. He thought for a moment and looked up to ask, "Where is the location of my second sister's military camp?" Jiang Nan responded dully, "Northwest Frontier Land, more than 20 miles south of the Great Desert Mountain Range." After hearing his answer, Shao Ke was satisfied and left the place, heading straight to the school entrance. Not long after, Jiang Nan and the three of them came to their senses, only feeling dizzy. "Hehe. Where is young master man? He was here just now?" "Not sure what's going on. I feel dizzy. What were we doing just now?" "I don't know." Walking out of the school gate, looking at the empty driveway, Xiaoke secretly gave a bad cry. Now that there are no cars on the road, could it be that he is going to fly with his sword under the eyes of the crowd? When he was thinking hard at the gate, he suddenly recalled back to Sister Xiao Xiao, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and opened Vmail, flipping to Sister Xiao Xiao in his friends list. Immediately, Xiaoke dialed her to explain the situation. Not long after, the two of them, Lin Xiao Xiao and Lin's father, drove up and pulled up in front of him. He sweetly shouted Sister Xiao Xiao, and then sat in the car. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed, and Lin's father amiably struck up a conversation with Xiaoke. Lin Xiao Xiao picked up her cell phone and swept him up, taking several pictures in a row. When she smiled, her two dimples were deeply sunken in, very durable. Xiaoke got out of her arms, a cute face red like a ripe apple. He blinked his big watery eyes and said with a beep, Sister Xiao Xiao, why are you taking so many pictures with me? Lin Xiao Xiao covered her mouth with a smile and pinched him on the cheek. Xiaoke is now a big star. Oh, I don't know how many people want to take a picture with you. Other people will have to envy me to death when they see it. Saying that, she directly checked the photo to send to the girlfriends group. At once, the girlfriends group crazy pop-up messages. Cell phone ding 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 ding. Xiaoke couldn't help but look up and inquire after hearing her words. Sister Xiao Xiao, I'm thinking about whether or not to do a variety show. It feels like a lot of fun. These words caused her to freeze for a moment. Then she turned her head and exclaimed, What? Shooting a variety show? She re-examined Ko once more, smiling like a warm spring breeze. Of course you can film it. Xiaoke looks so cute. There will definitely be a lot of people who like you. And filming a variety show is fun. Your fans should be looking forward to it too. Hearing Sister Xiao Xiao's reply, Xiaoke silently made up her mind in her heart. 10 minutes later, the car stopped smoothly at the Wang family manor. Sister Xiao Xiao, I'm going home. Oh. After greeting her, Xiaoke walked straight into the Wang family manor. Looking at the magnificent manor in front of them, both of them were ruthlessly shocked by the large sum of money. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at the little boys back through the car window, a sweet smile emerging on her face. Last time, the little guy even told himself that his home was near the manor. Sure enough, with such a powerful few sisters, how could the residents be bad? Dad, go home. The car slowly disappeared in front of the Wang family manor. The door of the villa was quietly opened. Xiaoke gently walked into the hall, afraid of startling his sisters upstairs. Aunt Lan was doing housework within the living room at this time, and noticing the tiny figure, she opened her mouth in confusion. Young master, why did you run home? Xiaoke's heart tightened and she hurriedly gestured to her to silence her. Although Aunt Lan did not understand what the young master was trying to do, she did not speak again. After a while, seeing that there was still no movement upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he tiptoed towards the kennel and grinned at Xiao He. Blackie. It's over. This is coming for me. It was just about to run away when it suddenly realized that it couldn't move its body. There was a spiritual energy around it that tightly imprisoned it in place. Then, the tiny figure walked up to it and picked it up as it ran out of the villa. The young master should have skipped school, right? Aunt Lan hesitated to report this to Miss, and after thinking about it, she continued to organize the household chores. Xiaoke ran out of the manor in a single breath and didn't put down Xiao He until he was tens of meters away from the Wang family. Xiao He, let's go save sister together. He opened his mouth in a milky voice, his eyes serious. My sister had an accident in the battlefield, and this time our mission is to rescue her. It's still the same. If you're willing to go with me, just call out. If you don't call out, it's a tacit admission that you're going to accompany me to save my sister. Xiao He, do I have a choice? 6. Chapter 69. Xiaoke number 2 takes off. The dark current surges. Wang family tarmac. A man and a dog poked their heads out from the fence, secretly checking the situation inside. Remember to follow me closely in a while. Let's move fast. Remember to look at my eyes and act O. Xiaoke whispered instructions towards the dog beside him. Xiao He humanely nodded the dog's head, seemingly understanding what he meant. At the gate, the two duty officers looked around vigilantly, fearing that any breeze could be detected. At this time, a delicate little boy approached the gate and fiercely milked and drank at them. Hey, take me in. I'm going to check out little Ku too. The duty officer looked at him in surprise, then spoke respectfully. Yes, young master. The two men opened the gate and respectfully welcomed the young master into the parking lot. Xiao Ke calmly walked in, and behind him, Xiao He followed closely with his short legs. An officer on duty noticed the little white dog and directly blocked its path. Woof, woof. Two barks reached Xiao Ke's ears, and he looked back in confusion, just in time to notice the scene. Another staff member explained for him. Young master, the family head has said that no uninvited people are allowed to enter the tarmac, and dogs are no exception. Otherwise, I'll find someone to look after it first? Xiao Ke couldn't help but spit in his heart. The rules set by his dad were so troublesome. With a cold little face, he aggressively said towards the two. Xiao He is my good friend. The rules set up by Dad do not include my friends. The staff member had a difficult face and was somewhat at a loss for words. He continued to speak towards the two. If you don't let Little Black in, I'll tell my sister that you guys are bullying me. At that time, I'll let my sisters come looking for you. When he said this, the staff member only felt a chill on his back and hurriedly made way to let the dog in. He said secretly in his heart, rules are dead, people are alive. Anyway, it's a pet brought by the young master, and with such a small dog, it can't be a big deal. Waiting for Xiao He to follow, the staff led Xiao Ku into the field. Any staff members encountered on the way saluted and greeted him. Soon, a few people came to the Xiao Ku No. 2 helicopter. He happily walked up to pet the big toy. Xiao He stared with round eyes, curiously surveying the giant in front of him. Ko turned back to the two and calmly commanded. I want to take a ride in the airplane to play. Go call the pilot over. The two staff members looked at each other and then called for a senior pilot. By the time the pilot arrived out of breath, Xiao Ku was already impatient and ready to depart. Young master, please. The staff respectfully opened the door of the plane and lowered the gangway. Xiao Ku gave Xiao He a look, signaling him to follow. One person and one dog quickly boarded the helicopter. The staff member still wanted to stop the dog, but his eyes went black and he suddenly froze in place. After the pilot had everything ready, he turned back to check on the young master's condition. Just as he turned his head, he came face to face with a delicate little face. Uncle Driver, do you know the great desolate mountain range? Little Ku inquired expectantly, her large eyes gazing at him with watery eyes. Why is young master asking about the great desolate mountain range? This place is on the frontier. The driver furrowed his eyebrows. He had been to this place before. Not long ago, he had just happened to send a sweeping servant of the Wang family to this neighborhood. That being said, that young man ghosted and wailed along the way, nearly driving him crazy. Xiao Ke secretly rejoiced. He had really gotten his bearings, saving himself the trouble of fumbling around on the map. Spectral ghost eyes. Steeply, the driver's pupils were wrapped in green light. Departure, south of the great desolate mountain range. Xiao Ke waved his fat and tender palms and laughed happily. The helicopter slowly started under the pilot's control. The propellers turned faster and faster, creating a gust of wind on the flat ground. Woo-hoo! Take off! Xiao He, two tits, I'm flying. Xiao Ku removed the control of the two people next to the helicopter. The two who regained their senses stared dumbfounded as the helicopter rose high into the sky. It wasn't until the aircraft was getting farther and farther away from the two that the staff realized something was wrong. What just happened? Huh? How did that helicopter fly away? What's going on? Where is it going? Who flew the helicopter? Where does he want to take the young master? Not a moment later, the helicopter completely disappeared into the sky under the watchful eyes of the two. The young master has been taken away. Quickly, notify the director. Don't let anything happen to young master. Damn it, in case Miss pursues it, you and I will be finished. On the helicopter in the distance, a man and a dog were dancing with joy. The plan was going very well, now just wait to fly to the place. Inside the Wang family villa, Wang Xinru, who was doing yoga, split her two beautiful legs into a zigzag horse. The cell phone beside her rang. She got up and answered the call. What? Young master flew away in a helicopter? Who's the pilot? Contact him quickly. On the other end of the phone, the tarmac management director's voice was trembling. Miss, we can't contact the pilot. Wang Xinru hung up the phone and dialed a V-mail call to Xiao Ku. But no matter how much she waited, the call was delayed. She quickly put on her clothes and rushed to the tarmac. On the other side, Several men in suits walked out of the door from the Magic City airport. Their faces were cold, their bodies exuded a thick fury, and their icy eyes seeped like poisonous snakes. The crowd took the initiative to make a way in front of them for fear of provoking them. One of the men took out a piece of information. The information recorded Wang Siki's specific information, as well as the location of the Wang group. Border frontier. Several days of fighting had left over 100,000 Chinese soldiers dead or injured, and the original 500,000 soldiers were now only 350,000 left. The sky only belonged to fire and smoke, and outside the trenches only belonged to fear and death. The fighter jets of the E-Army were still circling in the air and exchanging fire with the Chinese fighter jets. The anti-aircraft missiles and tanks on the ground kept firing, and the entire plane was cratered by shells. Blood, flames, gunfire and dust filled the air, and the hissing sounds of heavy machine guns, anti-tank guns and rocket launchers constantly resounded, creating a perfect picture of hell on earth. The sound of some piercing wails resounded through the battlefield, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Looking to the north, severed limbs and wreckage spread all over this charred land, and blood dyed it red. Countless wounded Chinese soldiers were transported back to the base from the front line to receive treatment. The doctors and nurses of the entire military base are so busy that many of them haven't even closed their eyes to rest for 3 days. Since yesterday, a large number of media reporters rushed to shoot records and send the information back to the company. At the same time, media news from all over China reported the events of the border war at the same time. For a time, all 130 million Chinese people learned the brutal truth of the border war. On the internet, the topic of border war occupied the top of the hot search list for the first time. The crowd at the bottom was talking. E-country is wolfish. It has been secretly harassing my Huaxia before. Is it bullying my Huaxia? No one. I'm willing to rejoin the army to guard the gates of my Huaxia. Why has the war gone on for several days, and the country's master still hasn't sent troops to support us? Born as a Chinese, my generation should be the first to fight. Who would like to rush to the front line with me? Soldiers on the northwest border should be remembered. State Lord quickly raised troops to support the front line. Wang clan group's presidential room. Wang Siki scanned the media information icily, her heart feeling more and more uneasy. Something had really happened on her second sister's side. She just didn't expect the situation to be this serious. At this moment, the cell phone on the side rang. She picked up the phone and her body instantly froze on the seat. Say that again, Wang Siki said through gritted teeth, her beautiful face shrouded in a layer of frost. The person on the other end of the phone repeated timidly. Miss, young master left Magic City in a helicopter. He should be heading to the northwest. Wang Siki kicked over the table and chairs beside her and couldn't help but curse. Asshole. How dare you let the young master get on the helicopter? Rubbish thing. Can't even watch over a child. What's the use of my Wang family raising you? Hurry up and prepare the airplane. Snap. She kicked open the door of the president's room and trotted into the elevator. At this moment, a blazing fire was burning in her heart. Some time later, Wang Siki rushed to the tarmac in a panic. Wang Xinru, Wang Lele, and the 2 girls were already on the helicopter. She angrily walked up to the management director and slapped him heavily twice. If anything happens to young master, you'll just wait for death. Icy cold words reached his ears, scaring him so much that he almost cried out. At this moment, he had the heart to kill those 2 staff members. He had only been absent for half a day, and he had stirred up such a big basket. The 3 women boarded the helicopter and quickly headed to the northwest. At the same time, the whole of China was surging with dark currents. The northern military region received Wang Yuehao's military order and quickly sent 100,000 elite soldiers to rush to support the northwest. The Martial Artist Association once again sent personnel to rush to the northwest military region. The netizens of the whole of Huaxia denounced E-country's wolfishness and harassment of Huaxia's borders. Countless hot-blooded men were clamoring to join the army. On the other hand, on the side of the state lord, there had been no news coming out. It wasn't until the evening that an official message was released through the media. The state lord said that he would send reinforcements and called for domestic medical personnel to support the front line. In addition to this, the Chinese officials shouted internationally why country E had repeatedly harassed the Chinese border and provoked a war. The World Peace Organization bitterly criticized the E side's atrocities and demanded that the E side end the war and withdraw its troops. However, country E never responded positively, and the war continued. In the evening, another piece of news came to light. General of the Border Military Region Wang Ying. Whereabouts unknown. Chapter 70. How did Xiao Lu sneak in here? The nation is in an uproar. Generals usually reside behind the scenes and are usually surrounded by a large number of guards. But what was puzzling was that General Wang Ying would go missing in a strange way. The crowd didn't need to think much to know that this must have something to do with the E-country. It was just that the crowd couldn't figure out what means E-country had used to capture the general by crossing over the heavy troops. After all, martial artists and psychics are the secrets of various countries, and ordinary people have no way to understand them. The sky gradually darkened. The war at the border gradually stopped, and both armies tacitly retreated back to the military base, seemingly building up their strength for a more violent offensive. Inside the base's council chamber, the 4 great patriarchs and dozens of military region executives were sitting around here. Nowadays, the 4 great patriarchs were in a sorry state, all of them suffering from minor injuries. Patriarch Chun had even lost an arm. Although the wounds had been treated, there was still crimson blood seeping out of the gauze. The faces of the people were grim as they all lowered their heads in silence. With the general gone, the military region had completely lost its backbone, and now they were like a scattered sand. Patriarch 1 smacked his lips, but only spat out a long sigh. Creak. The door to the chamber room was opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked into the room. Shockingly, his shoulder badge was 3 golden stars, neatly arranged above the golden branches and leaves. This was clearly the rank of general. Excluding the 4 great patriarchs, the military region executives present immediately stood up and gave a military salute. At the same time, a few people curiously sized up this general, only to feel that there was something familiar about him. The middle-aged man walked towards the conference table with a serious face and sat on top of the main seat. After scanning the crowd, he slowly spoke. I am Northern Military Region General Wang Yuehao. Report General Wang Ying's situation to me in detail. Upon hearing this, all of the military region's senior officers' tigers shook. The name Wang Yuehao might not be known by ordinary people, but he was well known in the military. It was said that he had climbed step by step from a new recruit to the position of a general, leading his generals to guard the northern border of China for 10 long years. He won hundreds of large and small battles, and was known as the undefeated god of war in the military. A high-ranking officer gazed adoringly at Wang Yuehao, stood up and said respectfully, 2 days ago, we still had the advantage in the battle. But yesterday, for S-class Ultrans suddenly appeared on the front line, slaughtering our soldiers indiscriminately. General Wang quickly led the 4 great patriarchs to step into the front line, not realizing that the other side had far more than 4 S-class adepts. After the patriarchs stepped into the battlefield, 6 more S-class adepts appeared on the front line, ignoring others and heading straight for the general. In the end, General Wang was captured. The 4 patriarchs were seriously injured, and the frontline soldiers were defeated. Wang Yuehao clenched his fists, not hiding the anger on his face at all. How dare they disregard the treaty and send out 10 S-class exalts that are comparable to the patriarchs? Creak. The door of the council chamber was opened once again, and a group of middle-aged men with extraordinary aura entered the room. The middle-aged man at the head shouted respectfully towards Wang Yuehao. Big brother, I'm late. Wang Yuehao's angry expression slightly eased and hurriedly let him sit down. The 4 great patriarchs stared at the man with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. The middle-aged man looked at the 4 great patriarchs and revealed a bold smile. Patriarch 1 opened his mouth in surprise. Patriarch Feng Xiaotian? Feng Xiaotian nodded his head in greeting, then spoke in front of the crowd. Early tomorrow morning, 100,000 elites from the Northern Realm will be able to arrive. At the same time, the Martial Artist Association has sent 10 patriarchs this time. Among them, there are 2 late-sect master martial artists, 3 mid-sect master martial artists, and 5 early-sect master martial artists. In addition, the State Lord side didn't make a move, just a verbal statement presumably. Wang Yuehao waved his hand. His face softened quite a bit. Thank you, Brother Feng. Tomorrow I will personally lead the army, and I will definitely defeat the enemy army. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly and said with an arch. Big brother, there is no need to be polite. My life was saved by you. Why say thank you? Soon, Wang Yuehao planned an attack strategy according to the terrain. The entire military region's top management had a sleepless night, all fully preparing for tomorrow's battle. 100,000 elite soldiers were delivered one after another in the early hours of the morning, and the 10 great patriarchs also came to the base without any problems. Medics and medical facilities were also brought to the military area, and all kinds of military weapons, ammunition supplies were sent here in batches. High up in the air, Xiao Ku was bored as he rested his cheeks and looked out the window. Next to him, Xiao He had been sleeping since he got on the helicopter, and had been sleeping for the whole night. It's so boring. How far is it? Xiao Ku beamed as she looked towards the sleeping Xiao He, a bad smile surfacing on that round face. Every day you just know how to sleep. I really doubt if you are a dog or a pig. He stretched out his finger, and immediately purple lightning arcs emerged from his white fingertips. A finger pointed out. Xiao He, who was originally lying down to sleep, suddenly felt his body tingle and couldn't help but tremble. When he lifted the dog's head, he realized that the boy on the side was huffing and puffing. The entire cabin was quiet and everything seemed normal. Xiao He, what the hell? It got its head down in confusion, and in no time it fell asleep again. As it was just dreaming about the fragrant big chicken leg, a numbing sensation struck it again. The big chicken leg in its dream abruptly turned into a bubble, and in its place was the long unseen taiyaki. Ha 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 ha. Ko laughed and withdrew his fingers, pretending to look asleep once again. Xiao He raised its head dizzily. It glanced at the sleeping little boy on the side and became deeply skeptical. After carefully surveying Xiao Ku for a long time, it bent down and closed its eyes to pretend to be asleep. In no time at all, it sensed that a chubby little hand was reaching towards him. This time it took the initiative, quickly jumped up and bit down hard on that little hand. Unbeknownst to him, the hand was electrified. A crackling sound echoed in the cabin. This time Xiao He was directly electrocuted on the outside, opening his mouth and spitting out 2 smoke rings. In his dream, Tainan was beckoning to him. Hundreds of kilometers to the east of the helicopter, a helicopter quickly followed. The 3 women in the cabin had a sleepless night, looking out the window with a grave expression, and no one opened their mouths to speak. Wang Siki made dozens of calls to her brother, but they all showed no answer. Fortunately, the Wang family helicopters all came with a localization system, and the 3 of them were now getting closer and closer to their brother. She wasn't sure why the pilot had taken her brother to the northwest, nor was she sure what her brother was thinking. Everything would be known when they met. Early in the morning, all the soldiers of the military base urgently gathered in the square. Wang Yuehao walked up to the high platform with his arms in his hands, a pair of sword eyebrows coldly erected, his gaze sweeping over the 450,000 soldiers. Behind him, the whole 15 patriarchs stood in 2 rows, and dozens of military region executives were full of solemnity. Everyone. Wang Yuehao's voice was amplified, clearly reaching everyone's ears. As Chinese men, you do not fear injury or death. You are soldiers, standing at the border of Chinese territory. Every point you retreat is a point of ceding the territory. If the country is broken, the family will die. The country is ambitious and committing crimes against my Huaxia. What shall we do? Kill, kill, kill. 400,000 soldiers raised their arms and shouted. Xiao Lu was clearly in the crowd, and due to the lack of manpower, he was transferred to the front line. Wang Yuehao's words seemed to have given everyone chicken blood. At this moment, his blood was boiling and his whole body was hyperactive. Rage against the fence. 450,000 generals, led by Wang Yuehao, recited Man Jianghong in unison. The chants were earth-shattering and could break mountains and rivers. After all the soldiers returned to their respective duties, a great battle was about to kick off. Battle! After a loud shout, the horn of charge was blown. Each general stepped into the battlefield according to Wang Yuehao's instructions. At the same time, the soldiers of each country also stepped into the battlefield. Airplanes, tanks, missiles, long-range artillery shells, all of them were put into the battlefield. The whole field was raining with bullets, and the shouts broke through the clouds. On the front line of the war, for men dressed in strange costumes rushed into the Chinese battlefield. Bullets and shells were easily dodged by them, and their speed was so fast that it smacked one's lips. Only to see one of the men with red hair casually striking out. A large ball of blazing fire pounced towards the crowd. In an instant, more than a dozen soldiers were engulfed by the flames, and amidst the agonizing wails, the soldiers slowly ran out of life. Bruce, dare to compete with me to see who has killed more people, a blond man said towards the red-haired man. Fine, who's afraid? Bruce struck again, killing several people with each attack. At the high platform, Wang Yuehao stared closely at the four figures. On the side, Patriarch Wan explained for him. These four are Country E's S-class alien. The red-haired man is called Bruce, and he possesses the fire attribute. The blonde-haired man is called Adam, a lightning attribute alien. The tall man next to him is called Austin, an earth attribute alien. The last one is called Arthur, also a fire attribute adept, but stronger than Bruce, with late-stage sect master strength. Listening to Patriarch Wan's explanation, Wang Yuehao nodded. Then his eyes signaled the four patriarchs to go forward to meet the battle. The rest of the Zong masters continued to stand by, preparing to deal with any other aberrations that might appear. In the chaotic battlefield, little Lu huddled inside the trench, shivering with his rifle in his arms. At this moment, he suddenly missed the days of running with his young master. Although it was tiring, he couldn't die. Whoosh! Xiao Lu looked up at the sound, only to see the warplane in mid-air suddenly drop a shell. The oval shell gradually enlarged within his pupils. At this moment, it was as if he saw his great-grandfather, who had died decades ago, beckoning to him. It was already too late to run. He slowly closed his eyes, only hoping that his death would not be too painful. Suddenly, a flash of golden light cut through. Boom! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Xiao Lu opened his tightly closed eyes and dully felt around his entire body. Ugh! I didn't pass away? Where's the cannonball? Above the battlefield, a flying sword exploded from the distance and shot away again. Finally, the golden crow slowly fell back into Xiao Ke's hands. He blinked his eyes and spoke in surprise. How did little brother Lu sneak here? Chapter 71. Master won't blame me. Inside the helicopter, Xiao Ke looked towards the distance in confusion. At this time, he was already close enough to Second Sister's military base to prepare for landing. He controlled the pilot to slowly fly towards the military base. At the same time, the Air Defense Department sounded an alarm. Warning, warning. There is an unidentified flying object approaching. Noticing the red mark on the radar detector, the soldier immediately checked with his electronic binoculars. Another soldier next to him eagerly asked him, "Is it an enemy aircraft? Should we attack?" I'm not sure. It's a regular helicopter with Chinese characters on the fuselage." "What kind of characters?" Koji too." Both of them froze at the same time. What was this helicopter doing with such a strange name? The soldier next to them coughed lightly and said, "When he gets close, try to make contact. If he doesn't respond, then it's not too late to attack." The two men nodded at the same time, gazing intently at the red markings on the radar. Until the airplane was close to the communication range, the soldier sent a communication signal to the helicopter. At this time, Ko was still excited and ready to land. Suddenly, a strange man's voice came from the console. "Black helicopter, you are approaching our military jurisdiction. Please mark your identity, purpose, department." Xiao Ke listened in confusion as the man finished his sentence, and finally came to a realization. So he was asking what he was doing here. Of course, he was here to save his sister. He leaned forward and replied in a milky voice, "I came to find my father. My father's name is Wang Yuehao. Wang Ying is my second sister." The helicopter continued to descend, and the strange man's voice once again came from the console. "You have approached our military jurisdiction. Please state your purpose immediately, or we will take offensive measures." Ko stared at himself with round eyes. "He can't hear me. What should I do now?" "Kuro, do you know how to make him hear?" "Blackie, is it appropriate for you to ask me?" After several inquiries from the Air Defense Department, the black helicopter continued to land towards the bottom regardless. The two soldiers spoke solemnly. "To the unidentified flying object, launch an infrared guided attack." The controllers who received the order immediately activated their air defense weapons, aiming at the black helicopter to launch an attack. Instantly, countless missiles flew towards Xiao Ke's side. "Wow!" Xiao Ke exclaimed, immediately urging his spiritual energy to form a transparent protective film around the helicopter. Dozens of missiles steeply slowed down when they were about to hit him. In the end, the missiles were strangely still around the helicopter, never able to go any further. Watching this scene, the Air Defense Department was collectively dumbfounded. The missiles were still aiming and firing, and in just tens of seconds, hundreds of missiles were hovering around the fuselage. From a distance, it looked like a giant hedgehog. Xiao Ke finally let out a sigh of relief. He frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. "Bad guys, when I find my sister, I'll let my sister clean you up. He was very vindictive. The Air Defense Department's crowd opened their mouths wide, not knowing how to express the shock in their hearts. What the hell is this? Why is it like this? Little Kutu landing. As he shouted excitedly, Shauka number 2 landed smoothly, and the missiles hovering around the helicopter slowly fell to the ground. The Air Defense Department rushed to inform the soldiers to investigate the mysterious helicopter that landed in the military area. Inside the cabin, Xiao Ku released his divine sense to observe the surroundings. Xiao Hei, quickly follow me. Someone is coming. Opening the cabin door, Xiao Ku lifted the dog with one hand and flew to the side. His speed was fast, and with his divine sense sensing every move in the surroundings, he perfectly bypassed the arriving soldiers. A soldier from the Air Defense Department exclaimed in shock. Just now, it seems like a little boy ran out of the helicopter. Boy! The crowd was bewildered, completely confused as to what was going on with this sudden mysterious helicopter. On the ground, a large number of soldiers approached the helicopter with rifles in hand, all of them looking alert. Strangely enough, there had been no movement coming from inside the helicopter, which made them even more suspicious. Several soldiers entered the cabin and aimed their guns at the pilot. Who are you and what is your purpose? The pilot, who came to his senses, was confused. 13. Hadn't he just gotten into the helicopter? Who were these soldiers? Speak! The lead soldier urged impatiently, pressing his gun against the front and making an aiming motion. The pilot was almost scared now by the scene and stammered out an explanation. I'm the driver of the Wang family. Our family head is Wang Yuehao. The soldier opened his mouth to follow up in astonishment. Why did you not respond just now, trespassing into the military area without authorization, and why did you come here? This series of several questions made his scalp go numb, and he only felt that his brain was in chaos. I don't know. Take away. The driver almost cried out. How did he come here? Mainly because he really didn't know. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the military base, a man and a dog poked out their two little heads, carefully observing the nearby situation. Xiao Ke silently made a plan in his mind. Xiao Hei, if you want to find your sister, isn't it better to ask where she is first? The little black at his feet nodded humanely. Dad definitely won't tell me, so let's go find brother Xiao Lu first. After asking clearly, then we'll figure out how to save sister. Finalizing his idea, he was ready to act, but suddenly another dilemma came to mind. There are so many people at little brother Lu's place. I'm sure I'll be discovered if I go directly to him. Xiao Ku said to himself. What should I do? I'll be discovered if I go over like this. He pouted his lips in aggravation and paced back and forth in the corner. Woof, woof. Xiao Hei spun around in place a few times, as if trying to convey some sort of meaning. He muttered impatiently at Kuro. What are you barking at? Shut up. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight in his mind. Since he looked young, it would be good to change his appearance. Thinking of this, he silently pinched his jutsu and used the transfiguration technique on himself. This technique was similar to the body cleansing technique, except that he hadn't been able to use it when he was in the chi refining stage. Now that he had stepped into foundation establishment, he was just able to put this technique to use, only to see smoke filling up around Xiao Ku. The smoke dispersed and a white-robed male appeared in place. Xiao Hei's eyes were almost bursting in shock, not realizing that the little master would still have this skill, only to see that on his face with a handsome appearance, his features were three-dimensional with distinct lines. A face exquisite cannot be picky, white face, high nose, lips color like jade. Under the heroic sword eyebrow, there is a pair of bright like stars eyes, just like a cold pool like deep, always flashing with perseverance and wise light. A white robe attached to his body, in the sunlight illumination is like an immortal. Xiao Ke surveyed towards himself and inquired towards Xiao Hei in a low voice. How about it? It shouldn't be discovered now, right? Xiao Hei stretched out his paw and nodded in approval, but he always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Unable to care so much, Xiao Ke picked up Xiao Hei and rushed to the battlefield, bypassing the soldiers' patrol. At this time, both sides of the battle were killing red eyes, and the firepower was very fierce. In the trenches, Xiao Lu took advantage of his comrades not to pay attention to, secretly bypassed the army, hiding into the weakest fire pit to get down. Unluckily, a small group of country soldiers quickly ran towards the mound, looking like they wanted to occupy this place. The leader of the soldiers saw Xiao Lu, and Xiao Lu also noticed him. The four eyes met. It was really awkward. Shoot! The lead soldier shouted in fluent E, and dozens of enemy soldiers picked up their rifles and fired at him. "It's really over this time," Xiao Lu howled. "This time it's really going to die." The bullets were a dozen centimeters away from his face when they came to a standstill in mid-air. This scene left Xiao Lu at a loss for words. "Brother Xiao Lu." A male voice suddenly sounded beside him. He turned his head to look, and a handsome young man appeared beside him at some point. He forced himself to hold back his fear and asked him in surprise, "You know me?" Xiao Ku instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing, and then reopened his mouth. "That you? Shoot!" The enemy opened his mouth to interrupt him, and countless bullets burst towards the two. KO's sword frowned. "These bad guys wanted to kill themselves, so don't blame them for being rude." He stretched out a white palm forward. All the bullets were once again strangely suspended in front of Xiao Lu. Flexing his fingers slightly, all the bullets reversed their direction and shot at the enemy troops at a faster speed. In an instant, the dozen or so enemy squad all fell in a pool of blood. Xiao Lu fell to the ground in fear and stretched out his trembling finger to him. Are you a human or a ghost?" Xiao Ku sighed helplessly. Just now he was thinking that it should be fine to expose his strength like this. Master won't blame himself, right? "Of course I'm a human nah. Tell me quickly, sis, where is General Wang Ying?" Xiao Lu saw that the other party had no malicious intent and gradually relaxed his guard. He leaned down and gave Xiao Ku a full account of this incident. Country E? Alien? Xiao Ku recalled the modern history book he had read before, mentioning the aggressive behavior of E country. 100 years ago, when China's national power was weak, the E army, the R army, burned, killed, looted, and did nothing evil here. The second sister was taken away by a shifter. What's a shifter? He stroked his chin and asked Xiao Lu what an alien was. Xiao Lu points to the few people who are fighting the four great masters in the distance and explains a bit. Getting this information, Xiao Ku finally understood a general idea. The whereabouts of his sister, those so-called alterans must know. Once he thought of changing his face, he didn't have to worry about his strength being exposed anymore. He directly darted towards the four people with a speed that was astonishingly fast. Just a few steps into the run, a shell blasted towards him in the midst of the gunfire. Xiao Lu hurriedly yelled at the top of his voice, "Danger! Get down!" Swish! The golden sword light flashed, and the cannonball split in half a meter away from him. Xiao Lu couldn't help but exclaim, was this mysterious youth an immortal? He himself had just been saved by an immortal? Chapter 72. 100-meter giant sword. White-robed immortal. The battlefield was in shambles, with the wailing of injured soldiers everywhere. Dismembered limbs and broken arms that had been shattered by artillery shells were everywhere on the ground, as well as people who were dying from serious injuries. The scene made Ko sick to his stomach, and he was dizzy from watching it. Although he had killed bad guys himself, the scene was not this horrifyingly bloody. With spiritual energy running around his body, he forced down the discomfort and continued to run towards the front. Must save his sister. Thinking of this, his gaze became firm. At the clothes, a puppy head burrowed out to look around. Xiao He finally realized what was wrong. Everyone else was wearing military uniforms. The little master's clothes were too flashy. On the high platform, a group of executives led by Wang Yuehao carefully observed the battle. Who is that white-robed youth? Why isn't he wearing a military uniform? Feng Xiaotian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, pointed to the southeast in surprise. Everyone looked curiously at the figure. Xiao Ku darted in the front line, defending himself against bullets while observing the four men fighting the Zong master in the distance. He was completely unaware that he had been targeted by a group of men. The three enemy tanks roared and crushed forward, not noticing in the slightest that a white-robed youth was speeding this way. As the steel behemoth was about to crush the white-robed youth, he moved. Sword come. A dark golden flying sword appeared in the palm of his hand, and with his toes lightly tapping the ground, Xiao Ku directly leapt up tens of meters. In mid-air, his robes fluttered in the wind, and a head of black hair hung behind him like a waterfall. Waving his jade hand lightly, the sword energy drew out a round of curved moon and chopped towards the tank with powerful might. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of the hundreds of people around, the three tanks were chopped in half. What? The crowd on the high platform exclaimed in unison. Wang Yuehao looked at the white-robed figure with disbelief, feeling that everything was so unreal. Falling back to the ground, Xiao Ku continued to run towards the front. In the sky, the two enemy planes seemed to notice the figure on the ground, aiming at him and firing continuously. The bullets fired were all blocked by the spiritual power shield around his body. Shao Ku impatiently stared at the enemy planes in the sky. Stinking mosquito, watch me shoot you down. With that said, the golden crow flying sword automatically disengaged itself and flew towards the warplane in the air at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! The two enemy planes directly disintegrated and exploded in the sky, and the wreckage slowly fell to the ground. On the high platform, the crowd stared at each other. This is the sovereign sent by your martial artist association? Feng Xiaotian inquired towards Wang Yi in surprise. Instead, he shook his head, his vicissitudes of face similarly filled with shock. I don't know. I haven't seen this person among the sect masters. Everyone was nonplussed this time. The mysterious person who suddenly appeared split the ruined tank with a single sword and chopped down the armed fighter with a single sword. Who in the world was he? Patriarch Wan gruffly opened his mouth to the crowd. It's impossible for a patriarch to destroy an armed tank so easily. He's most likely a martial arts patriarch. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and looked toward the white-clothed figure in horror. Martial Dao Patriarch. These 4 words were too intimidating. Feng Xiaotian gazed at the figure suspiciously. What exactly is he trying to do? I'm afraid things aren't that simple. In the center of the battlefield at this moment, the 4 great sect masters and the 4 great aberrants circled back and forth. An empty field was formed nearby, and not a single soldier dared to step into the area. Guns and cannons were completely useless against this level of experts, so the soldiers all silently stayed away from the 8. Oldemo, fight them in close quarters. The Xenos are tough to deal with long distance. Got it. The 2 patriarchs quickly closed in on Bruce and Austin. The opposite 2 were also smart, deliberately pulling back and launching long-range attacks. The 4 fought hard, each attack going straight to the vitals, and each move was deadly. However, the strength of several people are not very different. It is difficult to distinguish the winner in a moment. With the same strength, if the patriarch was in close proximity to the exalted, it would be easy to suppress the latter. On the other side, Arthur was fighting with an old man in the middle stage of the patriarch. Every time he attacked, Arthur would release scorching flames. The old man's beard and hair had long been burnt, and he looked in a sorry state. He gritted his teeth in anger. The man in front of him was clearly not an ordinary S-class alien, and his strength was estimated to be approaching the late stage of the sovereign. Damn it! The old man cursed angrily and continued to accelerate towards him, wanting to rely on close combat to get the advantage. Arthur snorted and raised his hands above his head. The majestic flames quickly condensed into a large fireball, externally emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. Old man, no more playing with you, meet death now. The old man's figure lurched and looked at the fireball in shock. Not realizing that he still had a hide, Arthur dragged the fireball and quickly threw it towards the old man. That fireball shone like a small sun, emitting a blinding light. Countless soldiers couldn't help but feel trembling in their hearts as they looked at the fireball that was several meters high. This was too terrifying. Reacting, the old man quickly stormed back, trying to dodge the attack. However, the fireball seemed like it had eyes, closely trailing the old man. Knowing that he couldn't dodge it, the old man roared and raised his hands to protect his face tightly. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out. The sound echoed in every part of the battlefield, and the ground swirled with thick smoke and dust. The hearts of all the Chinese soldiers jumped, and they couldn't help but fall into disbelief. Could it be that the guy on the other side is a devil? Do we have a chance of winning? The morale was hit, and the fierce attack of the enemy army also made the Chinese army gradually unable to hold back. For a while, the balance of victory tilted in favor of the army. The old man protecting his face lowered his hands and suspiciously checked his condition. Didn't pass away? He raised his head, only to see a white-robed youth in front of him with his back turned. Although he could only see the side of his face, he could imagine how handsome he was. The old man couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that he had saved him? As the smoke cleared, Arthur's mocking smile froze on his face. The old man wasn't dead, and at some point a young man appeared. Hey, my sister. Where is our General Wang? Shao Ke frowned as he coldly looked at Arthur and inquired in fluent language. Fortunately, he had studied several languages before, so it seemed that reading was still useful. Arthur stared at Shao Ku and laughed hideously, then lowered his voice and said, Chinese, your general was tortured 18 times, so I guess the body has already been disposed of. Boom! A shocking aura erupted around Shao Ka's body, and a flash of scarlet flashed at his blue pupils. "You said my sister is dead?" The icy words spread out, and 100 meters in a radius. The wind was wild, as if the Celestials were about to be furious. Arthur clasped his arms with both hands and snorted in response. "What sister? That woman's mouth is very hard yet." 10 silver nails pierced through her fingers and didn't let out a single scream. "Ugh, what a bore." Saying that, he licked his lips mockingly, like he was happy. D. With a furious shout, Shao Ka's suppressed anger completely exploded. He grew up without relatives, and just after he got the care of his family, one of his sisters died under the hands of bad guys. With Arthur's words echoing in his mind, the thought of his sister who cared for him being tortured to death, anger, completely consumed his mind. Buzz, as if sensing his master's indignation, the body of the golden crow sword trembled and its light flourished. Shao Ka gripped the flying sword tightly and slowly walked towards Arthur. With every step, his aura rose by 1 point. Arthur's face was grave as he raised his palm to store up his strength to attack. Fiery palm. A palm-shaped flame blasted towards the white-robed youth, hitting with precision. Arthur couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, and as he laughed, he was shocked to realize the youth was unexpectedly unharmed. Even his white robe was spotless. He launched attacks one after another, but to no avail, unable to stop his advance at all. How is it possible? At this moment, he panicked. Shao Ka slowly raised his golden crow. His robes were windless, and his entire body's spiritual energy madly surged into the sword. The long sword transformed into a 3-meter giant sword, and then proceeded to transform into a 10-meter giant sword. Finally, a 100-meter giant sword shot straight up into the sky. Hundreds of thousands of generals stopped fighting and looked at the giant sword body in shock. The 100-meter giant sword was somewhat illusory, and there were colorful streams of light on the sword, making it look quite mysterious. A sharp sword aura pierced straight through the clouds, and even thousands of meters apart, it made people feel the raw pain of a knife cut. On the high platform, Patriarch Wan suddenly felt that his heart was a bit unbearable. Where was this a sect master tactic? Even a martial arts sect master would be just like this. Everyone stared blankly at the white-robed youth. Suddenly, he appeared as a white-robed immortal. 3-foot-long sword set the rivers and mountains. Could it be that he is an immortal who descended to earth? Shao Ka gazed at Arthur icily, and a huge sword blasted away. The strong pressure crushed Arthur's bones. Before the sword fell, he collapsed to the ground. Now he was afraid. The white-robed youth was too terrifying. He was like an ant in front of him. With all his strength, he cried out towards Shao Ka. "Please, don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you." At this point, it was too late to say any more. The huge sword with endless might chopped on him. In an instant, Arthur was dead beyond death, and the entire ground was chopped out into a 100-meter-long chasm. With this sword, he instantly killed thousands of enemy soldiers. Feeling that he was not yet relieved, he swept his sword across again. Wherever the huge sword swept across, all the enemy troops exploded into blood mist. Even tanks and armored vehicles were directly chopped up. The army was shocked with this kind of terrifying existence. How should they fight? Thousands of people weren't enough to be hacked by a sword. For a moment, all the Chinese soldiers raised their arms and their morale reached its peak. The disadvantage of the battlefield was instantly reversed, and the Chinese soldiers were all valiant, defeating the enemy. On Shao Ka's side, the other 3 exalts stared blankly at the killing god, their legs trembling. He twisted his head and gazed icily at the 3, then raised his long sword once again. "Dare to kill my sister, you all must die." Austin, sweating profusely, fell to his knees. "My lord, General Wang isn't dead. She's still in our base. I'll take my lord there." At those words, Shao Ka's pupils flashed with a hint of clarity, slowly putting away the golden crow. "My sister, our General Wang didn't die." Shao Ka blinked his eyes and stared blankly at Austin. This appearance was simply like a different person from the killing god just now. On the other side, a silver-white helicopter slowly landed inside the base. Chapter 73. "You're so old, you want me to call you Shao Hu?" Before even getting out of the helicopter, the 3 women noticed the nearby Shao Ku too. Opening the cabin door, Wang Siki was the first to jump out of the helicopter and walked towards the nearby soldiers. A group of soldiers swept over her in surprise, secretly saying that she was a special creature on Earth. They had just gotten word that General Wang's daughter had landed in the military area, so they had specially run to meet her. When Wang Siki walked in front of the soldier, he eagerly opened his mouth to inquire, "Where is the person who came down from that helicopter?" The head soldier immediately responded, "Miss, he was taken to the interrogation room." "What?" Wang Siki's face changed drastically, a layer of frost floating on her pretty face, and Wang Xinru and the two of them rushed over. "Who in the entire military region dares to interrogate my brother? It's you generals who have to take good care of him when you see him." Several soldiers simultaneously made a jolt and looked at Wang Siki in surprise. The head soldier tentatively opened his mouth to inquire, "Miss Wang, your brother, shouldn't be this old, right?" After a period of time, several people were brought to the interrogation room. Inside the room, there was a middle-aged man aggrievedly giving an explanation to the interrogator. When the driver saw the three women of the Wang family, it was like seeing a savior. "Miss, save me. I'm not some spy." Wang Siki pushed her way in and slapped him in the face. "Asshole, where is the young master? Why did you bring him here?" The driver came back to his senses and cried out in pain as he explained, "Miss, I really don't know. Young master said he wanted to take a plane ride for fun. I felt dizzy just as I was getting ready, and when I opened my eyes again, I came to this place." Wang Siki clenched her fists, a wave of anger that she had no way to vent. Beside her, Wang Lele let out a long sigh, then instructed the soldier, "Quickly go and check the surveillance of the helicopter landing, and send people to search for the young master's traces." Wang Xinru was filled with worry. Now that the war was raging outside, what if his younger brother accidentally ran over? On the high platform, a crowd of people were dumbstruck. That shocking sword was too shocking, instantly turning the battle around. Wang Yuehao slowed down and took a long breath. He had been in the army for dozens of years and had seen a lot of big and small scenes, but none of them were as shocking as this one. Feng Xiaotian lowered his voice and sighed. "This sword should only be found in heaven." Wang Yuehao stared deathly at the white-robed figure. "Now it seems that this mysterious person should be on our side. At least he's not an enemy. Pass the order to launch an onslaught and destroy the enemy army." The officer on the side heard this and immediately went down to pass on the military order. Wang Yuehao turned back and solemnly scanned the patriarchs present. "With the help of this godly man, all of you can set foot on the battlefield and follow the army to break the opponent's base in one fell swoop." The 10 patriarchs looked at each other and smiled, clasping their fists as they walked off the high platform. "Old me has long had itchy hands, ha ha ha. Yesterday's shame will be avenged today. This time, we are also considered generals defending our country. Ha ha ha." With a few loud laughs, the 10 sovereign masters finally officially set foot on the battlefield. When they arrived at the front line, they would strike at will, and there would be violent deaths of enemy soldiers, and even the most powerful soldiers would be no more than a one-trick pony. This was the reason why Zong masters were not allowed to get involved in wars internationally, killing people like chickens and not being afraid of cold weapons. Frontline, Xiao Ke voiced out a question towards Austin. "My sister, how is General Wang now? Is she injured?" A fine cold sweat oozed out from behind Austin's back, his eyes fluttering. As far as he knew, that woman had not died after enduring the torture, but she was almost dead. But how could he dare to tell the truth, in case the youth in front of him got angry? He could split himself into slag with a single sword. The Arthur who was arrogant just now. But now he didn't even have ashes left behind. Dang. Of course it's fine. General Wang is in good health, he's just being held in our base. Austin smiled awkwardly, his legs trembling. The 4 great patriarchs on one side didn't understand E-language, so they couldn't understand what the two were exchanging. "Okay. Then take me there quickly." Naive Xiao Ke believed it and didn't recognize the other party's lie at all. The only 3 remaining exalts gathered around and respectfully walked up to lead the way. Seeing that the 4 were about to leave, a patriarch couldn't help but voice out a question to Xiao Ke. "This? Immortal? Where are you going with them?" Xiao Ke turned back and grinned. "They said that General Wang is at the base and will now lead the way for me. What's wrong, old grandpa?" That patriarch's body trembled and hurriedly arched his hand in response. "I don't dare to let the immortal address you like that. Strength is honored among all martial artists. You can call me Xiao Hu. Immortal don't trust the enemy lightly. I'm afraid there is a deception in it." The corner of his mouth twitched. This old grandpa in front of him was even older than his father. He even asked himself to call him Xiao Hu. How rare. "It's fine. I'm very powerful. I'm not afraid of him. Xiao Ke confidently patted his chest, not taking this remark seriously at all. At the clothes, Xiao He poked his head out to survey the surroundings, his round eyes sweeping over several people. It seems that there is no need for dog to make a move at all. At this thought, it retracted its head and huffed again. With that, Ko took a step and prepared to go to the base with Austin. Suddenly, a flare in the distance shot straight up into the sky. Seeing this scene, all the enemy troops retreated, frantically fleeing behind them. The three alter egos' faces were grave, and after looking at each other, they fled in several directions in separate directions. The Chinese soldiers were a bit surprised. How did the enemy troops flee at the sight of the flare? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several giant missiles suddenly rose in the distant sky, and just by looking at their size, they knew how powerful they were. Wang Yuehao on the high platform cursed, his forehead oozing cold sweat. Surprisingly, it's Ray 14 missiles. Is this their hidden strength? With no time to think, he quickly picked up his intercom and ordered, Air Defense Department, urgently launch interceptor missiles. Ground combat troops, quickly retreat and withdraw from the attack range. After the order, the Air Defense Department rushed to detect the flight trajectory of the Ray 14 and quickly launched the interceptor missile. At the same time, the Chinese soldiers received orders to quickly withdraw. The border military region raised dozens of interceptor missiles and flew them towards the front line. In no time, only Xiao Ku and several patriarchs were left at the front line of the battlefield. Patriarch who anxiously reminded the crowd, quickly leave, missiles of this power are simply not human enough to fight against. Immortal, you should also evacuate quickly. The four patriarchs looked at each other and quickly evacuated to the back. Xiao Ke frowned as he looked around and couldn't help but mutter, is this thing that scary? Right. That guy said he would take me to my sister. Why did he run away? He slapped his forehead, stepped onto his flying sword, and quickly chased after Austin. The rest of the people had nothing to do with him, and there was no need to ask. Austin, who was frantically fleeing, suddenly felt his body stiffen, and his entire body was fixed in place like an ice sculpture. A white-robed figure stepped on the sword and came before him in an instant. He clasped one hand in vain, firmly imprisoning Austin's pace with his spiritual power. Duh! My lord, please let me go. I still have a 108-year-old mother and 32 children at home. What will they do if I die? Austin squeezed out a few tears and cried towards the white-robed figure for mercy. After an exaggerated explanation, he was surprised to find that his body could move again. Xiao Ke looked at him sympathetically and softly spoke to him. It's so sad that you have 32 children and a 108-year-old mother. Then I'll let you go if you take me to find General Wang. Austin stared in shock. This kind of illogical bull. How could he believe it? Yes, my lord, please follow me. With that, he ran ahead to lead the way. Wait! Xiao Ke let out a low roar and gazed at the airborne missiles with a grave expression on his face, only to see the Chinese interceptor missiles accurately hitting several Ray 14 missiles at 1,000 meters from the ground. The fluctuation of the explosion stretched for hundreds of meters, and the rising smoke looked quite spectacular. Whoosh! In the smoke, a giant missile burst out, faster than Thunder 14. With the help of binoculars, Wang Yuehao, who had seen a lot of things, instantly recognized that this was a Lei 15 missile. This was the E-Army's bottom card. Urgently launch the tracking interceptor missile. Wang Yuehao yelled towards the intercom, having a bad premonition in his heart. In the air, dozens of tracking interceptor missiles met the Ray 15. Seeing that they were about to be successfully intercepted, the soldiers withdrawing near the military area slowly let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the tail of the Ray 15 came off. Under the astonished gazes of many soldiers, the Ray 15 accelerated steeply and escaped the encirclement of the interceptor missiles. Looking at its flight direction, it wasn't going to attack the front line of the battlefield, but was rushing towards the border base. At this moment, all the Chinese soldiers were ashen. Little Ku on the ground looked in the direction of the high platform. He sensed that the giant missile was heading towards his dad's place. Dad was in danger. It was too late to think. He quickly stepped onto his flying sword and shot straight into the sky. It's over. Ray 14 is so strong. This Ray 15 mustn't level the base to the ground. What to do? The interceptor missile is surprisingly useless. Everyone watched in horror as the missile got closer and closer to them. Extreme fear gripped the hearts of everyone. Quickly look. What is that? That white light. How come it seems like a human figure? Isn't that the immortal from earlier? What is the immortal going to do? Chapter 74. A man blocking missiles? Immortal? Feeling the strong airflow, the awakened Xiao Hei couldn't help but poke its head out to check the situation. At this look, it was immediately startled and woofed. Not knowing when, the little master had already taken himself to 1,000 meters in the air and was still continuing to rise. Woof! Its chrysanthemums tightened and it shrank in Xiao Ke's arms, trembling. Had I known it wouldn't have followed, if it fell, wouldn't it become a dog cake? The missile was getting closer and closer to the base, and the air defense alarm had already been sounded. The entire base was in chaos. Everyone scattered and fled. Wang Siki's 3 girls were also urged by the soldiers to evacuate the base. The 3 girls were about to cry. Their brother hadn't been found yet. What should they do now? Wang Siki had already thought that if anything really happened to her brother, all the people involved would have to pay the price. The Air Defense Department launched the interceptor missile again. The staff stared nervously at the screen. The interceptor missile once again met the Lei-15, but unfortunately, the speed of the Lei-15 was too fast and it just brushed past it. Wang Yuehao's palms trembled slightly, and he sat on his butt on the chair and panted heavily. He forced himself to calm down, thinking about what other ways to defend against this attack. But no matter what, he couldn't think of a way to deal with this predicament. The Lei-15 missile was the latest new thermal weapon developed by each country, and the level of understanding of all countries about it was really too low. Whoosh! A white-robed figure stepped on a sword, blocking the middle of the missile and the military base. The white-robed figure looked very small, as if it was a flat boat in the ocean. The immortal is flying. He can fly. He must be an immortal. Immortal man is above. Please save my Chinese generals. With the immortal here, we still have hope of surviving. Is he the guardian god of our Huaxia? So handsome. The large army below was talking. Xiao Lu stood in the crowd and looked at the silhouette in a complicated manner. The immortal had just spoken to himself, so even if he died, he would have no regrets. Hundreds of thousands of generals looked at the white-robed figure in unison, hope rising in their hearts. At the E-Army base, a blond man stared at the youth in the picture and sneered. No matter who you are, in the face of our most advanced missile attack, you're just a mantis, you don't know what you're doing. In mid-air, Ko was only 1,000 meters away from the missile as well. Is it that big? He exclaimed in shock, blinking his big eyes as he gazed ahead. He only saw that the missile was the size of a truck, and in comparison, the previous anti-aircraft missile was really too small. A hint of hesitation flashed through Xiao Ke's head. This missile is not to be messed with. What if he gets hurt? I'm so scared. Turning back to his father in the distance, he looked down at the soldiers in the military area again. Humph. Daddy can't be blown up by bad guys. He pouted, his blue eyes staring intently at the missile that was about to fly by. Jinwu. The flying sword fell back into his hand from underneath Xiao Ke's feet, and he worked his spiritual energy to briefly stop it in the air. Listen to the wind and 7 swords. As he called out, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy quickly surged into the sword, and the golden crow sword slowly emitted a terrifying aura. He lifted the sword and instantly split thousands of sword shadows, each of which had a noteworthy spiritual power fluctuation. Stepping into the foundation establishment stage, he was also able to successfully execute the 4th sword of the Hearing Wind Sword technique. 4th sword, Seal Demon, Unite. All the sword shadows merged with the golden crow. At this moment, it was as if the crowd could hear the melodious sound of the sword. With a single sword strike, heaven and earth changed color. The missile and the sword aura touched and were instantly detonated. A shocking roar spread out, and everyone covered their ears in unison. Immediately after, the explosive fluctuations stretched for thousands of meters, and the entire battlefield became wildly windy. Thick smoke and dust could not be dispersed in midair for a long time. Seeing the danger lifted, all the soldiers below laughed cheerfully and raised their arms to shout, "Guardian God of Huaxia! Guardian God of Huaxia!" The chants of the 400,000 soldiers broke through the clouds. The dozen or so journalists inside the base had their mouths open, looking like they had seen a ghost. Before this, the soldiers had not allowed them to step into the battlefield, so they were not clear on what kind of scenes there were in the battlefield. It was even less clear that there were still martial artists and psychics in the world. Even filming was only allowed to go to the edge of the battlefield to carry out their work after the ceasefire. Not long ago, the 100-meter giant sword came into view, and the crowd at that time was amazed. But at this moment, when they witnessed the white-robed man charging into the sky and blocking the missiles with his own strength, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. They had thought of countless possibilities. How could they not expect this outcome? The stupid reporters were still in shock. The smart reporters had already started to take pictures and videos. On the high platform, Wang Yuehao resisted the gale and worriedly searched for the white figure in the smoke. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts and waited patiently, waiting for the immortal to return safely. The smoke slowly dispersed, and the hearts of all the people were in their throats. Eventually, the sky regained its clarity, but the area was empty. The white-robed youth had disappeared without a trace. Where's the immortal? Where's the immortal? How could it be? Would an immortal also be blown up? Impossible. How could an explosion of that magnitude leave an immortal without even a dreg? Everyone was unwilling to admit the disappearance of the immortal, but the truth was right in front of them. After the explosion, that white-robed youth completely disappeared. The dozen or so patriarchs who had rejoined stood on the high platform and looked at the sky, their eyes somewhat despondent. A tall man, saving hundreds of thousands of generals with the power of one man. He deserves the title of Guardian God of China. Wang Yuehao sighed, only feeling some regret that he couldn't personally thank the mysterious man for his assistance. The base was back to normal, and Wang Siki's 3 girls arrived at the monitoring room. The staff respectfully greeted everyone in front of the computer. Wang Xinru bent down, her proud S-shaped curves causing the surrounding staff to stifle their blood spurting. They immediately averted their eyes and suppressed the parched heat in their stomachs. On the screen, the helicopter had just landed and the cabin door was opened. A boy was single-handedly carrying a small white dog running towards the east. Wang Lele raised her beautiful eyebrows, not expecting her brother to run to the base with a little black piece. The surveillance screen continued to track until the little boy and the small dog entered the surveillance dead zone together, and there was no more information. Wang Siki's jade hand held up her fragrant cheeks, frowning and said, "Is there any more surveillance in the neighborhood? Call up the surrounding surveillance. The time will be controlled within 15 minutes of the younger brother entering the dead corner." The staff did as they were told and quickly called up 8 surrounding surveillance images. The video continued to play, and soon, a white-robed youth suddenly appeared within the 0521 surveillance screen. "Stop!" The video was paused, and Wang Siki carefully surveyed the white-robed youth in the screen. This man who suddenly appeared was too strange. Not only did he not wear a military uniform, but he also appeared near the neighborhood where his brother disappeared. Continue. The video continued to play, and no second person appeared until it finished. How is it possible? Wang Siki couldn't believe it. According to her own analysis, her brother should have appeared in the surveillance. Meanwhile, the photos and videos collected by the media reporters were transmitted back to the company through Vmail. Various border live news was pushed to the Vblog hotspot. Shocked, a 100-meter large sword suddenly appeared on the border front. Mysterious immortal, blocking Ray 15 missiles by himself. Mysterious immortal suspected to be the guardian god of China. Our side got the battlefield advantage. The topic of the border war was already a hot topic, and the sudden word immortal was even more eye-catching. For a while, hundreds of millions of people in Huaxia clicked to view the hot topic at the same time. There were hundreds of photos taken, but the one that attracted the most attention was the photo of a 100-meter giant sword. One could only see the colorful light sword pointing straight up into the sky. The size alone left people shocked and speechless. This led to a lot of discussion among netizens. If this splits down, it won't collapse my house? Upstairs, if I had this sword, I would let you run 99 meters first. I drop mom. The owner's sword is so handsome? Continuing to scroll through, there was a small video at the end. After opening it, the video showed a white-robed silhouette. That mysterious person was floating at a height of 1,000 meters, his white robe fluttering like an immortal. Only to see him make a sword move, the missile directly exploded in mid-air. Countless people sucked in cool air as they watched the video. This scene was too fantastic to be imagined. It's certain that my Huaxia is blessed by immortals. You cannot believe I also saw a real dragon when I was a child. The existence of immortals is very normal, right? Upstairs don't brag 13. Believe it or not, I'll take 100 meters big treasure sword to stab you in the throat? While this matter was still fermenting, the entire Vblog's video and photos of the immortal as well as the topic were all deleted. All comments related to the mysterious immortal were removed from the comment section. A large number of Water Army ran to say that the video was fake. It was made by a programmer himself. Please don't believe it. All the netizens were confused, not knowing who to believe. Kyoto, a certain office. The video of Xiao Ku stopping the missiles was playing in the projector. A white-haired old man leaned on his seat, crossing his legs and looking out the window. Inquiring mind, what realm do you think the man in the video is in? The old man spoke indifferently, his gaze cast to the middle-aged man beside him. President, I think this man's strength is unfathomable, and I guess the seniors on the heavenly ranking are slightly inferior. A smile flashed across the old man's vicissitudes of his face as he squinted his eyes and spoke. The heavenly ranking? Heh. He has long since transcended the realm of martial grandmaster. The heavenly ranking cannot accommodate him. Chapter 75. Storming the enemy base, second sister seriously injured. Thousands of meters away from the border military region, behind a mountainside. Xiao Ku looked around with his feet on the golden crow, carefully searching for a certain figure. The explosion fluctuation just now was truly terrifying. If he was still in the chi refining stage, he might have really been injured. The first moment the missile was chopped and exploded, he rushed to turn on his golden armor protector, along with his spiritual shield to counteract most of the impact. Where's that what's-his-name alien? Where did he run off to? He raised his sword brows and couldn't help but mutter. Whatever, my sister is at their base, I'll just go straight there. Saying that, he flew in the direction of the retreating enemy forces. At this time, within the border military region, Wang Yuehao reorganized his army. He was ready to take advantage of the fact that the E army had just suffered a defeat when their morale was low, and took the initiative to attack. Thinking that area head was still in the hands of the enemy army, Wang Yuehao was anxious. The dozen or so patriarchs looked at each other in dismay, and finally nodded their heads firmly. General, the ladies are here. The officer ran forward to report. Father! With a dainty cry, 3 delicate and beautiful girls stepped onto the high platform, looking anxiously at their father. This sudden scene made the crowd a little uncertain. Wang Yuehao grimaced and lowered his voice. You 3 girls, the older you get, the more unlikable you are. There's a war going on at the border. What are you guys doing here? Go home now. Wang Siki greeted her father and said in a trembling tone. Father, Xiao Ku ran away to the military area privately. Now we can't find him. After listening to his daughter's explanation, the veins at his neck rippled, and his face was suffocatingly red. What? Why don't you guys look after your brother? Alas, it's just a matter of passing the military order. He spoke in a cold voice towards the officer next to him. Send 20 squads to carpet search for the boys' trail. The rest of you stay put. The officer received the order and quickly passed it on. Noticing the reddened eyes of the 3 daughters, he stepped forward to comfort them. Don't worry. Xiao Ku didn't go to war. He must be playful hiding somewhere in the base. He raised his head to look into the distance, his heart growing even more anxious. The second girl was already in dire straits, and now even her son was nowhere to be found. Near the E army base, Xiao Ku, who had his feet on a flying sword, hovered high in the sky, looking at the steel giant city in surprise. His own sister should be inside, only he didn't know what his second sister looked like. It seemed that he still had to go and find someone to inquire about it. With a slight movement of his mind, he continued to fly towards the base. When he was only a few hundred meters away from the base, 10 tracking missiles came at him. He immediately landed back on the ground as a few sword lights flashed and the tracking missiles in the air exploded. Immediately afterward, dozens more missiles came at him, as if they were endless. Xiao Hei! Xiao Hei! He shouted twice into his robes, but he was slow to see Xiao Hei poke its head out. Needless to think, it must be huffing and puffing again. Xiao Ku probed towards the inside of his robes and grabbed it, directly throwing the dog towards the speeding missile. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a black mass fell from the sky. It was clearly the dog that had been scorched by the blast. Little Black, who had just been awakened by the blast, was dazed and almost declared the end of the dog's life. Xiao Hei, you've turned black now, ha ha ha. On the side, Xiao Ku walked up to him and couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Xiao Hei exhaled a smoke ring and struggled to stand up, staring angrily at his little master. Xiao Hei, you dog! Are you a dog? Xiao Ku helped him pat the dust on his body and arched his eyebrows playfully. Xiao Hei, get bigger and carry me to save my sister. Although it was very reluctant, he didn't have the strength to resist him yet. The current little master was probably able to poke himself to death with a single finger, so it was better to provoke less. 50 years east of the river, 50 years west of the river, don't deceive the dog brother to be poor. In the future, when he is strong, he will ravage him to take revenge. With this in mind, Xiao Hei's body expanded rapidly, and in a short while it was the size of a tiger. Xiao Ke rolled over and sat on Xiao Hei's body, grinning and revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Xiao Hei, charge! One person and one dog rushed towards the enemy base. All enemy shells and missiles were intercepted by the golden crow flying sword. Approaching the base within 100 meters, they only saw a giant steel door standing in front of them, looking thick and incomparable. If it was an ordinary zongshi or tank, it would probably not be able to break through the defense of the steel door. But this time it was facing Wang Xiaoku. He revealed a wry smile, gripped the golden crow and casually threw out a sword chi. The two collided, and the steel door was cut with a long sword mark. Seeing that the door was not broken open once, Xiaoku once again flung out two swords. This time the giant steel door was broken through a gap, just enough to accommodate two people to pass through. Woohoo! One person and one dog rushed through the steel gate. Coming behind the gate, they looked up and saw that the streets were empty. Xiao Hei, 48 plan empty city plan? With his divine sense probing out, he then realized that all the soldiers were hiding on the other side of the base. Huh! He looked around suspiciously. Just now he sensed that a dozen people were hiding nearby. Ko frowned and yelled, "Stop hiding! I see you! Come out!" After a while, still no one showed up. Xiao Ke stretched out his finger and aimed at an ordinary wooden barrel. Lead thunder finger. The slender finger quickly condensed a huge ball of thunder with a diameter of 3 meters, attacking the barrel in the blink of an eye. Ah! The wooden barrel was instantly blasted, and the xenophile hiding inside was electrocuted all over, fainting instantly. This scene filled the hidden alien with horror. This mysterious youth was too strong. Hey! Still not coming out, are you? I don't like playing cat and mouse. Don't force me to electrocute you, oh. As soon as his words fell, more than a dozen silhouettes leapt up around him at the same time. Brothers, use all your strength. As one of the exalted spoke, a dozen or so people joined together to launch an attack on Xiaoku, and in the crowd there was clearly Austin, who had just escaped. In mid-air, there were not only high-temperature fireballs, but also purple thunderbolts, giant rocks. All the attacks surrounded Xiaoku, seemingly wanting to kill him with a single blow by sneak attack. Golden armor protector. He pouted, and a golden armor was quickly wrapped around his body. All of the attacks landed on Xiaoku. After an explosion, the ground was blown out into a large crater. The dozen or so people had just landed back on the ground when they were shocked to find that the youth was not even a bit of trouble. A pair of golden armor shimmered in the sunlight, and there wasn't a single trace on the surface. Xiao Ke sighed helplessly. Can't you return your sister obediently? You have to move your hands. He stretched out his palm, and a dozen small thunderballs exploded onto all of the exalted. The crowd was electrocuted and convulsed. At this moment, everyone was fearfully moving away from the white-robed youth. Can't win at all. With a flash, Xiaoku came directly in front of Austin. Austin steeply saw a heroic human face smiling at him, and his heart suddenly went straight to his heart. He really didn't have the confidence to fight anymore. The other party wasn't human at all, nah. Hey! Quickly take me to sister. General Wang, I don't want to fight. Austin nodded numbly and immediately shook his head again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ke directly maneuvered his flying sword against his forehead. Hurry up. I'll take away General Wang and won't make a move against you guys. Trust me, oh. Austin's body went violently soft, and his entire body lost its spirit. The rest of the Xenos obediently stood aside, looking at Austin with some sympathy. Just like that, under Xiao Ke's fierce threat, Austin could only obediently lead the way. Inside the monitoring room, the blonde man angrily smashed the computer. His palm was cut with blood from the glass. Damn it, I can't believe he's not dead. Quick, prepare the computer. We have to leave quickly. Inside the huge basement, Austin led Ko through room after room. It wasn't until he came to the end of the corridor that he trembled and opened his mouth to Xiaoku. My lord Wang, General Wang is here. I'll roll now. Xiaoku ignored the fleeing Austin and opened the door to the room on his own. Just after opening the wooden door, a violent stench hit his face. Xiao Ke covered his nose in disgust and stepped into the room. Sister? Sister. He looked around the room and finally noticed the figure in the corner. Just as he revealed a smile and looked towards the corner, his body abruptly froze, only to see a woman in tattered clothes tied backward to a wooden frame, with 10 silver nails inserted all over the 10 fingers of her hands. She was cloaked and already in a state of near death. The blood that flowed out dried on the wooden frame, and her mouth full of silver teeth had been destroyed to the point where no half of them remained. There were not only obvious whip wounds on her body, but also clubs, needles, wounds left behind. Some of the wounds, the flesh had already rotted a little, showing signs of pus and maggots. Being injured into this state, if it wasn't for the faint aura in her body, coupled with her tough will, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. Xiao Ke trembled as she approached her second sister, tears pouring out of the corners of her eyes unceasingly. Sister, sister, Xiao Ke has come to take you home. Xiao He, who was following behind, also walked out of the door with a sense of humor. He quickly rummaged through his storage ring to find a healing pill and fed it into his sister's mouth. Immediately afterward, he surged a spiritual force towards his sister's body to protect her body. Carefully placing his sister down, he forced himself to endure the pain of pulling out the silver nails. With each one he pulled out, he could hear his sister's faint wailing. With each one he pulled out, he quickly released his spiritual energy to stop the bleeding and restore the wound. During this process, Xiao Ke's hands couldn't stop trembling, and tears slowly soaked the shirt at his chest. This body full of wounds seemed to be telling the story of how brutally she had been tortured before. After all the silver nails were pulled out, he picked up his sister and slowly walked out of the basement. The originally clear eyes were gradually taken over by a blood-red color. Xiao He lowered his head and followed closely behind the two. Chapter 76. Army base swept away. Walking out the door, Xiao Ke's eyes were completely covered in blood red, and the aura emanating from his body grew more and more terrifying. Xiao He, take sister away. A hoarse voice came from his throat. After gently placing his second sister on Little Black's back, he clenched his right hand in a false grip, and the golden crow flying sword immediately appeared in his hand. Liars all die. At this moment, it was as if his consciousness was being devoured and his body was instinctively making movements. When he recalled the inhuman torture his second sister had suffered, he couldn't help but have teardrops hanging from the corners of his eyes. He himself was still foolish enough to listen to other people's lies, only thinking that his sister was only imprisoned. He let out a furious roar, and the winds around him rose in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky consciously blocked out the sunlight. Seeing his little master losing control, Xiao He no longer hesitated and carried his second sister and quickly disappeared in the same place. Xiao Ke's divine sense covered the entire military base, and the golden crow sword emitted a piercing mournful sound. A touch of crimson surfaced on the black and gold-colored sword in surprise. Milky white spiritual energy madly surged into the sword body, once again manifesting a 100-meter giant sword. A multicolored giant sword rose up into the sky, emitting sharp sword intent. At this moment, Wang Yuehao led the Huaxia army, as well as a dozen of sect masters towards the north. The crowd looked into the distance in shock, and the huge sword could be vaguely seen. The immortal didn't die? It looks like the immortal has single-handedly killed the army base. We will go and help the immortal. The hundreds of thousands of Chinese troops behind them seemed as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and their marching speed was increased by several times. The army hiding inside the base at this time had a terrified look on their faces, praying that they wouldn't be cut down. However, it was not up to them. Xiao Ke hissed and dragged his sword, first chopping out a sword and then following it up with a horizontal sweep. The terrifying sword chi directly killed tens of thousands of enemy soldiers in seconds, and blood dyed the ground red. Fighter planes, tanks, and steel buildings were like papier-mâché under the sword. The sounds of explosions, buildings collapsing, and enemies wailing inside the base were endless. Those who insulted my sister deserve to die. Roaring, Xiao Ke dragged his 100-meter giant sword and frantically chopped at the enemy troops. Within the Dantian, the spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. Hundreds of swords later, the entire army base was completely razed to the ground. The originally prosperous steel city was now more like ruins, and the smell of blood permeated everywhere. Hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers had been killed to the point where only 30,000 remained, all fleeing frantically towards the outside of the base. The army soldiers only had one thought: escape, escape from the devil's killing. Shao Ka's eyes gradually regained clarity as the 100-meter giant sword slowly dissipated. A sense of emptiness that made him dizzy spread throughout his body. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees as a violent feeling of dizziness surged through his mind. At this moment, his spiritual energy reserves were also less than 10% left, and even his spiritual energy was not much left, most of it being consumed. Thinking of the alien who had deceived himself and brutalized the Chinese soldiers. His eyes went cold and he used his last strength to throw out the golden crow. 3 kilometers away from the base, dozens of Alterans looked at the base from afar, gasping for breath. Almost killed by this monster, fortunately they managed to escape the base at the last moment. Austin snorted and looked towards the chaotic military area, and just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly froze in place. "Hey Austin, have you seen Bruce?" Adam inquired suspiciously as he tapped Austin on the shoulder. But just as he touched him, Austin fell straight to the ground. A small opening had appeared at some point in the center of his eyebrow, and was oozing blood outward. The crowd let out a cry of surprise, and before they could react, a golden sword light flashed by. Soon, dozens of corpses lay neatly at this place. The golden crow flew back to Shao Ka's side and directly drilled into his brow. He grinned as his vision gradually blackened and eventually fainted on the ground. The youth-like body also returned to its original form. On the other side, Little Black carried Wang Ying towards the border military region. It took careful steps, always paying attention to the condition of the woman on its back. If something happened to the woman, the little master would poke himself to death with a finger. Just as it passed a small hill, it suddenly sensed someone nearby. Not far away, Bruce, who had escaped the base, was panting heavily. Both sides noticed the movement at the same time and turned their heads to look. A man and a dog looked at each other, just tens of meters apart. Bruce noticed the woman on the dog's back and revealed an evil smile. "Is this woman still alive? Then let me send her on her way, jia jia jia." Saying that, he stretched out his palm to aim at Xiao He, and the scorching fireball coalesced in the center of his hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiao He crouched down and carefully put down the woman on his back. After Wang Ying landed safely on Little Black's back, it assumed a fighting stance towards the man. Bruce snorted a little. A white-haired dog still presumed to stop himself. Even if it was a tiger in the mountains or a bear in the forest, he could easily abuse it. Whoosh! The fireball shot towards Xiao He, and along the way he could notice that the air was distorted due to the heat. Xiao He greeted him and raised his paw to slap the fireball. Only to hear a woof sound. Xiao He's paw was reddened by the heat, and the nearby fur became scorched black. Bruce stared with wide eyes, feeling a bit unbelievable. Even if it was a tiger that was the king of all beasts, there was no way it could just be injured to this extent, right? Woof! Xiao He! The dog is angry. The big white dog growled and quickly rushed towards Bruce, even faster than a cheetah. While Bruce was frozen, Xiao He had already pounced in front of him. Sharp claws emitted eerie coldness and slashed at his neck. At the moment of crisis, Bruce quickly stormed back while urging the flames to counterattack. By the time he pulled away, a slender wound had already appeared on his neck, and a few points deeper would probably have picked off the aorta. Blackie, who was burned by the flames, felt a burst of raw pain and raised his eyes to glare at him in death. "Eat a fire fist from me." He bellowed and punched a fist-shaped flame forward, but that was nowhere near as powerful as Shao Ka's fire fist. Raising its head, Xiao He opened its mouth and emitted a suction force. The fire fist flew straight into its mouth, and then Xiao He burped comfortably. "Huh? You're really eating?" Bruce's complexion was grave, followed by a dozen more attacks. Without exception, all of the attacks were swallowed by Xiao He, and finally turned into a long burp. Seemingly mocking, it even threw a wink humanely. "Xiao He, brother, you continue." Looking at this strange big white dog in front of him, he collapsed. Just when he wanted to turn around and escape, he felt a coldness behind him. Turning back, Xiao He tilted his mouth, and his round dog eyes appeared with a treacherous color. Not a moment later, Xiao He jumped down from Bruce's body, shaking the dog's head unsatisfactorily. And at this time Bruce has been hurt by Xiao He in no way. A face covered with scratches. The entire body's tendons and hamstrings were bitten off by Blackie, lying on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. Rumble. The sound of footsteps came from the distance. Blackie was puzzled and stood on the hillside to look out. China's 400,000 soldiers, as well as airplanes, tanks, and armored vehicles were heading this way. It looked at Wang Ying lying on the ground, and after hesitating, quickly ran towards the E army base. Soon, the army marched here. The leader, Wang Yuehao, exclaimed in shock when he saw the young girl lying on the ground and quickly ran up to investigate. Second girl. You! Quickly take General Wang back for treatment. Picking up his scaly daughter, Wang Yuehao's heart was twisted with grief and anger. Especially the 10 bloody holes on his daughter's fingers made his nose sore at the sight. The world said that 10 fingers connected to the heart, and this pain was equivalent to 10 spears running through the heart. This kind of severe pain was unimaginable. Wang Yuehao's eyes were red, and the rest of the generals also looked up at the sky in grief. After dozens of years in the army, he had never shed a single tear, even if he had suffered the heaviest of injuries. But this time, turbid liquid flowed out from the corner of his eyes. A military vehicle came, and 2 medics carefully lifted Wang Ying onto the vehicle and headed back towards the base. Only when his daughter was put on the car did Wang Yuehao notice Bruce, who was paralyzed on the ground. He then ordered him to be escorted back to the base and prepared for a proper interrogation. Feng Xiaotian looked around in confusion, not sure why General Wang Ying appeared here. There was also the sudden appearance of a seriously injured alien. What exactly had just happened? Wang Yuehao rejoined the army and scanned the army with a gloomy face. General Wang was tortured in this way. What should we Chinese men do? Kill! 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 The army continued to move forward, everyone carrying hatred and anger. Half an hour later, the Chinese army stared at the ruins in front of them in a daze, somewhat incredulous. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes and cried out in surprise. This is the E army base. How come it looks like ruins? The rest of the soldiers exchanged murmurs. Do you think it's an immortal who did this? Most likely, there was sword light coming from here just now, so I guess it was the immortals who did it. Humph. It must be the E army's wolfishness. The immortals couldn't stand it and personally descended to teach them a lesson. The crowd truly didn't expect this scene, and were somewhat stunned as they scanned the base, only to see that the base door had been broken open with a large hole, and the surrounding walls and buildings seemed to have been destroyed by brute force. The most obvious thing was that a steel building had been split in half and looked shaky. Woof woof. The sound of a tender dog barking rang out, instantly attracting the attention of the leading few. Looking around, there was a small white dog staring blankly at the army at the front gate. Wang Yuehao raised his eyebrows and spoke tentatively. Xiao He? Is it Xiao He? The pure white puppy took a step and quickly ran to Wang Yuehao. After determining that the dog was Xiao He, he immediately looked around, searching for his son. Wang Siki had told him that Xiao Ku had brought Xiao He along with him. Now that Xiao He appeared here, then his son should also be in this neighborhood. It was just that this neighborhood was too dangerous, and where was his son? Wang Yuehao turned back and ordered in a loud voice. Surround the E army and carpet search for traces of the little boy. The army received the order and quickly rushed into the base to sweep it up. Chapter 77 Sleeping Soundly. The more the Huaxia army swept through the base, the more they looked, the more alarmed they felt. Hundreds of thousands of enemy corpses were scattered all over the base, and there were even countless broken limbs scattered on the ground. The soldiers who survived were all mercilessly shot by the Chinese soldiers. Everyone knew that if the final winner was the E army, they would only be more brutal. When a group of soldiers were patrolling, they suddenly saw a little boy lying on the ground. Remembering the order given by Wang Yuehao, they rushed to bring the boy to him. Seeing that it was his own son, Wang Yuehao nervously examined it and eventually found the son was sleeping soundly. After exhausting his entire body's spiritual energy, Xiao Ku closed his eyes in exhaustion. Consciousness slowly fell into endless darkness. He only felt his soul sinking, as if he was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. It was unknown how long he had been asleep, as if it was only a few minutes, and as if he had spent decades. After gradually waking up, Xiao Ku tiredly opened his eyes. He curiously looked around, his eyes filled with shock. Huh, where is this? Wasn't I just at the base? How did I appear here? Xiao Ku was surprised to find that he had appeared next to a majestic gray-white palace. Above the gate, a special script was engraved on the door plate, not belonging to any font he had learned. However, he was able to read the script, and the doorplate clearly read Chaos God Palace. The steps outside the palace were taller than an adult, and there were 2 stone statues of divine beasts beside the steps that looked lifelike. One was the divine beast Golden Dragon, and the other was the divine beast Fire Phoenix. The 2 stone statues were hundreds of meters tall and exuded a divine pressure around them. For some reason, he felt that there was a mysterious aura within the palace that attracted him, as if it was calling him over. Xiao Ke ghostly stepped forward and slowly walked to the steps. The closer he got to the stone statue, the more he could feel an inexplicable sense of pressure, a double feeling from his body to his soul. When he touched the steps with his hand, the violent repulsive force instantly sent him flying dozens of meters away. After continuously rolling 2.5 times in midair, Xiao Ke fell heavily to the ground. The drilling pain coming from all parts of his body seemed to be real. He raised his eyes to the palace in aggravation and once again took a step over. "Why did you hit me flying? What in the world, why do I feel some kindred spirit?" He muttered to himself, huffing and puffing as he walked towards the steps. This time he carefully lifted his fingers and gently touched the steps. It was still the same as last time. The strong repulsive force instantly bounced it off. Unconvinced, Xiao Ke tried several times in succession, all ending in failure. "Ouch, so annoying." Xiao Ke beamed and sat on his butt on the ground. No matter what method he used, as long as he touched the steps he would be instantly bounced off. "Where is this place? How should I get out?" Sitting on the ground, Xiao Ke furrowed his brows and scanned the surroundings in confusion. Just now, he had only focused on touching the steps, forgetting that this was not the army base. Thinking that his second sister was still seriously injured, he was anxious. Just as he stood up and prepared to look for an exit, a loud popping sound came from the 2 divine beast statues not far away. He looked towards the statues in surprise, only to see the stone blocks on their bodies rapidly shattering. Not long after, the 2 stone statues actually turned into real golden dragons and phoenixes. A divine and terrifying pressure spread out. Roar! Clank! The 2 beast roars echoed within the space, the terrifying waves of sound shaking his head. The golden dragon emanated supreme divine might as its 2 millstone-sized eyes glanced at Xiao Ke. The fire phoenix on the other side was covered in red flames, similarly sizing up this tiny human. The 2 divine beasts simultaneously rose into the air and hovered around the boy. The golden dragon then opened its mouth and spat out a drop of golden blood, while the fiery phoenix opened its mouth and spat out a drop of red blood. The 2 drops of blood instantly disappeared into the little boy's body. As Xiao Ke froze, he was suddenly stunned by the monstrous pressure, and his consciousness was once again plunged into darkness. Seeing the little boy fall to the ground unconscious, the 2 divine beasts spat out waves of light to envelop him. The fainted Xiao Ke was lifted up by the soft power and slowly sat down in the void. Ancient and sacred aura emanated from his body, and a black and gray aura lingered around his body. Within his body, the original milky white aura liquid was transformed into a blackish-gray color. 2 drops of divine beast blood were suspended within the dantian, occupying both sides of the dantian. I don't know how much more time passed, but Xiao Ke slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was the clean white ceiling and the worried gazes of his 3 sisters. Realizing that her brother had finally woken up, Wang Siki immediately stuck to his side and asked, "Brother, how is your body feeling? Is there anything uncomfortable?" A refreshing scent came from his heart, and Xiao Ke dully surveyed Wang Siki. Perhaps it was because she hadn't rested for a long time. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was quite haggard. The remaining 2 sisters were not far behind, all anxiously watching themselves. A hot current surged through Xiao Ke's heart, happily speaking towards the 3 sisters. "Sister, I'm fine, my body is great." Saying this, he directly sat up and jumped off the bed, revealing a sweet smile at the 3 people. Seeing this scene, the 3 women's hanging hearts finally dropped. Ahem! A man's cool cough rang out from the doorway, and it was Wang Yuehao who issued it. Xiao Ke looked at her dad suspiciously, having a bad premonition in her heart. Sure enough, Wang Yuehao took out a small wooden stick from behind his back and said with a gloomy face, "Brat, you still dare to come to such a dangerous place?" Without saying a word, running to the enemy base to sleep, "Aren't you afraid that others will eat you? Causing the family to worry so much? I'll educate you today." He lifted the wooden stick and took a step towards Xiao Ke with a rather serious look. "They're the ones who can't eat me." Xiao Ke muttered in a low voice and quickly hid behind Wang Siki's skirt, tightly hugging his sister's thighs. I have to say, his sister's legs are so white, smooth and soft. Seeing his father getting closer and closer, he seemed to really want to beat himself up. He raised his head and aggrievedly pouted at his sister. Sister, Xiao Ke is wrong. Dad is going to beat me up. I'm afraid of pain. Wang Xinru slightly raised the corners of her lips, and then did not control her low laughter. Wang Lele blocked in front of her father and spoke softly. Okay, father. I know you can't bear to beat up Xiao Ke. He knows the mistake in his heart. Just scare him twice. Wang Yuehao awkwardly coughed twice, then put away the small wooden stick. He really didn't want to beat his baby son. Wang Siki picked up her younger brother who was glued to her lap and spoke with dissatisfaction. Why did you come here? And why didn't you answer your sister's call? Little Ku, who was lifted in the air, grinned and stammered his reply. I wanted to find second sister to play. Jiang Nan told me to come here to find second sister. In the heat of the moment, he directly dumped the pot. Hearing Jiang Nan's name, Wang Siki secretly wrote it down and turned around to properly clean him up. At this time, Jiang Nan, who was inside the Magic City Annexed Primary School, couldn't help but sneeze, feeling like he was being targeted by some great terror. Thinking of the second problem, Xiao Ke fumbled around in his pocket for a bit before pulling out the battle-damaged version of the Fruit 14 Pro. The phone screen had completely shattered during his fight, and now it couldn't be turned on. Wang Siki frowned and curiously surveyed the phone. Suddenly, white smoke came out of the phone's charging port, and it rapidly warmed up at the back case. Seeing this familiar scene, Xiao Ke hurriedly threw the phone out. Boom! The cell phone that fell to the ground exploded open, sending the three women's faces into a blur. Wang Siki, who was hugging her brother, had the corners of her mouth twitch and couldn't help but speculate. Is it because the quality of the Fruit cell phone is not good? Or is the younger brother using the phone too violently? How could this still explode? She secretly decided that she would go back and buy a Huawei Mate 60 for her brother to try, and the Fruit cell phone is too easy to play bad. Now Xiao Ku and Wang Ying successfully returned to the base. All the people are also relieved. Xiao Ke was still thinking about his second sister's injury, so he tried to ask his seventh sister where her second sister was. Wang Siki remembered her second sister's miserable condition and the horrible scars, so she didn't answer her younger brother. Wang Lele pursed her red lips. As far as she knew, second sister should still be in the operating room right now. In the evening, it was dinner time in the military area. Inside the room, although Wang Yuehao was still worried about the second girl's injury, his mood was too much better than the previous 2 days. This time, not only did he retrieve his daughter and son, but he also wiped out the enemy army. The result of this battle was estimated to shock the whole country and even the world in no time. After eating, Xiao Ku was sent to an exquisite bedroom by his 3 sisters. The sisters patiently urged him to get a good rest and leave for home tomorrow. Little Ku nodded obediently and raised his little fat hand to give an okay sign. It was hard to imagine that he was the killing god who had razed the army base to the ground not long ago. After waiting for his sister to leave the house, he lightly walked to the window like a thief and looked out. The bedroom room was on the 2nd floor, a full 4 meters from the ground. He directly rolled over the window and jumped down from the height of 4 meters, landing steadily on the ground. Looking back towards the 2nd floor room, he estimated that his father and sisters would not be able to discover himself in a short period of time. Expanding his divine sense, he was about to lock the location of his second sister. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that his own strength had once again been improved. Not only did the range of his divine sense become larger, the spiritual energy in his body also increased several times. The original milky white spirit liquid was transformed into a black and gray spirit liquid, and there were also 2 light clusters suspended in the dantian. One was as bright as the sun, and one was as elegant as a full moon, each occupying one side of the dantian. What was even weirder was that the 2 clusters of light within his body were constantly emitting pure spiritual qi, allowing his cultivation speed to grow by leaps and bounds. Could it be that he got them in that strange palace? Xiao Ke couldn't help but speculate, always feeling that that mysterious palace was not simple. Shaking his head, although he didn't know what this light mass was, it was imperative that he quickly went to heal his second sister. Divine sense enveloped the base. He easily bypassed the patrolling soldiers and ran towards the military hospital. Chapter 78. Healing second sister's wounds, sleeping and sleeping. Alas, Those even injured General Wang so badly. The bloody holes on that finger look oozing. The scars on his face are also hard to recover from, as well as the teeth in his mouth. He must have been disfigured. It's a pity that General Wang, such a talented woman of honor, ended up so miserable. On the 5th floor of the military hospital inside the hallway, 2 female nurses were lying by the window whispering, their tone carrying some regret. They did not realize that at the corner of the stairs, a little boy quietly poked his head out to survey the two. Just these 2 nurse sisters left. Xiao Ke skimmed his mouth and quietly walked towards the duo. Nurse sisters. The 2 female nurses heard the commotion and turned their heads in surprise, only to find nothing. It wasn't until they lowered their heads that they saw an exquisitely cute little boy waving at them. Wow, what a cute little guy. What's your name? One of the female nurses smiled lightly as she knelt down and gently rubbed the boy's head. His white face had some baby fat, and his chubby little round face was extremely lethal to the 2 women. Xiao Ke smiled and replied, "My name is Wang Xiao Ke. I came to find my sister Wang Ying." "General Wang?" The 2 exclaimed out in shock, glancing at each other. The other female nurse told him with an embarrassed face, "General Wang has just finished an operation and now needs to rest." Hearing that his second sister had actually undergone surgery, Xiao Ke couldn't help but furrow his brows. Spectral ghost eyes. The 2 female nurses looked progressively dumbfounded and stood frozen in place. If one were to look from a distance, one would realize that the several soldiers on duty downstairs were also standing frozen, green light flickering out at their pupils. "Where is my sister? Take me there." The 2 women nodded stiffly, then led him towards a high-level ward. Pushing open the door of the room, he hurriedly ran to his second sister's bedside. Wang Ying was still in a coma, and the serious wounds on her body had been surgically stitched up. The necrotic flesh was removed and bandaged again after sterilization. But the mouth full of teeth, as well as the burns and tiny scars on the face, had yet to be treated. But these injuries were not difficult for Xiao Ke. Even cancer he could easily heal, and this kind of wounds were even more so. Taking out the silver needle, he closed the door of the room and drew the curtains. Once everything was ready, Xiao Ke began to remove the hospital gown from his sister's body, while covering the private parts. It wasn't until the clothes were completely removed that the wounds on her body were completely revealed. Densely packed wounds, bruises. One could not help but look at them with a numb scalp. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Xiao Ke angrily snorted coldly. "Big bad guys, it's really cheap to die." Quieting his heart, he took out a small jade bottle from within his storage ring. Inside was the 2nd-grade elixir he had refined in his spare time, the Vitality Elixir. Its function was to regenerate muscle and build bones, an elixir used to treat a cultivator's flesh and skin injuries. Originally, within the enemy base, he had used the 1st-grade chi replenishing pill and his body's spiritual energy to temporarily protect his second sister's life. Now, he wanted his sister to be completely healed. Gently breaking open his second sister's mouth, he directly stuffed the Vitality Elixir into her mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and he hurriedly released his spiritual energy to help his sister absorb the medicinal effect. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ke picked up the silver needle by the bedside and began to apply the needle. Each time the needle fell, it only took an instant, and the 18 silver needles accurately pierced into the corresponding acupoints. A warm current appeared in Wang Ying's body, cooperating with the medicinal power to flow and circulate in the tendons and veins. If there was a master acupuncturist here, he would probably be able to have his eyes popped out by this unique acupuncture technique. Xiao Ke closed her eyes and kept channeling spiritual energy into her sister's body. The potency of the elixir was transported throughout her body by the spiritual energy, and her body began to react. First, the tiny wounds began to scab over, then rather the surgically stitched wounds, and the areas where the bad flesh was removed gave birth to new flesh. The part that changed the most was her teeth. The teeth that had been missing regrew and lined up neatly in 2 rows. Xiao Ke happily stood on the bench and leaned down to observe his second sister's new teeth growing. Unexpectedly, the bench shook, and his whole body accidentally fell forward. 2 soft meatballs instantly wrapped him. The unconscious second sister suddenly hummed softly. Xiao Ke was so scared that he hurriedly propped up the edge of the bed with his small hands and pulled his head out. Greedily breathing in 2 mouthfuls of fresh air, he couldn't help but spit out. Why do all sisters have this kind of thing on their chests? What's the point? Shaking his head, he once again observed the silver teeth in his sister's mouth and nodded his head in satisfaction. The recovery was good. Now all that was missing was the burn on the face. On the left side of his second sister's face, there was a 5-centimeter long scar. Looking at the scar, it was probably branded by someone with a red-hot iron. Under the effect of the vitality pill, the scar on her face had already recovered for the most part. However, there were still scars left behind that looked shocking. After a moment's thought, he took out a resurrection pill and stuffed it into his second sister's mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth and soon began to exert its medicinal effects. Wang Ying's skin began to become white and tender, and the burns on her cheeks gradually disappeared, looking smooth and white. After doing all this, Xiao Ke slowly let out a sigh of relief. Now he only needed to sit on the edge of the bed and silently wait for his second sister to wake up. According to his estimation, his sister would be able to recover more or less in one night and would probably wake up early tomorrow morning. Sitting on the bench, Xiao Ke was bored and leaned down, lying on the edge of the bed. He was prepared to guard his sister for the whole night just like this to prevent any more emergencies. In the middle of the night, a huge drowsiness hit him. Xiao Ke, who was lying on the edge of the bed, only felt his eyelids a little heavy, and slowly, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Feeling that sleeping on his back was not very comfortable, he sleepwalked like squirming his body to climb into bed, and then wriggled into the second sister's nest. Leaning in his second sister's arms, he was satisfied and stopped moving. On the other side, inside a certain room, Wang Siki was flipping through the surveillance video on his cell phone, and the white-robed man appearing on the screen made him think of Xiao Ke. Recently, the things that appeared in her brother were too weird, and many times she couldn't figure out the cause. For example, when her brother took the exam, he was able to get full marks on such a difficult paper. For example, her brother disappeared for a month and then suddenly appeared again. There was also the previous stone gambling, which opened a dozen pieces of top-grade jade in a row. This time it's even more outrageous. The younger brother doesn't know how he did it. He even let the driver drive him to the border. And according to Dad, when he found his brother, he was still lying asleep in the enemy base. What's more, lately Blackie seems to have gotten a lot smarter, not at all like an ordinary dog. All signs were pointing to the fact that the younger brother was definitely hiding something. Wang Siki organized her thoughts and sighed lightly, her beautiful eyes looking at the night sky through the window. Early the next morning, Wang Ying's eyelashes gently fluttered a few times and snapped his eyes open to scan the room. Military hospital, why am I here? Her voice was a bit hoarse, and her body was sore and weak. Suddenly, she felt a warm mass against her chest. She frowned, and as she lifted the covers, the tiny silhouette appeared steeply in her eyes, only to see the boy holding his waist with his little mouth slightly open. His lips red and teeth white, his round face white and delicate. Wasn't this the brother she had longed for? Xiao Ke felt the sunlight and couldn't help but cover his eyes, as if he was uncomfortable by the light. Wang Ying immediately covered the quilt and tightly embraced Xiao Ke in her arms. At this moment, she was wondering if she was dead. Was this heaven? Little Ku was smothered uncomfortably and stretched out his chubby palms to feel forward. This touch directly caused Wang Ying to shriek out in shock. Her cheeks instantly tinted with a touch of scarlet. Ugh! If it's heaven, why would I feel it? Noticing that something was wrong, Wang Ying sat up and looked around the room, realizing that this was indeed the military hospital. If this is all true, then this little boy under the comforter, is it Xiao Ke? Wang Ying lifted the quilt again and realized that she had been stripped down to her underwear, and her heart was a bit ashamed. She grabbed the boy's clothes and directly lifted them up to take a look. The sleeping Xiao Ke was awakened by this action, blinking his big watery eyes as he gazed at his second sister. Wang Ying similarly gazed at Xiao Ke with her beautiful eyes wide open. Second sister, are you awake? A soft, fluffy voice entered her ears, and Wang Ying smacked her lips in surprise. What are you shouting at me for? Xiao Ke tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that second sister did not recognize herself? He rubbed his eyes and replied anew. My name is Wang Xiao Ke. You are my second sister. Chapter 79, Eating My Medicine to Recover. Hearing the little boy's reply, Wang Ying's body trembled and tightly embraced him into her arms. Xiao Ke did not understand why his second sister's reaction was so intense. Creak. The door of the ward was opened and several military doctors stepped into the room carrying instruments. Hearing the footsteps at the door, Wang Ying frowned and said in an undoubted tone, "All go out." These cold and serious words scared several doctors and they panicked and exited the room. Among them, the old military doctor who was originally going to do a full body examination for the general was even more shocked. According to his analysis, it would take at least 3 days for the general to awaken. But now, after only one night, the general had completely awakened. He really did not expect it. Inside the hospital room, Wang Ying gently placed his brother on the bed and looked at his body in surprise. The skin was smooth and white, even better than before, and the scars from the torture had disappeared. She was imprisoned in a fashion-conscious. That blonde general hadn't tortured herself much. She had to endure all kinds of torture every day. Being pulled out of the teeth by the vice, branding iron-burned cheeks, but now all recovered as before. It was really amazing. How in the world did it happen? Wang Ying guffawed and gently pinched Xiao Ke's plump cheeks. Brother, why are you here? Little Ke's mouth was open, very dumbfounded. I'm here with 7th sister, 8th sister, 5th sister, and Dad Ah. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, followed by quickly putting on her hospital gown. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and the several military doctors outside the door spoke respectfully. General Wang, we are going to examine your body now. Please let us in. Wang Ying's face was quite unhappy, but he still responded towards the door. Come in. The ward door was pushed open once again, and the 4 military doctors carefully walked to the bed. What? Several people exclaimed out in shock, looking at Wang Ying sitting on the bed in astonishment. Her frown deepened and her face clouded over. Usually she was most disgusted with people yelling. If there were soldiers here, they would definitely tell these doctors that the general was about to get angry. Just wait to be punished. Noticing their outburst, the 4 hurriedly bowed to her and apologized. Right? I'm sorry, General Wang. We were momentarily surprised, so... All right. Wang Ying opened his mouth to interrupt the several people and ordered impatiently. What are all to be checked? Move faster. The several military doctors looked at each other and stepped forward to give her a full body check with their instruments. In the end, several people looked at the results with astonishment and realized that not only were General Wang's body indicators normal, the scars from yesterday's surgery had also disappeared. Even the teeth in her mouth had grown back, and the scars of various sizes had scabbed off. Overnight, serious injuries were healed, scars disappeared, and even missing teeth grew back. This situation was unheard of for them, confusing the crowd. Wang Ying stroked the skin on his face and inquired suspiciously. Who treated me? One of the military doctors spoke in a panic. Back to General, it was a few foreign medical professors, and I heard that the main surgeon was Professor Shin. Professor Shin? Have him come over to see me. Several military doctors rushed out, and in no time brought a middle-aged male doctor. At this time, he was brought to the general's ward, and his heart was also a bit puzzled. When he saw the handsome woman sitting on the hospital bed, full of qi, his eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Ying raised her head to survey the man and did not find anything special. Coughing lightly, she faintly spoke to the man. Did you do the surgery for me? Professor Shin nodded, looking at her cheeks and mouth in shock. That, my scars and appearance were also repaired by your healing. Hearing these words, Professor Shin was also a bit confused. He didn't have that ability to quickly remove scars. But thinking that this person in front of him was a general, if he could get the general's favor, wouldn't his career be on the upswing? He bowed down and spoke with a serious face. Back to General, it was me who healed it. Seeing General Wang's body covered in wounds and his appearance destroyed, I couldn't bear it, so my colleagues and I fought for hours. After a few words were spoken, Xiao Ke looked at the middle-aged man in surprise, wondering how he had the good sense to say those words. Second sister was obviously cured by herself. How did it become this man's credit? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Xiao Ke poked his second sister's back, wanting to tell her the truth. Knock, knock, knock. Knocking on the door, 3 clear and stunning girls pushed their way in, precisely the 3 daughters of the Wang family. Noticing the arrival of her sisters, Wang Ying commanded towards the crowd in the room. Professor Shin, I'll remember this favor first. You guys go out first. The middle-aged man almost laughed out loud and hurriedly exited the room, and the remaining 4 military doctors obediently left the room as well. After entering the door, Wang Siki looked at the hospital bed and saw her brother's figure. The 3 of them had gone to yell at their brother to get up early in the morning, but there was a delay in getting a response. According to her guess, her brother would most likely go to his second sister, so the 3 of them rushed to the military hospital. Next to her brother, her own second sister was gazing at her with a smiling face. Second sister, your body? Wang Siki raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth, constantly scanning over her body and realizing that it had indeed returned to normal. Wang Xinru and Wang Lele were also shocked speechless. They still remembered their second sister's miserable condition yesterday. Wang Ying smiled faintly and said to her own three sisters, I also don't know how Professor Shen did it, it's really amazing, and I feel that my physique has improved quite a bit. Xiao Ku stood up from the bed with a puff of air, and just when she wanted to open her mouth, she was held in Wang Ying's arms, and the words stuck in her throat were blocked. Wang Lele hesitated and opened her mouth to ask the question that everyone was curious about. Second sister, why did the army arrest you, and what happened in between? Wang Ying Shanshan smiled and looked up at the ceiling. Sister, there are a lot of wolves in this world, just like country. Huaxia has been feuding with them for a long time, and the lord of country has recently had thoughts of going to war with Huaxia. The three women looked stunned and shocked as they listened to their second sister's narration. While on the side, Xiao Ku also lay on the bed and eavesdropped. Our kingdom lord's great limit is approaching, and a period of turmoil will soon follow. Several of the highnesses are vying for high positions and have no desire to send troops to guard the borders, so they captured me, but they also just want me to submit to the country, in the vain hope that I will order the withdrawal of troops to make way for the army. If they set foot on Chinese territory, I'm afraid that they will start another big war just like back then. Hearing this, the hearts of several women could not be calmed for a long time. Several people sat around and recounted the recent events, including the war with the army in the past 2 days. When she heard that the army base was completely swept away by the mysterious immortal, Wang Ying revealed an expression of disbelief. How could there be any immortals in the world, and how could the army base be swept away by one person? As if knowing that her second sister would not believe it, Wang Xinru took out the cell phone she had prepared long ago to play the video. What was shown inside was precisely the army base that had been turned into ruins, as well as the scene of the white-robed youth blocking the missiles. What? One person blocking a Ray 15 missile? Wang Ying only felt his brain buzzing. He really couldn't believe that someone could really do it. This was equivalent to someone telling you that ants could play basketball, and there was evidence to prove it. When he was unconscious, he seemed to have felt someone save him, and that breath was warm. If the army base was swept away by the immortals, then the one who saved himself was most likely him. She then pursued the question. Do you guys know who brought me back? The three sisters shook their heads at the same time. All they knew was that their father had found their second sister on the way to the marching attack. Wang Siki suddenly thought of something and replied to her second sister. We're not sure, but someone should know that there was someone lying next to you when father found you. Xiao Ke was a little nervous, wondering if she should just tell her sister that the person in white was herself. Sister would believe herself, right? Soon, the news of General Wang Ying's awakening was passed out in the army. The soldiers shouted in surprise, passing this happy news to each other to more people. The entire military area was bustling with activity. The sound of gongs and drums echoed throughout the base. Wang Yuehao, who was busy with his official duties, put down his burden, handed over his work to the vice-general, and rushed to the military hospital immediately afterward. Before leaving, he grabbed Xiao He, who was lying on the ground sleeping, in his hand. Xiao He, I'm sleeping. When he arrived at the hospital and pushed open the door of the room, several of his daughters were chatting with laughter, while Xiao Ke was being held in Wang Ying's arms. Noticing second girl's white and smooth skin, he was surprised and walked up to check it out. Second girl, what kind of elixir have you taken? Seeing the right moment, little Ke struggled out of second sister's arms and said in a milky voice, Second sister ate my medicine to recover. Chapter 80 Me. Cultivation. Immortal. Everyone shifted their gazes to the little munchkin's body, causing Xiao Ku to be a bit at a loss for words. Did he say the wrong thing? Wang Ying flexed his finger on his forehead, and little Ke hurriedly stretched out his little fat paw to protect his head. A scene that made the ladies giggle. What kind of medicine did you make sister eat? Wang Ying's eyebrows curved like the bright first moon hanging on the branch. Noticing her second sister's expression, Wang Siki secretly said, Since I was a child, I haven't seen second sister smile. It seems that second sister does like her younger brother. Xiao Ke crossed her arms. Her childish face hung with some seriousness. What I said is true. The scars on my sister's face disappeared after she ate the resident face pill. Face residing, Dan? Wang Ying looked at his sister in confusion, only to see that Wang Siki and the others looked like they were pondering, and even his father nodded towards him. Previously, they had also taken the face-residing pill given by their brother, and their appearance, skin, and temperament had indeed improved a lot. Even Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao looked several years younger, the wrinkles on their faces flattened out. If they said that her face had returned to normal under the influence of the face-residing pill, the three women were also half believing it. Wang Siki's eyes looked at her brother with some complexity, and the suspicion in her heart grew stronger. Noticing Little Black in her father's arms, she snatched the dog and said to it with a serious face, "Little Black, can you understand me?" The family looked at Wang Siki with a surprised expression, and Wang Yuehao even said with a red face pulling his voice, "Seventh girl, what are you doing? If it can understand, won't it become a spirit?" Wang Siki frowned. When she was at home, she realized that Xiao He was extremely intelligent and extraordinary. "If you can understand it, then nod your head. I'll give you extra chicken legs at noon." Wang Xinru and Wang Ying were filled with black lines, while Wang Lele was snickering. Wang, hearing that there were chicken legs, Little Black wagged his tail and nodded his head straight, living as a little licking dog. "Huh!" This time it was the others' turn to be confused. The four of them looked at each other in shock and looked at Little Black. Seeing this scene, Wang Siki was even more determined in her heart. She slowly took out her cell phone from her pocket and played the video that had long been saved. In the video, it was the clip of the white-robed man appearing within the surveillance. Her two fingers slid on the screen, and the picture was enlarged, and the youth's figure became clearer. Xiao Ku cocked her head, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. Could it be that her sister had discovered that she was an immortal cultivator? The little vest is going to explode? The crowd greeted him to check, only to see that the white-robed youth was grasping a mass of white objects in his left hand. The screen continued to zoom in, and that mass of white objects was actually very similar to Xiao He. Wang Siki pointed at the man in the video and spoke softly to Xiao He. "This man in white, is it Xiao Ku?" Boom! The crowd of the Wang family only felt a thunderclap ringing above their heads, not expecting Wang Siki to ask this kind of question at all. Actually, Wang Siki wasn't sure, but her younger brother had never appeared in the surveillance footage, and the only one who showed up was this white-robed man. And how did Xiao He appear on the white-robed youth? The corners of Wang Yuehao's mouth twitched as he spoke again. "Good daughter, isn't this that mysterious immortal? Look at his height. How could it be Xiao Ku?" Wang Lele and Wang Xinru echoed. "Yeah, this is simply two people." At this moment, Xiao Ku on the hospital bed's face turned pale. He dryly swallowed his saliva and gazed at his sister in a panicked manner. Could it really been discovered? His own acting skills were so bad? He also wanted to tell his family the fact that he was an immortal cultivator, but he always felt that it was a bit abrupt. The eyes of Xiao He, who was picked up, rolled and secretly glanced at his little master. "Xiao He, should I say it?" Noticing Xiao He's gaze, Xiao Ku immediately signaled with his eyes that it should not nod its head. One person and one dog making eye contact with each other. Cough! Wang Siki lightly coughed twice, arched her eyebrows close to Xiao He, and said in threatening words, "Xiao He, if you answer correctly you will have meat to eat. If you dare to lie to me, giggle." The mid-air Little Black's body stiffened and looked at Wang Siki in fear. Its brain spun rapidly, and it finally shook its head firmly. Compared to that, it was more afraid that its little master would slap itself to death. Wang Siki smiled contemptuously and closed in on its ear and opened her mouth to seduce it. 2. Chicken legs. The little black ear immediately perked up and frantically nodded towards her like a woodpecker. Everyone shifted their gazes to Xiao Ku, scrutinizing him for a while. Wang Ying also looked at her brother in surprise. Other than his delicate and cute looks, there was nothing special about him, right? Putting down Xiao He, Wang Siki stepped forward and spoke as she walked. "I have long realized that my younger brother is smarter than other children. Not only does he have rare and strange elixirs, but he can also come to the border without realizing it. Before, he could do magic tricks, and now he can even disguise and cross-dress. Brother should be hiding some secret. Is sister right, little brother?" After saying the last sentence, Wang Siki gave a light smile towards Xiao Ku. After listening to her analysis, the crowd did feel that Xiao Ku was very wrong. Xiao Ku's heart thumped, and a fine cold sweat emerged from the top of his round head. "Damnable Xiao He, I treated you as a brother. For the sake of 2 chicken legs, you betrayed me." Now since it was my sister who took the initiative to find out, the words handed down by master don't count, right? As he was thinking in his heart, Wang Ying kneaded his face for a while, as if checking if his brother could change his face. Xiao Ke pulled his head out, huffed and puffed, took a step back, and graciously admitted under the gaze of his family. That's right, I'm actually Cultivation, immortal, the one who, oh, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ko looked around the crowd curiously and realized that there was not a hint of shock from his family. This scene made him a little disappointed. The imagined look of his sister exclaiming in disbelief didn't happen. The Wang family members were puzzled. They had never heard of immortal cultivators, nor did they know what they did. But looking at their brother's proud appearance, the 3 women still cooperated. Whoa, awesome. Oh, sounds awesome. Kuro, Cowhide 666. Xiao Ke coughed lightly and repeated it to his family once again. But the Wang family members still had no reaction. Wang Siki stroked her chin and opened her mouth towards her brother to inquire. Brother, what is this immortal cultivation you speak of? And what is it good for? Hearing this, Xiao Ku reacted to the fact that his family did not know what cultivation was, nor did they know about immortal cultivators. In order to demonstrate to his family, he slowly walked to the edge of the bed and jumped down. In mid-air, Wang Ying quickly caught him and gently placed him on the ground again, seemingly worried that he would fall and hurt himself. Xiao Ke raised his mouth in dissatisfaction and said in a milky voice towards the crowd, I'm very good. Even if I fall from an airplane, I'm fine. Wang Yuehao immediately laughed his head off, not realizing that his son still had a talent for bragging. He just didn't know who he inherited it from. Feeling that he was being underestimated, Xiao Ke lightly grunted and turned around to use his disguise technique. A puff of smoke rose, and a white-robed youth appeared in place. He had handsome eyebrows and sword eyes. His lips were as colorful as jade. His long hair was spread out behind his back, his fair face, and his knife-like features. The family looked at Xiao Ke dumbfounded. Wang Yuehao still maintained the posture of holding his belly, like being fixed in place. Turning around again, Xiao Ku transformed into Wang Siki's appearance. That bumpy body is also a perfect replica, is that the 2 people in the temperament is very different. Wang Siki's temperament was high and cold, while Xiao Ku was just pure and cute. Turning around again, he returned to his original appearance and looked at his family with a smile. This time Dad and sisters should believe it. I don't know if it has scared my sister. After slowing down for half a day, Wang Yuehao lowered his voice and said, Son, can you also turn into Xiao He? Everyone froze, not knowing what their father was thinking. Wang Siki reached out to interrupt him, then asked Xiao Ku, Are you the white-robed immortal that others are talking about? Xiao Ku proudly nodded his head, although the title white-robed immortal was also quite overbearing. But Master had said that he couldn't reveal it. Then he would reveal a drop of his own strength, and it wouldn't be a complete failure of his master's instructions. Wang Siki continued to pursue towards him. How did you block that Ray 15 missile? Xiao Ke thought for a moment and made up a lie on the spot. Master gave me a very powerful treasure that can block the missile, but it hurts so much to be blown up. I'm still in pain here. Xiao Ku aggrievedly pointed at his chest and pretended to be very tender. At this time, Wang Ying, who was sitting next to him, was in turmoil, not expecting to be surprised by his younger brother to the point where he didn't know how to open his mouth when he had only just met him. Xiao Ku briefly recounted the process of how he came to the base and how he rescued his sister. A great deal of the fighting process was omitted. Hearing his brother's narration, Wang Ying was touched and wiped his tears, hugging him with a face full of heartache. When his sister asked him where he learned to cultivate immortality, he stammered out a reply. It was taught to me by my master. All 4 knew that Xiao Ku had an old Taoist master, so they didn't speculate much. Throughout the exchange, Xiao Ku answered dozens of questions, which really wore him out. It wasn't until the end, when he noisily said he was hungry, that the Wang family stopped asking. When Wang Ying got dressed, the family walked out of the hospital room and came downstairs. At the entrance of the hospital, dozens of soldiers lined up in 2 rows with rifles in their hands, respectfully welcoming all of them to the car. Wang Ying was just about to sit on the car when he heard a shout, raised his eyes and looked, and it was Professor Shin. At this moment, he wanted to use the excuse of checking the general's body to brush up his face again. General Wang, where are you going? Wang Ying coldly looked at him and spoke to him with a displeased expression. Where I'm going, What does it have to do with you? Dr. Shen. Look at yourself clearly and don't cross the line. The middle-aged man's body trembled, unconsciously taking 2 steps back. He wasn't sure why the general didn't give himself face. Clearly he was polite to himself just now. Xiao Ke made a face at him and smilingly was carried to the car by Wang Xinru. The car started and the 3 military jeeps rolled up smoke and drove away from the hospital. Professor Shin, who was standing next to him, ate a mouthful of dust. Chapter 81. Xiao Ku 2 takes off. Back to Magic City. On the dinner table, Xiao Ku was holding a steaming chicken leg in one hand, and the other small hand was holding the rib soup. Wang Ying saw his brother's mouth dripping with oil as he ate, pulling out a tissue from the side to help him wipe it off. He chewed heavily while silently thinking in his mind. Immortal cultivators don't need to eat. If they don't go to eat such a delicious meal, is there any fun in life? Wang Siki picked up a chicken leg and put it into the bowl. Then he set it in front of Xiao He. Xiao He. Build him and be done with it. The family was happy. Wang Ying looked at his brother from time to time. The corner of his mouth secretly hung up an arc. After eating, Wang Ying remembers that the 7th sister had said that when she was discovered, there was a seriously injured enemy around. So the crowd rushed to the base cell again under Wang Ying's leadership. While in the car, Wang Ying questioned Xiao Ku suspiciously. Brother, was it you who injured him? Kids shouldn't fight. Don't hit people with your hands in the future. Listening to his 2nd sister's nagging voice, Xiao Ku glanced at Xiao He grudgingly. Wang Lele also couldn't help but ask her brother. Little Ku, can you still fly? This sentence put Xiao Ku in a difficult position. He could fly with his sword, but he couldn't manage to fly in the air yet. That required reaching the condensed Yuan realm to do so. He shook his head and told his sister that he couldn't fly yet. He needed to use a special method to do so. Wang Yuehao rolled his eyes, his mind recalling the scene on the battlefield. What martial arts realm did his own son belong to? I'm afraid that he has already reached the realm of a martial arts master, right? To think that his 6-year-old son was a martial Dao master, while he was still a dark force martial artist in his 40s. It was simply a difference. Wang Yuehao sucked in a breath of cool air. After thinking about it, he seriously said towards his son, Xiao Ku, don't feel free to reveal your identity as an immortal cultivator. Just let your family know. Several other sisters nodded in agreement. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Moreover, Xiao Ku was still a public figure. If his identity as an immortal cultivator was discovered, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of trouble. Hearing his family's instructions, Xiao Ku nodded his head seriously. He understood these truths as well. The military jeep stopped and several people came to the underground cell. The soldier on duty saluted towards the crowd. Wang Ying nodded slightly and opened his mouth to the soldier on duty at the side to give instructions. Led by the soldier, the people passed through the many barriers and entered a long corridor. Surrounded by cells holding enemy soldiers and deserters, the eerie atmosphere made people feel uncomfortable all of a sudden. Wang Siki took her brother's small hand and comforted Xiao Ku not to be afraid. As they continued to go deeper, they could see many imprisoned enemy soldiers inside the cells. When they saw that the person coming was Wang Ying, they burst out in foul language and shouted unpleasant curses. The soldier on duty angrily rebuked and picked up an iron rod to deter the prisoners, and the scene suddenly quieted down. Nearing the end of the corridor, the soldier stopped by a cell and turned to tell General Wang that the enemy was here. Looking in, he saw a man lying half dead on the floor. Bruce had long since been bitten off by Little Black in the tendons of his arms and legs, and at the moment it seemed very difficult to even move. Even eating and drinking were fed by the guards, otherwise he would probably be starved to death. Little Blackie, who was held in Wang Lele's arms, bared his teeth and had a smug smile on his face. Little bastard, this is what happens when you go against Brother Dog. Opening the door to the room, Wang Ying approached Bruce and communicated with him in a fluent E language. Who are you and to which branch of psychics do you belong? Bruce responded with incomparable arrogance even though he was already an invalid. General Hua, it's kind of a mistake for you to choose to go against our E-country. Wang Ying gave a look to his family. Wang Siki immediately understood and covered her brother's eyes with her hand, and Wang Lele also covered Xiao Hei's eyes with her hand. Xiao Hei, can I see? Xiao Ku. Sorry, I have divine sense. She then drew her pistol and pressed it against Bruce's forehead, opening her mouth towards him in a threatening manner. Tell me one piece of information that won't kill you, and I can consider letting you go. Icy cold words reached his ears, but he couldn't stop laughing. Foolish Chinese, your royal family is in chaos. Our god has awakened. Just wait for our army to press in. Ha ha ha. I advise you to surrender early. There might still be a way to live. Otherwise you all have to accompany me in the funeral. Wang Ying retrieved her pistol and got up to walk out of the cell. She didn't want to kill someone with her hands in front of her brother. After signaling towards the soldiers, she led her family out of the dungeon. Shao Ke muttered, God? The royal family? What are these things? Regardless, these things had nothing to do with them, and there was no need to pay attention to them. Seeing the sunlight again, Wang Siki also spoke faintly. It's time to go home. I guess mother is already waiting anxiously. Hearing his daughter's words, Wang Yuehao also secretly nodded. He also quite missed his wife. Wang Ying just looked at her brother indifferently, then took out her cell phone to notify the military region's top management to gather for a meeting. After she had given the notice, the Wang family and their group rushed to the base conference room under her leadership. It didn't take long for more than 40 people to gather in the conference room one after another, and everyone had a pleasant smile on their faces. Shao Ke stared blankly at the crowd, and there were a few familiar faces inside. For example, those 4 old grandpa. Remember, one of the grandpa also let himself call him Shao Hu. Seeing that the people had almost come, Wang Yuehao and Wang Ying walked onto the stage with a faint smile. During his speech, Wang Ying did not mince words and praised all the military region executives, while also thanking the Martial Artist Association for their help. A dozen patriarchs simultaneously arched their hands and smiled. General Wang Ying is polite. It is an honor for us to serve China. Feng Xiaotian also spoke with a light smile. General, there is no need to thank me. Just let me go to your house to drink and eat meat later, ha ha ha. In the end, the dozen or so patriarchs left first, preparing to take a flight back. The 100,000 Northern Realm generals who supported the border were also transferred back to the Northern Realm military region in batches under Wang Yuehao's arrangement. The doctors and nurses who rushed to help needed to go back later. After all, the wounded in the military region were still waiting for their treatment at this moment. After the meeting was dissolved, Wang Ying also went to busy herself with various chores, and probably couldn't get away for a short time. Before she left, she squatted down and told her brother that she would return home after she finished her work. Learning this news, Shao Ke nodded his head and said yes despite his reluctance. After Wang Ying left, Feng Xiaotian led a few people to the Wang family smilingly. The 3 daughters of the Wang family greeted politely, and Shao Ke also followed suit and said Uncle Feng hello. Feng Xiaotian smiled and squatted down to measure Shao Ke, reaching out to give him a gift. It was a medallion crafted from gold and silver materials, with an eagle pattern carved on the front. I have long heard Brother Wang mention his son. His appearance is indeed exquisite and lovely, and he will definitely be more handsome than Brother Wang when he grows up. Feng Xiaotian flirted. Aside, Wang Yuehao did not have the good sense to give him a punch. Don't force me to talk about those old scores of yours in public. The 3 daughters covered their mouths and snickered, eating like melons as they watched Uncle Feng and their father fight. Walking out of the conference room, Shao Ke, who was playing with the medallion, suddenly remembered Shao Lu's brother. He pulled Wang Siki's finger and inquired towards her. Why is little brother Lu here, ah? Can you take little brother Lu home? Wang Siki was a bit unfamiliar with this name, and only remembered it after carefully recalling it for a while. More than a month ago, she had sent that sweeper maid here in a fit of anger. If it wasn't for her brother's reminder, this Shao Lu would probably have to stay in the barracks for a few years before she could return. She somewhat awkwardly explained to her brother. There's too much work here. Little Lu is here to help. Does brother want to take him home? Shao Ke nodded. After all, Shao Lu had helped himself and was considered a familiar person. Hearing her brother's idea, Wang Siki nodded slightly. Since her brother wanted to take him away, it wouldn't be troublesome to pick him up along the way and take him home anyway. After she called and ordered, the family happily walked towards the Wang family helicopter. Not a moment later, little Lu, who was wearing a military uniform, ran in front of the crowd. The moment he saw the young master, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Life in the military was too hard. It was still the young master who loved him and remembered to bring him with him when he went home. Shao Lu wanted to tell the young master out loud. Do you know how I lived this month? Boarding the helicopter, Shao Ke happily cheered. Shao Ke number 2, take off. The propeller turned quickly, carrying the 6 people high into the sky, heading towards the southeast, Kyoto. A splendid palace stood in the center of the bustling Kyoto. The world knew that this was the royal residence and the place where the Lord of Huaxia's office was located. Inside the Changle Palace, A demonic man wearing a brocade robe leaned lazily on a palace chair. Several beautiful women in revealing clothes were dancing in the hall, and all of them made secret glances at him from time to time. If they were fortunate enough to be looked upon by His Second Highness, they would have endless glory and wealth in the rest of their lives. Ha ha ha! Second brother is so elegant. Accompanied by a feminine voice, a long-haired man barged into the hall. He had a faint smile on his face, but the disdain in his eyes was not hidden at all. He walked straight towards the demonic man, but was stopped by two guards. The man sitting on the palace chair stretched his back and waved to one of the girls. The girl jogged up in surprise, and the man swept his arm around her waist, letting her lean smoothly against his chest. That ancient scent made the girl a little infatuated, and her face reddened by a point. Third brother, I'm a little unwell, you'd better please return. His Third Highness sneered, turned around and left the room. It wasn't until he walked out of the room that he cursed in disgust. Mo Yi is indeed a waste of space obsessed with gentleness. It's useless to pull him in. But it's just as well, this king can have one less opponent again, ha ha ha. He carried his hands behind his back and left with a big smile. On this day, all the major media outlets scrambled to report the news of the victory in the border war. As the leader of the army, Wang Yuehao was naturally pushed into the limelight. About his previous military achievements were also deeply dug out by netizens. The netizens were curious about what rewards the country's master would give to this national meritocracy. International. The news of the E-Army's 400,000-strong army being wiped out surprised the countries, and they couldn't help but re-examine China's battle power. Chapter 82 Sister is the most important. I flew directly in the school Imperial Sword. In the middle of the night, a black helicopter slowly approached the Wang family tarmac. The two staff members picked up binoculars to observe and realized that it was actually the young master's helicopter. They immediately notified the director of the news, and a large group of staff members quickly conducted a command landing on the ground. After the little Ku number 2 landed steadily, the management director took the brunt of the people. He immediately stepped forward and lowered the gangway, putting on a fawning smile to welcome all the people, lest a few ladies would be blamed. Wang Yuehao was the first to step out of the cabin. Xiao Ku in his arms seemed to have fallen asleep, and was now lying obediently in his arms with his eyes closed. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, was unusually excited and kept looking around after getting off the plane. The crowd was exhausted from the traveling, and Wang Siki instructed the management director to prepare a car. Sitting in the car, the group of people left the tarmac to return to the Wang family manor. Seeing everyone leave in the car, the management director wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was secretly glad that he wasn't held accountable by the ladies before. Wang family villa. Auntie Lan was busily tidying up the dining table, while Chun Hui sat in the eunuch chair and sipped tea. Suddenly, the villa door was opened. Wang Siki lightly stepped into the hall, and behind her, Wang Xinru and Wang Lele also stepped into the house. Chun Hui surprisingly ran forward and hugged her daughter, then worriedly asked where her son was. Just as she said that, Wang Yuehao also entered her field of vision. She happily went forward to embrace her husband, but was stopped by Wang Yuehao's voice. Taking a closer look, her son was lying obediently in her husband's arms, sleeping, with one of his feet stretched out dishonestly. Seeing that the family is safe and sound, the dark clouds in her heart finally dissipated. Wang Yuehao carried Xiao Ku to the second floor, and after putting his son under the blanket, he turned back to the hall. Fruit plates were placed on the dining table, and the family gathered around to recount the events of this period of time. Wang Siki also told her mother about Xiao Ku's identity as an immortal cultivator. Chun Hui was at a loss. She didn't know what immortal cultivator meant. The crowd patiently explained it to her, but none of them could tell the difference either. They only knew that Xiao Ku had all sorts of strange and weird things and skills, and they didn't know much about the specifics. Outside the villa, Xiao Lu was happily roaming around the manor, the corners of his mouth grinning up to his ears. Still familiar surroundings, familiar streets, so good. Early in the morning, the magic city shrouded in darkness was illuminated by the sun. Through the window, the sunlight sprinkled on Xiao Ku's face, making it even whiter. Feeling the blinding sunlight, Xiao Ku sleepily stretched his waist, then stood up and walked out of the room. When he walked downstairs and sat on the dining table, he suddenly realized that the one sitting next to him seemed to be his second sister. Thinking that he was sleepy, Xiao Ku rubbed his eyes and looked at the figure once again. Second sister, you're back. He covered his little mouth in surprise and arched his eyebrows to look at his second sister. Wang Ying picked up Xiao Ke with one hand and placed him in her arms, pinched his plump face with a doting face. Wang Siki explained from the side. Second sister but rushed home all night long. She didn't even have time to deal with the affairs of the army. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke tilted his head and gave his second sister a peck on the cheek, causing Wang Ying to giggle. Wang Siki. I'm a bit sour. Wang Lele, coincidence. Wang Xinru. Yo, you're still kissing your second sister. At this time, thousands of miles away from the frontier military region, the stocky vice general was faced with a large pile of documents and fell into deep thought. I am a military general, not good at the office. Chun Hui and Wang Yuehao also walked away. Chun Hui and Wang Yuehao also walked downstairs. Now there are 7 people at home. The atmosphere can be considered lively. Chun Hui looked at her second daughter with heartache. She heard yesterday that her precious daughter suffered a lot of torture in the military. She walked forward and held her daughter's hand to take a closer look, her eyes slightly red. Wang Ying comforted Chun Hui with a faint smile. Mother, I'm fine now, thanks to Xiao Ke. I was able to fully recover my body. She looked at her brother with a soft face and poked him on his milky face. Aunt Lan led the servants to bring breakfast, while handing a set of gift boxes to Wang Siki. The crowd was immediately attracted by the gift box, and Wang Xinru teased with a bad smile. What's going on, seventh sister? Is it a gift from your boyfriend? Haha. Wang Siki glared at her fifth sister without any good humor, then opened the gift box under everyone's gaze. Didn't my brother's old cell phone break? This is the new one I asked Auntie Lan to go and buy. Xiao Ke blinked his big eyes at the phone, feeling that this phone was not quite the same as the previous one. He curiously pointed at the phone and inquired, Sister 7, this is different from the one I've used, yay? Wang Siki's face rippled with a smile as she opened her mouth to explain for her brother. The previous fruit phones were all broken, so I bought you a Huawei Mate 60 phone. I heard that it's very durable and doesn't break easily. Xiao Ke hugged the phone and studied it, playing with it for a while before muttering softly, why is the screen so big? He picked up the phone and compared it to his own face, not realizing that it was as big as half of his face. Watching the little guy tossing the phone, the crowd burst out laughing. Wang Ying also couldn't help but stroke his round head. After dinner, Wang Siki hurried to the company. The company's small and large affairs were all handled by Xiao Lian for herself in the past few days. If she didn't go and clean up the mess, it was estimated that Xiao Lian would go crazy. Wang Xinru also left the manor in a car. She was going to personally pick a variety show. Back in the day, she also planned to bring her younger brother to record a variety show. Finally, Xiao Ke picked up his backpack and left for school under the escort of his 8th and 2nd sisters. This time, Wang Ying did not let her bodyguards follow her. Few people knew that she was also a martial artist and was still a middle-stage inner-strength martial artist. Even if something happened, she would be able to handle it herself. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove out of the manor and traveled in the direction of the Magic City-attached primary school. Sitting in the car, Xiao Ke opened the vlog and just after entering the interface his cell phone rang frantically. A few days without logging in, his message has long been 99+, and the number of fans has also risen quite a bit. Wang Ying curiously came over to check it out and suspiciously asked out to the 8th sister. Our brother, there are still over 8 million followers. Wang Lele recounted the events of the birthday party to her and mentioned the idea of the 5th sister taking her brother to shoot a variety show. Unexpectedly, Wang Ying directly took hold of Xiao Ke and said to her brother with a serious face, Xiao Ke, let's not film these useless things. I see you have amazing bones. Grow up and follow second sister to join the army. Wang Lele was a bit stunned. Although she didn't dare to refute her second sister, she still hardened her heart and discouraged him. Second sister, it's too dangerous to let my younger brother join the army. Why don't you let him learn piano with me? I think my younger brother is very talented. Seeing the two sisters discussing endlessly, Xiao Ke covered her ears and told the two women, Sister, don't argue. I'm still small. Wait for me to grow up and then decide. The car only quieted down, but Xiao Ke always felt that the sisters did not listen to it. Two sisters' low sliding cell phone he secretly head up to check. The second sister was browsing through children's military uniforms, and the 8th sister was picking out a piano at an online store. Arriving at the school entrance, Xiao Ke jumped out of the car, as if he was running away and waved goodbye to his sisters inside. He then entered the campus with a bounce under the watchful eyes of the two women, and eventually slowly disappeared from their view. Wang Ying clasped her arms with both hands. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. Since seeing her brother, she was in a much better mood. The car started, and in no time the Rolls-Royce disappeared in place. Returning to the campus, Xiaoku walked to the first grade class humming the pig out music. Pushing open the class door, all the children looked at him in surprise, and Du Zimo exclaimed out in shock. "Wow, Ku, you're finally back." Ku returned to his seat and put down his book bag, followed by Du Zimo pulling him into a chat. "Ku, what have you been doing these past few days?" I went to war." Before he could say a few words, the English teacher pushed his way in. Noticing Ku's re-entry into the school, he softly smiled at him. All morning, Ko studied the world geography book, as well as the Atlas of Recent War Weapons. After class at noon, Ko closed his book and looked at the blackboard, seemingly pondering a difficult problem. Atomic bombs are so powerful. If I were to be blown up by such a weapon, will it hurt? Shaking his head, he stopped imagining things, as this kind of weapon is internationally banned anyway. Calming his thoughts, he pulled Du Zimo and ran to the cafeteria to eat. Jiang Nan and the three of them sat under the shade of a tree, their faces somber as they paid attention to the young master's movements from afar. Recently, they got the news that General Wang Ying was captured, and the young master even ran off to the frontier military region alone. Although the young master had returned safely, it was also the fault of the three of them. With the general's character, he would definitely pursue it down, and when the time came, he would inevitably be heavily punished. Just after walking to the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiaoku's heart suddenly trembled. His little face suddenly became serious and closed his eyes as if he was feeling something. Du Zimo curiously called out to him twice, but Xiaoku did not respond. When he opened his eyes again, he eagerly said to Du Zimo next to him, "You go eat. I still have things to do. I'm leaving first." Saying that, he flew away from the cafeteria, looking quite anxious. Du Zimo cocked his head and said suspiciously, "Could it be that Xiaoku, peeing urgently?" Jiang Nan and the three of them also noticed the young master's movements and quickly chased towards the young master. Little Ku ran inside the school gazebo, muttering on his lips, "Sister Seven is in danger. But I'm still at school. How should I get over there?" He anxiously unfolded his divine sense to observe his surroundings, and after realizing that no one was nearby, he directly sacrificed his golden crow. "Whatever, sister is the most important." With a gentle leap, Xiaoku stepped onto the sword, and under his control, the flying sword quickly rose to 1,000 meters in the air. Whoosh! Xiaoku flew towards the north with his sword, like a flash of streaming light, and soon disappeared into the sky. Jiang Nan and his group rushed to the vicinity of the pavilion, but no matter how much the three of them searched, they couldn't find the young master's figure. Could it be that the young master had lost it again? Chapter 83. Who allowed you to leave? Gao group inside the conference room. Wang Siki held a contract in her hand and carefully browsed through it. Finally, she slowly placed it on the desktop. "Mr. Gao, since you're willing to make such a concession, you must have some conditions. Don't sell yourself short and tell us straight." Sitting opposite her, Gao Jiejun's eyes fluttered, staring suspiciously at the teacup beside Wang Siki. He himself had put ecstasy in her cup. After such a long time, how come she still didn't react? Haha. Mr. Wang is really smart. Since I'm willing to give up 5 points, I'm telling you with utmost sincerity. We, Gao, are partners who can work together for a long time. Wang Siki snorted. In front of businessmen like them, there were only higher interests and no permanent friends. This kind of bull, it's better to save it for fooling 6-year-olds. Early this morning, Gao Jiejun told herself that he had business to talk about. So she came to check it out, just don't know what kind of drugs he is selling in his gourd. Boom! The door to the conference room was pushed open vigorously, and 4 black-clothed men stepped into the room, their ferocious aura spreading out instantly. These men looked extraordinary. Each of them had a fierce aura on their bodies, and their eyes were filled with cold and viciousness. Xiao Lian at the side was scared to the point of backing away, and Wang Siki frowned towards Gao Jiejun. What does Mr. Gao mean by this? Who are these 4 people? Upon hearing this, he showed embarrassment and did not open his mouth to explain. His own task was to ask Wang Siki out, and what happened next had nothing to do with him. The man in black at the head sneered and slowly approached Wang Siki. The Magic City Wang family is nothing more than a stray dog abandoned by the main family. He reached out and grabbed towards Wang Siki, and when he was about to touch her, his palm was blocked by an invisible barrier. The man in black looked at the woman in front of him in surprise, and then increased his force to strike again. But even with all his strength, he was unable to reach Wang Siki. His palm was 10 centimeters away from her and could not advance any further. Black bear? Black panther? Black pig? Why don't you three hurry over and help? The remaining 3 black-clothed men quickly ran over, and each probed their hands towards her to grab her. Miraculously, all 4 were unable to reach Wang Siki. When they got close to her, a mysterious force blocked them. Including Wang Siki, everyone froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a while. Feeling some warmth on her chest, she touched her chest in confusion, where the jade pendant given by her brother was hanging. Could it be the jade pendant? She didn't notice that the jade pendant under her shirt was currently flashing with a blue light. The ecstasy placed by Gao Jejun earlier was dissolved by the spiritual power in the jade pendant. Otherwise, she would have already fallen into a coma. What's going on here? The leader of the black-clothed man said in surprise. The 4 of them were all inner-strength martial artists, and now they couldn't even catch a woman? Noticing Xiao Lian dressed as a secretary on the side, he instantly thought of a solution. He grabbed Xiao Lian's neck with one hand and lifted her up. The intense suffocation made Xiao Lian's face redden and her body kept struggling in mid-air. Wang Siki, be obedient and come with us. I won't kill her otherwise. Wang Siki, who was sitting on the chair, clenched her fists. Seeing Xiao Lian's agonized appearance, she really couldn't bear it. Fine, if you let her go, I'll go with you. The man in black revealed a devious smile and flung Xiao Lian away as if he was throwing garbage. The 4 of them led Wang Siki out of the door, and as they passed by Gao Jejun, Wang Siki said in a chilling voice, "Has Mr. Gao considered the consequences? If your Gao family's 100-year foundation collapses because of you, don't regret it then." Closing the door to the room, Xiao Lian also quickly ran out of the room to inform the president of his arrest. Inside the conference room, Gao Jejun sat paralyzed in his chair. He felt a chill on his back and some uneasiness in his heart. After a long time, he suppressed his inner anxiety and lit a cigarette and took a few puffs. He was doing something for the Kyoto Wang family this time, the Mordor Wang family. Can it be compared to the Kyoto Wang family? One is a loach in the mud, one is a dragon flying in the sky. There is no need to compare. And the other party assured himself that if this matter is done, will support the Gao family to become the first family in Magic City. This kind of temptation, I believe that even the Ouyang family, the Li family, great probability cannot help but temptation it. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to look into the distance, thinking about how to deal with the next thing. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot appearing in the sky, which slowly grew larger and seemed to be flying towards here. Unimpressed, Gao Jejun exhaled smoke to block his vision, then turned around and walked towards the door. Boom! A loud shattering sound rang out. Glass shards scattered all over the entire conference room, and the strong air currents blew his figure shaking. Gao Jejun was surprised to turn back to check. The scene shocked him, open his mouth wide, half unable to speak, only to see a god-handsome appearance of white-robed man standing on the black gold sword body. At this time is suspended in the conference room in mid-air. The person who came was Xiao Ku. In order to prevent exposure, he also deliberately performed the disguise technique on the way here. He couldn't help but secretly say that he was really a little genius. Looking around here, Xiao Ku did not see any sign of the 7th sister. It seems that the 7th sister should have just left. Noticing the frozen Gao Jejun, Xiao Ku called out towards him. Hey! Sorry for breaking your window. Have you seen my sister? Have you seen Wang Siki? Returning to his senses, Gao Jejun immediately shook his head. He still hadn't figured out the situation. How could this person in front of him fly? What was he looking for Wang Siki for? Xiao Ku once again felt the direction of the jade pendant. His consciousness turned, and the golden crow flying sword carried him and instantly disappeared in the same place. Gao Jejun looked at the mess in shock. His heart had already set off huge waves. That man just now could fly. He smashed the tempered glass directly. Inside the Black Range Rover, the 4 men in black were staring at Wang Siki tightly, and the man in the lead took out his cell phone and dialed a string of numbers. Not long after, Wang Yuehao's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Who are you? Wang family master, your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to live, obediently hand over Wang Xiaoku. You guys dare. Are you sent by the Kyoto Wang family? Hehe Wang family master, if you hand over your son, We guarantee that we won't touch your Wang family. Don't presume to provoke the authority of the main family. You're a smart person, so make your own choice. Tonight at 8 o'clock, the address is at. The phone hung up. The man in black put away his cell phone to reveal a smile. But that smile was worse than crying in the eyes of others. Wang Siki still maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes sizing up the crowd, always observing the surroundings. How much did the Kyoto side offer you guys? I'm willing to pay double the price. She spoke faintly to the man at the head of the group, but the man laughed even more wildly. Don't talk to us about deals. We're not killers, you'd better be honest. The car traveled at breakneck speeds, and the surrounding vehicles and pedestrians gradually became less and less, and eventually the car drove towards a deserted factory. Wang Siki's beautiful eyes wrinkled deeper, pondering how to get out of the predicament. The black pig driving the car yawned, and suddenly a flash of lightning was directly in front of him, and the ground was instantly blown out into a deep pit. Black Pig immediately stepped on the brakes, and the powerful inertia caused Black Bear to crash headfirst into the seat. This sudden scene made the black people stunned. This sunny day will still thunder? The Black Pig stopped the car and then continued to drive forward around the deep pit. Whoosh! A light flashed, and a sword was instantly inserted into the ground in front of the car. The sword was black and gold in color, and even though it was separated from the crowd by a few meters, the sharp sword intent could be felt. This odd scene left the crowd inside the car dumbfounded, and Black Pig couldn't help but spit out. This is thunder and falling swords. Can it be any more outrageous? Just after saying that, a white-robed silhouette descended from the sky, landing firmly on the hilt of the sword with one foot, only to see that gentleman's face like peach blossom, show like Yenyu, body like a dragon, chi like an immortal. The visitor was none other than Xiao Ku, who had already sensed that his sister was in the car, and that her body was okay and not in any serious condition. Under the instructions of the leader of the black-robed man, the Black Pig stepped out of the car and looked towards him in surprise. Hey, what are you looking at, ugly? Xiao Ku disgustedly pointed at Black Pig and cursed, especially the last three words, which he intentionally shouted loudly. Wang Siki inside the car looked at Xiao Ku in surprise, with a few worries in her brows. Although she knew that her brother was an immortal cultivator, she still felt that he couldn't defeat these four people. The Black Pig, who was called Ugly, was furious and charged towards him without thinking. Young man, you can't find a place to die if you want to. Can you? Black Pig was an early-stage inner-strength martial artist, and an ordinary person would probably go straight to his grave if he received a punch. He attacked Xiao Ku with a punch towards his temple position. The momentum was tigerish and amazing. Wang Siki inside the car clenched her hands nervously, afraid that her brother would be injured. Snap! Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Black Pig was smacked away by Xiao Ku, spinning 2.5 times continuously in the air before falling heavily on the ground. The side of his face was instantly red and swollen, and his entire body was almost smacked directly into unconsciousness. The other three black-robed men quickly ran out of the car to check on their companions' injuries, and the leader of the black-robed men arched his hand towards Xiao Ku and said, "Greetings, Senior. I am Black Tiger." The Black Pig accidentally bumped into Senior. "Please be magnanimous, Senior. The four of us brothers will surely be grateful." He was very smart at a glance. He could tell that the white-robed man in front of him was not ordinary, and was most likely a patriarch. Xiao Ku couldn't help but snort a laugh and pointed at the fallen Black Pig. "His name is Black Pig. So is he a friend of Pig Big and Pig 2? Hearing these words, black lines hung on Black Tiger's face. If he wasn't unsure of defeating this person, he would have already made a move to educate him. "Senior is joking. We'll leave now. We won't disturb Senior's peace and quiet." Black Tiger let the two men pick up Black Pig and turned around to get into the car, but unexpectedly, the youth's voice came from behind him once again. "Who allowed you to leave?" Chapter 84. Young Master disappeared again? Who to beat? The Black Tiger's figure trembled and looked at Xiao Ku in surprise. "Senior, what else do you want us to do? We are working for the Kyoto Wang family. I hope that Senior will give us face." Hearing the Kyoto Wang family, Xiao Ku asked him rather curiously, "Is the Kyoto Wang family very powerful?" Black Tiger looked at little cute with a gaze at Xiao Ku. Did this kind of question even need to be asked? Senior should be a sect master powerhouse, right? The Kyoto Wang family has a martial arts sect master in attendance. I believe you should be aware of what a martial arts grandmaster represents. Oh, Xiao Ku responded softly, then continued to speak. I see you guys can leave, but the person in the car I'm going to take away. Hearing this, Black Tiger tensed his body vigilantly and asked the reason in a low voice towards the white-robed youth. He clasped his arms with both hands and told Black Tiger in an extremely serious tone. I don't care, you quickly hand her over. Don't force me to beat you up. Oh. If it wasn't for the fact that the man in front of him looked to be in his 20s, Black Tiger would have to wonder if he was a child. How did it feel that this was said in a milky manner? Seeing that the other party was slow to respond, Xiao Ke frowned his sword brows and said impatiently, Hurry up. I still have to get on. There are still things to do. Black Tiger revealed a hesitant expression, then let out a long sigh. Elder, then you can take her away. Xiao Ke smiled and gave a thumbs up, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think, he's still strangely nice. He put away his golden crow and walked past the four, gradually approaching the car. Suddenly, Wang Siki pushed open the car door and anxiously shouted at him. Dangerous! Run! Behind him, Black Tiger had already drawn his pistol and aimed it at his head. The distance between the two was only 2 meters. With such a close distance, even a Zhongshe powerhouse could die inadvertently. As Wang Siki's cries ended, Black Tiger also laughed and pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and Wang Siki's face instantly turned ashen, staring blankly at the white-robed youth. Did his brother get shot? Xiao Ke disdainfully skimmed his mouth and turned to face Black Tiger. The bullet was strangely still in the air, as if the pause button had been pressed. Body-protecting deity? A martial grandmaster. Black Tiger lost his voice and opened his mouth, as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. You're not a sect master. You're a martial arts sect master. Xiao Ke carefully recalled what Jiang Nan had said. Remembering the martial Dao Patriarch's ability he was able to do at the late stage of Qi refining. Then he should be even more powerful than a martial Dao Patriarch, right? Retracting his thoughts, a smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he slowly walked towards the four. I didn't say I'm a sect master. At this moment, Black Tiger didn't even have the courage to fight. The other party was a martial arts sect master. Seeing the white-robed youth gradually approaching, he directly fell to his knees with a thud. From a young age, his mother had taught him that a great man should be able to bend and bend. The remaining two also knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in fear. Xiao Ke spread his hands helplessly. Kneeling down at the drop of a hat was not a good habit. Coughing lightly twice, he spoke slowly towards Black Tiger. Why are you arresting her? And who are you? In front of the martial Dao Patriarch, Black Tiger no longer lied. He respectfully replied towards Xiao Ke. Back to Elder. The 4 of us brothers are from the Kyoto Wang family. We were sent from above to arrest Wang Yuehao's son. Hearing that he was to be arrested, he became even more interested. Why? Senior doesn't know that more than 20 years ago, Wang Yuehao refused the marriage and turned around to like an ordinary girl. The family head was furious when he learned about it. Wang Yuehao is the 4th youngest of the Wang family. How honorable his status is. But no matter what, he wanted to marry this woman as his wife. Even the elders of the clan couldn't persuade him. In the end, he was expelled from the Wang family, and all his assets and power were taken back. At the request of the family head, he swore within the ancestral shrine that he would not be allowed to give birth to an heir for the rest of his life. But 6 years ago, he broke his oath and gave birth to a son. Hearing so much powerful news in a row, Xiao Ke instantly felt his head spinning. After sorting it out, he was clear about what happened. Dad is a member of the Wang family in Kyoto, and is also the 4th young master of the Wang family with an honorable status. But the big families were concerned about marriage, but Dad chose to marry Mom, so he was kicked out of the Wang family. But not allowing Dad to have children, this kind of request is too heartless, right? At this moment, Wang Siki stepped out of the car and looked at Xiao Ke in surprise. She didn't expect her brother to be unafraid of firearms. Was this the means of an immortal cultivator? It was simply too incredible. Xiao Ke's eyes rolled, his head pondering whether or not to go directly to the Kyoto Wang family to beat up the family head. Not only did they kidnap his sister, but they also wanted to arrest themselves. It was just too bad. Elder, we'll give you our people. Can you let us go? Black Tiger smiled sarcastically and looked at Xiao Ke with an expectant gaze. Hearing Black Tiger speak, he smiled and turned his head to survey the other party. Yes, but you have to tell me the location of the Kyoto Wang family. Don't lie to me. Question marks popped up in Wang Siki's head. She didn't know what her brother was thinking. The four men in black explained the address and then quickly ran to the car. Not a moment later, the car disappeared in place. Wang Siki walked up suspiciously and opened her red lips lightly to speak. Is it little Ku? Hearing his seventh sister calling out to her, Xiao Ku withdrew his disguise and directly jumped into her arms. Sister, are you all right? Little Ku tilted his head up, blinking his big eyes as he asked her. Wang Siki gently stroked her brother's head and responded with a faint smile. I'm fine, but it's you, younger brother, that you're not afraid of a pistol so powerful? Of course, sister, want to cultivate with me. Then you won't be captured. Wang Siki snorted and pinched his cheeks, then picked up her cell phone and dialed. Soon, 3 cars pulled into the factory and pulled up beside the 2. Xiao Lian scrambled out of the car and pulled up Wang Siki for a closer inspection. Finding that Mr. Wang was not injured, her hanging heart finally landed on the ground. Mr. Wang, do you want to go back now? Wang Siki nodded and held up Xiao Ku to sit in the car. Xiao Lian also noticed that young master was here, and she inquired suspiciously. What just happened? Why is the young master here? Where are those 4 men in black? To these questions, Wang Siki only answered perfunctorily. Her brother's secret could not be revealed. The car came to the Magic City Annex Primary School first. Xiao Ku had to continue his lessons. He jumped out of the car and smiled sweetly at his sister, then trotted into the campus. Wow, oh you. Mr. Wang's younger brother is so cute. I wish I had a younger brother. Xiao Lian covered her mouth and snickered, her gaze cast to the tiny figure. Let's go back to the company. From today onwards, officially start a business war with the Gao clan. I want Gao Jiajun to witness, with his own eyes, the destruction of the Gao family. Wang Siki rested her jade hands on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. Re-entering the school, it was class time. Xiao Ke pushed open the class door and awkwardly smiled at the teacher. The math teacher slates his face, but puts on a kind smile when he sees the visitor. Go back to your seat first. Xiao Ku, who was standing in the doorway, walks back to his seat and takes out the map of China and looks through it carefully. Du Zimo curiously came to his head, and when he saw the complicated map, he opened his mouth towards him in a small voice. Hey, what are you looking at the map for? Xiao Ku turned his head to face him and replied indifferently. I'm going to Kyoto, so I'm studying the map in advance. Going to Kyoto for what? To beat up. To meet my family. Du Zimo stared with round eyes. Seeing Xiao Ke's serious look, he stopped bothering him. After class, Xiao Ke confidently closed his books, then took out his cell phone and opened the navigation. Following the address provided by the man in black, he quickly localized to the Wang family in Kyoto. Walking out of the class, Xiao Ke sneaked towards the school gazebo furtively. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived near the gazebo, he met Jiang Nan's trio. At this moment, the trio was sitting on the steps squatting with a sad face. What are you guys doing? Xiao Ke walked in front of the trio and inquired suspiciously. Jiang Nan, who was squatting on the ground, let out a long sigh and seemed troubled. How could the young master suddenly disappear? Ugh. Xiao Ke tilted his head pondering what Jiang Nan said. Returning to his senses, Jiang Nan snapped his head up and looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. Young master. The 3 stood up in surprise and surrounded him inquiringly. Young master, where did you just run off to? Why did you suddenly disappear? This. Xiao Ke scratched his head awkwardly, then blinked his eyes and inquired to the 3. Look at my eyes. Is there something in them? The 3 of them came forward to check and realized that the young master's pupils were indeed somewhat green. Underworld ghost eyes. A milky voice came out, and the 3 instantly froze in place, their eyes floating with a layer of green light. Excuse me. Little Ke spat out her pink tongue, then summoned the golden crow once again. With his 2 small feet stepping on the flying sword, he made a slight movement of his mind and instantly climbed up to high altitude. The golden crow's sword body flashed and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed. When Jiang Nan and the 3 of them returned to normal, they all looked at each other blankly. Where's young master? I don't know, he was just talking to us. Young master disappeared again? Chapter 85. 100 fried chicken, 100 cokes. A few hours later, the Wang family in Kyoto. The entire Wang family was like a city within a city. It covered an extremely vast area, with buildings, entertainment facilities, restaurants. Everything is there. occupying such a large area in a place like Kyoto. One can imagine how huge the Wang family's energy is. In the air, Xiaoku unfolded his divine sense and secretly landed in an unoccupied corner. In order to facilitate his actions, he put away his golden crow and once again performed his transfiguration technique. Is this the Kyoto Wang family, Dad's previous home? Xiaoku looked at the magnificent villa complex in front of him in surprise. At the entrance there was a giant stone monument, on which Kyoto Wang family was written in gilt script in a dragon's flight. It had to be said that the Kyoto Wang family was indeed a bit more grandiose than his own home. Xiaoku skimmed his lips and walked straight towards the Wang family's gate. As he was about to approach, the 6 stocky gate guards scolded in a cold voice. Within the boundaries of the Wang family, idle people are prohibited from passing through. Xiaoku let out a light "oh," then turned his head and walked away. Just 2 steps away he reacted. He had come to take revenge. Why should he listen to the gatekeeper? Make a mistake and come back. He aggressively walked forward and slapped the stone tablet engraved with Kyoto Wang family. The stone tablet. Who did I invite? A few gate guards looked at the visitor in stupefaction, and then looked at the slapped stone monument. Thousands of kilograms of stone monument, and let him smash it with a slap? What kind of strength is this? Hey, I'm about to go in. Don't stop me, Xiaoku said with a stern face, then slowly walked towards the gate. Big brother, what should we do? A gate guard asked in a low voice towards the man in the center, who was the captain of the 6. The captain of the doorman cursed angrily. Goon. Thanks to the fact that you're still an external strength martial artist together. Saying that, he directly drew his iron rod from his back and swung it at the white-robed youth. The rest of them reacted and also drew out their iron rods. Snap! The 5 people were just about to rush up to help when they noticed a silhouette flying backward. The captain rolled 2.5 times continuously in mid-air in a row, only falling to the ground when he crashed into the crowd. The corners of the 5 people's mouths twitched as they looked at the white-robed youth in shock. Xiaoku took a step forward, and the crowd took a step back. Only when the door guards had no more way to retreat did he open his mouth to the crowd with a smirk. Who is the boss of your Wang family? The 5 people looked at the white-robed youth in a confused 13, not expecting him to ask such a thing. Buzz. A Koenigsegg came speeding in. That speed was at least 160 yards. Xiaoku looked at the car in confusion. Did this situation want to run himself over? Hiss! The car came to a sharp brake when close to Xiaoku. The ground appeared a long tire print brake marks. Do you want to find death not blocking the door of our Wang family for what? The door of the car opened. A fashionable young girl with a hot body stepped out of the car. Looking at her appearance, she was only 18 or 19 years old. Wang Lingwei took off her sunglasses and surveyed the white-robed youth and several gatekeepers in astonishment. Xiaoku looked around and realized that he just happened to be blocking the path of the car's progress. Wang Lingwei approached him with her arms wrapped around her hands. Then the corner of her mouth lifted into a smile. Quite handsome in looks. The clothing has an ancient flavor to it. What is little handsome boy doing here? The doorman captain struggled to get up and pointed at Xiaoku and growled. Miss Lingwei, he's trying to force his way into our Wang family. She raised her eyebrows and looked at the white-robed youth in shock. She herself hadn't heard of anyone daring to forcefully break into the Wang family since she was a child. Had this guy been kicked in the head by a dog? The scene at hand messed with Xiaoku's impatience. He only wanted to teach the Kyoto Wang family a lesson. Today they dared to kidnap his sister. Tomorrow they will dare to bully mom and dad. The day after tomorrow, even if they encountered Xiaohei, they might have to kick them. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and directly turned around and walked into the Wang family. Wang Lingwei noticed his movements and raised her hand to toss the car keys to the doorman. You guys park the car. I'll go take a look. She jogged to catch up with Xiaoku, flashing what she thought was a sweet smile to strike up a conversation with him. Handsome boy, why do you want to come to our Wang's house? Xiaoku advanced on his own, his eyes sweeping over the cluster of villas along the road. Hey, are you little cutie? This young lady is talking to you. Wang Lingwei stepped forward, her hands pinching her small savage waist to block his path. I'm looking for the Wang family boss. He bullied my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Xiaoku replied rather seriously, but was quickly mocked. What Wang family boss? You're not a dork, are you? Xiaoku bypassed her and continued on, his divine sense covering the entire range of the Wang family. Instantly, he detected dozens of spiritual energy fluctuations. Seeing that the white-robed youth didn't care about himself, Wang Lingwei spoke again. When you say Wang family boss, are you talking about our family head? Our family head lives there. Saying that, she reached out and pointed ahead. Following the direction she pointed, Xiaoku saw a 6-story building. That tall building was situated on a small hill in the center of the Wang family, with an overall tower shape. Inside that building, he also felt a few not-so-weak fluctuations of spiritual energy, stronger than a zongshi. You people are still weirdly good. Golden Crow. An arcane gold-colored long sword instantly appeared in Xiaoku's palm. Next to Wang Lingwei was stunned. She curiously approached the sword. Her beautiful eyes rippled. You can also do magic tricks? What a cool sword. Can you sell it to me? Just as she wanted to caress the sword, Xiaoku gently leapt onto the roof of a villa. Hear the wind sword technique. A whispering voice came out as he slowly raised his golden crow flying sword. The robes around his body were windless, and 3,000 black silks fluttered behind him. Third sword, flame-breaking blade. The body of the sword steeply ignited with purple flames, and a terrifying aura spread out. For a moment, the martial arts masters of the entire Wang clan opened their eyes in unison. Chop! With a furious shout, Xiaoku swung his sword towards the building 1,000 meters away. A red-colored sword light chopped at the 6-story building at great speed. In an instant, the towering tower-shaped building collapsed. Wang Lingwei covered her small mouth in surprise and stared at the figure in death. What kind of spell was this? Was he a god? The loud roar instantly attracted countless Wang family members to go out and check. Upon seeing the collapse of the center building, everyone was dumbfounded. What had happened at the family head's place? As the smoke cleared, four silhouettes ran out from the rubble that looked quite distressed. One of them was holding an old master, looking very respectful to him. After the old man had stabilized, the three of them looked in unison at the white-robed figure in the distance. The heart of the old man located in the middle of the three trembled. Who could have issued this attack? Spiritual power fluctuations at the late stage of qi refining, a martial grandmaster? Xiaoku murmured, his gaze sweeping over the three. They were all dressed in plain clothes with a head full of silver hair. Although the skin on their faces was pale, their faces were rosy and full of qi. With their hands behind their backs, the three of them quickly jumped onto the roof of the villa complex. Tapping their toes, their figures lightly traveled across the roofs of the various villas. On the other side, dozens of patriarchs arrived at the news and surrounded Xiaoku in a moment. Wang Lingwei was brought away from here by a zong master, and the surrounding personnel and servants were quickly evacuated. When the three of them arrived in front of Xiaoku, they were all stunned. They had thought that the enemy should be of the same age, but they hadn't expected the white-robed youth in front of them to be so young. The martial grandmaster in the lead stepped forward and spoke. Who is your excellency? And why are you making a move against my Wang family? Xiaoku replied very seriously. I've come to beat up the Wang family's family head. He bullied my family. These words caused him to be a bit startled. When did the Wang family provoke the strong man? Could it be that the juniors had made a mistake outside and messed with this mysterious youth? That martial grandmaster paused and spoke again. I wonder how your excellency plans to do this? Xiaoku's face was contemplative. He had only come today to teach them a lesson. If the fight might result in a death, he was not yet in a position to kill anyone. Thinking of this, a smile surfaced on his face. Let's put it this way. I came all the way over here. You have to give me some money for my hard work. The other two martial grandmasters had cold eyes. Running to the Wang clan to spread wildness, and you dare to ask for hard labor fees? Is this human language? The two men ran their true qi to make a move, but they were stopped by the old man in front of them raising his hand. Little friend, just say what you want. I'll see if I can afford to give it. Hearing this, he began to think about what to demand. Money? His own family had it, there was no lack of money. A car? His own family also had one, and he couldn't drive if he was under 18. Suddenly he had a flash of insight and said towards the old man in front of him, Then you can pack me 100 fried chicken. The crowd was all rendered speechless by this entire statement. Xiaoku looked at the faces of the crowd. Could it be that he wanted less? Then pack another 100 bottles. Coke. Make it 1,000 Pepsi. I don't drink Keko Coke. Everyone was once again rendered speechless to the point where the corners of the mouth of the old man in the lead twitched, and then instructed the bystanders. Go, prepare as he said. Soon after, Xiaoke happily carried a sack full of cola fried chicken out of the Wang family. Come to teach them a lesson and still get so many delicious food along the way. The needle is good. Seeing the white-robed youth come out in one piece, the 6 gate guards were like they had seen a ghost. Coming to a deserted alley, Xiaoke put the fried chicken cola into his storage ring. Calling out the golden crow, he directly flew to a high altitude with his sword and soon disappeared into the sky. Wang family in front of the collapsed building. The 2 martial arts masters stared at the other plain-clothed old man, their faces somewhat gloomy. Sensing the emotions of the 2, he said with a long sigh, "Old friends, I know what you guys are thinking, but we have to give in. To be able to destroy a 6-story building 1,000 meters apart, this kind of strength is beneath me. If we really have to go to war, even if the 3 of us can capture him, I'm afraid that the entire Wang family will be affected." The old man looked into the sky with his hands behind his back. The other party didn't injure any innocents. He should have just come to export his anger. In the end, he demanded the condition of fried chicken, and he also used it to give both sides a step down. This person has great wisdom, not to be messed with. In a moment, order down and interrogate the juniors if they've caused any trouble recently. Chapter 86. Brother Dog Don't Bite Me. Pre-variety preparation. Magic City Attachment Elementary School. Xiaoke held a fried chicken leg in one hand and stuffed it into his mouth to chew on it, while the other hand held a bottle of cola that he had finished drinking. It was already time for school to end, and through the clouds he could see a large number of students pouring out of the school gates. After putting the food away, Xiaoke landed vertically at the corner of the campus, a scene that did not attract anyone's attention. Removing his disguise, he quickly ran back to his class and picked up his small school bag. Arriving at the school's entrance, he stood on the curb and looked around. Where are the sisters? He beamed and muttered to himself. A Maybach exploded with a roar and pulled up beside Xiaoke. The car window slid down, and Wang Xinru waved at him with a faint smile on her face. "Fifth sister, you're the one who came to pick me up duck today." Xiaoke jumped into the car and grinned as he burrowed into her arms. This caused Wang Xinru to be a bit surprised. Then she reached out and lightly rubbed her brother's face twice. "Brother is so happy today. Did you meet something good?" Hearing this, Xiaoke couldn't help but think of the 99 servings of fried chicken and 99 servings of cola in the storage ring. The storage ring also had the effect of preserving freshness, even if the fried chicken was still hot when he took it out again. He smiled sweetly, his eyebrows arched into a waning moon. "Sister guessed right-o. Then what reward does brother have for sister guessing correctly?" Wang Xinru suggestively reached for the side of her face, and Xiaoke raised his head and nudged her in the face. The warm touch made her body tingle, and she suddenly had the idea of letting her brother kiss her twice more. The man driving the car Xiaoke had seen before, it was the same big brother who had taken himself to dinner not long ago. The Maybach started and drove all the way east. Xiaoke leaned on the car window to enjoy the scenery along the way. Suddenly he realized that this was not the way home. "Sister, aren't we going home?" he inquired in a milky voice, blinking his big shiny eyes. Wang Xinru reached out and rubbed his head, softly explaining. "There's no rush to go home first. I'm going to take you to meet the director." "Director? See him for what?" "We're going to shoot a promotional video. Otherwise no one will know that Xiaoke is shooting a variety show." Oh. Half an hour later, the Magic City Nebula Entertainment Company. Wang Xinru held Xiaoke and took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Walking into an empty room, there were several men and women researching information on the computer. Hearing the commotion, a kind-looking uncle greeted Wang Xinru. He was the person in charge of this variety show and also a famous director in the movie and television industry. Dozens of hit movies had come out in his hands, as well as several popular variety shows. This was also the reason why Wang Xinru chose to find him to work with. The rest of the people also put down their work at hand and greeted the two with smiles on their faces. "Ms. Wang, you're finally here, have a seat." Director Hua is polite. After they sat on the sofa, they also formally discussed the program arrangements. Xiaoke obediently sat on the sofa, his 2 little legs swaying randomly, like paddling oars. The rest of the people carefully sized him up and couldn't help but marvel at the boy's high face value. Those delicate features, white and cute face, big blue eyes, small pink mouth. It was simply a little fairy boy. "Ms. Wang, the location for our variety show is the countryside. The conditions may be a bit tough. Roughly, an older sister or brother will lead the children to do various tasks. Later on, it will also involve wilderness survival. Hearing this, Wang Xinru frowned and spoke. Director Hua, it's not appropriate to let a small child go on a wilderness survival, right? She could accept it if it was an ordinary rural life, but letting her take her younger brother to wilderness survival, as if she could see her sister's difficulty, Xiaoke confidently raised her claws and paws. Sister, we can do it. Wang Xinru shook her head with a faint smile. She wouldn't dare to take her brother on a risk. Seeing her in this state, Guide Hua explained anxiously. You can rest assured in terms of safety. We have a specially equipped medical team. Recently, rural subjects are not so hot. Wilderness survival is more interesting and hotter. Xiaoke looked blearily at fifth sister, reaching out his small hand to tug on her coat corner. Sister, let's shoot this wilderness survival. Yeah, it's definitely fun. After some hesitation, Wang Xinru nodded her head and agreed to star in the movie, and the two formally signed a contract with the director's team. This could make Director Hua happy. With movie and television superstar Wang Xinru in attendance, did he still need to worry about the program not having any heat? I'm afraid it will cause a sensation once it's released. The siblings were taken to shoot the promotional video, and they were busy until dark before it was completely finished. Director Hua, who had gotten the effects, was very satisfied and turned around to hand it to the staff for second editing. Walking out of the company, Xiaoku was bouncing happily. Thinking that he was about to record a variety show, he was thrilled. Sister, there's still a few days left before we can go film the variety show? Wang Xinru sat in the car and looked at her brother with amusement. Don't be in a hurry, you can't go recording until 5 days later. Ugh. How come there are still 5 days nah? The car started up again and drove all the way back to the Wang family manor. Inside the villa, Wang Ying called out to 2 servants to carry the clothes, which were all small military uniforms that she had carefully selected. And there were also various children's weapons, such as pistols, grenades, automatic rifles, sniper rifles. On the other side, Wang Lele commanded several male maids to carry a piano. This was a customized Mason Hanlon piano that she had asked someone to customize, specially flown in from M country. Xiao Lu was earnestly carrying it towards the front, not even noticing the sleeping Xiao He on the ground. His paw lifted up, and in the next second he stepped heavily on the dog's head. In an instant, Xiao He was directly stomped out of his pain mask. Xiao Lu's feet slipped, and his body planted itself on the ground uncontrollably. One person and one dog just happened to stare at each other. Xiao He, who was stepped on and woke up, opened his eyes and saw Xiao Lu, and the bits and pieces of his memory were instantly awakened. He still remembers that more than a month ago, this man tied himself to a tree and ate fragrant chicken legs in front of him. Xiao He's eyes lit up with a blazing fire, standing up and showing his teeth towards him. Woof, woof, ugh. Don't bite me, dog. Agu. My ass, I was wrong, brother dog. Not long after, Xiao Lu lay on the ground in a state of weakness. His clothes had been bitten out by Xiao He with a dozen or so ragged holes, and he looked truly wretched, especially the ragged hole in his butt position, just enough to see his pink underwear. Xiao He raised his head and shifted his position to continue sleeping. Wang Lele awkwardly looked at this scene and took a step towards Xiao Lu. Thinking that the lady was heartbroken, he quickly stood up and patted the dust on his clothes, saying he was fine. But Wang Lele directly skipped over him and scrutinized the piano leg that fell on the ground. Xiao Lu was petrified on the spot. Xiao Lu, are you polite? Fortunately, the piano was not seriously hurt, and she continued to order the servants to carry it. After the piano was set up, the 2 women glanced at each other and the hall smelled of gunpowder. Second sister, Xiao definitely doesn't like military uniforms and weapons. Cluck, cluck, cluck. That can't be said. Oh, eighth sister. Children don't have the patience to learn the piano. While the 2 were talking, Wang Xinru pushed the door in holding Xiaoku. Noticing the uniforms, toys, and piano in the hall, she suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiaoku looked around curiously, not understanding what his sisters were up to. Come here, brother. Come to your sister. The 2 women spoke at the same time, causing him to be a bit overwhelmed. Wang Ying walked forward in large strides and directly lifted Xiaoku with one hand. This made Wang Lele anxious, but she didn't dare to grab someone from her second sister, who let her be born a few years later. Wang Ying walked to the pile of military uniforms and toys she had prepared and gently put down Xiaoku. Brother, do you like these? He stared blankly at the weapons and military uniforms in front of him. especially since there was a giant barret in the weapons pile. Although he didn't like it, he still pretended to be happy and told his second sister. Ko likes it a lot. This cannon is so cool. Like it? That's good. Come back to the barracks with me in a few days. I'll let you play with it every day. Wang Ying nodded in relief, happy. Xiao Ke's scalp instantly tingled, realizing that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. Wang Lele ran forward and picked up her brother, moving him to a piano. She guffawed and pointed at the piano and said, "Does your younger brother like the piano? This is carefully prepared by 8th sister O." Looking at the similar scene in front of him, Xiao Ke looked at his 5th sister as if for help. Wang Xinru gave a smile and took a step closer to the three. "Second sister, 8th sister, little Ku will also be recording a variety show with me in a few days." Two fierce gazes instantly shifted to her. It was as if they were being stared at by a fierce beast, and a powerful sense of oppression came over her. Wang Ying stepped forward and stared at Wang Xinru with a gloomy face. "5th sister, are you not mistaken? Xiao Ku is not suitable to enter your entertainment industry. The water there is too deep. He can't grasp it." Wang Lele also chimed in. "Indeed, it's better to let my brother learn piano from me." Xiao Ku, who was coaxed by the three girls, revealed an expression of hopelessness. He actually didn't want to learn anything. With this free time, he might as well go cultivate. At this time, Wang Siki also returned to the villa tiredly. Father Wang and Mother Wang walked downstairs, and the three of them curiously surveyed the scene. "What's going on here?" The family sat on the sofa and discussed about Xiao Ke's recording of the variety show. When they heard that the recording was going to be wilderness survival later in the recording, the people took a stance that their younger brother should never go on an adventure. Xiao Ke squinted his eyes and stretched out a small fat paw to propose. "5th sister and I can do it." "No way." 5 voices sounded at the same time, instantly canceling out little Ke's proposal. Wang Xinru also felt her head spinning and kept opening her mouth to her family to explain. Hearing that there was a specialized medical team as well as a safety and security group, the faces of the people only slightly eased up a few points. In the end, under Wang Xinru's assurance, the rest of the family agreed to Xiao Ke going to record the variety show. Wang Ying looked at his younger brother and said solemnly in front of the crowd, "For the next few days, younger brother should not go to school. I'm going to train you all professionally. Life in the wilderness is tough. You must learn some survival skills." Chapter 87, Jedi Survival, to be recorded soon. Returning to his room, Xiao Ke immediately jumped onto the bed, taking out the fried chicken and Coke from within his storage ring. His little face instantly blossomed with joy. He couldn't help but float around. In the future, he could make a few more trips to the king's family in Kyoto. After all, his sisters didn't allow him to buy fried chicken to eat. After eating and drinking, he crossed his legs and entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, the Kyoto Wang family. Several middle-aged men received the message and all anxiously rushed back to the family. Upon seeing the collapse of the center building, each of them were stunned with jaws agape. Inside the conference room, the air was filled with a depressing atmosphere, and the feeling was suffocating. Everyone's faces were somber, their gazes staring grimly at the tabletop. Old Six's plan failed, and a mysterious person stepped in to save Wang Siki. And that mysterious person should be the same person who attacked the Wang family. Previously, when Elderly failed to capture Wang Xiaoku, it was most likely this person who made the move. Wang Lin Feng spoke flatly, his eyes casting towards the middle-aged man at the head of the group. The second oldest member of the Wang family, Wang Zhonghua, angrily slapped the desktop and lowered his voice. "Humph, no matter who he is, if he dares to come to my Wang family to spread wildness, he must be made to pay." At this moment, the oldest 6th of the Wang family in the corner interjected. "This mysterious person is of extraordinary strength. The grand donor isn't even sure of taking him down. I think it's better to give up on this game and think of another way." Wang Zhonghua looked at his 6th brother in doubt and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. "You have another way?" The Wang family's 6th brother grinned a grim smile and spoke faintly. "Since that white-robed man is in Magic City, can he run out of Huaxia?" Wang Linfeng looked at him with a startled expression, not knowing what that meant. Wang Yuehao's daughter, Wang Wenya, was recently heard to be attending a conference in M. Early morning. Xiao Ku in the room exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Cultivation speed has accelerated so much. Inside the dantian, 2 balls of light kept emitting pure aura, which could be directly transformed and absorbed by him. According to this cultivation speed, in about 2 months, he would be able to attempt to impact the middle stage of foundation establishment. He joyfully stood up, finished packing, and hurriedly ran downstairs. Just as he arrived at the hall, he saw the seventh sister browsing the computer on the dining table. Driven by curiosity, Xiaoke lightly walked over to his sister. A round head poked towards the computer screen, only to see that the screen was full of tiny text. "Sister 7, what are you doing?" Wang Siki turned her head and explained for Xiaoke in a soft tone. "This is our Wang Group's business plan." Shortly after, the rest of the family came downstairs one after another and sat at the table in unison. Today, Wang Ying was wearing a set of military green physical fitness clothes, setting her off in a valiant manner. Wang Xinru also held a set of small-size physical fitness uniform with a helpless face, seemingly reluctant. "Brother, go change your clothes. I'll take you guys to training in a while." The corner of Wang Ying's lips rose, and he said with a smile towards Xiao Kutan, "Training." He froze and took the small-size physical fitness clothes handed over by fifth sister, and obediently ran upstairs to change his clothes. In no time, he came before the crowd after changing his clothes. Looking at the aura-rich little boy in front of him, Wang Ying nodded with satisfaction. Aunt Lan brought breakfast and the family quickly ate breakfast. Under Wang Ying's leadership, the three of them walked out of the villa. Just after stepping out of the gate, Xiaoke suddenly thought of something and turned around to turn back. Soon after, he came to his sisters with the sleeping Xiao He in his arms. Wang Xinru looked at Xiao He in confusion, not knowing what her brother wanted to do. Several people walked towards the backyard, and once they arrived at the place, the two women were dumbfounded in unison, only to see that the entire backyard was cluttered and messy, with broken rocks and scattered flowers, plants, branches, and leaves everywhere. Could it be that no one was taking care of the backyard? At this moment, the culprit was beaming, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a look of unconcern. Wang Ying frowned as he scanned the circle and immediately dialed Auntie Lan. In no time, Aunt Lan led Xiao Lu and a few others to come and clean up the site. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was also surprised. Usually, the backyard didn't need to be taken care of, just send someone to clean up the fallen leaves occasionally. How is it that so many leaves have accumulated during this period of time? The pressure was instantly given to our party, Wang Xiaoku. The servants quickly cleaned up the site, and seeing that it was almost cleaned up, Wang Ying started to give out today's tasks. "In order to survive in the wilderness in the future, I'm going to train you all rigorously. From now on, obey my orders seriously and start counting." Wang Xinru 1. Xiaoku 2. Milky voice. Xiaoke looked towards the sleeping Xiao He in his arms and threw him out of his arms. The dog's head hit the ground, instantly making a crisp sound. "Ow!" The two women held their foreheads and glanced at Xiao He with some sympathy. "Good. Now for the first task. Run for 3 kilometers." Wang Xinru's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her second sister. "Begin." As she gave the order, Xiaoke took the lead and ran around the backyard. That speed left the two of them dumbfounded. I'm afraid this is even blockier than a world champion's run, right? Although reluctant, but his brother had started running, Wang Xinru could only follow. Xiao He was still frozen in place, turning his head to meet Wang Ying's oppressive gaze. Its body trembled and opened its short legs to chase after its master. "Xiao He, what's the situation, family?" The two men and a dog ran in the backyard with big strides. Wang Ying nodded slightly, his eyes full of smiles. It was now autumn, but the weather in Magic City was still sweltering. The hot sun scorched the earth, and soon Wang Xinru was panting with exhaustion. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao and the three of them, Wang Lele, also came to the backyard to visit Xiaoku. Shockingly, Xiaoku and Xiao He were walking in the yard and looked like they were still at ease. As for Wang Xinru, who was the older sister, she was tired and sweaty, and her physical fitness clothes were soaked with sweat. Could it be because Xiaoku was a cultivator of immortals, so his physical strength was better? This thought popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. One person and one dog quickly finished running 3 kilometers, while Wang Xinru had just finished running 800 meters. Xiaoku returned to his family, and Wang Lele covered her small mouth in surprise. His younger brother had run for so long, but he hadn't even sweated yet? Wang Yuehao couldn't help but praise him as he picked him up. "My son is just awesome. He has the style I had back then, ha ha ha." After a long time, Wang Xinru finally finished running 3 kilometers. rushing to the crowd. Her legs were trembling. Second sister, now, is it over? Wang Ying let out a faint smile and responded towards her. Rest for 15 minutes before proceeding to the next item. And? I can't do it. She paralyzed and crouched on the ground, her heart breaking down a bit. Her brother's physical ability was so good, this time he was specifically training himself, right? Although Chan Hui was a little heartbroken, she didn't stop the second girl's behavior. After all, they would have to face wilderness survival in the future, and the current training was also for their own good. 15 minutes passed in a flash. Wang Ying looked at the two seriously, then spoke in a loud voice. Break time is up, start counting. Wang Xinru 1.
Xiao Keskiviko Kaksi.
Xiaohei Wang. Very well. The wilderness knowledge training is next. Saying that, the servants on the side carried 3 books and respectfully placed them in front of the team. The wilderness environment surely has a lot of food and a lot of inedible things. This book contains some of the more common wild foods and poisons. Start studying now. I'll test you all later. Start now. Looking at the booklet in front of her, Wang Xinru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, secretly glad that this time it was no longer physical training. She picked up the booklet and flipped through it carefully, with a fascinated look. Xiao Ku picked up the booklet and quickly flipped through the pages, seemingly turning to the next page with just a sweeping glance. On the other side, Xiao Hei squatted on the ground, staring at the booklet placed in front of him in deep thought. The Wang clan's crowd cast their eyes on Xiao Ku. Was this reading a book? What kind of international joke is this? 10 minutes later, he confidently closed the book and revealed a sweet smile. Wang Ying's face was unhappy as he slowly spoke towards Xiao Ku. Brother, if you don't study seriously, you'll easily eat the wrong things when you're in the wilderness. Seeing his second sister speaking at length, Xiao Ku raised his hand and interjected. Second sister, I've finished reading it, and I've memorized it all too. Wang Ying suddenly froze and inquired towards her brother in surprise. You really memorized it? She picked up the booklet and casually flipped to a certain page. Then she covered the details of the picture and asked him, Can I eat this mushroom? Ko immediately blurted out. You can't eat it. It's a lead green pleated mushroom, and people will experience organ failure after eating it. Wang Ying looked serious and casually turned another page to quiz him. Can I eat this? This is a caper, one of the wild vegetables that can be eaten. Now everyone was nonchalant, not expecting Xiao Ku to be able to accurately say what was in the book. Could this also be related to immortal cultivation? Seeing his brother overachieve, Wang Ying smiled and nodded with relief. Brother, go to the pavilion to rest first. Let your fifth sister continue reading the book. Hearing this, Little Ku jumped up and ran to the gazebo to sit down. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao and Wang Lele also followed Xiao Ku and ran to rest inside the gazebo. Xiao Hei seized the opportunity and quickly ran into the gazebo. For a while, only Wang Xinru was left reading alone. Her silver teeth clenched loudly as she continued to bury her head in her books under the pressure of her second sister. Inside the gazebo, Xiao Ku pulled out his cell phone and opened Vblog. Then he noticed the words on the hot search list. General Wang Yuehao's glorious battle results. The border war is over. 400,000 army completely destroyed. What reward will the State Lord give to General Wang? Prediction. After scanning the hot search list, he couldn't help but look at his dad on the side. He then continued to slide down, and at the end of the hot search list, a hot search caught his eye. Director Hua's new variety show, Jedi Survival, will be recorded soon. Chapter 88. Second Sister's Training, Xiao Hei's Luxurious Doghouse. He curiously clicked in to check it out, not realizing that the picture at the top was the uncle he had seen today. And looking at the introduction, he was also the director of this variety show. Scrolling down, he suddenly noticed a bunch of stars on the photo. A few of them Xiao Ku had seen at the birthday party. One was Ji Luchuan, the national male god with 40 million fans on Vblog. Another was one of the 4 little flower girls with 31 million fans on Vblog, Xiaqianga. The rest of the stars Xiao Ku didn't recognize, but the same thing was that there was a child standing next to each star in the publicity photo. He excitedly scrolled down, wanting to find his sister and his own photo, but until he reached the bottom, he didn't see the publicity picture of his sister and himself. For a moment, a million little question marks popped up in his brain. Why is it like this? Clicking on the comment section, Xiao Ku looked at the comments posted by netizens. Husband Ji and his brother are going to shoot a new variety show, Support, support, support. Our family Chengu is also here. Quickly top me up. White skin and long legs. Talking about my family's white goddess. White family fans quickly top me up. Stars and rivers turn in the sky. Gu Xinghe on earth. Gu family fans are here. Ugh. Xiao Ke sighed in disappointment. Wang Lele sensed his brother's difference and inquired curiously. What's wrong, brother? Not happy? He shook his head and looked up at his fifth sister in the distance. At the moment, he wanted to run over and ask his sister why there was no picture of himself. Xiao He yawned and got down to continue sleeping. Wang Yuehao and Chun Hui looked at each other and then talked in a low voice. Wife, do you think our son doesn't want to train? Maybe, or else, let the fifth girl train on her own. Aren't you being biased? I'm biased, you want to move out and sleep right. Sorry, wife, I was wrong. Xiao Ke looked at his dad with contempt. He heard the conversation clearly just now. It's true that mom is the boss of the family. Dad is too lame. Wang Lele, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. Brother, can you show us what immortal cultivators can do? Saying that, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao also cast their eyes over. They were also quite curious about what superpowers their son had. Xiao Ke patted his little face and jumped down from the seat. He pondered what he was going to perform to his family, and suddenly he had an idea. As the three watched, he ran to a pond not far away. There were goldfish of all colors swimming in the pond, and there were some lotus leaves on the surface of the water for decoration, which made it look serene and peaceful. Looking at Xiao Ke standing at the edge of the pond, the three of them secretly speculated what he was going to do. Is it possible that he is going to perform children's freestyle swimming? When Xiao Ke was ready, he directly leaped forward and jumped into the pond. Son! This scared Wang Yuehao and hurriedly got up to fish for his son. But when everyone saw the figure on the pond, they suddenly froze in place. A surprising scene appeared. Xiao Ke jumped into the water and then stood steadily on it. The water surface was like flat ground. Chun Hui was the most surprised as she opened her mouth in wide-eyed shock. Son, will you be able to float on water with lightness? At this moment, Wang Ying also looked at her brother dumbfounded, and even Wang Xinru, who was memorizing, did the same. Xiao Ke slowly walked to the center of the pond, then his body squatted down and his toes tapped. With a whoosh, he directly leapt up to 12 meters in the air. The center of the pond looked like a boulder had been thrown into it, instantly creating ripples and dispersing the surrounding fish. In midair, Xiao Ke raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Red flame 9 fists. He milked a cry, and spiritual energy coalesced at his fist, emitting a crimson glow. First fist, fire fist. A gigantic flaming fist several meters in size manifested. Boom! The fire fist struck within the pond, instantly rolling up huge waves as the scorching heat evaporated a large amount of water vapor. Shortly after, the water surface returned to calmness, and Xiao Ke also fell back to the surface. The pond looked like boiling hot water, constantly bubbling out hot air. Large goldfish turned up their bellies and floated on the surface of the water. He walked step by step, looking immortal surrounded by the fog. The scene was too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xiao Ke walking head-on. It wasn't until he was close to the crowd that the families reacted. This was the ability of an immortal cultivator? It was too powerful, right? Noticing his family's shocked expressions, Xiao Ke couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Could it be that I've exposed too much of my strength? No way. I only used 10% of my strength. Wang Yuehao laughed dryly and picked up his son to praise him. Son is so powerful, almost catching up with your old dad. Ha ha ha. Chun Hui pinched her hard at her waist. Just you, if you can be half as good as my son. The family laughed and laughed, all of them dotingly looking at Xiao Ke. Goldfish. Who can speak up for me? 1 hour later, Wang Ying picked up the booklet and randomly selected a few plants to test Wang Xinru. But she stammered and had no memory of them at all. In the end, she was punished to run 2 kilometers. Soon came the next item, 2 people and a dog lined up neatly in a horizontal line. Wang Ying scanned the 2, then faintly opened his lips. The most important thing for survival in the wild is food. Next is shelter. Sleeping in the wild can be very dangerous. So the third task, use props to build a shelter within the specified time. She clapped her hands, and a large group of servants carried things to the crowd. These were all branches, leaves, sticks and mud. If placed in normal times, this would all be trash in the eyes of the crowd. but these were the only materials in the wilderness. Wang Xinru looked at her second sister in aggravation. It was simply not too hard to let her touch this dirty mud. She immediately protested. Subsequently, the protest was ineffective. Xiaoke curiously lifted the wooden stick and arranged it in the shape of a raft in the open space. Although extremely reluctant, Wang Xinru had no choice but to get her hands dirty and build the shelter. Half an hour later, the 2 men and 1 dog's construction was all completed. The Wang family members also acted as judges, looking towards the works in the open space. The first shelter was a tent-shaped nest crafted by Wang Xinru. Wooden sticks were used as tent supports, leaves were spread inside the tent as a bed, and a layer of mud was placed on the outside as protection. The overall appearance was not bad, and for the first time Wang Ying praised his 5th sister. Looking at the second shelter, this was Xiaoke's carefully assembled work. The whole thing was like a bamboo raft, with a few wooden sticks put together as a bed. On top of that, a layer of mud was applied, and leaves were sprinkled on top to make a simple crib. The only drawback was that this shelter had no protection from the wind and rain. If you sleep on it, you are afraid that you will be drenched in a storm. Although it was not good, Wang Ying still praised his brother a few times. Continuing to look to the side, he saw that Xiao He had made a work after half a day's effort. It was a small nest made of small wooden sticks and leaves that looked similar to a bird's nest. The Wang family looked at Xiao He with surprise, not realizing that it was so smart. Wang Lele couldn't help but remember what his brother had said. Could it be that little Blackie was really his brother's disciple? It's a dog that can cultivate immortality, so it's very spiritual. Ending the morning's training, the group returned to the villa together. Just after entering the door, Xiao Ku ran to the room to bring a jade pendant. Wang Ying froze and received the jade pendant from her brother. As soon as her hand touched it, she realized that the jade pendant was warm and moist, and was obviously worth a lot of money. "Thank you, brother. What a good boy." She gently stroked Xiaoke's head, and a warmth welled up in her heart. This was a warmth she had never felt before on the battlefield. Aunt Lan sent someone to bring lunch, and the table was quickly filled with a dozen dishes. As they ate, Wang Ying kept pouring dishes into his brother's bowl. Soon his small bowl was stuffed to the brim. Even Wang Yuehao couldn't help but cover his forehead. The second girl is bewitched, right? Can her son finish eating? No matter how much you like your younger brother, you can't feed him like a pig, right? After eating, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Xiao Ku ran to the study alone and found the Wilderness Survival Guide among the dozen or so bookshelves. After getting the book, he ran back to his room in a flash. The whole afternoon, he was studying the wilderness survival techniques. Not only that, he also made a point of watching several Master Cow wilderness survival documentaries on his cell phone. Although it was boring, he still insisted on watching them. On the other side, Wang Xinru was lying comfortably on the bed. Not having to do physical training was just soothing. Ding ding ding. The cell phone beside her rang. She rolled over and answered the call. "Ms. Wang, the program team would like to ask if you need wilderness survival training? It's mainly because I'm afraid that the guests don't have survival skills and won't be able to withstand it when the time comes." Wang Xinru frowned and replied unhappily. "No need, we're not going to the training." Hanging up the phone, she continued to lie on the bed and rest. After laboring for so long, she was too lazy to go to this so-called training. For the next 4 days, the two repeated Wang Ying's training every day. Although it was tiring, Wang Xinru's physical strength and wilderness survival ability had improved quite a bit. Xiao Ku was even more so. His physical strength was as if it was inexhaustible. Even Xiao He, who was a chaperone, was able to build a luxurious dog kennel by himself. "Xiao He, take it." The achievements of the two were also gradually satisfying Wang Ying, just waiting for the program to be officially recorded. Meanwhile, the heat on the internet about survival of the Jedi carrying out the recording gradually rose. This variety show was for celebrities to go live in the wild. Not only that, each celebrity guest would also bring their little brother or sister to participate in the recording. This is undoubtedly a big part of the explosion, and instantly attracted countless eyeballs. The program team announced that a mysterious group will also join the recording. The speculations grew louder and louder, and the voices of doubt grew louder and louder. Could it be the other 4 little flower girls? I think it should be Wang Yangyang. Don't forget he has a sister. Upstairs, his sister is an adult. Do you think it's possible? I think it should be Huang Inger. Her brother is only 9. It's definitely my family Kai Pigeon Pigeon. So don't make any blind guesses. At 4 in the morning, Xiao Ke secretly dialed open the door of his room and tiptoed out of the villa. While the family members were all huffing and puffing, he quickly ran to the backyard. Jinwoo. Just after arriving at the backyard, he immediately called out Golden Crow. With a gentle leap, Xiao Ke stood on the flying sword and shot straight into the sky. Chapter 89. Strange Technique? 100 more fried chicken cokes. Early morning. The Wang family in Kyoto. The sky had just dawned, and the people of the Wang family started another busy day. The 6 doormen and their night shift colleagues changed shifts and resumed guarding the gate. The captain yawned. Yesterday he had played peace warmer all night. When he changed shifts today, he was still sleepy, and his 2 eyes were covered in blood. A few people fought to stand at the gate, chatting quietly in private. Captain, how much money have you charged in the game recently? Not much. Just bought 3 car skins, a few $1,000s. Tisk, TSK. Turn around and bring me to experience it. Lately there are no car skins. The girls are willing to ignore me. In the middle of the conversation, a white-robed youth came in front of the crowd. He raised his head and greeted the gatekeepers with a smile. Good morning, brothers. Good morning. Xiao Ke passed by a few people and walked slowly towards the villa complex. One of the gatekeepers couldn't help but look at him twice more and turned his head towards the captain to inquire. Captain, why do I think he looks so familiar? Don't you talk nonsense. He looks familiar to me as well. Wait. He looked back at Xiao Ke's back and suddenly recalled the white-robed youth who had forced his way into the Wang family not long ago. Before waiting for a few people to react, Xiao Ke tapped a few steps and instantly leapt to the roof of a villa. Looking at the reconstructed center building, he grinned a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Golden Crow. A 3-foot Shenjin sword floated onto his palm, and the fierce spiritual energy instantly spread out. Here the wind sword technique. A terrifying aura emanated from Xiao Ke's body, blowing a gale out of thin air. The nearby Wang clan crowd looked at the roof of the villa in shock, only feeling that the figure was somewhat familiar. Second sword, Chopping Moon. With a furious shout, the body of the sword was quickly wrapped in silver-white sword chi. As the sword was swung out, a hurricane blew in a 100-meter radius, and the curved moon-shaped sword light chopped towards the center building. Rumble. The freshly constructed building instantly collapsed, and a roar was transmitted throughout the entire Wang family. Amidst the smoke and dust, the 3 martial arts sect masters ran to a clearing while holding the old family head. Wang Qingshan coughed violently a few times, staring angrily at the ruins in front of him. Since the last time the building was destroyed, the Wang family had managed to construct another main building. He didn't expect that it had only just been built when it was razed to the ground again. Go kill him. It was even if they had chopped down the building the first time, but this time they came back. This was trampling the Wang family's face underfoot. The 3 martial grandmasters' faces were gloomy as they took 1 step and instantly appeared 10 meters away. A step of 10 meters. Soon they arrived in front of Xiao Ke, and a dozen or so patriarchs also rushed in at the sound. After evacuating the surrounding servants, the crowd leapt onto the roof to surround him tightly. Unlike in the past, this time all of them had angry faces, their sights locked onto the white-robed youth. The martial arts grandmaster at the head took a step forward and said in a stern tone, "Is your excellency bullying people too much? Violating the Martial Association's treaty and wantonly attacking my Wang family? Shouldn't you give an account?" Xiao Ke was at a loss. What treaty did the Martial Artist Association have? He had never heard of it. Seeing the other party's delay in responding, he said with a cold snort, "Old me, Bu Jingtian, is initiating a patriarchal battle to your excellency. Please." All the sect masters scattered en masse, and even the other 2 martial arts sect masters silently stepped back. What does it mean? What is a sect master battle? Xiao Ke was just about to open his mouth to inquire, when he felt a killing intent coming from him. Several tiny spiritual power arrows shot towards his brow. He quickly sidestepped the blow. With his hands behind his back, Bu Jingtian gently leapt in midair, instantly manifesting dozens of ice spears. As he extended his palms, the ice spears exploded towards Xiao Ke. He quickly dodged back and forth on the roof of a nearby villa, easily defusing the attack. "Hey, I'm not here to fight." Steadying his stance, Xiao Ke shouted loudly towards Bu Jingtian. Bu Jingtian landed on the roof and quickly rushed towards him. Despite his advanced age, his body was exceptionally flexible and his speed was as fast as a gunshot. "Will I still believe you?" attacking our family head twice in a row. Today I will behead you. After saying that, Bu Jingtian's right hand gathered majestic true qi and blasted towards his heart. Xiao Ke let out a long sigh and spoke helplessly. I really didn't mean it, seeing that Bu Jingtian's attack was about to blast on his chest. A white palm suddenly resisted this furious strike. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Only to see him blocking Bu Jingtian's fist with one hand. His body had not even taken half a step back. No one was more surprised than Bu Jingtian. His martial arts grandmaster's full-strength strike was actually lightly caught by the other party. And looking at him, he should still have some strength left. Who in the world was such a young martial arts expert? Bu Jingyun drew back his fist and quickly stormed back. Arrogant child, eat my move. He raised his chi and used his power. His plain-colored robes were windless, and a majestic aura gushed out. When his breath reached its peak, his hands were already covered in majestic true qi. Exhausting cloud palm. The giant true qi palm came towards Xiao Ke to suppress him. Its speed was astonishingly fast. When the giant palm approached Xiao Ke, he only casually swung out a sword. As the sword light flashed by, the true qi palm was instantly chopped in half and dissipated in midair. Bu Jingtian's expression was gloomy. The opponent's strength was too odd for him to see through. What exactly does your excellency want to do? Xiao Ke looked blearily at the plain-clothed old man. I want another 100 fried chicken and 100 colas, just the same as last time. Everyone burst out without fail, not being able to understand what he was thinking at all. By the way, I also want 100 burgers. And some fries would be nice. Bu Jingtian slowed down, his figure trembling slightly from anger. He gritted his teeth and spoke. You destroyed my Wang clan's building just because you wanted this food? Yeah. Xiao Ke pouted and whispered to himself. If you go to the wilderness to survive, you have to stock up on food. If we can't find food, sister will starve. I'm so smart, duck. Bu Jingtian broke the villa tiles with one foot and blew his beard and eyes. You're using my Wang family as a wishing fountain. Wanting this, you wouldn't open your mouth and say so? The cost of just one building alone would allow you to eat hundreds of thousands of chickens. He was so enraged that his eyes went black and he almost fainted. The surrounding Zong master experts all had black lines on their faces and didn't know how to describe their mood at the moment. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to find you guys. Xiao Ke scratched his head in embarrassment, and then looked at the vegetal-clothed old man expectantly. At this time, Bu Jingtian was also silently calculating in his heart. This mysterious expert in front of him was not easy to provoke, and his strength was even more imperceptible to him. If he fought to the death, the loss of the Wang family, after some hesitation, he turned towards the crowd and commanded, Go do as he says. The dozen or so sect masters looked at each other in dismay and went to prepare the food as ordered by the Grand Confessor. Xiao Ke happily squinted his eyes and waited in place for the food to be delivered to his door. He secretly thought in his mind, anyway, the Kyoto Wang family are all bad guys, kicked dad out of the house, and have kidnapped his sister. And I've flown so far, it's not too much to ask for some food. Soon, 2 trucks loaded with food pulled up nearby. There was more food this time and it wasn't good to carry it, so he could only stow it in his storage ring first. Although the neighborhood was surrounded by people, he had already used his disguise technique and was not afraid of being suspected again. Xiao Ke gently leaped and his figure landed next to the truck. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, 2 large piles of food suddenly disappeared out of thin air. This bizarre scene caused everyone's brains to die instantly. Is this a trick? Bu Jingtian's eyes were wide open, and he didn't know how this was done. This white-robed youth was becoming more and more mysterious in his eyes. Thank you guys, oh, you guys are so nice. Xiao Ke revealed a bright smile and swaggered away from the Wang family. The 6 men of the doorman looked appalled as they watched him walk out of the gate with mixed emotions. Magic City, Wang family villa. Wang Xinru was looking around for Xiao Ke's figure. Today, they had to follow the program team to the countryside, so the 2 of them had to prepare in advance as well. In the morning, she went to her brother's room to yell for him to wake up. But who knew that his brother was not in the room? Just as Wang Xinru was about to notify her family, the villa door was slowly pushed open. A small figure walked into the hall and sweetly smiled at her. Wasn't this the brother who had disappeared? Brother, what have you been doing? Wang Xinru walked over and took his plump little hand. He babbled an explanation and said that he had gone to the backyard to run. At this time, the rest of the family members also went downstairs in droves. Only Wang Siki was nowhere to be seen. Recently, she has been guarding the company all day, so she probably has something important to deal with. Aunt Lan prepared a large and a small suitcase. Xiao Ke's divine sense probed a bit and found that it was actually all the clothes that he and his sister had changed. Wang Xinru explained for him. It's time for us to leave for the recording site. Let's go now. Hearing this, Xiao Ke hurriedly ran upstairs with his suitcase. Aunt Lan couldn't help but sigh. Young master's strength is really strong. Mr. and Mrs. Wang Yuehao looked worried, not knowing if their son could withstand the later stage of wilderness survival. After a long time, Xiao Ke reappeared downstairs. All right, sister, let's go. He smiled and opened his mouth towards Wang Xinru, the small bulging suitcase beside him attracting extra attention. Two servants ran to lift the suitcase and followed the two out of the villa. There was already a Maybach parked next to the villa. After loading the luggage, the two sat in the car. Under the unwilling gaze of the family, the car slowly left the Wang family villa. Wang Yuehao let out a long sigh and spoke softly. Otherwise, let's send someone to watch over our son. With this departure, they don't know how they will live. Wang Ying, who was on the side, had his hands behind his back and responded indifferently. Father, don't worry. I've already sent someone. If my brother is not happy staying, I will personally take him home. Wang Lele smiled leisurely. If her younger brother was really not used to it, her second sister would definitely be able to do what she said. After all, everyone in the family knew that second sister was known for her stubbornness. At this moment, the back of the Maybach's car sneakily trailed on a Cullinan. Inside the car sat none other than Jiangnan's trio, and the car also contained all kinds of ingredients and pots and pans. Jiangnan had a black face the entire time. It was even if this martial arts genius of his own spied on the young master. He also had to moonlight as a chef. It was too much. Chapter 90, Rural Mountain Village, Eve of Recording. Several hours later, the Maybach drove to a remote countryside mountain village. The automobile was parked next to ABB in the village. There was a large group of staff at the entrance who were busy all the time. When Wang Xinru got out of the car, the crowd immediately erupted into shouts of surprise. She was already not surprised by this. After all, her fans were spread across all industries. With more than 60 million vlog followers, she was the hottest actress in Huaxia. It was not her Wang Xinru. Xiao Ke jumped out of the car and joyfully scanned the surroundings. This was an environment he had never seen before. There was no urban hustle and bustle here, no downtown lights and greenery. There was only the fragrance of flowers, grass and soil, and the cries of chickens and ducks. Led by the staff, the two walked into a guest room on the second floor of the BB. Just after putting down their luggage, four staff members came to the two of them. Ms. Wang, at the request of the program team, we need to do a routine check on both of your suitcases. It's mainly to check if you're carrying food and if there's any contraband. Wang Xinru frowned slightly, and although she was a bit resistant, she didn't refuse. But Xiao Ke, who was on the side, heard it like he had exploded. He plopped down on the small suitcase and wrapped his arms around it like an octopus. Even Wang Xinru froze for a moment, unable to understand what his brother was afraid of. Looking at this situation, it was like a little tiger protecting its food. Little Ku is obediently cooperate with brothers and sisters to inspect. Only when he heard his fifth sister speak did he let go of the suitcase with an aggrieved face. Wang Xinru's suitcase was inspected by the two female staff members, and the inspection was soon completed. Finally, it was Xiao Ke's turn to have his suitcase inspected. The two staff members just unzipped it, and a large pile of snacks gushed out like a mountain torrent. Everyone was stunned and surprised, looking at the spicy strips, potato chips, Coke. These were all the snacks that Xiao Ke loved to eat in school. Brother, what did you bring all this junk food for? He scratched his head in embarrassment, his face red. Since he was not allowed to bring food, Xiao Ke could only look on with bated breath as his precious snacks were confiscated. After the inspection, the two suitcases were carefully organized and repositioned. The staff then left the room holding a large bag of snacks. Since the official recording would not start until tomorrow, the two of them would first rest for the night at the BB. Wang Xinru lay on the bed, her gaze cast to where her brother was. She revealed a bad smile and whispered towards her brother. Brother, quickly come over. Sister has something nice to look at here. Little Ku was immersed in the pain of losing his snacks. Hearing his sister calling out to him, He took a step towards his fifth sister. Suddenly, unguarded, he was taken into his arms by a pair of jade hands. Before he could slow down, a pair of red lips printed madly on his face. Mua mua mua. When he reacted, he immediately struggled to escape from his sister's embrace. LOL, little brother is too cute. Sister didn't hold back. Seeing Xiao Ke's dumbfounded expression, Wang Xinru was amused and covered her mouth with a long laugh. Anyway, now that her younger brother belongs to her alone, no one can stop her. I'm afraid the other sisters are going to be jealous of themselves. Throughout the morning, Xiao Ke stayed in his room and didn't go anywhere. Although it was boring, fortunately there was a big TV in the room. With the help of his fifth sister, the TV played Wolf and Gray Sheep. He watched the TV intently, his two little feet gently swaying at the end of the bed. Wang Xinru looked at her brother lying in her arms with a soft gaze, the corner of her mouth raised into a curved moon. At the same time, a Cullinan drove into the village. Jiang Nan and the three of them got off the car and wandered around the village. At the same time, they observed the surroundings of the mountain village. In the end, the three of them rented a private house and stayed here temporarily. Soon the time came to noon. The staff knocked on the door of the room and invited the two to come downstairs for dinner. Wang Xinru turned off the TV and held her brother's hand as she walked out of the room. Inside the hall on the first floor, there were 6 people seated on the round dining table. They were also the stars and children who participated in the recording of the program this time. The two walked down the stairs and instantly attracted the sight of the 6 people. The young girl's temperament was pure, her skin as fair as jade, and her lips as red as cherries. A pair of snow-white legs casually paired with a short skirt, more enchanting and charming. The absolute beauty of the face so that people cannot help but marvel. A good country of the fairy. She was holding a little boy in her hand, and the boy was also extremely delicate. A pair of shining eyes like stars, white tender face still hanging some baby fat. Not only that, the boy's body is like a kind of immortal chi, giving people a kind of spiritual lovely feeling. The two stood together. Their face value was simply too outstanding. Wow! Sister Xinru actually came? Xia Qiang'a took the initiative to stand up and greet her. She was also one of the invited guests. Hello, Wang Xinru. A rather handsome-looking man stood up to greet him. His name was Gu Xinghe, and he was also a movie and television star with 21 million vlog followers. The last man also stood up to greet her. Wang Xinru, I didn't expect you to be here as well. He was one of the national male gods that Xiao Ke had met earlier at the birthday party Ji Luichuan. Wang Xinru smiled and nodded, politely responding to the few people. Xiao Ke raised his head in surprise to look at his fifth sister. He didn't expect these people to know his sister, and it looked like they had a lot of respect for her. The two of them sat at the dinner table, and Wang Xinru quickly blended in and chatted with the three of them. The first time he ate with so many strangers, Xiao Ke looked a bit formal. Will tools be given out in the wilderness survival later this time? From what the program team said, it seems like there isn't a less. Right? Who are the kids you brought? Introduce them? Ji Luchuan was the first to speak. This is my younger brother, Ji Zichuan, 10 years old this year. Gu Xinghe also proceeded to reply. This is my younger brother, Gu Xinghai, 8 years old. Xia Qiang'a spoke softly. This is my younger sister Xia Yuhe, also 8 years old this year. The 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, were all a bit older than Xiao Ke. Xia Yuhe's gentle and elegant temperament was similar to her sister's. Gu Xinghai was lively and active, with 2 thieving eyes that looked shrewd. Ji Zichuan was also like his brother, with a gentlemanly demeanor at a young age. Everyone else was introduced. When it was Wang Xinru's turn, she was just about to open her mouth when her brother grabbed her answer. Hello everyone. My name is Wang Xiao Ke. I'm 6 years old. The 3 of them looked at Wang Xiao Ke in unison, and a few of the children also looked at him curiously. Ha ha ha. Sister Xinru's younger brother is different. I heard that Wang Xiao Ke's vlog has 8 million followers. That's awesome. Cute looking too. I want a younger brother. Xia Qiang'a gazed tenderly at Xiao Ke. Gu Xinghe, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, couldn't help but look at him twice more. After casually chatting for a few moments, the crowd began to eat. At the same time, a furor broke out on the internet. 2 heavy news quickly topped the hot search list. The first one was that the country's lord had crowned Wang Yuehao as a marshal. The official ceremony will be held in Kyoto in 2.5 months. Secondly, the queen of Chinese film and television, Wang Xinru, recorded the variety show Survival of the Jedi with her younger brother. It is important to know that before this, Wang Xinru has never recorded any variety show. If it wasn't for her brother's interest, she wouldn't have made this kind of program at all. An overwhelming number of fans crowded under the Jedi Survival official account to cheer for Wang Xinru. The official comment section was quickly swept by the colorful, "Wang Xinru is the best." The official comment section was quickly swiped by the colorful "Wang Xinru is the best." With just her own strength, she overshadowed the rest of the stars. The program's popularity was even soaring, and it had already rushed up the hot search list before it was even officially recorded. This was Wang Xinru's dominance in the movie and entertainment circle. Scary as hell. Country M. International Education Research Center. Wang Wenya was browsing through the information on the hot search list, her beautiful eyes flickering with a faint light. Brother is filming a variety show. Ugh. I really want to go home earlier, ah. On the other hand, M Country's Financial Trade Street. The blonde beauty sitting beside the desk put down her cell phone. She was dignified and elegant. Her eyes were like electricity, and she had a look of a mountain crumbling in front of her without changing her color. Even sitting there quietly, she could make people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. She is the queen of the Chinese business world. Ranked third on the Forbes rich list. Wang Xiaoke's eldest sister, Wang Zhiqiu, fifth sister, is so nonsensical to bring her younger brother to a variety show. Elder Chun. The office door was pushed open and an old man in a suit wearing glasses pushed his way in. He respectfully came before Wang Zhiqiu and spoke with a puzzled face. "Miss, what are your orders?" She raised her eyes to gaze out the window as if she was thinking about something. "Speed up the progress of acquiring the Rook Group. Pack away the flies that should be cleaned up." "Yes." The old man bowed respectfully and left. If Xiaoku were here, he would definitely have realized. This old grandpa was actually still a patriarch. After the old man left, Wang Zhiqiu looked at the photo of Xiaoku and Wang Xinru on her phone screen. Her indifferent face finally rippled a bit. "Brother, it's almost time to meet." Inside the BB, the people returned to their respective rooms after eating. Xiaoku still stayed in his room watching Pleasant Wolf and Gray Sheep. Wang Xinru, on the other hand, was lying on the bed taking a nap. In the afternoon, the BB moved in another pair of star duo. Xiaoku probed out his divine sense to scan the area and stopped paying attention. Time passed slowly, and the sun gradually fell into the western mountains. At dinner time, the staff purposely delivered dinner to the door. At the same time, a reminder was given to each guest combination. Starting tomorrow, the cameraman would be recording everyone throughout the day. After eating dinner, Xiaoku was bouncing with excitement. He was already looking forward to what would happen tomorrow and what fun it would be. When he went to bed at night, Ko suddenly realized something was wrong. There was only one bed in the entire room. How was this supposed to sleep? Unbeknownst to him, this was something Wang Xinru had specifically ordered. She asked the program team to remove a bed in order to sleep under the same blanket as her brother. "Ahem. Brother, come up and sleep." Wang Xinru gently called out to her brother while patting the bed sheets. Xiaoku was unmoved and surveyed his sister with a skeptical gaze. Just now, his divine sense probed out and found that there were 2 beds in each room. "Xiaoku, no, there's something wrong." In the end, in the sound of Wang Xinru's satisfied laughter, Xiaoku obediently laid down on the bed. Behind her back, she was happy in her heart. Carat Omega Carat. Chapter 91. Fifth sister, don't fish me. I'm your brother. As he slept, he was held tightly in the arms of his fifth sister. 2 small mountains almost buried his head in. Wang Xinru gently caressed her brother's back, and the 2 of them soon fell into a deep sleep. The rising sun rose in the east, lighting up the dark little mountain village. A large rooster fluttered its wings and flew up to the roof of the private house where Jiang Nan lived. Clearing its throat, it tilted its head and let out a sharp caw. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound of the rooster's clucking echoed within the mountain village for a long time. Jiang Nan raised his pillow to cover his head and eventually sat up impatiently. He was in an irritable mood, as he already had a tendency to get out of bed. "Where did the chickens come from? Grandma, I'll catch you and make soup." After saying that, he directly dressed and went out. After searching for the sound and finding the rooster on the roof, he quickly stepped on the wall and leaped onto the roof. Just as Jiang Nan aggressively grabbed at it, the rooster immediately fluttered its wings and flew off the roof. One man and one chicken start a chase in the courtyard. Chicken. Brother Nan. I'm sorry. Xiao Ke got out of his sister's arms in a daze and sat frozen on the bed. It was only then that he noticed he was in a BB room. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to go home. There were not only mom and dad at home, but also 3 sisters. There was also Xiao He and Xiao Lu. Wang Xinru also sat up sleepily. Just after getting up, she pounced on her brother and barfed on his milky face. Wiping the drool off his face, Xiao Ke couldn't help but fall into disbelief. This couldn't be a trap set by the 5th sister to kiss herself every day. Could it? He himself had already been stolen-kissed dozens of times by his 5th sister. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was knocked on and the staff called out for the 2 to get ready to go downstairs. Wang Xinru took the lead and walked out of bed to wash up, while Xiao Ke jumped and ran to open the door. He stood on his tiptoes and twisted the door handle, and the room door was slowly opened. Immediately afterward, Xiao Ke was targeted by 2 pitch-black cameras. 2 cameramen and a staff member stood mortared at the door. Everyone was stunned, and the staff thought it would be Wang Xinru who opened the door. They didn't expect it to be the little munchkin in front of them. Wang Xinru hurriedly stopped washing and talked to a few people, then closed the door. After washing up, the 2 walked downstairs and came to gather under the BB. At this time, the entrance was surrounded by staff, and Director Hua was clearly among them. More than a dozen cameras were aimed at Ji Luchuan and a bunch of other stars. Next to Xia Chang'e was another sibling duo, obviously guests who had rushed in yesterday afternoon. The 2 just went out and immediately drew the attention of the crowd. Wow, hello Sister Xinru. A whiny voice came out. Bai Qianlan greeted Wang Xinru with a faint smile. In front of the camera, she deliberately twisted her body towards the duo. This couldn't help but remind Xiao Ke of the snake spirit in Hulu Saves the Master. That snake spirit also walked with her ass twisted like this. In the end, she was suppressed under the 5-finger mountain by the Gordvajra. As she was dressed in a somewhat revealing outfit, her 2 white legs were particularly blinding in the sun's light. Xiao Ke looked at her sister in confusion. Could this woman be her sister's friend? In fact, the 2 had only met a few times at large banquets. To say that they were friends, that was not quite enough. Out of politeness, Wang Xinru spoke a few words with her. Her name was Bai Qianlan, and she had 24 million vlog followers. The little boy standing next to her was her 9-year-old brother, Bai Xiaofei. The 5-star combinations now assembled were complete. Director Hua coughed lightly, picked up the megaphone and said, "Welcome all guests to the recording site of the Jedi Survival Program." After saying that, the crowd erupted in applause. Xiao Ke also grinned and looked at the director uncle expectantly. For the next 5 days, each group will be followed by 2 cameramen. These 5 days require the group to complete various competitions to gain points. The points can be exchanged for items in the wilderness survival afterward. 3 days later, the program will be officially released. The wilderness survival will be changed to a live broadcast. At the same time, every 3 days, a video will be edited and broadcast. As the director finished recounting the rules, the crowd understood the general idea. It meant that the 5 days would require various teams to compete. The points earned could be exchanged for items when surviving in the wilderness. Sounds simple enough. Director Hua paused and continued. In order to incentivize each group, the results of the competition also determine the living conditions of each group. The crowd was a bit unsure, and Director Hua continued to add, "Every day, the teams with higher points will have better living conditions. Next, please ask each team to take a combination name." Little Ku was still in a state of confusion as he held his sister's hand and looked around. Gu Xinghe gave a faint smile to the camera and spoke. "For my brother and I's combination, let's call it double star grouped." Xia Chang'e discussed a few words with her sister, then opened her mouth to the crowd. "Our combination will be called the 1000 Rain Group." Ji Luchuan and his younger brother Ji Zichuan's combination name was Zichuan Group. Bai Qianlan and her younger brother Bai Xiaofei's combination was called Feifei Group. Seeing that everyone else had already taken a combination name, Xiao Ke anxiously tugged on his sister's finger. Wang Xinru rubbed his head, then walked forward and said softly, "My brother and I's combination. Let's call it Fat Ke Group." "Ha!" Xiao Ke huffed and pinched his waist and said, "I'm not fat. Sister is so untalented in naming. It's not as good as me." Hearing this, Wang Xinru couldn't help but think of the name Xiao He. What a talented one. She squatted down and pinched her brother's cheeks and said in jest, "Isn't this still fat, fleshy?" When all 5 groups had taken their names, Director Hua eyed toward the staff. 6 commercial vehicles came from the distance and pulled up beside the crowd. "Next, please start today's competition for each group. Now please get into the cars to arrive at the competition venue." 10 people got into each of the 5 vehicles and quickly drove away from the village. The residential house at the eastern end of the village. Jiang Nen let out a jie laughter and walked into the room with a bowl of steaming chicken soup in both hands. "Hey, don't sleep. Chicken soup is here. Drink it while it's hot." The 2 men took the chicken soup in confusion and hesitated to move their mouths. "Jiang Nan, where did this chicken come from?" "I don't know. I had a headache from the noise in the morning, so I stewed it." 6. Behind the small mountain village was a small river with countless fish swimming in it. Occasionally, you could also see large fish floating to the surface with their mouths open to spit bubbles. The program's convoy pulled over to the side of the road and the group was brought to the small river. Xiao Ku joyfully ran towards the river, but was grabbed by Wang Xinru. "Brother, follow me and don't run around. The river is dangerous." "Oh!" Coming to the side of the river, only to see fishing rods and fish baskets neatly placed along the river. Hua Guide also began to tell the rules of the competition. "Today we are having a fishing competition. 1 caddy of fish is counted as 1 point. The group with the highest score is the first place. The time limit is 3 hours. Now start." Bai Qianlan rushed the camera and pouted in dissatisfaction. "Oops. I don't know how to fish, what should I do?" Gu Xingqian's throat tickled and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't know before that Bai Shiralan was such a do-gooder, and this was afraid that he had slippers stuck in his throat. Ji Zichuan excitedly jumped straight up and down, shouting under his breath, "Wow, my brother fishes a lot at home. Hee, we're going to take first place." Xiao Ku looked at her 5th sister and softly inquired, "5th sister, do you know how to fish?" Wang Xinru shook her head, a touch of helplessness surfacing on her delicate face. To say that she could easily play any role when it came to filming. But for her to go fishing, it was indeed a bit of an imposition. Was there a relationship between a movie queen and a fishing expert? There were 10 fishing rods in total. 5 big ones and 5 small ones. The small fishing rods were obviously for the kids. When everyone was ready, the match was officially launched. The program team had prepared the bait long ago, eliminating a lot of trouble for the groups. Ji Luchuan taught his younger brother how to operate while throwing the rod out. His calm and skillful maneuvering was simply 8 blocks away from the others. Not long after, Gu Xinghe and his brother also swung their rods. The rest of them also hung up their bait and started fishing. Looking at the fat Ku group, Wang Xinru was busy hanging up the bait. Just as she flung the rod, the fish hook hung on Xiao Ku's clothes. As she exerted herself, she almost threw her brother into the river. Luckily, Xiao Ku had cultivation in his body, so he wasn't thrown out by his sister. Wang Xinru laughed in Shan and hurriedly removed the fish hook from her brother. "It's fine. When sister becomes familiar with it, she will be able to catch fish." She reassured her brother, then defiantly threw the rod again. The fish hook made a semicircle in mid-air and accurately hooked Xiao Ku again. He beamed, not knowing how to describe his feelings. "5th sister, it's a bit of a pit." After some effort, Wang Xinru finally cast the hook into the river. At this time, next to her, Ji Luchuan had already caught a 2-pound grass carp. Xiao Ku also started fiddling with the small fishing rod. Following the other's maneuvers, he grabbed the bait and hung it on the fish hook. With a light flick of his small hand, the fish hook made a graceful parabola and fell into the water. "What's so hard about this?" Xiao Ku secretly muttered. Next to him, Wang Xinru looked out of her mind, not realizing that her younger brother was even more skilled than herself. A photographer circled around Xiao Ku to videotape him. At first he wasn't used to it, but he slowly adapted. Time passes little by little. Next door, Ji Luchuan had already caught 7 or 8 fish, and even Ji Zichuan had caught a small chub. Roughly estimated, their group already had more than 10 pounds of fish. The other groups also caught fish one after another. Even Bai Shalan caught a small fish weighing 8 taels. On the contrary, on Xiao Ku's side, an hour had passed and there was no movement. "Sister, why can't we catch any fish?" Xiao Ku had already lost his patience. His eyebrows wrinkled like a twist. Wang Xinru only smiled and comforted him that he would be able to catch a fish after a while. Another half hour passed. Xiao Ku angrily retrieved his fishing rod, not realizing that the bait had already been eaten. This bad fish even ate white food and didn't bite. Chapter 92. Mixed up fifth sister. Xiao Ku threw out the fish hook again. During this time, he immediately unfolded his divine sense and released his spiritual energy to probe into the water. At the bottom of the river, two big fish were swimming happily. Suddenly, a small fish hook slowly fell from the surface of the water and hovered in front of them. There was no bait on the hook, and one of the big fish swung its tail to try to leave. Instantly, an invisible force bound it tightly. Fish! Second uncle, save me. Under the control of the spiritual power, the big fish was pulled to the fish hook and bit down. Bad fish, making you disobedient. Xiao Ku muttered, then pulled the fishing rod. The river surface rippled, and the commotion was really not small. Wang Xinru was astonished, not expecting her brother to catch a fish. The small fishing rod bent into a semicircular shape as it was pulled. It's hard to imagine how heavy this fish is, to be able to pull the fishing rod like this. This scene instantly attracted everyone's attention as the photographer quickly aimed his camera at the fishing rod. Ji Zichuan reached out and pointed at Wang Xiaoku, calling out to his brother in surprise. Brother, look! Wang Xiaoku seems to have caught a big fish. Upon hearing this, Ji Luchuan, who was deep in fishing, shifted his gaze to that tiny figure. Wang Xinru stood up and wanted to help her brother. She had just grabbed the fishing rod from her brother's hands when her body stumbled violently and was almost dragged into the river. Xiao Ku covered her face, unable to watch. Fifth sister is really too lame. While Wang Xinru was still trying to pull the fishing rod, he ran his spiritual energy to drag up the big fish. A green-gold-colored giant grass carp soared from the river into mid-air. Under the reflection of the sunlight, the fish scales shimmered with a light yellow color. The grass fish was more than half a meter long, and its weight was feared to be more than a dozen pounds. The fish landed on the bank. The fish body is still fluttering. He is a tiger pouncing on the big fish. There was a sense of vision of a budding child fighting a giant beast. He wore a light yellow tiger jacket selected by Sister Seven, paired with black pants. He looked extraordinarily agile and cute in front of the camera. Now that cute appearance added a touch of ferocity. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at the scene in front of them unbelievably. Who would dare to believe that a little doll could catch such a big fish? Wow, what a big shark! Will it bite? Gu Xinghai squatted on the ground, staring at the big fish with some trepidation. Gu Xinghe, who was his older brother, pressed a slap on his head. Little brother, ah. No one takes you for a cutie if you don't talk. He looked at Wang Xiaoku and then looked at his younger brother in disgust. Why was his own 8-year-old brother not as capable as other people's 6-year-old children? Ji Luchuan, who was a senior angler, was even more stunned. When everyone reacted, the big fish had already been put into the fish basket by Xiaoku. The three children cast adoring gazes. Bai Xiaofei had a disdainful face and muttered in his heart. Isn't it just luck catching a fish? What's there to be so godly about? Bai Shalon looked at their fish baskets jealously and skimmed her lips. Wang Xinru picked up her brother and happily praised him. My younger brother is awesome. Fantastic. Xiaoku, who was in his fifth sister's arms, sighed softly. It seemed that he could only rely on himself to take his sister flying. There was still an hour and a half left until the end of the competition, so Xiaoku could only speed up. His own goal was first place. The small interlude quickly passed, and the rest of the group put their minds back into fishing. Xiaoku lifted his fishing rod and wanted to fling it, but was stopped by Wang Xinru raising her hand. She took a closer look at the fishing rod, then pointed at the hook and said, Brother, did you forget to put bait? He scratched his head and pretended to hang the bait on the hook. With a wave of his small hand, the fish hook slowly fell into the creek. Before long, the tiny fishing rod bent again. Huh? Fish again. The crowd fell into a state of stagnation, not knowing how to express their feelings. It was simply too exaggerated. Xiaoku exerted a slight force, and the fishing rod quickly lifted up. A chub weighing over 10 pounds was flung and flew to the bottom of Wang Xinru's feet. She was instantly stunned and let out a scream with her mouth open. Xiaoku unhurriedly picked up the chub and put it into the fish basket. He looks at his fifth sister in disbelief. Is it hard to believe that she is afraid of fish? The photographer pulled the camera closer and perfectly recorded this scene. Only after Wang Xinru took several deep breaths did she slowly soothe her excitement. She wasn't afraid of fish, but such a large fish suddenly flying in front of her was indeed quite scary. Ji Luichuan's expression was grave. How could a little kid have so much strength? The more expert one is, the more one knows the difficulty of catching a big fish. This is not only related to the technique, but also has a great connection with the individual's physical strength. To catch a fish weighing more than 10 pounds, then your arm strength should be about 60 pounds. His own family's 10-year-old brother couldn't even lift a 30-pound dumbbell. As far as he remembered, Wang Xiaoku had also just turned 6. Is a 6-year-old child that strong? The fishing competition continued. Xiaoku caught big fish one after another. The few people next door were already numb with shock. This little munchkin kept lifting and flinging the pole, causing the others to be unable to sink their teeth into fishing. The fat Ka group's fish basket was gradually filled to the brim, and it looked like it already had more than 70 pounds. The fish basket was also bustling with several big fish flopping around. Fish big. Yo, why are you here, second uncle? Fish uncle. I came with your aunt and uncle. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products and services in the world. The fish were all caught by Xiaoku alone. The entire process Wang Xinru had become transparent. She could only watch with bated breath as her brother got on the fish and lay flat. No matter what, the fish caught by her brother also belonged to her own group. She just needed to be a jerk. Ko was fishing with vigor when suddenly a little girl ran in front of him. Unknown to him, he opened his mouth and inquired, "Sister Yuha, what's the matter?" The little girl sweetly smiled at him and shook her head and said, "My sister and I can't catch any fish. I came to see how you fish and learn." Xiaoku lowered his head in embarrassment and muttered in a small voice, "I have spiritual power, you won't be able to learn." Putting down the fishing rod, he trotted over to Xia Chang's group's fish basket to check it out. There was only one small fish in their fish basket, estimated to weigh only half a kilogram. It was tiny and cute. Xiaoku also remembered that Xia Chang'a had previously sent her blessings at her birthday party. Once he thought of this, he secretly decided to help the Thousand Rain group. Turning around, Xiaoku ran to his fish basket and grabbed a large fish. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, he placed the large fish into the Xia sisters' fish basket. Director Hua smacked his lips and tried to speak out to stop it. After all, there was no such thing as giving away fish between groups in the competition rules. But when he met Wang Xinru's sharp gaze, he swallowed the words in his mouth. Forget it, people have backgrounds. Can't afford to mess with them. Bai Qianlan was staring at Wang Xiaoku in a daze, followed by her revealing a wicked smile. "Little brother Ku." Bai Xiaolan waved her hand at him and complained aggressively. "Little brother Ku, sister. I can't catch any fish either. Can you send sister one?" Gu Xinghe, who had been silent all this time, raised his eyes and looked at Bai Qianlan with an odd expression. Fishing was all about each person's skill. How could she have the nerve to ask for one? Everyone else's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Xiaoku looked at the duo suspiciously, then replied with a smile. "Sister, we still have to compete. I can't give you the fish-o." Bai Xiaofei was taken aback, not expecting Wang Xiaoku to directly reject his sister. Why is Wang Xiaoku so petty? Even though she was upset in her heart, Bai Qianlan still smiled lightly and spoke. "Then why did brother Xiao could give the fish to sister Xia? Why didn't he give it to me? Is it hard not to like sister me?" This question was very tricky. No matter how it was answered, it was not right. If it was broadcasted later, it would definitely cause a war of words among the fans. Wang Xinru's beautiful eyes grew colder and colder, and there was already some anger in her heart. After thinking about it, Xiaoku smiled sweetly and explained towards her. "Sister Xia has helped me, and the fish I caught, I can give it to whoever I want, right?" Bai Qianlan was left speechless by the rhetorical question. The fish that people caught with their skills could be given to whomever they wanted to give it to, and one really had no qualifications to care. She cursed in the bottom of her heart and could only turn her head to continue fishing. Wang Xinru looked at her brother with satisfaction and couldn't help but secretly praise him. Just now, if Bai Qianlan had targeted her brother again, she wouldn't mind kicking him out of the program. With her strength, it was still easy to block a Bai Xiaolan in the movie and entertainment circle. 3 hours passed quickly, and the program team called a halt to the competition in time. The crowd put away their fishing rods, sighing in relief as if relieved. The staff came forward to collect the fish baskets of each group. When it was the turn of Fat Ku's group, one of the staff members struggled to lift it. Director Hua called for another staff member to carry it away. Next was the time to weigh and rank the fish. At the same time, it also determined the living conditions for each group today. Everyone was extremely nervous, praying that they would be ranked higher. After Director Hua got the weighing results, he announced loudly towards the crowd. 5th place, Fei Fei Group, 3 pounds. 4th place, Twin Star Group, 7 pounds. Gu Xinghai smiled faintly. At least he and his brother weren't the bottom of the list. After hearing the rankings, Bai Qianlan clenched her hands together and glanced indignantly at Wang Xiaoku. She blamed the 2 Wang Xinru for her countdown. 3rd place, 1000 Rain Group, 18 pounds. Xia Yuhua happily compared a Ye and looked at Xiaoku gratefully. If it wasn't for the fish Xiaoku had sent, 5th place would most likely be them. 2nd place, Zichuan Group, 43 pounds. Hearing such a heavy fish, the crowd revealed envious eyes. Ji Luichuan furrowed his eyebrows and looked curiously at Wang Xinru. He was curious about the duo's results and wondered how much higher they would be than himself. 1st place, Fat Ku Group, 89 pounds. Even the staff in charge of filming were startled. 89 pounds of fish, simply too raw. Xia Yuho blinked her big eyes and opened her small mouth in surprise. Wang Xinru happily rubbed her brother's head and approached his ears to praise him. A caddy of fish was 1 point, and the Fat Cook group was up to 89 points right now. I'm afraid the program group didn't expect that there would be a group that could catch so many fish. After the rankings came out, some people were happy and some were sad. After the crowd packed up, they took the program team car and returned to the mountain village. Sitting on the car, Xiaoku curiously looked at the cameraman. The 2 of them stared at each other wide-eyed the whole way. He was very curious about what kind of video the cameraman would shoot out. It was just that he was too embarrassed to ask. Chapter 93. Why does it smell like fried chicken? The car pulled up in front of the BB. The crowd got out of the car and then instantly flaxed and froze, only to see more than a dozen suitcases being neatly placed at the entrance. These are all the luggage carried by the various guests, but for some reason they were taken out. At this time, Director Hua stepped out of the car and reminded, according to the rules of the competition, everyone's residence will be redistributed. The living conditions will be determined by the ranking of the competition. After saying that, he waved his hand towards the staff. The crowd looked at each other and picked up their respective suitcases to wait for the arrangements. Congratulations to Wang Xinru and Wang Xiaoku for moving into the luxurious mountain village cottage. Xiaoku excitedly hugged his sister's big white legs tightly, revealing a bright smile. Deluxe Mountain Village Cottage, hearing the name was awesome. Congratulations to the Zichuan group, staying in the Wenya small courtyard. No air conditioning. Oh. Ji Zichuan pulled down his face in aggravation, casting an envious gaze towards Xiaoku. Congratulations to the Chenyu group, staying in the country-style small courtyard. No air conditioning, TV, washing machine. Xia Chenyu and her sister were a bit dissatisfied, but could only accept this reality. Congratulations to the Twin Stars group, staying in the Love small courtyard. Since high-power electricity is not supported, no appliances are provided, only light bulbs are used for lighting. Gu Xinghe's face was gloomy, not expecting the program group to be so diabolical. This was making him and his brother come to be aggrieved. Finally, congratulations to the Fei Fei group, staying in the leisurely little room with facilities, none. Bai Shalon's heart thumped and she looked at the director with disbelief. No facilities and such a lofty name? Director Hua coughed lightly. There's a phrase mentioned in the inscription of the ugly room. C is the ugly room, but we are virtuous and cozy. I believe that Ms. Bai can overcome her predicament and rest happily. As a reminder, each group will have to figure out their own food problem. Everyone froze in disbelief. Gu Xinghai beamed and inquired curiously. Uncle Director, where are we going to find food? Food? It's the fish you guys caught today, ah. Cook for yourselves, oh. Here's wishing all the teams a good rest and adequate preparation for tomorrow's competition. The corner of Wang Xinru's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that the program team was somewhat treacherous. Each group walked towards their new residence under the guidance of 2 staff members. Soon, Xiaoku and his sister arrived in front of a small 2-story villa. Just entering the villa, the exquisite layout of the room caught the 2's eyes. The interior was clean and tidy, with all kinds of home appliances. And there was a kitchen and bathroom, bedroom, living room. Wang Xinru slightly scanned and realized that this villa was much better than the living conditions of ABB. Xiaoku was also secretly happy. The new house had 2 bedrooms, so he could finally sleep alone. On the other side, the Thousand Rain Group, Twin Star Group, and Zichuan Group moved into 3 tiled houses respectively. All 3 sets of houses were not big. Ji Luchuan checked around the rooms. He found that except for the lack of air conditioning, the other necessary facilities were not lacking. Although the conditions were average, they were still manageable. The 2 sisters, Xia Qianga, toured around their own houses and also found them to be just fine. Gu Xinghai jumped up and down just as he entered the house, his little mouth muttering non-stop. Brother, there's no TV. Aha. Brother, no washing machine, no air conditioner. Aha. Brother, no bathroom, no kitchen. Well, I know. What? Gu Xinghai's eyes widened as he skipped around the house. At this moment, he felt like the sky had collapsed. How could one go to the toilet without a bathroom, and how could one cook and eat without a kitchen? The program group was putting themselves in a death pit. Looking at his dumbfounded younger brother, he was even more furious. The same is the younger brother, the same is a small child. Why can't his own brother be as competitive as Wang Xiaoku? Bai Shalon and his younger brother Bai Xiaofei turned left and right under the guidance of the staff. Eventually, they walked into a small, dilapidated earthen house. The walls had become dilapidated from the long period of wind and rain. The roof was afraid that it would leak on rainy days. This is the Yuron's small room. Bai Qianlon's face turned green with anger and almost cursed. Where was this like a place to live? At a glance, there were only 2 beds in the entire room. No bathroom, no color TV, no air conditioner, nothing. She was really devastated. This was not as comfortable as staying in her own dog's kennel. Sister, how are we going to cook and eat? The 2 staff members were also slightly embarrassed and quickly turned away after sending the duo to the place. Bai Qianlon clenched her hands tightly, her nails going deep into her palms. Since the cameraman was recording at the side, it wasn't easy for her to snap. Sister, why don't we go to the neighbor's house and borrow some vegetables? Bai Qianlon stroked her chin and looked at the several houses around her. The village chief of the mountain village had known a long time ago that a big star was recording a program in the village. That's why he ordered the villagers not to get close enough to spectate. She secretly nodded her head. A big star herself, going to a villager's house to rub her nose in it. It was a bit embarrassing, but they shouldn't refuse, right? It had to be said that Bai Xiaofei's brain was still quite smart. Soon, the staff of the program sent the fish caught by each group to their respective residences. Ji Luchuan received the fish baskets and went into the kitchen to cook under the camera's recording. In no time, he returned to the room with 2 plates of steaming fish. A male star with millions of fans who had face value and could also cook. Simply not too charming. Xia Qianga also elaborately stewed a pot of fish soup with the large fish Xiaoku had given him. On the other side, the Gu brothers sat dryly on the dining table. Although the fish was placed next to them, there was no kitchen in this house. This was equivalent to giving you a bottle of Coke when you were thirsty. The key was that you couldn't unscrew it. Gu Xinghai's stomach rumbled, and his face became increasingly ugly. Wow. His eyes reddened and he eventually couldn't help but bawl. Crystalline tears slid down his round face. A small mouth pouted high, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Gu Xinghai was stunned by the scene and scrambled to get up to comfort his brother. Brother, don't cry. I'll go make you dinner. At those words, Gu Xinghai slowly stopped crying, but was still hiccuping. Ugh, he was a superstar with millions of fans. Nowadays, he would actually be worried because he didn't have any food to eat. He was too despondent. After thinking about it, he decided to take the fish to Wang Xinru. Going to her place to borrow the kitchen, thought he shouldn't mind. Inside the luxurious cottage in the mountain village, Wang Xiaoku was lying in front of the fish basket, scanning the several large fish he had caught. Wang Xinru was also standing at the side, but her face was a little ugly. Fifth sister, you should quickly cook. He twisted his head and pointed at a fish and spoke with a smile. I want to eat this fish, it's big. Second uncle fish. Come on, I'll go first. Wang Xinru smiled awkwardly and explained in a small voice towards her brother. Sister doesn't know how to cook. A proud daughter of heaven like her had been served by servants since she was a child. How had she ever cooked with her own hands? Moreover, she had to kill the fish before cooking. She wouldn't dare to do it. Xiaoka's eyes darkened, then looked at the cameraman at the side. He softly inquired, Uncle, do you know how to cook? The sudden words directly made the cameraman whole won't. Since the recording was in progress, he could only wave his hand in silence. Suddenly, Xiaoku had a flash of inspiration. He hurriedly ran forward and tugged on his sister's coat corner, mysteriously saying towards her, "Fifth sister, I'll take you to a place." Ah! Wang Xinru was in a daze when she was hauled into the room by her brother. The cameraman carried his camera and hurriedly followed the two. Just as he was about to enter the room as well, the door closed with a bang. The cameraman was dumbfounded. What was the meaning of this? "Excuse me, Uncle Cameraman. We're going to sleep." Little Ka's milky voice came from inside the room, and listening to that tone seemed to be quite excited. The corner of his mouth twitched as he turned to look out the window. It was clearly noon. Did this little doll still want a nap? There was no way, he could only leave resentfully. "Is sister hungry?" Inside the room, Xiaoku looked at his fifth sister with a smile in his eyes. Although Wang Xinru was puzzled, she still gave a light hum. She hadn't eaten since early in the morning and had fished for half a day one after another. Now she was indeed hungry. Xiaoku smiled and made fifth sister close her eyes. Wang Xinru dotingly rubbed her brother's face and obediently closed her eyes. Taking advantage of this, Xiaoku took out food from his storage ring. Sister can open her eyes. Just as her beautiful eyes slowly opened, she suddenly realized that several bottles of cola were placed on the bed. Not only that, her brother was holding a fried chicken in his hands. "Sister, quickly taste it." Xiaoku squinted his eyes and smiled as he opened his mouth towards her. "Where did you get this from?" Wang Xinru inquired in astonishment. "I secretly brought this, sister, eat it." For some reason, the fried chicken was still steaming. The fragrant smell spread out in all directions in the room. Wang Xinru steeply frowned and educated a flurry towards Xiaoku. "Brother, we've said it several times, no fried chicken. It will affect IQ, it will affect growing taller." Xiaoku retrieved the fried chicken with disappointment, tears in his eyes. A pair of big teary eyes seemed to be very sad. Seeing her brother in this pitiful state, her heart violently ached. "All right, only allowed to eat once." Xiaoku immediately returned to normal and stood on her tiptoes to hand the fried chicken to her sister. Under her brother's expectant gaze, Wang Xinru pinched up a small piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. Just after chewing it twice, all of a sudden her eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because she had been hungry for a long time. The fried chicken that she usually didn't care to taste. Today she felt it was not bad. As the crispy fried chicken entered her mouth, the flavor of the meat blossomed at her taste buds. Chicken meat is tender and slightly chewy, just too much oil. Xiaoku pulled off the chicken leg and happily handed it to her fifth sister. She wanted to refuse, but for some reason, her hand involuntarily took the chicken leg. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the room. The cameraman was immediately back on duty, lifting the camera to record the video. "Huh, why does it smell like fried chicken?" He suspiciously surveyed the duo, but found nothing. Chapter 94. Grandpa Village Chief knows me? Xiaoku raised his sleeve and wiped his mouth, happily burping. A strong smell of fried chicken spread out. This unique odor instantly alerted the cameraman. Wang Xinru, who was standing beside her brother, flushed red. She had just stolen a fried chicken leg as well. If this was known by the sisters, they would definitely be teased. Especially the seventh sister, who had the impression that she hated this kind of fried food the most. "Fifth sister, I want to go out to play." Just as she said that, a burst of knocking sounded at the villa's door. The little munchkin jumped and ran to open the door. Opening the door of the villa, he saw the two figures standing outside the door as well as two cameramen. The man was dressed in black, looking both mature and stable. The boy next to him, who was slightly taller than Xiaoku, was wearing a blue cartoon jacket, and his body was a bit stout. A little chubby, to be exact. There was a fish basket at the feet of the two men, in which two fish were lying quietly. Gu Xinghe revealed a warm smile and spoke towards him. "Wang Xiaoku, where's your sister?" "My sister is inside." "Is there something wrong, brother?" Xiaoku, who was blocking the doorway, responded sweetly. As he opened his mouth to speak, the little boy next to Gu Xinghe exclaimed, "Wow, what a delicious smell of fried chicken." "Wang Xiaoku, did you steal the fried chicken? Can you let me taste it too?" Gu Xinghe excitedly leaned over him and sniffed, and didn't find any fried chicken. Since it's not on his body, it must be in the room. After being hungry for so long, he couldn't wait for dry rice. He took small steps in place like a small racehorse ready to go. Noticing this agitated look on his brother's face, Gu Xinghe couldn't help but cover his forehead in secret hurt. He regretted bringing his brother to the variety show. If this was broadcasted, it would be a shame. Wang Xinru stepped closer to the few people. When she saw the visitor, she raised her eyebrows and inquired with some confusion. Gu Xinghe, what's the matter with you guys? Seeing Wang Xinru, Gu Xinghe seemed to have seen a savior. It's like this, we don't have a kitchen. Can we borrow your kitchen so we can cook? In front of the queen of film and television, his heart was still a little apprehensive. In case the other party refused to borrow it, he himself could only leave in disgrace. Gu Xinghe on the side also looked at the big sister in front of him with a face full of anticipation. Today, Wang Xinru was wearing a white casual jacket, while her lower body was a pair of khaki-colored pants, showing her shapely figure to be even more delicate and lively. Gu Xinghe looked at her dumbfounded and muttered in a small voice, "What a beautiful big sister." Hearing Gu Xinghe's request, Wang Xinru graciously allowed the two to enter. She didn't know how to cook anyway, much less use the kitchen, so she simply let them use it. The two walked into the villa and were instantly stunned. The same as a house, this gap is too big, right? In comparison, their own house was simply scum. After finding the kitchen, Gu Xinghe smoothly lifted 2 large fish and went in to cook them. In a short while, he brought out 2 plates of braised fish with a smile on his face. Xiao Ke looked at the fish with bated breath and secretly spat his sister out once more. If only fifth sister could also cook, how nice it would be. Wang Xinru, who was leaning on the sofa, sneezed, not knowing who was gossiping about herself. You guys come eat soon too. There's still a lot of dishes left. Hearing Gu Xinghe's invitation, Xiao Ke nonchalantly sat down at the table. This fragrant meal had indeed made him crave for more. Wang Xinru looked at her younger brother with amusement, then also sat on the dining table. Raising her hand to hold up her jade cheeks, her beautiful eyes were gentle like water. Little Ku, eat well and grow up fast. Xiao Ke, who was eating meat with his head down, heard his sister speak. He lifted his head and said with a smile, nah, I want to eat as tall as my sister." These words made Wang Xinru snort with amusement. She reached out and gently caressed her brother's round head. "Eat more and you'll grow taller than your sister." Xiao Ke tilted his head. What's the use of growing taller? The bodyguards are all 1.9 meters in height, but they still can't beat themselves. Xiao Ke said he could beat up 100 bodyguards. No, 1,000. After a nice lunch, the 4 of them got together and went out for a stroll. Several people were interested in this new and unfamiliar environment. On the country roads, the air was fragrant with flowers and plants. Being so close to the natural environment, Wang Xinru's mind seemed to be cleansed. The occasional sound of a few roosters and dogs brought her back to reality. "Wang Xinru, I heard that the Peach Blossom Fairy that you starred in the upper part of the movie had $9 billion at the box office. It's really enviable." "Not bad. I believe you can do it too." "Hey, I'll be satisfied if I can break 1 billion at the box office." Gu Xinghe chatted side by side with Wang Xinru on the road. Gu Xinghe, who was following behind, came close to Xiao Ke and covered his mouth towards whispering, "Hey Wang Xiao Ke, my brother and your sister are so well matched. If my brother married your sister, I would have a sister." "Nope. It seems like sister-in-law." Hearing this, Xiao Ke's face changed greatly. He frowned and stopped in place, saying in his mind, "Although this brother cooks quite well, he is not worthy of his sister." There was no reason, just not worthy. Next to him, Gu Xinghe was still speaking at length, not noticing the change in Xiao Ke's expression in the slightest. A clear and cold word entered his ears. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll beat you into a pig." He instantly froze and followed the voice to look at Wang Xiaoku. He only saw his azure eyes flashing with a cold aura, like a monster that wanted to eat people. This shocked him to the point of shivering, and he was instantly scared and his little face turned white. The 2 Wang Xinru who were walking in front of him did not notice that something was wrong. Xiaoku also stopped paying attention to him and continued to follow his sister's pace. Gu Xinghe swallowed down a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly hid beside his brother. Seemingly sensing his brother's fear, Gu Xinghe glanced at him suspiciously. The few people continued to walk along the winding countryside dirt road. Looking into the distance, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of villagers hard at work farming. There were also a few newly reclaimed plots of land nearby, as if they were going to plant vegetables. There were many private houses on both sides of the road, and dozens of villagers were standing on the path. They all knew that a big star had come to the village to record a program. Although the village headman did not allow everyone to gather around, he could not resist the curiosity of the crowd. After all, everyone wanted to see what a star looked like up close. My God, it's Wang Xinru, even prettier than on TV. I even watched her movie yesterday. It seemed that someone recognized the fifth sister. Xiaoke curiously sought out the sound and looked into the crowd. A group of villagers gathered not far away, waving their fingers and talking. There were old people, children, and even some young adults in the crowd. The atmosphere of the entire village gradually became lively, and everywhere was filled with exclamations of surprise. The mountain village was not big. The commotion here soon drew more villagers out to check. Coincidentally, Jiang Nan's trio appeared in the crowd. All three of them were wearing a coat of black with a pair of sunglasses hanging from the bridge of their nose. After Jiang Nan's trio noticed the young master, they immediately hid in a corner. But how could all of this be hidden from Xiaoke's probing? As long as he spread out his divine sense, he could sense the wind and grass within the entire mountain village. Hihi. Jiang Nan and the others are here too? Strange. Why are they hiding from us? Xiaoke muttered to himself. Jiang Nan and the three of them wandered within the village early in the morning. From yesterday until now, the general had made dozens of phone calls. Without exception, all of them were inquiring how the young master's condition was. They had started searching for the young master in the mountain village early in the morning, but they couldn't find him. Every time General Wang Ying called, Jiang Nan's heart violently trembled. After all, he hadn't been able to find the young master. Unexpectedly, just as they slipped up to here, they happened to run into a few people from the young master. When Xiaoke's few people approached, the villagers excitedly took out their cell phones to take pictures. Wow! I've really seen Wang Xinru. Quickly take a picture of it for my sisters to see. Sister Xinru, can we have a group photo? That's Gu Xinghe, isn't it? My sister even watched his TV series. Wang Xiaoke, quickly let mama hug you. I'm your mom fan. The villagers surrounded the few people and greeted them warmly. Wang Xinru and Gu Xinghe were busy responding. Just then, Xiaoke, who was fuming, was gently picked up by an ant. She was the woman who claimed to be Xiaoke's mom fan. This startled Wang Xinru. She let out a cry of surprise and quickly peeled away from the crowd to snatch her brother from the woman's arms. The scene was chaotic for a while. A white-haired old grandfather came from the intersection with a walking stick. This old man was the village chief of the small mountain village, Li Yushan. Seeing him clad in an army green coat, the old man walked to the front of the crowd. Gently tapping his walking stick a few times, the scene immediately quieted down. The villagers dispersed in all directions, and everyone looked at the village head with respect. Li Yushan yelled at the crowd of villagers at the top of his voice. Look at you all. Do you want to scare the honored guests? Stay wherever you are cool. Hearing the village chief's order, the villagers quickly dissipated into place. At this time, he revealed an amiable smile and explained to Xiaoke several people. Your honored guests, we mountain villagers don't know the rules, so don't worry if we say something wrong. My name is Li Yushan. I'm the village chief of this village. If you have any difficulties, feel free to talk to me. Wang Xinru gently put down Xiaoke and let out a long breath. Just now, that woman had almost carried her brother away in front of her. There was still a pang of fear when she thought about it now. Xiaoke smiled, his eyebrows arched. Grandpa Village Chief, can you find us an aunt who can cook? My sister doesn't know how to cook. I'm afraid my sister will starve to death. Hearing the little munchkin's words, the crowd was stunned, then burst out laughing. Wang Xinru's cheeks flushed red as she squatted down and gave her brother a light pat on the head. This kind of scandal had been revealed by her own brother. It was too embarrassing. Gu Xinghe on the side laughed softly. So Wang Xinru doesn't know how to cook na. No wonder the kitchen has no traces of use. Li Yushan hunched over to look at the little munchkin in front of him. A yellow jacket paired with black work pants. Living like a little elf. You're Wang Xiaoke, aren't you? What a cute kid. Xiaoke tilted his head and inquired in a milky voice. Huh? Does Grandpa Village Chief recognize me? Chapter 95. All stealing away to find his younger brother. Li Yushan laughed out loud and didn't hold back two coughs. Child, don't you know you're famous? Your birthday banquet was so lively, even an old man like me heard about it. Xiaoke blinked his big eyes. I didn't realize that the birthday banquet my sister threw for herself was so impressive. Even such a remote village had people who knew about it. No wonder there were still his own mom fans here. Wang Xinru just smiled gently and didn't explain. Magic City Birthday Banquet. Wang family recognition. This kind of thing that dominated the hot search list must have countless people knowing about it. Only the younger brother was foolishly confused. The group talked to the village chief for a few sentences before continuing their stroll through the village. Jiang Nan in the corner poked his head out to check. Noticing the young master leaving, he turned his head to signal the two. The three of them nodded their heads in silent understanding, then secretly tailed the young master's group. On the other side, Bai Shalan and Bai Xiaofei knocked on the neighbor's door carrying fish. Not long after, a burly man opened the door. His gaze ferociously surveyed the few people and glanced at the cameraman. Before Bai Xiaolan could say anything, the big man impatiently waved his hand and said, "You guys go shoot the variety show to the side. Don't bother me." Boom! The gate was closed heavily, and the two ate a closed door. That loud voice echoed in Bai Qianlan's mind. Her cheeks felt like they had been slapped, hot and painful. Bai Xiaofei tugged on her sleeve and whispered in an aggrieved voice, "Sister, let's go to the side and try again." Just like that, the siblings knocked on the door of another room. This time they waited for a long time. A gray-haired grandmother opened the door, her hand hanging in mid-air, trembling non-stop. Seeing Bai Qianlan's duo, she inquired in a hoarse voice, "You guys, what is it for?" After a pause, Bai Qianlan squeezed out a far-fetched smile. "Granny, can we go to your house for a meal?" The old granny seemed to be hard of hearing, and inquired to the two again. "What? You want to use the restroom?" The corner of Bai Qianlan's mouth twitched, raising her voice a few degrees. "Granny, can I go to your house for a meal? Toilet? You go use it." "No. I said, can I have a meal at your place? Dinner? What kind of meal is it to go to the toilet?" This scene made the cameraman couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Qianlan was infuriated and roared, "Granny, can I have a meal here with you?" The white-haired granny frowned tightly and replied unhappily, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. The temper of a beggar for food is still so strong now. You should leave. I don't have any food here." Boom! The door of the room was closed again. Bai Qianlan was simply going to be furious. She was a big star. I don't know how many people wanted to invite her for dinner. I didn't expect to be treated as a beggar by the villagers here. It's really too downbeat. This blame himself clearly is the program group is too dog. The room given does not even have a kitchen, and food is not given at all. This is to let oneself drink the northwest wind to fill up the hunger. Bai Xiaofei lowered his head in aggravation. In the end, he was still a small child, and the two failures had made his eyes red with difficulty. Crystalline tears swirled in the corners of his eyes, as if they would surge out in the next second. With his brother in this state, Bai Qianlan, who was his sister, did not go up to comfort him. Turning her head, she coldly spoke, "What's there to cry about? Look at others. Wang Xiaoku. He can catch fish. Why can't you?" Bai Qianlan impatiently yelled at her younger brother. Her face was a bit grim. Hearing his sister criticize him, he cried out with a wow, as if he was greatly aggrieved. Bai Xiaofei's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating, piercing Bai Qianlan's ears with raw pain. "Stop! Try crying again." Her words caused Bai Xiaofei to instantly stop crying, desperately restraining himself from crying out. However, he was still hiccuping non-stop. Under Bai Qianlan's leadership, the two continued to try in the neighborhood. In the end, the emperor was not to be trifled with. At a woman's home, the siblings finally ate a hot meal. Soon after, the groups returned to their lodgings to rest. The afternoon passes in a flash. At night, the darkness swallowed up the remaining light. Perhaps the program group had a bad conscience. Director Hua gathered all the guests at the BB for a dinner. The slightly dim light illuminated the entire room. A dozen or so colorful and flavorful meals were quietly placed on the table. Bai Xiaofei wolfed it down, seemingly hungry for a long time. The rest of the people weren't much better. Their meal sizes had obviously risen quite a bit. While eating, Wang Xinru was as elegant as ever. That beautiful figure looked like a princess who traveled from the fairy tale world. She picked up the rice on the table and gently put it into her brother's bowl. Xiaoku had eaten a lot at noon and didn't have much of an appetite now. He smiled and picked up an orange, peeling off the peel himself. "Sister, eat the orange." The crowd looked over, only to see a little munchkin smiling sweetly. The small hand held the peeled orange and handed it to Wang Xinru. In the eyes of the crowd, he was really too good and cute. Wang Xinru took the orange and stuffed it into her mouth, a smile floating on her delicate face. Brother is so good. Reward you with a kiss. Saying this, she cupped her brother's face, kissy face, and kissed him. Xia Qianga retracted her gaze to look at her sister and couldn't help but sigh secretly. At this time, she actually envied Wang Xinru a little. Gu Xinghe gently patted her brother's head and pointed at the orange, saying, "Just learn more from little brother Ko. Be understanding." Gu Xinghe pouted and returned with dissatisfaction. "You're not a beautiful sister. I'm not going to peel it for you. HM? Good brother. Say it again." And so, under his brother's forced gaze, he picked up the orange and rustily peeled it. As if a chain reaction had occurred, Ji Luchuan also looked at his younger brother. Soon, the two younger brothers peeled the oranges and handed them to their older brother. Xia Yuhua didn't wait for his sister to speak before handing over a peeled orange. The three were satisfied and complimented their siblings. Bai Xiaofei picked up the orange and looked at his own sister. When he peeled it and handed it to his sister, he only received a cold snort. "I don't like eating oranges." Having eaten her fill, Bai Qianlan put down her chopsticks and looked at the director with dissatisfaction. "Director Hua, the environment my brother and I live in is too bad. Can we get a different house?" Director Hua laughed dryly and spread his hands helplessly. "You'll be able to change your house if you rank high in the competition tomorrow. It's decided according to the competition results." Bai Xiaofei instantly deflated and skimmed his mouth in aggravation. Not far away from the big tree, Jiang Nan stood on a branch dressed in black. He picked up the Huawei Mate 60 and zoomed in dozens of times to take a few pictures. Turning his head, he sent them to the general. "Hey, Jiang Nan, do we still have to cook for the young master?" The two figures under the tree spoke softly. Of course we do. We'll send the chicken soup to young master and Mrs. Room in advance." Jiang Nan was afraid of causing a commotion and deliberately lowered his voice. The three of them clicked together and quickly rushed to their residence to make chicken soup. At the same time, Wang Ying, who was sitting on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, received the photo. Her frown that had been tightly wrinkled for a day finally unfurled. Jiang Nan's trio's efficiency was too low, and she had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Wang family manor. Wang Siki, who had labored all day, pushed open the door of her room and rubbed her eyes tiredly. Recently, the Wang group had officially launched a business war with the Gao group. As the president, she was under the most pressure. Fortunately, Wang clan was on the advantageous side. Now she had acquired 8% of the Gao group's shares. I believe that soon, the Gao family will come crying and begging themselves to stop. Scanning around the hall, she didn't find her parents or her second and eighth sisters. Puzzled, she walked into the hall and asked Auntie Lon, who was busy, "Aunt Lon, did my father not come downstairs?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Lon turned around and respectfully replied, "Miss, Master and Mistress have been away from home for half a day." Wang Siki raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked after them, "What about my second sister?" Aunt Lon continued to reply, "Second Miss also left home 2 hours ago." "Where is my eighth sister?" "Eighth Miss also left the manor an hour ago." This confused Wang Siki. How did every one of them leave? She looked around the hall and looked towards the kennel in confusion. "Where's Xiao Hei?" "Back to Miss Little Black." It was also taken away by the 8th Mississippi. Now, the entire Wang family was left with just herself. As if she thought of something, she paused and inquired in shock. "Did they go to look for the young master?" Aunt Lon nodded and said, "Yes," with a smile. Wang Siki was completely speechless. Is the family also implacable? While she was not at home, they all sneaked off to her brother's side. They also didn't notify in advance and bring themselves along. She pulled out her cell phone and asked the eighth sister for the location, then instructed the servants. "Quickly prepare a car. I'm going out too." Chapter 96, Gathering in the Mountain Village to Meet Your Brother? Inside the small mountain village. As it was getting late, the various groups returned to their residences separately to prepare for rest. Inside the small courtyard, Ji Luchuan and his younger brother simply cleaned up and lay down on the bed and couch. Perhaps overworked, the two soon fell into a deep sleep. The small countryside-style courtyard. The two Xia family sisters were very unaccustomed to the environment of their new residence. The two beds in the room were not large, and the mattresses were also on the hard side, causing Xiaqianga to be very distressed. After making the bed, the two changed into furry pajamas and tried to fall asleep. But they couldn't sleep at all for a while. The small courtyard of love. The Gu brothers had just entered the room when Gu Xinghai jumped into bed. He was still yawning on his way back, obviously dozing off. Not even 3 minutes later, a slight snore came from the little fat baby. Gu Xinghai let out a long sigh, looking somewhat helpless. Since the room for two only had a queen-sized bed, he could only squeeze in with his brother. The leisurely hut. Bai Qianlan clenched her teeth and scanned the room in disgust. There were only 2 small beds in the entire small earthen room and nothing else. Even sleeping in a bridge hole was better than this, right? At the very least, the space was bigger than this. This small earthen room was estimated to be only 20 square meters. Just standing inside the house gave one a feeling of suffocation. Extremely uncomfortable. We have to take first place tomorrow. Sleep. She secretly resolved that she must live in a villa tomorrow. A large and a small group of 2 people quickly lay down on the bed. But how could they not sleep? Other side. Inside the luxurious cottage in the countryside. Xiaoku rubbed his round belly and said with a smile towards Wang Xinru, "Fifth sister, which room are you going to sleep and sleep?" The small villa had 2 bedrooms. He stretched out his little hand and pointed to the 2 rooms, waiting for his sister to pick. However, Wang Xinru preferred not to follow the rules. She let out a faint smile and approached Xiaoku's ear to speak. "Sister's first time sleeping in a mountain village, so scared. Otherwise, sister will sleep with you, so I won't be afraid." Xiaoku tilted his head and suspiciously surveyed his 5th sister. This kind of lie could only fool a 5-year-old. He was already 6. Because of his cultivation, his intelligence was far higher than his peers. Sister's deception was too low-end even in front of him. "Let's rest early, we still have to compete tomorrow." Saying that, Wang Xinru took her brother's plump little hand and entered the room. Just as she entered, a fragrant smell hit her. I don't know when, there was suddenly a rice cooker on the desktop. Closer to see, this is actually half a boiled chicken soup. On the golden-colored surface of the soup are floating fungus, mushrooms, exuding a burst of fragrance. This odd scene made the 2 puzzled. Xiaoku immediately unfolded his divine sense. In an instant, he spotted Jiang Nan's trio near the villa. He murmured in a small voice, "Is it the chicken soup sent by brother Jiang Nan?" Wang Xinru frowned and secretly guessed. Could it be that the director had sent the chicken soup on purpose? She had just pulled out her cell phone and was about to ask the director when she was startled by the scene in front of her. She only saw Xiaoku raise her small hand and the chicken soup rose into the air from the rice cooker. "Chicken soup that flies?" Xiaoku waved her fat little hand and the chicken soup flew into the bowl on its own. She swallowed her saliva and surveyed her brother in shock. Immortal cultivators, can they still make things fly? When she slowed down, she saw that her younger brother was holding the small bowl and happily drinking the chicken soup. Wang Xinru pursed her lips and couldn't help but ask out loud, "Brother." Xiaoku put down the bowl, revealing a curious expression. Can you make things fly?" After thinking for a while, he nodded to his sister. When he was still in the late stage of qi refining, he was able to make things fly through the air. Wang Xinru, who received the answer, opened her mouth wide and said in her heart, "Are immortal cultivators this powerful? Will my brother really become an immortal in the future?" After a pause, she reminded her brother, "Little Ku, don't rush to drink it first. The origin of this chicken soup is unknown, and I don't know if I can drink it. Sister will ask the program team first." She took out her cell phone and was about to make a call, but was blocked by her brother's voice. "Sister, this is from brother Jiang Nan. Does sister want to taste it?" Wang Xinru's jade hand froze in the air, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her sister's expression, the little munchkin explained in a milky voice, "I saw brother Jiang Nan today, and he came with me. This chicken soup is what he sent." The string of information made Wang Xinru fall into deep thought. She knew that Jiang Nan was second sister's man, and should have been sent by second sister to watch over her brother. Delivering chicken soup in the middle of the night was because she was afraid that her brother would go hungry, right? Figuring out the cause, the corner of her mouth lifted into a shallow smile. It seems that second sister has been keeping an eye on her younger brother. Not long after, Xiaoku drank the entire bowl of chicken soup. Wang Xinru rummaged through her suitcase to find her pajamas. She turned around and changed into a pair of pure white bunny pajamas. Then she put on her brother's brown bear pajamas. After everything was packed, the two of them comfortably lay down on the bed. Ko bristled and sighed softly. Sleeping with his fifth sister today, he can't cultivate in peace again. Wang Xinru turned off the light and happily embraced her younger brother. The unique milky scent of Shao Ke's body lingered in her nostrils, making her somewhat intoxicated. Soon, Wang Xinru fell into a deep sleep, and Shao Ke also quickly fell asleep snuggled in his sister's arms. Today's night was exceptionally cold. At midnight, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the small mountain village. The car arrived at the BB and the two bodyguards, and Wang Ying stepped out of the car. Wang Ying purposely wore a black coat and a pair of camouflage pants with black boots, which set her off in a valiant manner. Jiang Nan's trio seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, and they immediately walked forward to greet the general upon seeing him. "General!" The three of them neatly performed a military salute. Wang Ying scanned the three and nodded slightly before striding into the BB. After opening a room, she turned to Jiang Nan and instructed, "You first stand guard here and wait to greet my family." "Yes." Wang Ying withdrew her gaze and walked up to the second-floor guest room alone. Jiang Nan led the two men to continue guarding the entrance. Moonlight poured down, reflecting the blurred figures of the three. An hour passed and an Audi A6 drove up in the distance. From the license plate, one could tell that this must be some big shot from the military region. The car pulled up next to the BB, and Wang Yuehao led Chen Hui out of the car. He had a deep gaze and wore a black jacket. In the dark, shrouded night, it made it hard to see his figure. Chen Hui was a bit afraid of the cold, so she wore a thick, cream-colored down jacket. Jiang Nan respectfully stepped forward and reminded the two of them to rest inside the BB. Chen Hui nodded and followed Wang Yuehao into the BB. Not long after they left, another Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up at the BB. The door was pushed open and Wang Lele, wearing a cashmere jacket, stepped out of the car. Behind her was a cute little white dog. Xiao He got out of the car and looked around curiously, not knowing what he was thinking. "Xiao He, I'm TM coming." Jiang Nan led Miss 8 into the BB. After opening the room, Wang Lele picked up Xiao He and walked upstairs. Just as Jiang Nan was about to go back to sleep, Wang Lele turned around and reminded, "You wait here for my seventh sister. She's coming over as well." Hearing this, Jiang Nan's trio sucked in a breath of cold air. The ladies and the family head all ran over? Young master was just filming a variety show. Was there a need to get so involved? Jiang Nan expressed his incomprehension. There was no other way. The three of them could only continue to wait. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning. It should be impossible to have a peaceful sleep today. Around 3 o'clock, a yellow-green Maserati whistled into the mountain village. Because of the speed of the car, the rear of the car rolled up a large amount of smoke and dust. Jiang Nan and the three of them were dumbfounded. Coming to the side of the BB, the Maserati gradually slowed down and finally stopped steadily at the door. The driver and bodyguard were the first to get out of the car and respectfully opened the rear door. A delicate and high-cooled beauty stepped out of the car. The person was Wang Siki. Because she left in too much of a hurry, she hadn't had time to change her workplace clothes. As the cold wind blew, her beautiful eyes were deeply wrinkled. The bodyguard respectfully handed over a gradient golden fleece jacket. Under Jiang Nan's guidance, Wang Siki stepped on the steps to the second floor. When she was far away, Jiang Nan's trio stretched tiredly and prepared to go back to rest. Originally, the director's group had chartered all the rooms on the first floor. Now the Wang family members had bagged the second floor as well. Following Wang Lele's instructions, Wang Siki pushed open one of the guest rooms. As soon as she entered, the Wang family members in the room looked at her in unison. "Seventh sister, quickly sit down." Wang Lele arched her eyebrows and greeted Wang Siki at the door. After she sat down, her gaze swept over the crowd. "You guys ran over here. Why didn't you say anything?" She inquired about her family members with dissatisfaction, a slight hint of resentment in her tone. Wang Yuehao couldn't help but laugh. Wang Siki inclined her head and continued to speak. "Father, you have long since recovered from your injuries, and now you are also about to be made a marshal by the state lord. Uncle Gu Biao and the others are still guarding the northern border for you. What should be done?" As the conversation turned, Wang Yuehao stopped laughing and coughed dryly twice, his face a little red. When he knew that his son had been recovered, the couple was so anxious that they wanted to go home and hug their son. But the military region cannot be without a general for a day. So he pretended to be seriously injured and took this opportunity to go home to recuperate, only to pit his brothers against him. He gave a harumph and opened his mouth to reply. There's no rush, I have my own way. Thousands of miles away in the Northern Realms military camp, the Gu Biao crowd that was sleeping collectively sneezed. After chatting idly for a while, the Wang family members went back to their separate rooms to rest. The moon was setting in the west. The entire mountain village was silent, appearing serene and peaceful.